Chapter 1. The Betrayal of My Fiancée. Woman. Why? Heenan gazed incredulously at the woman he had loved for 8 years, as she pierced his abdomen with a sharp blade the moment he regained consciousness. I'm sorry, Heenan. Though she uttered words of apology, there was not a trace of remorse on Su Wen's face. I have some splendid news for you. I have awakened in a grade core, and now I possess a supercar the likes of which you have never seen in your lifetime. Heenan pressed his hand firmly against the wound, struggling to remain upright, desperate for answers. Why? A flicker of disdain crossed Su Wen's eyes. Heenan, you should thank yourself for selling the house and spending all your savings on the awakening potion for me. It allowed me to be worthy of Chun Ming. But with you around, he would never contract with me. Heenan, this world is ending. A man like you, with nothing to your name and no redeeming qualities, would hardly survive for long. Why not do one last thing for me? You love me so much, surely you'd want to fulfill my wishes, wouldn't you? By the heavens, you wretched woman. If I survive, I will make your life a living hell. Heenan silently cursed Su Wen before collapsing weakly to the ground. He felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. 8 years' devoted life of servitude had resulted in nothing but betrayal. As dizziness consumed him, a progress bar suddenly appeared before his eyes. 1, 2, 3, 50. 90, 100. A mechanical voice resonated in his mind. A grade supercar contract successful. The pain in Heenan's abdomen vanished instantly, the wound healing at a visible pace, and his once depleted vitality surged back to life. Heenan, what have you done to me? I refuse to contract with a worthless fool like you. Upon being forcibly contracted, Su Wen immediately received the notification, and in a frenzy, rushed towards Heenan, exclaiming, I will kill you, you scoundrel. Heenan regarded her with cold detachment, but spoke in the gentlest tone. Take another step, and I shall obliterate your core. Su Wen's furious stride halted abruptly, leaving her to glare at him with seething rage. If looks could kill, he would be a mere husk by now. Heenan rose to his feet, dusting himself off, and coldly commanded, Kneel and call me master. Traditionally, the relationship between a commander and a mech girl is one of mutual cooperation. The commander provides energy, while the mech girl assumes the role of primary attacker and protector of the commander's safety in battle. Simultaneously, the commander must also bear the responsibilities of assembling, maintaining, and caring for the mech girl. However, both commanders and mech girls are classified by rank, determined by their innate talents, ranging from E, D, C, B, A, S, SS to SSS. Most individuals awaken at the E or D level. As for those who achieve S grade or above, they are exceedingly rare worldwide. Thus, Su Wen's awakening of an grade core is indeed a remarkable feat. Nevertheless, the combat prowess of a mech girl is not solely dependent on her innate talent. The rank of her commander is equally paramount. Contracting a high-ranking commander is akin to grasping a sturdy and substantial pillar of support. Even the lowest-tier mech girl, when piloted by a high-ranking commander, can exhibit extraordinary combat prowess. Thus, it is not difficult to comprehend Su Wen's desire to distance herself from Heenan in pursuit of Chun Ming. Chun Ming, besides possessing exceptional talent, is also the only son of the mayor of Qinchuan City. Handsome and affluent, the halo above his head shines so brilliantly that it blinds all men. Heenan, a mere nobody, pales in comparison to even a single strand of Chun Ming's hair. For a long time, Su Wen has harbored feelings for Chun Ming. Yet previously, she lacked even the qualification to be within 10 steps of him. However, the situation has changed. Having awakened in a grade core, she and Chun Ming are now equals, both classified as grade commanders. Su Wen silently vowed to eliminate Heenan in her quest to seek out Chun Ming. Yet outwardly, she knelt on one knee, feigning submissiveness. Master, it is not that Su Wen does not wish to resist. Every circumstance possesses duality. The fact that commanders can assemble mech girls implies they can also disassemble them. She does not wish to be reduced to a mere collection of parts. Thus, she must temporarily swallow her pride. Heenan, oblivious to the resentment lurking in her eyes, remained indifferent. Transform, let's go. In his mind, he mused that driving a supercar at this moment would be too ostentatious. A van would be far more appropriate. The instant he issued the command, Su Wen's body instantaneously flickered, emitting a series of mechanical braking sounds. Subsequently, An old van indeed materialized before Heenan. Ah, it actually works, Heenan remarked, unable to conceal his satisfaction. However, Suwon felt as though she could die from despair. Ah, Heenan, what have you done to me? Why have you made me so hideous? This is an affront to my dignity. I am a supercar, not a decrepit van. Transform me back at once. Ah! Heenan paid no heed to her impotent fury, calmly taking his seat in the driver's compartment and accelerating towards the airport. The traffic heading in that direction was particularly congested, leaving Heenan ensnared and unable to maneuver. Along the way, enormous screens continuously broadcasted urgent official announcements. Red alert! Due to global climatic anomalies, the melting of icebergs at the poles has caused seawater inundation. To date, 21 island nations have been completely submerged, and our coastal cities have not been spared. Citizens are urged to evacuate to higher ground promptly, preserving the flame of humanity for future generations. Emergency notification. A tsunami is currently 300 kilometers from Qinchuan City. Residents are advised to evacuate immediately. The Light of Salvation initiative has been launched. Mutated marine life now poses a severe threat to human existence. To enhance survival prospects, the Humanities Academy has successfully developed an awakening serum. For just 500,000, as a beautiful individual, you could transform into a fighter jet or supercar. Gentlemen will have the opportunity to pilot these vehicles. Don't miss out. For 500,000, you cannot go wrong. You cannot be deceived. Utter nonsense. I've merely fallen for a trick. Heenan spat in annoyance, gazing at the lengthy line of vehicles ahead. The tsunami was imminent, and with those terrifying mutated marine creatures, should he encounter them, he would stand no chance against them with his flesh and blood. Death would be certain. It is imperative to procure a ticket post-haste and depart from Qinchuan. After a strenuous journey to the airport entrance, he was halted by armed officers. Please present your identification and submit to a test. He handed over his ID and approached the testing device, placing his right hand upon it. Name, Heenan. Test result, unawakened. He was taken aback. How could he have contracted with Suwon if he remained unawakened? Sir, I apologize, but this airport is currently not open to ordinary individuals. Please exit through the left passage. Excuse me, who do you think you're looking down on? What's wrong with being an ordinary person? Should they be condemned to death? Neglecting the matter of the contract, Heenan raised his voice in protest. Yet his indignation bore no fruit, as the officers remained steadfast in their decision. Furthermore, upon hearing the commotion, 5 or 6 additional officers armed with submachine guns swiftly encircled him. Sir, please vacate the area promptly. While their words were couched in civility, the cold, dark muzzles of their weapons loomed ominously before him. Chapter 2. Is this what I deserve? Heenan forcefully slammed the door of the dilapidated van and accelerated down the left passageway. Along the journey, he encountered many others like himself, individuals forsaken by the authorities, their faces ashen and their spirits despondent. Heenan had no time for self-pity. He sped towards the high-speed railway station. Unable to board a plane, surely the high-speed train would not deny him passage. The traffic was exceedingly congested, and it took him over 2 hours to finally arrive at the station. The entrance was under strict surveillance. Anyone attempting to enter was required to present identification and undergo on-site testing, with ordinary citizens being promptly turned away. Heenan pounded the steering wheel in frustration, cursing under his breath. This was truly unbearable. Heenan, if you cannot escape, do not drag me down with you. Let us quickly dissolve our contract. Considering the years we have spent together, I might show you a modicum of kindness and allow you to accompany me. Heenan scoffed coldly. Suwon, do you truly think I would still place my trust in you? Heenan, now, apart from trusting me, do you have any other options? At least if I undergo the test, I can secure a ticket. I will then plead with them to sell me an additional one, and we can depart together. One could not deny that Suwon's reasoning was quite sound. Without hesitation, Heenan withdrew all the money he had on him and handed it to her to purchase the ticket, thinking that if she attempted any tricks, she would meet her demise. A chill ran down Suwon's spine. She had never witnessed such a malevolent glint in Heenan's eyes. Immediately reverting to her human form, she queued to buy the ticket. Heenan was unconcerned about her escape. If necessary, he would detonate the core. While Suwon was in line, Heenan found a secluded corner to stand in. He sought to comprehend the peculiarities of his own condition. Not only had he returned from the dead, But he had also forcibly contracted Su Wen, two revelations so extraordinary that they would be met with disbelief from anyone. Had he truly been reborn? Or had he bound himself to a system? Yet aside from the progress bar, no notifications had been received. If it were indeed a system, it was exceedingly understated. Unable to discern the cause of his predicament, Henan began to examine Su Wen's data. Name: Su Wen Mechanical Core. Level: Energy Requirement of Mechanical Core. All types mechanical form. Supercar Core Objective: Eliminate 10,000 humans. Warning: the core objective will activate in 3 days, with a duration of 3 months. Failure to complete the task within the time frame will trigger the self-destruct mechanism. What in the world is a core objective? There is something profoundly amiss within this humanities academy. Do they intend to exterminate ordinary people? A chill coursed through Henan's veins. He meticulously recalled the entire process of Su Wen's awakening, purchasing the awakening serum and completing the transformation in the hall. Everyone underwent this step without issue. However, when Su Wen's core was tested to be of level, an elderly professor had emerged, offering to equip her with a weapon at no charge. Such an unexpected boon would be hard to decline. Yet, Henan distinctly remembered another woman who had awakened a level core and received no such treatment. At the time, he had internally cursed the professor, believing him to be lustfully inclined towards Su Wen. Upon reflection, it seemed more plausible that they were deliberately selecting individuals to implant core objectives. Su Wen was precisely the one chosen. Up until this moment, Henan had been unable to discern whether this action was sanctioned by the authorities or merely a manifestation of the professor's personal ambition. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his decision to prevent Su Wen from committing murder. It was not out of a sense of morality, but rather that 3 months provided him ample time to orchestrate his affairs. Su Wen, a woman who sought vengeance against a wealthy and handsome man for his infidelity, was destined for destruction. At last, it was Su Wen's turn. The testing device emitted a mechanical sound. Name: Su Wen. Core level. The officer's eyes brightened with anticipation. Miss Su, please follow us. We have arranged a green channel for you. Su Wen cast a glance back at Henan, yearning to follow the officers without hesitation. Yet, fear held her back. Excuse me, can I purchase another ticket? She implored. I'm sorry, Miss Su, but all tickets are issued in real names and require on-site testing. They cannot be bought on behalf of another. Tears welled in Su Wen's eyes as she gazed imploringly at the officer. Please, you must help me. My boyfriend has not awakened, but we have been in love for 8 years. Surely, you cannot bear to see us torn apart? The officer appeared troubled. Miss Su, it is not that I do not wish to assist you, but the regulations are strict. Su Wen sobbed uncontrollably. If he cannot leave, I will be forced to wait here and die alongside him. I can't bear it. Her genuine distress tugged at the officer's heartstrings. Wait here. I will make a call to my superior. Thank you, kind sir. Su Wen continued to weep, cursing her misfortune inwardly. Henan, you worthless man. If you had any semblance of masculinity, I would not be so humbly pleading for assistance. I must end you swiftly. I have had enough. Regrettably, the officer's call resulted only in a barrage of reprimands. Miss Su, I'm truly sorry, but I am unable to help you. Panic enveloped Su Wen as she grasped the officer's arm. Is there truly no way? A flicker of internal conflict crossed the officer's eyes. Miss Su, at this juncture, one must make a choice. If life is lost, what value does love hold? Su Wen was acutely aware that the officer's words represented her best option. Yet she found herself incapable of accepting it. With a heart full of resentment, she returned to Henan's side. What should we do? We cannot obtain 2 tickets. We will go on our own. Have you lost your mind? We do not even know the precise location of the base. Where shall we go? Henan had no time to explain. Transform. Let us leave this place. Su Wen morphed into an old, dilapidated van, yet she defiantly shouted, Henan, if you choose death, do not drag me with you. I implore you, let me go. In the next life, I will surely cherish you. You wish for a beautiful fantasy. Return the 500,000 to me. Su Wen fell silent. Where would she procure such a sum? Had she possessed it, she would not be entangled with this insufferable man. Henan was fraught with frustration. He had expended all his funds on awakening potions for Su Wen, leaving him no means to stockpile resources. The food and water he possessed would barely sustain them for 3 days, necessitating frugality. What should he do next? He was utterly lost. Meow meow. Grandmother is advanced in age. I cannot burden you. You must leave quickly. If you delay, you will miss the opportunity to buy a ticket. Grandmother, please do not say such things. How could I possibly leave you behind? Would that still make me human? Henan was captivated by the exchange between the elderly woman and her grandchild. It was a poignant reminder that genuine affection still exists in this world. Oh, a core level. It surpasses Su-Wen by an entire tier. Heenan narrowed his eyes, a question mark forming in his mind as he belatedly realized he could perceive the core levels of others. Instinctively scanning the crowd, he discerned the level information of everyone present with clarity. He withdrew his gaze and turned his attention back to the girl. How wonderful it would be to form a contract with her. As this thought surfaced, a progress bar appeared before him. 1, 2, 3, 50, 90, 100. A mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Contract with the level invisible fighter successfully bound. Reward, 100 cubic units of storage space. The storage capacity will expand in accordance with the number of contracted mech daughters. Heenan was taken aback. Did I truly deserve this? Chapter 3. A fortuitous turn of events. Although Heenan was elated yet bewildered, he did not forget to examine the girl's information. Name, Lin Rue, mechanical core, level. Required energy for mechanical core, all types, mech form, supersonic stealth fighter, mech armaments, light plasma gun, coverage electronic pulse cannon, lateral light energy cannon. Each of these weapons was a formidable force. Heenan could hardly contain his grin. What a stroke of luck to be able to forcibly contract multiple mech daughters. Even a level commander could not achieve such a feat. If I could assemble a team of mech daughters in this manner, what fear would I have in the face of an apocalypse? In no time, I could take to the skies. At that moment, Lin Rue turned in astonishment. Locking eyes with Heenan. What have you done to me? Heenan felt a twinge of guilt, having forced the contract without her consent. Hello, I am Heenan, your commander now. A flicker of resignation passed through Lin Rue's eyes. I cannot abandon my grandmother. If you contract with me, you will hinder our ability to secure tickets. I have no intention of purchasing tickets, and I can bring your grandmother along as well. How will we leave? By car. Heenan feigned nonchalance, shrugging his shoulders. Lin Miao remained skeptical, casting a pointed glance at the dilapidated van behind him. I have considered driving away myself. However, all the gas stations in Sichuan are empty. And I suspect it is the same along the way. We would not get far at all. Heenan refrained from elaborating. Trust me, and we shall go together. If you do not, we can dissolve the contract immediately and part ways. Lin Rue's eyes were filled with conflict. She found it difficult to trust a stranger. Yet this seemed to be the only way to ensure her grandmother could leave with her. Can you guarantee my grandmother's safety? Heenan did not directly address her query but spoke earnestly. The condition is that we must survive. Lin Rue's gaze gradually firmed. Very well. I shall go with you. Heenan gallantly opened the car door for them. Please, get in. Lin Rue assisted her grandmother into the vehicle, her worry unabated. Where are we headed? To find food, water, and supplies. I know where to find them. But how much can we take? Food has an expiration date. Just guide me. Huh? After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Rue pointed towards the route to her home. The Lin family, the well-regarded in Sichuan, resided in the villa district of the Imperial Royal Garden. However, Lin's father had already departed with his wife and son. Lin Rue had only delayed leaving to avoid abandoning her grandmother. Her grandmother, often bored at home, had opened a small supermarket. Although the shelves were nearly empty, they still possessed a small storage room. Yet, even if they managed to find a vehicle, transporting such a large quantity of food would still pose a danger. Heenan disregarded Lin Rue's murmurs and drove directly to the door of her storage room, gesturing for her to open it. To his surprise, Lin Rue's modest storage room turned out to encompass over 100 square meters, filled with an array of daily necessities, rice, flour, cooking oil, bottled water, various seasonings, instant foods, pots, pans, and more, all in abundance. However, the height of the storage was merely 5 meters, significantly smaller compared to Heenan's spatial storage capabilities. With a mere wave of his hand, all the supplies in the storage vanished. Lin Rue covered her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. What did you do? I possess a personal storage space that maintains freshness, so there is no need to worry about expiration dates. Is that true? That is wonderful. Lin Rue's frown dissipated, and she grasped Heenan's hand, bouncing with joy. Heenan scratched his head, unsure of how to respond to her exuberance. Follow me. There is more good stuff. Lin Rue tugged at Heenan's hand, fearing that this great treasure might slip away if she let go. There is also a cold storage. Heenan's eyes sparkled. Is it what I think it is? Let us find out, Lin Rue said proudly as she opened the adjacent cold storage door. Tada, take a look. Wow. This is incredible. The cold storage also spanned over 100 square meters. Upon entering, they encountered a preservation room filled with various vegetables and fruits alongside slaughtered pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese, and fish. Venturing further inside revealed the freezer stocked with assorted frozen meats, seafood, and ice cream. Henan waved his hand again, absorbing everything into his space. With ample food, as long as they could evade tsunamis and mutated marine creatures, they could survive for quite some time. Do you have anything else to collect? Henan, in high spirits, spoke with a newfound cheer. Let us go to my house first. With Henan's storage space, Lin Rue felt a surge of confidence. Henan continued driving to Lin Rue's villa, which could only be described in one word: opulence. Yet, regardless of its grandeur, even the most luxurious villa would be reduced to ruins after a tsunami, and Henan felt no envy. Throughout the journey, Grandma Lin remained silent, having sunk into despair after being abandoned by her own son. Yet, encountering someone willing to assist them reignited a flicker of hope within her. Still, she was unaware of Henan's true intentions and whether he might deceive them and abscond with their supplies. After all, if even her own son was unreliable, could she trust a stranger? Lin Rue, fully aware of her grandmother's thoughts, whispered to her while gathering belongings in the room, "Grandma, don't worry. Henan and I are bound by a contract, and as long as it exists, we must stay together for life without betrayal. But what if? The forced dissolution of a contract comes at a steep price. Few would dare to undertake such an act." Only then did Grandma Lin find some semblance of peace. Their belongings were scant, consisting solely of clothing and bedding. All valuable possessions had been taken by Lin's father, leaving them with nothing. Grandma Lin had hidden some jewelry, though these trinkets were of little use now. Henan had gathered their possessions into his space and was about to step outside when Lin Rue's cousin, Lin Shuang, pushed the door open. "Sister, did you manage to buy tickets?" "I couldn't procure any tickets. However, I have contracted with a commander who is willing to take Grandma along." "We are preparing to drive away," Lin Rue replied, casting a glance towards Henan. Lin Shuang's eyes sparkled with envy. "May I accompany you? What about your brother? Don't mention that ingrate. He abandoned our parents to save himself." The young girl's indignant expression was quite endearing. Henan glanced over, intrigued. "Oh, a core of a high level? Another treasure indeed." Yet this time, he had learned his lesson and decided to inquire about her willingness first. Thus, he approached with a smile. "Would you like to contract with me?" Immediately, Lin Shuang crossed her arms defensively, glaring at Henan with anger. "You scoundrel! Having already contracted with my sister, now you have your sights set on me?" Lin Rue's expression also soured. She had thought she found a reliable ally, only to discover he was a fickle-hearted rogue. Chapter 4. Undercurrents rising. Henan shook his head helplessly. "Sister, is this really the time to ponder such matters? Shouldn't we focus on survival? But if two people are contracted, doesn't that mean they must live together? Besides, a commander can only contract one mech girl. Having already secured a partner, why are you bothering me? Am I to be wrongfully accused?" Lin Shuang's face flushed with indignation. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the onlookers, Henan found himself at a loss. "To clarify, I can contract multiple mech girls simultaneously. For me, a contract is merely a cooperative relationship, devoid of the implications you might assume. If you are unwilling, you are free to decline. Do not perceive my intentions as sordid. I merely seek to assemble a mech girl battalion to enhance our chances of survival." His words astonished the two sisters, who exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions fraught with conflict. "Xiao Shuang, just agree for now. Let's focus on escaping this place first." With Grandma Lin's intervention, Lin Shuang reluctantly nodded. "I can agree. But you must also take my parents with us." "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry and fetch them." Before the sentence was fully uttered, Lin Shuang received a notification of successful contracting, her eyes widening in disbelief. "How did you manage that?" Simultaneously, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in Henan's mind. "High-level nuclear submarine contract successful. Storage space expanded by 200 cubic meters." Lin Shuang's information subsequently appeared. Name: Lin Shuang Mechanical Core. High-level energy required. Nuclear energy mechanical form. Submarine armaments. Nuclear ion energy cannon. Electronic pulse torpedoes. Particle anti-submarine missiles. Superluminal cruise ballistic missiles. Wow, impressive. A nuclear submarine. Henan felt a surge of joy that made him want to cheer. With a mere thought, the dilapidated bread behind him transformed into a motorhome. Lin Rue and Lin Shuang stared in astonishment, their eyes wide open. Yes, she too was a machine girl. "Let us depart swiftly," she urged. All right. The group proceeded to Lin Shuang's home to fetch her parents, but upon entering, Henan was taken aback. Lin's father had both legs broken, merely receiving rudimentary bandaging, and blood had stained the sheets crimson. Lin's mother was in a similarly dire state. Her body covered in injuries and one arm fractured. Lin's grandmother's eyes brimmed with tears. What a tragedy. How did this happen? Lin's father sighed deeply, turning away in silence. Lin's mother wept incessantly, her eyes swollen like walnuts. It was Lin Shuang who finally revealed the grim truth. Our restaurant was robbed while my parents were there. Those fiends not only stole but also inflicted harm, monstrous creatures, truly monstrous. Lin's grandmother joined her in tears, lamenting the plight of her younger son and his wife. Fearing that even if they escaped, their time was limited. The hospitals in Qingchuan were all deserted. There was nowhere to seek treatment for the wounded. You must leave at once. Do not concern yourselves with us, Lin's father managed to utter, tears cascading down his face. Both Lin Rue and Lin Shuang felt their eyes welling with sorrow. The situation was indeed dire, and Henan understood that, regardless of whether the couple survived or not. It bore no consequence to him. Yet, if he abandoned them, these sisters might harbor resentment towards him, and even the elderly woman might refuse to leave. The fragile alliance they had just forged would surely crumble. Suddenly, Henan recalled how his own wound had healed autonomously after being stabbed by Su Wen. If he could heal himself, could he not extend that ability to others? With a mindset of experimentation, Henan stepped forward and placed his right hand upon Lin's father's leg. A miracle unfolded before their eyes as Lin's father's leg healed at an astonishing pace. My goodness. Henan, you are truly remarkable, Lin Shuan exclaimed, her gratitude overflowing as she buried her face in his embrace. Henan felt somewhat bewildered, especially as her ample bosom pressed against him, and he dared not indulge in impure thoughts, fearing an uncontrollable nosebleed. Please let go of me so I can tend to your uncle's injuries first. Yes, I'm just so overwhelmed with joy. Thank you, Henan. Lin Shuang quickly stepped aside, her cheeks flushed like blood-stained azaleas. Henan placed his hand on Lin's father's other leg, and the wound healed swiftly. Following that, he turned to treat Lin's mother's injuries as well. The family expressed their heartfelt thanks in unison. Hurry, gather your belongings. A tsunami is imminent, Henan urged, steadying Lin's grandmother, who was ready to kneel in gratitude. Indeed, let us hurry. With the space now tripled, Henan no longer worried about fitting everything, cleaning Lin Shuang's home inside and out, leaving only an empty house. Once again, they piled into the vehicle. Henan, where do we go next? Since her parents' injuries had been healed, Lin Shuang's attitude towards Henan had undergone a complete transformation, her enthusiasm bordering on excessive. We must seek supplies. With so many of us, our needs are vast. To my family's warehouse, Lin's father interjected quickly. I run a restaurant, and we have a substantial stock of grain. Very well. Originally, Henan held little hope for this warehouse, as typical restaurants rely on daily logistics for fresh ingredients. Even with a warehouse, they would merely store some rice, flour, and oil, and not in substantial quantities. However, upon arrival, he discovered that Lin's father operated a fast food chain with 20 outlets in Qingchuan, all receiving uniform supplies. Moreover, most of the ingredients here were semi-finished products, cleaned, chopped, and perfectly seasoned. Even those lacking culinary skills could simply ignite the stove and toss the contents into the pot, resulting in a delightful meal. Each dish was meticulously vacuum-packed and arranged neatly on the shelves of the cold storage. The variety was astounding, boasting over 100 dishes. Additionally, there were fresh ingredients, including vegetables, meats, and fruits, all readily available. Remarkably, live seafood was also present: abalone, crayfish, king crabs, and various shellfish, all lively and vibrant. Henan did not hesitate to take everything. Initially, he was concerned that the storage space might not be suitable for live creatures and that these seafood would suffer. Yet, once the live seafood was secured, they continued to thrive, seemingly more vigorous than before. A smile crept across Henan's face. This storage facility was exceptionally impressive. After clearing out the warehouse, Lin's father suggested, let's head to the logistics distribution center. Many large supermarket warehouses are located there, though I'm uncertain if they still have stock. All right. Regardless of their inventory, we should depart Qingchuan in that direction and find a city situated at a higher elevation. Okay, I trust your judgment. Henan had become the backbone of the group, and no one opposed his words. Meanwhile, at the newly established experimental base of the School of Humanities, in one of the laboratories, the professor who was installing the core target for Su Wen stood awkwardly behind a frail old man. Are all the shadows in place? The old man's voice was chilling, and his mere presence caused the temperature in the room to drop significantly. The professor instinctively bent slightly at the waist. noting that only Su-Wen was absent from the vehicle. She has been with her boyfriend for 8 years. She likely couldn't bear to leave him and chose to stay in Qingchuan. Go kill that man and ensure the shadows return to their positions swiftly. Yes, I will take care of it immediately. Chapter 5. A calamity unforeseen. He-Nan was blissfully unaware that he was being pursued, eagerly making his way to the logistics distribution center. It must be said, the task of gathering supplies was truly addictive. Conversely, Su-Wen was reluctant to follow him on his erratic adventures, her thoughts consumed with finding Chun-Ming. Given Chun-Ming's status, he was undoubtedly already on a plane headed to the official base. He-Nan, you now have 2 mechanized companions. You no longer need me. Please, let me go. If you wish to perish, you may continue your incessant prattle, He-Nan retorted coldly. Let you go? Don't even entertain the thought. I'm busy and have no time for your whims. Once I have dealt with the immediate tasks, you shall experience the full extent of the Qing dynasty's 10 tortures. Although He-Nan did not actively seek to cause harm, he could not let those who aimed to harm him escape unscathed. Moreover, he had yet to grasp the nature of Su-Wen's core target and could not allow her to roam free to wreak havoc upon others. Su-Wen, feeling resentful, closed her mouth but inwardly cursed. He-Nan, you better keep one eye open while you sleep, or I will surely end you one day. The road remained congested, with people bustling about aimlessly, oblivious to their tasks. However, as they approached the logistics distribution center, He-Nan had no choice but to halt. Chaos reigned there. Several groups were engaged in fierce combat over resources, with many individuals lying on the ground in a pool of blood, their fates uncertain. The official armed forces had intervened, indiscriminately firing machine guns, and the air was filled with anguished cries. One could easily surmise that the authorities were intent on establishing a base. Requiring a substantial supply of resources to sustain a large population, there was no way they could afford to abandon such provisions. Yet, despite the numerous casualties, throngs of people rushed headlong into the fray. Damn it, they won't let us evacuate and refuse to spare any food. They are intent on driving us to our doom. It was a fight to the death. Yes, if death was inevitable, let us fight. The scene was already chaotic. Yet there were still individuals stirring the pot. Those fervent souls charged forward, wielding iron rods, kitchen knives, and fire axes, as if they were invincible against any deity or foe. He-Nan, without hesitation, turned the vehicle around to flee. To confront the authorities? There was no chance of victory. After all, the provisions he had could sustain these people for a while, and there was no need to risk his life. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred when a group of mechanized girls blocked his path, opening fire without warning. He-Nan had never received military training and was momentarily bewildered, knowing only to slam on the accelerator and escape with all his might. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault, Lin's father lamented. If only I hadn't suggested coming here. Uncle, it's too late for regrets. We need to find a way to shake them off, Lin's grandmother urged loudly. Turn left at the next intersection. There's a small road out of the city. He-Nan's reflexes outpaced his thoughts, and he swiftly steered into the narrow alley on the left. Yet, the mechanized girls pursued relentlessly, following him into the alley. It dawned on He-Nan that these adversaries were indeed targeting them, prepared for a fight. They were all citizens who had received 9 years of compulsory education, nurtured under the red flag and the gentle spring breeze. A fight? Was this some kind of joke? However, the enemy offered them no opportunity to hesitate. A shell struck the rear of the vehicle with tremendous force, sending the trunk flying. Ah, save me! Su-Wen screamed in terror, utterly panicking. He-Nan, you bastard. If you're going to die, don't drag me down with you. I hate you. Shut up. He-Nan shouted back, her piercing cries ringing in his ears, intensifying his frustration. Simultaneously, Lin Rue and Lin Shuang also screamed in despair, having completely forgotten that they were awakened advanced core mechanized girls with extraordinary combat abilities. In this life and death moment, He-Nan forced himself to regain his composure. I can't panic. So many people are depending on me to save them, and I cannot perish. After calming his emotions, a clear plan formed in his mind. He promptly used his mental focus to command Lin Shuang to transform, relocating Lin's grandmother and the others to her side for cover. A nuclear submarine was far more resilient than a sports car. The foremost concern was his unease regarding Su-Wen, fearing her potential betrayal could harm the innocent. He swiftly boarded the stealth fighter, silently soaring to the rear of the mechanized combatants. The electronic pulse cannon unleashed its power. A brilliant blue light erupted, akin to a dazzling firework display. It obliterated the 2 mechanized warriors before him, leaving no trace behind. Just as He-Nan exhaled in relief, he suddenly realized the entire street was encircled. He should not have ventured into this alley, providing the enemy with an excellent opportunity to ensnare him. However, given the predicament, he had no choice but to fight. Heenan had never piloted a fighter jet before, and he was quite unfamiliar with the operational procedures. Fortunately, he could now control the aircraft's direction and firepower through sheer will. Perhaps it was his innate talent. Within mere seconds, he had mastered the operational methods and protocols. The greatest advantage of the stealth fighter lay in its element of surprise. With Lin Shuang drawing the enemy's fire, he merely needed to execute a stealthy ambush from behind. Time was of the essence. He was primarily concerned that Lin Shuang would not withstand the enemy's onslaught. He swiftly maneuvered behind a mechanized warrior, aimed, fired, and quickly evaded. With a thunderous explosion, the enemy was propelled into the air. "Suwen, come with us immediately, or you shall perish here as well," Heenan shouted after witnessing the enemy lose 3 mechanized warriors in succession. His heart sank upon realizing that this woman was the cause of it all. "I have made a pact and cannot leave," Suwen shouted without inquiring about the enemy's identity. "The commander is dead. The pact is naturally void." Her response sent a chill through everyone present. Only Suwen exuberantly exclaimed, "Then you should kill him quickly," before she could divulge her secrets. Heenan activated the photon cannon and reduced her to mere fragments. This damned woman was hastily courting her own demise. Though he had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of ending her life, the moment he obliterated her, an ache settled in his heart. After all, he had devoted 8 years of his life, only to see it culminate in such a tragic manner. Anyone would find it lamentable. However, after a prolonged wait, Heenan did not receive a notification of Su Wen's demise. Could it be that she had survived? His consciousness rapidly scanned through the smoke of battle, and he discovered that while her body had been destroyed, her core remained intact. How could she still be alive? Without time to ponder further, Heenan swiftly stored her and the cores of the 3 previously destroyed mechanized warriors in his storage space. Simultaneously, he directed Lin Shuang to launch a hypersonic cruise missile. A tremendous roar echoed as the entire street was leveled to the ground. The remaining 5 mechanized warriors were shattered amidst the explosion. This time, Heenan did not forget to search for their cores and collected them as well. Finally, he let out a sigh of relief, only to belatedly realize that his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. Was that a tsunami? Lin Rui's trembling voice startled Heenan, and turning to look, he was filled with dread. The tsunami was indeed approaching, monstrous waves devouring everything in their path, sweeping towards Qichuan with cataclysmic force. Chapter 6, Coincidentally, when one is sleepy. Someone delivers a pillow with no time for trepidation. Heenan immediately piloted the stealth aircraft to descend, swiftly gathering everyone on board and soaring frantically towards the outskirts of the city. The official radar was no longer a concern. Survival was paramount. Heenan. Who are those people? Mr. Lin's teeth chattered as he spoke, producing a peculiar clicking sound that seemed eerily unsettling. If I am not mistaken, they should be from the Academy of Humanities. However, Heenan was uncertain about this matter and refrained from making hasty assumptions. I do not know. We have killed so many, they will not let us go easily, will they? The answer to this question was glaringly apparent. Heenan understood that with his current capabilities, facing the Academy of Humanities would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Yet he did not wish to perish, nor could he afford to. The only viable solution to this crisis was to grow stronger rapidly, to assemble the mech squad in the shortest time possible. Without further ado, possessing a dozen high-level core mech units would be sufficient to intimidate most adversaries. But where could one find so many? Even if found, would they be willing to forge a contract with him? The Lin sisters were in a unique situation, a rare opportunity indeed. While he could resort to coercive contracts, would such mech truly fight with all their might in the face of life and death? Heenan's mind was in disarray, unable to clarify his thoughts. Let us first find a place to settle, he suggested. Everyone tacitly accepted Heenan's proposal. The cabin was enveloped in an unusual heaviness. Silence reigned among them. Heenan concentrated on piloting the aircraft, daring not to linger in the city of Qingchuan, for he was uncertain how long this tsunami would last or how many cities it would affect. After traversing through several cities, Heenan chose to land in the renowned mountainous city of Qingchuan. The group found a seemingly decent hotel to stay in. Just as Heenan was about to return to his room, he noticed Lin Shuang limping. It suddenly struck him that during the battle, she had borne the brunt of most of the artillery fire. In his haste to escape, he had neglected her condition, and a wave of guilt washed over him. Are you injured? Let me take a look, he offered. Oh, Lin Shuang bit her lip, her face devoid of color, appearing exceptionally fragile. The group assisted her to her room and helped her onto the bed. Henan was uncertain whether his healing abilities could aid a mech. Typically, commanders repaired mechs by purchasing parts from official sources or directly utilizing sanctioned repair facilities. The acquisition of necessary parts was tightly controlled by the authorities. Not only commoners, but even high-ranking commanders had to pay exorbitant prices for them. This was one of the officials' formidable tactics. As long as they maintained control over the mech's lifeblood, they need not fear any rising forces, for damage inevitably accompanies combat. And even the most formidable mechs require subsequent repairs and maintenance. Henan was currently penniless, unable to afford such expenses, even if he had funds. Without an officially recognized commander status, he would be unable to purchase any components. With a mindset of experimentation, Henan placed his right hand on Lin Shuang's fair thigh. And miraculously, her injury healed. Wow, Henan, you are incredible. Lin Shuang's personality was exceedingly vivacious. As soon as her injuries healed, she leaped out of bed, bouncing with exuberance. Henan felt a surge of joy within, yet a tinge of unease lingered. Transform and show me, he requested. All right. Following a series of mechanical clicks, Lin Shuang morphed into her mechanized submarine form. Henan meticulously inspected her from top to bottom, discovering that she appeared as pristine as new. Not a single paint chip missing. This revelation invigorated him instantly. He had amassed several awakened cores, and if the healing arts could restore them, they would all become formidable warriors. However, it was evident that these cores had been equipped with the core directive to eliminate humanity, which he wished could be erased. But how to obliterate it? This required careful study. After enduring fierce battles and harrowing escapes, the group was thoroughly exhausted. They hastily consumed a modest meal before retreating to rest. Henan returned to his room, indulged in a hot shower, and collapsed onto his bed, slipping into slumber. Suddenly, the core directive activated successfully. Identify humans, eliminate. Just as he drifted into sleep, a notification blared in his mind. He sprang upright, realizing that Su Wen's core directive had activated prematurely. With only one core remaining, she posed no threat to him. Yet, he recognized that the reason the mechanized girls could pinpoint his location so precisely was due to Su Wen's core being equipped with a tracking system. This meant that carrying Su Wen's core would render him perpetually vulnerable to being pursued by those mechanized entities, causing his heart to race with anxiety. However, how to deal with a core so potent that it could not be destroyed? Discarding it? What if the Humanities Academy recovered it and repurposed it? That would be tantamount to aiding in their own demise. No, that was absolutely out of the question. If it were to be modified, it would have to be by his own hand. This turmoil dispelled any lingering drowsiness, and Henan commenced contemplation of his next steps. Given his identity, he certainly could not gain entry to the official base. Yet, to contract a mechanized girl, one must venture to the base, an almost insurmountable dilemma. Ding. His phone suddenly received an official message, prompting Henan to instinctively open it. Urgent recruitment. The official agency urgently requires a multitude of mechanized repair specialists with generous compensation. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as the shadows in his heart dissipated. Just when I needed a pillow, a bed appeared. I can apply to be a mechanized repair specialist. By employing healing techniques to restore mechanized girls, wouldn't all the official components then belong to me? Without hesitation, Henan immediately set out with Lin Rue, instructing Lin Shuang to remain behind to protect their family. The official registration point was situated in the central square of Qinchuan City, and by the time Henan arrived, a lengthy queue had formed. However, upon arrival, he discovered that becoming a repair specialist also required awakening. This realization sent his spirits plummeting once more. Fortunately, it seemed the agency was in dire need of such talent and did not impose strict requirements regarding awakening. The assessment method involved repairing a mechanized girl on site. If he succeeded, he would secure employment. The mechanized girl he was tasked with repairing clearly had just returned from the battlefield. Her body marred by claw marks and bite wounds, with one leg severed. Unfortunately, he was provided with only a leg connector, lacking any additional components. To avoid exposing his unique abilities, Henan could only repair her leg, leaving the other wounds unattended, as if he had never seen them. The quality inspector stood nearby, observing Henan's operations, which were both clean and efficient, and the repair results were remarkably impressive. On the spot, he was awarded a work badge. Since the onset of the apocalypse, this was the first time things had gone so smoothly, and Henan's perpetually somber expression finally brightened. Glancing at the leg connectors stored in his spatial compartment, he couldn't help but smile. Accumulation leads to abundance, surely. There would come a day when he could gather all the necessary parts. The thought of being able to craft a mechanical companion by hand in the not-so-distant future made Hinan's lips curve upwards. Chapter 7. How wonderful it would be if you were the commander. Qinchuan is a mountainous region, with a relatively elevated terrain compared to other cities. The reason Hinan chose to settle here was his speculation that the official base might be established in this location. His guess proved correct. After receiving his work permit, he was escorted to the mechanical repair factory at the Qinchuan base. You are now a temporary worker. You must successfully repair 10 mechanical companions to be considered for permanent status. Permanent status? Yes, after being promoted to permanent status. You can apply for housing at the base and exchange contribution points for supplies at the service center. What level do I need to reach to bring my family here? That is not something you should concern yourself with. The base does not support idlers. Currently, aside from research personnel, commanders, mechanical companions, and repair specialists, no one else is accepted. Understood. Hinan remained composed, since he could not bring Grandma Lin and the others into the base. He had to consider how to settle them outside. Staying in a hotel was not a sustainable solution. He was assigned as an apprentice to senior repair specialist Zhao Wei. As Qinchuan was not on the front lines yet, Hinan's first day of work was not particularly busy. In fact, he had almost no work at all. The few tasks available were all handled by Zhao Wei, leaving Hinan responsible solely for information registration. However, he did not remain idle. He retrieved Su Wen's core from his spatial compartment, cradling it in his palm as he attempted to heal it. When Zhao Wei was not occupied, Hinan casually inquired, "If a mechanical companion is left with only its core, can it still be healed?" Zhao Wei frowned. "It is possible, but it would require a substantial amount of energy and collaboration with a senior repair team. No one is willing to invest so much in a mechanical companion that isn't particularly important." Oh. Hinan feigned humility, and Zhao Wei was quite pleased with his attitude. Nevertheless, regardless of Hinan's demeanor, it was impossible for Zhao Wei to delegate any of his work to him. The tasks available were already scarce, and Zhao Wei had to make a living as well. Hinan held no grievances. In the face of survival, humanity often reveals its selfishness, and he understood that. By the end of the afternoon, Hinan had managed to reconstruct part of Su Wen's brain tissue. As it grew larger, it could no longer be concealed in his palm, so he temporarily placed it back into his spatial compartment. However, he also realized that his healing abilities could only restore the mechanical companion to its original state, but could not alter its core programming. In other words, he could not erase Su Wen's core objectives or her positioning system. Yet, what if he awakened as a commander? This might be a path forward. To awaken, he would need to gather funds to purchase awakening serums. However, given his current income from this job, he might not even be able to afford a proper meal. Emergency notification. All repair specialists assemble in the hall. The loudspeaker in the machine repair shop suddenly blared, prompting all the technicians to abandon their tasks and rush to the hall. It turned out that a mech girl had sustained severe injuries, with all her limbs lost and her core suffering considerable damage. The factory director, Chen Gang, personally arrived at the scene and inquired loudly, "You have all seen the situation. Who can repair her?" The highest-ranked technicians at the Qinchuan base were merely average, much like Hinan. Given the gravity of the injuries, none dared to take on the task without the highest skill level. Moreover, it was evident to all that this mech girl held a significant identity. Otherwise, Chen Gang would not have placed such importance on her. Everyone remained silent, adopting a mindset of avoiding unnecessary trouble. Hinan sensed that his opportunity had arrived. He thought, "I can give it a try. Who are you? What is your rank?" Chen Gang's eyes brightened, but upon seeing a stranger's face, he could not help but ask, "I have not awakened, but my original profession is mechanical engineer." Laughter erupted around him. What nonsense is this? What use is an original profession? Not having awakened means you have not awakened. Seeking attention, and so eager to make a name for yourself. One of them quipped, "If he can fix her, I'll eat my words." Zhao Wei, feeling embarrassed by the surrounding chatter, tugged at him from behind, urging him to stop fooling around and come back. However, Hinan remained undeterred, fixing his gaze on Chen Gang as he continued, "Her core energy is depleting rapidly. If not repaired soon, she will truly perish. I am absolutely confident that I can restore her." Chen Gang recognized the truth in Hinan's words. This was the beloved daughter of the base commander. And if she were to perish under his watch, how could he ever recover his standing? Yet, despite the urgency, he would not casually entrust the young lady to a mere jester. "What if you fail?" he inquired. "Then you may deal with me as you see fit." "Very well." The mech girl was promptly transported to a diagnostic machine for injury analysis. This instrument was highly sophisticated, capable of accurately assessing her condition and identifying the materials required for repair. With a responsible party present, the efficiency of the operation was remarkable. All necessary materials were gathered within mere minutes. I require a quiet repair room. Certainly. Hinan was soon escorted with the mech girl into a secluded repair chamber. Upon careful examination, he found no surveillance cameras. He then stored all the raw materials in his spatial pocket, placing his right hand on the mech girl's body. She began to regenerate new limbs at a visibly remarkable pace, with her internal injuries steadily mending, due to the considerable energy expended while previously repairing Su-1. Hinan had to pause midway to rest before resuming his work. After 4 hours, the mech girl's body had fully restored, leaving only the core unrepaired. Hinan intentionally chose to repair the core last, wishing to conceal his healing abilities. Another half-hour passed before the mech girl finally opened her eyes, scanning the room in a daze until her gaze settled on Hinan. "Were you the one who saved me?" "I am your technician," Hinan replied, deliberately minimizing the gravity of his actions to avoid leaving an impression of indebtedness. "My name is Fong Ting. What is yours?" "Indeed." The mechanical girl smiled radiantly and introduced herself. "I am Hinan. My father is the commander of this base. You may make a request, and I shall ensure it is fulfilled." "I require an awakening potion," Hinan stated without hesitation, seizing the opportunity presented to him. "You haven't awakened?" Fong Ting exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. "My previous profession was a mechanical engineer." "Oh, that explains it." Though Fong Ting accepted Hinan's explanation, she still found it hard to believe. "Your request is rather simple. Do you desire anything else?" "No, thank you." "He, you are quite an amusing individual." Fong Ting pushed the door open and stepped outside, leaving everyone outside in a state of shock. "Has it truly been repaired? How can this be?" The person in charge rushed over first. "Miss, are you really unharmed?" "I am well. Please provide Hinan with an awakening potion." "Certainly. I shall attend to it immediately." Hinan consumed the awakening potion in one gulp and subsequently underwent testing under the guidance of the staff. The testing device buzzed incessantly, and after a considerable time, it finally displayed the results. Name: Hinan. Rank: mechanical engineer. Fong Ting once again covered her mouth. "If only you were a commander, then I could contract with you." Chapter 8. Just a moment more, Chen Gang broke out in a cold sweat. "Oh dear, please do not act recklessly." He inwardly rejoiced, thankful that Hinan had awakened as a mechanical engineer. Otherwise, how could he explain to the commander that the young miss had privately contracted with someone? Hinan, however, inadvertently curved his lips into a smile. "I can contract with you even if I am not a commander." Yet he refrained from voicing this thought. He would not expose his secret in front of so many people. A rank mechanical engineer? Has this lad stumbled upon luck? The crowd murmured in astonishment. Those who had just mocked Hinan shrank back like quails, striving to diminish their presence, fearing retribution. Particularly, Zhao Wei, Hinan's nominal mentor, was drenched in cold sweat. He was all too aware of how he had treated Hinan, now that Hinan had soared to great heights. He dared not imagine how Hinan would respond to him. Chen Gang, grinning broadly, immediately brought forth a contract for Hinan to sign. "Hinan, congratulations on becoming a formal mechanical engineer. You will be the highest paid engineer at our facility. I apologize, but I cannot sign this contract." Hinan's tone was exceedingly calm yet left no room for doubt. The entire assembly fell into a stunned silence. After a prolonged moment, Chen Gang finally found his voice. "Why? My family is outside the base. If I sign the contract, I will be unable to care for them in the future. I cannot abandon my family." This left Chen Gang looking helplessly towards Fong Ting. This was a rank mechanical engineer, likely the only one in the nation. If he let him go, would the commander not dismember him? Fong Ting confidently approached Hinan. "Please leave your contact information. I will consult with my father and provide you with a response." "Thank you, Miss Fong. Do not call me Miss, simply use my name." "Very well, Fong." Hinan had not anticipated such a tremendous gain today, not only awakening to the highest rank of mechanical engineer, but also becoming acquainted with the commander's daughter. Regardless of whom one encounters, encountering any of these events would provide ample material for boasting in the latter half of one's life. Upon returning to the hotel, Hinan recounted today's experiences to Grandma Lin and the others. Grandma Lin, being the matriarch of a large family, exuded a dignified presence befitting her status. "Hinan, do not let us elders weigh you down. Take Xiao Rui and Xiao Shuang to the base," she advised. "I promise to look after you, and I shall not go back on my word. Our current task is to find accommodation near the base. Buying a house at this time should not pose much difficulty, right? Father Lin has been in business for many years and has amassed considerable savings, so he speaks with confidence. Many share our sentiments. Even if they cannot enter the base, residing nearby will offer some semblance of protection. Therefore, I suspect that properties in the vicinity are likely priced exorbitantly. Regardless of the cost, we must acquire a unit. I will attend to this matter tomorrow. Very well, I shall accompany you. Are you not working tomorrow? I should be free for the time being. Heenan contemplated for a moment before continuing. If possible, let us aim to purchase a commercial property along the street. Commercial property? Is anyone even conducting business at this time? Father Lin looked at him in astonishment. Precisely because businesses have dwindled, the prices might be relatively lower. Let us opt for a larger space, ideally sufficient for a future repair shop. Father Lin did not oppose Heenan's proposal, being a businessman. He was acutely aware that currency would soon depreciate and that converting it into real estate would be wise. Moreover, with Heenan's awakening as a level mechanic, he would be in high demand wherever he went. Should he decide to open his own shop, he would undoubtedly attract customers. Thus, preparing the shop now would be akin to a preemptive investment. Even if Heenan were to prosper in the future, he would surely not forget his family. In truth, Heenan could afford to wait. With his status as a level mechanic, substantial income would come swiftly. However, he wished to grant Father Lin the opportunity to demonstrate his worth, ensuring a more secure future together. After the family had dined, Heenan returned to his room. Now that he had awakened as a mechanic, he should be able to modify the core, he mused. He took out Su Wen's core once more. Its structure now crystal clear to him. He successfully located the positioning chip and removed it. However, he encountered an obstacle when attempting to erase the core's target. It was a multi-layered encrypted program that would self-destruct upon intrusion. After exerting such effort, Heenan certainly did not wish for its destruction. So he had no choice but to set this task aside for the moment. The following morning, Heenan set out with Father Lin to search for a house. With Lin Rue as their mode of transport, Lin Shuang remained at the hotel to protect the family. Although they spoke of the vicinity of the base, it was, in fact, a considerable distance away, requiring an hour's drive under normal circumstances. The true outskirts of the base had been thoroughly cleared, with not a single weed remaining. Yet, even these distant properties remained under the base's ownership. Heenan and Father Lin spent the entire morning searching but found nothing suitable. The houses here had long been converted into residences, with diminutive areas of merely 10 square meters and shared bathrooms. Moreover, they were only available for sale to family members of base personnel. The aspiration of an ordinary person to purchase a home seems utterly unattainable. This unforeseen circumstance left Father Lin in a state of perplexity. Heenan, what shall we do now? Let us wait a little longer, Heenan replied. Father Lin was unsure of what he was waiting for. Once he brought Lin Rue and Lin Shuang into the base, they would be considered family members and thus eligible to buy a property, although they would be crammed into a small room of merely a dozen square meters. Having a place to stay was infinitely better than being homeless. Moreover, the hotel had already notified all guests to vacate. However, Heenan refrained from mentioning this, and Father Lin felt uneasy inquiring further. At noon, they had a simple meal, while Su Hang remained in a state of repose with his eyes closed. Father Lin was anxious but dared not disturb him. It was not until around 2 in the afternoon that Heenan received a call from Fong Ting. Heenan, my father wishes to meet you. Certainly, I shall arrive in about an hour. All right, I shall await your arrival. After hanging up, Heenan smiled at Father Lin and said, let us proceed to the base. As they approached the entrance of the base, they spotted Fong Ting scanning the area. Upon seeing Heenan alight from the car to register, Fong Ting waved eagerly. Heenan, over here. Due to Father Lin's status, he was unable to enter the base and had to wait outside with Lin Rue. Heenan walked calmly a step behind Fong Ting, contemplating the leverage he would possess in the forthcoming negotiations. Upon entering the service hall, he overheard a conversation amongst several individuals. Is there truly no one named Su Wen among your machine personnel? We received her location information indicating she was here just yesterday. Looking for Su Wen? Heenan caught a glimpse of the individuals, all clad in black combat attire, obscuring their identities. Fong Ting, however, glared at them with irritation. These people are truly bothersome. Oh, have they offended Miss Fong? They had not provoked me, but Fong Ting abruptly ceased her sentence. Heenan did not press further, as a newly awakened machine technician. Knowing too much would be detrimental to him. However, it was crucial to ascertain the identities of these individuals. Those who had previously attempted to eliminate him could not be spared. Chapter 9. The unforeseen arrival of fortune. Heenan accompanied Fong Ting to the office of the base commander on the top floor, which was already filled with people. He had only met Shin Gang from the repair factory. The others were unfamiliar to him. Fong Ting rushed over and embraced a middle-aged man's arm. "Father, this is Henan, the savior of your precious daughter." The base commander's demeanor was stern, commanding respect without anger. "So you are Henan? Please take a seat." "Thank you." Henan graciously settled into a sofa, whereupon a cup of tea was promptly placed before him. With all the responsible parties present, the commander addressed them. "You have all reviewed Henan's credentials. Let us discuss how to proceed with this matter." It appeared to be a rather democratic approach from the leader. Nevertheless, Henan refrained from making hasty judgments. As the saying goes, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. To truly understand someone, one must spend time in their company. With policies from above, there are countermeasures below. As skilled technicians, what are you all hesitating for? If we do not accept, others will, and you will regret it, the base commander asserted. No sooner had he spoken than someone interjected, "Do not stand there speaking without feeling the burden. If the higher-ups truly investigate, will you take the blame? Has it only been days since the incident at Dawn Base, and you have already forgotten?" This statement struck like a bomb, rendering everyone speechless. The base leader turned to Henan, acknowledging his exceptional talent and the high regard in which he was held. However, he made it clear that the current policies left no room for negotiation. The recent incident at Dawn Base, which they had just discussed, was a direct consequence of the base leader bringing his unawakened partner into the facility, resulting in the destruction of the core and the loss of his entire family. Henan felt a jolt of realization. He never anticipated such ruthless measures from above. It seemed nearly impossible for ordinary people to survive in these circumstances. Henan was reluctant to create too much tension with the base, as his plans had yet to take flight. "I have a compromise," he proposed. "Let us hear it." The base leader replied, his demeanor cold yet seemingly open to discussion. Henan understood, however, that if he had not rescued Fong Ting, the leader's attitude would likely have been quite different. "I could establish a repair shop outside the base. For any mech girls in need of repairs within the facility, they could bring their own parts, and I would only charge for the service." This idea is feasible, the base leader conceded. Though the outer structures have been converted into civilian housing. What of it? We can simply build one, can't we? Most present felt this proposal was reasonable. However, Shin Gang's expression soured. "We must clarify beforehand that only those we cannot repair can be sent out. Otherwise, how can we maintain our business? Such is human nature. When personal interests are not at stake, everyone can be amicable, but once self-interest is involved, the first consideration is always oneself." Shin Gang, you are leaving Henan with no way out. If you conduct business this way, he might not even be able to afford a bowl of soup. Indeed. That is unfair. I cannot agree. In that case, what is the point of holding this meeting today? Henan was taken aback by the number of people willing to offend Shin Gang to support him. He memorized their faces, intending to repay this kindness in due time. Let the testing center operate independently. It is the right of the injured mech girls to choose where they wish to be repaired. Each of your businesses will compete fairly, and the base will refrain from interference. However, should anyone resort to underhanded tactics, I will not hesitate to act. With a decisive hammer strike, the base leaders settled the matter. Henan's repair shop was established just outside the base gates, less than 500 meters from the testing center. Furthermore, the construction costs would be covered by the base, with Henan only required to repay through contribution points and installments. Initially an admirer of Henan, Shin Gang now looked at him with eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. Henan paid little heed to others' perceptions. The first step had been successfully accomplished, and now he needed to contract as many mech girls as possible. Establishing a foothold through repair skills would be easy, but gaining a voice in the community would prove challenging. Father Lin waited outside for an entire afternoon before finally seeing Henan emerge. Evident anxiety etched across his face. How did it go? Nothing untoward, I hope? His prolonged wait had not been in vain. He had gleaned a general understanding of the current situation through the discussions of those around him. Individuals like them, who had yet to awaken, had been utterly abandoned by the authorities. Not only did the base refuse to accept them, but even when venturing out to purchase goods, they found no one willing to sell to them. If there are relatives working at the base, one might still manage to acquire housing in the periphery. Yet the resources are pitifully scarce, barely sufficient to satiate hunger, while also being burdened with numerous laborious tasks for the base. Henan maintained a calm demeanor, deciding to address the situation later. Upon returning to the hotel, the group discovered that all other residents had vacated, leaving only their room untouched by compulsory clearance. The hotel manager, upon seeing Henan return, hurriedly greeted him. "Hello, Mr. He. The base has made arrangements. You may stay here for another 10 days. Thank you. 10 days would be ample time to establish the repair shop, after which he would relocate his family there. Although this day had not involved much physical labor, the negotiations had been mentally taxing, proving somewhat beyond the scope for Henan, a science student. Thus, he retired early to rest. Meanwhile, Mother Lin pulled Lin Shuang aside, saying, "Little Shuang, you are aware of our current predicament. We must cling tightly to Henan's support to survive." Lin Shuang, with her wide, innocent eyes, inquired, "Mom, what are you trying to say? You are no longer a child. Henan is a good man. If you could marry him, it would ensure a prosperous life for you, and your father, grandmother, and I would also have a reliable support." Lin Shuang's face scrunched up in concern. "But Mom, it was my cousin who met Henan first. Wouldn't that make me the third party?" "What third party? They're not even in a relationship. Is it wrong for you to pursue your own happiness?" "But no buts. As the old saying goes, a man pursues a woman through a mountain, while a woman pursues a man through a veil. You must hasten to turn your raw rice into cooked rice. Then Henan will truly be yours, and I can rest easy." Although Lin Shuang felt the abruptness of her mother's words, she was not naive. The current circumstances were more formidable than she had previously faced. She was no longer the pampered young lady of the Lin family. She recognized the truth in her mother's words. Henan was their only hope for survival. Moreover, Henan was exceptionally handsome, remarkably capable, and had saved her family's lives. Marrying him would not be a misfortune. Just as Lin Shuang resolved to seek out Henan that very night, Fong Ting arrived and directly entered Henan's room. Although the Lin sisters were renowned beauties, Fong Ting exuded a confidence and superiority that they lacked, resembling a regal princess, impervious to challenge. A pang of jealousy surged within Lin Shuang as she approached Lin Rui, asking, "Sister, do you know who that woman is?" Lin Rui also felt discontented. She was the most cherished daughter of the base commander. Chapter 10. A tree attracts the wind. With such a formidable rival now in the fray, Lin Shuang felt an immediate sense of urgency. Furthermore, she sensed that Lin Rui had also developed feelings for Henan. The emergence of two additional rivals was enough to precipitate anxiety. Henan was preparing for sleep when, unexpectedly, Fong Ting arrived and settled in without any intention of leaving. Despite having had an 8-year relationship, his intimacy with Su Wen had amounted to little more than kisses and embraces, never progressing to the final step. As dusk enveloped the room, Fong Ting remained on his bed, her long, elegant legs intertwined, unconsciously swaying, her face adorned with a sweet, captivating smile. Fong Ting's beauty was strikingly aggressive, the kind that could captivate any man. In this situation, it would be difficult for any man to resist. Henan was grateful to be a science student, as his rationality remained intact. The dangers of playing with fire are well understood, and thus, Miss Fong, time is of the essence. Shall I escort you home? I have a driver. There is no need for your assistance. If Miss Fong has something to say, please speak candidly. You saved my life, and I wish to repay you. You provided me with the awakening serum. We are even now. The awakening serum? That can be purchased with money. Do you not desire something that money cannot buy? I lack even money, so what do I dare to hope for beyond material wealth? Fong Ting tilted her head and scrutinized Henan for a moment before continuing. My father would undoubtedly disapprove of my association with you. Thus we must proceed covertly. Ahem. Upon hearing such brazen words, Henan inadvertently choked on his saliva, taking a while to recover. Miss Fong, that jest is far from amusing. I am not jesting. You should realize that being with me would ensure your repair shop thrives. Yet, it would also attract endless troubles. Henan, you are but a coward. Fong Ting retorted with evident irritation. If I held feelings for Miss Fong, I would fear no such troubles. Love can transcend mountains and seas, but alas, Miss Fong, we are not well acquainted. Fong Ting had not anticipated Henan's outright refusal. As the most cherished daughter of the base leader, she had always commanded respect in Qin Chuan, and no one dared to defy her thus. Oh, I recall now, you have a mechanical companion. Is she your girlfriend? Henan remained silent, contemplating his next move. Offending Fong Ting would be a poor choice, yet he could not forsake his dignity to become her lapdog. I am curious to see what manner of woman she is. If memory serves me correctly, her family is present as well, a group of unawakened ineptitude. Seeing Henan's indifference, Fong Ting, incensed and humiliated, rose to leave. Henan instinctively grasped her arm, urging, do not act recklessly. Are you afraid? Then behave, and I shall treat you well. A smirk of satisfaction graced Fong Ting's lips as she raised her hand to caress Henan's cheek. Henan's eyes narrowed. revealing a glint of danger. Ah, what have you done to me? Fong Ting's hand fell abruptly, and in a blink, all her limbs detached from her body. The terror of impending death constricting her heart. Henan tossed her onto the sofa, stating, Miss Fong, you seem to have forgotten one crucial detail. You are my creation. Moreover, only I possess the ability to repair you here in Qinchuan. Fong Ting was frightened but unwilling to concede so easily, mustering her defiance to growl. Do you dare threaten me? Henan calmly seated himself, regarding her with a serene demeanor. This is a negotiation. I will help restore your health, and in return, you shall refrain from provoking me and my family. Otherwise, what then? Are you not fearful of me informing my father? He would obliterate you without hesitation. If that were the case, you would certainly perish before me. Henan continued to smile gently, like a spring breeze, yet to Fong Ting, it sounded the death knell. Reluctantly, she growled in submission, Fine, we have a deal. Henan promptly deactivated her core power supply, alleviating the pain of the repair process while concealing his healing abilities. When Fong Ting regained consciousness, disbelief washed over her as she exclaimed, You repaired my grievous injuries in just a few minutes. Do you truly believe your father would be willing to eliminate me? Fong Ting choked on her words. The base leader may have indulged her, but there were limits to that indulgence. She understood all too well that when it came to the interests of the base versus her, she would invariably be the one sacrificed. Having failed to achieve her objective, she felt humiliated as well. Fong Ting had no desire to linger for even a moment longer. She rose and departed without uttering a farewell. Henan rubbed his temples, realizing he had offended this little tyrant. Just as Fong Ting exited, Lin Shuang burst into the room. Henan, who was that woman just now? Did she cause you any trouble? Henan felt speechless. Shouldn't he be more concerned about what he might have done to her? Lin Shuang's face flushed crimson. I was just worried. My sister mentioned she is the daughter of the base leader, and I feared she would come to create difficulties for you. She did come to cause trouble, but it has been resolved. That's good to hear. Lin Shuang's large eyes blinked rapidly, her breath slightly quickened. Henan, the reason I sought you out today is she bit her lower lip, unable to articulate her thoughts, yet she trusted Henan would understand. Observing yet another woman reluctant to depart, Henan felt a twinge of exasperation as he fixed his gaze on her. Lin Shuang, do you harbor feelings for me? Yes. Lin Shuang nodded vigorously. The bond between a commander and a machine girl often fosters mutual affection. However, one must comprehend that I intend to recruit a dozen or even 20 machine girls, or perhaps even more. Are you truly prepared for that? Lin Shuang was taken aback. Could this man genuinely seek so many companions? You are being outrageous, bullying me. She shoved Henan playfully and hastily exited his room. Henan sighed in resignation. You come to my room to send signals, and then accuse me of being outrageous. Where's the fairness in that? Meanwhile, Chen Gang was bustling about. As the head of the machine repair shop, he was well connected, as everyone sought his assistance. He had assumed his position was secure until the sudden emergence of Henan. Who would have thought a temporary worker could transform into such a prominent figure? He was merely a temporary worker. Though he held the top position at the Qinchuan base, in the presence of Henan, he was but a minor player. Otherwise, the base leader would not have shown such favoritism towards Henan at the expense of his own interests. Chen Gang envisioned the bleak future of his repair shop once Henan's opened, and thus he needed to act swiftly. Today, he was meeting with Kai Wenjie, the captain of an elite squad, and his teammate Emo Xiangdo. Boss Chen, if there is something to discuss, just say it. There is no need for pleasantries between us. Indeed, Boss Chen, my wife owes her life to you. Whatever you need, just say the word. Chen Gang feigned a troubled expression. You've heard about Henan, right? Once his repair shop opens, I fear I may be out of a job. In the future, if you gentlemen encounter difficulties, I might not be able to assist you. That's not a problem. We'll take care of it, Kai Wenjie said, making a gesture across his throat. Chen Gang felt a surge of delight internally. Though his exterior remained composed, his repair shop would likely open within 10 days. Rest assured, Boss Chen, his repair shop won't be able to operate. Chapter 11. Bloodstained hands. Upon returning home, Fong Ting wreaked havoc in her room, shattering everything within reach. Prior to the apocalypse, her father was a high-ranking official, and as a privileged offspring of the elite, she was raised like a princess. When the cataclysm struck, her father awakened as a high commander, assuming the role of the base leader at Qinchuan, ruling with an iron fist. Rather than a decline in her circumstances, her life flourished amidst the chaos. Henan was the only individual audacious enough to confront her, even threatening her. Henan, you are doomed. I swear I will not rest until you are dead. Meanwhile, Kai Wenjia's King S battle team embarked on their mission, arriving under the cover of night at the hotel where He-Man resided. His team consisted of 5 commanders, all of the highest caliber. Their mechanized units were equally formidable, including a tank, a military transport vehicle, an excavator, and 2 off-road vehicles, all of elite standard. Thanks to his favorable relationship with Chan Gang, every mechanized unit in his squad was equipped with enhanced weaponry, ensuring their firepower rivaled that of any ordinary elite team. His audacity to confront He-Man stemmed from his overwhelming combat strength. Even if trouble ensued, the base would hesitate to take action against him. As long as he remained within reasonable bounds and did not cause disturbances within the base, he essentially held a license for impunity. A mechanic devoid of combat prowess was, in Kai Wenjia's eyes, merely an ant that could be crushed at will. However, he harbored ulterior motives, seeking to tame He-Man for his own purposes. If a high-ranking mechanic were to join his team, it would render them virtually invincible. He would no longer need to curry favor with Chin Gang, nor would he have to sacrifice resources acquired through the lives of his comrades. Even the base leader would have to show him a measure of respect. When He-Man awoke, he found all members of the King S battle team had already entered his room, despite the hotel room being reasonably spacious. The sudden influx of so many individuals rendered it quite cramped. Damn, I'll have to sleep with a mechanized unit in the future. This is perilous. He-Man broke into a cold sweat, internally cursing while feigning ignorance as he greeted Kai Wenjia. Gentlemen, have you perhaps mistaken this room for another? Not at all. We are here for you, Kai Wenjia declared, casually draping himself over a chair, exuding an air of menace as he fixed his gaze on He-Man. Is there something you need? He-Man glanced at the formidable presence before him, astonished. 5 elite mechanized units, all enhanced. How tempting. Our team is in need of a mechanic, and you have caught our eye. My repair shop will soon be opening. Feel free to visit if you require anything. Kai Wenjia's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening. Are you deaf to human speech? I am demanding that you serve as our team's mechanic, so stop evading the issue. I would be inclined to accept your offer, but my shop relies on the base for spare parts. Where would I procure them if I were to follow you? This inquiry caught Kai Wenjia off guard. Indeed, it would stump any team leader. Such vital resources were exclusively allocated to base leaders by the authorities. Furthermore, the accounts of the repair shop were meticulously scrutinized daily. Any discrepancies would be promptly detected. Thus, no one dared to tamper with this matter. This dependency on the base for survival was the reason even the most formidable teams were compelled to align themselves with it. Then you shall meet your demise. With a wave of his hand, Kai Wenjia urged them to act, promising that once the task was completed, they could return to their slumber. Boss. You truly hold him in high regard. Such a minor character as this Karamai hardly warrants the presence of all of us. Imo Xiangdong yawned, dismissing He-Man entirely. In a life-and-death situation, even summoning Lin Rue and Lin Shuang would scarcely suffice against 5 formidable mechanized entities. He-Man had to devise a means of self-rescue. The only option at his disposal was to forcibly contract these mechanized beings. Yet, could he recontract those already bound? Time was of the essence. He-Man acted without hesitation. Soon, a series of electronic sounds resonated in his mind. Contract with level tank successful. Reward, 400 cubic units of storage space. Contract with level military transport vehicle successful. Reward, 800 cubic units of storage space. Contract with level excavator successful. Reward, 600 cubic units of storage space. Contract with level off-road vehicle successful. Reward, 200 cubic units of storage space. Contract with level off-road vehicle successful. Reward, 400 cubic units of storage space. Meanwhile, all commanders, including Kai Wenjia, were rolling on the ground, clutching their heads in despair. What have you done to us? Kai Wenjia exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at He-Man. His voice was so thunderous that it startled those in the adjacent room. Lin Rue and Lin Shuang were the first to burst in. He-Man, what is happening? As He-Man beheld the 2 women clad in delicate camisoles, he couldn't help but sniffle. It's nothing. You may return to your rest. Lin Shuang scanned the room and immediately noticed the 5 alluring mechanized beings, a twinge of jealousy flickering in her heart. Do you truly not require our assistance? No need. Just go back, He-Man implored, wishing for them to depart swiftly. Their revealing attire was quite the distraction for a healthy, normal man like himself. The Lin sisters quietly exited, feeling somewhat unsettled. He-Man let out a sigh of relief before turning to Kai Wenjia. Now speak. Who sent you? We came of our own accord, having heard of your awakening as a level mechanic, and wish to recruit you into our ranks. This response seemed plausible. Yet Nan remained skeptical. Not willing to divulge, are we? Then your lives hold no value. Kai Wenjie felt a chill in his heart. Do you dare to kill us? Are you aware of our teams standing within the base? Nan scoffed coldly. Do you even have a team anymore? Furthermore, you have all fallen from level commanders to mere levels, and with your core energy compromised, do not expect to contract mechanized beings again for a year and a half. Do you truly believe the base would sustain a group of useless individuals like you? Kai Wenjie felt the weight of despair once more. What must happen for you to spare us? Nan's gaze remained dark and unyielding, offering no answer. In the face of death, even a tough man like Kai Wenjie faltered, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. It's Shingang, he stammered. He fears that your mechanic shop's opening will affect his business, so he sent us to deal with you. Shingang? Nan had initially assumed it was that troublesome daughter of Fong Ting. The base leader's daughter was not one to provoke lightly. However, Shingang did not pose a significant threat. Dealing with him would be a matter of moments. Yet, the individuals before him were a different challenge. A few mechanized beings could be spared, but these commanders could not be allowed to live. Their discovery of his secret sealed their fate in this world. Nan's lips curled into a gentle smile as he issued commands to the newly contracted mech girls, instructing them to eliminate a few individuals without hesitation. Why? Why must you kill me? Kai Wenjie protested, his eyes wide with disbelief. Nan, with a semblance of kindness, helped to close his eyes. I detest traitors, especially those who know too much. Chapter 12. Zero-cost acquisition. Having dispatched these 5 individuals, Nan felt no discomfort within. He understood that in this apocalyptic era, lives would be lost in abundance. To survive, one must be resolute and merciless, leaving no room for vulnerabilities. After all, one can never predict who may strike from behind at any moment. The 5 mech girls, witnessing the demise of their former commander, looked upon Nan with trepidation, uncertain of their fates. When Nan turned his gaze towards them, his demeanor softened considerably. Due to the forced termination of your contracts, your cores have sustained varying degrees of damage. I will assist in their repair tomorrow. For tonight, you may rest in the adjacent room. Yes, they responded, relief washing over them as they filed out. Nan once again threw himself onto the bed, a cold glint in his eyes. Shingang would lose his head the moment he stepped outside the base. Fong Ting could not be spared either. The best course of action would be to contract her for his own use. Yet, Nan hesitated, concerned that her capricious nature would jeopardize the secrecy he required. Thus he suppressed this notion for the time being. Additionally, those searching for Su Wen would need to be dealt with. Nan resolved that no one who posed a threat to his life would be allowed to live. Despite the myriad of troubling matters, the expansion of his storage space to over 6,000 cubic units sparked an uncontrollable excitement within him. The mech repair shop would take approximately 10 days to complete, providing him with the perfect opportunity to gather supplies in the meantime. Early the next morning, Nan set out with Lin Rui. The mech girls awaiting the repair of their cores wore expressions of despondence. Their combat capabilities had already diminished due to the damage. And having expended their last reserves of energy to eliminate their former commander, they now resembled ordinary humans. Lin Shuang glared at them, clearly displeased. What are you doing? Did you know Nan before this? To avoid further complications, the mech girls recounted the events of the previous night in detail. Lin Shuang, filled with disdain, pondered how they could have spared someone who had come to kill them. Lin Mama, noticing the sudden addition of 5 women, began to feel anxious and pulled Lin Shuang aside. Xiao Shuang, did you succeed yesterday? Mom, Lin Shuang's face flushed crimson. Did you or didn't you? You're going to drive me to despair. No. Lin Shuang bit her lip, speaking in a vague manner. Lin Mama felt a weight in her heart. Did Nan not take a liking to you? Not exactly. Lin Shuang found it difficult to articulate the conversation between them, but Lin Mama insisted on asking, forcing her to divulge the details. After much hesitance, she finally managed to convey. He said that feelings often develop easily between mech girls and their commanders, and that he would contract many mech girls. He asked if I was prepared for that. What is there to consider? Making it official is the priority, Lin Mama replied, her tone becoming increasingly sharp with anxiety. Lin Shuang stared incredulously at her mother, grappling with the unsettling thought of what would happen if he were to take other women into his life. What if he were to surround himself with an abundance of women? Xiao Shuang, in this post-apocalyptic world, it is quite normal for a capable man to have several women by his side. You are his first, and perhaps that will earn you a special place in his heart, Lin Mama implored earnestly, her eyes evasive, uncertain if her actions truly served her daughter's best interests. Yet, in the struggle for survival, she felt compelled to push her daughter forward. Deep down, Lin Shuang was still resistant, for she was at an age brimming with romantic ideals. Yearning for a lifelong bond with a single partner, dreaming of a prince riding in on a rainbow to sweep her off her feet. However, choosing to be with Yinan meant preparing for the possibility of betrayal at any moment, a reality she found unbearable. Nevertheless, she recognized the truth in her mother's words. Yinan's circle of women was expanding, and her continued hesitation risked being overshadowed, relegating her to obscurity, with no chance of reclaiming lost opportunities. Her parents were ordinary, and her brother was unreliable. To simply preserve her parents' lives, she felt she had to take the plunge. Yet understanding the rationale was one thing, while acting upon it was another entirely, leaving Lin Shuang in a state of internal conflict. At that moment, Yinan piloted his stealth aircraft toward Qin Chuan. Despite his tactical advantages, he was wary of drawing the attention of authorities in an orderly city. With his current capabilities, he was ill-equipped to challenge the official powers and needed to remain inconspicuous. The cities that had already fallen were perilous, inundated by seawater, rendering food scarce and difficult to procure. The mutated marine creatures alone posed a significant threat. Thus, he opted to target cities that were in the process of evacuation. These cities, much like the once orderly Qin Chuan, were in disarray, plagued by rampant looting and chaos. Yinan felt no moral burden in joining the fray. After flying along the coastline for some distance, he deliberately avoided logistics hubs, docks, and large supermarkets under official surveillance. His aim was set on small to medium-sized supermarkets and street-side shops. Given the limited manpower of the authorities, they could not oversee every location, presenting him with a unique opportunity. In a city, there were only a handful of large supermarkets, but small and medium-sized ones were ubiquitous. Yinan navigated his stealth aircraft at low altitude, effortlessly sweeping the vicinity clean without needing to draw close. Even if someone noticed the sudden disappearance of goods from the supermarkets, suspicion would hardly fall upon him. In addition to supermarkets, he also raided outdoor supply stores, furniture markets, and wholesale building materials vendors, taking everything related to survival that he encountered. It took him an entire day to clear the visible resources of that city. Without pausing, he immediately set his sights on the next city. The tsunami had significantly elongated the coastline, transforming much of the country into coastal cities. Yinan dared not linger in such places, uncertain of when the mutated marine creatures might make landfall. Recently, many individuals in coastal cities found themselves unable to evacuate, becoming unfortunate victims of these mutated marine creatures. The tsunami strikes without warning, leaving little room for preparation. The authorities are engaged in large-scale logistics operations, where transporting a truckload of provisions is deemed more valuable than saving a single life. As fate would have it, while Yinan was traversing a bustling food street, a colossal octopus, towering 3 to 4 meters high, suddenly emerged from a seafood restaurant. Its suckers lashed onto Lin Rui's aircraft, yanking her from the air. Yinan realized his combat experience was woefully inadequate. He was consistently caught off guard by unforeseen events. It was imperative to enhance his training in this regard, and the most effective method was through real combat. After a brief moment of panic, Yinan quickly steadied himself, employing his plasma gun to sever the leg of the octopus that had ensnared Lin Rui's aircraft. The octopus emitted a piercing shriek, and astonishingly, the severed limb rapidly regenerated, joining the remaining 7 tentacles to ensnare Lin Rui once more. In the blink of an eye, Lin Rui was tightly bound, her structure creaking ominously as if on the verge of collapse. Chapter 13. Under surveillance, Yinan was drenched in cold sweat, forcing himself to maintain composure while unleashing his full firepower. With the coverage of electronic pulse cannons and the relentless barrage of laser cannons, he relentlessly bombarded the octopus. The octopus's tentacles displayed remarkable elasticity, extending dozens of meters. Once they made contact, the suckers would firmly adhere to the aircraft, while other tentacles would swiftly wrap around it. Given the immense strength of its appendages, dismantling the aircraft was merely a matter of time. Fortunately, Lin Rui was equipped with electronic pulse cannons, which proved effective against the octopus, not only severing its tentacles but also inducing spasms in its body through ionization. Seizing the opportunity, Yinan extricated himself from its grasp and swiftly ascended several dozen meters. Now out of the octopus's attack range, the battlefield belonged to Yinan. Despite the octopus's formidable strength, it remained a creature of flesh and blood. Under the continuous bombardment, several tentacles were severed. However, this creature was particularly tenacious. Just before the last tentacle was cut off, it leaped high, forcibly tearing off one of Lin Rui's wings. The aircraft immediately lost its balance, tilting precariously toward the ground. Hinan hastily invoked a healing spell, barely managing to reattach the wing before landing, ascending once more into the sky. Thanks to the healing spell, disaster was averted. Otherwise, he would have faced certain destruction. Seizing the moment while the octopus's tentacles had yet to fully regenerate, Hinan unleashed his firepower once again, exerting considerable effort to obliterate its head. At last, the octopus collapsed, its head oozing foul substances, filling the air with a putrid stench. Hinan promptly ascended to higher altitudes, the noxious odor nearly overwhelming him. This marked his first direct confrontation with a mutated marine organism, though fraught with peril. He ultimately emerged victorious. Continuing to gather resources, Hinan reflected on the battle in his mind. The authorities had overly sensationalized the mutated marine life, instilling a sense of fear within him. As a result, he had appeared somewhat flustered at the onset, missing the opportunity to take the initiative. Fortunately, his psychological fortitude was remarkably strong, allowing him to swiftly regain his composure. Furthermore, while he could manipulate the aircraft through sheer will, actual combat demanded simultaneous considerations of strategy, weapon selection, and operational methods. This multifaceted focus was mentally taxing and prone to errors. Therefore, it was imperative to enhance his piloting skills to the point of seamless coordination. Although Hinan was a mechanic and would primarily engage in logistical tasks, he could not evade combat indefinitely. In this apocalyptic world, the true terror lay not in natural disasters or mutated marine creatures, but in the treachery of the human heart. He had to cultivate his ability for self-preservation. During the subsequent journey, Hinan refrained from using his mind to control the aircraft, opting instead to gradually hone his piloting skills. After 3 days, he could operate all the buttons on the main control panel with his eyes closed. I truly am a little genius, he mused. Lin Rue chuckled softly. You already have 7 mech girls. Do you intend to familiarize yourself with each one? Just as Hinan was about to nod, he detected a hint of jealousy in her tone. Unable to suppress a smile, he replied, there will be more in the future, once everyone is gathered. It won't be such a strain. Primarily, it's just the 2 of us for now, and our combat capabilities are limited. You are absolutely right. In reality, Hinan possessed more than 7 mech girls. His storage space held a multitude of cores awaiting repair. Once fully restored, he could assemble a formidable mech team. Although his current combat experience was lacking, it sufficed to survive in the early stages of the apocalypse. Hinan spent a total of 8 days outside, encountering 5 mutated marine creatures. Armed with the knowledge gained from his initial experience, he elevated the aircraft to a safe altitude at the first sign of a confrontation, maximizing his chances of evading the creatures' attacks. Then, it was merely a matter of annihilating them with a few shots. Fortunately, flying mutated animals had yet to emerge, and Hinan felt grateful for his decision to venture out in an aircraft. During these days, alongside accumulating combat experience, Hinan gathered a considerable stockpile of resources, over 200 tons each of rice, flour, and oil, more than 500 tons of vegetables and fruits, and upwards of 10,000 tons of various meats. He collected sufficient seasonings, sauces, instant foods, snacks, and beverages to sustain the group for a decade. He even raided a water plant, securing enough fresh water for a lifetime. In addition, he amassed a vast array of clothing, sun-protective, warm attire, including women's undergarments, along with diverse furniture styles, bedding, renovation materials, coal, gasoline, diesel, and a plethora of metal products and semi-finished goods, gathering everything he deemed pertinent to daily life. However, upon returning laden with spoils and opening the hotel room door, he was taken aback to find no one in sight. Inquiring with the hotel manager revealed that a high-level combat team had gone missing, and after searching, they discovered 5 mech girls at Hinan's hotel. But the commander was nowhere to be found. To uncover the truth, all residents and staff of the hotel were taken to the base for questioning. Lin Rue, filled with anxiety, began to weep. Hinan, they won't harm Grandma, will they? We shall find out, he reassured her. Hinan felt uncertain, for the current attitude of the authorities towards ordinary individuals was far from amicable. The only certainty he held was that Lin Shuang would remain unharmed. As for others, he could not guarantee their safety. The 2 hurriedly made their way to the base, where they were received by Fang Tianhao, who was in charge of security. Are you Hinan? Fang Tianhao, the younger brother of the base commander, stood tall at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, with an imposing physique that suggested he was not to be trifled with. He was solely responsible for the safety of the base. Wishing to avoid any animosity, Hinan politely nodded. Yes, I am Hinan. 8 days ago, someone attempted to kill you? Nonsense. If someone truly wanted to kill me, would I be foolish enough to venture outside? Besides, I've only just arrived in Chinchuan a few days ago and haven't offended anyone. Fong Tianhao scrutinized Henan for a considerable time before continuing. What is your relationship with those 5 mechas? None at all. Their cores malfunctioned, and they came to me for repairs. My repair shop hasn't opened yet, so I asked them to wait at the hotel for a few days. Yet they claim you killed those 5 commanders. Do you believe that? I couldn't possibly have killed even one, let alone 5. I am merely a mechanic, lacking the capability to contend with an entire combat squad, let alone eliminate a commander. I sincerely wish it were true. Fong Tianhao narrowed his eyes. Can you repair those 5 mechas? I will do my utmost. Will core damage lead to confusion in their consciousness? I am unsure. I have only recently awakened as a mechanic and have only repaired 1 mecha thus far. This question is far too specialized, and I would need more time to provide a definitive answer. Chapter 14. Learning to be human, Henan ensured the safety of the Lin family. While he paid no mind to the 5 mechas, without any oversight, they required some lessons in humility to learn how to conduct themselves properly. After Henan's departure, Fong Tianhao continued to interrogate the mechas. Are you certain it was Henan who killed those commanders? Indeed. The 5 of them nodded in unison, their agreement unwavering. Fong Tianhao rubbed his temples and glanced at the test report in his hand, noting the core damage and loss of combat capability. This meant that these mechas were effectively rendered useless. When he raised his gaze again, his eyes were filled with sternness. Detail the process of the killings. Our captain was bribed by Qin Gang, who led us to assassinate Henan. Yet, before we could act, Henan contracted all of us. Then we received orders to eliminate the commanders. In other words, it was you who carried out the killings? Yes, but we acted under orders, not of our own volition. A dangerous glint flashed in Fong Tianhao's eyes. You assert that Henan, a mere mechanic, can contract mechas and manage to contract 5 at once? Yes. The 5 mechas continued to nod. Sitting nearby, Qin Gang felt his heart racing, nearly leaping from his throat. These women certainly had no fear in their assertions. However, in a bid for self-preservation, he had no choice but to implicate Henan. Captain Fong, what they say may very well be true. If Henan possesses such extraordinary abilities, we must remain vigilant. Fong Tianhao shot him a cold glance. Take them for testing. Understood. Qin Gang nodded obsequiously. Resembling a submissive dog, having long since lost the arrogance he once displayed in front of others, the 5 mechanical girls were brought to the testing device, each placing their right hand upon the instrument in succession. Name, Huan, core level, severely damaged, uncontracted. Name, Yongling, core level, severely damaged, uncontracted. Name, Zhaoyu, core level, severely damaged, uncontracted. Name, Li Qi, core level, severely damaged, uncontracted. Name, Wang Mei, core level, severely damaged, uncontracted. As the electronic sounds from the device echoed around them, the expressions of the mechanical girls turned to disbelief. This is impossible. We clearly contracted with Henan. We are telling the truth. Fong Tianhao's expression darkened further. Qin Factory Director, what is your perspective on this? Qin Gang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, asserting that the testing device could not be erroneous. This is most likely a result of the core damage leading to cognitive disarray. Can you repair them? After all, they are 5 advanced mechanical girls, and Fong Tianhao was reluctant to abandon them so easily. Qin Gang was too preoccupied to continue wiping his brow. The core is damaged, and we lack substitute materials. Unless a team of advanced mechanical engineers collectively nourishes them with kinetic energy, there may be a chance of recovery. Fong Tianhao's gaze turned nearly frigid. Where could he possibly find such a team? Thus far, Henan was the only advanced engineer in the nation. Otherwise, regardless of the truth of today's events, they must be detained for the time being. Contemplating Henan, Fong Tianhao cast a cold glance at Qin Gang. The base director had repeatedly stated that fair competition in business was acceptable. However, should anyone engage in unscrupulous methods, the base would not hesitate to take action. Captain Fong, do not listen to their nonsensical claims. I have done nothing wrong. Our base has only just welcomed an advanced engineer. We should treat him like an ancestor. Who would dare offend him? Fong Tianhao refrained from looking at him any further. The necessary reprimands had been delivered. If he truly failed to recognize the gravity of the situation, the decision would be straightforward. The 5 individuals were to be expelled from the base. Instantly, someone escorted the 5 mechanical girls to the entrance of the base. They exchanged glances, uncertain of what to do next. What shall we do? Huan inquired, visibly agitated. Let us seek out Henan. He is now our commander. We have nowhere else to go. and he must take responsibility for us, Yang Ling stated, her tone entirely devoid of remorse for having betrayed Heenan moments earlier. Li Qi was not as optimistic as her. What we said in front of Captain Fong amounted to selling him out. Do you truly believe he would still take us in? We merely spoke the truth. What does it matter if we sold him? Yang Ling maintained her self-righteous stance. Previously, her commander had been Kai Wenjie. As the favored mechanical girl of the King's team captain, the team members always afforded her respect, allowing her nature to become increasingly indulgent. Having just undergone testing. We are all uncontracted. What are your thoughts? Wang Mei, typically pragmatic, could pinpoint the crux of the issue. If they had a contractual relationship with Heenan, approaching him would pose no problem. Yet now, the test results were clear. All 5 were unclaimed mechanical girls. Persistently seeking him out would likely earn them a cold reception from Heenan. What do you propose we do then? We have neither food nor drink. Fighting is out of the question. Are we to wait for death? Yang Ling remained steadfast in her beliefs, having lost the support of Kai Wenjie. She resolved to seek a sturdier ally. Regardless, I have decided to approach Heenan. You all may handle the situation as you see fit. Zhao Yu felt a twinge of fear at the prospect. What if he turns us away? If worst comes to worst, I can merely share a bed with him. Yang Ling replied confidently. Men, after all, are easily swayed if their physical desires are met. With unwavering confidence in her allure, she disregarded the others and sauntered towards the hotel, her waist swaying like a serpent. The others, left with no alternative, reluctantly followed. Little did they anticipate that a journey typically taking mere minutes would stretch into a grueling 3 hours. Upon finally arriving at the hotel entrance, their exhaustion was so profound that, had it not been for their concern for appearances, they might have simply collapsed on the ground. After knocking for an extended period with no response and finding the interior shrouded in darkness, panic began to set in. What now? They seemed to have vacated the premises. Zhao Yu lamented, on the verge of tears. The repair shop. Heenan must be at the repair shop. How could I have overlooked that? Yang Ling was the first to regain her composure, promptly turning back. What? We have to walk again. Hu Wan winced, her calves aching, feeling utterly spent. You can stay if you wish, but bear in mind, we are merely ordinary individuals now, and who knows what could transpire at this late hour. The others were taken aback by Yang Ling's words, supporting one another as they trudged toward the repair shop. The repair shop was nearly complete, with only the trial formation requiring an additional day's work. Heenan had not returned to the hotel, but had instead taken residence at the shop alongside the Lin family. During construction, Heenan had anticipated the need for accommodation, thus designing a 2-story building specifically for living quarters. While the decor lacked the opulence of the Lin family's villa, it far surpassed the humble dwellings surrounding the base. Grandma Lin chose a sunlit bedroom on the first floor for ease of care, while Lin father and mother occupied the adjacent room. Naturally, Heenan resided in the second-floor room with a terrace, while Lin Rui and Lin Shuang selected the room opposite his. The space was furnished with essential items, bedding, furniture, and household appliances, all readily available for use. As for electricity, there was no cause for concern. Even if the entire city faced a blackout, the repair shop's power supply would remain unaffected. To celebrate their new abode, the women collaborated to prepare a lavish feast. Heenan even retrieved a fine bottle of wine from storage to toast with Lin father. Just as everyone was reveling in the merriment, a knock resounded at the door. Chapter 15. Dealing with traitors. Lin Shuang's previously radiant smile instantly faded. It must be those 5 women. Lin father's expression also darkened. Heenan, do not blame me for speaking out, but individuals capable of betrayal must not be permitted to remain. Heenan merely smiled faintly. Let them in. It is perilous to linger outside in this world. The entire room fell silent, but given that this was Heenan's repair shop, everyone depended on him for survival. Despite their grievances, no one dared to voice their discontent. Lin Rui stood to open the door, and the 5 women entered, leaning on one another for support. Finally, there's food. Heenan, you have no idea how long we've been wandering, Yang Ling exclaimed, eager to sit beside him. However, Lin Rui swiftly occupied the vacant seat, which had originally been hers. Yang Ling was taken aback for a moment, then quickly mustered a perfectly measured smile. I apologize. I was unaware that this was your seat. However, might you consider sitting a bit further aside? Lin Rui held her breath, hesitant to express her displeasure in front of Heenan. Yet, she remained unmoved, staring intently at Heenan, eager to see how he would respond. Heenan placed a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs into her bowl, saying, Eat more. You've worked the hardest these past few days. A warmth spread through Lin Rui's heart, dissipating the earlier twinge of annoyance. On the contrary, Lin Shuang, seated opposite, found the ribs in her bowl suddenly unappetizing, her eyes dimming significantly. She had originally promised Lin's mother to resolve matters tonight. But witnessing Henan's attentiveness towards Lin Rui made her reconsider. Despite her efforts to convince herself otherwise these days, she could not accept sharing a man with another woman, even if that woman was her cousin. Her straightforward nature meant her emotions were nearly written across her face. Lin's mother sensed the tension and, feeling disheartened, discreetly tugged at her daughter's sleeve under the table. However, Lin Shuang remained oblivious to her mother's signal, focused solely on her meal. Henan, unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of the mother and daughter, frowned at Yongling, saying, "Step back a bit. Have you not bathed in days? You smell quite foul." Yongling's face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, they had been at the base for 8 days without a bath. After a long day's journey, they were drenched in sweat. Henan's disdain for her odor was palpable, and she could only retreat awkwardly, asking, "Excuse me, could you direct me to the restroom? I need to freshen up." "There is no restroom for outsiders in my home," he retorted, inciting Yongling's ire. "I am your contracted machine girl. ISNT your home my home?" Henan snorted derisively. "Miss, a little self-awareness would serve you well. You came here to kill me and later sold me out at the base. How naive must I be to consider you family?" Yongling stumbled back, nearly collapsing to the ground, suddenly realizing that in Henan's eyes, her beauty meant nothing. He dismissed her with a cold glare, commanding, "Leave, do not disturb our meal." Yongling opened her mouth, yet no words emerged. The group made their way to the yard, their hunger overwhelming any concern for their appearance, collapsing onto the ground, famished. With their stomachs growling, the aroma of food wafting from the dining area only heightened their longing. "Yongling, you are resourceful. Think of a way for us to get in and eat," Huan urged, rubbing her stomach and swallowing hard, hoping Yongling could devise a plan. "What can I do? It was Kai Wenjie who intended to kill him, not us. His treatment of us is utterly outrageous." Before the apocalypse, Yongling hailed from a privileged family, cherished by her elders, never having endured such indignity. Even after the world fell apart, she was among the first to awaken and held a core status, highly regarded by the authorities. Subsequently, she became Kai Wenjie's favored machine girl. She has always enjoyed smooth sailing, never encountering any setbacks. Thus, she feels a profound sense of imbalance within, yet has no outlet for her pent-up emotions. Before he departed, his demeanor towards us was quite amiable. Had we not spoken carelessly at the base, perhaps he would have taken us in. Zhao Yu, albeit timid, voiced her thoughts. Who can be blamed? Did we not believe that returning to the base would allow us to re-establish a contract with the commander? Did you not also think that associating with a mechanic held no prospects? Yet who could have anticipated that Shun Gang would be so inept as to fail in repairing our core? Without a core, can a mechanical girl still be considered one? We deserve the grievances we are enduring. Yongling remains indignant, convinced that aspiring for a better life is not a fault. The group fell into silence, recognizing that their choices could not be blamed on anyone else. Now, they merely hope that Henan will show mercy and spare their lives. The once vibrant atmosphere in the dining hall has inexplicably turned oppressive. Each person is eager to know how Henan will deal with the 5 women. Yet none dare to voice their inquiries. Lin Mama, in particular, is deeply troubled. After all, her daughter has been raised in such innocence, having never experienced romance, and lacks the understanding to navigate a man's heart. Conversely, those 5 women are undoubtedly adept in that regard. A mere glance from them could render a man weak. It is only natural for Henan to hesitate in dismissing them. He is, after all, a man. With the mechanics shop opening tomorrow, they have much to prepare, leading everyone to retire early after dinner. Lin Mama noticed that Lin Shuang did not visit Henan's room and sighed, aware that this matter could not be forced. If pushed too hard, it might yield counterproductive results. In the courtyard, the 5 mechanical girls were in dire straits, their stomachs growling with hunger while being tormented by mosquitoes. After enduring until the early hours of the morning, Yongling could no longer tolerate the discomfort and abruptly stood up. "I will inquire with Henan about our fate. If he intends to kill us, he should do so swiftly. Leaving us here in limbo is unacceptable." Wang Mei, half asleep against the courtyard wall, retorted, "If you wish to perish, go ahead and disturb his sleep." Yongling recalled how Henan had shown particular care for Lin Rui at the dinner table. Undoubtedly, there would be some intimate entanglements tonight, and should she intrude now, she would surely ruin his plans. Any man would be incensed at such an interruption, wouldn't he? Reluctantly, Yongling sat back down. Meanwhile, Henan was not asleep. He was in the mechanics room conducting experiments, attempting to erase Su-Wen's core target. It must be noted that the base holds considerable regard for him as a senior mechanic, as evidenced by the state-of-the-art equipment available in the shop. Before the apocalypse, Heenan was not only a mechanical engineer, but also a passionate hacker. Though he may not rival top-tier hackers, he is well-versed in the process of program decryption. Thus, he cautiously accessed Su-Wen's core program, delving deeper step by step. Upon breaching the fifth layer of the firewall, Su-Wen's core program emitted a sudden buzzing sound. Leaving Heenan no time to exit, he promptly cut the power. Simultaneously, in an office at the Academy of Humanities, a man with black-rimmed glasses slammed his fist onto the keyboard, exclaiming in frustration, "So close." Chapter 16. Winning hearts. As he gazed upon the completely destroyed core on the control panel, Heenan felt no unusual emotions. Experiments inevitably entail failures. Every success is a culmination of countless setbacks. Heenan maintained a pragmatic outlook on this matter. Regarding Su-Wen, she no longer stirred any feelings within him. When a life extinguishes, it is akin to a lamp being snuffed out. Heenan regarded her as if she had never existed, perhaps due to Chun Gang's influence. The repair shop's grand opening was met with dismal silence, with not a single customer in sight. Father Lin continuously peered out the door, acutely aware of the significance of the inaugural day after a lifetime in business. If one fails to establish a reputation from the outset, it becomes nearly impossible to recover later. After all, there was another repair shop within the base, and aside from Heenan being a master mechanic, they had no competitive edge. However, Heenan remained unfazed. His space was brimming with an abundance of food and resources, even without exerting effort. Hunger would not be his demise. The establishment of a shop was merely a means to provide a legitimate outlet for his surplus supplies. As for profits, he was hardly concerned. The absence of customers was fortuitous, granting him ample time to attend to the 5 mechanical maidens. After a night of torment, Yang Ling's once arrogant demeanor had significantly diminished, leaving her timidly standing aside. "What do you intend to do with us?" Heenan smirked slightly, a glint of mischief flickering in his eyes. "Pray tell, what do you desire?" Exchanging glances with her companions, Yang Ling saw that no one was willing to take the lead, prompting her to muster the courage to negotiate with Heenan. "Since we have entered into a contract with you, naturally we wish to follow you." "Oh?" Heenan raised an eyebrow. "You were not so keen on this yesterday at the base. We were momentarily foolish, blinded by our own ignorance. Please forgive us. Give me a reason to pardon you. We are all master cores. Our combat capabilities are among the finest in the world. With us, your safety is assured." "Oh, damaged master cores?" The derision in Heenan's smile was piercing. Yang Ling's complexion paled. "Can't you repair them?" "That depends on my mood." Immediately, Yang Ling donned a seductive smile. "I will certainly ensure your mood improves." "Heh." Heenan scoffed. "I possess a certain fastidiousness. I have no interest in women who have been sullied by men." Yang Ling nearly retorted, questioning how archaic such a mindset was in this day and age. Did true maidens still exist? Yet, glancing at the Lin sisters standing nearby, the words caught in her throat. The 2 sisters were as pure as unblemished blossoms, radiant and poised, akin to 2 budding blue lotuses. One could not fathom the fortune Heenan possessed, being accompanied by 2 such exquisite beings. The most remarkable aspect was his restraint in not succumbing to temptation. Was this man incapable? Noticing Yang Ling's silence, Heenan's gaze swept coldly over the others. "Since you cannot demonstrate your worth, you may leave. I do not harbor idlers here." None of them moved. Should they depart, their only remaining path to survival would be a grim one. In truth, the base was not entirely averse to accepting ordinary individuals. Some attractive women were admitted, but their existence was often tragically grim, devoid of dignity, and struggling for mere sustenance. When faced with a dire situation, most women would still prefer to take this path. These women are proud, for they have always stood in high places, and the loss of dignity is something they cannot bear. However, even the most divine can succumb to the dust of the earth once they descend from their pedestal. Wang Mei was the first to react, kneeling respectfully before Heenan, declaring her willingness to follow him, to remain eternally loyal, and to never betray him. Heenan scoffed. "Do you truly believe your own words? I understand that reaching this point makes it difficult for you to trust me, but are you not a top-tier mechanic? You could install a self-destruct mechanism within my core. Should I harbor even a hint of betrayal, you could eliminate me instantly." A more pronounced wickedness flickered in Heenan's eyes. "You are my contracted mechanical daughters. It would take but a fleeting thought to end your lives. Why complicate matters?" Everyone stared in astonishment at Heenan, this fair-skinned, somewhat slender man who appeared refined, yet spoke such savage words. Henan paid no heed to their shock and skepticism. Casting a glance at Yongling, a shrill scream pierced the air. Henan dug at his ears, perplexed at how these women, starved for a day and night, still possessed the strength to scream so loudly. The others, except for Henan, began to vomit, desperate to expel the remnants of their last meal. The cause was clear. Yongling had been reduced to a pile of mangled flesh, her head rolling away like a ball, her expression of shock eternally frozen. Those who had doubted Henan's resolve now trembled, their spirits crushed, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. Initially, Lin's father had intended to advise Henan, cautioning him against trusting others and being blinded by beauty. Yet witnessing Henan's decisive ruthlessness, he dared not utter another word. The lives of his daughter and his entire family were now in Henan's hands. Once the retching subsided, Henan turned his gaze to the remaining 4 mechanical daughters. I can allow you to remain. I trust you know what must be done. Yes, yes, the 4 of them replied, their faces pale, nodding vigorously. We will clean this place and return to our tasks. As the design of the repair shop had anticipated the future contracting of more mechanical daughters, Henan had constructed a row of dormitories. Each room measured 6 square meters, furnished with a single bed and a wardrobe, while the bathroom and kitchen were communal. Observing that Henan had retained a few, Lin Rui arranged for them to settle into the dormitory. Here, food and water would require the exchange of contribution points. Lin Rui placed the sweatshirt Henan had given her on the bed, stating, "Since you have just arrived, you may take a complimentary shower. And this outfit is a gift for you." With that, Lin Rui departed. Huan picked up a sweatshirt to inspect it. The style was simple, the craftsmanship mediocre, akin to those sold at wholesale markets for a mere few dozen yuan. Unable to suppress a grimace, she remarked, "This clothing is truly hideous. If you wish to court death, then keep your distance and do not involve the rest of us." Wang Mei took her sweatshirt and headed straight for the bathroom to take a shower. Others quickly distanced themselves from Huan, as if she were infected with a virus. Fearful of contagion, I barely heard Huan's words before a sudden shiver coursed through me. The gruesome image of Yongling flashed in my mind, provoking a wave of nausea, though my stomach was devoid of anything to expel. This man is ruthless. I must keep my mouth shut. Fortunately, Huan is not foolish. She understands that life is paramount. Henan had extracted Yongling's core, which still pulsated with residual energy. A perplexing thought struck me. Was this person dead or alive? Chapter 17. The caprice of the young lady. Henan re-entered the machine repair room, meticulously examining Yongling's core, without any restrictions. The structure of the core was laid bare before him. This time, Henan made a new discovery. Once the energy within the core was depleted, it would become utterly useless. Even if energy were to be reintroduced, it could never be restarted. Clearly, the true method to eliminate a machine girl was to drain the energy from her core, disposing of Yongling's discarded core in the trash bin. Henan felt a pang of regret. 2 high-level cores had been wasted, a true squander. As he stepped into the courtyard to catch his breath, an unexpected visitor, Fong Ting, caught his eye. "Ah, so there is indeed no business today. I thought Chen Gang was merely boasting. Is Miss Fong here to witness my misfortune?" "Your keen observation is impressive," Fong Ting replied, her eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. "If Miss Fong has no further business, kindly take your leave." Henan was not in the mood to provoke the young lady at this moment. Henan's indifference stung Fong Ting's pride. "Remember this, Henan. As long as I am here, your establishment will see no business. Prepare to starve," she declared. "Thank you for your concern, Miss Fong. Please, do take care on your way out," Henan responded dismissively. Even without witnessing Henan's lowered gaze, Fong Ting remained unperturbed. She believed that if this shop remained devoid of customers, the staff would soon find themselves without food or drink, and even the toughest of individuals would soften. She was confident that before long, Henan would come begging for her assistance. Initially, Henan had no intention of confronting Fong Ting at this moment, but her lack of awareness provoked his irritation. That evening, while dining with the base commander, Fong Ting suddenly dropped her chopsticks, her arm crashing heavily onto the table, causing several dishes nearby to topple and sauce to splatter everywhere. The base commander frowned. "Ting Ting, what are you doing?" Panic etched on Fong Ting's face. "Father, my hand. I cannot feel my hand." "Take her to the machine repair shop." The family driver immediately rushed to assist Fong Ting, but she suddenly collapsed into his arms. "Miss, are you all right?" The driver, flustered and cold with fear, had no intention of taking advantage of her in the presence of the base commander. Fong Ting, however, burst into tears. "Father, my foot. I cannot feel my foot either." The base commander swiftly stood up, scooping his daughter into his arms, and hurriedly made his way outside. Chan Gang, residing at the machine repair shop, heard of Fong Ting's injury and rushed to the repair room, having learned that the base commander himself was escorting her. "Commander, what has happened to the young lady? Let's check her first." The base commander's face was grave. She was his only daughter, and he could not afford any mishap. Due to his previous oversight caused by work-related busyness, Fong Ting had a near-fatal incident when she accidentally wandered outside. For the past few days, he had strictly prohibited her from leaving the base, yet today she secretly slipped away and returned injured. This infuriated the base commander, not only because his daughter disobeyed him, but also due to the individual responsible for her injury. Where did the young lady go today? The driver, under scrutiny, was drenched in cold sweat. He first visited the civilian district on the outskirts of the base, then proceeded to Henan's repair shop. "Did you have any conflicts with anyone?" "No, none at all." The base commander scrutinized the driver for an extended period, causing the driver's legs to tremble uncontrollably, nearly leading to an embarrassing mishap. 5 minutes later, the examination report was released. The commander's brow furrowed even deeper. What does energy deficiency mean? This was a first for Chin Gang as well. "I understand. It likely indicates that the energy generated by the young lady cannot sustain her normal functions. But Ting Ting awakened a level core. Are you suggesting that she cannot even maintain basic bodily functions?" "I am not entirely sure," Chin Gang replied, cold sweat stinging his eyes. Yet he dared not wipe it away. "Is there any solution?" "Contracting a commander may help her regain her normal capabilities." "Perhaps," the base commander remarked. "This is also my first encounter with such a situation. I cannot think of a better solution at the moment." Chin Gang's knees weakened, nearly leading him to kneel. The base commander, with a steely gaze, instructed to summon Henan. A pang of anxiety struck Chin Gang's heart. He had been secretly sabotaging Henan's business, ensuring no transactions occurred at the shop. If the base commander discovered this, even if he refrained from punishment, it would create a negative impression of him. However, seeing Fong Ting lying on the repair bed, weeping profusely, brought him some solace. After all, she played a significant role in this incident, and the base commander's wrath would surely be partially directed towards her. Henan arrived promptly, surprising the base commander. "If I recall correctly, today marks the grand opening of your new shop. Are you not busy?" Henan glanced at Chin Gang standing off to the side, a faint smirk gracing his lips. "Fortunately, not too busy. Indeed, it's just the beginning. Take it slow, and business will improve." "Thank you, Commander. May I inquire who has been injured?" "My daughter, Fong Ting." As he spoke, the commander handed over the examination report. "Do you have a solution?" Upon reviewing the results, Henan's heart soared with joy. This was indeed his handiwork, and he had not anticipated such efficacy. The experiments conducted over the past few days were not in vain. He discovered that the energy he had dispatched could be recalled at any time. In other words, any machine girl who contracted with him or had received his treatment could be controlled at his discretion. This was nothing short of a miraculous skill. Thus, he attempted to render one of Fong Ting's arms and one of her legs numb. Given that this was his first time utilizing this ability, especially in a remote manner, he felt uncertain. However, after perusing the examination report, he felt a sense of reassurance. "I can help her recharge." "Oh, that is splendid news." However, due to her physical constitution, a single recharge can only sustain her for a week. Continuous recharging will be necessary for her to live normally. In such a scenario, can contracting a commander resolve the issue? In order to maintain Ms. Fong's daily life while fulfilling wartime demands, it is imperative to find a remarkably powerful commander. The base leader sighed imperceptibly. It was precisely due to the inability to locate a commander of a higher rank that Ms. Fong had not yet been contracted. After all, high-ranking commanders are exceedingly rare, and once their presence is detected, they are promptly protected by the authorities who assist in securing contracts with similarly ranked mechanical companions. Qinchuan is merely a third-tier city, and thus the base leader has no means of intervening in the core of the official hierarchy, nor can he acquire first-hand information. "I entrust this matter to you, Ting Ting." The base leader expressed his gratitude. Henan entered the machine repair room and placed his hand upon Fong Ting's delicate, fair ankle, gently infusing her with energy. Instantly, sensation returned to her limbs, and she broke into a smile, exclaiming, "Henan, you truly are remarkable." Henan smiled enigmatically, responding, "It's nothing much," seeing that his daughter was no longer in distress. The base leader personally handed Henan a bracelet containing 10,000 contribution points as a form of payment for his services. "Thank you," Henan replied. Although Fong Ting had been weeping moments ago, She had clearly heard every word of their conversation. She understood that until a suitable commander was found, only Henan could ensure her well-being. Father, I want Henan to be my attendant. Chapter 18. Managing a young lady is no simple task. Enough of this nonsense. The base leader bellowed. Return home at once. But Fong Ting persisted. Father, without Henan, who knows when I might be unable to walk again. Can you bear to see me in such pain? The base leader, of course, could not bear it, yet he remained rational. How could a mechanic agree to be someone else's attendant? Was that not absurd? Stop this foolishness. If you are unwell, Henan will assist in your treatment. I refuse. I want him by my side every day. Cease this folly. The base leader shouted again, casting an apologetic glance at Henan. I apologize for my daughter's behavior. She has been spoiled. Henan smiled faintly. If Miss Fong feels more at ease in my presence, perhaps she could visit the repair shop. Fong Ting placed her hands on her hips and scoffed. You think I would work for you? Dream on. What gives you the right? Before she could finish her retort, the base leader forcibly dragged her away. A flicker of coldness appeared in Henan's eyes. It seemed that the lesson had not yet sunk in. This time, Henan refrained from drawing back the surface energy and focused on addressing her inner turmoil. Upon returning home, the base leader immediately instructed the maid to prepare another meal. But Fong Ting had lost her appetite and went straight to her room to sleep. The base leader assumed she was merely sulking and advised the maid to keep the food warm until she felt hungry. In truth, Fong Ting was too exhausted to be petulant. All she desired was rest. She slept soundly until the following afternoon, and even the maid's knocking could not rouse her. Alarmed, the maid quickly contacted the base leader. Concerned for his daughter, he abandoned his current tasks and rushed home. The moment he saw Fong Ting, his mind was overwhelmed, for she had aged considerably, her hair now gray and her face adorned with numerous wrinkles. Ting Ting, are you unwell? I lack strength, Fong Ting replied, startled by her own voice, which sounded nothing like her own but rather akin to that of a weary old woman. Father. Fong Ting reached out to grasp the clothing of the base commander, and upon noticing the multitude of wrinkles adorning her hands, she nearly lost consciousness. No. What is happening to me? The commander, disregarding all else, swiftly lifted Fong Ting and made his way to Henan's repair shop. Upon discovering that the shop was devoid of customers, he was momentarily taken aback. Henan, why is there not a single customer in your establishment? It is the doing of your esteemed daughter, Henan replied. She declared that if I did not serve as her attendant, my shop would be bereft of any business. The commander looked incredulously at Fong Ting. Ting Ting? Dad, please have him save me. I cannot bear to be so hideous, hurry. I can no longer endure this for even a minute. Though the commander felt a pang of shame, paternal affection prevailed. Henan, if you can restore Ting Ting, I shall decree that half of the mechanized personnel in the base be sent to you for repairs. That will not be necessary, Henan replied with a calm demeanor. Miss Fong is suffering from rapid aging due to insufficient energy. I lack the ability to cure her. I can only continuously replenish her energy to sustain her life. However, the toll it takes on me is immense, and I shall not survive for long under such strain. Therefore, I cannot accept this job. Henan, do you dare? To die for me would be an honor. That honor is better bestowed upon another. I cannot bear such a burden. Henan's tone grew notably colder. The commander felt a headache coming on. His daughter was truly spoiled and remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Yet, he was unwilling to concede his pride and plead with Henan. He immediately dialed Shen Gang, instructing him to bring all the mechanics over. The mechanics surrounded Fong Ting, each attempting to lend their energy, yet none could transfer their vitality to her. Get away, all of you. Do not sully me with your filthy hands, she weakly screamed, her expression growing increasingly weary, with even her breath becoming labored, as she appeared to be on the brink of exhaustion. Shen Gang looked embarrassed. Commander, we cannot do this. We still require a contract, Commander. Can you guarantee that a contract with the commander will resolve this? Shen Gang dared not respond. He could not stake his claim on such a guarantee. Moreover, Fong Ting was a core-level individual. In this base, aside from the commander, the highest rank available was also core level. If it were otherwise, Fong Ting would not have been left uncontracted until now. The commander, in a state of urgency, grasped Henan's arm. What are your conditions? Speak, and I shall fulfill them. Save my Ting Ting. She is on the verge of death. Henan subtly withdrew his arm and replied with an air of nonchalance. I have no conditions. If Miss Fong wishes for my treatment, she must come work in my shop. Her salary will be energy. You shall not. I would rather die than agree to such terms. Fong Ting glared fiercely at Henan, wishing to rend him limb from limb. to consume his flesh, to crush his bones, to suck his marrow, to flay his skin, and to pluck his hair. At that moment, she felt that no amount of vengeance could satiate her anger towards He-Nan. Yet, He-Nan appeared unfazed by her venomous glare. He simply presented her with a mirror, holding it before her. "Oh, that is not me, no," Fong Ting screamed in despair, frantically waving her arms, unable to accept that the dying, old woman reflected in the glass was indeed herself. The commander embraced her tightly, heartbroken. "Ting Ting, please agree. This is your only chance at survival." "Dad," Fong Ting sobbed, struggling to catch her breath. "Father understands your grievances, yet at this moment, no one can rescue you except He-Nan. Be obedient, diligently fulfill your tasks here, and Father will find a way. Father, you must come to save me soon." "He will." Ultimately, Fong Ting remained at the repair shop. That night, He-Nan helped her regain her health. Upon seeing her beautiful reflection in the mirror, tears streamed down Fong Ting's face. "He-Nan, are you a demon? I am your savior." Although Fong Ting hesitated to acknowledge it, it was an undeniable truth. The director of the base only departed after witnessing Fong Ting's recovery, though he felt an inexplicable strangeness that he could not quite place. After this ordeal, Fong Ting became more compliant, residing in the dormitory with the other mechanical girls and engaging in cleaning tasks. Since Fong Ting's stay at the repair shop, the clientele had surged daily. He-Nan was overwhelmed with work and had to implement an appointment system, unless one was in a critical situation that required immediate attention. Prior booking was necessary for repairs. He assigned Fong Ting to the front desk to handle customer reception, primarily responsible for managing appointments. With her position, customers, even if somewhat dissatisfied, tolerated the situation. The repair shop finally found its rhythm, and He-Nan accumulated a significant amount of spare parts. The plan for handcrafted mechanical girls could finally be put into motion. Chapter 19. Handcrafted mechanical girls. He-Nan retrieved a core from the storage space and eliminated the positioning system, drawing from his previous experience of breaching the firewall. This time he worked at more than triple his previous speed, shattering 5 layers of security within seconds and entering the final stage of password decryption. The progress bar advanced slowly, and He-Nan felt his palms sweat with anxiety. Simultaneously, a bespectacled individual from the Humanities Institute was furiously typing at his computer. At this moment, the competition hinged on composure. The calmer one remained, the greater the chance of victory. Finally, the progress bar appeared on the bespectacled man's monitor, albeit 3 seconds behind He-Nan's. Unbeknownst to He-Nan, his mere 3-second advantage was precarious, and any misstep could lead to failure. He silently urged himself, faster, faster, even faster. At last, the password decryption succeeded, and without pausing to dry his sweaty hands, He-Nan swiftly erased the core's target, severing all ties between this mechanical girl and the Humanities Institute. Yes, success. He-Nan clenched his fists in exhilaration and swung them triumphantly. The thrill was overwhelming, his heart still racing. To calm himself, he rushed into the bathroom for a cleansing shower. Once he regained his composure, he retrieved the accumulated spare parts from the past few days to begin assembly. The sequence for awakening mechanical girls involves evolving from human form to mechanical form. His current task was to restore the mechanical girl to her human form. He could not be certain of success. After an entire night of labor, a complete mechanical girl was assembled, with only the activation of the core remaining. However, He-Nan locked the repair room door and chose to return to sleep. He had 10 scheduled appointments the following day. In business, one must uphold integrity, and promises made must be fulfilled, a fundamental principle that He-Nan abided by. Though he had only slept for a little over 2 hours, He-Nan exhibited no signs of fatigue. Rather, he appeared more spirited than ever. Perhaps this is what they mean by a joyful heart invigorating the spirit? Fong Ting regarded him with perplexity. Had he dreamed of marrying a wife last night? What was with the wide grin so early in the morning? Do I need to dream to desire a wife? Indeed. How long do you intend to support those 2 sisters? After living together for so long, are you still hesitant to take action? Waiting until the new year? Young lady, are you my mother? Why do you concern yourself with my heart? If I truly had a son so exceptional, I would be overjoyed. In truth, Fong Ting had grown accustomed to her freedom. Spending day after day laboring in the shop was driving her to madness. If she didn't find someone to spar with verbally, she couldn't even enjoy her meals. Through their time together, He-Nan had also come to realize that she was not as insufferable as she first appeared. Moreover, she was devoid of cunning, as innocent as a blank slate, speaking whatever came to her mind without a hint of reservation. Fortunately for her, she had a father who was the head of the base. Otherwise, she would have been sold countless times. Since Henan's business had flourished, Chen Gang's establishment had become eerily quiet. With only a limited number of machine operators at the base, he could only attend to Henan's needs, neglecting his own. The repair shop's business had grown increasingly dismal, and the minds of the mechanics had begun to churn with plans. Especially Zhao Wei, Henan's former mentor, who felt a certain affinity with him and believed that perhaps by aligning himself with Henan, he could earn a living. He thought this and acted upon it. Initially approaching it with a trial mindset, upon seeing Fong Ting at the reception desk, he resolutely decided to cling to Henan's coattails. Unfortunately, Henan had no intention of hiring anyone. Indeed, the business was so bustling that he could barely keep up, but his secrets were far too numerous. And those he could not trust completely were ill-suited to remain close by. This is merely a private shop. The ownership does not lie within the base. If you wish to join, you must sever ties with the base's management. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Zhao Wei was taken aback. He merely sought a job change and had not anticipated leaving the base. He was just a mid-level mechanic in an industry that did not particularly distinguish him. Without the base's protection, should any misfortune arise, he lacked the ability to safeguard himself. He certainly did not possess Henan's capabilities, surrounded by machine operators. With even the base chief's daughter working for him. Well, in that case, let me ponder it further. Henan courteously escorted him to the door, maintaining a consistently gentle demeanor. Initially, Zhao Wei believed he was being discreet, but little did he know that Chen Gang had set up surveillance near the repair shop. Upon returning to the repair factory, Chen Gang inquired in a mocking tone, "Master Zhao, where have you been?" "I just went out for a stroll." "In this world, you dare to wander about? You have quite the audacity." Didn't he go very far?" "Indeed." Henan's repair shop was right at the base's entrance. Zhao Wei's heart sank, and he was rendered speechless for a time. "What? They didn't take you in? Aren't you his mentor? Why such a lack of courtesy?" A chill ran through Zhao Wei, while Chen Gang would not dismiss him. Making his life difficult would be all too simple. Although business is sparse at present, I managed to scrape by. However, if Chen Gang were to target me, I would likely find it difficult even to have a hearty meal. "Director Chen, I acknowledge my mistakes. In the face of survival, Zhao Wei has relinquished his dignity as a man and has knelt before Chen Gang, claiming that Henan deceived him, saying he had arranged for him to work at his shop. Yet, upon arrival, Henan made various difficulties for him, clearly with the intent to sow discord between you and the mechanic. There is a semblance of truth in Zhao Wei's words, though Chen Gang does not heed them. Nevertheless, the notion that Henan is attempting to create a rift between him and the mechanic could indeed hold merit. In less than an afternoon, news spread throughout the base. It was said that Henan was not genuinely seeking to hire the mechanic, but merely to toy with everyone's naivety. Life at the base is monotonous and dreary. Each day consists of little more than work, meals, and sleep. These individuals have all experienced the thriving life of the internet. And being abruptly thrust back into a primitive existence has led many to succumb to depression. Thus, gossip has become the fervent pastime of all. Moreover, some, reveling in the chaos, have taken to the entrance of the mechanic's shop, shouting, "Director Chen, you truly are cowardly. Henan has come to bully you at your doorstep. Can you tolerate this? Are you not a man?" Initially, Chen Gang merely sought to tarnish Henan's reputation and disrupt the mechanic's business. Unexpectedly, rather than confronting Henan, these people chose to revel in the spectacle. Enraged, Chen Gang ground his teeth in frustration, yet found himself powerless. In truth, this was the handiwork of Miss Fong. She was responsible for receiving Zhao Wei during his job interview, and soon after, rumors of Henan's scheming began to circulate. How could Miss Fong, with her righteous disposition, remain indifferent? It was imperative to instigate some events to inject color into the dullness of life. Besides, in her eyes, Chen Gang was merely a sycophantic wastrel. If not him, then who else to target? Unbeknownst to Henan, after successfully assisting 10 clients today, he promptly returned to the workshop. He was eager to activate the mech girl. Chapter 20. A hint of jealousy given that this was his first time. Henan felt somewhat anxious. Rubbing his slightly damp hands, he silently counted down 3, 2, 1. He then directed energy into the core while simultaneously invoking a healing spell to restore the brain structure. The energy cascaded from the mech girl's head downwards, traversing her neck and entering her chest cavity, nourishing each organ before finally reaching her lower body and halting at her toes. The mech girl opened her eyes in bewilderment, momentarily stunned upon seeing Henan, as if she recognized him from somewhere. Henan immediately established a contract with her and proceeded to check her information: name, Su Qingqing mechanical core. Level energy required for mechanical core. All types mechanical form. Military truck mechanical armament. Anti-tank missiles. Ballistic missiles, howitzers. Perhaps this batch of mech girls was designed for combat, hence the conventional weaponry. However, Henan was not disheartened. The mechanical armament could be replaced. And as long as he amassed enough advanced weaponry, he could facilitate their upgrades. Su Qingqing finally regained her composure. "You are my commander?" she inquired. "I'm Henan," he replied, extending his right hand for a gentle handshake. Yet, he refrained from confirming his role as commander, for he was not one in truth. Had I forgotten something? Su Qingqing still wore a perplexed expression. "You are gravely injured. Only your core remains." Su Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. "Did you save me?" "Indeed. I am a master mechanic." "A mechanic?" Su Qingqing was once again taken aback. "How did you form a contract with me? That is a secret between us. You wouldn't divulge it, would you?" Henan said, winking at her playfully. Su Qingqing's heart raced, and she nodded immediately. Her feelings were intricate, as if she were the only person left in the world, surrounded by darkness. Only Henan's smile seemed to shine like a ray of light, illuminating her vision and allowing her to perceive this world. Henan introduced her to the Lin family, saying, "This is Su Qingqing. She will live with us from now on." The Lin family's expressions were not particularly pleasant, yet they had no choice but to feign a welcoming demeanor. Lin Rui helped her arrange a room, situated directly across from Grandma Lin. Henan retrieved clothes and necessities from his space, ensuring Su Qingqing was well settled. During dinner, an air of silence enveloped the table, rendering the food tasteless to Henan. "What is going on today? Has something happened?" Still, no one spoke. Ultimately, Lin Shuang could no longer contain herself. "Henan, must you continuously bring women home?" Her words left Henan at a loss for a response. "I believe I have made myself clear. I intend to assemble a team of mechanical maidens, and our current numbers are far from sufficient." Lin Shuang scoffed. "I honestly didn't realize you were such an ambitious person. With the mechanic shop thriving, why not focus on business?" "Business? What if one day Qin Chuan falls? How would we survive?" Lin Shuang had not considered the implications. Since her arrival in Qin Chuan, witnessing the inhabitants living in peace, she had forgotten the looming threat of tsunamis and mutated marine creatures. Henan understood that each person present aspired to a life of modest comfort, hoping for stability. Yet, fate does not always align with one's desires. Although Qin Chuan is elevated, it cannot guarantee safety from a tsunami, since you lack the awareness of potential dangers. I find it necessary to remind you, our current existence may appear stable, but peril lurks everywhere. Firstly, it is impossible to predict when a tsunami or mutated marine life might strike. The base commander has already issued orders to construct walls. However, whether those walls will safeguard our lives remains uncertain. Even if Qin Chuan miraculously withstands an onslaught, the mechanic factories within the base are watching us closely. They can send an assassin once, and they can send another and another. We have encroached upon their territory, making us irreconcilable enemies. In such an environment, do you still believe my actions are superfluous?" The group exchanged glances, fixated only on the flourishing business before them, with even Lin's father only preparing for potential cutthroat competition. Not one of them considered the possibility of battling for their lives. "I have said what needs to be said. I hope you take the time to ponder it." Henan gazed earnestly into the eyes of each person present, declaring, "This is the life I have chosen. If any of you find it intolerable, you are free to leave. I will never impose upon anyone." Everyone lowered their heads, fully aware that without Henan, survival would be insurmountable. Regardless of the life Henan envisioned for himself, they had no choice but to follow. Observing that his words had resonated, Henan felt a sense of relief wash over him. "There is one more matter I wish to address." As Henan signaled for attention, the assembly lifted their heads, listening intently. Henan was pleased with their demeanor. "I once had a fiancée with whom I shared 8 years. Had the apocalypse not abruptly descended upon us, we would be wed by now." Lin Shuang's mouth fell open in shock. "What of her?" "She has passed." The somber expression that swept across the faces of everyone present spoke volumes, as they struggled to find words to comfort Henan, ultimately remaining silent. They had witnessed too many separations and losses. In the face of such calamity, words seemed utterly inadequate. "Thus, I may not pursue love again. From now on, our relationships will be purely collaborative. Should any of you find this partnership less than enjoyable, you are welcome to leave at any time." Lin Shuang exchanged a glance with Lin Mama, both understanding each other's thoughts. They were grateful not to have crossed certain boundaries, lest they face dire consequences. With no objections raised, Henan continued, "Once our personnel are fully assembled, we shall embark on our training." Training? Are we going to engage in combat? Lin Shuang's expression betrayed her curiosity and fear. Indeed, we shall confront the mutated marine creatures. We are going to eliminate them. Lin Shuang and Su Qingqing turned pale, while only Lin Rue, seasoned by past battles, appeared more composed. On our last excursion, I accompanied Lin Rue and we vanquished 5 mutated marine creatures. In truth, they are not as fearsome as they seem. As long as we possess the courage to fight, victory is attainable. The atmosphere grew heavier with silence. After the meal, the Lin family convened a family meeting, with Grandma Lin holding Lin Rue's hand, tears streaming down her cheeks in concern. "If I had known he would take you into such perilous situations, I would never have allowed it." Lin Rue remained calm. "If I do not go, how can you all continue to live securely here?" Grandma Lin, still reluctant to send her beloved granddaughter into danger, asked, "Is there truly no alternative?" "There is not. Even if we join the base, we must venture out to fight. This is the mission of the mechanized beings." Lin Rue gently wiped Grandma Lin's tears, urging her to confront reality. Chapter 21. The watchful Henan was aware of the Lin family's meeting, yet he had no intention of intervening. After all, each individual harbored their own thoughts, and harmony was preferable. If discord arose, it would be better to part amicably. Waiting until unpleasantness occurred would be too late. That night, Henan slept soundly, and the following day, he resumed his work at the mechanic's shop. Upon entering the workshop, he began meticulously assembling the second mechanized being. He extracted the remaining cores, erasing the positioning systems and clearing their core objectives with fluid precision. Regrettably, he had already expended the majority of his accumulated materials while repairing Su Qingqing, leaving him with only enough to construct 1/3 of the second mechanized being's body. Waiting to gather the necessary components before assembling is a dreadfully slow process. Unable to bear the delay, Henan decided to activate the healing technique, gradually restoring the mechanical girl. However, this approach consumes an enormous amount of energy. The last time he treated Fongdingting, merely repairing her limbs and performing basic core maintenance took 4 hours. This mechanical girl possesses only 1/3 of her body, and the internal organs along with most of her structure require complete reconstruction, which he estimates will take at least 3 to 5 days to accomplish. Nevertheless, Henan understands that this is not a matter that can be rushed. Having indulged in the thrill of 0 yuan purchases, he suddenly recalled the Academy of Humanities and Sciences. If memory serves him right, each city has a branch. Therefore, could there be a warehouse? Surely there must be. Securing a warehouse could yield numerous mechanical girls. Yet, the thought was quickly suppressed. This is not a trivial matter. Should a significant amount of raw materials go missing, the authorities would undoubtedly launch a thorough investigation. Although he might escape suspicion, how would he explain the sudden influx of mechanical girls around him? After all awakened mechanical girls are registered with the authorities. To date, humans can only evolve into mechanical girls through the consumption of awakening potions, and there is no alternative. However, purchasing awakening potions inevitably leaves a trace in official records. In truth, contracting Su Qingqing was a considerable risk. If the Academy of Humanities and Sciences discovers her in his possession, they would certainly take action to reclaim her. If that day were to arrive, it would depend on Su Qingqing's choice. Henan would never relinquish the mechanical girls he had painstakingly created to anyone. If he could not protect them, he would rather destroy them. In recent days, Huan and the others have been quite compliant, prompting Henan to decide to assist them in repairing their cores. The cores of the 4 were successfully repaired in a single day, bringing joy to everyone involved. However, no one anticipated that Huan would secretly slip out of the mechanical repair shop and return to the base. She had learned that there was a social gathering today, and all those without contracts at the base would attend. Huan did not wish to endure a life of hardship alongside Henan. She sought to find a sturdy and robust partner for herself. Upon entering the venue of the social gathering, Huan attracted the attention of nearly every man present. She promptly placed her right hand on the testing device, and her information was displayed on the public screen. Name: Huan, mechanical core. Level: required energy for mechanical core. All types: mechanical form, off-road vehicle, mechanical equipment, high-frequency particle blade, shoulder-mounted rail gun. Contract status: uncontracted. Gasps echoed throughout the hall. Oh my, a goddess. To embrace the goddess's leg, alas, I am not worthy of a contract with her. The revelation of Huan's information eliminated a significant portion of the commanders in attendance. After all, there are very few mechanical girls with awakened level cores nationwide. Chen Ming, who had initially shown little interest, suddenly stood up. Hello, Miss Hu. I am Chen Ming, an awakened level commander. If you contract with me, you will have access to ample resources, allowing you to achieve the highest configuration in a short period. Would you be willing? I am willing, Hu replied without a moment's hesitation. When Chen Ming first arrived at the base, she had taken note of this handsome and wealthy man. Unfortunately, at that time, she was already bound to a commander. Now that fate had granted her a second chance, she was determined not to let it slip away. What? She agreed so quickly? Had I known, I wouldn't have hesitated at all. Alas, opportunity is not reserved for the prepared, but rather for those who dare to act. I am filled with regret, pondering why I did not seize the moment sooner. Chen Ming, witnessing Huan's prompt agreement, elicited envy among those present, their admiration evident in their eyes. Let us commence the contract, he stated. Very well. The staff immediately activated the contracting apparatus, and both individuals placed their right hands upon the sensor. As the machine emitted a resonant hum, 2 radiant violet beams ascended, enveloping them in a breathtaking display. Ah, so this is what a contract entails. How romantic. I yearned to partake in such a ceremony myself. Many mechanical beings gazed starry-eyed, lost in fantasies of their own contractual rights. Suddenly, Chen Ming let out a horrific scream, his hair standing on end, as if struck by lightning, and he collapsed lifelessly. What has happened? Is there a malfunction? Has it burned out? Who stood frozen? At a loss. Although the staff were encountering such a crisis for the first time, they maintained their composure and promptly summoned a physician to examine Chen Ming. They also called for a mechanic to assess the device. After a flurry of activity, the doctor delivered a grim diagnosis. The power source was severely damaged, with little hope for recovery, advocating for hospitalization. The commander's compromised power source meant he could no longer control the mechanical beings, and if restoration proved impossible, Chen Ming's future would be irrevocably shattered. His family swiftly transported him to the base hospital, while Mayor Chen allocated substantial resources to safeguard his son's prospects. Meanwhile, the mechanic concluded that the apparatus was functioning without fault. Huan was detained for investigation at the Institute of Humanities and Social Sciences. The missing core of the mechanical being had severed its connection to network control. The bespectacled figure had gone several sleepless nights in pursuit of the elusive hacker. Fortunately, Henan had managed to resolve all cores in his possession and had not infiltrated the system recently. Otherwise, he could not guarantee a safe escape. Despite not pinpointing Henan's exact location, the bespectacled figure provided a rough estimate, the Qinchuan base. The previous discovery of Su Wen's positioning information also pointed to the Qinchuan base. What does this imply? The gaunt elder wore a stern expression, exuding an intense pressure. The silver-haired professor stood respectfully behind him. I will dispatch personnel to investigate, he declared. Send 2 teams, 1 overt and 1 covert. Yes, I will arrange it immediately. Also, what of Su Wen's boyfriend? He has awakened as a level mechanic and established a repair shop outside the Qinchuan base. Level? Are you certain? Indeed. The detection system holds the data, which can be verified. If this individual can be persuaded to work with us, it would significantly bolster our strength. I will dispatch someone to engage him and ascertain his disposition. You shall go personally. Understood. Just as the silver-haired professor prepared to depart, he heard the gaunt elder's voice again. If persuasion fails, eliminate him. A sudden death of a level mechanic would raise eyebrows at the official level, would it not? What is there to fear? If we cover our tracks, we will remain unscathed. Indeed. Chapter 22. Handcrafted trust. Upon hearing the news of Huan's detention, Henan was immediately alerted, as she had recently departed from his repair shop. He felt the necessity to clarify the situation at the base. However, just as he arrived outside the inquiry room, he overheard Huan's voice. I did not lie. I truly entered into a contract with Henan. Yet, I refuse to share a man with so many women. Moreover, what future lies in remaining at the repair shop? I wish to contract with an exceptional commander. I had previously shown interest in Chen Ming. When he proposed a contract, I accepted. However, the test results indicate that you did not establish a contract. How do you explain this? Fang Tianhao's voice was icy, each word seemingly crystallized with frost. Huan shuddered, stammering, I do not know. You should ask Henan. It was his doing. What do you mean by that? Henan's tone was cool, yet a faint smile lingered at the corners of his lips. Huan's gaze faltered, her guilt evident. She felt uneasy in Henan's presence due to her underhanded actions. Upon noticing Henan's entrance, Fang Tianhao's expression softened slightly as he gestured for him to take a seat. You must have heard what Hu once said. Do you have anything to add? Restoring the core is not as straightforward as one might believe. Although I filled Hu Wan's core with kinetic energy, and it has largely recovered, its stability remains precarious. Henan replied, choosing his words carefully, knowing those who understood would grasp the implications. Are you suggesting my consciousness is muddled? I am perfectly sane. I am fully recovered. Hu Wan protested vehemently, fearing the base would hold her accountable for Qin Ming's injury. In her desperate attempt to absolve herself, she sought to implicate Henan. You must have done something that caused Qin Ming to be hurt. You must take responsibility for this. Henan's smile deepened. Am I the one who urged you to escape from the repair shop? Did I compel you to attend the social gathering? Did I insist you contract with Qin Ming? What responsibility do I bear? Hu Wan was rendered speechless by Henan's retorts, unable to muster a defense. Indeed, in her quest for a successful escape, she had confided in no one. The social gathering was meticulously planned by her, unbeknownst to Henan. Contracting with Qin Ming was entirely unexpected. She had not anticipated him to be the first to step forward. Yet, she felt this matter was inextricably linked to Henan, albeit lacking evidence to substantiate her claims. Henan smirked with a hint of derision. Moreover, the assessment of well or not well is not for you to determine. It must be validated through official testing. Conduct a core test on her, Fong Tinhao commanded decisively. 5 minutes later, the results were revealed. Name, Hu Wan, core level, red alert. Warning, the kinetic energy of this mech's core is unstable, posing an imminent risk of self-detonation. Immediate isolation is required. The personnel involved in the testing instinctively distanced themselves from Hu Wan, fearing the potential for an explosion. Hu Wan's face turned pale as she screamed hoarsely, Henan. What have you done to me? Suddenly recalling Yang Ling's demise, a chill coursed through her, prompting her to throw herself at Fong Tinhao's feet, desperately clutching his leg. Captain Fong, please save me. Henan wants to kill me. He wants to kill me. Fong Tianhao's gaze was profoundly intricate as he forcefully kicked Hu Wan aside. Addressing Henan, I had thought you could truly restore the core. Henan, feeling guilty, touched his nose and replied, I will do my best. Fong Tinhao nodded and then instructed his subordinates, send this woman to the front lines, let us make use of her. No one knew the magnitude of the explosion that a high-level core could unleash, so Fong Tianhao prioritized eliminating any potential hazards. No, I refuse to go to the front lines, Hu Wan protested desperately, glaring venomously at Henan. Why are you trying to harm me? Why? Henan merely curled one corner of his mouth, gazing at her with an air of calm dignity. However, he would not allow Fong Tianhao to take away the core he had painstakingly repaired. With a mere thought, Hu Wan was reduced to a pile of flesh. The staff present could not suppress their nausea, especially the two who had been dragging Hu Wan, still clutching her severed limbs. Their eyes rolling back in their heads as they nearly fainted. Fong Tinhao also covered his nose, forcing himself to suppress the turmoil in his stomach to maintain his composure. Amidst the chaos, Henan seized Hu Wan's core. It was far more reassuring to use the machine girl he had crafted himself. Upon returning to the repair shop, Fong Ting shot him a knowing glance. What's wrong? Henan asked suspiciously. An old man has come looking for you. What is so unusual about that? Must every visitor be a beauty? You specialize in repairing machine girls. What could an old man possibly want with you? Perhaps his wife is malfunctioning. With a scoff, Henan entered the reception room and recognized the man before him. He was the very professor who had initially installed the core for Suwon. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Henan squinted, scrutinizing the elderly gentleman. My surname is Bai. You may call me Professor Bai. I have come to discuss a matter with you. Professor Bai seeks my assistance. I am affiliated with the Humanities Academy, specifically researching awakening agents. If you have something to say, please do. I am rather busy. Very well. I shall be direct. I have reviewed your credentials. You have awakened as a high-level mechanic. The Humanities Academy is in dire need of talents like you, and we hope you will consider joining us. The Humanities Academy? Henan's mind stirred. The previously suppressed thoughts began to resurface. If he could indeed enter the academy, it would mean access to an inexhaustible supply of raw materials. Noticing Henan's silence, Professor Bai added, rest assured, the compensation will be satisfactory. What about my family? They haven't awakened. Can they accompany me? Professor Bai's face fell. Knowing well the official stance on ordinary citizens, strictly prohibiting any department from accepting them, perhaps you could propose an alternative condition. Then, Professor Bai, I must ask you to leave. Are you truly not willing to reconsider? I will not abandon my family. Professor Bai felt a pang in his heart. He could see that Henan was inclined to join the Humanities Academy but was held back by familial ties. Missing out on a genius mechanic for such a reason would indeed be a grave loss. However, this decision was beyond his authority and required further consultation. Very well. I shall take my leave. Safe travels. Henan escorted him to the door, only turning back once the professor's figure had completely vanished. Unbeknownst to him, chaos had already erupted at the Qinchuan base. A substantial contingent from the School of Humanities has arrived, claiming to be in pursuit of a wanted criminal. Turning the base upside down in their search, they seemed intent on dismantling even the toilets, probing the sewers for any hidden individuals. Fang Tianhao's expression darkened. He demanded to know what they were seeking. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you, the lead commander retorted disdainfully, disregarding Fang Tianhao entirely. Despite his frustration, Fang Tianhao understood the gravity of the situation. He could not afford to provoke these individuals. Should the School of Humanities sever their supply of resources, the existence of their base would be jeopardized. Chapter 23 unfolds with Professor by returning promptly to the School of Humanities to report to the gaunt elder, Old Mo. Old Mo, Henan has consented to join us, but he insists on bringing along his unawakened family members. A cold smile crept across Old Mo's face. If you cannot manage such a trivial matter, what use is there for you? Professor Bai hastily bowed his head, imploring Old Mo for guidance. Create an accident and eliminate those worthless family members of his. Professor Bai was momentarily taken aback. What? A shiver ran down his spine. Yes. I shall attend to it immediately. After sending Professor Bai away, Henan hastened the assembly of his mechanical daughter. He recognized the threat posed by these individuals and understood that having publicly opposed them would inevitably lead to retaliation. Those who contemplate the annihilation of humanity are hardly benevolent souls. Thus, he resolved to hastily form his own combat team as swiftly as possible. That night, Henan remained sleepless, finally completing the assembly of the mechanical daughter, the one he had previously only managed to construct one-third of. He truly pushed himself to the limit, depleting his internal energy multiple times to the brink of fainting. However, he discovered an intriguing phenomenon. Each time his internal energy was fully expended, the baseline increased upon recharging. Although the increment was minimal, it signified progress. Gazing upon the youthful maiden before him, Henan's heart quivered. He had never encountered such beauty. Her eyes were clear and untainted, as if every strand of her hair was infused with an ethereal essence. Her attributes were equally astounding. Name: Wu Miao Mechanical Core. Level energy requirements of the mechanical core. All types mechanical form. Star Destroyer mechanical load. Nane Star Destroyer? What does that imply? Could she engage in cosmic warfare? Regrettably, the School of Humanities had not outfitted her with any external weaponry. Perhaps they had yet to develop suitable arms for her, or their current technological capabilities were insufficient for such enhancements. With Wu Miao at his side, Henan felt an intensified urgency to join the School of Humanities. Not for any other reason, but for the raw materials they possessed. He had unwavering confidence in his abilities and believed that Professor Bai would soon return. However, he could never have anticipated the sudden explosion at the repair shop, which reduced it to rubble in an instant. At that moment, he was at the base, assisting Fang Tianhao in the search for the individual sought by the School of Humanities. In truth, this matter had nothing to do with Henan. It was merely a ploy orchestrated by Professor Bai to divert him, facilitating the attack on the repair shop. The explosion reverberated throughout the base, and Henan merely gazed coldly in that direction, his expression tranquil, devoid of sorrow or joy. Meanwhile, the base commander was enraged. His beloved daughter was in sight. He nearly summoned all the combat power of the base to the ruins of the repair shop. Unfortunately, his efforts yielded no clues. Aside from a gaping pit, there was nothing left. Of course, several cores of the mechanized girls had been discreetly collected by Henan into his storage space. The base leader, seeing Henan's calm demeanor, could no longer suppress his fury. Henan, you owe me an explanation. Isn't it obvious? Someone wishes to prevent me from operating my shop here, Henan replied. The base leader, trembling with rage, pointed a quivering finger at Henan. My daughter is innocent. If she hadn't stayed in the shop, she would have perished long ago. The base leader was momentarily speechless, but the pain of losing his daughter drove him to madness. Someone, apprehend Henan. Is the base leader truly going to arrest one of our own from the Institute of Humanities? Professor Bai interjected. His ambitions clearly etched upon his face, showing no concern that Henan might suspect him of orchestrating the explosion. The Institute of Humanities not only possessed the raw materials for the mechanized girls, but also displayed formidable strength. If Henan were not a fool, he would understand the choice he had to make. The base leader was momentarily taken aback, then roared, Did my daughter die in vain? Regardless, I must express my gratitude for your care during this time. Henan stepped forward, lowering his voice to a whisper only they could hear. Your daughter is not dead. One day, I will bring her back. The base leader gazed at Henan in disbelief, but seeing his unwavering composure, he began to believe his words. Rather than completely losing his daughter, he preferred to hold on to a glimmer of hope. The two men shared an unspoken understanding, and without further words, the base leader snorted and departed with his entourage. Only Henan and Professor Bai remained at the scene. Can you accompany me now? Henan smirked. Do I have a choice? None. Professor Bai's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Only at the Institute of Humanities can you truly realize your potential. What are we waiting for? Let us go. With that, Henan boarded Professor Bai's helicopter, soaring towards the headquarters of the Institute of Humanities. He felt a twinge of excitement, realizing he was about to delve into the heart of the beast. Maintaining an outward calm, he closed his eyes and rested, offering no further glances towards Professor Bai. Professor Bai, however, assumed Henan must be terrified, feigning tranquility. Soon, Henan found himself before old Mo, the highest authority in the Institute of Humanities. Upon meeting his cold gaze, Henan narrowed his eyes. Administer the test. The chilling tone was particularly unsettling, yet Henan complied. Placing his right hand upon the testing device. Name, Henan. Attribute, mechanic. Seemingly pleased with the results, old Mo's gaze softened for a rare moment. You possess considerable talent. If you dedicate yourself, your future is boundless. Henan shrugged. I am merely a repairman. What future could I possibly have? Ha ha ha, you underestimate mechanics far too much. To date, every weapon mounted in the Institute of Humanities has been developed by mechanics. Henan's eyes brightened. He had been troubled by Wu Miao's lack of mounted weaponry. And now a solution seemed to be at hand. Old Mo, catching the subtle shift in Henan's expression, remarked, First, go work in the repair shop for a while. If you perform well, I will consider granting you an opportunity to join the research team. This is what is commonly referred to as a test, typically. Leaders treat their subordinates in such a manner. They first paint a grand picture, allowing you to feel like an extraordinary talent, irreplaceable. Then, they assign you a task that is unlikely to meet expectations, instilling the belief that effort alone can propel you further. Henan sees through these tactics, but does not expose them. He obediently engages in the mechanical repair work. After all, only by participating in the repair tasks does he gain the opportunity to access raw materials for his own use. As a mechanical engineer, Henan's treatment naturally differs from that of ordinary technicians. Even the color of his work uniform is not the mundane blue but a trendy yellow and white. Coupled with his strikingly handsome face, he is met with waves of envious gazes upon entering the repair room. However, Henan remains unfazed, prioritizing immediate benefits. Professor Bai personally escorts him to his post, advising him to cultivate good relationships with his colleagues. Henan remains indifferent. Why should he care if they do not like him? As if their approval could elevate his life in any meaningful way. He is Henan, unique and unparalleled, requiring no connections with anyone. Chapter 24. Witness my exceptional talent. One of the greatest advantages of being in the School of Humanities is the abundance of work available. Once you step into the repair room, you find yourself unable to pause. It is not just the combat mechas on the front lines that require repairs. The training base is rife with genuine drills, and daily training results in injuries among the mechas. Additionally, any defective products from the research team are sent to the repair room for disassembly. On his first day, Henan repaired 20 mechas, remaining occupied from the beginning to the end of his shift. As for meals, non-existent. Every morning, all mechanical engineers receive a nutrient solution, sufficient to sustain them throughout the day. However, this nutrient solution resembles glue in taste, utterly flavorless and exceedingly difficult to swallow. Old Mo claims that it is meant to eliminate desires and return to one's true self. What nonsense! He simply longs for a hearty meal of fish and meat. Henan grumbles but finds himself powerless. The repair room is under constant surveillance, leaving him no opportunity to discreetly procure food or stash raw materials. This greatly displeases Henan. Fortunately, a week later, Old Mo finally has a change of heart and transfers Henan to the research team. Of course, his remarkable performance is a contributing factor. Regardless of how grievously injured the mechas delivered to him are, he repairs them swiftly and proficiently. Moreover, Old Mo discovers his potential to repair the cores of mechas, finally acknowledging him as a gem rather than mere chaff. Upon entering the research team, Henan directly engages in the development of weaponry. Each small group consists of 5 individuals sharing a laboratory, collaboratively working on the same project. Consequently, all remuneration is equally distributed among the team members. Thus, Hinan's presence does not bring joy to everyone, as it means sharing the bounty with one more person. The group leader, also surnamed Imo and named Imo Jingyin, is an arrogant fellow who does not regard Hinan highly, regardless of his rank. He was merely assigned trivial tasks, completely excluded from any experimental involvement. He relished the ease of his situation, earning money without exerting effort. Such a fortunate circumstance was rare indeed. Observing his unwavering cheerfulness while others toiled relentlessly, Imo Jingyin could no longer remain passive. The propulsion of the particle cannon was perpetually inadequate. He urged for innovative solutions. At last, an opportunity presented itself. Without revealing his intentions, Hinan discreetly took possession of the particle cannon's prototype and conducted preliminary tests on the detection apparatus. The results aligned perfectly with the data report provided by Imo Jingyin. Although Imo Jingyin regarded his actions with disdain, he chose to remain silent. Hinan refrained from further engaging with the prototype, opting instead to compile a list requesting an array of suitable materials for energization. After scrutinizing the list for some time and finding no faults, Imo Jingyin signed off on it. Within moments, Hinan acquired the materials he needed and began his work at the workstation. Observing that Hinan had squandered nearly a third of the materials by the afternoon, Imo Jingyin's contempt deepened. Just a friendly reminder, he cautioned. Newcomers are granted only one opportunity to request materials. Should you produce no results, you will be relegated to the workshop for menial tasks. Hinan continued his work, offering a perfunctory thank you. With a dismissive snort, Imo Jingyin departed. A week later, Hinan brought the prototype to the weapon testing facility. Given the immense power of the machine's mounted weaponry, laboratory tests could easily obliterate an entire building. The testing facility, equipped with cutting-edge technology, was designed to withstand attacks from all contemporary weaponry. After handing over the particle cannon to the tester, Hinan stood aside, awaiting the results. Currently classified as a standard mounted weapon with moderate power, the tester initially paid it little heed. However, upon firing the cannon, he was utterly astonished. "Is this a new product?" he exclaimed, incredulous. "Not quite. It's merely an enhancement of the propulsion system. You must be new here. I haven't seen you before," the tester remarked, printing the test report while attempting to engage in casual conversation. Although this particle cannon was an improved version, its impressive performance assured its production, and the tester would receive a commission upon mass production. "Yes, I just arrived a few days ago," Hinan replied nonchalantly, indifferent to the shift in the tester's demeanor. "Impressive. Achieving results so quickly as a newcomer is quite remarkable. It's nothing extraordinary." When Hinan submitted the test report to Imo Jingyin, he felt a jolt of surprise. "Is it truly successful? If not, I would lose my chance entirely." Hinan did not conceal the sarcasm in his gaze. Regardless of Imo Jingyin's internal discomfort, this was undeniably a positive development. Achieving results was the ultimate goal of every research team. Success equated to funding. And the Humanities Institute did not retain unproductive individuals. "I will report this immediately. We shall receive our bonuses by the end of the month." Oh, Hinan, however, held little interest in the bonus. He yearned for a private and independent space. Living under constant surveillance was untenable for him, and he contemplated leaving. He set a personal deadline of 1 month. Should circumstances remain unchanged after that period, he would leave, even if it meant risking his very life. He is not the type of person who finds satisfaction merely in having a job that fills his stomach. The nascent mechanized soldier team was so easily destroyed, and he will inevitably seek vengeance for this grievance. However, the prerequisite for such retribution is to strengthen himself first. For now, he must bide his time. Imo Jingyin reported the results under the name of the research group, entirely omitting Hinan. Regardless, the bonuses would be shared equally, and no one could question his actions. Yet, Hinan was discontent. He sought not the reward, but an opportunity to stand out. Upon completing one project, he quickly received another assignment, to upgrade the cannon's firing rate and range. Hinan promptly requested the necessary raw materials for propulsion, and as all group members applied for materials, Imo Jingyin could hardly single him out for difficulty, thus he had no choice but to sign off. That very day, Hinan returned to the testing base and encountered the same tester as before. "What a coincidence, we meet again," Hinan remarked. The tester, somewhat taken aback, said, "Didn't you just come yesterday? Was there an issue with the particle cannon? Can't you wish me some good fortune?" Hinan handed over the improved cannon, indicating it was a new project. "What? You finished it in a day?" To be precise, it was half a day. The tester, incredulous, pressed the launch button and immediately erupted in excitement. My heavens, how did you achieve this? The firing rate increased by 30% and the range extended by 10 kilometers. Do you realize what this means? It means I have a bonus to collect. How pedestrian, the tester scoffed. This is glory. Do you understand glory? I am but a commoner, uninterested in such superficialities. I prefer bonuses. Despite sensing a hint of commercialism in Henan, the tester courteously handed him the testing report. I'm Hu Jun. Let us be friends. Henan. They shook hands, and thus considered themselves friends. This time, Henan inscribed his name on the report. Mo Jingyan was visibly furious. Henan, what is the meaning of this? Was this experiment not completed solely by me? Bonuses can be shared, but my name must be included. Chapter 25, Workaholic. Henan's words left Mo Jingyan momentarily speechless, yet he attempted to argue. We are a team. This is how we've reported before. You've only been here a few days. What prominence do you think you have? In just a few days, I have completed 2 projects. And there will be many more to come. Everyone will benefit from following my lead. I don't believe anyone here is uninterested in making more money. Quite ambitious. As the team leader, I could easily take your place. Henan disdainfully glanced at him. If I were to become the team leader, I certainly would not require the presence of a fool who only knows how to bully from the shadows. Do you know who I am, Henan? Whoever you are is insignificant in the face of humanity's survival. Well said. The ominous voice of Mo Lao resounded from behind, startling Mo Zhengyan. Uncle. You think you can bully newcomers just because you call me uncle? Uncle, I did not. It's Henan who is new and unaware of the rules. I merely rules? What rules? Mo Lao shot him a glare. You're nothing but a useless piece of clay. Go work in the maintenance room. You don't belong here. Uncle, you cannot treat me this way. After all, my father is. Mo Zhengyan's complexion paled, and he instinctively withdrew his head. I will head to the machine repair room immediately. Henan understood that he had once again made an enemy, yet he remained unfazed. Old Mo turned his gaze towards Henan, his eyes still icy. This group will be assigned to you. Thank you, but that is unnecessary. Old Mo's demeanor instantly turned frigid. Within the Humanities Academy, Henan was the first to dare question him. I do not require assistance. They would be of no help to me. Keeping them around would merely squander resources. However, Henan was undeterred, calmly stating, if Old Mo has reservations about me and insists on having a few people monitor my activities, then so be it. Old Mo snorted coldly and swept away. Nevertheless, by the end of the day, the others were reassigned, leaving Henan alone in the laboratory. Simultaneously, he moved from the collective dormitory to a single accommodation. Although the environment remained unchanged, the key element was his newfound freedom, granting him a semblance of privacy. In this cursed place, the only areas devoid of surveillance cameras were the dormitory and the bathroom. Henan was not greedy. Within just a few days, he had successfully secured a single dormitory, marking a significant step forward. Although he could not openly scavenge materials from the Humanities Academy yet, he could utilize his breaks to repair the machine girl in his storage space. First, he retrieved Lin Rue's core, cradling it in his hand as he began the restoration. This woman was composed and could assist him in managing many tasks. Her culinary skills were also impressive. If she were willing, she could remain by his side as a girlfriend. Of course, that discussion would take place only after her complete restoration. Henan was quite democratic and would not force anyone into an unwanted situation. The next day, Henan entered the eerily quiet laboratory, still feeling somewhat out of place. The week's tasks had already been sent to his email, and he casually glanced at them. The goal was to reduce the weight of the mounted weapons, seeking to enhance the combat capabilities of the machine girl by increasing the load capacity. After a moment of contemplation, he began filling out a materials request form. Halfway through, he suddenly remembered that he no longer had a group leader. Materials could now be requested directly via email. Thus, he crumpled the form and tossed it into the trash. He then composed an official request email. Within minutes, someone arrived with a vehicle to deliver the items to him. Henan was thoroughly pleased with this efficiency. This experiment, seemingly simple, was in fact exceedingly challenging. To lessen the weight of the weapons, one would have to sacrifice either defensive capabilities or combat power. Such an outcome was evidently not what the higher-ups desired. However, preserving the current combat and defense capabilities while simultaneously reducing weight necessitated an exploration of raw materials. Su Hang had invested considerable time researching. Currently, all mounted weapons employed the world's most advanced materials, leaving no viable alternatives. It was as if they expected him to conjure something from nothing. Heenan felt a headache coming on. In truth, humanity's technological advancement had already achieved breakthroughs numerous times. With the continuous improvement of smelting technology, many alloy products had emerged, their performance far surpassing that of the original monometals. Currently, the smelting technology has reached a level of considerable maturity. Thus, any further efforts in this realm, even if yielding progress, are unlikely to be particularly remarkable. Heenan aspires for a meteoric rise rather than incremental daily improvements. Consequently, the only avenue worth exploring is the innovation of alloy materials. In fact, the current raw materials are already remarkably lightweight. A mechanized companion can be equipped with 3 to 5 heavy weaponry, not including her inherent defensive armaments. Each of these weapons, prior to the cataclysm, weighed 3 to 4 tons, but now their weight has been halved. Throughout the day, Heenan found himself devoid of inspiration. Upon returning to his dormitory, he retrieved semi-finished ingredients from Papa Lin's shop, and after a simple preparation, they transformed into a delectable feast. A serving of braised pork with preserved mustard greens, a portion of sauerkraut fish, and a spicy hot pot. Complemented by a generous bowl of rice, Heenan savored every bite. Subsequently, he immersed himself in the bathtub, simultaneously soaking and repairing Lin Rue. After last night's endeavors, her neural structure had been fully restored, and today he aimed to reconstruct her skull and facial features. With half-closed eyes, Heenan appeared relaxed. Yet a flurry of raw materials raced through his mind, and he still could not identify a suitable option. In truth, Lin Rue's enhancements were already quite exquisite. However, the addition of a shield-like apparatus would significantly bolster her combat capabilities. Yet, each added weapon would necessitate a reduction in flight speed. To enhance speed, one must increase kinetic energy. A sudden epiphany struck Heenan. It was not the raw materials that were paramount, but kinetic energy itself that held the key to the solution. With sufficient kinetic energy, the installation of not just 1, but even 10 or 8 weapons would be feasible. However, this would impose considerable pressure on the commander. A high-ranking commander could manage this, but should their rank be too low, it would drastically shorten their combat duration. If only kinetic energy could be stored, akin to a power bank, releasing it when needed and conserving it when not. Yet, even a power bank experiences energy depletion over time. The first step must be to address this issue. With newfound clarity, Heenan's spirits soared, and he affectionately kissed Lin Rue's freshly repaired head. As a result, she visited him in his dreams, and the two shared a night filled with tenderness. Upon waking the next morning, Heenan felt a lingering sense of fulfillment. Nevertheless, he leapt out of bed. Being a career-driven man, it was time to strive forward. He heated a cup of milk and devoured 2 sandwiches before hastily making his way to the laboratory. He sourced the most effective insulating material available to construct a box, then began to gradually infuse it with kinetic energy. However, this process did not proceed smoothly. Heenan discovered that to store the requisite kinetic energy for a mechanized companion, he would need to create a box of considerable size, which proved somewhat impractical. It was imperative to find a method to compress kinetic energy, otherwise, the experiment would lose its significance. After numerous trials, Heenan managed to reduce the box's size to 1/10 of its original dimensions. Yet it remained too large for practical use. At this stage, the experiment was tantamount to failure. However, Heenan was resolute in his determination not to relinquish his efforts. He firmly believed that his ideas were sound. He simply had yet to discover the appropriate methodology. While he immersed himself in experimentation, unbeknownst to him, the application form he had discarded was retrieved by others. A small group had gathered to scrutinize it, one among them being Mo Jingyan. He made a solemn vow to Master Mo that he would complete the experiment ahead of Heenan, out of respect for his father, who perished during the migration in an attempt to save him. Master Mo consented and returned all of his group members to him. Mo Jingyan received the experimental assignment a night in advance of Heenan, yet the task proved to be quite a conundrum for the entire group. In his quest to outpace Heenan, he resorted to the idea of pilfering the rival's information. It was remarkably simple to bribe the cleaning staff. A mere vial of nutrient solution sufficed. Upon acquiring Heenan's materials application, Mo Jingyan felt he had gained a comprehensive understanding of his adversary, thus emboldening him to engage his team in discussions about the experiment's intricacies. Could these materials be made lighter and thinner? Surely, reducing thickness would compromise defensive capabilities. If they were to enhance load capacity at the expense of defense, what purpose would we researchers serve? Mo Jingyan consistently regarded himself as a researcher. Deeming mechanics a lesser profession, this disdain was the root of his aversion to the mechanics workshop. In contrast, the title of researcher carried an air of prestige, unbeknownst to Henan, who was oblivious to the scrutiny of his every move. Even if he had been aware, he would not have feared. Providing kinetic energy to the mechanized daughters was a unique ability reserved for commanders, entirely unrelated to mechanics. Yet, Henan possessed an inexhaustible supply of kinetic energy, leaving others to harbor envy and frustration as they could only watch in awe. After 3 days of diligent work, Henan successfully devised a kinetic energy storage device, no larger than a 10,000 mAh power bank, capable of storing the entire kinetic energy of a high-ranking commander. During the testing phase, Master Mo himself attended, having invited 2 commanders to recharge on-site, subsequently affixing this power bank to a mechanized daughter, allowing her to continue fighting even after the commander's energy was depleted. This development instilled a significant sense of urgency among the commanders, their gazes towards Henan fraught with hostility. Henan, will your technology ultimately replace the commanders? Master Mo posed the question that lingered in the minds of all present. Not yet, Henan replied. Once the mechanized daughter transforms into a mechanical entity, she requires a commander's control to engage in combat. Of course, it is feasible to program her to fight autonomously, but such a system has yet to be developed. A mechanized daughter equipped with a storage device still necessitates a commander's oversight. We could liken this storage device to a backup power source, serving as a supplement to the commander's kinetic energy, but not a substitute. This reassurance echoed in the minds of all commanders present. However, Master Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, though he chose not to pursue the topic further. Among all those in attendance, only he discerned that Henan had said currently rather than forever. Henan was also laying the groundwork for future battles alongside mechanized daughters, without a new product's emergence. He would struggle to explain how mechanized daughters could engage in combat without a contract. Henan's invention has turned the tide for humanity in the battle against mutated marine creatures, allowing them to hold their ground rather than suffer continual defeats. This breakthrough has also afforded the Humanities Academy ample time to establish high-tech floating cities. These cities, suspended in mid-air, completely evade natural disasters such as tsunamis, earthquakes, and flash floods. However, residing in such cities necessitates the ability to fly. Otherwise, one would find it impossible to navigate. This is precisely why the Humanities Academy has refrained from admitting ordinary individuals. Even piloting a floating vehicle is beyond the capabilities of the average person, who cannot adapt to the required speeds or keep pace with the awakened. The first floating city has finally been completed at the headquarters of the Humanities Academy, aptly named Star City. On the day of its inauguration, a grand election was held, and, as expected, Mr. Mo was appointed as the city lord. The cabinet members were elite individuals chosen from various cities, most of whom were former mayors. Among them was Qin Xueqing, the mayor of Qichuan City. However, his mood was far from pleasant. His only son, Chun Ming, had suffered a damaged power source due to a failed contract with Huan and had yet to be healed. This misfortune significantly diminished his influence within the cabinet. After all, how capable can a cabinet member be without a successor? Qin Xueqing was deeply troubled, yet powerless to change the situation. He could only continue seeking renowned physicians for his son's treatment, though with little success. This predicament had generated considerable buzz, inevitably reaching Henan's ears. Chen Ming? Henan was eager to discern whether this individual was connected to Su Wen's betrayal. If it were merely due to Su Wen's ambition to climb the social ladder, he could accept that. However, if there were deeper motives at play, he was not one to be trifled with. Yet, given his current position and the necessity of concealing his healing techniques, he had no means to approach Qin Ming. He set the matter aside, confident that an opportunity would eventually arise. Little did he expect that the opportunity would come so swiftly. Qin Xueqing personally visited the laboratory to meet him. Hello, Henan. I am Qin from the cabinet. I have seen you on television. Ah, it's a pleasure to be acquainted, Henan replied, without waiting for an invitation. Qin Xueqing took a seat and stated, I am here today regarding the kinetic energy storage device. Henan narrowed his eyes, sensing ulterior motives behind his words. This product had already entered mass production. Qin from the cabinet should not need to consult him. No. I wish to inquire if a commander with a damaged power source could operate a mech if equipped with this storage device. In theory, yes, but on the condition that the commander had previously contracted with the mech. This statement extinguished the flicker of hope that had ignited in Qin Xueqing's eyes. Qin Ming's power source was compromised precisely because of a failed contract. He was currently unable to fulfill any contract, even with the addition of a kinetic energy storage device. It would be futile. Henan could see the despair in Qin Shueqing's demeanor, perhaps stemming from a father's love for his son or his lack of alternatives. Regardless, the affection he held for Qin Ming was undeniably moving. Perhaps I could attempt to assist him, though I cannot guarantee success. Is that truly possible? Qin Shueqing's eyes suddenly sparkled with renewed hope. The Qin cabinet, I am merely a mechanic, not a physician, so please do not place excessive hope in me. It matters not. As long as you can cure my son, I shall comply with whatever conditions you propose. However, let me see him first before proceeding. Henan did not fully articulate his thoughts. He needed to meet Qin Ming before deciding whether to save him. Chapter 27. A sense of ease. Qin Shueqing was indeed anxious to save his son, promptly taking Henan to the hospital. Qin Ming resided in a private ward, guarded by a dozen bodyguards. When Henan arrived, Qin Ming was in a fit of rage, surrounded by bodyguards attempting to appease him, yet their efforts proved futile. He appeared exceedingly irritable, his eyes bloodshot. Enough of this commotion. I have brought a doctor who may be able to restore your power source. How many doctors have you brought? Which one is effective? They are all charlatans. Henan was disinclined to squander time here and had no desire to placate a young master. I shall pose you one question. If your answer satisfies me, I shall assist in your treatment without charge. Both Qin Shueqing and Qin Ming were taken aback. Initially, Qin Ming regarded Henan, who appeared younger than himself, with skepticism, doubting his medical prowess and suspecting he was merely after their family's wealth. However, upon hearing the promise of no payment, a flicker of hope ignited in his despairing heart. What question? Ask away. Henan turned to Qin Shueqing. May I speak with young Master Chun in private for a moment? Ah, certainly. Qin Shueqing had reached a point of desperation, willing to do anything for someone who claimed they could heal Qin Ming. Thus, he readily agreed to this simple request, immediately escorting the bodyguards out and kindly closing the door behind them. Do you know Suwen? Qin Ming was eager to restore his power source. Having been perceived as the exemplary child since childhood and a favored one in adulthood, he was unwilling to become a burden. He earnestly searched his memory for the person Henan mentioned, yet regrettably found no trace of her. Well, she should be a woman, right? To be honest, I am acquainted with many women, and I cannot quite recall. Could you provide a hint? Henan opened his phone and thrust a photograph of Suwen before him. This is her. Do you recognize her? Qin Ming scrutinized the image for a considerable time before shaking his head. I truly do not know her. However, it matters not. I will immediately mobilize all of the Qin family's connections to help locate her. Henan had been closely observing his micro-expressions and was certain he was not lying. Thus, he retracted his phone, stating, no need. Qin Ming, before he could react, was swiftly rendered unconscious by a precise strike from Henan, who then placed his hand atop his head, invoking a healing technique. In mere seconds, Qin Ming's power source was restored. Henan, displaying kindness, laid him flat and covered him with a blanket before exiting the ward. Young Master Qin's power source has been restored. He merely requires some rest. Really? So quickly? Qin Shueqing gazed at Henan in disbelief, rendered speechless. Once he awakens, a simple test will reveal the truth. This is one matter I cannot fabricate. No, Mr. He, you have misunderstood. I am not doubting your intentions, but rather I am astounded. I shall take my leave now. Very well, I shall have the driver see you off. Thank you. Naturally, Henan would prefer to travel by hovercar rather than on foot. The expanse of Star City is particularly vast. Walking back to the School of Humanities would take an entire day. However, a hovercar would arrive in mere minutes. Henan felt an increasing urgency to repair Lin Rue. Otherwise, he would be unable to step outside at all. Alternatively, he could consider purchasing a hovercar first. It was a rare occasion for Henan to venture out, and with a complimentary driver at his disposal, he was reluctant to squander the opportunity. Master, where can I purchase a hovercar? Could you take me to see one? Certainly. The driver was a taciturn individual. Prior to their departure, Qin Shueqing had instructed him to cater to all of Henan's requests. Since this gentleman wished to view the vehicles, he would naturally escort him there. There was only one auto dealership in Star City, and the hovercars had only recently been introduced, with limited models available. Henan was drawn to a particularly stylish and remarkably swift vehicle. After inquiring about the price, he took a seat and departed. Alas, he was financially constrained. Although he had been employed at the School of Humanities for a time, his salary had yet to be disbursed. The earnings from his previous mechanical repair shop in Qinchuan had all been in contribution points. But the circulating currency in Star City was star coins. He was, at present, utterly penniless. Had he known, he would not have been so generous and should have extracted a sum from the Qin family. Henan muttered to himself. Yet, he bore no regrets. Having untangled the knots in his heart, he felt remarkably unencumbered. He chose to consider the past 8 years as a mere offering to the dogs. Especially since Su Wen had obliterated the core and had completely vanished from this world. Any lingering grievances ought to be relinquished. At that moment, Chen Ming also regained consciousness. Bellowing, "Where is that scammer? How dare he knock me out? Bring him here at once." Chun Xueqing furrowed his brow, preparing to conduct a test. Test what? Mister. He indicated that your power source has been restored. Let us conduct a preliminary assessment. How is that possible? How much did you give him? You must have been deceived again. Whether or not he was deceived can be determined through testing. Chun Ming was aware that his father had been tirelessly occupied with matters concerning him, so he cooperatively placed his right hand on the testing device. However, he remained skeptical of Henan. I tell you, that guy is undoubtedly a fraud. How could he become familiar so quickly? The familiar electronic voice resonated. Name, Chen Ming. Rank, Commander, Power Source, Intact, Uncontracted. Chun Ming's complaints abruptly ceased, and his eyes suddenly glistened with tears. Dad, could it have been a mistake? Test again. Chun Xueqing's voice trembled. Chun Ming, shaking, placed his right hand on the testing device once more. The electronic voice resounded again. Name, Chun Ming. Rank, Commander, Power Source, Intact. Uncontracted. Dad, I am restored. I am truly restored. They wept joyfully, embracing each other, and it took a considerable time for their emotions to settle. Oh dear. I completely forgot to pay for the consultation. Chun Xueqing smacked his thigh, so caught up in his joy that he overlooked this crucial matter. No worries, Dad. I shall personally deliver the consultation fee. At that moment, the driver who had taken Henan departed returned. Mister, he has been safely delivered to the School of Humanities. Was the journey smooth? Everything proceeded smoothly. Midway, Mr. He made a brief visit to the 4th store before returning directly. Chen Ming's eyes suddenly sparkled with curiosity. Was he considering purchasing a vehicle? Did he buy it? No, he merely inquired about the price. He intended to acquire that model immediately. The driver turned and exited once more. Father, isn't one hover car rather insufficient? Indeed, but let us not be excessive. Chun Xueqing, a seasoned figure in the political realm, possesses a far greater aptitude for understanding human nature than Chen Ming. You should attempt to befriend him. He will prove invaluable to us. I would forge that friendship regardless of your counsel. Chen Ming, caught in a whirlwind of excitement, failed to grasp the deeper implications of Chun Xueqing's words. What I mean is to cultivate a genuine friendship. Father, what do you imply? Remember, do not attempt to win him over, nor should you seek to bribe him. Approach him with sincerity and earnestness. Oh, understood. Although Chun Ming felt somewhat bewildered, he recognized that his father possessed a sharper insight into people. In all these years, he had never shown such regard for anyone. This Henan was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 28. The first friend. The following morning, Chen Ming sought out Henan, bringing not only a hover car but also a plethora of gifts, predominantly edible treats. He presented canned beef, self-heating meals, instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and more. In the current Star City, residents exclusively consumed nutrient solutions, rendering these food items obsolete. Chen Ming's ability to procure them stemmed from his family's previous stockpiling. Although Henan lacked for food, he recognized the current scarcity and the value of such items, which could not be easily obtained by those without status. Young Master Chun, you are exceedingly generous. Call me Chen Ming. You have rendered me an immense service, and I am at a loss as to how to repay you. Do not speak of repayment. I have stated before, answer my inquiries, and I shall assist with your injuries. Well, Henan, I have not aided you in any way. You have merely restored my power source. Regardless, I owe you a debt. No, we owe each other nothing. Although Henan had moved past Su Wen, he was unwilling to forge a deep connection with Chen Ming. Furthermore, do not speak of my healing you to others. Take these gifts back. That is unacceptable. If you refuse to accept them, I shall feel uneasy. Chen Ming was taken aback by Henan's stubbornness. An automotive mechanic unable to afford a hover car, was it true nobility or merely disdain for his gifts? You truly need not overthink this. We are merely fulfilling our respective needs, and we are even. Henan, I sincerely wish to be your friend. We inhabit different worlds. It is unnecessary. Young Master Chun, please return. Chun Ming sensed Henan's outright rejection and felt a surge of frustration. However, recalling his father's words, he subdued his anger. Very well. I shall take my belongings back. You may keep the car. Consider it a loan. You can repay me once you earn some money. All right. I shall write you an IOU. Chun Ming had never encountered anyone like Henan before. His inner turmoil was about to erupt. If not for the fact that Henan was a savior, he truly wondered what he might be capable of. By the way, the fourth store is an asset of the Chen family. The cost price is merely 1/3 of the selling price. Do not write the IOU at full price. Henan looked at him with amusement. You would share this with me? I genuinely wish to befriend you, yet it appears that you hold me in disdain. Henan suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment. Apologies, I am an orphan, and I have had few companions throughout my life. I do not quite comprehend how to interact with others. My intentions towards you are not malicious. Then, allow me to be your first friend. Chen Ming casually draped his arm over Henan's shoulder. Come, let me take you out for some fun. Henan, exasperated, shrugged off his hand. I am at work. Very well, you carry on. I shall not disturb you further. Young Master Chen, then. I am Chen Ming. All right, young Master Chen. You truly frighten me. After bidding Chen Ming farewell, Henan immersed himself back into his work, not allowing this individual to weigh on his mind. With the advent of the energy storage device, Henan became an overnight sensation. There was scarcely anyone in the Humanities Academy who did not recognize him. Mo Jingyan was nearly beside himself with indignation. Yet he also realized that he was not on the same level as Henan. He simply could not compare. Fortunately, it seemed that old Mo had forgotten about that military order incident and did not send him back to the repair bay. With this project as a foundation, Henan gained the autonomy to develop independently. The Humanities Academy would no longer assign him tasks. He could pursue whatever research he desired, provided he submitted a report that received approval from the higher-ups. The subject Henan most yearned to investigate was the weaponry for the starship. Thus he promptly submitted a report on it. This report caused quite a stir among the higher echelons, to the extent that old Mo carved out time from his busy schedule to attend the project discussion meeting. Henan, please articulate your thoughts. During my research, I discovered that an organic intelligence has awakened the core of the starship. However, our knowledge regarding the weaponry in this domain remains woefully inadequate. This is misaligned with our developmental trajectory, hence I aspire to make a breakthrough in this area. There has only been one instance globally, and that individual has since perished. Your grand endeavors in this regard are utterly futile. Young people should not be overly ambitious. It is essential to remain grounded to achieve success. We have an abundance of immediate work to address, and it is unnecessary to contemplate distant future matters. Henan found these elderly individuals' words irksome. Each one seemed to consider themselves remarkable, treating their words as absolute truth. When it comes to genuine matters, they are all of little use. Those who do not consider the long term will surely encounter immediate troubles. I doubt anyone present has contemplated the sudden onset of an apocalypse. Not to mention 3 years ago, did you believe humanity could awaken? Were it not for old MOS insistence against the tide of opposition to continue researching the awakening serum, humanity might have faced extinction by now. Henan's remarks bore the hint of flattery, for he understood that the real decision-maker was old Mo. As long as he gave his nod, the matter would come to fruition. Indeed, Henan's words left everyone at a loss for how to respond, and the conference room descended into an awkward silence. You may pursue research in this direction, however, do not expect substantial support from the authorities. May I seek materials externally? Out there, are you aware of the current circumstances outside? Even commanders protected by organic intelligences cannot guarantee their return alive. As a mere repairman, are you not courting death? Young man, do not be so reckless. Do not let a few accomplishments lead you to believe you are exceptional. Remember, there are always those beyond you, and the heavens encompass greater realms. Indeed, I observe that you remain diligently engaged in conventional weapon research within the laboratory, earning a substantial monthly salary. Why burden yourself with strenuous and thankless endeavors? Henan cast a disdainful glance at the elderly gentleman, resolute in his refusal to confine himself to a laboratory. How else could he assemble a battle team? It was imperative that he ventured outside, possessing the freedom to come and go as he pleased. I shall take responsibility for my own safety. Since you do not support my aspirations, I shall not impose. I will source the necessary raw materials independently. And should I successfully conduct my research, you may procure what you desire with monetary compensation. Does that seem agreeable? What if an unforeseen incident occurs during your outing? That loss would be my own life. And of what concern is that to you? As a member of the Humanities Academy, you ought to embody a spirit of teamwork rather than stand out so distinctly. The tasks assigned to me lack any semblance of challenge, even in my absence. You would manage to fulfill them. If you merely require inexpensive labor, I am not irreplaceable. Very well, let us proceed as Henan suggests. However, Old Mo? Yes. Once old Mo voiced his opinion, the matter was amicably settled. Henan felt fortunate not to have returned the hovercar to Qinming. Otherwise, he would have found himself unable to venture out. Following the conclusion of the meeting, Henan set off immediately. He had previously confined himself with narrow thinking, fixated on utilizing the Humanities Academy's raw materials to construct a mechanized companion. Yet, would such a creation not invite suspicion? Suspicion would arise regardless. When he becomes sufficiently powerful, what does it matter? Who would dare to voice dissent? Thus, this outing was dedicated to the establishment of his battle team. Chapter 29. My daughter is coming of age. Henan's first destination was the evacuating city of Yi City, primarily because it is a mountainous city that was not originally included in the evacuation plan. Moreover, the base there was already constructed and poised for operation. However, a tsunami struck unexpectedly, without any warning. The authorities could only manage to relocate key personnel, leaving resources behind. Henan arrived at a fortuitous moment, capitalizing on a wave of zero-cost acquisitions. Not only did he gather a plethora of essential supplies, but he also plundered the branch of the Humanities Academy. Regardless of whether the authorities had recorded these items, what he obtained was rightfully his, and he would not part with it. This was a substantial profit. Henan was not recklessly greedy. Without any bodyguards at his side, he swiftly took advantage of the situation and departed without lingering for even a moment. Subsequently, he raided over a dozen similar cities, ceasing only when his storage space was filled to capacity. Throughout these days, aside from stockpiling supplies, he had been diligently repairing Lin Rue. As of today, the final core repair was completed. Once activated, his first mechanized companion would come to life. Consequently, Henan sought refuge in a city distant from the tsunami. He refrained from entering the base, as presenting a Humanities Academy work permit would guarantee him a warm welcome at any facility. Nevertheless, in pursuit of his own plans, he opted to reside in an abandoned villa far from the base. He then proceeded to activate Lin Rue. Due to the core having been nurtured by Henan, the activation process unfolded seamlessly. As Lin Rue opened her eyes, it felt as though she had traversed through time. Henan, am I still alive? You only have one core left. Reviving you was quite the endeavor, Henan replied cheerfully, as though discussing an ordinary matter. Lin Rue, however, abruptly threw herself into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Although the explosion had come as a shock, her memories remained intact. She vividly recalled the last sight she had seen. Everyone shattered, the repair shop reduced to rubble. Henan gently caressed her back, whispering words of comfort. It's all right. Don't cry. Everything will be fine. Grandma, I still failed to protect her. You did your best. Henan, you are all I have left. Henan felt a wave of confusion above his head. Was this an implication of devotion? After a while, Lin Rue calmed down. Henan, what shall we do next? We shall form a combat team, and you will be the captain. Me? Am I capable of that? If I say you can, then you can. Lin Rue's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze. But where shall we find so many mechanized girls? You need not worry about that, since I could save you. I can save others as well. Really? Lin Rue's eyes sparkled with hope. Henan quickly clarified, only mechanized girls can be saved. For the explosion did not destroy your core. No matter how capable I am, I cannot conjure a person out of thin air. Though slightly disheartened, Lin Rue understood that her survival was already a considerable stroke of fortune. She must not be overly greedy. Henan's next repair task was Wu Miao, a top-tier core with a mechanical body resembling a battleship. This was Henan's most significant trump card, a formidable weapon. Lin Rue refrained from interrupting Henan's work and instead ventured to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Upon seeing the refrigerator brimming with ingredients, her anxious heart settled instantly. This was the advantage of being with Henan. Wherever they went, sustenance was never a concern. With provisions on hand, her heart felt at ease. With a woman in the household, Henan's quality of life soared dramatically. He had finally escaped the monotonous routine of consuming nutrient solutions and instant noodles. Furthermore, Lin Rue's culinary skills were quite impressive, as she prepared a variety of delicious meals for him each day. Henan felt that life was becoming increasingly promising. 5 days later, he successfully activated Wu Miao. However, this woman was excessively aloof, only uttering a single thank you without further words. Lin Rue attempted to engage her in conversation, but each time she was deterred by Wu Miao's icy demeanor. Henan, preoccupied with the pressing need to restore all mechanized girls, had little time to focus on their emotions. Subsequently, Lin Shuang, Su Qingqing, Hu Wan, Li Yu, Wang Mei, and Li Qi were all restored. As for Hu Wan, who had betrayed him twice. He-Nan erased all her memories and equipped her with a maid system, assigning her all household chores from then on. Naturally, the primary mission of the mechanized girls was to venture out and hunt mutated marine creatures. On the first day of their outing, He-Nan felt a twinge of nervousness. Yet, he understood that this step was imperative. Despite his abundant resources, this group could easily live without worry for a lifetime even if they did nothing at all. However, He-Nan harbored no intention of nurturing incompetence. He aspired for every individual surrounding him to possess intrinsic value. The trial skirmish could not be overly intense. Thus He-Nan opted to engage the sporadic mutated marine creatures on the outskirts of the city. Drawing upon his experience at the Humanities Academy, He-Nan not only repaired the mechanical daughters, but also executed a comprehensive upgrade of their core programs and mounted weaponry. In the event of danger, they would possess an autonomous combat awareness. Moreover, He-Nan developed a combat strength recognition program, integrating it into the core of each mechanical daughter. Consequently, upon the appearance of a mutated marine creature, it could be identified within a mere second. The advantage of this program lay in its facilitation of tactical arrangements. If the opponent was feeble, a swift elimination was in order. Conversely, should the adversary prove excessively formidable, considerations for team formation or retreat would ensue. Nonetheless, theoretical knowledge necessitated practical validation. The moment of witnessing a miracle had arrived, as He-Nan, leading 8 mechanical daughters, set forth with great determination. He-Nan, accompanied by Lin Rui and Wu Miao, scoured the skies for targets, leaving the combat to the remaining mechanical daughters. The 6 were divided into pairs of 3, typically engaging in solitary battles, yet uniting to mount a collaborative assault against formidable foes. Lin Shuang was appointed as the leader of one group, comprising Liu and Hu Wan. Su Qingqing led the second group, which included Li Qi and Wang Mei. The first adversary encountered was unexpectedly familiar, the octopus, an old acquaintance. However, with the passage of time, the mutated marine creatures had grown stronger. This particular octopus was significantly more formidable than the one He-Nan had first encountered. Towering over 5 meters, with 8 tentacles capable of extending beyond 100 meters. Furthermore, its skin had developed a hard shell, dramatically enhancing its defensive capabilities. Barbs had sprouted along its tentacles, elevating its lethality to an entirely new level. Lin Rui was momentarily stunned. Was this the ancestral matriarch of all octopuses? How could they be so unfortunate? He-Nan chuckled at her, remarking that mutated marine creatures could also evolve, thus compelling them to exert greater effort. Indeed, if this trend continued, the prospect of human survival appeared increasingly tenuous. Lin Rui wholeheartedly agreed with He-Nan's assertion. Lin Shuang and Su Qingqing promptly led their respective teams to encircle the octopus with clearly defined roles. Some feigned attacks, while others provided support, and the decisive strikes were executed by the team leaders. He-Nan was exceedingly pleased with their performance. However, his satisfaction was perhaps premature. The suddenly besieged octopus displayed no hint of panic. Instead, it cast a disdainful glance over the assembled group. Its gaze reminiscent of one surveying insignificant ants, remarkably human-like in its condescension. This provoked Lin Shuang's ire. "Sisters, let's take it down." Consequently, a barrage of projectiles erupted, creating a cacophony of sound. Yet, the octopus remained unscathed, effortlessly sweeping 3 mechanical daughters away, nearly causing their destruction. In a state of alarm, Lin Shuang began to strike chaotically, and before long, her entire group sustained severe injuries, rendering them combat ineffective. Su Qingqing's group fared little better. Wang Mei and Li Qi were merely spectators, retreating at the first sign of trouble, leaving Su Qingqing to fend off the threat alone. In no time, that group too succumbed to defeat. However, the octopus remained unscathed and, incensed by their actions, launched a furious counterattack. Reluctantly, the 2 team leaders sought assistance from He-Nan. With a cold glint in her eyes, He-Nan commanded them to withdraw from the standing circle and instructed Lin Rui to detonate a few bombs to obliterate the octopus. Yet, He-Nan was taken aback to discover that the creature's hard shell remained intact. Perhaps it would prove useful. She decided to collect it. The battle had unfolded in a particularly chaotic manner. Had He-Nan not been present, they would have faced total annihilation, given that this was their first outing. He-Nan did not place undue blame on them. Upon returning to their quarters, she simply stated, "Share your thoughts on this battle." Lin Shuang felt a surge of unjustified sorrow, wishing to perform admirably to attract He-Nan's attention. After all, with her parents gone, she relied solely on He-Nan. Yet, she never anticipated such a disheartening outcome. Not only had she failed to assist He-Nan, but she had also nearly perished on the battlefield. Had Heenan not intervened, she would have faced death once more. She pondered whether, had she succumbed in such a humiliating manner, Heenan would still be willing to exert effort to save her. Contemplating this made her eyes well with tears. It was her fault for panicking and forgetting all the tactics Heenan had taught her. Indeed, you grasped the crux of the matter, Heenan acknowledged, nodding with satisfaction. You are correct. As a team leader, if you become flustered, how can your team members rely on anyone? I understand. I will improve. Su Qingqing's demeanor was less agreeable. She believed the two had been uncooperative and ignored her commands, rendering her incapable of leading the group. So what now? Do you intend to fight alone? Su Qingqing was acutely aware that solo endeavors would lead to certain doom. If Heenan were dissatisfied with her performance, she risked being expelled from the team, which would spell her end. Heenan did not conceal the matter regarding Huan's contract with Chun Ming, clearly outlining the stakes involved to them, hoping to prevent any further misguided thoughts from arising. Naturally, Heenan could, as she had with Huan, erase their consciousness entirely, transforming them into obedient machines. However, unless absolutely necessary, she preferred to engage with flesh-and-blood humans rather than cold automatons. Su Qingqing felt a wave of panic wash over her. Those who had faced death once feared it all the more. The despair experienced was unfathomable to anyone who had not endured it, and she had no desire to relive such an experience. I wish to perform well, but I do not know how. Heenan glanced at Wang Mei and Li Qi, both of whom possessed combat experience and had garnered significant achievements, having gained notoriety at the Qinchuan base. Their performance today seemed merely a challenge to Su Qingqing's authority as a leader, or perhaps indicative of their ulterior motives. Speak up, both of you. Wang Mei was the first to voice her opinion. Su Qingqing's leadership is flawed. Her strategy could lead to our demise. The mutated marine creatures are endless. Survival is paramount. Heenan's eyes narrowed. Is this the mindset instilled in you by your previous commander? Wang Mei's face flushed, and she instinctively lowered her gaze. Indeed, when Kai Wenjie had led them, they had always prioritized their lives, irrespective of the ferocity of the battle. In truth, their renown does not stem from the sheer number of mutated marine creatures they have slain, but rather from their consistent survival and the benefits they reap each time. Thus, they steadfastly believe in the righteousness of this principle, oblivious to the fact that all they have achieved is built upon the corpses of their kind. You are indeed correct. We must prioritize our own lives. Upon seeing Heenan concur with her assertion, Wang Mei exchanged a glance with Li Qi, a hint of smugness evident in their eyes. However, one cannot preserve oneself at the expense of sacrificing comrades. That is not strategy, but rather a manifestation of cowardice and betrayal. Wang Mei attempted to defend herself, claiming, at that moment, we also advised Su Qingqing to retreat. That octopus was formidable. We were no match for it. There was no need to risk our lives for the sake of pride. You certainly know how to bend and yield, Heenan retorted, casting a sardonic glance her way while massaging her temples in frustration. Although Wang Mei dared not respond further, her heart remained unconvinced. I hereby declare that our team must adhere strictly to orders. Should there be any further acts of disobedience, I shall erase your consciousness, rendering you akin to her. Heenan pointed toward Huan. A chill ran down everyone's spine. Previously, they had not understood why Huan, despite her repeated betrayals, was still tolerated by Heenan. Speculations arose that Heenan was concerned for her own safety and sought additional mechanical companions for protection. They perceived her as seemingly invincible, yet in reality, she was merely a coward. Little did they know of the measures Heenan possessed. No wonder Huan had been acting strangely lately, though she appeared the same. There was an unsettling difference. The notion of erasing one's consciousness required no explanation. Everyone comprehended its grave implications. Seeing that her intimidation had borne fruit, Heenan continued, I permit you to lack combat experience, but I will not tolerate betrayal, cowardice, or cunning deception. My sole purpose in keeping you is to mold you into a sword at my side, the sharpest of blades, not a mere chopping knife. Yes, we understand. Heenan recognized that it was unrealistic to expect her mere words to instigate a complete transformation. They must be thrust into real combat to grasp that fighting is the only path to survival. Only then would they attain enlightenment. Of course, some might choose to abandon the struggle, and that was inconsequential. If one does not value their own life, Heenan would show no mercy. The following day, after breakfast, the group set out. Today, they were to confront the octopus once more. You two teams shall collaborate to subdue this creature, then proceed to meet me ahead. Huh? You won't be with us. Lin Shuang's face turned pale. Without Heenan, She could scarcely fathom what would happen if they encountered a situation akin to yesterday's. Henan ignored her, directly piloting the aircraft. Realizing that today they would have to rely on themselves, Su Qingqing rallied, declaring, "Sisters, we must depend on ourselves to survive. Therefore, everyone must give their utmost." Wang Mei and Li Qi exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. Chapter 31. Seeking only to slay the chicken. Su Qingqing, oblivious to the unusual behavior of Wang Mei and Li Qi, conferred with Lin Shuang about their tactics. "Our group will be responsible for drawing the octopus's attention, while you will focus on the main assault. The three of us can at least restrain 6 of its tentacles. You all quickly sever the other 2. All right. Let us proceed as you suggest." Once the two reached a consensus, Su Qingqing and Lin Shuang reiterated their respective tasks to their team members. "Is there any issue?" Wang Mei, already displeased with Su Qingqing, felt even more discontented at her taking on the perilous role of luring the enemy. "Team leader, why aren't we on the offensive? Luring is perilous. Next time, let them play the bait. We are one team, so there's no need to be overly calculative." Li Qi scoffed. "I see you just want to show off in front of Henan." Su Qingqing felt a surge of anger but kept it concealed. "Indeed. You are correct. I do wish to showcase my capabilities and earn Henan's esteem. That way, I can survive long-term without the constant dread of elimination." Wang Mei cast a disdainful glance at Su Qingqing. "How could he bear to eliminate us? Do you have any idea how much it costs to repair a mechanical girl? You've probably never seen that much money in your lifetime." "Exactly. Without us, Henan won't survive either. We are in a cooperative relationship. There is no need to belittle ourselves." Li Qi shared Wang Mei's perspective. Su Qingqing realized she could not alter their opinions. She merely wished to complete the task swiftly. "Regardless of your thoughts, please engage in battle immediately. That is an order." Reluctantly, Wang Mei and Li Qi approached the octopus. "What is with the arrogance? They really think there is something special," Wang Mei muttered under her breath. Yet, Li Qi suddenly advised her, "It's possible that today Henan will make an example of someone. Let us not be the scapegoats." Wang Mei scoffed. "I don't believe he can easily erase a person's consciousness. If he could, why not do it from the start? Why go through all this trouble with us?" Although Li Qi found Wang Mei's reasoning sound, she still urged, "Better to be cautious than dismissive. One can never be too sure." "Humph, look at how frightened you are. He is just a useless mechanic. I don't know where he learned such underhanded tricks. Thinking he can control me. Not a chance. I'll make sure he sees my true colors eventually. All right. I look forward to your grand display." Though both harbored complaints, they completed the task. For the first time, having slain an octopus through their efforts. Lin Shuang and Su Qingqing were exhilarated. "Look at their naive excitement over killing an octopus. It's quite laughable," Wang Mei remarked disdainfully to Li Qi. Yet, Li Qi subtly distanced herself, moving to Su Qingqing's side. She had a premonition that someone would face misfortune today. Upon careful analysis, both leaders had been chosen by Henan himself and were unlikely to be replaced. Who wanted transformed into a relentless killing machine, following orders without question and naturally. She wouldn't be the target. Liu was timid, always going with the flow. Even if the proverbial gun aimed at the protruding bird, it wouldn't hit her. Thus, only Wang Mei remained. Furthermore, they both had records. If Henan were to make an example, he would choose from among the two of them. Li Qi wished to avoid death and did not want to turn into a killing machine like Huan. Lacking Wang Mei's ambition, she simply desired to live peacefully. Therefore, let Wang Mei be the one to become the sacrificed chicken. She decided to keep her distance. Henan, while leading Lin Rui and Wu Miao in the hunt for mutated marine creatures, remained attentive to the situations of the two teams. These mechanized beings would eventually need to operate independently. It was impractical for them to accompany her every time. To this end, Henan installed an intelligent positioning system in each of their cores, ensuring that their locations and conversations would be relayed back to her. Wang Mei believed she was adept at disguising her actions, but alas, every move she made was under Henan's vigilant gaze, leaving her with no avenue for escape. Merely uttering a few complaints would not warrant severe punishment, as it lacked credibility. Nonetheless, Henan was confident that, given Wang Mei's troublesome nature, she would inevitably find a way to err significantly without haste. After dispatching the octopus, Lin Shuang and Su Qingqing promptly led their team towards the rendezvous point specified by Henan. However, en route, they encountered a formidable blockade of crocodiles, over a dozen of them obstructing their path. The faces of the group turned ashen. "What should we do?" Liu asked timidly. Lin Shuang and Su Qingqing exchanged glances. Retreating was no longer an option. "Let us fight." Su Qingqing shouted, preparing for battle. All the mechanized beings armed themselves. We will concentrate our fire on one, then tackle the others. Do not shoot randomly. It must be noted that Lin Xuan's clarity of thought made her exceptionally suited to lead this group. There were no objections as they collectively aimed at the nearest crocodile. Crocodiles are social predators with cunning hunting habits. Upon sensing the proximity of smaller creatures, they would submerge themselves, stealthily approaching before leaping to seize their prey, dragging it underwater to drown and feast. However, the mutated crocodiles exhibited a newfound boldness, charging at humans without hesitation. Lin Xuan's tactics proved effective as she maneuvered around the periphery of the crocodile group, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. This strategy successfully prevented them from being overwhelmed. Moreover, the concentrated fire yielded significant results, hastening their hunting pace. Yet, despite this, the sheer number of crocodiles was daunting. By the time they had taken down the third one, they had exhausted a considerable amount of energy. Lin Xuan, we cannot continue like this, Su Qingqing urged her anxiously. We need to retreat and see if there is an alternative route. Understood. The group intensified their firepower for one last push before making a hasty retreat. However, in their frantic escape, they soon found themselves lost, having wandered for what felt like an eternity without returning to their original position. What now? How do we contact Henan? Lin Xuan's heart raced, as this was their first independent mission. He should be able to reach us, right? Su Qingqing gasped for breath. Let us hope so. We need to rest for a moment. Agreed. Just as Su Qingqing turned to call her team, she noticed that only Li Qi remained behind her. Whereas Wang Mei? Li Qi's eyes flickered. She probably got separated. In truth, Wang Mei had intentionally distanced herself from the group. She harbored deep skepticism towards Henan's words. If Huan had truly formed a contract with another, would she return? As for the notion of burning the commander's power source, she deemed it utterly ridiculous. Since the testing device indicated no contracts, it meant there were none. She was certain she would find an esteemed commander in due time. She had hoped to take Li Qi along, as they had once fought together as a team, offering mutual support. However, Li Qi unexpectedly declined her offer. What a foolish woman. She would soon learn the consequences of her decision. Wang Mei could no longer afford to dwell on such matters and quickly sprinted towards the city. Yet, after just a few steps, her legs betrayed her, causing her to tumble unceremoniously. Strangely, it seemed she had rattled her brain, for she then spotted Henan standing there, his expression calm, smiling directly at her. Chapter 32. The beginnings of entrepreneurship. When Henan appeared with the submissive Wang Mei, astonishment and unease rippled through the onlookers, especially for Li Qi, who, despite her reluctance to leave, had refused Wang Mei merely to scout the way first. Indeed, Henan was a formidable presence. Escape was utterly impossible. He maintained a gentle smile, though it did not reach his eyes. Wang Mei wished to flee, but her will had been erased. From this moment forth, she could no longer cause any disturbances. This incident served as a lesson for everyone. I will reiterate, I shall fulfill every word I have spoken. Whether it be good or ill, follow me, and one day you shall stand at the pinnacle of success, to serve my master with unwavering loyalty. Huan and Wang Mei suddenly knelt on one knee, pledging their allegiance. This was a manifestation of their erased consciousness, reduced entirely to servitude. They would obey Henan's commands unconditionally, executing them like human machines. Lin Rui and Wu Miao felt a chill run down their spines. Despite Henan's kindness towards them in recent days, they understood that it was only due to their compliance. The moment they exhibited even a hint of resistance, they would swiftly share the fate of Huan and Wang Mei. Today, your performance showed improvement. You have developed a foundational combat awareness and a semblance of coordination. However, it is still insufficient. You must continue to refine your synergy until the group functions as a singular entity to be deemed successful. Yes. Lin Xuan and Su Qingqing replied softly, lacking confidence. Henan was not perturbed. These once privileged young ladies, who had not succumbed to tears upon encountering mutated marine creatures, had already demonstrated a measure of bravery. Nevertheless, while understanding their plight, Henan would not indulge their timidity. What he desired were warriors, not mere ornaments. From this day forth, the number of mutated marine creatures you slay will determine your quality of life. Communal provisions are a thing of the past. To eat, you must work. Furthermore, these mutated marine creatures possess numerous treasures. Collected items can be exchanged with me for clothing, snacks, and daily necessities. Yes, everyone continued to fight, ensuring their return to their dwelling before nightfall. Henan activated the electronic maps embedded in all the mechanical cores, having acquired them from the Humanities Institute, and made several enhancements. The current road conditions were ever-changing. While real-time updates were unattainable, the general directions would remain accurate. Let us set forth. Yes. Henan chose not to linger on them any longer, and instead took Lin Rue and Wu Miao to gather materials. His thoughts were consumed not only by the enhancement of the team's overall strength, but also by the necessity of possessing formidable power himself. Yet, he found himself at a loss, having never heard of a mechanic participating in battle. If one cannot enhance one's combat capabilities in the short term, it is prudent to focus on bolstering defenses. Although these mechanical girls have already entered into a contract, and Henan possesses the power to obliterate them at any moment, he cannot guarantee that no one might suddenly act with malevolence against him. After all, this assembly lacks any emotional foundation. Even with Lin Rue and Lin Shuang, his promise to care for their families has now been broken. Henan does not believe that mere intimidation will win people's hearts. Only when these mechanical girls genuinely admire him and sincerely wish to follow him will the team find stability. Thus, he contemplated seeking out some commanders for research to understand the true nature of their motivations. With this thought in mind, Henan resolved to return to Star City immediately. However, his appearance alongside 8 mechanical girls caused quite a stir. Can you tell me what transpired? Mr. Mo's gaze was cold and piercing, seemingly warning him that the lie would mean his demise. Henan could not possibly divulge the truth. He merely stated that he encountered them along the way and informed them that Star City was a splendid place, prompting them to accompany him back. Is that truly the case? What else could it be? What do you think the reason might be? Mr. Mo furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, perhaps finding no more reasonable explanation, and thus abandoned his inquiry. Henan's excursion proved to be exceedingly fruitful, aside from the materials dropped by mutated marine creatures. He returned with several large trucks laden with seafood. He had his own plans, as his modest salary from the Institute of Humanities was barely sufficient to sustain himself. Now, with the responsibility of caring for a group of mechanical girls, he did not wish to impose too harshly on them. Therefore, it was imperative to establish a seemingly stable economic source. He decided to open a restaurant. Lin Rue possessed commendable culinary skills. Although she could not rival the Michelin chefs of the pre-apocalypse era, in a star city where survival relied on nutrient solutions, any food would be considered delectable. However, starting a business was no easy feat for an ordinary person. Henan thought of Chun Ming. He might as well leverage his privileged background. Chun Ming was lounging on the sofa, indulging in a drink, when Henan's call prompted him to sit up abruptly. Henan, you finally returned. I've been to the lab several times looking for you, but was told you were out. Yes, just taking a stroll. Life outside is not as tranquil as in Star City. Don't overexert yourself. Thanks. I have a favor to ask of you. Come on, given our relationship. There is no need for formalities. Henan truly admired Qin Ming's affable nature. I wish to open a restaurant, but I am uncertain about the necessary procedures. You needn't concern yourself with the paperwork. I will handle it and deliver it to you. But, Henan's expression darkened. But what? Opening a restaurant requires ingredients. You cannot expect everyone to dine on nutrient solutions, can you? Of course not. I thought it was something serious. Once we open, I'll invite you to sample the food. I look forward to it. As expected of the son of a cabinet member, by that afternoon, Qin Ming had efficiently completed all the necessary paperwork for the restaurant and personally delivered it to Henan. Your efficiency is remarkable. I haven't even found a location yet. What location? I'll arrange a place for you that will surely satisfy. Henan did not hesitate to take Qin Ming's car to inspect the storefront. The location Qin mentioned was directly across from the 4th shop, a 2-story building nestled beside a beautifully manicured park. This place is quite nice. How much is the rent? What rent? This building is mine. I'm simply allowing you to use it. Henan still did not refuse. Very well. Let this establishment be a collaboration between the two of us, with profits split evenly. Collaboration is acceptable, but the profits cannot be divided that way. You do all the work. I merely provide the space, so a 10% share suffices. 3%. No more than 20%. It cannot exceed that. Fine. Henan was exceedingly confident in this venture, believing that even a 20% profit would be sufficient for Chun Ming's sustenance. What do you intend to name this establishment? I haven't decided yet. You can choose. How about calling it the Magnate? Does that not sound ostentatious? Henan spat out his drink, utterly taken aback by Qin Ming's thought process. It is merely a restaurant. Why must it evoke such extravagance? Chapter 33. Henan's secret as the building was new. Henan did not undertake any renovations. Instead, she simply arranged tables and chairs from the storage area, adorned them with elegant tablecloths, and set out fine dining utensils. The kitchen was fully equipped, including over a dozen freezers. Heenan could not remain at the restaurant every day, so ensuring the freshness of the food was of paramount importance. 3 days later, Heenan, along with a group of mechanical assistants, had the restaurant arranged and set off a grand display of firecrackers, marking its official opening. At that moment, with firecrackers still popping, this establishment was the only one in Star City, instantly drawing a crowd of onlookers. The sign, which Chen-Ming had hung early that morning, read the Magnate Seafood Buffet. The main ingredients consisted of mutated marine life, prepared in 2 styles, hot pot and barbecue, all self-service, priced at 198 star coins per person. This restaurant truly promised immense returns, as the ingredients were all sourced by Heenan and her mechanical assistants, incurring no costs whatsoever. The only challenge lay in the preparation of the ingredients, for which Heenan hired a few adolescents to assist. As there were no regulations against employing minors in this context, they were provided meals and paid 1 star coin per day, with wages settled daily. Once the conditions were announced, a throng of eager applicants arrived. Ultimately, Heenan selected 10 quick and efficient workers and signed employment contracts with them. All ingredients were prepared a day in advance and neatly arranged in food containers. During meal times, any depleted ingredients were promptly replenished, and after closing, the utensils had to be washed and the premises cleaned. The children's workload was indeed demanding. However, no one complained. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the most unfortunate were these children. They had not yet reached the age of awakening, and the Star City government did not distribute nutritional fluids. They subsisted on the scraps saved by their parents. Working at the Magnate not only provided ample nourishment but also offered a wage, a veritable boon for these children, leaving no room for grievances about fatigue. Upon opening, the restaurant was bustling with patrons, most of whom were there to support the Chin family. Yet, once seated, they found themselves reluctant to leave, having forgotten when they last savored such delectable food, nearly wishing to swallow their tongues in delight, especially the sizzling, oil-dripping alligator meat. Generously sprinkled with the restaurant's secret seasoning, awakens every culinary desire within. Initially, Chen-Ming did not regard this establishment with much importance, as his home was stocked with plenty of instant foods and canned goods, sparing him from the need to consume nutritional supplements like most people. Yet, the moment the roasted meat grazed his palate, an exquisite burst of flavor erupted in his mouth. My goodness, this is simply divine. The surrounding patrons looked at him curiously. Chen Xiao, isn't this your restaurant? Indeed, but this is my first time tasting it as well. With his mouth full of meat, Chen-Ming spoke indistinctly. Who could adhere to table manners in the face of such gastronomic delight? The millionaire's establishment became an overnight sensation. Yet only those with substantial wealth could afford the price of 198 star coins. The working-class individuals could merely pass by the entrance, savoring the tantalizing aromas wafting through the air. Meanwhile, numerous commanders approached. Boss He, do you purchase seafood? What are your prices? Heenan had been eagerly awaiting this day. Typically, commanders hunted mutated marine creatures, but aside from collecting officially designated materials, few brought back the meat. With the opening of such a restaurant in Star City, a new avenue for profit emerged. Those with any sense would not allow this opportunity to slip by. Heenan sent the purchasing prices to their phones, offering as much as they desired, provided it was fresh. Rest assured, Boss He, it's all from today's hunt. This meat spoils by the next day. Then let us all work hard. Here's to your prosperity, Boss He. Heenan entrusted Hu Wan and Wang Mei with managing the shop, overseeing seafood procurement and daily operations. Both had been equipped with a maid system and were utterly loyal to Heenan, allowing him to leave the store in their capable hands. The other mechanical daughters accompanied Heenan to hunt mutated marine creatures, primarily to gain combat experience while also collecting materials and ingredients. After a few outings, Heenan discovered that most weapon raw materials were sourced from these mutated marine beings. For instance, alligator skin served as excellent armor material. Octopus tentacles could be fashioned into whips, and shark teeth could be repurposed into various melee weapons. While mutated marine creatures posed a catastrophic threat to humanity, they simultaneously offered a glimmer of hope for survival. Perhaps the world itself is a contradiction. However, such considerations were not Heenan's concern. His focus lay on survival, striving not just to exist, but to thrive. A unique scene unfolded at the front lines, where a mechanic led 6 mechanical daughters in slaying monsters. Curiosity piqued among the onlookers, and during Heenan's respite, they gathered around him, teasingly commenting, "Brother, doing all right? Need us to lighten your load?" You're quite the charmer. Aren't you? Keep these ladies close. You can take your leave. Enan cast them a cool glance, his gaze akin to that of one surveying a graveyard. You little brat, what else would that look? Seeking death? Suddenly, the commanders who had been boasting before Henan collapsed, clutching their heads and howling. What have you done to me? Stop. Ah, brother. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Spare me. Ah, stop. Please stop. I'm in agony. He forcibly contracted the mechanical daughters, causing damage to their power sources. This was not the first time Henan engaged in such operations. He was quite skilled at it. As for how these useless individuals would manage their lives in the future, Henan had no intention of concerning himself with their fates. They should have been prepared to pay the price when they chose to provoke him. As time passed, Henan's reputation soared, and tales of his prowess spread, claiming he could arbitrarily annul contracts and obliterate a commander's power source. Of course, this narrative omitted any instances of commanders insulting Henan, instead portraying him as arrogant and domineering, easily oppressing those of lower rank. This matter quickly reached Star City, prompting Elder Emo to seek him out again. What do you have to say about this rumor? He inquired. Nothing, Henan replied nonchalantly. Elder Emo regarded him with a cold gaze. Is it true that you can destroy a commander's power source? Henan feigned innocence. How could that be? You actually believe such nonsense? I do not believe in baseless rumors. If you must insist, there is little I can do. Henan maintained his calm demeanor. Elder Emo had a habitual gesture of rubbing his thumb and forefinger together whenever he was deep in thought. Henan chose not to interrupt, instead savoring the tea in his cup. In these times, few had the luxury of enjoying tea. Although Henan possessed a vast storage space, he rarely indulged in tea, leaving it untouched. It must be said, however, that Elder Mo's tea was indeed delightful. Henan, you must harbor some secrets, Elder Emo remarked. Chapter 34, The Limitless Mechanic. Henan continued to smile serenely. Everyone has their secrets, don't they? Fortunately, Elder Emo did not press him further, though he cast a chilling glance in his direction. However, as soon as Henan stepped outside, Elder Emo instructed those around him to keep a close watch on him. Understood. Henan remained oblivious to his surveillance. Even if he had known, it would not have mattered, as he had grown accustomed to being watched. Upon returning to the Grand Fortune, he was startled to see 6 mechanical daughters striking poses at the entrance. They were the contractual partners of the commanders he had previously dealt with. Now they belonged to Henan, yet he had no intention of keeping them. Initially, he had naively assumed he would retain all the mechanical daughters from the King's team, but that had only brought him trouble. Henan was not one to stumble twice in the same place. If he needed mechanical daughters, he still had plenty of cores stored away in his space, including those he had yet to repair and those he had collected from the battlefield on this outing. The mechanical daughters he had saved were far more useful than those with whom he held grudges. Thus, casting them a cold glance, he said, if you wish to eat, pay and sit inside. Otherwise, don't loiter at the entrance and disrupt my business. Henan, what kind of attitude is this? We are your contracted mechanical daughters. You should be responsible for us. One named Wang Dandan shouted, hands on her hips, as if afraid others wouldn't hear. The entrance of the Grand Fortune was already a scene of attention, and her shout drew even more eyes. Within minutes, a crowd gathered, encircling the entrance. Henan's lips curled into a smirk. Annie, are you joking? In the entire Star City, who does not know that I am a mechanic? A contract? What nonsense are you uttering? Do not even think about shirking responsibility. We have indeed entered into a contract with you, and you must be accountable to us. A few mechanical girls shouted insistently, their demeanor so righteous that it seemed utterly authentic. However, what they claimed was not without merit. The onlookers were equally perplexed. They had never heard of a mechanic being able to contract multiple mechanical girls. Wasn't that absurd? Would Bossy be so willing to drive away women who came to his door? Does it really matter whether a contract exists? Indeed. If such beauties were to approach me, I would not only accept contracts but would even acknowledge them as my own. You can only acknowledge them. Go away. Hearing the conversation veer off course, Henan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Very well, let us go for an official test. As long as the authorities provide proof of our contractual relationship, I shall take care of you. The mechanical girls fell silent. They had undergone testing before, and all results indicated no contract. Yet, they had distinctly received notifications of the contract, which could not possibly be erroneous. Have you nothing left to say? If you are seeking trouble, you have come to the wrong place. Depart quickly, or I shall report you to the Star Police. Henan's arrogant demeanor incited the ire of the mechanical girls, their brows furrowing with anger as they mentally cursed his ancestors 100 times over. Yet, They also recognized that being confrontational would yield no results, and each of them began to sob despondently. Hinan, we have nowhere to go. You cannot abandon us. Without you, we cannot survive. Woe is us. Hinan, I know you are a good person. You would never turn a blind eye to our plight. Hinan, our cores are damaged. If you do not take us in, we truly face a dead end. The authorities have ordered us to leave Star City within 3 days. Hinan, you know how perilous it is outside. Without our cores, we will surely perish. Each girl wept inconsolably, and an outsider might mistakenly believe that Hinan had wronged them. Hey, I am trying to conduct business here. What is the meaning of you all crying at my doorstep? Are you looking for trouble? Boss, just take them in. 3 years, 2 children. What 3 years? 2 children? Next year, I could end up with 5 or 6 hefty little ones. Stop, stop, stop. Hinan hastily gestured for silence. If they continued, they would have enough to form a soccer team. Star City does not accept ordinary people. It is clearly written in the Star Code. Furthermore, harboring ordinary people without authorization will also lead to expulsion. Do not put me in jeopardy. Hinan's words brought a sense of calm to everyone. Those few who had been overly eager to take advantage also reconsidered. Currently, the entire surface of the Earth is submerged underwater, teeming with mutated marine life. Humanity can only survive with great difficulty by constructing floating cities like Star City. To be expelled would truly mean a dead end. However, when people are pushed to the brink, their latent potential often emerges. The mechanical girls also regained their composure in an instant. Wang Dandan stepped forward and said, Hinan, since you are a mechanic, you must be able to repair our cores, right? I can repair them, but the service fee is not inexpensive. Wang Dandan bit her lip, contemplating for a while before responding. I have no money, but as long as you can fix my core, I will do anything you ask. Anything. Bossy, just agree. Indeed, look at her slender waist and curvaceous figure. What is there to hesitate about? If I were in his position, I would undoubtedly accept. Unfortunately, I am not a mechanic. However, Hinan remains unmoved. For a woman's words can be deceiving. I am not so easily swayed. If one wishes for repairs, payment must be rendered. If there are no funds, then depart. Am I truly in need of a woman? Where would I seek justice? It is as if the drought kills those in need of rain, while others drown in excess. Bossy is surrounded by 8 stunning beauties. He is certainly not lacking. When did mechanics become so desirable? Is it not said that commanders are the true sovereigns of women? A commander may have but one woman, while a mechanic can have no limits. How can they be compared? Amidst the envious gazes surrounding him, Hinan feels a sense of exasperation and turns to leave, unwilling to entangle himself further. Yet, Lin Shuang follows, pleading, Hinan, will you not save them? Why should I? He retorts, but you are their only hope. Without your intervention, they may truly perish. What does that concern me? Hinan's demeanor has changed. As Lin Shuang observes, you have transformed. You were never this indifferent. Hinan squints, you are mistaken. I have always been this way. Moreover, remember, we are in the end times. Do not allow your benevolence to overflow. If you wish to perish, do so alone. Do not endanger others. With her eyes reddening, Lin Shuang stamps her foot in frustration and runs away. Lin Rui, concerned, follows her. Xiao Shuang, you have crossed the line. Hinan was once so kind. My parents are ordinary people, yet he saved them, along with my grandmother. Why can he not save those few mechanized women? It would be a mere trifle for him. Xiao Shuang, do you not see what is happening around us? Yang Ling, Huan, and Wang Mei, none of them are easy to manage. But we cannot forsake everyone because of the betrayal of a few. Xiao Shuang, I urge you to remain calm. We are not in a position to make decisions for Hinan. Suddenly, Lin Shuang regrets her actions. She should have heeded her mother's advice, and perhaps then Hinan would listen to her. As this thought crosses her mind, her eyes gleam with newfound determination. It's not too late. Chapter 35. Waves of Impact. That evening, Lin Shuang, clad in a cool, delicate camisole, stealthily enters Hinan's room. At that moment, Hinan is engrossed in crafting armor, too absorbed to notice her approach. Hinan, are you not yet asleep? Hinan jolts, nearly spilling blood from his nose. Lin Shuang appears to have just bathed, emanating a fresh, youthful fragrance, her skin a smooth, pale sheen. Her hands intertwined accentuate her alluring figure, and her long, elegant legs are striking. Particularly captivating are her large, expressive eyes, glimmering like black grapes, nearly ensnaring Hinan's very soul. Instinctively adjusting his posture, Hinan asks, what do you want? Hinan, I wish to be your woman. What kind of woman do you desire to be? Hinan admires his own composure in the face of such a shock. Of course, I want to be the woman you love. Lin Shuang, dissatisfied with his response, pouts her lips, her shyness evident. Yinan swallows hard, but I do not love you. However, if you are willing, we could be companions in bed. Lin Shuang stares at him in astonishment. How can you say such a thing? I have given you all of myself. How can you not love me? Are you foolish? Love and intimacy are not inherently linked. Without love, how can two people truly connect? Lin Shuang, what you are doing is akin to emotional coercion. You tempt me in the absence of affection. And then you turn around to blame me. Do you truly believe this is just? I have always thought I held a unique place in your heart. Indeed, I do. Lin Shuang looked at him with joy, didn't she? Yes, among this crowd, you are the only one devoid of common sense. Yinan, you are being exceedingly cruel. Should you dare to flaunt yourself before me in such a manner again, I shall not hold back. When that time comes, you shall find yourself regretting it. With a heart full of grievances, Lin Shuang turned and ran out, only to collide with Li Qi. Ah, have you been cast out? Li Qi observed Lin Shuang with a sardonic gaze, her eyes revealing unmasked resentment. Mind your own business. Lin Shuang retorted sharply, preparing to retreat to her room. But Li Qi intercepted her. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. What do you want? I merely wish to inquire if Yinan has ever mentioned the type of woman he favors. So you too. Lin Shuang glared at Li Qi, indignant. Humph. As if you could ever fit that description. How do you know I don't? Li Qi scrutinized her with disdain. You, while decent in appearance, lack experience and cannot capture a man's heart. Lin Shuang, undeterred, replied, I advise you to reconsider. Yinan has a fiancé he has been with for 8 years. How could you possibly compare? Oh, and where is this woman? Lin Shuang raised her chin defiantly. HMPF, I won't tell you. Yinan found himself devoid of motivation for work. Any healthy man could hardly withstand such turmoil. Ever since suffering betrayal from Su-Wan, he had ceased to focus on matters of the heart. However, he recognized that Lin Shuang's behavior was not an isolated incident. In contemporary society, despite the formidable capabilities of mechanized companions, surviving without a dependable man remains a challenge. Originally, a certain equilibrium had been established between commanders and mechanized companions, allowing for mutual dependence and growth. Yet, Yinan, endowed with the ability to forcibly contract multiple mechanized companions, found his reality forever encircled by beauty. Over time, every woman gravitated towards him, even vying for his attention to elevate their status within the group. Such sentiments are natural, he could understand them. But understanding is one thing. Managing the situation is an entirely different challenge. At this moment, he found himself drawn to Hu Wan and Wang Mei, two women devoid of ambition or desire, who would never complicate his life. What a relief. However, he could not create too many such mechanized companions. Should the authorities discover this, it could spell disaster for all mechanized beings. The current ruler of Star City harbors intentions to eradicate all ordinary humans. To solidify his power, the mass production of mindless mechanized companions would undoubtedly be welcomed. Emerging from a refreshing shower, Yinan was greeted by the sight of Li Qi lounging on his bed, her long, fair legs on display. Her eyes, glazed as if intoxicated, exuded a languid allure, reminiscent of a lazy cat, ready to melt into his embrace with the gentlest touch. Ahem. Yinan cleared his throat and stepped outside. Li Qi, as if oblivious to his words, deliberately flicked her long hair by her ear, revealing her slender neck and delicate shoulder. What's wrong? Do you dislike Lin Shuang's flatness? Or are you not fond of my allure? Yinan's gaze turned icy. Get lost. Why so fierce? I assure you, I can make you happy. Li Qi completely disregarded his anger, feigning a coy demeanor as she attempted to burrow into his embrace. Yinan forcefully pushed her away. If you don't leave, you'll regret it. Li Qi fell heavily to the ground, but remained undeterred. With a sudden rip, she tore her skirt, exposing black lace. Yinan, why pretend to be so high and mighty? It's just the two of us in this room. How troublesome. Yinan decisively seized her core and hurled her out the window. Ah! A shrill scream echoed in the courtyard, and everyone felt a chill upon witnessing Li Qi's mangled form. Especially Lin Shuang, who was still brooding, began to tremble uncontrollably upon seeing this. Lin Rui dragged her back into the room, holding her tightly. Yet, instead of calming down, Lin Shuang's fear escalated. Sister, I nearly died. Sister, stop overthinking. Yinan is not a man you can handle. I won't dare again. Never again. Yinan's actions had frightened off those with ulterior motives, yet some unfavorable rumors circulated, claiming he was inadequate. Naturally, such discussions were conducted in hushed tones. no one daring to confront him directly. As for the 6 mechanical girls blocking the door, they were driven away by the Star Police after 3 days. Since Hinan's return, Chen Ming had taken residence in the shop. He was there not only for the delicious food, but also to cultivate a closer relationship with Hinan. If you can repair my power source, can't you fix the core of the mechanical girls? Hinan shot him a look of exasperation. Is that even the same thing? Chen Ming, with his exceptionally good temper, replied, but I think, as a mechanic, shouldn't you be more adept at repairing mechanical girls? Isn't healing commanders merely a side gig? The core of the mechanical girls is not irreparable. We simply haven't developed alternative materials yet. Relying solely on kinetic energy can only provide a temporary and unstable solution. Oh. Chen Ming nodded, somewhat understanding yet mostly confused. Hinan was not concerned about his words spreading. The method for repairing the mechanical girl's core was known to every mechanic, yet none had succeeded. The primary issue remained the lack of substitute raw materials. Hinan's healing technique could regenerate any material, which was a unique advantage. Chapter 36. Girlfriend. Even as clever as Chen Ming was, he remained a spoiled young master. Easily dismissed by Hinan's few words. Regarding the power source issue, Hinan had also tested the waters by suggesting he could examine Chen Ming's body. However, a man's power source was unlike a mechanical girl's core. It lacked the same resilience, appearing more like a wisp of vapor easily dispersed by the wind. Since it was not a mechanical entity, replicating it proved to be a challenge, leading Hinan to temporarily abandon that idea. Concerning the throng of mechanical girls, Hinan thought that after the incident with Li Qi, they would settle down for a while. Yet, unexpectedly, Wu Miao sought him out the following day. Why did you kill Li Qi? Hinan's gaze turned slightly cold. If one wished to kill, then why ponder over the reasons? Wu Miao seemed utterly oblivious to the chill in his eyes. Do you know? Those women outside are all eager to share your bed. Do you intend to eliminate them all? Hinan felt a headache coming on. The reason he said just kill them was primarily due to this woman's dubious intentions. As for the others, he certainly could not bear to part with them. However, this matter proved to be quite challenging. He had thought that clarifying the situation would suffice. After all, they were adults and should be capable of understanding straightforward speech. Yet, the outcome was contrary to his expectations. Wu Miao extended her slender fingers to smooth the furrowed brow of Hinan. If you had a publicly acknowledged girlfriend, this issue would be essentially resolved. Essentially? Yes. There will always be those relentless women, as well as those naturally inclined to be the third party. However, this is not an issue. Your girlfriend will assist you in managing it. Hinan squinted his eyes. You came to me for what? I came to be your girlfriend. A cold scoff escaped Hinan's lips, yet he remained silent, patiently awaiting her elaboration. Women were indeed intriguing creatures. It turned out that there were various methods to gain access to one's bed besides merely undressing. Don't presume that my intentions mirror theirs. Oh. Hinan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of danger passing through his gaze. I have not yet avenged my great grievances. I must survive. I admit that my intention is to rely on you. However, I am of value to you. In addition to hunting mutated sea creatures, I can assist you in managing various troubles. Various? Yes. Internally, I can help you oversee those mechanized individuals. Externally, I can aid in establishing connections. Hinan looked at her with a hint of shock. Do you remember your identity? I initially did not, but when I awakened, I acquired a talent, Time Reset. Time Reset? What a bizarre talent. If utilized in battle, wouldn't it allow for limitless resurrection? Then why was she destroyed by her own explosion? Seemingly sensing Hinan's confusion, Wu Miao elucidated, my talent requires the core to remain intact to activate. And not just me, all mechanized individuals are the same. Hinan suddenly became intrigued. If a protective mechanism were installed on her core, would she not be able to utilize the Time Reset talent indefinitely? Yet, he felt a nagging sense that something was amiss, prompting him to inquire, do you reset your own time, or can you reset everyone's time? My own time. Even so, that was sufficiently bizarre. More importantly, this was Hinan's first time hearing that mechanized individuals could awaken talents. If mechanized individuals could do so, then it stood to reason that others might as well. However, at present, those who had awakened talents were exceedingly few, and the official channels had yet to disclose this information. Perhaps his unique ability had triggered something, leading to the awakening of a talent. This provided clarity. One must admit, Wu Miao was a remarkably intelligent woman, impressing Hinan greatly. With such a clever woman managing the trifles for him, he could devote himself wholly to his research. However, Hinan had not forgotten that this woman harbored a formidable enemy. Do you wish for me to assist you in seeking vengeance? I will handle my own revenge. I shall not burden you. Of course, if you insist on helping, I will not refuse. Haha, you are indeed an intriguing woman. He-Nan acknowledged that he had been persuaded. Wu Miao's essence is rare and exceptional. The mechanical entity is a star destroyer, the strongest among all his mechanical companions. Though it has yet to be equipped with weaponry, this is a challenge that can be easily surmounted. He-Nan firmly believes that he can complete the research and development in the shortest possible time, maximizing her combat capabilities. Very well, let us enjoy this collaboration. Wu Miao smiled lightly, a hint of allure sparkling in her cold eyes, filling the room with an enchanting atmosphere. Completing the deep contract rewards an infinitely spacious storage area. The familiar electronic music played again, causing He-Nan to pause momentarily. Is there a reward for the deep contract? If he were to deepen his relationship with each mechanical companion, would he receive even more rewards? That night, He-Nan dreamed of planting a peach orchard stretching for miles, with blossoms in full bloom. The next morning, he announced Wu Miao's identity, and the expressions of all the mechanical companions turned grim. Particularly, Lin Shuang discreetly tugged at Lin Rue's sleeve, asking, "Sister, why did Li Qi die, yet this woman has become his girlfriend?" Lin Rue remained composed, suggesting that perhaps there was something about Wu Miao that He-Nan particularly valued. What could that be? Unknown. After the announcement, He-Nan retreated into the laboratory, leaving the subsequent matters to Wu Miao. Since she had promised to manage well, he would allow her to do so. Wu Miao did not disappoint him. On her first day in command, she divided all the mechanical companions into two groups, one to manage the affluent household and the other to hunt mutated marine creatures. The division of labor was not fixed, but rotated daily, ensuring relative fairness that left no room for complaints. Now, I will announce the list of group members. Group 1. Led by Lin Rue, with members Lin Shuang and Hu Wan. Group 2. Led by Su Qingqing, with members Li Yu and Wang Mei. Today, Group 1 will venture out while Group 2 remains behind. Any objections? None. Regardless of their inner thoughts, those who do not work shall not eat, and failure to complete tasks will incur penalties. Thus, Wu Miao was unconcerned about any potential underhandedness from the others. After organizing the assignments, Wu Miao scheduled the acquisition of mutated marine creatures for 6 o'clock each evening, allowing only 2 hours for this task. No longer would it be a matter of receiving them whenever the battle teams arrived, as that consumed too much time. There was much to accomplish, and she could not afford to squander time on a single matter. Additionally, she retrieved numerous luxury items from He-Nan's storage space, although the world had changed, and women were focusing more on combating mutated marine creatures. The desire for beauty and comparison remained a common trait among them. These items, now impossible to reproduce, became exceedingly precious. Wu Miao transformed a street-facing side of the affluent household into a display window, showcasing exquisite jewelry, handbags, and dresses. Though many days might pass without selling a single piece, the profits were considerable. Regardless of the circumstances, the wealthy would never relinquish their enjoyment of life. He-Nan was greatly pleased with her intelligence and business acumen. Chapter 37. The Calculations of Old Mo. With Wu Miao as his girlfriend, He-Nan indeed found himself considerably more at ease. After a month of immersive experimentation, astonishing results finally emerged. He equipped Wu Miao with a core protection system that not only enables automatic repairs of the core but also absorbs kinetic energy from adversaries during combat for its own utilization. Simultaneously, significant advancements were made in the development of weaponry. The turbo laser cannon and ion cannon became Wu Miao's primary offensive weapons, complemented by the installation of 8 heavy laser turrets, 2 medium dual-barrel laser cannons, 52-point defense laser cannons, and 4 heavy proton torpedo launchers. The formidable firepower system crafted by He-Nan is undoubtedly the most powerful currently available. One Wu Miao can withstand 1,000 troops. Wow, He-Nan, you are incredible! Wu Miao exclaimed, overjoyed at her transformation, dancing with excitement. He-Nan smiled faintly, suggesting, "Let us test it in real combat." "All right, let us go." The two swiftly exited the barricade, and Wu Miao transformed into her mechanical form, soaring into the sky with He-Nan, vanishing in the blink of an eye. According to the regulations of Star City, mechanical beings are prohibited from appearing in their mechanical forms within the city limits, or they will face severe penalties. This rule is also in place to maintain public order and prevent conflicts within the city. My goodness, what am I witnessing? The mere appearance of Wu Miao's mechanical form left the staff and the departing combat team in utter disbelief. What is that? Did you see it clearly? Forgive my ignorance. Is that a spaceship? After witnessing Wu Miao's grandeur, all commanders present felt their own mechanical beings lacked appeal. How can we possibly compete? She alone could annihilate us all. Do not be so pessimistic. Let us assess the combat effectiveness first. Perhaps it is merely a fade? Those who cannot attain the grapes often seek excuses to maintain their inner equilibrium, yet such words carry little credibility. Look, what is that? With a gasp, everyone was captivated by distant mushroom clouds, accompanied by the roars of mutated marine creatures, composing a breathtaking symphony. Henan was equally exhilarated, at least at this stage. He could obliterate any mutated marine creature effortlessly with his starship. However, there was a downside. Under such firepower, the materials of the mutated marine life were entirely destroyed, rendering the endeavor futile. It seems I cannot take you out easily in the future. Hiki, Wu Miao stuck out her tongue, immensely pleased with her combat prowess. With such firepower, vengeance surely would be a matter of moments. Henan, I can finally seek revenge. Wu Miao shouted, her long-suppressed emotions erupting into tears. You still haven't told me who your enemy is. The Lord of Star City. Henan was taken aback. He could not allow her to perish just yet. Why? As you mentioned, he is the Lord of Star City, which is our last habitable territory. So what? We can simply change the Lord. You make it sound so simple. Change the Lord? To whom? Wu Miao was momentarily speechless. Her singular focus on revenge left no room for thoughts of what would follow. Desperate, she cried out, Henan, you cannot stop me. I must kill him. He slaughtered my entire family. All my loved ones perished at his hands. How can you expect me not to harbor hatred? How can I refrain from seeking vengeance? Henan embraced Wu Miao, gently stroking her back. I understand. But do you not think that launching a missile to obliterate him would be too merciful? Huh? Wu Miao gazed at him in confusion, tears still clinging to her cheeks. There are myriad ways to avenge oneself. Do you not believe that making him endure everything you have experienced, tasting the bitterness of losing everything, would inflict greater suffering than merely killing him? Wu Miao wiped her tears, swayed by Henan's words, yet stubbornly retorted, Are you certain you are not aiding him? Why would I assist him? Wu Miao pouted, falling silent, tacitly accepting Henan's perspective. Henan, however, remained composed. Dealing with old Mo was no trivial matter. His talents and the extent of his influence were unknown to them. What should I do then? To understand a person, one can start with those around them. The city lord's wife? Wu Miao's eyes brightened, an idea forming instantly. Henan admired her cleverness, appreciating her quick wit. The two returned to the barrier hand in hand, only to be halted by the staff. Mr. He, the city lord requests your presence. Henan narrowed his eyes, but still took Wu Miao to the hover vehicle parked nearby. In the city lord's office, old Mo scrutinized Henan. The staff was testing Wu Miao. Name, Wu Miao. Core level, class, mechanical battleship, uncontracted. Each syllable emitted by the testing device astonished those present. Class? Battleship? Is this something we are worthy of witnessing? If memory serves, she is under Professor Bai. Old Mo's cold voice carried an air of intimidation. Is that so? Her core is severely damaged. She has lost her previous memories. When I encountered her, I was unaware of her affiliations. Henan feigned innocence with a gentle smile, distancing himself from the matter. Has she recovered now? I received reports indicating her combat prowess is quite remarkable. Old Mo's gaze turned increasingly frigid. The implication was clear. He had informants, and it was preferable to speak candidly. She is still undergoing repairs. Her core remains unstable. Henan maintained his composure, unaffected by Old Mo's demeanor. Such a promising candidate should not be squandered. I believe she ought to be paired with a commander to unlock her full potential. What do you think? How shameless. This is an attempt to snatch her away in plain sight. Yet Henan continued to speak nonchalantly. I believe the city lord's suggestion is exceedingly reasonable. Rarely did Old Mo's lips curve into a smile. Then I shall arrange it. I will ensure she is matched with the most exceptional commander. Henan felt a pang of discomfort. Wu Miao is my girlfriend. And even if she contracts with a commander, our relationship remains unchanged. Who could accept their mechanized partner having a boyfriend? Is this not a jest? Yet given the current circumstances, Old Mo had no choice but to concede, as he still required Henan's assistance. I shall not meddle in your personal affairs, but every citizen of Star City has an obligation to contribute their strength for the sake of peace. Old Mo's calculations were astute. Once Wu Miao had contracted with a commander, whether she continued her relationship with Henan would no longer be at his discretion. The commander and the mechanized girl share a mutual affection. Would he remain steadfast in his position, awaiting betrayal? He, of course, was fully aware of the intentions behind it all, yet he maintained an air of composure. Mr. Mo's efficiency was remarkable, and within a week, he had located a high-ranking commander named Jolie, who was particularly well-matched with Wu Miao. He personally conducted the ceremonial contract signing for the two, inviting Henan to witness the event. As Wu Miao and Jolie stood face-to-face before the contract apparatus, they simultaneously placed their right hands upon it, and two radiant golden beams swiftly enveloped them. Just as Mr. Mo's eyes gleamed with anticipation, Jolie suddenly collapsed, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Chapter 38. Take off in quick succession. Wu Miao also fell limply to the ground, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. Miao Miao. Henan dashed forward, cradling her in his arms while simultaneously reclaiming 90% of the energy from her core. Call a doctor immediately. Mr. Mo's countenance darkened, as if a storm were brewing. The physician arrived promptly and conducted a thorough examination of Zhou Li. Report to the Lord. Mr. Zhou's body exhibits no issues, but his power source is irreparably damaged, with no possibility of recovery. Mr. Mo was taken aback by such an unforeseen turn of events in his meticulously crafted plan. This was a high-ranking commander, of which there were only two in the entire Star City. The loss of one was a grievous blow. Simultaneously, Wu Miao was sent to the maintenance bay for a comprehensive assessment. The core has suffered severe depletion. With our current technology, we are unable to repair it. Mr. Mo turned to the visibly anxious Henan. Do you possess any means to repair the core? Despite his lingering doubts about Henan's capabilities, he sought confirmation. I can only recharge the core to temporarily sustain its vitality. Complete restoration is impossible. What about the commander's power source? My lord, I am a mechanic, not a physician. How could I possibly treat a commander? Mr. Mo's eyes narrowed, resembling a cold blade aimed at Henan. He harbored a suspicion that today's events were somehow linked to Henan, yet lacked the evidence to substantiate his claim. Regardless, Wu Miao was the most formidable force he had ever encountered. Even if Henan had a momentary upper hand, he was reluctant to relinquish her. Take Wu Miao back and do your utmost to restore her. Rest assured, she is my girlfriend. If only you were a commander. Mr. Mo's gaze held a deeper meaning. That is impossible. I am merely a mechanic. Yet, my contributions are no less significant than those of a commander. A hint of provocation sparkled in Henan's eyes, which Mr. Mo dismissed as youthful exuberance, disregarding it entirely. Upon returning to the shop, Henan promptly supplied energy to Wu Miao's core, and within moments, she was revitalized. Henan, I was terrified. You reacted swiftly. Feigning unconsciousness at a critical moment was quite clever. It was only because of you. Otherwise, I would have surely been exposed. We have been under Mr. Mo's watchful gaze. We must exercise extra caution in our endeavors. Am I not allowed to go out? Wu Miao pouted, appearing somewhat aggrieved. It was the first time Henan had witnessed such an endearing side of her. Since their union, Wu Miao had become notably more vivacious and animated. Lin Shuang observed their flirtatious banter, feeling a twinge of discomfort in her heart. Sister, look at those two. They seem utterly indifferent to the feelings of a single souls. Lin Rui tapped Lin Shuang's forehead. Are you feeling jealous? Of course not. Lin Shuang twisted her hair nervously. What right do I have to feel jealous? What am I to him? Just know this. Don't get confused. You're my only kin. Lin Shuang felt a pang in her heart at Lin Rui's words. Sister, it hurts inside. Lin Rui gently embraced her shoulders. In truth, it's your unwillingness to accept that you believe you are no less than Wu Miao, yet Henan chose her over you. That's not it. Do you mean I've fallen for Henan? Lin Shuang was taken aback for a moment. I don't know. Regardless, you must face reality. He already has a woman by his side, unless you wish to become the third party. I certainly do not. Remember your words. Humph. Even if all the men in the world were to perish, I would never become a third. Such ambition. I have faith in you. After the contract failure incident, Henan refrained from allowing Wu Miao to venture outside, primarily because her combat prowess was too overwhelming, capable of annihilating everything with a mere show of force. This was not Henan's intention. His main goal remained resource collection. Thus, he opted for Lin Rui as his companion, joining others in the hunt for mutated marine creatures. For the past few days, Lin Shuang harbored a deep-seated determination within her. She wished to prove herself superior to Wu Miao and worked diligently. Her mechanical body resembled a nuclear submarine, capable of diving directly into the depths of the sea, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities. Simultaneously, Lin Rui could control the void points, yielding commendable results. Those mechanical girls lacking flight capabilities faced a survival crisis at this stage. The cabinet had previously funded the construction of a floating bridge, but the costs were exorbitant and prone to damage, leading to the cancellation of the plan after a trial period. Heenan also recognized the severity of this issue. If the non-flying mechanical girls could not engage in battle, Star City would suffer a loss of at least 80% of its combat strength. The mutated marine creatures continued to evolve, and should they ever gain the ability to fly, humanity would be left with no chance of resistance. Therefore, this problem must be resolved. Heenan re-entered the laboratory, endeavoring to equip all mechanical girls with flying devices. As auxiliary tools, the flying devices needed to be compact, lightweight, and possess formidable defensive capabilities. However, regardless of how much they were streamlined, the wings, fuselage, tail, landing gear, control system, and power unit remained indispensable components. After a month's time, the first flying device was successfully installed on Su Qingqing. Its wings and tail were foldable, allowing them to be completely concealed when not in flight, only extending from her back during takeoff. Concurrently, Heenan modified her military truck-like mechanical body, reducing its transportation functions to align more closely with full combat capabilities. By altering the core program, she was granted a second mechanical form, that of a transformer. When Su Qingqing appeared before everyone in her second mechanical form, all were envious. Their mouths agape. Wow, this is so cool. Heenan, I want one too. Lin Shuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. She too yearned to soar through the skies, wishing to be Heenan's companion. Your current combat capabilities are sufficient. There is no need for modification. Yet, Heenan remained utterly oblivious to her thoughts, extinguishing her enthusiasm with a single remark. Out of a sense of meticulousness, Heenan personally engaged in practical trials after each successful experiment. This was also to gather first-hand data, allowing for timely adjustments in the event of any imperfections. As she soared through the skies under Heenan's guidance, Su Qingqing was overwhelmed with excitement, her mind a blank slate. She had never been this close to Heenan before, her very breath trembling with anticipation. Unlike Wu Miao, she lacked the fortune of resetting time to recover her memories. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Heenan, rendering him the most significant person in her heart. However, she dared not express her feelings, fearing she might become a second Li Qi, especially after Heenan publicly declared Wu Miao as his girlfriend. Su Qingqing buried her emotions even deeper. Unbeknownst to her, Heenan was lost in the joy of the experiment's success. Once the aircraft hit the market, it would carry epoch-making significance. Upon their return to the barrier, they were once again intercepted by staff. Mr. He, the City Lord requests your presence. Chapter 39, the first step to grasping power. With the successful test of the aircraft, the City Lord summoned Heenan without surprise. Upon entering the City Lord's office, Heenan did not hold back. He directly requested Su Qingqing to showcase her second mechanical form. Even Mo Lao, despite his vast experience, was left utterly astonished. How did you achieve this? Wasn't it out of necessity? Heenan replied earnestly. The mutated marine organisms continue to evolve, yet humanity remains stagnant. It won't be long before we face extinction. I aspire to find a path to survival for us all. Indeed, with this aircraft, at least in the current stage, humanity could secure an invulnerable position. Mo Lao, for the first time, sincerely agreed with Heenan's words. He regretted not funding Heenan's research earlier. Otherwise, this achievement would have been his own. State your conditions. I wish for every mech girl in Star City to be equipped with this aircraft. However, outfitting the aircraft was no simple matter. It required modifications to the core. Let me install a few more and observe the results before we proceed, Heenan suggested. Mo Lao approved of Heenan's cautious approach, recognizing that, for now, Su Qingqing was merely an exception. The potential for mass production of the aircraft would depend on the performance of other mech girls upon installation. Each mech girl's physique and attributes varied, and the possibility of rejection remained uncertain. Yet, Mo Lao had made up his mind. Even if it meant sacrificing a portion of the mech girls, he would mandate the installations. Such was the harsh reality, as humanity faced a life-or-death crisis. Losing some was preferable to the extinction of all. Heenan intentionally piqued his interest, preparing to make a substantial demand later. Upon returning, Heenan commenced extensive modifications. Liu Huan and Wang Mei were all equipped with the aircraft and underwent core transformations, each manifesting their second mechanical forms. The data of the three individuals has become remarkably impressive. Name: Liu Mechanical Core. Level energy required for mechanical core. All types mechanical form. Tank secondary mechanical form. Tankman mechanical equipment. High-frequency particle cannon. Space-time ballistic missile. Fully intelligent aircraft. Name: Huan Mechanical Core. Level energy required for mechanical core. All types mechanical form. Off-road vehicle secondary mechanical form. Carman mechanical equipment. High-frequency particle blade, shoulder railgun. Fully intelligent aircraft. Name, Wangmei mechanical core. Level energy required for mechanical core. All types mechanical form. Excavator secondary mechanical form. Motorcycle man mechanical equipment. High-frequency guided obstacle clearing missile. Superliminal railgun, fully intelligent aircraft. Henan personally piloted them for combat testing, and the results left him exceedingly satisfied. However, Lin Shuang felt a sense of unease. Directly confronting Henan with a look of grievance. Do you dislike me? Is that why you want to let me fly? You think too much. Your advantages are irreplaceable. You must focus on your strengths and avoid unrealistic thoughts. Henan's words did little to console her, and Lin Shuang felt even more distressed. Turning to seek out Lin Rui. Sister, do you think Henan truly dislikes me? What happened? Lin Rui, exasperated by her overly emotional sister, responded. He equipped everyone with flying devices, yet I am the only exception. Isn't that unfair? Lin Rui found herself at a loss. She could not discern Henan's thoughts. What did he say? He said my advantages are irreplaceable, that I should focus and not be unrealistic. How am I being unrealistic? Everyone else can fly. Is it wrong for me to want to fly too? Lin Rui sighed in resignation. Do you still see yourself as a miss of the Lin family? Thinking you can have everything you desire? Our current situation is such that we receive only what Henan provides. What do you mean? Xiao Shuang. We must recognize our identity. Do you have any idea how much that flying device costs? How much does it take to install one? Do you have the money? I don't know. But didn't the others get theirs? Henan didn't ask them for money. Why should you have what others possess? Who do you think you are? Sister? Are you really my sister? Why do you always defend others? Lin Shuang stomped her feet in frustration, feeling as though the entire world bore malice towards her. Xiao Shuang, this path you're on is perilous. Henan is not our kin. He is under no obligation to indulge you. If not for your nuclear submarine being of use to him, he wouldn't tolerate you. No, that is not true. I am his contracted mechanical daughter. He should take care of me. He should treat me well. But Yang Ling and Li Qi are also his contracted mechanical daughters. What of them? Can't you see? Lin Shuang finally fell silent, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lin Rui gently patted her head, softly saying, cry it out. It will ease your heart. Finally, unable to contain herself, Lin Shuang burst into tears. Sister, what am I lacking? Why doesn't he like me? Why? I don't know. 3 mechanized girls have successfully equipped themselves with flight devices, leaving Mr. Imo restless. He immediately summoned Henan to his office. What now? Shall we engage in discourse? The price stands at 100,000 star coins per mechanized girl. Any combat-related damage will incur additional costs. Is this price exorbitant? Indeed. It is quite steep. Yet, in light of the current circumstances, it is not unreasonable. Mr. Imo regretted not having supported Henan's experimental endeavors from the outset. It truly is a case of saving a small sum only to spend a larger one, a rather imprudent approach, no matter how one views it. What if the Academy of Humanities supplies the raw materials? Henan proposed, you may calculate it. The cost of raw materials exceeds 100,000 star coins. I do not seek to profit from this. My sole aim is to forge a path for humanity's survival. After all, beneath a collapsed nest, how can one expect a complete egg to remain? Henan's words were steeped in noble righteousness, leaving Mr. Imo with no grounds for rebuttal, forcing him to swallow his indignation. Very well, when can we commence? I require a venue, Henan replied. You may utilize the land adjacent to the affluent area. Establish a mechanized repair shop there. Thank you, city lord. Mr. Mo's gaze darkened further. He felt that Henan was demanding repayment. Recalling how his previous repair shop had been destroyed, now requiring him to provide an even larger establishment. However, he lacked any evidence to confront him. Get to work. Begin as soon as possible. I shall. The efficiency of the Academy of Humanities was exceptional. Upon Henan's return to the affluent area, he discovered that construction had already begun. To his surprise, the project leader was Professor Bai. Henan approached with a smirk, remarking on Professor Bai's hard work. You truly are diligent, personally handling such laborious tasks. Professor Bai understood the sarcasm in his words, but, aware that even the city lord dared not offend Henan, felt further compelled to acquiesce. Oh, bossy, you jest. We are all serving the city lord. It is merely a division of labor, and labor knows no social hierarchy. Chapter 40, Ambition and Truth. Henan regarded Professor Bai, a mere pawn in Mr. Mo's game, with little concern. He was merely a dog serving Mr. Mo. Tasked with menial labor. Each has their own path. cats and mice alike. In times of peace, people may still seek favor from the powerful, let alone in this apocalyptic era. Engaging in acts that transcend moral boundaries for the sake of survival is not so difficult to comprehend. However, Henan was acutely aware that he would never align himself with such individuals. He upheld his own principles and limits. Although he too had taken lives, he could not assure that every person he had slain deserved their fate. Nevertheless, he would strive to maintain his integrity, ensuring it did not descend into darkness. With Professor by supervising, the mechanized repair shop was completed in just 5 days. The interior boasted the most advanced equipment available, and the decor exuded a distinctly futuristic aesthetic. Even its exterior was profoundly impressive. Henan appointed Wu Miao to manage registration, allowing only 10 mechanized girls to be served each day. Although Mr. Mo was dissatisfied with this efficiency, he refrained from voicing his concerns. Having a background in scientific research, he understood the benefits technology could bestow upon humanity. Henan was undeniably talented. Perhaps, in the end, he would be the one to rescue mankind. Such a thought left Mr. Mo feeling particularly uneasy, as he had yet to find a means to control Henan. A powerful yet uncontrollable individual, who could not be bent to his will, was a threat that ought to be eliminated. However, currently, Henan cannot be eliminated. Once the installation of the aircraft is completed, any action against him would be even more perilous. This has left Mr. Mo in a deep state of melancholy. Henan is solitary and unacquainted with anyone. Even the girlfriend by his side does not seem to garner much of his attention. How can one manipulate a person devoid of vulnerabilities? For the first time in his life, Mr. Mo feels a sense of difficulty. Henan has entered an unprecedentedly busy phase, tasked daily with equipping 10 machine daughters with aircraft, followed by taking them out for practical combat testing. Naturally, the pilots are their respective commanders. Without a contract, Henan cannot operate the machine daughters himself. Moreover, he must venture out to hunt mutated marine creatures. Without resources, no task can be accomplished. Thus his focus remains firmly in this area. However, what everyone sees is merely his daily earnings of 1 million star coins. Who would not be envious of such a lucrative business? Yet, every household possesses machine daughters, all requiring Henan's expertise for aircraft installation. It is well understood that once equipped with this aircraft, they are irrevocably tied to Henan. Future maintenance, care, upgrades, and more all depend on him. Such an individual wields more influence than the city lord, who would dare to covet his position. Each can only covet from afar, too fearful to take any action. Watching his friends soar into the skies with their machine daughters, Chen Ming is consumed by envy. Yet, high-level machine daughters are not as common as cabbages. To date, he has not encountered a suitable one. He approaches Henan for assistance, saying, "Brother, with all these machine daughters, could you spare one for me?" Henan glances at him, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Brother, it is not that I am unwilling to help. Each of these machine daughters was salvaged by me, and each has a severely damaged core. Your power source has already been compromised once. I advise against taking further risks." Chen Ming's expression darkens. Is it truly impossible to repair a machine daughter with a damaged core? If you cannot assist, perhaps I should seek help elsewhere? But who else is there? He replies, "In the entire Star City, you are the only machine repairman. If you cannot help, who else can I turn to?" The conversation is not as simple as it seems. Mr. Mo is the founder of the Humanities Academy, and the awakening potions were developed under their research. He should understand the machine daughter's cores better than anyone else. Seeking assistance from that old man? Perhaps not. A seemingly casual remark from Chun Ming reveals to Henan a wealth of hidden information. It appears that the relationship between Chun Xueqing and Mr. Mo is not as harmonious as it outwardly appears. Such information could certainly be leveraged. The city lord is undoubtedly set to be replaced. As for who will take their place, that remains the crucial question. Does Henan not desire to become the city lord himself? Naturally, he does. Yet, the time is not ripe. Even if he were to ascend to that position now, his power would not allow him to remain securely seated. It would be wiser to bide his time, to develop discreetly, and when the opportunity arises, to soar to great heights. Thus, before he occupies that position, the current city lord must further develop and strengthen the Star City. Although Mr. Mo is known for his cunning and ruthlessness, he possesses ambition. Since the establishment of the Star City, he has not stagnated. He simultaneously expands his territory and advances technology, ensuring humanity remains on a path of progress. This is precisely why Henan has refrained from taking action against him. There exists free labor, and why not take advantage of it? As for Chun Xueqing, he warrants further investigation. Ascending from the mayor of a third-tier city to the cabinet is no small feat, indicating a certain level of competence. Furthermore, although he is involved in politics, he possesses numerous businesses, not limited to just that one establishment. Even the manufacturer of Xingqing nutritional liquid operates under his name. This raises intriguing questions. It is unlikely that old Mo would tacitly accept such power. Yet the absence of overt actions suggests a sense of trepidation. Henan has developed a curiosity about Chen Xueqing. Chen Ming remains oblivious to Henan's intentions concerning his father. With no contractual obligations, he spends his days idly indulging at the affluent establishment. It must be said that Henan's decision to open this restaurant was remarkably astute. Anyone of note in Xingqing frequents this venue, often reserving it for grand banquets. Consequently, Wu Miao has nearly befriended all the wives of the upper echelon, including Old Mo's spouse and Chun Ming's mother. Cultivating relationships with them is not particularly challenging. Fine seafood paired with luxury goods suffices. It's not that they are superficial, rather, rarity elevates value. Perhaps before the apocalypse, they did not lack such luxuries. Yet with all factories submerged, they find themselves bereft of access. Henan's storage space seems to preserve history, showcasing past glories before their eyes once more. Who could resist such a lure? None can. Thus, the affluent establishment has become a hub for information dissemination. Any news invariably emanates from here first. Henan effectively possesses a formidable intelligence network alongside significant armaments. The only thing lacking is a fully equipped army. However, this is not a daunting task. As he already commands 7 mechanized daughters, the numbers are merely a matter of time. Suddenly, he recalls Fang Ting, the daughter of Fang Tianhu, the commander of the Qinchuan base. He had once promised Fang Tianhu to return Fang Ting to him, yet this life-saving grace warrants some interest in return. Does it not? As for what he would seek, he has yet to determine. Presently, all bases converge upon Xingqing. Yet Henan has yet to carve out time for a meeting with this base commander. Some individuals have a way of reappearing, just as Henan thinks of him. Fang Tianhu arrives. The brothers Fang Tianhu and Fang Tianhao enter Henan's repair shop, and upon recognizing several familiar faces, Fang Tianhu's eyes brighten. Henan, where is my daughter? Chapter 41. The peculiar young lady. Henan promptly presents Fang Ting's core for his inspection. Here it is. Fang Tianhu nearly spews blood in disbelief. They are all well. How has my daughter ended up like this? The materials were insufficient, hence the repairs were never completed. What materials are needed? I will procure them. Henan, unreserved, hands him a list. Fang Tianhu's scalp tingles upon reading it. Tiger shark teeth? Just encountering them means there's no chance to escape. Who possesses the skill to extract them? And the tentacles of the box jellyfish, do you understand how poisonous they are? Contact means certain death, no hope for survival. And the venom of the stingray, are you serious? Of course, would I jest regarding your daughter's life? Indeed. Fang Tianhu harbored no doubt that Henan regarded his precious daughter's life with utter indifference. Yet, he dared only to entertain such thoughts in the confines of his mind. Voicing them would surely offend Henan, leaving his daughter without any hope whatsoever. Henan, even if it costs the lives of everyone at the Qinchuan base. You cannot procure these materials. Do you possess any alternative methods? Do not rush. Wait until I have gathered the materials before we proceed with the repairs. Very well. What else can we do? My daughter's life is in their hands. Fang Tianhu arrived with high hopes, but left in deep frustration, burdened by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Do you think Henan is doing this on purpose? Brother, he is clearly seeking benefits. We should consider making a gesture. But the things he desires are unattainable for us. We can offer him what we can manage. Fang Tianhu, in his eagerness, momentarily failed to think clearly. However, upon hearing Fang Tianhao's words, he grasped the situation. In dealings like these, one should always expect inflated demands but respond with reasonable offers. There is no need to be stubborn. Since they sought assistance, extending some sincerity could prove beneficial. All right, let us return and prepare. We shall come back another day. Agreed. After bidding farewell to brother Fang Tianhu, Henan resumed his busy tasks. Every endeavor he undertook was a preparation for the future, and he approached his responsibilities with utmost seriousness. Boss, you are the most courteous mechanic I have ever encountered. I shall certainly seek your services in the future. Unlike some individuals who expect everyone to curry favor, with their noses held high, Boss, he remained down to earth. He paid little heed to such flattery. After all, kind words cost nothing and flow easily from the lips. Currently, he held value in the eyes of these people, who were eager to support him. However, should the day come when he fell from grace, it would be uncertain how many would remain loyal. Thus, Heenan treated both compliments and mockery with indifference, allowing them to enter one ear and exit the other without leaving an impression. If even a fiancé of 8 years could betray him, what could he expect from these fleeting acquaintances? For the most part, Heenan spent his time assisting the mechanized daughters of Xingxing with the installation of flight devices. However, he could only complete 10 installations in a single day, meaning the task would stretch on indefinitely. He was unwilling to allow these individuals to monopolize all his time. Consequently, he developed a self-service system. Once the mechanized daughters scanned a code and made a payment, they could access the self-service chamber, where intelligent devices would install the equipment according to preset programs. However, this method precluded core modifications, meaning they could not attain a second mechanical form. Nonetheless, it enabled the mechanized daughters to take to the skies sooner, prompting many to opt for the self-service option. Especially those with limited financial means, eager to earn money, were less concerned about the specifics. It was only the affluent and leisurely high-ranking individuals who patiently awaited appointments. Heenan found himself considerably relieved. Since the opening of his repair shop, he had exclusively engaged in the installation of flight devices, with nary a customer seeking repairs. Most people had grown accustomed to the workshop at the Cultural Academy, while the opulent DCOR of Heenan's establishment intimidated many who feared being overcharged. After another busy day, as Heenan prepared to close the shop, he was unexpectedly confronted by a blood-soaked mechanized daughter. It is not unusual for a mech girl to be injured. Rather, what is peculiar is her solitary arrival. "Where is your commander?" Heenan inquired with curiosity. "I do not have a commander," the mech girl replied with a serene expression, seemingly unaware of any impropriety in her statement. However, the regulations of Star City stipulate that mech girls are not permitted to operate without a commander and must not leave the barriers. Of course, Heenan's mech girl had received special permission under the guise of an experiment. The circumstances of this particular mech girl, however, were quite extraordinary. "Let us conduct a test." All right. The results emerged swiftly, leaving Heenan astounded. Name: Modi, mechanical core. Class: energy required for mechanical core. All types: mechanical form. Payload rocket. Mechanical attachments: none. It was evident that Modi possessed not a shred of offensive capability, as her mechanical form bore no weapons whatsoever. "How did you sustain your injuries?" "I went out for a stroll and was targeted by a mutated crocodile." "Can it be repaired?" "It can be, but given your situation, I have already called the authorities. You need not worry." The Star Police arrived promptly, and upon seeing Modi, their faces paled. "Young lady, how did you get hurt?" This address caused Heenan to narrow his eyes. "Modi, how intriguing." The officer hastily grasped Heenan's arm. "You must save her. She is the eldest daughter of the Mo family and the granddaughter of the city lord." 20,000 star coins. Heenan was indifferent to her lineage. He was a businessman, not a philanthropist. The officer gritted his teeth and paid the 20,000 star coins, and Modi followed Heenan into the repair room. "You are gravely injured. I must shut down your core system." "Do not worry. There will be no pain. You will merely fall asleep." "All right." He had not anticipated that this young lady would be so agreeable, far more pleasant than Fong Ting. In truth, Heenan's intention to shut down her core was to conceal his healing abilities. However, this method would indeed alleviate the mech girl's suffering, proving far more effective than anesthetics. Typically, a regular mechanic would not dare to proceed in this manner, as a delayed awakening could damage the core due to lack of kinetic energy. Yet Heenan was unconcerned. He could provide the mech girl with infinite energy, surpassing even high-ranking commanders. This was a secret known only to him. 2 minutes later, all of Modi's injuries had healed. However, to maintain the FAA day, Heenan returned to his rest, awakening her only the following morning. "Get up and move around. See if you feel any discomfort." Modi obediently stood and walked about. "No, I feel quite well." "Let us test your mechanical form." Modi then transformed into a payload rocket, and Heenan conducted another inspection, confirming there were no issues before preparing to send her on her way. However, Modi casually seated herself on a nearby chair. "I wish to install weapon attachments. Can you assist me? Surely the Academy of Humanities and Sciences has suitable weaponry for you?" "It is my grandfather. He forbids me from leaving the barriers." Heenan raised an eyebrow. "Are you tired of being a pampered heiress? The outside world is perilous. You were fortunate to return this time, but your luck may not hold next time." Suddenly, Modi stood up and grasped Heenan's hand tightly. "I seek vengeance. I need to grow stronger, and only you can assist me." Chapter 42. An interest in women. This statement rendered Heenan utterly perplexed. The granddaughter of M.O. Lau. The young lady of the M.O. family, seeking vengeance? It sounded utterly absurd. Miss M.O., please take a seat. Nonetheless, her words piqued Henan's curiosity. He was eager to uncover the secrets this girl harbored. I apologize for my outburst. M.O.D. gracefully resumed her seat, exuding an air of composure and elegance. Clearly trained in the etiquette of nobility from a young age, her every gesture imbued with an undeniable sense of grandeur. Henan observed her quietly, awaiting an explanation. Taking a deep breath, M.O.D. spoke. Henan, I do not wish to implicate you. Hence, I cannot divulge too much. All I ask is for your assistance. I am willing to offer any sum. The young lady's naivety amused Henan, who couldn't help but smile wryly. Miss M.O., you seem to have underestimated the complexity of this situation. M.O.D. blinked her large eyes several times, appearing quite bewildered. Regardless of who your adversary may be, assisting me would pit you against the city lord. Do you truly believe that a mere mechanic like myself possesses the strength to challenge him? Even if you refrain from aiding me, it is impossible for you to befriend the city lord. You inhabit entirely different worlds. At that moment, the girl seemed to mature, her voice taking on a distinctly frosty tone. Henan astutely noted that she referred to him as the city lord rather than grandfather. This was intriguing. Could it be that her enemy was M.O. Lau? If so, Henan found himself quite taken with this young lady. You needn't regard me with such scrutiny. I admit my circle is limited, and my knowledge is scant. However, I am not foolish. I am acutely aware of my actions. With a hint of pride, Henan found her increasingly intriguing. You have successfully ignited my curiosity. Let us discuss your terms. How much do you require? M.O.D. inquired cautiously, despite her wealth. It did not imply a willingness to be exploited. How much do you believe you can spend without drawing the city lordess' attention? M.O.D.'s countenance visibly paled. She had previously preferred to incur a debt of 20,000 star coins to avoid using her card for this very reason. Every move she made was under the scrutiny of M.O. Lau, leaving her with no semblance of privacy. To escape this controlling predicament, she had feigned injury, seizing the opportunity to approach Henan, intent on avoiding suspicion. If she let this chance slip away, she would never have the opportunity to acquire weaponry again. I offer myself to you. Help me. What do you say? A glimmer of amusement flickered in Henan's eyes. I am not in need of women. Once I have avenged myself, I shall grant you whatever you desire. M.O.D. grew fervent. This was her sole opportunity, and she could not afford to squander it. What if you fail to exact your revenge? Wouldn't I be left with nothing? Henan, I must attend to my duties now. Please take your leave. M.O.D. remained seated, tears brimming in her eyes. Do you truly refuse to assist me? I am willing to pay any price. I could help you. But you must clarify the benefits of my assistance. Do not present me with empty promises. I require tangible advantages. Additionally, I must be acutely aware of the risks involved. You may offer me a mountain of gold, yet I shall not assist you. My silence is truly for your benefit, as I wish to avoid entangling you further. Your arrival has already burdened me. I apologize, but I find myself with no other recourse. Modi gazed at Henan with a sense of grievance, a sight that easily evokes a protective instinct in others. Unfortunately, Henan, having suffered greatly at the hands of women, would not readily place his trust in their appearances. Despite Modi's utmost efforts to elicit a response from Henan, she was ultimately met with disappointment and compelled to depart. Upon stepping out of the workshop, a hovering vehicle awaited her. Miss, the city lord has sent me to escort you home. The impeccably dressed driver courteously opened the door for her. Without a glance back, Modi entered the vehicle with an impassive expression. Henan was perplexed, unable to discern the veracity of Modi's words. Perhaps she was merely seeking amusement at his expense. Otherwise, with her standing, what adversary could have survived to this day, inciting such trepidation in her? Unless it were old M.O., her grandfather, perhaps? What could be so captivating? Chun Ming's hand on his shoulder jolted Henan from his reverie. Ah, I just bid farewell to a beautiful woman. Savoring the moment, he mused. Chun Ming, with an inquisitive look, leaned closer. Who is she? If she caught your eye, she must be stunning. Yes, it's old Mo's granddaughter. Modi. To be precise, an ice queen who remains indifferent to everyone. Yet, her beauty is undeniable. Are you well acquainted with her? Not at all. She seems to avoid us, and appears to have few friends. Quite an enigmatic woman. She was not like this in her youth. She resembled a Barbie doll, always cheerful. Ever since her mother's passing, she has transformed entirely. Her mother? How did she die? I've heard it was due to a terminal illness, but who can say for certain? Her father is quite the rake, and her mother bore just this one daughter. In the world before the apocalypse, Failing to produce a son made it exceedingly difficult to survive in high society. However, it is said that old Imo dotes on her. Is that so? Of course. My acquaintance with her is limited, and the information I possess is merely what circulates among us. Oh, what is this? Have you truly taken a liking to her? Should you win her heart, it would be a remarkable leap forward for you. Do you think I haven't considered her? It is she who looks down upon me. Chen Ming, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the topic, swiftly changed the subject. What is today's signature dish? Chopped chili crocodile head. Excellent, my favorite. With that, he dashed away. Hinan's thoughts were consumed by Modi. Analyzing the information from Chen Ming, it became evident that her desire for vengeance was likely tied to her mother's demise. Her enemies could only be old Mo or his son. If that were the case, this young lady could indeed be of great significance. Thus, Hinan summoned Wu Miao, instructing, keep an eye on Modi, old Mo's granddaughter. What is the matter? I sense there is more to this girl than meets the eye. It is rare for you to show interest in a woman. Are you feeling jealous? Hinan teased, lifting her chin with a playful smirk. Do you enjoy it when I feel jealous? Wu Miao replied, casting a well-timed flirtatious glance, enhancing the atmosphere perfectly. Although they cohabitated, Hinan appeared to harbor little interest in her. If she did not take the initiative, days could pass without him even acknowledging her presence. Were it not for their past encounters, one might genuinely question the man's disposition. Hinan did not wish to lead a life of asceticism. With a beauty beside him, he believed one should indulge in such pleasures. Yet, there was no semblance of affection. He had resolved never to invest his heart in any woman again. Chapter 43. A diversity of women. It must be said that Wu Miao possessed extraordinary public relations skills, quickly forging a close friendship with Modi within a few days. Of course, Modi's intentions likely included drawing closer to Hinan through her. Regardless, this connection had been established. However, aside from mentioning matters of revenge in Hinan's presence, Modi had not confided in anyone else. This left Wu Miao at a loss for how to proceed. Hinan did not expect her to uncover anything substantial. If Modi were such an imprudent individual, she would not be of use, and he would need to observe her more closely. Currently, Hinan contemplated releasing Fong Ting. If Chun Xueqing proved to be a reliable ally, he would arrange for her to enter into a contract with Chen Ming, binding them together as one family. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the Fong brothers, Tianhu and Tianhao, paid another visit, bringing a plethora of gifts. Although Hinan found them unremarkable, it was evident they had brought the entire wealth of the Qin Chuan base. These items are of no use to me. You may take them back, Hinan stated. Rest assured, I will do my utmost regarding Miss Fong's situation. Consider it a personal favor owed to you, Tianhu replied. Fine, as long as you rescue my daughter. I shall acquiesce to any request, Hinan responded. The base leader should not speak so confidently. When the time comes, should I require something, do not hesitate, Tianhu remarked. Would you truly offer your life for this? What more could you possibly withhold? Hinan countered. Very well, I shall remember your words, Tianhu said. A favor from a base leader was hardly sufficient for Hinan's needs, but he understood that small contributions accumulate over time, and he was not in a rush. 3 days later, Fong Ting appeared before everyone. However, no one anticipated that upon learning of Hinan's girlfriend, she would storm up to him and demand, "Who gave you permission to have a girlfriend?" Hinan, bemused by her indignation, retorted, "Sister, what relation do you have to me? What I do regarding my romantic life is none of your concern. You are mine. No one else may seek you," she proclaimed possessively. Hinan, weary of her unreasonable outburst, replied, "I have already informed your father to come and collect you. Pack your things and leave promptly. I want to go." "I am staying here," she insisted. "This is not a place for idlers. What skills do you possess?" He questioned. "Isn't it simply about exterminating mutated marine creatures?" "I can do that too," Fong Ting declared, raising her chin defiantly. "You don't need to pay me exorbitantly. Simply providing 3 meals a day at Dafahao would suffice." "You have quite the imagination. A meal at Dafahao costs 198 star coins, totaling 594 for 3 meals. Do you consider yourself worth such a daily wage?" Fong Ting, upon witnessing his daughter's lively disposition and her spirited argument, Fong Tianhu was overwhelmed with emotion. "Father, what brings you here?" Fong Ting asked, extinguishing her father's sentiment. "I was worried about you. Pack your things and come home with me," he urged. "I want tea. I want to stay here," she asserted. "What do you intend to do here?" "I am enamored with Hinan and desire to be together with him. Yet, he already has a girlfriend. Even if he marries, he can still divorce. What does it matter if he has a girlfriend? I am determined to be with him." Fang Tianhu helplessly glanced at Henan, asking, "Do you mind having multiple girlfriends?" "I do," came the response. "Father, what are you saying? How could I possibly share a man with anyone else?" "Then what do you intend to do?" Fang Ting demanded, hands on her hips, her demeanor teasingly lofty, which elicited a laugh from Henan. "Director Fang, if you do not take her away immediately, I might have to insist on letting her continue her slumber." Fang Tianhu was alarmed and quickly grasped Fang Ting's arm, saying, "My dear daughter, let us return home." "No." Fang Ting forcefully shook off her father and turned to Henan, exclaiming, "What makes you so special? It is a privilege for you that I have set my sights on you. Just a mere mechanic, and you think highly of yourself?" Henan, truly disinterested in her incessant chatter, waved his hand, and she weakly collapsed. Fang Tianhu broke into a cold sweat, pleading, "Boss He, please show mercy. This girl has been quite spoiled by me. I shall educate her properly when we return." Henan cast a cold glance in her direction and replied, "Take her back. She will regain consciousness in about an hour. However, I must forewarn you, if she dares to return to cause trouble, I shall not be so accommodating." "Yes, yes. I shall take her away at once." Fang Tianhu, disregarding the cold sweat on his brow, swiftly scooped up Fang Ting and fled the scene. "This woman is rather amusing." Wu Miao poured a glass of red wine for Henan and gracefully seated herself upon his lap. "Are you feeling jealous?" Henan inquired, gently holding her chin, acknowledging that this woman indeed has a certain captivating allure. When Fang Ting awoke once more, she found herself in an entirely altered environment, looking bewildered. "Father, where am I?" "In Xingqing." "Xingqing?" "Yes, Qin Chuan is no more, and father has aligned himself with the Lord of Xingqing, thus securing us a place to reside. So, are we not in a dire situation?" "Not particularly. It is better than what ordinary people endure. After all, father still commands several battle teams. And aside from taxes and land fees, we barely manage to sustain ourselves. And what of Henan? He is now a prominent figure, highly sought after in Xingqing, far beyond our reach. That rascal has truly made a name for himself. He possesses quite the talent. Not merely a talent, his capabilities are vast." Fang Tianhu elaborated exhaustively on Henan's inventions and their significant impact on the current circumstances. "If I marry him, wouldn't our family be better off?" "Dear daughter, you must awaken to reality. Henan does not have an interest in you. Please do not make a fuss." Fang Ting pouted. "How could he possibly overlook someone as beautiful as me? A woman cannot retain a man's heart solely through beauty. What need do I have for his heart? I only require him." Fang Ting clutched Fang Tianhu's arm, shaking it vigorously. "Father, send a battle team to bring him here. I will have him as my subordinate." "You must be joking." Fang Tianhu recoiled his arm, exhaling a sigh of resignation. "His girlfriend is a starship. A single missile could obliterate our base. Do you wish to challenge her for a man, seeking a swift demise? Henan truly lacks discernment. Why would he choose such a fierce girlfriend? You possess the keenest insight, indeed. I must insist that you remain at home, with no excursions permitted. But how can that be? I must seek out Henan." "So my words have fallen on deaf ears, have they? What is there to be fierce about? Your daughter is exceptionally intelligent, as beautiful as a fairy. Upon seeing me, Henan would be utterly captivated. How could he ever wish to harm me?" Fang Tianhu, witnessing his daughter's obstinacy, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. "I shall give you one final warning. Do not provoke Henan. If you truly anger him, your father will be powerless to safeguard your life. Understood?" How tiresome. Chapter 44. A heartbreak to savor unbeknownst to Henan. Fang Ting was plotting something. After a tender moment with Wu Miao, he lit a cigarette. "I intend to leave Star City for a while. Where shall you go? Is there even a place to take refuge outside? I do not know. Which is why I wish to venture out and explore. I will accompany you." "Very well." Henan extinguished the cigarette, his gaze icy, devoid of any post-passion exuberance. Instead, eerily calm. "Go inform everyone to prepare. We shall depart early tomorrow." "What about the store?" "The Fuhao has Chun Ming overseeing it, and the repair shop has self-service. There is no need for concern." "Very well, I shall go now." Wu Miao donned her clothes and stepped outside, while Henan took a shower and changed the sheets before returning to bed. Despite their lengthy time together, Henan never allowed her to stay overnight. Primarily, he could not abide having anyone nearby while he slept. Otherwise, he found it impossible to rest soundly. This may stem from the psychological scars left by past betrayals. At the break of dawn, Henan set out with his mechanical squad. However, upon exiting, he spotted Fang Ting descending from a vehicle. "Henan, where are you headed?" "Off to work. I wish to go as well." "You have no commander. What can you possibly accomplish?" "They too lack a commander. They are my women and require no overseer." Upon hearing this, Fong Ting's eyes ignited with fury. Henan, you scoundrel. How could you find so many women behind my back? Do you have an issue with that? I have a significant grievance. Endure it. You can either vanish or I shall assist in your disappearance. Choose one. I choose neither. A flicker of impatience crossed Henan's eyes. In an instant, Huan drew her shoulder-mounted railgun and fired a shot at Fong Ting's thigh. Ah! Fong Ting screamed. Her body propelled far away, both thighs obliterated. Henan, do you simply watch as your women torment me? Fong Ting cried, her face a portrait of grievance, her eyes brimming with accusation. My women may bully whomever they please. If you are dissatisfied, bear it. With that, Henan led everyone onto the hover car, departing toward the barrier. Fong Ting remained behind, sobbing, and in that moment, she finally grasped that Henan held not a shred of affection for her. Her expression shifted from one of grievance to one of venomous resentment. Henan harbored no concern for Fong Ting's retaliation. She was entirely of his own making. Should she entertain any rebellious thoughts, he could readily have her remade. Upon witnessing Henan escort all the mechanical maidens outside, the staff promptly reported to Old Imo. The expression on Old Mo's face darkened ominously. His gaze fixed intently on the unfolding situation, curious as to what tricks Henan was planning. Yes, my lord, he acknowledged. Henan was well aware that the commotion he had caused would undoubtedly not escape Old Mo's watchful eye. However, he remained indifferent. As long as he could come and go freely, his objective was to acquire more resources to pave the way for future endeavors. In truth, Henan did not possess a detailed plan regarding their destination or the duration of their absence. This was primarily due to the presence of Wu Miao, a starship capable of ensuring the safety of all aboard. Additionally, his storage held ample supplies to guarantee their sustenance, rendering the prospect of never returning to Star City inconsequential. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. He still wished to return. The cities built by others would surely surpass anything he could create from scratch. Moreover, he lacked the materials necessary to construct a floating city. Although he was a mechanical genius, he recognized that perfection in every endeavor was unattainable. As the starship soared through the skies for the better part of a day, beneath them lay an endless expanse of ocean, teeming with mutated marine creatures. It seemed that aside from Star City, no other vestiges of human existence remained. Perhaps they had not traveled far enough. But Henan was not particularly insistent on finding land. His mission focused on resource collection. Thus, they hovered above an area densely populated with mutated marine life. Prompting the mechanical maidens to commence their tasks, Lin Shuang plunged into the water, swiftly descending to the ocean's depths. By sheer coincidence, she encountered a pod of whales, all of which had developed sharp teeth due to mutation and possessed an astonishing capacity for consumption, able to swallow an entire ship whole. To avoid becoming a meal, Lin Shuang had to evade and fight simultaneously. This presented a significant challenge, as she had previously faced only solitary mutated marine creatures, easily vanquished under overwhelming force. Now, she found herself encircled by the pod, a true Waterloo. In her predicament, seeking assistance from Henan for cover fire to escape the battlefield was imperative. Yet, Lin Shuang harbored a stubborn resentment, believing Henan had intentionally refrained from equipping her with flight capabilities. Had she been equipped, she could have soared away from danger in an instant. Thus, instead of calling for help, she engaged the whales in combat. Fortunately, her mounted weaponry proved formidable. The electronic pulse torpedoes repelled the approaching whales, the conductive properties of water causing the entire pod to bleed. Despite this, she was ultimately outnumbered. Soon overturned by one of the whales, the pod swarmed her, tearing at her flesh. The excruciating pain compelled her to signal for help. In truth, Henan had been monitoring her situation all along, under the impression she could endure. Upon receiving her distress signal, he swiftly dispatched Lin Rue for assistance. Unleashing a barrage of electronic pulse cannon fire that dispersed the whales, Lin Shuang emerged from the water, disheveled, and was promptly retrieved by Henan aboard the starship. Upon witnessing her blood-soaked figure, marred by numerous lacerations, one could not help but find the scene amusing. How audacious to throw a tantrum on the battlefield. Does she have a death wish? As Henan attended to her injuries, he seized the opportunity to admonish her. Lin Shuang, overwhelmed with a sense of grievance, shed tears, lamenting, "Given my state, could you not offer a word of solace? Is comfort truly beneficial? Will it prevent your foolishness in the future?" Henan's words cut through Lin Shuang's heart like a knife, leaving wounds that even his healing arts could not mend. In a fit of defiance, she wiped her tears and said, "I know you despise me. I do not despise you. Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. But you do not care for me. Why should I? Fine, Then let us continue the fight. After Henan had treated her, he unceremoniously cast her into the sea. Although Lin Shuang was still seething with anger, she dared not toy with her life any further. From his previous attitude, it was evident that if she were to perish in battle, he would likely shed no tears. This man possesses no heart. Henan, I shall never harbor feelings for you again. Lin Shuang shouted with all her might, feeling a slight relief in her heart, yet her tears continued to flow unabated. I must be the most pitiable woman in the world. I've yet to experience love and already suffer heartbreak. Chapter 44. A move is imminent. Henan recognized the cruelty in his treatment of Lin Shuang. However, rather than foster unfounded hopes, it was better to plunge her into utter despair. Henan was no playboy. Despite being surrounded by beauty, he had no intention of nurturing any romantic entanglements. Those women who chose to accompany him were expected to work diligently, and those unwilling were free to leave. He would not retain them. As for romance, he simply lacked the time. It was not that he was overly cautious due to past experiences. He genuinely believed it unnecessary. In this challenging apocalypse, who had the luxury to pursue rituals or romance? The priority was simply to secure enough food to survive. Was that not the essence of existence? Following this incident, Lin Shuang adopted a much quieter demeanor, scarcely conversing even with Lin Rui. During their evening respite, Lin Rui took her aside. Little Shuang, what troubles you? What has transpired? Sister, I've come to terms with it. Henan will never like me. Regardless of my efforts, it is futile. Lin Rui, feeling a pang of sympathy, embraced her. It is good that you can think this way. It puts my mind at ease. Sister, do you think he truly cares for Wu Miao? Who can say? Lin Shuang pouted. I hardly believe so. You cannot know for certain. In truth, Lin Shuang was filled with regret. She had once held an opportunity. However, her excessive worries and preoccupation with unrealistic notions of love had caused her to squander it. Now, being Henan's woman was sufficient. Whether he liked her had become less significant. Alas, she had come to this realization too late, having been outpaced by Wu Miao. Lin Rui gently ruffled her hair. Do not dwell on it too much. We are luckier than many simply to be alive. We must cherish that. Indeed, sister, I will strive to live on. Better than anyone. Seeing that Lin Shuang seemed to have genuinely come to terms with her situation, Lin Rui felt a sense of relief. On this journey, Henan opted for a route that distanced them from other battle teams. Due to his disregard for energy consumption, he could venture as far as he desired. Hence, although the battle lasted merely a day, the spoils were substantial. The light whale alone had been hunted in dozens. Not to mention the hides and teeth that could be fashioned into weaponry, the sheer quantity of flesh would sustain the affluent for an extended period. In addition to the whales, they had amassed a considerable collection of various other seafood. Given the aerial combat, it was inevitable that smaller mutated marine creatures were obliterated, rendering them uncollectible. However, none of the larger specimens were spared. Henan's storage space was boundless, allowing him to accommodate any amount he hunted. Thus he resolved to continue his expedition. Besides seeking resources, he yearned to ascertain whether any human settlements remained in this world. However, the following day did not unfold as smoothly as the last. The previously tranquil sea suddenly roiled with colossal waves, and all mutated marine creatures became agitated, exhibiting unprecedented ferocity, even turning on one another. Henan promptly ordered everyone to board the annihilation ship and swiftly ascended to a higher altitude. Just as they cleared the ocean's surface, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths, and the sea exploded in vast sections, sending immense ripples outward. A tsunami followed, with a massive plume of gas and debris forming a colossal mushroom cloud. Towering crimson waves surged skyward, staining half the heavens. The dismembered bodies of mutated marine creatures rained down like a deluge, swiftly whisked away by the tumultuous waves. Heavens, has the seawater caught fire? How terrifying. It must be a volcanic eruption from beneath the sea. Although Henan's heart was tumultuous, his demeanor remained unperturbed. Observing his calmness, the panicked crew gradually regained their composure. Ceasing their frantic cries, "We must depart from this maritime region," Henan commanded Wu Miao, promptly adjusting their course to distance themselves from the volcanic eruption zone. Witnessing this catastrophe, though they remained unharmed, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on everyone's spirits. Without Henan, it was likely that none of them would have survived such a natural calamity. Regardless of any prior misgivings, all were now subdued. In the face of disaster, humanity appeared insignificantly small. Henan could not help but reflect on this truth. Although none echoed his sentiment, all silently concurred. The volcanic eruption directly impacted Star City, subjecting the entire metropolis to its fury. While the city remained intact, toxic gases from the eruption enveloped the skies, rendering most outdoor dwellers unconscious. Even those sheltered indoors could not escape dizziness and relentless nausea. Old Mo, adorned with an oxygen mask, wore a grim expression. Do you think Heenan foresaw the tsunami and fled in advance? Professor Bai, standing nearby, was at a loss for how to respond. Surely, he lacked such capabilities? Our meteorological department failed to predict it. He is merely a mechanic. Perhaps I am overthinking it, Old Mo replied, his countenance still dark. I have an inkling that Heenan is no ordinary individual. He must harbor some grand secret. Should we capture him and interrogate him? Would it yield any results? Professor Bai, exasperated, waved his hand. If he returns, bring him to me at once. Understood. Professor Bai retreated in a dejected manner, inwardly cursing the ancestors of Heenan for generations. He had come to realize that any matter related to Heenan invariably resulted in his reprimand. That rascal. You are truly my nemesis. Should I ever catch you, I shall not hesitate to make you pay dearly. Meanwhile, Heenan, occupied with hunting in a new maritime domain, sneezed violently. Have I traveled this far only to be remembered by someone? Do you actually believe such nonsense? Are you catching a cold? Lin Rue, ever consider it. Poured him a cup of warm water. I wager someone is indeed cursing me. Lin Rue smiled faintly. This is hardly surprising. Your recent prominence has surely bred jealousy among many. Yet, they are powerless against you, so they can only vent their frustrations in secret. You see things clearly. Ever since my parents abandoned me and my grandmother, I have learned to let go of everything. Indeed, human nature is most susceptible to trials. Only by living well can one make those who disdain you uncomfortable. If they are uneasy, then you shall find comfort. Precisely. We must not only survive but thrive beyond all others. Be ambitious and keep pushing forward. Heenan spent an entire month in the field before preparing to return. However, upon arriving at the site of the previous volcanic eruption, he expected desolation. Yet was taken aback to discover that the mutated marine creatures had increased in number and evolved further, becoming even more ferocious. Some had even developed wings, allowing them to fly at low altitudes. At that moment, Star City was under siege by these airborne creatures, and although all the mechanized combatants were deployed, they could barely fend off the assault, resulting in countless casualties. Old Mo stood in despair at the highest point of the city, fearing that this time they could not evade disaster. Chen Xueqing stood behind him. The results of the city's elevation assessment are in. Speak. To raise the city above a kilometer, a protective shield must be constructed, otherwise, survival would be impossible. Additionally, the supply of oxygen presents a significant challenge. Chapter 46. I wish to have a child. Upon Heenan's return to Star City, he noticed the streets were particularly desolate. Even the few passers-by moved hurriedly, all donning oxygen masks. It was evident that the underwater volcanic eruption had impacted Star City, severely polluting the air. Heenan had a surplus of oxygen masks in his spatial inventory, so he distributed them among the group before leading them toward the barrier. The staff received them lethargically, and the city lord instructed that Heenan be summoned immediately upon his arrival. Understood. Heenan followed the staff to the city lord's office, while Wu Miao took the group back to the Grand Tycoon. Given the circumstances, it was clear that business at the Grand Tycoon must be dismal. Wu Miao began to fret over the ingredients they had brought back. However, she could not have anticipated that a masquerade ball was being held at the Grand Tycoon. Initiated by Chen Ming, Wu Miao pouted, "You certainly know how to have fun. I call this a clever means of generating wealth. Thank you very much. Indeed. You are the most capable." Without a doubt, while all other businesses in Star City have closed, the Grand Tycoon remains operational, all thanks to my efforts. All right. I'll send you a trophy later. Forget the trophy. Just find me a wife. That matter is for Heenan to decide. I cannot take responsibility for that. By the way, where is Heenan? Why didn't he return with me? I was summoned by the city lord. That old man has an abundance of matters to attend to. While Chen Ming could voice this sentiment, Wu Miao dared not speak so freely. You all enjoy yourselves. I must take a brief rest, utterly exhausted. Aware of their hardships outside, Chen Ming refrained from further pressing her. It was the first time Heenan witnessed a flicker of agitation in Old Mo's eyes. The old man was typically inscrutable, his emotions concealed. The city lord seeks me for something? Our Star City stands on the brink of survival. What are your thoughts? Does the city lord have a plan? Heenan pondered. What perspective could I possibly offer? If I indeed had one, would you heed it? I initially intended to elevate the city, yet the assessment yielded unsatisfactory results. After a lengthy contemplation, Heenan finally remarked, even if we elevate the city, it is not a lasting solution. Currently, the mutated marine creatures have acquired the ability to fly. Who can assure us they won't evolve further? You make a valid point, yet what can we do? Naturally, we must enhance our combat capabilities. Offense is the best form of defense. Easier said than done. I have returned with a considerable amount of materials. I shall study them further upon my return and provide you with a response. I eagerly await your good news. I shall take my leave now. The bounty Heenan reaped from this excursion was the most substantial to date. With Star City in peril, as a citizen, he could not stand idly by. Although Chen-Ming intended to invite him for a drink, Heenan declined outright. He truly does not understand how to save her life. Chen-Ming languidly collapsed onto the sofa. As if any occurrence were of no concern to him, Heenan plunged into the laboratory, disregarding Chen-Ming's words. He lacked Chen-Ming's fortune. Never needing to labor for sustenance, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, oblivious to the tribulations of the world. To survive, he could only rely on his relentless efforts, never daring to relent. After a month of research, Heenan extracted a substance from the whale, colorless, odorless, fireproof, and explosively resistant, yet remarkably resilient. Constructing a protective shield for Star City with this material should afford them some respite. He was exceedingly pleased with his discovery and promptly brought a sample to Old Mo. Heenan, you have indeed not disappointed me. Let us expedite production. Yes, I shall commence immediately. However, the whale I brought back is limited. We will need to venture out for more hunting. You need not worry about that. I will promptly dispatch an elite team to undertake this task. After bidding farewell to the city lord, Heenan swiftly began studying automated production lines. Relying on manual extraction was far too time-consuming. By the time they completed the protective shield, the mutated marine creatures might have evolved yet again. To survive, one must race against time, leaving those mutated beings far behind to allow humanity the prospect of advancement. Otherwise, it is merely a struggle for existence. Even if one survives temporarily, it is but a meager existence. Heenan sought to avoid living so passively, thus compelling himself to delve deeper into research and innovation. The Academy of Humanities was also hard at work. Once Heenan sent his samples, they immediately commenced compositional analysis. However, after 3 consecutive days and nights of research, they were still unable to match several substances with their reference tables. My lord, we remain perplexed by the nature of these 3 substances, which, upon our analysis, do not appear to have been extracted from the whale's body. Might it be a result of a chemical reaction? Given our current level of scientific research, we are utterly unable to ascertain the composition of these materials. Professor Bai wore a visage of frustration, his thoughts turning to curses directed at Heenan. Once the most promising researcher under Mo Lao, he now felt increasingly like a worthless trifle since Heenan's arrival, fearing he would soon be swept aside by Mo Lao. He harbored no grand ambitions, merely desiring to seize the opulence that lay before him. Yet, Heenan continued to embroil him in complications, robbing him of peace even in slumber. After much contemplation, he concluded that the most effective way to resolve these troubles was to eradicate the root cause. He firmly believed that humanity would not face extinction in the absence of Heenan. Over the years, he had nurtured a cadre of assassins, who became the first awakened ones when the apocalypse descended. The mechanized beings sent to eliminate Heenan were those he had meticulously trained since childhood. However, for reasons unknown, they not only failed to kill Heenan but also uniformly lost their memories. It was inconceivable that Heenan had done nothing. He was convinced that Heenan had acquired a technology far beyond their reach, one that could completely manipulate the mechanized beings. Perhaps, in the future, the world would no longer require men. He would not allow such a fate to unfold. Thus, Heenan must perish. He had become quite adept at the art of murder and theft, and upon leaving the laboratory, he promptly arranged for a group of assassins. He was certainly not foolish enough to act within Star City, for even if he succeeded in killing Heenan, the city lord would not spare him. His orders were to eliminate Heenan along with his mechanized battalion as soon as they departed from the barrier. It was no surprise that dangers awaited beyond the barrier. Many had ventured out and never returned, with Heenan potentially being among them. At this moment, Heenan remained blissfully unaware that the seemingly jovial Professor Bai was scheming against him. His focus was entirely on his experiments, devoid of any thought for indulgence and the pleasures of companionship. Wu Miao visited the laboratory daily to bring Heenan meals, but he barely glanced up, hastily consuming a few bites before resuming his work. Are you truly prepared to dedicate yourself tirelessly to the survival of humanity? I am not so noble. You are engaged in something profoundly significant. Heenan had little inclination to converse with her, often stepping outside for respite. Yet Wu Miao remained seated, expressing her desire to bear a child. Chapter 47. It's time to awaken. You are overthinking this. He-Nan rejected her outright without a moment's hesitation. We are in an apocalyptic world where tomorrow's survival is uncertain. The idea of having a child is absurd. Although He-Nan was affluent enough to raise a child, he did not wish for an innocent to live in daily terror. Unless he could provide an environment of absolute safety for the child, he would not entertain the notion. Why? Wu Miao pressed on, undeterred. She had an inkling that her time with He-Nan was limited, and the prospect of a child gave her a sense of hope for the future. Do you no longer wish for vengeance? Of course, I do. But if you were to die, what would become of the child? Wu Miao had never considered this aspect before. In her heart, the presence of He-Nan made her feel invincible, as if slaying 10 Mo Laos would pose no challenge. Failure had never crossed her mind. However, upon hearing He-Nan's words, she suddenly realized that she had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Forget I said anything, she remarked, rising to leave. He-Nan tightened the last screw, completing the automatic extractor. He abruptly pulled Wu Miao back, asserting that while the child could be relinquished, the child's mother could be kept. Wu Miao smiled alluringly and leaned into his embrace, enveloping the room in a sensual atmosphere. He-Nan, do you have feelings for me? She inquired. Don't pose such foolish questions, he replied. Wu Miao's gaze darkened as she dressed and exited without looking back. After a refreshing shower, He-Nan collapsed into bed, utterly exhausted from the prolonged experiment that had deprived him of proper rest for 2 consecutive months. He fell into a deep slumber, devoid of dreams. And when he finally awoke, it was already the following evening. Famished, he ventured to the Grand Fortune for sustenance. Regardless of the circumstances in Star City, the Grand Fortune's business remained perpetually thriving, as the affluent indulged in lavish spending as if fearing their wealth would vanish before death. The high-priced luxury items Wu Miao had marked were swept away in a frenzy. Upon learning of He-Nan's awakening, Wu Miao promptly sought him out to replenish supplies. I've decided to expand the showcase. This time, you must provide me with more stock. Could I just have something to eat? I'm starving, he implored. Take your time. It won't hurt to wait a moment, she replied, attentively slicing his steak into pieces and filling his glass with red wine, quietly observing as he relished his meal. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze, He-Nan asked, Aren't you going to eat? I'm not hungry, Wu Miao insisted, continuing to watch him intently. He-Nan, you have finally emerged to see the world. I thought you intended to remain in seclusion for a century, Chun Ming exclaimed as he plopped down beside He-Nan. His expression weary, clearly also deprived of sleep. Is there something on your mind? What could I possibly have? I'm merely biding my time, he replied. A man truly cannot thrive without a woman by his side. Don't speak so idly. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to find a woman these days? He-Nan retorted playfully. I happen to know a top-tier mech girl, though she has a bit of a temper. Really? Where? Chun Ming perked up immediately, declaring that even a girl with a bad temper would suffice for him. A commander without a mech girl is akin to a soul without purpose. Her name is Fong Ting, the daughter of Fong Tianhu from the Qinchuan base. She is a level core mech with a bomb-proof chassis. Awesome, she's the one, Chun Ming exclaimed, darting off in a hurry. He-Nan chuckled to himself, bemused by the urgency. Wu Miao shot him an exasperated glance. You simply don't understand the hunger of those who have not eaten. As long as I'm satisfied, I have no concern for others' hunger, He-Nan replied. Wu Miao found his selfishness infuriating, her teeth clenched in silent frustration. Are you really willing to give Fong Ting to Chun Ming? That woman is too loud. Having her around would drive me mad. Is it not shameful to speak ill of others behind their backs? He-Nan retorted, as Fong Ting's boisterous voice drew the attention of all the patrons at the Grand Fortune. Frowning with displeasure, He-Nan replied, I would say the same in your presence. Noticing Wu Miao's presence, Fong Ting refrained from arguing with He-Nan and settled herself beside him. He-Nan, please arrange a room for me. I wish to stay here. Go to the front desk and settle the accommodation fee, which is 200 star coins per night. Why don't you seize the opportunity? Everyone willingly offers me money. So why exert unnecessary effort? This man, how's it that he possesses the audacity to speak? Fong Ting was so incensed that she felt as if she might ascend to the heavens. Yet, she did not forget the purpose of her visit today. He-Nan, I want to accompany you. I do not harbor idle individuals here. I can assist at the front desk. My establishment operates on a self-service basis. Such assistance is unnecessary. Then I shall be your girlfriend. I already have a girlfriend. I lack nothing in that regard. At this, Fong Ting's temper flared uncontrollably. What makes me inferior to this woman? At least she does not incessantly chatter, driving others to distraction. Fong Ting was left speechless, instinctively retracting her finger that had been pointed at Wu Miao. Although Wu Miao had many tasks to attend to, she remained seated, captivated by the unfolding drama. Oh dear. My little ancestor, what brings you here? Were you not supposed to be installing the flying device? Let us hurry to the repair shop. Fong Tin, who hurriedly pursued her, visibly relieved upon seeing Fong Ting in one piece. I want Henan to assist me in the installation. I wish to transform into a car. An additional service fee of 10,000 star coins applies. Upon payment, an appointment is secured for tomorrow morning. Henan would not dismiss a business opportunity presented to him. I want the installation done now. Henan's displeasure was palpable. Did you not see that I was dining? Serving a deity is more important than eating. The coldness in Henan's gaze intensified. I refuse to conduct business with you. Please leave. Is it not merely 110,000 star coins? Henan truly regarded it with indifference. Fong Ting's expression morphed into one of indignation. Henan, are you doing this on purpose? Fong Ting, could you not exhibit a bit more grace? Your behavior is truly irksome. Henan did not grant her any leniency due to Fong Tianhu's presence. Such a woman deserved a reprimand. She is a charming little princess. Everyone in the world adores me. Why speak of me in such a manner? I suggest you take a look in the mirror. After finishing his meal, Henan took Wu Miao's hand and departed. Observing their intertwined fingers, Fong Ting felt genuinely disheartened. Father, am I truly so bothersome? Fong Tianhu shook his head in resignation. You, my dear, have simply been spoiled by me. However, I like Henan, and I want to be with him. You must contract a commander. What does following him entail? There are so many mech girls around him. Why am I any different? Those mech girls are strangers. You have a father, and we need not rely on you. What use is this father of mine? Can he provide me with gourmet meals every day? Can he gift me luxurious handbags? Can he elevate my status to perfection? Fong Tianhu lamented. Henan can fulfill all my desires as long as I am with him. Chapter 48. Nostalgia. Fong Tianhu deeply regretted indulging his daughter so excessively. Not only did it bring him shame in public, but her capriciousness was truly reckless. Are we still going to install the flying device? Of course. We shall proceed with the installation. Then let us hurry. Even self-service requires queuing. Henan will personally assist me with the installation. He will not assist you with the installation. Do not provoke him any further. Why should he? It's not as if I am withholding payment. Do you truly believe he is in need of money? Fong Ting, if you wish to proceed with the installation, you should hasten to join the queue. Fong Tianhu was genuinely at a loss, as he can only indulge his own flesh and blood. However, Fong Ting has become quite determined. I want Henan to personally assist me with the installation. Director Fong, it has been a while since we last met. For the sake of his son. Chen Xueqing is truly exerting himself. After returning empty-handed from the Qinchuan base, he has come to Defuzhou in search of assistance. At last, he has spotted Fong Ting, who clearly exhibits the demeanor of a pampered heiress raised in a wealthy family, and he feels a sense of satisfaction within. Minister Chen, are you here for a meal? I have come expressly to seek you out. To find me? May we sit and converse? Please, have a seat. Chen Ming, displaying keen awareness, promptly took care of the dining expenses for several individuals. This is a rule established by Henan, while profits are distributed when dining at Defuzhou. All must pay in cash, including himself. This practice offers numerous advantages. Firstly, it ensures clarity in accounts, and secondly, it prevents opportunistic acquaintances from mooching off others. Chen Xueqing cut to the chase. My son, Chen Ming, has awakened to the rank of commander. Although this is one level below your esteemed daughter, the resources of the Chen family will undoubtedly be substantial. The unexpected good fortune left Fong Tianhu somewhat bewildered. Minister Chen, are you suggesting that you wish for your young master to contract with my daughter? Indeed. What are your thoughts on this matter? I certainly, Dad. I don't want a contract. Before Fong Tianhu could finish his sentence, Fong Ting interrupted him directly. Ting Ting, do not act foolishly. Fong Ting pouted, visibly displeased. Dad, I have made myself clear. I do not wish to enter into a contract, so please do not force me into something I dislike. How can this be? Do you intend to live alone for the rest of your life? I want to join Henan's team. The mechanized companions around him are meant for experimentation. Yet, one cannot deny that they are the most formidable mechanized companions in Star City. Fong Tianhu found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Chen Xueqing shot a disapproving glare at Chen Ming, clearly indicating that this was the temper issue he had mentioned. Since taking office, no one had dared to confront him in such a manner. Were it not for Fong Ting's rarity as a core talent, he would undoubtedly have left the scene. Miss Fong, you are still young and may not foresee the greater implications. Currently, the situation in Star City is dire. Without a commander, should the mutated marine creatures land, there would be little hope for survival. I believe the chances of survival are greater by aligning with Henan. Chen Xueqing found himself unable to counter this assertion. If he had a daughter, even if she never contracted, he would willingly keep her by Henan's side. However, such sentiments were ones he would never express aloud. Since Miss Fong has no intention of entering into a contract, we shall not impose further. Chen Ming also bore a look of disappointment, realizing he had unwittingly covered the dining expenses for the father-daughter duo. Feeling a loss of face, Chen Xueqing stood to leave, but Chen Ming restrained him. Dad, the bill has been settled. Let us finish our meal before departing. The delectable offerings of De Fu Hao were irresistible, even to Chen Xueqing. The two then changed tables, sitting down to indulge in their feast. Since someone was considerate of Fong Ting, they unceremoniously rushed to grab a large plate of their favorite food and indulged without a care in the world. However, even the most delectable cuisine could not soothe Fong Tinhu's paternal heart. He occasionally cast a glance at Chen Ming, who, disregarding his background, possessed an exceptionally handsome appearance. It made him feel as though his daughter had missed out on a fortune. Henan, on the other hand, paid them no mind. After a fierce battle with Wu Miao, he enjoyed a splendid nap. The following morning, he set out with an automatic extractor to meet Old Mo. Old Mo's eyes sparkled with joy and a hint of complexity as he went to observe the practical situation. Henan deliberately ignored his gaze, prioritizing the salvation of Star City above all else. Wu Miao had already driven a truck carrying a whale, and Henan directed everyone to skin the whale, placing the remnants on the extractor's operating table. By pressing the red button, the conveyor belt transported the whale to the crushing chamber, where, minutes later, a dark red liquid flowed out. After undergoing multiple filtration processes, the dark red gradually lightened until it transformed into a transparent liquid. Henan then added some materials to the liquid, and the mixture entered the stirring chamber for thorough blending. After several more procedures, the protective shield was completed. However, it was merely a flat shield. Should it be deployed over Star City, its design would need to be considered. Nevertheless, this achievement was already astonishing. Henan, you are quite remarkable. Old Mo's praise was heartfelt. Henan, however, did not reciprocate the sentiment, as a pressing need for a substantial quantity of whales loomed. Without raw materials, even the finest invention would remain merely a castle in the air. He commanded all bases to deploy their mechanical warriors to hunt whales. Understood. Meanwhile, Old Mo announced another decree. All awakened individuals who, after 6 months, had yet to find a contract partner would be forcibly matched by the Star City government. Although Star City welcomed all awakened beings, idleness was not permitted. Without a contract, there would be no combat capability, a situation deemed unacceptable. Fong Tianhu led a team to hunt whales, leaving Fong Ting anxious. She truly did not wish to contract. Thus, she sought out Henan. Henan, you can certainly help me, right? I do not wish to contract. Why would I help you? I am not contracting to help you. I am doing it for myself. Thank you. Henan felt a deep frustration towards this woman who could never see the situation clearly. However, I do not require your gratitude. You should go about your business. Henan, you are being unreasonable. I am humbling myself to plead with you. What more do you want? Just because you plead with me does not mean I must acquiesce. Who do you think you are? Fong Ting wanted to say. I am the eldest daughter of the Fong family, but at present, the Qin Chuan base hardly held any standing in Star City. Meanwhile, Henan, this seemingly insignificant mechanic, had risen to prominence, even instilling fear in her base leader father. Fong Ting felt utterly despondent. In truth, you saved my life, and I wish to repay you. Can't you be a little kinder to me? Do I not deserve some dignity? I have no time to coddle you, Mississippi. I am quite busy. Go about your business. As long as you do not appear before me, I shall consider it your way of showing gratitude. Henan, you have gone too far. After all, she is a girl. How can you be so lacking in grace? Henan's expression suddenly turned cold. Fong Ting, were it not for your father's past assistance, you would already be a lifeless corpse. Chapter 49. Assassination. Fong Ting shuddered violently, the murderous intent in Henan's eyes palpable enough to feel. Even if she were to indulge in another meal, she would still sense it, instinctively taking a step back. This man is formidable. No wonder even my father and uncle dare not provoke him. Accepting her fate, Fong Ting turned to leave but collided with Chen Ming, who was entering. Miss Fong? Are you all right? With reddened eyes and a heavy heart, Fong Ting declared, Chen Ming, I am willing to enter into a contract with you. Although Chen Ming was in dire need of a contract partner, he was not indiscriminate. Once you are with me, you cannot harbor other intentions. I, Chen Ming, do not wish to be a mere fool. Fong Ting stomped her foot in frustration. Henan looks down on me entirely, harboring intentions as futile. Given that this woman had some connection to Henan, Qin decided to seek his opinion for peace of mind. Henan, you truly do not desire Fong Ting? Why would I? To be a kept man? She would surely tear down my roof. Hey, you rascal, your romantic luck is flourishing. It cannot be obstructed. Just a passing fancy. If you want her, take her. No need for thanks. Then I shall indeed take her. Make sure to take her along. Seeing that Henan truly held no interest in Fong Ting, Qin felt completely at ease and happily took Fong Ting to formalize their contract, culminating in their wedding rites that very night. Although Fong Ting felt somewhat uncomfortable, Qin good temper and humor made her feel far less oppressed than she had with Henan. Thus, she began to settle into life with Qin. The individuals under Old Mo's command were indeed commendable, exhibiting high efficiency in their tasks. The whaling operations were remarkably successful, yielding at least 20 catches daily. Henan solely provided machinery and refrained from involvement in other matters, leading the combat team directly into action. Qin, being the only child, was naturally cherished by Qin Shueqing, who was reluctant to let him venture out into peril. However, the whispers surrounding a son raised at home prompted her to encourage him to accompany Henan, ensuring mutual support. Qin was eager to comply and promptly sought Henan to discuss it. Take me along this time. Rest assured, I will not hinder you. We first need to equip your wife with a flying apparatus. How else can she keep up with us? Qin slapped his forehead, exclaiming, how could I forget such an important matter? Henan personally outfitted Fong Ting with a flying device and even modified the core to fulfill her dream of becoming an Autobot. Fong Ting was overjoyed, throwing her arms around Qin neck and planting a kiss on him, leaving him blushing fiercely. Dear wife, a bit of decorum, please. Decorum, my foot. What's wrong with kissing my own husband? Wu Miao raised an eyebrow and leaned in to whisper to Henan. Weren't you just the object of her affection a few days ago? Has she moved on so quickly? That was not love. It was merely a challenge. Such clarity in this world is essential. I possess a pair of discerning eyes. No demon or specter can escape my gaze. Indeed. You do exhibit qualities akin to the Monkey King. Why didn't I realize you were complimenting me? Wu Miao laughed and ran off. Just as their group was preparing to depart, Modi arrived. Can you take me with you? Henan frowned. Without a commander, what can you do by following us? Aren't these machine girls also without a commander? Modi retorted, I want to drink like them. She can never contract a commander in this lifetime. Do you wish to become like them? Modi hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right. Although Henan was eager to contract her, he refrained from acting impulsively. Shouldn't we consult the Lord about this matter? I can take responsibility for myself. What responsibility can you take? Mo Lao's cold voice came from behind, his gaze icy enough to freeze one in place. What if I insist on going with him? Is the Lord planning to kill me? Modi's voice was equally frigid, and notably, she did not refer to him as grandfather. This indicated that the rumors outside were erroneous. Modi was not Mo Lao's favored granddaughter. The coldness in her eyes suggested that she was not merely rebellious, but harbored deep-seated resentment. Thus, Henan speculated that her mother's death must be related to Mo Lao. Ah, you celestial beings should refrain from dragging me into your squabbles. Modi glared at him hatefully. Henan, are you a coward? Huh. So bringing you along would make me brave? Am I well acquainted with you? Why should I accompany you in your foolishness? Just like your mother. You foolishly believe that you can conquer men with your body, not even considering your own worth. On what grounds do you speak of my mother? Modi screamed hoarsely. The things you have done. Smack. With a sharp sound, Modi was struck to the ground. Mo Lao's gaze was menacing. Those who know their place should return with me quietly. Otherwise, they need not return at all. Henan initially thought Modi would stand her ground, but to his surprise, she got up and followed Mo Lao. TSK. What is the point of this commotion? Perhaps only you can save her. In truth, Wu Miao felt quite sympathetic towards Modi. Why should I save her? A woman replete with troubles. Why would I want to involve myself? Henan dismissed the incident, leading everyone directly out of the barrier. However, shortly after their departure, 5 stealth fighters fell from behind. Wu Miao's radar system was exceptionally keen, detecting the tail immediately. 5 stealth fighters are following us. Henan furrowed his attractive brows. Who could it be? That's hard to guess. You haven't offended anyone recently. Whoever it is, let them come. If they dare to act, we'll annihilate them. Indeed, Henan flew far ahead, well beyond the normal hunting range. After all, the commander's energy was finite. Venturing too far could leave them lacking the necessary energy for battle, potentially leading to dire consequences if an unexpected situation arose. The stealth fighters turned back after a certain distance. Henan, they have retreated. So afraid of death, yet they wish to deal with me. What are they thinking? I suspect they will ambush us on our way back. You're quite clever. That's common sense, you know? I'm more worried they won't ambush us. Where else would I find the mastermind? The thrill of being pursued is rather exhilarating. Pursued? You are mistaken. I am merely fishing, angling for something substantial. Wu Miao laughed heartily for quite some time. Only Henan would dare utter such words. No one else would possess such audacity. After all, we are dealing with 5 stealth aircraft. A typical combatant, even if not perished, would still suffer significant harm. Henan, however, was more concerned about who wished to take his life, as it was evident that this formidable ensemble was intent on his demise. He believed himself to be generally amiable, never having offended anyone to such an extent. Recently, he had indeed garnered some attention. Could it be that he had usurped someone else's achievements? Chapter 50. The perpetual motion machine. Henan, unperturbed by the enigmatic matters, would not dwell on the trivial. After all, that individual would inevitably make their move. He simply needed to wait. He once again located a region dense with mutated marine life and hovered there. Remember, our objective is to gather resources, not to gamble with our lives. Our safety must be paramount. Although he repeated these words each time they ventured out, Henan did not take it for granted that everyone would remember. Hence, he would remind them before commencing their tasks. Understood, they all acknowledged, departing the battleship in succession. Chen Ming was embarking on his first expedition, confronting mutated marine creatures for the first time. To claim he was unafraid would be a fabrication, however. The predominant feeling was one of excitement. Henan could discern from his expression that this individual lacked any combat experience, prompting him to offer further advice. Do not linger in battle. Return immediately when your energy is low. In the event of a crisis, no one will come to your aid. Got it? Chen Ming did not doubt Henan's words. Although he had never truly engaged in combat, he had reviewed ample battle footage brought back by the commander. When faced with life and death situations, self-preservation would always take precedence over concern for others. In truth, he had joined this venture merely to avoid speculation. Even if he returned without firing a single shot, it would not be an issue. However, as a distinguished commander, it would be quite embarrassing if his accomplishments were outshone by a mere technician. With a mindset geared for victory, Chen Ming piloted Fong Ting away from the battleship. His luck, however, was rather unfortunate. Before he could adjust his course, he collided head-on with the flying beast. Its appearance closely resembled a pterosaur from animated series, with wings extending over 10 meters and sharp fangs protruding from its beak, charging directly towards him. Chen Ming jolted, nearly losing control of the steering wheel. Fortunately, his composure remained relatively intact. Despite being momentarily flustered by the close encounter with the sea monster, he quickly forced himself to regain calm. Although his hands trembled slightly, he deftly evaded the creature's initial attack. While modifying Fong Ting, Henan had equipped each weapon mount with automatic targeting systems, allowing Chen Ming to strike the sea monster even amidst chaos. Seeing the creature he had blasted away, excitement surged within Chen Ming. Come on, let us inflict some damage. At that moment, his sole focus was on vanquishing the beast. His fingers incessantly pressed the firing button, unleashing shells upon the creature with reckless abandon. Yet, he overlooked a crucial detail. His energy reserves were limited, and such a strategy could not be sustained for long. By the time Chen Ming realized the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. He and Fong Ting were plummeting straight towards the ocean's surface. This is it. Am I really going to perish on my first outing? Fong Ting was equally stunned. Chen Ming, are you an idiot? It was then that Chen Ming recalled Henan's warning to be mindful of kinetic energy and to return promptly when it was nearly depleted. Yet, all his kinetic energy had been exhausted, leaving him unable to return. Ting Ting, I'm so sorry. If there is a next life, I promise to be wiser and protect you well. Fong Ting was filled with regret, lamenting how she had contracted such a foolish partner. To meet such an end on their first venture, and by his own doing, was infuriating. Damn it, I truly owe you one. Henan had predicted that this fool would get into trouble, disregarding all caution in his excitement. However, despite his clumsiness, Chen Ming was not a bad person. Henan immediately contacted Lin Shuang to organize a rescue operation. As Chen Ming and Fong Ting fell into the water, they could no longer maintain their mechanical forms. Fortunately, both could swim. Though terrified and having swallowed some water, they were still alive. However, a swarm of sea monsters had already detected their presence and was rapidly converging on their location. Fong Ting was utterly terrified. Chen Ming, for heaven's sake. Cursing me won't help. I'm sorry for disappointing you. Chen Ming gallantly pulled Fong Ting behind him, determined that if the sea monsters were to feast, they would first have to go through him. Fong Ting felt a warmth spread through her heart. The harsh words died on her lips as she gazed blankly at the back of his head, tears streaming down her face. Chen Ming, I never expected you to be the one who cares for me the most. If there is a next life, I will be your wife again. Chen Ming was equally moved, tears flowing freely as he replied, yes, in the next life, we will be together again. Lin Shuang, witnessing this touching scene, felt a pang of discomfort. Are you two waiting for the next life, or are you planning to come back up? Huh, what? They both exclaimed in unison. Just as a sea monster's tentacle was about to strike their heads, Chen Ming suddenly reacted, pulling Fong Ting swiftly into Lin Shuang's diving pod. They gasped for breath, struggling to regain their composure. Have we been saved? We're not dead. Chen Ming pinched his thigh hard, yelping in pain. Wife, we're alive. Lin Shuang could hardly bear to watch these two fools. Calm down. I still have work to do. Oh. Chen Ming and Fong Ting obediently settled down, no longer daring to move recklessly. That night, the group returned to the starship to rest. Chen Ming's face was flushed, and he dared not look Yinan in the eye. Do you think I'm foolish? Do I even need to say it? You acted impulsively. If I hadn't been there today, you would have died. Yes, you saved me once again. I will remember this. I cannot always be there to save you. I understand. Tomorrow, I will definitely be more prudent. Seeing Chen Ming's improved attitude, Yinan chose not to say more. After all, they were merely friends, and it was best to keep things brief to avoid annoyance. Fortunately, Chen Ming was not truly foolish. He simply lacked social experience. The following day, he became exceedingly cautious, immediately returning to the starship whenever he sensed a lack of power. While this approach may yield fewer resources, it prioritizes safety. He has come to realize that Yinan is indeed a prodigy. Not only he, but anyone who recognizes this would find it impossible to triumph over him. Each of the 7 mechanized companions is exceptionally formidable, and even a single one could easily outmatch him. Furthermore, these remarkable individuals exhibit an unwavering sense of camaraderie, laboring tirelessly as if fatigue were a foreign concept. This contemplation sent a shiver down Chen Ming's spine. What was the matter? After all, they had faced life and death together, and Fong Ting had genuinely developed feelings for him. Chen Ming shook his head vigorously, hoping fervently that he was merely overthinking. Have you noticed that those mechanized companions following Yinan hardly require rest? Where does their energy originate? Chen Ming pondered. Didn't Yinan invent an energy storage device? Could it be the source? However, during testing, he distinctly recalled that Yinan mentioned it was merely an auxiliary tool, incapable of replacing a commander. Yet now, it seems those mechanized companions operate independently of a commander, and their energy appears inexhaustible. I'm not certain. Do you have a particular thought in mind regarding this? Chen Ming certainly had thoughts. He finally understood the essence of what Qin Xueqing had advised him, to sincerely befriend Yinan without attempting to manipulate him. Such a genius would never content himself with being subservient. Of that he was sure. Chapter 51. Secret Experiment. Chen Ming may be a scion, but he is not foolish. Presently, within Star City, although old Mo is the city lord and seemingly has dominion over everything, it is Yinan who has exerted considerable effort in the modification of mechanized companions, the installation of flying apparatuses, and the creation of defensive fire shields for the city. This implies that without Yinan, Star City would likely face annihilation following the volcanic eruption, even if some individuals managed to escape and establish a new settlement. How long could it endure? The evolutionary pace of mutated marine life is alarmingly rapid. If humanity cannot advance at a corresponding speed, they will remain passive targets. This outing not only augmented Chen Ming's combat experience, but also instilled in him the realization that he must cling tightly to Yinan's support. Yinan perceptively noted Chen Ming's transformation but chose to remain silent. The relationship between them must remain one of mutual benefit, without further intimacy. Although Su Wen's sentencing was unrelated to him, it irked Yinan internally. Were it not for the perceived utility of Qin Xueqing, Yinan would not have drawn so close to him. This trip would extend over a month, and upon achieving their objectives, Yinan intended to return. Will those aircraft that trailed us on the way here reappear? Wu Miao reminded him. Yinan, however, did not regard this matter with great concern. In his view, no one in Star City currently possessed the combat capability to rival Wu Miao. Indeed, these individuals did not disappoint Yinan. 100 nautical miles from Star City, they encountered the 5 stealth fighters. In truth, the so-called stealth fighters were merely capable of evading radar detection, not genuinely invisible. Their principle lies in the aircraft's body employing structural or coating technologies to minimize radar cross-section. Radar operates by emitting electromagnetic waves to detect signals reflected back, thus making the issue of reflective area significant. The stealth aircraft, through a meticulously crafted design, enables radar waves to undergo diffuse reflection and utilizes specialized coatings to absorb radar signals, rendering their reflective surface to a mere fraction of a square meter, akin to their non-existence. The scanning system installed by Henan for Wu Miao employs plasma sensing of aerodynamics to capture signals, discerning the presence of airborne objects through fluctuations in the atmosphere. Thus, the 5 stealth aircraft appeared before Henan, starkly visible, much like the Emperor's new clothes. What was initially a covert ambush transformed into an outright confrontation. Henan showed no mercy. All 8 heavy laser turrets were activated, unleashing a barrage that annihilated them utterly. Henan also remembered to retrieve the cores of those mechanized maidens, for they would surely prove useful in the future. Upon returning to Star City, the city's protective shield had been fully installed, necessitating a specialized identity wristband for entry and exit. Henan had no choice but to assist everyone in reissuing their wristbands. Consequently, each individual had to undergo retesting and fill out their information anew. The Humanities Institute had acted swiftly. Were they not fearful for their lives? Chen Ming expressed his discontent, yet Henan merely chuckled inwardly. After over an hour, the group finally cleared the checkpoint. Each person's wrist now bore an electronic bracelet that not only stored identity information, but also facilitated location tracking, communication, and emergency signaling. Henan curiously inquired with the staff whether this device functioned beyond the barrier. Indeed, it worked as long as one remained within 1,000 nautical miles of Star City. This limitation felt somewhat trivial to Henan, as his journeys frequently exceeded that distance. However, without the device, he could neither depart nor return, leaving him with no option but to wear it. What a peculiar world this is. There is no semblance of privacy for individuals. Chen Ming's complaints resonated widely. Most believed that publicizing personal information infringed upon their privacy. Yet, when they found themselves in peril at sea, their thoughts swiftly changed, wishing for the Star City government to detect their whereabouts immediately. Humanity is inherently contradictory. Henan, however, remained unfazed. His greatest reliance was not something that a testing device could detect, nor could anyone pry into his privacy. Upon returning, Chen Ming chose not to go home immediately, but followed Henan to indulge in a lavish meal at a high-end restaurant. Why are you so indifferent? It seems nothing piques your interest, Chen Ming remarked, visibly frustrated by Henan's lack of reaction to his complaints. Adapting to the situation is more practical than lamenting. What purpose does complaining serve? He replied, I understand, but don't you feel stifled without venting your emotions? Not at all. You are my deity, Chen Ming quipped, exasperated by Henan's demeanor. Describing Henan as unflappable like a mountain crumbling before him seemed inadequate. He appeared utterly detached from all matters. After being friends with Henan for such an extended period, Chen Ming reflected that he had never truly comprehended him. In Henan's eyes, individuals like Chen Ming were merely indulging in frivolity, their minds empty of any genuine emotions. He once possessed the fervor of life, eager to share his heart with anyone he encountered. Yet, what was the outcome? He was betrayed by the one he cherished most. Were it not for divine intervention, he might have already met his demise. Those who have faced death once are unworthy of discussing any matters beyond the significance of life itself. For nothing holds greater importance than existence. Henan returned without a single strand of hair missing, leaving Professor Bai utterly restless. For this assassination attempt, he had dispatched his most formidable forces. If they could not eliminate Henan, just how formidable must he be? Should he ever uncover the deeds committed against him? Would there be any hope for survival? Professor Bai spent countless sleepless nights, haunted by the vision of Henan seeking his demise. After days of turmoil, he could no longer bear the torment. No, Henan must perish. Professor Bai sought an audience with Elder Mo, the Lord of the City. Recent statistical data indicated that the combat capabilities of Star City were woefully inadequate to contend with the mutated marine life. Elder Mo cast a cold glance his way, inquiring about his intentions. Through the tireless efforts of the experimental team, the beta heart model had been successfully developed and could be implanted into the mechanical beings. Is there a successful experimental subject? He asked. Yes, the mechanical beings equipped with the beta heart have shown a 30% increase in combat capability. But they lose their autonomy and can only obey the commands of their contract commander. That does not seem entirely unfavorable. A rare glimmer of amusement flickered in Elder Mo's eyes. Have you devised a method to control the commander? I have not, but we could install self-destruct mechanisms in them. Should any treachery arise, we could. Professor Bai mimicked a throat-slitting gesture. Elder Mo lowered his eyelids. This method can only be applied to our own trained reapers. Promoting it to the public would undoubtedly face resistance. Under the weight of power, I doubt they would not compromise. Professor Bai's eyes burned crimson, his expression fervent, akin to a devout heretic. Chapter 52. Ambition. You have oversimplified the issue. Elder Mo did not endorse his approach. My lord, over 10,000 experimental subjects have perished for this experiment. Now that we have finally succeeded, why hesitate to sacrifice a few more? Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. Is this not a principle you have always adhered to? Elder Mo lifted his gaze earnestly towards Professor Bai. Should you incur the wrath of the masses, I cannot guarantee your safety. I act for the survival of many. This is a noble endeavor, and I am willing to sacrifice my life for it. Go. That day, the giant screens on the streets broadcasted a continuous loop. Important announcement. The Academy of Humanities has developed a mechanical heart to enhance the combat capabilities of mechanical beings. All mechanical beings are required to complete the installation within 3 days. Wu Miao immediately acquired this news. Henan, do you know what this mechanical heart they wish to install is? I do not. Shall we proceed with the installation? Let us observe first. If it truly enhances combat capability, Wu Miao, remember, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. They charge 500,000 for the awakening serum. Do you not find it suspicious that such advanced technology is offered without charge? Perhaps the current situation is dire, and the government wishes to swiftly enhance the combat abilities of all citizens. Regardless, until we witness tangible results, I do not support recklessly engaging with the unfamiliar. Upon witnessing Henan's solemn expression, Wu Miao refrained from opposing him further. Very well, we shall wait. After the notification was issued, a long line formed at the entrance of the School of Humanities and Social Sciences. While filling out the installation application forms, the staff requested that the commander complete the forms alongside the mech girl. Was it not true that only mech girls could have mechanical hearts installed? Why was the commander required to fill out a form as well? Questions arose on the spot. The commander also needed to install a remote control system. Otherwise, communication with the mech girl would be impossible. Do we also need to install it? Is this reliable? After all, the apocalypse had only recently befallen humanity, and it had taken considerable time for the mech girls to evolve and be accepted as they were. Now, the prospect of installing something mechanical within the commander's flesh sparked resistance among the crowd. The sudden addition of a remote control system to a physical body raised concerns. What if it malfunctioned? Would it pose a danger to human health? Countless queries filled the minds of the commanders. Consequently, many hesitated. Perhaps we should wait and see how others fare after installation. Previously, when installing the aircraft, Bossy had conducted experiments on his own mech girl. Now, to proceed with installation without any demonstrations felt dubious. If one person harbored such thoughts, others would soon follow. Witnessing the reluctance to be the first to take such a leap, Professor Bai grew anxious. He then thought of Henan. If Henan endorsed the installation, everyone would be inclined to trust him. After all, Henan had successfully enhanced their power storage units and aircraft, yielding tangible benefits. Professor Bai promptly invited Henan to the School of Humanities and Social Sciences. Boss we are facing some resistance regarding the installation of the mechanical hearts, and we require your assistance. What can I do? Simply go out and inform the mech girls of the benefits of installing this mechanical heart. Henan chuckled. Professor Bai, I have never even seen a mechanical heart. How can I speak on it? Are you doubting the capabilities of the School of Humanities and Social Sciences? Our research achievements are well recognized. If that is the case, my involvement is even less necessary. I am merely a humble technician, far less renowned than your esteemed institution. If they do not believe you, my words will hold little weight. Professor Bai's expression darkened, inwardly cursing Henan for his lack of awareness. This is the command of the city lord. Please comply. Henan's refusal to yield left Professor Bai no choice but to invoke the authority of the city lord, hoping to apply pressure. If the city lord requires anything from me, he will certainly speak to me directly, not through an intermediary. Professor Bai, enraged, trembled with frustration. Henan, do not be ungrateful. You must carry out this task, whether you wish to or not. Oh, what if I refuse? From Professor Bai's reaction, Henan discerned that this was certainly not a benign matter. Otherwise, given his opportunistic nature, he would not be delegating such a significant responsibility. Professor Bai's countenance darkened as he pronounced each word with intensity. Henan, do not compel me to take drastic measures against you. Then you may attempt it. Henan resolutely refused to indulge his whims. Even if the matter is reliable, Henan would still promote it for the School of Humanities without yielding to anyone's threats. With a mere wave of Professor Bai's hand, a dozen mechanical girls appeared behind him, each accompanied by their respective commanders. Henan, I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. Simply utter a word, and I shall ensure your safe release. Otherwise, today will mark your demise. Henan cast a glance at the mechanical girls. Outwardly, they seemed unblemished, yet their eyes lacked a certain spark of life. Were these indeed the mechanical girls fitted with artificial hearts? Indeed, their combat capabilities had been enhanced by at least 30%, a significant achievement. Henan furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, though he could not pinpoint it immediately. Henan, I shall ask you one last time. Will you go, or will you not? Henan raised an eyebrow. Are you truly intent on resorting to violence against me? Less chatter. Answer my question. He had no time for idle conversation. His curiosity about the mechanical girl's condition needed addressing, so he activated the contract with all present mechanical girls. Suddenly, their commanders collapsed, clutching their heads and howling in agony. Each one clearly tormented. Professor Bai's expression changed drastically. What has happened? What is wrong with you all? No one responded. The pain inflicted by damaged power sources was extraordinary, and the commanders were too preoccupied to pay him any heed. Henan swiftly examined the data of one mechanical girl. Name, Meng Fei Mechanical Core. Level energy required for Mechanical Core. All types mechanical form. Heavy-duty truck mechanical armament. Beta heart type. Hyperdimensional ballistic missile. Fully intelligent aircraft. The data revealed no anomalies, stirring doubt within Henan. Could it be that this old man was genuinely benefiting humanity? Why was he so skeptical? He could not believe that Professor Bai had not tampered with these mechanical girls. Thus, he scrutinized Meng Fei through his mind. Finally, he discerned the issue. This mechanical girl lacked independent consciousness, mirroring the conditions of Hu Wan and Wang Mei. So it was, the old man's ambitions were indeed grand. A smirk crept across Henan's face as a sudden idea took form. Professor Bai, what has happened to them? Henan feigned ignorance as adeptly as his mechanical repair skills. Professor Bai, now somewhat flustered, realized that his life's work, developing a means to control mechanical girls, was on the brink of collapse, inciting his urgency. Henan, you must look into this. What is wrong with them? In his distress, he even abandoned addressing Henan as boss he. If you suspect there is an issue, send them to the repair bay for inspection. I am merely a mortal. What can I discern? Given the urgency of the situation, Professor Bai could not afford to engage in a verbal duel with Henan. He immediately instructed his subordinates to take the mechanical girls to the repair bay and to send all commanders to the hospital. Naturally, this matter could not become public. Professor Bai arranged for them to exit discreetly through the back door. However, there are no secrets that remain hidden. Someone witnessed the clandestine removal of the mechanical girls and the apparent injuries of the commanders. They promptly captured photographs and disseminated them on the Star City forum. Witness, there are grave suspicions regarding the mechanical heart. Otherwise, how can this be explained? The news has ignited a frenzy across the entire forum. One user remarked, "We are being treated as mere guinea pigs. Deploying immature technology on all the mechanical girls is a flagrant act of irresponsibility." Another user expressed, "This is deceit. The authorities must provide an explanation." A third user noted, "Fortunately, I did not install it. I sensed from the start that this was dubious, and it has left me quite unsettled." Wu Miao, ever attuned to external developments, promptly took note of this news. Indeed, there is something amiss. Does the official body not fear losing public trust with such actions? Should a crisis arise, there will be scapegoats, and the authorities will wash their hands of it. Wu Miao scoffed at their reckless endeavors. What could their true intention be? Upon the installation of the mechanical heart, the mechanical girls would lose their consciousness. What they implanted within the commanders must surely be a means of control. My goodness, this is terrifying. If all mechanical girls are outfitted with mechanical hearts, then yes, that is precisely what they desire. A legion of mechanical girls devoid of resistance, wholly obedient to command. Wu Miao furrowed her brow, yet their technology appears rather rudimentary. Henan maintained a calm demeanor, choosing not to speak. Had it not been for his intervention today, perhaps the mechanical girls waiting outside would have been forcibly equipped with mechanical hearts. Such actions would wreak havoc upon the endeavors of the Humanities Academy, and trouble would surely follow, yet Henan felt no remorse. Wu Miao pondered deeply, and suddenly her eyes sparkled with realization. You cannot, she hastily covered her mouth, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before she felt at ease. I would never do such a thing. No one has the right to strip another of their autonomy. It is akin to murder. Heenan spoke with righteous conviction. Long ago, he could have erased the consciousness of the mechanical girls and understood that such a method of creating a force would be easy to manage and utterly devoid of betrayal. Yet, he refrained from taking that path. As a human being, he could not commit acts that transcended the moral boundaries of humanity. However, if you possessed such a battalion, would you not be able to dominate Star City? Star City? Expand your horizons. Star City is far too small. Wu Miao had always perceived Heenan as a man content with the status quo, devoid of any ambition. Everything he had done was solely for self-preservation. Yet, in this moment, her impression of Heenan underwent a profound transformation. Perhaps, in this city, the one with the greatest ambition was the man before her. Moreover, Wu Miao inexplicably believed that his ambitions were destined to be realized. Heenan, however, paid little heed to Wu Miao's thoughts. Rather, Professor Bai's subtle actions had served as a wake-up call. Action was imperative. Meanwhile, in the Lord's office, Professor Bai stood dejectedly before old Mo. Please, tell me, what exactly transpired? The Lord inquired. This situation is undoubtedly linked to Heenan, Professor Bai replied. Could you elaborate? I have tested those mechanical girls repeatedly, and they exhibited no issues. The moment Heenan appeared, they all malfunctioned. Old Mo's gaze darkened. How did Heenan come to be there? Yes, I summoned him, Professor Bai admitted. At the time, many present voiced their objections to the installation of the mechanical heart. I recalled that Heenan had previously installed aircraft for everyone, and the group had placed their trust in him. If he were to step forward and speak, no one would oppose him. Did Heenan refuse? Indeed. He stated that he could not speak on matters he had never encountered. Thus, you resorted to violence against him? I merely intended to intimidate him. I had no intention of causing him harm. Old Mo squinted. Was it during the conflict that the mechas encountered issues? No, there was no conflict. In fact, no physical altercation took place, which implies that you possess no direct evidence linking this incident to Heenan. Correct, but old Mo cast a cold glance at him, causing Professor Bai to immediately fall silent. What are the test results? All mechas suffered core damage. Everything else is intact. What about the commander? The power source is damaged. Old Mo's clenched fists bulged with veins, and Professor Bai trembled slightly. I will expedite the training of more obedient mechas. Send those mechas to Heenan. To him? Professor Bai looked pained. Is it of any use to keep them? But what if Star City is mine? No one can seize it. Understood. That evening, Heenan's repair shop received a dozen mechas. Perhaps for the sake of pride, Professor Bai did not come in person. They are core damaged. Sending them here is futile. I was merely instructed to deliver them. I know nothing else. The staff hurriedly followed behind, moving faster than anyone else. Seeing Heenan remain still, Wu Miao felt perplexed. Aren't they all combat units? Why do you look so unhappy? It's nothing. Although Heenan was aware of the cruelty of those in power, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. These mechas were once vibrant lives, now transformed into machines of slaughter. Once deemed worthless, they would be discarded like refuse. Heenan was not overly sympathetic. His discomfort quickly subsided. Wu Miao was correct. They were indeed combat units. Since they are combat units, their potential must be fully harnessed. Yet, as Heenan began to repair them, he discovered that each of their mechanical hearts was equipped not only with a positioning system, but also with a self-destruct mechanism, operable remotely. Quite ruthless, isn't it? What's wrong? Wu Miao asked, bewildered. Each of them has a remote-controlled bomb. So, Wu Miao did not ponder long. It was not surprising that the authorities would resort to extreme measures to control these mechas. Aren't you quite clever? Huh? Tell me. Why would Professor Bai send these mechas to me? Wu Miao gasped, quickly realizing. He intends to kill you? Chapter 54. Are they still human? Heenan scoffed disdainfully. Am I so easy to kill? What should we do? Can those bombs be disarmed? Wu Miao was consumed by thoughts of the remote-controlled bombs. Hardly hearing what Heenan said, anyone would be terrified if a dozen bombs suddenly appeared nearby, constantly swaying before them. Yet, Heenan remained unperturbed. Unless the mechanical hearts were disarmed. In that case, they would perish, wouldn't they? A woman's heart is tender. Although Wu Miao can be decisive in the face of an enemy, yet, the plight of these innocent mechanized girls stirred a sense of compassion within her. Heenan sighed. What difference did it make if they were effectively dead? What do you intend to do? Let me ponder. These mechanized girls were akin to a burning potato. If left behind, one could never predict when Professor Bai might inadvertently trigger the detonation device. To declare them irreparable and send them back meant a certain death for them. Henan was convinced that Professor Bai would not show such kindness, spending money to sustain these utterly valueless mechanized girls. He was not a man prone to excessive sympathy. His thoughts always revolved around maximizing the value of these girls. The mechanics behind that artificial heart remained a mystery to him. Thus, he brought Meng Feifei into the repair chamber and shut down her core power. He intended to extract an artificial heart for examination, although he could not assure that this act would not jeopardize Meng Feifei's life. Nevertheless, this course of action was imperative. He could only hope his healing techniques would suffice. However, what Henan did not anticipate was that the moment the artificial heart was removed from Meng Feifei's body, it detonated. Fortunately, Henan was clad in an explosion-proof suit, and the repair chamber's equipment and walls were constructed of materials impervious even to nuclear weapons. Yet, Meng Feifei fared poorly, her form obliterated beyond recognition. Undeterred by this initial setback, Henan swiftly brought in another mechanized girl named Zhao Dani. This time, he refrained from extracting the artificial heart. Instead, he merely opened Zhao Dani's chest cavity and recorded all data with a scanner. During the analysis, he made an unexpected discovery. The program governing the artificial heart was linked to the core program of the mechanized girl. It was highly probable that Professor Bai's original intent was not to obliterate these girls' consciousness, but rather that his experiment had failed. Of course, this remained merely Henan's hypothesis. The repair was not exceedingly difficult, and his healing technique sufficed. A few minutes later, Henan not only restored Zhao Dani's core program, but also dismantled the self-destruct mechanism installed within the artificial heart. Regrettably, her consciousness had been erased, even with successful restoration. She was merely a blank slate devoid of memories. Who are you? Where am I? Zhao Dani opened her eyes, bewildered, and inquired of Henan. This is my repair shop, and I am a mechanic. How did I end up here? Isn't that self-evident? You were injured. Zhao Dani opened her mouth several times, filled with questions, yet ultimately refrained from asking any further. Henan kindly offered an explanation. Your core was damaged, resulting in the loss of self-awareness. Which means you have amnesia. Can I recover my memories? No. Zhao Dani's lips moved several times, but ultimately she could not articulate her thoughts. Her eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. You may choose to stay and work, or you may leave. I will stay. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Dani made her decision. Her mind was a blank canvas, and she had no idea where to go if she were to leave. Since Henan was willing to take her in, she would certainly cling to his support. However, Henan underestimated her clinginess. Ever since he offered her the opportunity to stay, she had remained steadfastly by his side, even waiting outside the restroom while he attended to his needs. Henan could no longer endure the situation and finally issued a final warning. Do not follow me any longer. The mere thought of not seeing you unsettles my heart. I am only familiar with you, and I am frightened. Zhao Dani gazed at him with a pitiful expression, akin to a pet fearful of being abandoned by its owner. It must be said that Zhao Dani possessed the delicate beauty of a sheltered maiden, her fragility evoking a protective instinct in men at a mere glance. Unfortunately, Henan had become immune to women and was utterly disinclined to spare her a second look. Wu Miao, find her something to occupy her time. If she continues to follow me, throw her out without hesitation. Wu Miao, exasperated, led Zhao Dani away, kindly advising her, Henan is quite busy, do not disturb him. Yet, Zhao Dani raised her chin, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Wu Miao. Are you worried I might steal Henan away? You're jealous, aren't you? Huh. Wu Miao scoffed coldly. If you have the capability, go ahead and try. Do you think Henan would desire just any woman? Wu Miao, equally unwilling to waste another glance at such an ungrateful woman, declared, from today on, you are responsible for cleaning this place. Remember, you are not allowed to enter Henan's room. Zhao Dani bit her lip. Is his room only accessible to you? Wu Miao was on the verge of an explosion and rushed directly to Henan. Where did you find such a peculiar individual? I truly cannot tolerate this any longer. Ha ha ha. I have never seen you so flustered before, Henan observed. Wu Miao was indeed known for her composed demeanor, always amiable with others, revealing little of her temperament. This was the first time Henan witnessed her in such a state, and he found it rather endearing. Wu Miao soon realized she had lost her composure and quickly regained her calm. That girl likely has feelings for you. If you're interested, then accept her. Do you think my judgment is so poor? Wu Miao was reluctant to waste time discussing an irrelevant woman. What are your plans regarding those mechanical girls? Will you repair them? Only when necessary. Fixing them all at once could lead to complications. That's what concerns me. I always feel that Professor Bai has ulterior motives. Good and evil will eventually be repaid. It is not that retribution has not yet arrived. You speak so grandly. I have discovered that the mechanical heart can indeed enhance combat capabilities. Really? Wu Miao's eyes brightened suddenly. Your combat prowess is already formidable. Why the excitement? Who would disdain their own strength? The stronger, the better. However, installing a mechanical heart means the original heart must be removed. Is that dangerous? I'll handle it. There is zero risk. Then install it for me. I was contemplating, now that we have developed a mechanical heart, could we eventually replace organs such as the liver and lungs with mechanical ones as well? Wouldn't that be even better? But would that still be human? Wu Miao was troubled by this question. Henan sighed deeply. Rather than transforming humans into robots, why not directly produce intelligent robots? Intelligent robots? Is our current technology capable of that? With a bit more effort, perhaps it can be achieved. Chapter 55, The Confrontation. Then let us commence. Wu Miao appeared unusually exhilarated. Henan discerned her thoughts at a glance. Do you yearn to dominate so fiercely? Wu Miao made no attempt to conceal her intentions. What's wrong with that? Possessing formidable strength ensures that no one dares to underestimate you. Does that justify any means necessary? Wu Miao indeed believed that as long as one could grow stronger, any method was justifiable. She had even forgotten the compassion she once felt for those mechanized beings. If Henan agreed to their transformation, she would support it without a second thought. I simply wish to live a better life. Is that a fault? Indeed, Henan unconsciously furrowed his brow. Yet, you cannot ruin the lives of others for your own benefit. I truly did not see that you possessed such kindness. Wu Miao's words dripped with sarcasm. Henan merely curled the corner of his lips. I concede that I am not kind, but I have my principles. This was the first time the two had quarreled over a difference of opinion, and seeing Henan genuinely angry, Wu Miao immediately fell silent. She could not afford to alienate this man. She needed to avoid his disdain. Henan did not dwell on the matter. Each individual is an independent entity, and differing thoughts are entirely natural. However, if Wu Miao were to act upon her ideas, he would not stand idly by. Henan was aware that once Zhao Dani regained consciousness, Professor Bai would undoubtedly react, but he did not anticipate it would happen so swiftly. The very next morning, he arrived in person, still smiling, as if he were not the same person who had threatened Henan. Boss, I hear that some mechanized beings have been repaired? The core remains unrepaired, but they can move freely now. How long until the other mechanized beings reach this level? Hard to say. One exploded just yesterday. And Zhao Dani was merely fortunate. Can I take her back? Certainly. Upon hearing she was to be taken away, Zhao Dani wept pitifully. Henan, you cannot abandon me. You are all I have. This display left Professor Bai bewildered, as if he were unaware of Henan's treatment of her. Henan waved his hand, urging them to take her away and never return. Initially, Professor Bai thought it would take some persuasion to have her leave, but he was surprised to find that Henan was eager for her to vanish from sight immediately. After Zhao Dani returned to the Humanities and Academy with Professor Bai, she was subjected to a series of tests. Professor Bai soon realized that both the tracking system and self-destruct mechanism had been removed, and all test data fell within normal ranges. Doubts crept in. Was Henan deceiving me? This mechanized being was clearly repaired. Professor Bai believed that the testing equipment could not be faulty, and the issue must lie with Henan. Thus, he resolved to contract a commander for Zhao Dani. High-ranking commanders were scarce, but as a level 1 core, Zhao Dani required a high-level commander to unleash her full combat potential. Gritting his teeth, Professor Bai sought out a level commander for the contract. Zhao Dani had been cooperative thus far, but at this juncture, she suddenly became agitated. I have already contracted. I cannot contract again. Throughout their journey back, Zhao Dani continued to sob, much to Professor Bai's growing annoyance. He has now lost all patience to indulge her any longer. Coolly asking, with whom did you make a pact? Henan. Professor Bai scoffed derisively, slamming the test report against her face. Are you claiming the testing device is faulty? If you must lie, at least choose a reason that is plausible. I am not lying. I have had enough. Professor Bai's expression darkened as he growled. Bring her here. Secure her, the contract. You cannot treat me this way. Zhao Dani's protests were futile, as two mechanical girls seized her right hand and pressed it against the contract device. Although the commander disapproved of such coercive contracts, the other party was a core-level mechanical girl, and missing this opportunity could mean never encountering such a chance again. For his own future, he cooperatively placed his right hand on the testing device. Two beams of violet light swiftly enveloped the two individuals, a faint smile curling at the corners of Professor Bai's mouth. Ah, The commander let out a blood-curdling scream before collapsing to the ground. The smile that had just graced Professor Bai's face froze, his features twisting in horror. Without needing an examination, he knew that the commander was incapacitated once more. This was not the first occurrence of such an event. Each time, it was a mechanical girl emerging from Hunan's side, directly damaging the commander's power source. To claim that this had nothing to do with Hunan would be utterly implausible, yet he lacked evidence. Old Mo had been monitoring the situation closely, and Professor Bai had no choice but to report back. The commander is incapacitated again? Yes. Old Mo's gaze darkened further. What is your take on this matter? It must be that Hunan tampered with it. Evidence? None. There is simply something too pristine about Hunan. There must be an issue. Then tell me, how is he accomplishing this? I am still investigating. By the time you figure it out, the opportunity will have passed. Old Mo rarely exhibited such rage. Professor Bai's calves trembled nervously. What if we capture Hunan and subject him to severe interrogation? Surely he would confess. Confess to what? What do you wish him to admit? Professor Bai, is this coercion truly effective? We need Hunan to work for us, not to push him into opposition. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Return that mechanical girl to Hunan. Do not involve yourself in his affairs any further. Understood. Zhao Denyi returned. Her expression one of silent exasperation, while Hunan and Wu Miao appeared equally nonplussed. Fortunately, her recent excursion had imparted wisdom. She now recognized that pleasing Hunan was essential for a favorable future. As for Wu Miao, despite holding the title of Hunan's girlfriend, they occasionally shared moments of affection. Nevertheless, Zhao Denyi harbored doubts about the longevity of their relationship. Thus, she remained ever prepared to ascend. After returning Zhao Denyi, Professor Bai truly ceased his scrutiny of Hunan, withdrawing the surveillance initially positioned near the affluent and the mechanical repair shop. Hunan felt a sense of liberation, promptly repairing all other mechanical girls before taking them out to work. Currently, he commanded a total of 20 mechanical girls, equivalent to 4 battle teams. This level of combat strength was nearly unmatched, save for the official armed forces. In reality, should a confrontation arise with the official forces, aside from a numerical disadvantage, the outcome of the battle would be uncertain. However, it is still not the time to take action. What Hunan requires at this moment is a substantial influx of resources, not merely to support the individuals in his household, but also to contemplate long-term development. The combat capabilities of the mechanized daughters must not stagnate. They must be continuously enhanced. Yet, merely increasing their load capacity is evidently impractical, as overloading them would inevitably lead to numerous adverse effects. Is the only feasible path to transform the mechanized daughters into robots? Hunan found himself lost in contemplation. Chapter 56. The voice of the people. Just as Hunan wrestled with his indecision, Professor Bai unveiled a fresh batch of mechanized daughters equipped with mechanical hearts, numbering an impressive 1,000. These mechanized daughters were dispatched to the security department, tasked with overseeing the public safety patrols throughout the Star City. Teams of striking mechanized daughters paraded down the streets, prompting many onlookers to pause in admiration. It would be disingenuous to claim there was no envy. They exuded a cool, haughty demeanor, oblivious to the mundane world below. Not only were they exquisitely equipped, but they also wielded the authority of life and death. Such attributes were sufficient to draw a throng of impulsive individuals. Consequently, a long queue formed outside the Academy of Humanities. Within days, this line swelled to over 2,000. Wu Miao shook her head with a sigh. What were they thinking? To forsake their self-awareness merely for the sake of a patrolling job? After much contemplation, Hunan finally spoke. Perhaps they were entirely unaware that installing a mechanical heart would result in the loss of their self-awareness. Wu Miao's eyes suddenly sparkled. Hunan, should we not take some action? Indeed, we must do something, but we must be discreet, Hunan replied. Rest assured, I will handle it. Hunan felt a measure of confidence in Wu Miao. She ventured out, and soon, rumors began circulating throughout the Star City that installing a mechanical heart would render one a fool. Some even posted videos of the patrol mechanized daughters with vacant gazes on the Star City forum. This ignited a fervent public outcry. One with a furrowed brow. Is this true? Is the government deceiving us? How can that be? Zen-like young gentleman. It must be true. Look at that mechanized daughter in the video. Her gaze is dull and devoid of spirit. Only using the front door. I loudly urge any mechanized daughters who have had mechanical hearts installed to step forward and confirm the truth. Zen-like young gentleman. It's likely true. The government has yet to issue a denial, indicating they cannot provide evidence. Only using the front door. This is a mockery of the public. The government must provide an explanation. One with a furrowed brow. If all mechanized daughters become fools, what will become of the Star City? Onlooker, wouldn't that make them mere puppets of the government? Who will safeguard our rights? Ordinary citizen, we demand our rights. We must protest to the government for an explanation. This battle of public opinion spread from the forum to the streets, with demonstrators crowding the entrance of the Academy of Humanities. Professor Bai found himself at the center of scrutiny. If the situation could not be quelled swiftly, the government's credibility would suffer significantly. His first thought was of Zhao Dani. He personally drove to meet Henan, expressing his need for the mechanized daughter. As long as she consents, I have no objections. Professor Bai could not have anticipated that Henan would acquiesce so readily. After a brief moment of astonishment, he took Zhao Dani and convened a press conference that very evening at the Star City Square. Zhao Dani is participating in such an event for the very first time, and she finds it quite exhilarating. Wow, why are there so many people? Are they all here to see me? Indeed, tonight you are the superstar. And everyone in Star City will come to know you. Professor Bai coaxed her with an exceedingly gentle tone. Zhao Dani, without a hint of suspicion, gazed with her starry eyes sparkling with rosy bubbles. This is wonderful. After tonight, Henan will surely like me, right? Henan? Professor Bai's eyes grew glazed. You fancy him? Of course. Who wouldn't he be enamored by him? Zhao Dani remained blissfully unaware that she was precariously treading the line between life and death, continuing. He is so handsome and so capable. Even if it means flying into the fire, I want to be with him. Professor Bai's fists tightened before he eventually relaxed them. This foolish woman still has her uses, he thought, enduring her naivety. Finally, the press conference commenced. Standing atop the platform, Zhao Dani proclaimed to the crowd. I am the one who has had a mechanical heart installed. I have not become a fool. Questions swiftly arose from the audience. What proof do you have? The host beside Zhao Dani stepped forward immediately. We can conduct a live test. The testing device does not lie. Zhao Dani willingly placed her right hand on the device, and her details were instantly projected onto the giant screen in the square. Name, Zhao Dani Mechanical Core. Level energy required for mechanical core. All types mechanical form. Heavy-duty truck mechanical load. Beta heart type. Superdimensional ballistic missile. Fully intelligent aircraft. Am I deceiving you? Zhao Dani's melodious voice resonated once more. The crowd erupted in astonishment. I knew it. How could the authorities engage in deceiving the public? Those who had spread false information on forums were now silenced. If we cannot trust the authorities, whom can we trust? Support the installation of mechanical hearts. Protect our homeland. Support the installation of mechanical hearts. Protect our homeland. Under the instigation of certain individuals, the crowd in the square began to chant in unison. Professor Bai, who had worn a gloomy expression all day, finally revealed a smile. Yet, from within the throng, an incongruous voice emerged. Zhao Dani, where is your commander? This question was not scripted in the rehearsal, leaving Zhao Dani momentarily at a loss for words as she instinctively glanced towards Professor Bai, who urged her silently. Speak the truth. Fortunately, Zhao Dani was not foolish. She quickly grasped his implication and cheerfully seized the microphone. I do not have a commander. I sustained an injury recently and have yet to recover. The appearance of a level mechanical maiden without a contract would undoubtedly incite a frenzy. Immediately, a commander stepped forward. Miss Zhao, I am a level commander. May I contract with you? I will treat you well. Miss Zhao, choose me. I am more handsome, and I can certainly satisfy you in every aspect. Miss Zhao, select me. Choose me. Miss Zhao. The scene descended into chaos as individuals jostled to advance, leading to a dangerous stampede. Professor Bai's eyes glimmered with a spark of brilliance. Although the situation before him was unexpected, the outcome was favorable. Everyone's attention had shifted entirely to Zhao Dani, and the mechanical heart was no longer mentioned. However, just as his smile began to broaden, a video suddenly played on the giant screen, silencing the frenzied crowd. The video detailed the entire process of Zhao Dani's contract with the high-ranking commander, including the doctor's announcement that the commander's power source had been damaged, rendering him incapable of controlling the mechanical girl. The commanders, who had just been pushing forward frantically, began to retreat quietly. Although this mechanical girl was of high rank and strikingly beautiful, no one dared to gamble their future on her. What if they ended up like that commander, rendered useless? Professor Bai's smile froze once more on his face. Was this the after effect of the mechanical heart installation? The mere thought tightened everyone's hearts. Professor Bai nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. When would this end? Chapter 57. Disruption. You are indeed impressive. Orchestrating events from a distance without leaving your home. The wealthy magnate was situated near Star City Square, where Henan and Wu Miao were seated on the terrace, toasting one another, clearly witnessing everything that transpired in the square. Henan remained noncommittal to Wu Miao's praises, yet he did not exhibit a hint of joy. For he knew that they could not directly topple the Humanities Academy yet. They could only employ such tactics to keep them in check. Henan understood this was merely a stopgap measure and would not truly deter their ambitions. For the time being, however, it was all he could do, sow public doubt and exert pressure on the authorities, urging them to temper their actions. The hastily concluded press conference not only failed to assuage public concerns, but also deepened their distrust of the officials. The installation of the mechanical heart was forced to cease. Elder Mo's fury was palpable. Someone was undoubtedly manipulating events from the shadows. Professor Bai desperately defended himself, his demeanor akin to one grasping at straws. Then tell me, who was behind this? Elder Mo glared at him, causing Professor Bai's legs to tremble uncontrollably. It must be Henan. It has to be Henan. Do you have evidence? No. None. Then tell me, what would be his motive for such actions? Professor Bai believed it must be him. No one else could achieve it. Elder Mo let out a cold laugh. You dare to make such claims without evidence? When did you become so foolish? It was my subordinate's incompetence. I will investigate the truth promptly and provide you with an explanation. I do not want to hear your empty assurances. I only care for results. Professor Bai felt Elder Mo's gaze bore into him for more than a minute before he softened his tone and asked, Old Bai, how many years have you been by my side? 20. 20 years, Professor Bai answered, trembling, fearful that a single misstep could cost him his life. He knew well the nature of Elder Mo. He was no ordinary man, but rather a devil. To truly provoke him would mean death was a release. After 20 years. Do you think I would be unaware of your little schemes? Professor Bai shuddered violently, unable to control his trembling. I, having previously refrained from intervening when you confronted Henan, did so merely to observe his capabilities, rather than out of any indulgence towards you. Professor Bai fell to his knees with a thud, exclaiming, Old Mo, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Please spare me this time, and I shall atone for my transgressions. Old Mo rose from his seat, advancing step by step towards Professor Bai. With each step, it felt as though he were treading upon Professor Bai's very heart. At last, his footsteps halted before him, rendering Professor Bai breathless and as pale as a specter. Yet, Old Mo gently patted his shoulder, saying, Remember, to move against someone, one must strike with lethal precision. Professor Bai, bewildered, took a while to regain his composure. Gasping for breath, Go, uttered Old Mo, those two words descending upon Professor Bai like a divine decree, granting him a reprieve as he scrambled out of the city lord's office. Once home, his heart continued to race for quite some time. He could not help but ponder Old Mo's true intentions. Did he also wish to eliminate Henan? Surely, he must. Ha ha ha, Henan, your demise is imminent. Professor Bai laughed maniacally, his laughter convulsing him, tears streaming down his face as he rolled off the couch onto the floor. Henan, however, paid no further heed to Professor Bai. He was merely a dog at Old Mo's side. As long as his master wished for him to live, he would not perish. And should his master desire his death, it would be akin to crushing an ant. Through this incident, Henan deduced that the scheme involving the installation of mechanical hearts was orchestrated by Old Mo, who sought an entirely controllable mechanical army. Henan would not permit such a scenario to unfold. He must employ every means necessary to thwart it. Only by continuously strengthening himself could he attain a voice in this matter, for he was still far too weak to grow stronger. He once again set forth with his mechanical battle squad to gather resources. This time, Chen Ming did not accompany him, having been urgently summoned back by Chen Xueqing. Henan surmised that Chen Xueqing must have uncovered something significant, prompting him to distance Chen Ming from his side. This also indicated that Old Mo was preparing to act against him. Henan felt considerable pressure. After all, he was unaware of the true extent of Old Mo's influence. Nevertheless, he did not cancel his planned expedition. He had never been one to shy away from challenges. Moreover, he held unwavering confidence in Wu Miao's combat prowess. A single starship could obliterate an asteroid in an instant. Star City was hardly an obstacle. Why does the atmosphere feel off? Wu Miao voiced her concerns, casting a worried glance at Henan. Focus on our path. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Understood. Upon exiting the barrier, Henan and his companions faced no obstruction. Yet, the gazes of the staff were laden with complexity. This time, Henan's team had more than doubled in size, with most of the mechanical beings trailing behind having previously pledged allegiance to Professor Bai. They had always regarded Henan and his group with disdain, viewing them as insignificant. But now, following Henan, they resembled enamored fanatics, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Although these staff members were low-ranking commanders unsuitable for combat, They remain behind to handle logistical duties. Yet they are also plagued by jealousy. Henan, a mere mechanic, has managed to command such a multitude of high-level mechanized companions. Who could witness this without feeling envious? Thus, some have gone to the lengths of erasing the travel records of Henan and his entourage. Unbeknownst to him, he plans to hunt the Orca this time, primarily to develop more advanced mounted weaponry, despite the official facade of support for his various research endeavors. The provision of raw materials has been woefully inadequate. To achieve results swiftly, he must rely on his own efforts, ensuring his sustenance. It is fortunate that he possesses a formidable mechanized battle team and ample resources. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be at the mercy of the authorities. Although his recent experiments have yielded no significant breakthroughs, he has equipped each mechanized companion in his team with an intelligent recognition system. The merit of this system lies in its ability to discern the types and numbers of mutated marine creatures within a 10-mile radius, as well as conducting combat assessments and probability analyses. This seemingly insignificant component, no larger than a fingernail, effectively serves as a life-saving talisman for the mechanized companions. Its importance is self-evident. Many marine creatures have undergone drastic changes in their behavioral patterns following mutation. Former solitary beings now congregate in groups. Moreover, a small number of marine organisms have evolved intelligence, capable of summoning their kin through sound to launch coordinated attacks on humans. Such developments pose a significant threat to humanity. Yet those in power remain engrossed in their own struggles for dominance. Chapter 58. A clever trick. After more than 3 hours of flight, Henan finally spotted the Orca. The mutated orcas have now reached lengths exceeding 30 meters, their once conical teeth transformed into razor-sharp weapons, capable of severing a human body with their immense bite force. Additionally, they are inherently social creatures. A group of dozens makes hunting exceedingly difficult. Had Henan lacked spatial abilities, he would never have dared to provoke them. Even if he were fortunate enough to slay one or two, transporting the carcasses would be impossible. However, with his spatial powers, matters are different. Any object within his line of sight can be summoned into his space through sheer will. This significantly mitigates the dangers associated with cleaning up the battlefield. To ensure he captures an intact orca, Henan refrains from unleashing his full firepower. Instead, he employs the most primitive of weapons, a crossbow, targeting the orca's eyes and mouth. These crossbows, though unassuming in appearance, utilize arrows crafted from the vertebrae of orcas, possessing extraordinary penetrating power. The intelligent crossbow mechanism, in conjunction with these arrows, has yet to encounter any mutated marine creature capable of withstanding their might. The high-precision aiming system ensures that every shot strikes true. Within minutes, a pod of several dozen orcas is decimated, and Henan swiftly collects them into his space. The surface of the sea erupts in crimson waves, bearing witness to the recent ferocity of battle. Well done, everyone. Keep up the great work. Except for Wang Mei and Hu Wan, who have had their consciousness erased. All mechanized companions display expressions of exhilaration. Henan is not one to lavish praise frequently, and this has instilled a sense of pride among them. The most joyous was Lin Shuang, for she had finally equipped herself with a flying apparatus and could no longer envy others who soared through the skies. She had now become a warrior adept in all realms, land, sea, and air, filling her with immense pride. As the team advanced, they did not overlook any valuable mutated marine creatures, their journey proving remarkably smooth. However, as dusk approached, Henan unexpectedly discovered an island. The afterglow of the setting sun cast an orange hue upon the sea's surface, and the island seemed to shimmer with a golden light. Was it truly an island? The machine girls had long forgotten the sensation of solid ground, each of them flushed with excitement. Only those who had once lived on land could comprehend the profound feeling of being firmly grounded. Although the floating cities were splendid, a longing for a habitable continent lingered in their hearts. Let us fly over and take a look. Henan maintained a calm exterior, yet turmoil roiled within her. As they drew closer, Henan realized that the island was vast, encompassing an area 3 times that of Sichuan. Moreover, the waters surrounding the island were unnaturally tranquil. And curiously, there were no mutated marine creatures in sight. How strange. Why was it so eerily silent here? Henan's brow furrowed slightly. Something was amiss, and caution was warranted. As the battleship approached the island, everyone felt an ambience reminiscent of a pre-apocalyptic island vacation, the sea breeze sweet and inviting. Henan glanced back, noticing various corpses floating on the water, both human and mutated marine creatures. Yet, there was not a single intact body. All were fragmented. The once azure waters now bore a nauseating crimson hue. This should not have been sweet. It ought to have been rife with the heavy scent of blood. Quickly ascend. We must leave this place. Although Wu Miao's mind was inundated with questions, she promptly obeyed Henan's command and swiftly distanced the ship from the island. However, it was too late. The island suddenly rose up. Its forelimb, as large as a hill, swung violently towards Wu Miao. The unexpected attack came too swiftly, causing the battleship to tumble several times before it finally steadied. Fortunately, Henan remained composed, immediately ordering Wu Miao to ascend rapidly. At that moment, Wu Miao's mind was blank, and the other machine girls appeared pale and shaken, their hearts still racing. Every time, Henan led them into battle. They had dominantly hunted mutated marine creatures. Whether facing low-level octopuses or ferocious killer whales, they always maintained control of the fight. This was the first time they encountered an enemy that rendered them utterly defenseless. Only when the monstrous island shrank into a distant black did Henan command Wu Miao to hover. What on earth was that? Wu Miao's voice trembled. Henan's gaze was chillingly calm, and after a long silence, she finally uttered, "We have underestimated the complexity of the situation. What do we do now?" Wu Miao inquired. Henan remained silent but proceeded to heal Wu Miao's wounds. The creature's blow had nearly dismembered her, inflicting severe injuries, even with Henan exerting her utmost effort. It took an entire afternoon to restore Wu Miao to a semblance of health. Let us return. In a profound silence, no one uttered another word. Henan felt as if a colossal weight pressed against his chest, an overwhelming sense of suffocation engulfing him. Humanity had already lost its terrestrial domain. Could the floating city be preserved? Where indeed lay the future of mankind? Did humanity still possess a future? With a heart laden with unspoken concerns, Henan returned to the barrier, only to be barred from entry. The reason was rather absurd: unauthorized departure from the city. I had clearly registered my information upon leaving. I regret to inform you, Mr. He, that we cannot locate your travel record. Please await the security department's findings with patience. Henan slightly curled the corner of his lips, observing the smug expression on the staff member's face. Are you certain you wish for me to wait? I regret to inform you, Mr. He, that lacking a travel record constitutes an unauthorized departure from the city, which necessitates punishment. Henan stepped closer, nearly face to face with the staff member. Then, what punishment awaits for the unauthorized alteration of travel records? The staff member felt a chill run down their spine, but maintained a stoic facade. Mr. He, I do not comprehend your words. Very well. Let us await the arrival of the security personnel, as long as you have no regrets. Half an hour later, a representative from the security department arrived, only to be a robot with vacant eyes. Henan's heart sank. The staff member's expression grew even more triumphant, casting a provocative glance at Henan. The robot scanned the record device and confirmed the absence of travel records for Henan and his companions. Mechanically, it stated, unauthorized departure from the city results in expulsion. Trespassing the barrier warrants execution. Henan glanced at the staff member before turning his gaze back to the robot. I shall grant you 1 minute to restate your declaration. The robot paused for a moment, perplexed. What do you desire? A smile crept into Henan's eyes. This individual had tampered with the travel records and deserved severe punishment. A flicker of panic crossed the staff member's eyes. You are mistaken, I did not. Henan promptly summoned Wu Miao and opened her travel record device. The video was crystal clear. Not long after they had passed through customs, the staff member had manually deleted their travel records. I did not do it intentionally. The staff member was now thoroughly panicked and bolted. A sharp gunshot rang out, the staff member collapsing instantly into a pool of blood. The shot had been fired by the robot dispatched by the security department. In the astonished gaze of all present, the robot efficiently stowed away its weapon, assisted Henan in re-recording the travel records, and allowed them to pass through. Subsequently, the robot departed with a certain nonchalance. All the staff stood petrified, none daring to approach the still warm corpse. Have you contracted that robot? Wu Miao blinked and inquired in a tone only they could hear. What other option do we have? None. Wu Miao discreetly gave Henan a thumbs up. The incident of the staff member's death was promptly reported to Professor Bai. He meticulously reviewed the surveillance footage no less than 100 times, progressing frame by frame. Yet, he discerned no clues. Nevertheless, the entire affair reeked of the uncanny. The robot, devoid of consciousness, was programmed to expel Henan, and if he resisted, she would have executed him without hesitation. Yet, she had turned her weapon against her own. Although the security department possesses the authority to deal with any individual from other departments who engages in unlawful conduct, it is unprecedented for someone to be executed on the spot. If one were to claim that this incident bears no connection to Henan, it would be utterly implausible. However, the surveillance footage clearly shows Henan standing at least 3 paces away from the mechanical girl. unless he possessed a remote control device. It would be impossible for him to exert control over her. Could he possibly possess some extraordinary ability? Professor Bai found himself at a loss. Ultimately, he had no choice but to summon the mechanical girl for a comprehensive examination, which revealed no abnormalities. The mechanical girls of the guard unit had not entered into any contracts. They merely executed simple tasks. Their operational standards were embedded within their core programming at the moment of awakening. The outcome of this incident was devoid of any issues. The staff member, having abused their power, altered the travel information of the individual involved, and rather than admitting their wrongdoing, attempted to flee. The security department's decision to execute was indeed justified. Yet, therein lies the peculiarity. Had a regular human been present at the scene, no one would have questioned the outcome. However, the operative in question was a mechanical girl devoid of autonomous consciousness. Thus, how did she ascertain that the staff member posed a threat? This conundrum left Professor Bai feeling exasperated. Despite his awareness of the underlying problems, serious problems, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, the erasure of a mechanical girl's autonomous consciousness is a matter best kept in the shadows. Henan, I shall not let you evade justice. Henan was oblivious to Professor Bai's turmoil. Upon his return, he promptly sought an audience with the city lord. Henan, you have never before sought me out, remarked the cold-eyed Mo Lao. That is because I have yet to encounter a significant issue. And now you have? Indeed. I have discovered a sea monster 5,000 nautical miles from Star City, an enormous creature with formidable destructive capabilities. It disguises itself as an island and emits an enticing aroma to lure its prey. A sea monster? Did you engage it? Initially, I mistook it for an island and approached it. Suddenly, it revealed itself, and I barely managed to escape with my life. As he spoke, Henan played back the recording from Wu Miao's device for Mo Lao. For the first time, he witnessed shock reflected in Mo Lao's eyes. Could you not withstand a single strike? At least my battle team could not. The information you have brought back is crucial. We shall certainly take it seriously. Henan was unaware of the measures the city lord would implement, nor could he influence them. His sole focus was to enhance the strength of his battle team. To this end, he immersed himself in the laboratory. If that creature could swat away a starship with ease, Star City would likely not endure more than a few blows. Should this floating city vanish, humanity might face imminent extinction. At such a moment, personal interests seemed trivial, survival was paramount. For only by living could one strive to attain their desires. Henan consolidated the materials acquired from this expedition, which could bolster defenses. Yet they remained insufficient to withstand the creature's ferocity. He had inquired with Mo Lao about sturdier materials, but Mo Lao had responded in the negative. Initially, Henan harbored doubts, yet upon reflecting that the material for the protective shield was of his own invention, he found solace. Even if Mr. Mo were to exhibit selfish tendencies, he would surely not falter when faced with the impending extinction of humanity. In the absence of defensive materials and with formidable foes at hand, the only strategy Henan could conceive was to enhance offensive capabilities. After all, the most effective defense is a vigorous offense. Regrettably, circumstances were too dire, leaving him no time to fire a single shot. Had he done so, he could have tested the creature's defensive strength and developed targeted weaponry. Henan had contemplated confronting that creature again, believing that if he could maintain distance, survival was still a possibility. However, he hesitated to gamble, fearing that should the creature bear a grudge, it might pursue him all the way to Star City, leading to dire consequences. After Henan's departure, Mr. Mo convened an emergency meeting to deliberate on strategies. What are your thoughts? He inquired. Upon viewing the footage of the sea monster, the high-ranking officials appeared utterly despondent. What now? Is there truly no escape? Now, even the thought of fleeing seemed futile. What should we do? Professor Bai, however, stood up with an expression of excitement. I propose that we disclose this information to the public. Have you lost your mind? Have you considered the repercussions? Came the immediate dissent. What repercussions could there be? Humanity is already at its wit's end. Why not take a chance? Professor Bai's fervor suggested that he viewed this not as a crisis, but rather as an opportunity he had long awaited. Take a chance? How can we do that? Don't you see the odds? Even the Star Destroyer cannot withstand a single blow. No matter how formidable it is still just one creature. We have millions. Even sheer numbers could overwhelm it. Indeed, history has witnessed instances where the weak triumphed over the strong. But have you calculated the sacrifices required? Which leader has not ascended to greatness atop countless corpses? What does it matter if a few perish? As long as we achieve ultimate victory, that is the best outcome. Has Professor Bai conceived a strategy? Chen Xueqing's words brought silence to the assembly. It dawned on everyone that Professor Bai seemed to possess a plan. Could he truly be confident in overcoming the sea monster? Yes, I have indeed formulated a solution. Pray, share it with us, Mr. M.O., who had remained silent, finally interjected. Professor Bai's eyes sparkled with unwavering confidence as he declared, I am pleased to announce that the beta heart has been successfully developed. Once installed in our mechanized units, their combat effectiveness will increase by 60%. Mr. M.O. narrowed his eyes. Does the beta heart have any side effects? Professor Bai hesitated for a moment before replying. No side effects have been discovered thus far. Chapter 60. Another farce. Professor Bai understood that mere words would not suffice to convince the esteemed leaders present. Please follow me to the training ground, where I will demonstrate my experimental results live, allowing you to witness the power of the beta heart firsthand, regardless of its authenticity. This was, after all, the only hope currently available to counter the sea monster, and no objections were raised as everyone proceeded to the training ground. In the center of the arena stood 100 mechanized maidens, impeccably aligned, each pair of eyes gleaming with determination. Mr. Mo's gaze deepened, signaling the commencement. Professor Bai promptly approached the control panel, issuing a series of commands to the mechanized maidens below. They sprang into action, swiftly arranging themselves into formation, poised for an offensive. Suddenly, from the four corners of the training ground, the clanking of iron chains echoed. Dozens of iron cages descended from above, each containing a formidable orca, numbering 100 in total. The bottoms of the cages abruptly opened, and the famished orcas charged towards the mechanized maidens. Yet, the maidens remained unperturbed, devoid of any fear. As they brandished their photonic blades, aiming for the orcas' eyes with synchronized precision, a spectacle of grace, all the orcas were blinded in an instant, becoming frenzied. Rather than retreating, the maidens pivoted around their photonic blades, and within mere seconds, the orcas, their brains reduced to mush, collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Remarkable. This is the pride of humanity. If the mechanized maidens can achieve such combat prowess, what fear do we have of sea monsters? Inspired by the fervor of the scene, the crowd erupted in cheers. Only two individuals maintained their composure, Mr. M.O. and Chen Xueqing. Isn't this outcome worthy of promotion? Professor Bai exclaimed with fervent zeal in his eyes. I propose we take these 100 mechanized maidens beyond the barrier for a real combat exercise. After all, there is a distinct difference between a laboratory and an actual battlefield. Chen Xueqing's voice was cold and piercing, quickly sobering the exhilarated leaders. Indeed, we must observe their performance in real combat. True metal does not fear the flames of trial. We shall ascertain their capabilities firsthand. With a chilling glance, Mr. M.O. surveyed the crowd, concluding, Then let us proceed with the live exercise. Henan had sequestered himself in the laboratory for several days without satisfactory progress. Deciding to take a breath of fresh air, he was immediately informed by Wu Miao about the installation of 100 Beta Core mechanized maidens and the impending live exercise. Oh, the Beta Core, renowned for its speed. This is already the second generation. One fears it may merely be a change of form without substance. We shall see for ourselves. When is the exercise scheduled? Tomorrow morning. Very well, we shall attend. Henan enjoyed a restful night, and the following morning, he went to observe the live exercise. While most gathered in Star City Square to watch the live broadcast, Henan wished to closely examine the actual condition of the mechanized maidens. The barrier was originally closed to all, prohibiting entry or exit. However, upon his arrival, Mr. M.O. graciously allowed him to stand beside him. Professor Bai's eyes glimmered with venomous intent. Henan, after today, you shall remain beneath my heel, unable to rise. Henan, focused intently on the mechanized maidens, remained oblivious to Professor Bai's malevolent glare. At least on the surface, the maidens appeared normal, as most were quietly conversing with their commanders, awaiting the official commencement of the exercise. Though she could not discern their words, Henan was certain that these mechanical daughters possessed autonomous consciousness. Had Professor Bai truly succeeded? If the installation of a mechanical heart could enhance combat power by 60%, Henan would not be particularly averse to the idea. After all, with formidable sea monsters looming, preserving humanity's last bastion of purity was paramount. As for the means employed, as long as victory was ultimately attained, no one would quibble over the methods. The practical exercise commenced at last, with all mechanical daughters taking off from their positions and swiftly ascending towards the distant ocean beyond Star City. Every mutated marine creature they encountered along the way was ruthlessly exterminated, staining the sea a deep crimson, the nauseating stench of blood filling the air. Such destructive capability was indeed astonishing, yet Henan harbored doubts about their ability to vanquish the sea monster. The reason was simple. While these mechanical daughters had their attributes maximized, this very enhancement rendered them exceedingly unstable. Each one was equipped with a self-destruct mechanism. The slightest mishap could trigger an explosion. As the exercise continued, the overwhelming slaughter ignited fervor among the spectators, with cheers resonating both within the square and beyond the barriers. Just as the excitement reached its zenith, calamity struck. One mechanical daughter detonated, setting off a chain reaction that ignited all others within a 5-mile radius. Like a row of dominoes, the explosions proliferated until every mechanical daughter was obliterated. The jubilant cheers abruptly ceased, plunging the world into silence. Elder Mo cast a fierce glare at Professor Bai before turning away. Disheartened, the once enthusiastic audience began to disperse, leaving only Professor Bai standing forlornly by the shore. At a loss for what to do, Henan, also preparing to leave, was halted by Chen Xueqing, who inquired about his perspective on the incident. Henan was taken aback. It was unexpected for Chen Xueqing to approach him at such a moment. However, he believed in extending a hand to those who approached with goodwill, especially since Chen Xueqing had not previously wronged him. There was a sense of urgency in the air. The pursuit of quick gains seemed to disregard the lives of the mechanical daughters. Chen Xueqing attempted to maintain composure, yet his tone betrayed his emotions. Does the Chen cabinet intend to take any action? I wish to advocate for the rights of the mechanical daughters. Will you support me? I support all reasonable initiatives. Henan replied, recognizing the seriousness in Chen's demeanor. This is not merely an idea. Let us see how it unfolds. After bidding farewell to Chen Xueqing, Henan lacked the inclination to linger and promptly returned to the opulent establishment he had founded, a place perpetually bustling with extravagance, leaving him somewhat incredulous. What are you pondering? Wu Miao leaned closer, her warm breath grazing his ear. Henan turned slightly, contemplating. I was reflecting on how carefree these individuals seem. Living blissfully until death. They possess no souls, merely existing in these husks. What else can they do but indulge in excess? Your insight is astute, Wu Miao replied, gratefully accepting the compliment. Henan took a sip of the red wine she offered and mused. Tell me, if I were to pursue the creation of that mechanical heart, would I surpass Professor Bai in my efforts? Need I even say? Wu Miao unabashedly expressed her admiration for Henan. Are you truly considering it? I must deliberate further. Chapter 61. Confrontation. Before Henan could make a resolute decision, he received a call from Elder Mo, urging him to proceed to the City Lord's mansion immediately. The City Lord's mansion, rather than the office, piqued his curiosity. He drove there, marking his inaugural visit to the mansion, which boasted a European architectural style. Despite the apocalyptic backdrop, its opulence rivaled that of royal castles in Europe. The grand hall was filled with high-ranking officials, yet Chen Xueqing was conspicuously absent. Henan's arrival drew the curious gazes of everyone present, as his status did not warrant participation in such an esteemed gathering. Elder Mo rarely smiled so warmly, beckoning. Henan, come sit beside me. Henan graciously settled onto the sofa next to him, eliciting another wave of envious glances. Today, we are here to discuss the beta heart issue. Professor Bai, please begin, Elder Mo prompted. Professor Bai promptly stood, asserting. Today's experimental failure does not imply the technology is flawed. Its combat capabilities are evident. We must merely address the stability issues to wield an unstoppable force. The live drills had showcased the prowess of the battle androids, leaving no room for doubt. Yet, a weapon that could explode at any moment was too perilous for anyone to embrace. How do we resolve the stability issue? Has Professor Bai devised a solution? The research team is diligently seeking the root of the problem, he replied. Is it too early for us to discuss this? Someone interjected. If we haven't found a solution yet, aren't we wasting everyone's time? Faced with the skepticism of the assembly, Professor Bai turned to Elder Mo for support. However, Elder Mo's gaze shifted to Henan, asking, what is your perspective on this matter? I do not advocate for live experiments. Those androids are also forms of life, and it would be a tragedy to see them perish. As you know, high-grade androids are scarce. Losing one is a substantial loss. I concur with Henan. Another voice chimed in. If all high-grade androids were to perish, what would be the value of a successful experiment? Since the apocalypse began, humanity has already lost 80% of its population. If we do not cherish the remaining lives, we are destined for extinction. While your points are valid, Elder Mo interjected. The sea monsters loom ever closer, and we may face annihilation at any moment. Have you contemplated how we might save ourselves? His words silenced the room, as this was an unsolvable dilemma. Each individual present wished to survive but struggled to find a path forward. Thus, this experiment must continue, and we must expedite its results. Elder Mo's assertion did little to reassure the attendees, especially since Professor Bai had just stated that no solutions had been identified. Once more, Elder Mo turned to Henan. Would you be willing to join this experiment? With your talents, you could significantly accelerate its success. Join? Henan had not considered this. If it were solely his undertaking, he might be inclined to attempt it. I am entirely unfamiliar with mechanical hearts. Merely grasping the situation would require time. Did you not heal Xiaodani? Elder Mo's expression shifted back to its customary sternness. One could argue that she isn't truly healed. Without a contract, she lacks combat capabilities. And how do the androids accompanying you engage in battle? I've seen you return with ample supplies each time you venture out. I carry a considerable number of kinetic energy storage units with me. Old Mo fixed his gaze on Henan for an extended period, hoping to discern a flaw on his face, but to his dismay, he found none. Every word spoken by Henan was backed by evidence. Even if he suspected that none of those statements were true, he was at a loss. When humanity finds itself at the precipice of survival, do you not wish to take action? My lord, you are unjustly accusing me. Was it not I who developed the kinetic energy storage device? The aircraft too was my creation, and I sourced the materials for the protective shield. I have been diligently working, after all. Henan's assertions rendered old Mo speechless. He could not refute them, for Henan's contributions were evident to all and could not be dismissed. Yet, he would not allow Henan to escape unscathed. He was determined to drag him into the fray. The development of the Beta Heart model requires your involvement. Report to the laboratory tomorrow. I can go. But what must I do? What are the permissions? Old Mo, possessing remarkable composure, might have been infuriated otherwise. It was all too apparent he was attempting to evade responsibility. Do you have any suggestions? I have some insights regarding the mechanical heart's development, but they are not yet fully formed. Moreover, my concepts conflict with Professor Bai's, and collaborating would only hinder our progress. It would be wiser for each of us to develop our own ideas, and whoever succeeds shall prevail. That is acceptable. Old Mo readily agreed. As long as Henan participated in this experiment, his objective would be fulfilled. However, Professor Bai appeared quite disheartened. He had initially intended to bring Henan under his wing, but with the city lord's pressure, he had no choice but to comply. Should his research yield any advancements, they would be credited to him as the lead. Now, however, the city lord had granted him a separate project, turning the two into rivals. He had never gained an advantage over Henan before, and once again, he felt uncertain. Following the meeting, Henan returned directly to the laboratory. Are you truly planning to research the mechanical heart? Wu Miao handed him a glass of red wine. What do you believe is the principle behind the mechanical heart? Enhancing combat capabilities. Indeed, more precisely, it involves stimulating the core to maximize the potential of the mechanized maiden. So, why must it be a heart? Are you suggesting that if it were a hand or a foot, even if unstable, it would not pose as great a risk? Clever. If a brake were installed on the hand, one could immediately sever it upon detecting irregularities, thus ensuring self-preservation. But first, the mechanized maiden must possess autonomous consciousness. The Beta Heart model mechanized maiden is sentient, which implies that Professor Bai has identified and resolved the issue. I suspect he found inspiration from Xiaodani. That is inconsequential. What is important then? The crucial question is whether we pursue this endeavor. Did you not already agree to the city lord? That is a different matter. Wu Miao, upon reaching clarity, immediately called Professor Bai. Professor Bai stared at the screen for a long moment before answering. Is there something you need, Mr. He? I require a sample of the Beta Heart model. What did you say? I said, I need a sample of the Beta Heart model. Is there a problem? Professor Bai nearly exploded with indignation. This is blatant theft. Do you realize? You are still so fixated on personal matters. Your awareness is lacking. Do refrain from making sarcastic remarks. I require a sample of the aircraft. Will you provide it? All the mechanized maidens in Star City have been equipped with the aircraft. Why would you seek me out for a sample? I demand you deliver it by tomorrow morning. Why should I? What if I refuse? You claim I could simply approach the city lord. Would he acquiesce to my request? Professor Bai, Chapter 62, A Tangled Web. Professor Bai fell into despair, realizing that if this matter escalated to the city lord, he would gain nothing and only invite a scolding. But why should it be this way? After toiling for so long, should he simply relinquish his hard work, especially to Henan? The thought nearly caused him to choke on his own blood. Yet, he had no choice. He could not delay. Before the dawn arrived, with tears in his eyes, Professor Bai delivered the completed Beta Heart model to Henan. Henan conducted a thorough examination in front of him, ensuring that nothing was amiss, before sending him on his way. Wu Miao was quite curious, asking, "What do you intend to do with this device?" You witnessed the test data. When outside the mechanized maiden, all its parameters were stable. So, why did it explode? Indeed. That was the very reason he sought to uncover. All right then, I shall not disturb your work further. Do remember to have your late-night snack. After an entire night of arduous effort, Henan finally grasped the essence of the mechanical heart. It was merely an energy amplifier, exponentially increasing the kinetic energy transmitted from the commander to the mechanized maiden. However, as each commander's energy reserves varied, the resultant effects were disparate, particularly during battle. The commander's energy would deplete continuously, resulting in a diminishing supply. Yet, the mechanized maiden had adapted to the initial high flow and remained in a state of high-frequency output. Should the commander's energy supply wane, it would inflict damage upon the maiden's internal structure, generating frictional heat. Ultimately, the explosion was instigated by a self-destruct mechanism, providing a trigger point for the detonation. Without it, the maiden might have merely undergone dismemberment, sparing the lives of 100 commanders. Henan promptly relayed his findings to Professor Bai. However, instead of instilling hope, this revelation plunged Professor Bai further into despair. No matter how skilled he was, he could not ensure an unending supply of kinetic energy for the commanders. Suddenly, he recalled Henan's energy storage device and rushed to Henan's laboratory without even putting on his shoes. Henan, what is the maximum capacity of your energy storage device? Henan, fully aware of Professor Bai's intentions, knew that regardless of the capacity, it would still require the commander to input energy. Which commander would willingly place their energy in a storage device? Observing Henan, who appeared utterly unconcerned and was leisurely enjoying breakfast, Professor Bai felt an overwhelming urge to tear him apart. At this point, you can still eat? Not eating leads to hunger, and hunger affects cognitive function. Of course, I must eat well before devising a solution. I am truly at a loss for words with you. Would you care for a bite? It's only 198 star coins. Initially, Professor Bai anticipated Henan would treat him, only to discover it was a sales pitch. Professor Bai felt fortunate that he did not hastily agree to partake. He remarked that there were numerous tasks awaiting him in the laboratory. Upon finishing his statement, he dashed out as if propelled by flames. Yet, just as he crossed the threshold, he turned back, inquiring about the potential transformation of commanders. How bold of you to contemplate such ideas. If a method to enhance the kinetic energy of commanders could be discovered, would that not signify success? The logic is sound. You might as well give it a try. Excellent. With a newfound enthusiasm, Professor Bai departed, while Henan wore a sardonic smirk. Wu Miao immediately sensed his unusual demeanor. Do you believe that Professor Bai is destined for misfortune? Quite possibly, he replied. Why so? Because the senior leadership of Star City comprises commanders. I do not understand. Henan explained. Firstly, machine girls, being mechanical entities and a marginalized group, would not infringe upon anyone's interest regardless of modifications. The same cannot be said for commanders. They are living beings, a cadre of ambitious men. Still unclear. Henan tapped her forehead with a curled finger. Currently, the upper echelons of Star City are filled with high-ranking commanders, the least of whom are of considerable status. If Professor Bai were to invent a device enabling ordinary commanders to surpass them in combat prowess, do you think they would remain undisturbed? Wouldn't they simply install the device for themselves? If 100 machine girls and commanders were to perish before them, leaving not a trace behind, would you dare to install what Professor Bai provided? Moreover, those in high positions fear for their lives more than anyone. They would not permit even the slightest threat to their existence. Are you suggesting that Professor Bai may not even have the opportunity to secure a project? Why would you still encourage him? It was not I who urged him. It was his own volition, unrelated to me. You sly one, she teased. Joking aside, Henan's own experiments needed to continue. His research aligned with Professor Bai's, both striving to unlock the maximum potential of machine girls. In truth, he could directly implant Professor Bai's mechanical heart into a member of his team, as it possessed boundless kinetic energy, thus avoiding any explosive incidents. However, he refrained from such actions. He did not wish to expose his secret, nor would he disclose technology that could not be widely disseminated. Furthermore, he held a certain aversion to the modification of cyborgs, doubting that humanity should rely on external forces for growth. Yet, he had yet to discover the means to facilitate such development. That monstrous creature lurking like an island loomed over him like a sword, instilling a sense of urgency that left no room for complacency. After breakfast, he immediately immersed himself in his laboratory work. During days spent indoors, the machine girls assisted the wealthy, as it provided them with complimentary meals. The previously absent Chen Ming reappeared, accompanied by Fong Ting. Although they had been together for some time, their affection was as sweet as honey, inciting envy among the single machine girls. What are they flaunting? It's merely a matter of finding a man. If you have the ability, go find one yourself. Why indulge in such jealousy? Fong Ting was not one to shy away from confrontation, always ready to challenge anyone, even the air itself. Would she let such a slight go unchallenged? Two individuals engaged in a heated exchange, one questioning the other in a back-and-forth manner. Chen Ming not only failed to intervene but found the altercation between the women rather amusing. He watched the spectacle while cheering for his wife. Wu Miao shot him a glance and pulled her machine companion back, urging her to cease the quarrel and attend to their tasks. However, the machine companion, now incensed, retorted. Wu Jia, which side are you on? Can't you see I'm being bullied? Engaging in a dispute with a customer in a business setting. Are you out of your mind? What do you mean by customer? Just because she is spending money on a meal doesn't mean she is entitled to such service. The machine companion declared defiantly, falling silent in her indignation. Fong Ting returned triumphantly to Chen Ming's side, exclaiming, Am I not impressive? Indeed, you're remarkable, he replied. If you two dare to create chaos in this establishment again, neither of you shall cross this threshold. Henan's cold voice resonated from behind, casting a hush over the atmosphere. Chapter 63, The Price of Defiance. Hey, Henan, did we disturb you? My apologies, Chen Ming said, immediately pouring a glass of red wine for him. Fong Ting glared at him, irritated. Why are you afraid of him? He is merely a lowly machine repairman. Before she could finish her sentence, a mechanical grinding sound emanated from her body, and she suddenly shattered into pieces on the floor. Ironically, she remained conscious, experiencing the horror of witnessing her own dismemberment. Ah, husband, save me, she screamed in terror. Chen Ming's face turned ashen. It was evident that this was the doing of Henan, but how had he managed to disassemble a living being? Henan, don't stoop to her level. She certainly won't dare again. I will ensure she learns to keep her mouth shut. For the sake of our brotherhood, please reassemble her. Chen Ming, can't you act like a man? Don't plead with him. I want to let him repair me even in death. Let us head to the repair room. Chen Ming glanced apprehensively at Henan and, seeing no objection, began gathering Fong Ting's scattered parts to take her to the repair room. Their arrival left the repairman astounded. He had never encountered a machine companion who could still speak after being so violently disassembled. Fortunately, it was merely a matter of dislocated joints, and they procured materials to reassemble Fong Ting. However, the diagnostic machine immediately issued a warning. Component rejection detected. Immediate removal required. Failure to comply will result in an explosion in 5 minutes. The repairman, terrified, promptly disassembled Fong Ting once more. All our spare parts are official. If she cannot be utilized, there is nothing we can do. You might want to seek assistance elsewhere. Fong Ting was left bewildered. Husband, what should we do? Should we return to seek help from Henan? After speaking to him like that, do you think he would assist you? Then what are we to do? You can't expect me to continue existing like this. I must see my father. He will surely have a solution. Chen Ming, feeling helpless, immediately called Fong Tianhu. Upon seeing his daughter's condition, Fong Tianhu nearly fainted. My precious darling, what has happened to you? It's all Henan's fault. He is the one who did this to me. Upon hearing Henan's name, Fong Tianhu's expression darkened. I've told you countless times not to provoke him. Why didn't you listen? What good is it to discuss this now? Please, help him piece me back together. I cannot bear this ugliness. In a moment of paternal affection, Fong Tianhu found himself compelled to beseech Henan. Upon witnessing their return, Henan was entirely unperturbed. Boss, Tingting has grown up without a mother. I have spoiled her, and she is rather naive. Please, be magnanimous and do not hold her transgressions against her. I shall pay double for the repair costs. Would that be acceptable? Dad, why are you pleading with him? You are a high-ranking commander. Let my stepmother deal with him. Fong Ting was nearing the brink of fury. Who had ever dared to treat her this way? It was utterly humiliating. Cold sweat trickled down Fong Tianhu's back. My dear daughter, just take a moment to calm down. Why does everyone fear him? He is merely a lowly mechanic. If one beating won't suffice, then give him 2. Fong Ting's defiance was abruptly silenced as her body was once again subjected to disintegration into smaller fragments, causing her excruciating pain. Yet, she could not vocalize her anguish. All she could do was scream within her mind. Woe betide you, Henan. You are inhumane. I shall make you pay. At that moment, Chen Ming regretted entering into a contract with Fong Ting. Were it not for the potential harm to the energy source from unilaterally dissolving the agreement, he would have severed ties immediately. Fong Ting's vivacious and unconventional nature set her apart from the other affluent young ladies he had encountered, which he found refreshing. Coupled with her striking appearance, he had genuinely enjoyed their time together. Even her occasional whims had been tolerated. However, today he had come to a stark realization about her character. She was a quintessential embodiment of beauty without intellect, prone to instigating trouble without any awareness of her own standing. Surviving to this day in her company felt like sheer luck. No. He must consult Henan about a way to dissolve the contract without causing harm. Unbeknownst to Fong Ting, Qinming had already resolved to abandon her. As the pain became unbearable, she cast desperate glances at Qinming, pleading for his assistance. Regrettably, he did not even spare her a single glance. Meanwhile, Fong Tianhu was fervently extolling Henan, oblivious to his daughter's torment. "Ah, you all no longer love me. I despise you." Regardless of Fong Ting's internal outcries, no one could perceive her distress, and she felt as though she could simply collapse from despair. Yet, even amidst the excruciating pain, she remained lucid, unable to succumb to unconsciousness. Fong Tianhu had exhausted his voice with endless flattering remarks, yet Henan did not even raise his eyelids. "Bossy, please. Propose any terms you desire. I would even offer my life. Just save my daughter." As he spoke, Fong Tianhu suddenly knelt. Fong Ting's eyes widened in disbelief. Her father, a stalwart man, was kneeling for her sake. She felt utterly shattered, cursing Henan's ancestors repeatedly, yet her anger remained unquenched. "Henan, if you do not restore me, I shall ensure your demise." Seeing the moment was ripe, Henan approached and helped Fong Tianhu to his feet. "I can save her, but I have but one condition. She must never appear before me again." "Very well. I shall keep a vigilant eye on her. I shall speak plainly. If she ever crosses me again, I shall show no leniency towards anyone." "Very well. I shall heed your advice." At present, Fong Tianhu is resolute. Should Henan agree to rescue Fong Ting, he would willingly offer his own life for her sake. "Let the girl remain here, and I shall return in a week to fetch her." "Very well, very well." Fong Tianhu cast a worried glance at Fong Ting, instructing her to behave, assuring her that he would come for her in a few days. Fong Ting's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet Fong Tianhu remained oblivious to the urgency of her unspoken thoughts as he departed, glancing back repeatedly. Wu Miao, perceptive as ever, assisted Fong Ting in tidying herself before placing her gently on the workbench. Noticing Henan's unchanged demeanor, Qinming cautiously approached him, inquiring, "Henan, is there a way for me to sever this contract without harm? Regretting your decision?" Henan teased, casting a sidelong glance at him. Qinming clicked his tongue, pondering the chaos this woman brought, fearing that he might one day meet his demise because of her recklessness. "It is not impossible," Henan replied, "but perhaps you should consider her feelings." Inquire, that could work," Qinming conceded. Henan led Qinming to the workshop, restoring Fong Ting's ability to speak. "Ah, Henan, may your ancestors be cursed." "Qinming, you are no man." Witnessing this bullying, you remained silent. Initially, Qinming felt a twinge of guilt, but Fong Ting's outburst extinguished any remnants of sympathy he harbored. "Fong Ting, let us dissolve our contract." Chapter 64. Mutual needs. Fong Ting's tirade abruptly ceased, tears streaming down her face. "Qinming, do you possess no conscience? How can you treat me this way?" "Fong Ting, we are in an apocalyptic world. You must learn to grow up. Aside from your father, no one will indulge you," he replied, turning his gaze away from her tear-streaked face. "Henan, I have made up my mind. Let us proceed." "No, Qinming, you cannot treat me like this. You clearly have affections for me. You once said that being with me brought you joy. Indeed, you have introduced an unprecedented freshness into my life. However, it does not outweigh the troubles you cause. I do not expect you to aid me, but you cannot continue to attract misfortune upon me. I lack the time to constantly rectify your mistakes. Minor disputes may be tolerable, yet I truly wonder where you derive your confidence, believing there is no one you should fear in this world. Should you offend someone formidable one day, you could lead to my ruin, and my entire family might suffer because of you. Therefore, Fong Ting, we must part ways." Fong Ting stood in stunned silence, for she had always been a favored daughter of fortune, with the world revolving around her. When had the tides of fate shifted? How had she become a pitiful figure, unwanted by all? "Qinming, I despise you. I curse you to a wretched fate, and I curse your entire family." Perhaps it was best to silence her. Qinming's suppressed exasperation was evident in his eyes as he implored Henan. Henan snapped his fingers, and Fong Ting fell silent instantly. Were it not for her still glaring with an insatiable hunger, the space would have been far more pleasant. Chen Ming turned and exited without casting her another glance. He then also severed the contract between Chen Ming and Fong Ting, and Chen Ming felt no discomfort whatsoever. Has it truly been dissolved? You could test it to find out, Henan replied. Chen Ming promptly placed his right hand on the testing device, and the familiar electronic sound resonated. Name: Chen Ming, level commander, uncontracted. Goodness, am I about to regain my single status? Ignoring Henan's dark expression, Chen Ming enveloped him in a bear hug. Brother, you are truly my own flesh and blood. Henan disdainfully pushed him away, suggesting he report back to your father to avoid incurring his wrath. Chen Ming, feeling guilty, touched his nose and hurried home, contrary to his expectations of a scolding. Chen Xueqing calmly remarked, that girl Fong Ting is indeed unsuitable for you. Father, I am single again, Chen Ming replied with a hint of despondency. You are not cut out for relentless striving. Being single might be for the best. I have heard that the authorities will assign mech girls to single commanders. They must be appropriate. Would you accept one of your level? Of course not. The authorities merely seek financial gain, attempting to levy a single tax in this manner. Goodness. Are they taxing singlehood now? Is there no respite for us? You seem to be quite concerned for the nation. I simply feel that without some connections, life can be quite arduous. Having no connections but talent is also viable. Look at Henan. He lives splendidly. He is an anomaly. Who can compare to him? I do not expect you to surpass him, but your relationship with him must remain intact. We are doing well, Chen Ming said curiously. Father, what exactly do you wish for Henan to accomplish? Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. Fine, we shall leave it at that. That night, Fong Ting endured intense pain and profound disappointment in humanity, feeling stifled, wronged, and overwhelmed with resentment and reluctance. She could not fathom why her formidable father did not simply eliminate Henan with a single swipe, but instead chose to kneel before him. More incomprehensible was Chen Ming, who professed his love, so readily severing their contract for the sake of Henan. So many things eluded her understanding, yet she could not voice her anguish. Calling out to the heavens yielded no response, nor did the earth heed her cries. She could only silently curse Henan and Chen Ming in her heart. Henan, too, found little solace in sleep that night. The experiment had yielded no progress, and the lurking island creature could strike at any moment. An inexplicable irritation gnawed at him. Previously, every contract with a mech girl had brought rewards. However, since the storage space had become boundlessly vast, having contracted over 10 mech girls with no rewards, he was puzzled as to whether the method of activation was flawed or if there was another underlying reason. Unable to sleep, he decided to rise and enter the laboratory. Instead of hastily commencing the experiments, he organized all the raw materials. When faced with the lack of direction in his experiments, he often occupied himself with menial tasks, hoping that inspiration would strike. Indeed, amidst his efforts, he managed to extract an element from the octopus's venom that could stimulate human peripheral nerves. He named this element alpha element. However, the quantity was exceedingly minuscule. From a single octopus, he could extract merely about 1 milligram. To achieve his experimental goals, he would require hundreds, if not thousands, of octopuses. Unfortunately, he had not hunted such low-level mutated marine creatures in quite some time, and there were no supplies at home. Recently, he has fixated his gaze upon the ferocious pods of whales. After all, regardless of the species, each whale possesses immeasurable worth. It seems a change in direction is in order. Early the next morning, Henan set out with his team. The news that their target was octopuses surprised everyone. However, having accompanied Henan for some time, they were well aware of his temperament. He preferred silence over chatter. They were to follow his orders without question. And on occasions when he was in good spirits, he might offer a brief explanation, though he generally refrained from engaging in conversation. Naturally, except for Wu Miao, who, after all, was his girlfriend. The hunt for octopuses did not require a long journey. Merely a mile beyond the barrier, they could find plenty. Moreover, this time, Henan aimed to capture a portion alive. He wished to compare the alpha elements extracted from the deceased with the vitality derived from the living specimens. Just as they were engrossed in their fervent activities, Fong Tianhu also led a team to gather resources. By sheer coincidence, he spotted Henan. A wave of discontent washed over Fong Tianhu. Rather than staying home to tend to his daughter, Henan had ventured out to hunt octopuses. Was Fong Ting already well? With this thought, he abandoned his resource collection and hurried back to the city to check on his daughter. Upon arriving at the repair shop, however, he found it devoid of life, save for the automated machines still in operation. Reluctantly, he proceeded to the affluent establishment to seek out Chen Ming, hoping to inquire about the situation. Upon seeing Fong Tianhu, Chen Ming felt a twinge of guilt. Chen Ming, where is Ting Ting? Why isn't she with you? Didn't you entrust her to Henan? Is she still unwell? I saw Henan leave the barrier. Did he not treat Ting Ting? I am unsure. Chen Ming replied. How can you call yourself a husband? How did my daughter end up with a man like you? In a moment of frustration, Fang Tin, who spoke without restraint. Chen Ming's expression darkened immediately. I am no longer connected to your daughter. What do you mean? We have dissolved our contract. Fang Tin, who seized Chen Ming by the collar, glaring at him fiercely. Say that again. Chapter 65. Absolute Trust. Chen Ming showed no fear. Can you blame me for this? Even the granddaughter of the city lord wouldn't dare to indulge her whims. She lacks the fortune of a princess, yet embodies the ailments of one. Being spoiled and capricious is one thing, but causing chaos is intolerable. But you cannot sever your contract with her. Why not? Must I wait until she brings about my ruin? Fang Tianhu found himself at a loss for words. He understood his daughter better than anyone. Chen Ming's choice to avoid harm was not entirely unjustifiable. Where is Ting Ting? Where is she? How would I know? Since Henan promised to heal her. He will surely do so. If you do not trust him, it is best not to send her here. Fang Tianhu's gaze toward Chen Ming was laden with complexity. I am looking out for your best interests. If it were someone else, I would not meddle in this matter. Although Fang Tianhu's love for his daughter was profound, he was not foolish. He understood the current situation better than anyone, which explained why, despite being a senior commander, he had not entered the cabinet. His only desire was to safeguard his family and base, without the need to expend energy on political machinations. The darkness of politics has remained unchanged throughout the ages. It is merely a realm governed by the strong, where survival hinges on one's might. However, he has the misfortune of raising a tempestuous daughter. Before the apocalypse, societal laws provided a semblance of order, ensuring even the most disdainful would not dare to take her life. Yet now, in this world of chaos, her volatile temperament, unchecked, poses a genuine threat to her own existence. She had rashly entered into a covenant with Chen Ming without so much as a warning, which left him feeling perturbed. To him, Chen Ming was nothing more than a debauched young man, captivated solely by his daughter's beauty. He believed that once the novelty wore off, separation would inevitably follow. Little did he anticipate the swift turn of events that lay ahead. Indeed, Fang Ting had erred, yet Chen Ming's overt admiration for Henan was perplexing. Although Henan possessed certain skills, the Chen family should not be intimidated by him, or so he thought. A sense of foreboding washed over Fang Tianhu. With a resigned pat on Chen Ming's shoulder, he departed. His daughter had previously been reduced to a mere core, and if Henan managed to restore her, then surely this time would pose no challenge. He should not have acted impulsively. Henan's unpredictable nature could jeopardize Fang Ting's safety. Engaging in a mental pep talk, he finally returned to the base. Upon noticing Fang Tianhu's distracted demeanor, Fang Tianhao surmised it must pertain to Fang Ting. How is she faring? He inquired. But Henan was absent from the shop, rendering him speechless as he exited to attend to other matters. After 6 days, Henan returned, laden with octopuses. Without pausing for rest, he immersed himself in the laboratory, extracting alpha elements until dawn. Concerned for his well-being, Wu Miao brought him a late-night snack, gently reminding him that a week had elapsed. It was only then that he recalled the urgency of repairing Fang Ting. Meanwhile, Fang Ting, tormented by pain, had reached a breaking point. She had ceased her curses and was fervently praying for someone to alleviate her suffering, willing to comply with any request. The arrival of Henan was akin to a beacon of light piercing through her despair, reigniting a flicker of hope. Henan refrained from communication, opting to shut down her core. Only after her complete restoration did he reconnect the core's power. Let us go, he said. Fang Ting's lips moved soundlessly, and though she struggled to articulate a response, she left the repair shop in a state of disarray. The source of her pain and despair had been Henan. Yet paradoxically, it was he who ultimately saved her life and ended her torment. Her feelings toward him were overwhelmingly complex. Did she harbor hatred? Undoubtedly. Yet, overshadowing that was an overwhelming sense of fear and helplessness. If her formidable father, a commander of great renown, bowed before Henan, how could she ever hope to oppose him? After enduring such suffering and losing everything, she finally grasped this harsh reality, feeling a profound sense of pity for herself. When she connected with Fang Tianhu, she had expected to weep uncontrollably, but the tears had all but dried up after days of anguish. Before dawn, Fang Tianhu sprang from his bed to retrieve his daughter. Henan had indeed kept his word, returning precisely after a week, without delay. The weight that had burdened his heart was finally lifted. At this moment, Henan was not in the mood to pay attention to the heartfelt drama between the father and daughter. He was fervently extracting alpha elements. Moreover, he discovered that the alpha elements within a moving octopus could regenerate after being completely extracted, albeit at a rather slow pace. His space was ample enough to accommodate countless octopuses. Next time he ventured out, he would catch a few more to nurture, thus securing an inexhaustible supply of alpha elements. However, merely extracting the alpha elements was insufficient. He needed to master the proportions and understand the maximum amount the human body could endure, as well as the changes that would ensue. This was the knowledge he urgently sought. Thus, he commenced a systematic self-injection of alpha elements. His healing technique could nullify various toxins, allowing him to activate it immediately if any adverse effects occurred. He would never jeopardize his own life. After injecting 100 milligrams, Henan felt a significant enhancement in his sensory acuity. His night vision extended to a mile, his hearing reached approximately 500 meters, and his sense of smell became extraordinarily acute, capable of detecting the scent of minute particles in the air. Upon injecting 200 milligrams, a transparent membrane emerged on his skin, enabling him to withstand a collision with a killer whale. With 300 milligrams, his physical attributes experienced a remarkable boost, particularly in strength and speed. A strength meter indicated that he could deliver a lethal blow to an elephant with a single punch. His speed was equally astonishing, reaching 500 knots per hour, comparable to that of a conventional aircraft. He then injected another 100 milligrams, yet his body exhibited no further changes. Perhaps this signified the upper limit of human tolerance, or perhaps his constitution could only accommodate 300 milligrams. Nonetheless, he found himself exceedingly satisfied. Now, aside from lacking weaponry, his combat prowess was nearly on par with that of a high-tier mechanical entity. The experiment was undoubtedly a success. However, he remained oblivious to whether the alpha elements would have any effect on mechanical beings. Originally, he intended to use Huan and Wang Mei for experiments, but these mechanical entities lacked self-awareness, rendering any experiential feedback during the process impossible. Yet, he felt a moral dilemma regarding experimenting on normal mechanical entities, which posed a significant quandary. Having spent several consecutive days in the laboratory, Henan decided it was time for a good rest. He could attend to other matters after a refreshing sleep. Wu Miao, aware of his exhaustion, still urged him to eat before sleeping. Henan, unwilling to dismiss her kind intentions, sat at the dining table and began to eat slowly. Why are you so distracted? Do you have something on your mind? Wu Miao's perceptiveness was undeniable. Henan chuckled awkwardly. You're becoming like a worm in my belly. Come on, what is bothering you? I've discovered an element that can enhance human physicality. That is wonderful. I've only tested it on myself, and the effects are remarkably significant. I just don't know if it will work on mechanical beings. Then why not let me try it? Wu Miao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, utterly unconcerned about potential dangers. Are you not afraid I might harm you? You possess healing abilities, don't you? I'm certain I won't perish. Chapter 66. Thank you. Henan shot her an exasperated glance. Are you foolish? Hee. Wu Miao shyly stuck out her little tongue, acknowledging that while you certainly wouldn't wish to use a human subject for experimentation, without the data feedback from the mechanical daughter, your experiments could not proceed. I volunteer for this. There is no need for you to feel any psychological burden. Henan finished his last bite of rice and turned back to the bedroom. It seemed that Wu Miao was drawing ever closer to him. Just moments ago, Henan felt a surge of emotion, an impulse to embrace her. This sensation was unlike the usual embraces shared between them. It was beautiful yet deeply unsettling for him. Without dwelling on it, he quickly took a refreshing shower and collapsed into bed. He fell into a deep slumber, oblivious even when Fang Tianhu came to express gratitude or when Professor Bai sought his counsel on experimental plans. He remained asleep until the following evening, awakening due to hunger. After a brief wash, he dashed to the Grand Fortune to find something to eat. I thought you would sleep for 3 days and nights, he remarked, feeling ravenous. What have you decided? Shall we give it a try? Wu Miao smiled mischievously, making one wonder what mischief she might be plotting. Chen Ming shared this thought. What kind of thrilling experiment are you two planning? Count me in. Adults are speaking. Children should not interfere, Henan replied, yet before he could respond, Chen Ming interrupted, causing Wu Miao to frown slightly. Chen Ming, equally displeased, retorted, You're hardly a child. Your entire family is composed of children. My family consists solely of me and Henan. Who exactly is the child here? Chen Ming fell silent, unable to counter her. These days had been rather disheartening for him. Without the mechanical daughter, he was merely drifting through life at the Grand Fortune, feeling particularly stifled. Yet, he was the one who initiated the dissolution of their contract, so he could hardly blame anyone else. Henan had been perpetually busy, leaving him with no one to converse with. Now that Henan was finally free, how could he resist the urge to engage in conversation? Come on. What exactly are you two planning? I'm conducting an experiment. She is to be my guinea pig. An experiment? It won't be fatal, will it? Who can say for certain? Henan intentionally exaggerated the gravity of the situation to deter any further volunteers. Qinming instinctively recoiled, then gave Wu Miao a thumbs up. Now that's true love. I admire your dedication. Wu Miao's cheeks flushed crimson as she stood to busy herself with other tasks, seeking to mask her embarrassment. Qinming languidly leaned on the table, lamenting, your girlfriend is truly remarkable. Why can't I meet a woman as wonderful as her? Henan chose not to respond. He internally resisted the notion of a woman caring for him, wishing to avoid entanglement in any romantic relationship. His heart, long since hardened, could not be revived by any woman. Despite his inner turmoil, he accepted the offer of the willing guinea pig. After each injection, please relay your sensations to me. Understood. If you feel uncomfortable, do not hesitate to speak up. Do not endure it silently. I will. Wu Miao cheerfully extended her delicate, pale arm, ready for the injection. It felt less like a life-or-death experiment and more akin to two children playing house. While immersed in his work, Henan was completely oblivious to Wu Miao's ardent gaze. After administering 100 milligrams, he checked her pulse and detected no abnormalities. How do you feel? Wu Miao closed her eyes to introspect, reporting, I feel nothing at all. Henan furrowed his brows, pondering whether the machine girl was ineffective or if the dosage was insufficient. Since Wu Miao exhibited no physical anomalies, Henan proceeded to administer another 100 milligrams. Oh, something is growing on me. This unexpected outcome revealed that while the injection of alpha elements did not enhance Wu Miao's sensory perception, the protective membrane remained intact. Let us test the strength. All right. The results mirrored Henan's expectations. She could withstand the full force impact of an orca. Transform into your mechanical form and retest. Okay. Upon transformation, the test results delighted Henan immensely, as her defensive capabilities were now compounded. The original defense of the starship, combined with the protective membrane, instantly turned Wu Miao into a formidable bulwark. Henan fell into contemplation, wishing the protective membrane could also stack, allowing her to rival that monstrous island creature. Henan administered another 100 milligrams, doubling the protective membrane. Good heavens! Henan exclaimed in disbelief, marveling at the reality of the stacking effect. You're amazing, Henan. I'm no longer afraid of that foul sea monster. Henan, still concerned, took her pulse and repeatedly confirmed she felt no discomfort before proceeding with the injection. This time, Wu Miao's offensive capabilities surged dramatically. No defense this time? Only enhanced attack? Henan pondered, administering another 100 milligrams, which further elevated Wu Miao's attack power. Any further injections would yield no additional effects. Overall data indicated that males could inject up to 300 milligrams, leading to comprehensive enhancements in sensory perception, defense, and attack power. The machine girl, however, could tolerate 500 milligrams, with her sensory perception remaining unchanged while her defense and attack power increased at twice the rate of males, and could also stack with her inherent attributes. Comparatively, the machine girl exhibited significantly greater enhancements in both defense and attack. Thus, it was clear that alpha elements were more beneficial for her. Nevertheless, Henan believed that even minor improvements would attract the attention of commanders outside, who would wish to be outmatched by their wives in battle. Henan promptly completed the experimental report and began strategizing how to introduce this new product to the market. Just as he exited the laboratory, he spotted Professor Bai waiting outside. Henan, have you devised a plan? Noticing the sweat beading on Professor Bai's forehead, Henan felt a sense of urgency dissipate. What is going on? It's not even that hot. The Lord has issued a death order. We must present an experimental proposal within a week. Lest, Professor Bai mimicked a throat-slitting gesture. Henan teased him, but you are the Lord's right-hand man. He wouldn't dare harm you. Please don't jest. We need to think of a solution. I don't want to die. Professor Bai was nearly on the verge of tears. Henan, no longer in a playful mood, replied, let us go meet the Lord. Huh? Have you thought of a solution? What is it? Share it with me. Let us discuss it together. I don't want to repeat myself. Fine then. Initially intending to claim some credit, Henan revealed nothing, leaving Professor Bai in the dark, cautious not to mention the project's connection to him. Upon reviewing Henan's experimental report, Mo Lao's previously grim expression transformed into one of relief. Is this data from human trials? This is my own data with my girlfriend. How wonderful. I certainly did not misjudge you. It is rare for Elder Mo to display emotions on his face. How long does mass production require? If the raw materials are sufficient, production can commence immediately. What is needed? Please present the list, and I will promptly arrange for someone to gather them. He then quickly handed him a list detailing octopuses, orcas, Yangtze alligators, Atlantic bluefin tuna, halibut, marlins, and beluga sturgeons. The reason Henan included so many items was to create confusion. Elder Mo did not scrutinize it closely. With a wave of his hand, he instructed all teams to set off immediately. Henan smirked slightly, grinning wickedly. Chapter 67. Encountering an opponent, Henan was not idle either. He set off with his team as well. He sought live octopuses, as many as possible. However, this time he avoided nearshore operations to prevent suspicion. Simultaneously, he wished to confront that island-dwelling sea monster. Curious to see if his upgraded team had the strength to engage in battle. Indeed, he had injected every combat companion with alpha elements, significantly enhancing their overall combat capabilities. Henan collected octopuses along the way, sparing none. The other combat companions remained aboard the battleship, with no tasks assigned. Lin Shuang felt somewhat perplexed. Henan, where are we headed? To meet that sea monster. Lin Shuang covered her mouth, her face paling. What? Are you afraid? Lin Shuang nodded. Do we really have to go? Seeking it out ourselves is far better than it coming to us. It has remained inactive for so long. Perhaps it has not ventured far. Do not harbor such complacent thoughts. If humanity had taken precautions years earlier, we would not be facing an apocalypse. Lin Shuang ceased speaking. Henan was correct, and she complied without question. She no longer dared to entertain any errant thoughts about Henan. Survival was paramount. Firstly, Henan did not regard her favorably, and Wu Miao was not to be trifled with, possessing combat prowess that far exceeded hers, excelling in every endeavor. She mused that, if the roles were reversed, she would undoubtedly fall short compared to Wu Miao. Lin Rui was right. One must confront reality and cannot survive solely on dreams. Henan felt a twinge of nervousness. After all, the last encounter had left him unable to withstand a single blow, leading to a hasty retreat. Thus, this time, he maintained a considerable altitude, resolutely avoiding low-flying maneuvers. However, to his surprise, upon reaching the waters of his memory, he found no sign of the colossal creature. Wu Miao. The coordinates are correct, right? Indeed, it was right here last time. Henan furrowed his brow. It was alive, so relocating was normal. Yet, it would not be easy to find it again. Unable to locate the sea monster, Henan released his companions to hunt other mutated marine creatures. He himself captured octopuses alive, seizing everyone he encountered, regardless of size or gender. The octopus population in the nearby waters was nearly depleted. He wondered if octopuses could breed. What, do you plan to raise them? While everyone was out working, Henan sat aboard the battleship, enjoying fruit and refreshing beverages. Tallying the day's harvest. Feeling bored, Wu Miao decided to engage in a light conversation with him, and the two found themselves quite entertained. If only they could reproduce. They would need to venture out for hunting so often. Isn't the work exhausting? It seems the labor is primarily borne by others, while he merely reaps the benefits. What a blatant truth to utter. Wu Miao chuckled incessantly, thinking that if it weren't for the apocalypse, Henan would undoubtedly be a quintessential homebody, with even the slightest movement resembling rigorous exercise. Her intuition proved correct. Henan was indeed lazy. Otherwise, with his current combat prowess, he would have established his own domain long ago. The upgraded team was indeed formidable, sweeping through their adversaries with ease. As Henan assessed their haul, he prepared to return. Wu Miao, piloting the only starship in Star City, was well known among other teams as Henan's vessel, which usually prompted them to keep their distance. However, this time was peculiar. Upon nearing the coast, a multitude of warplanes began to converge around them. Recalling the 5 warplanes that had previously attempted to ambush him, Henan instantly became vigilant. Surely, they wouldn't dare to attack so close to shore? Wu Miao also sensed something amiss. Who knows? If they truly wish to engage us, we shall oblige. Intriguingly, she felt a surge of enthusiasm. Typically, she was not involved in resource collection as Henan feared she might damage the materials. Only during combat was she given the opportunity. And how could she not be eager? Unfortunately, those warplanes merely circled around them a few times without taking any decisive action. A bunch of cowards. If they intend to fight, they should just do it. Wu Miao complained with dissatisfaction. Henan merely smiled wryly, suspecting that these warplanes were not just passing through. They were likely harboring some ill intent, though he had yet to discern it. The warplanes buzzed around the starship like flies before departing, seemingly having accomplished nothing. What was this, a game? Wu Miao rolled up her sleeves, itching to chase after them and give them a beating. He-Nan's smile deepened. Those warplanes must have had some ulterior motive, surely not a benign one. He-Nan, what do you think they are here for? We shall know soon enough, came his reply. Almost as soon as he spoke, the calm surface of the sea began to churn violently. The mutated marine creatures, previously resting on the ocean floor, suddenly leaped from the depths, launching an assault on their starship. If it were only one or two, he could manage. But the entire expanse of the sea was in turmoil, a dark mass from which no end was visible. These individuals are truly malicious. What are they plotting? Wu Miao felt an inexplicable sense of panic. While they often hunted, it was typically solitary mutated marine creatures that fell victim to their pursuits. It was rare to engage with a group unless absolutely necessary. The current situation transcended mere grouping. It appeared as if all mutated marine life had set their sights on them, determined not to relent until they were consumed. Retreat, He-Nan shouted, and all the mech warriors returned to the starship. Wu Miao, unleashing her full firepower, ascended to greater heights. It is worth noting that Wu Miao was equipped with 8 heavy laser turrets, 2 medium dual-barrel laser cannons, 52-point defense laser cannons, and 4 heavy proton torpedo launchers. This marked the first time in history she had given her all. However, the results were far from satisfactory. The surface of the sea had long been stained crimson with blood, and the carcasses of mutated marine creatures littered the area. Yet, those relentless beings surged forward with frenzied vigor, as if the slaughter would never cease. Meanwhile, Wu Miao's condition deteriorated, and she murmured, He-Nan, I feel so tired. He-Nan promptly placed his hand on Wu Miao's controller, invoking a healing spell. You've been poisoned. It will soon pass. Poisoned? Those aircraft were there to administer poison? How despicable. He-Nan's gaze darkened with a fierce intensity. He vowed to settle this score. Minutes later, Wu Miao regained her strength, unleashing a torrent of firepower as she carved a bloody path back to Star City. After clearing the level, He-Nan sought an audience with the city lord, only to be informed that the lord was away and currently absent from Star City. The city lord is out? He-Nan found himself unable to discern whether old Imo was genuinely absent or simply unwilling to meet him. Regardless, this matter would have to be temporarily set aside. Upon returning to the repair shop, He-Nan conducted a thorough examination of Wu Miao. He needed to ascertain what had caused her loss of combat effectiveness. Without his healing abilities, this excursion could have ended tragically. However, after the healing, Wu Miao exhibited no traces of toxins within her body. Even the surface of her mechanical exterior showed no signs of poison. Thus, even if he brought this issue before the city lord, he would possess no evidence and would inadvertently expose his healing abilities. It was a frustrating predicament. Chapter 68, Schemes Yet. What truly occupied He-Nan's thoughts was the realization of a formidable research team lurking in the shadows. It was not that he held Professor Bai in disdain. With his capabilities, he could not possibly have concocted such a sophisticated poison. The presence of a powerful adversary hidden in the depths was certainly ominous for He-Nan. He racked his brain, unable to recall when he might have offended such an individual. However, he understood that sometimes those who strike against him do so not out of personal vendetta, but rather for their own interests. He-Nan's unparalleled talent in the realm of research had inadvertently encroached upon the domains of others, despite his tendency to mind his own affairs. At the very least, he had nearly driven Professor Bai to the brink of starvation. This individual had concealed himself exceptionally well. He-Nan had never detected his existence. Therefore, the sudden aggression at this moment must be connected to the alpha element. Could it be that he was also conducting research in this field? Surely, he wouldn't wish for my demise, would he? Wu Miao, having regained her composure, posited, perhaps he is merely testing us? Testing what? My combat prowess? What purpose could that serve? I do not know. We do not even know who he is. How can we speculate on his intentions? He-Nan fell into contemplation. Indeed, without knowledge of the opponent's identity, it was impossible to assess his ultimate motives. Nevertheless, He-Nan was confident that as long as he grew sufficiently powerful, he would have no fear of any adversary. He immersed himself once more in the laboratory, extracting a substantial amount of the alpha element. The combat teams dispatched by the city lord gradually returned, bringing back a wealth of materials. He-Nan accepted everything without reservation. As for the inquiries regarding when the injections would commence, He-Nan's response was simply to wait for the city lord's return. The city lord's disappearance was too suspicious, especially at a time when He-Nan needed him the most. This led Henan to suspect that the recent attack might very well bear the fingerprints of the city lord. In truth, in this apocalyptic world, there is little need for evidence. Action speaks volumes. However, Henan felt that the time was not yet ripe for warfare. This time, Henan conducted a thorough purification of the alpha element, subsequently injecting himself with 100 milligrams. His sensory acuity reached new heights, with night vision extending to 5 nautical miles, and his hearing range approximately 2,100 meters. His sense of smell was extraordinary, capable of detecting over 20 distinct scents simultaneously and discerning their origins with ease. Henan felt a surge of excitement and injected another 100 milligrams, anticipating an enhancement in his defensive capabilities. After a total of 300 milligrams, his offensive power would also multiply. He was exceedingly pleased with these results and administered the same to all members of his team. Naturally, the mechanical girls received a dosage of 500 milligrams, resulting in a significantly greater enhancement than his own. In this world, there was no longer a necessity for men to engage in combat. The mechanical girls led the charge, and their strength was entirely justified. 3 days later, old Mo personally called Henan, inviting him to the Lord's office. This was the first time he had reached out directly, as previous communications had been relayed through staff. Henan remained nonchalant, making no mention of the recent ambush at sea. He could now ascertain that old Mo was not on his side, thus feeling no need for excessive dialogue. Mutual benefit was sufficient. "I heard you sought me out?" Old Mo's tone was surprisingly less grim than usual, even tinged with a hint of delight. Henan offered a slight smile. "I merely wish to inquire when we may commence the injection of the alpha element for the populace. Is your alpha element stable? Do you observe any anomalies in my current state? After all, you are not the commander. Perhaps we should summon a commander to conduct the tests." "That is acceptable." However, Henan was taken aback when the tester turned out to be Chen Ming, accompanied by Modi. Henan mused, had the Mo and Chen families formed an alliance? If so, this could be troubling. Suppressing his suspicions, Henan promptly contacted Wu Miao, requesting her to deliver 2 vials of the alpha element. Wu Miao was remarkably efficient, appearing before him in under 5 minutes, presenting the syringes into his hands. At that moment, old Mo's assistant stepped forward. "Please use our syringes." With that, he produced a medical kit containing 2 vacuum-sealed syringes. Henan's heightened senses immediately detected an issue with the syringes. Modi, being old Mo's own granddaughter, what could this imply? Regardless, Henan had no intention of knowingly stepping into a trap. "I'm afraid I can only use my own syringes." "What if yours are compromised and harm my lady?" Henan gazed at the assistant with a significant expression. "If you doubt my integrity, you may choose not to inject." "Your lordship, what do you think?" The assistant, unable to persuade Henan, turned to old Mo. Old Mo waved his hand, stating that it was prudent for his subordinates to exercise caution. "Henan, it's merely a matter of switching syringes. It is not a grave issue. Lord of the city, should any complications arise from the use of my syringe, I shall bear full responsibility. However, should you choose to employ your own syringes, any consequences will be entirely beyond my concern. Even if those 2 were to perish on the spot, do not come seeking trouble with me." "What kind of talk is this? Are you attempting to shirk responsibility?" The assistant rebuked him loudly, clearly displeased. Henan retracted the alpha element syringe and rose to his feet. "My lord, perhaps it would be best to reconsider. Your reasoning is indeed sound. While this serum poses no risk to me, others may very well experience an adverse reaction." The assistant took a step to block his path. "Henan, are you threatening the Lord? What have I said? How does it transform into a threat in your words? You are ready to abandon your post over a mere syringe. Do you comprehend the nature of your actions? It is a blatant disregard for the lives of the populace. Do not cast such lofty accusations upon me." Henan replied with a smirk, gazing into the assistant's eyes. "Pray tell, without my alpha element, does everyone meet their demise? How does that signify my indifference to the lives of the many?" "You are simply quibbling," the assistant retorted. Henan chose not to engage further, but instead retrieved a small testing device from the medical cabinet, delicately placing the 2 syringes upon it with tweezers. A flicker of panic crossed the assistant's eyes. "What are you planning to do?" "Testing for toxins," Henan articulated deliberately, a teasing glint in his gaze. "This packaging is unopened. How could it possibly contain poison? I am merely exercising caution. Why are you so anxious?" "I am not anxious. Proceed with your testing." He stepped back considerably, finding himself at the threshold of the door. Henan discreetly exchanged a glance with Wu Miao and then pressed the activation button on the testing device. Beep, beep, beep. The red light blazed to life, and the alarm's drone reverberated throughout the room. The assistant turned and bolted for the exit. Chapter 69. The peculiar Modi. The assistant, intent on fleeing, failed to notice his footing and was tripped by Wu Miao's outstretched leg, crashing to the floor, almost as if lifting a chick. He was hoisted up and unceremoniously thrown before the Lord. Old Mo glared at him with a piercing gaze. "Speak, who sent you?" Realizing escape was futile, the assistant bit down on the poison pouch in his mouth and instantly succumbed. Henan's gaze flitted between Old Mo and the assistant, unable to discern their connection. He wondered if a traitor had emerged from Old Mo's side or if the two were merely performing a charade together. Regardless, he no longer wished to linger. "My lord, I shall take my leave." Old Mo waved his hand, signaling for everyone to depart. Chen Ming, still shaken, hurried to catch up with Henan. "I owe you my life today. Otherwise, I would have met my end here." Henan regarded him with suspicion. "What brings you here? And why were you with Modi?" "Do not ask. I spent the night at the banquet." "Oh, you are aware of the banquet, yes? The newly opened bar with every conceivable service. I inquired about your presence here, not what you were up to last night." "Listen to me." Chen Ming scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "I was just about to do something when Modi burst in unexpectedly. Then, that assistant arrived with a group, claiming I had assaulted his lady. And then, Modi's assistant failed to offer a word of support, and now I face the threat of being taken away to the security department. Would I dare to venture there? The individuals within are far from humane." Henan sighed impatiently, for this person never seemed to grasp the crux of the matter. Subsequently, I conferred with him on how to settle this privately. He suggested that if I entered into a pact with Modi, we would be akin to family, thus rendering any notion of impropriety moot. I found this acceptable and agreed to accompany him. What was Modi's stance? Throughout the ordeal, she had uttered not a single word, leaving her feelings ambiguous. Henan squinted slightly, having discerned that something was amiss with Modi's demeanor. However, with her grandfather being the city lord, it was not his place to meddle further. Yet one question lingered in his mind. Would a city lord instruct others to harm his own granddaughter? Considering Modi's earlier mention of vengeance, perhaps their relationship was indeed irreparably fractured. Regardless of their turmoil, as long as it did not impact him, Henan had no intention of intervening. Upon returning to the laboratory, Henan meticulously restructured his available resources. Relying solely on alpha elements would not secure his invincibility. The individual who had previously targeted him remained utterly silent. If he continued to lie low, it would be exceedingly difficult to flush him out. There are thieves who operate for 1,000 days, yet no one can guard against them indefinitely. In the shadows, there is always someone watching intently, poised to strike when one is least prepared, a most disconcerting sensation. Henan resolved to draw the snake from its lair. Accordingly, after upgrading all his mechanized subordinates, he set out once more. This time, he did not venture far, as the last attack had occurred near the coastal waters of Star City. Moreover, few dared to stray from the shores. Among them was Henan, possessing sufficient combat prowess, and those who were desperate enough to seek a glimmer of hope. Yet, once one ventured out, most would find it impossible to return. Thus, the notion of transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle through sheer will was mere folly. Nevertheless, Henan lingered in the coastal waters for 3 days without incident. The aircraft he anticipated never materialized. However, he remained unperturbed. After all, the Star Destroyer was ample. He lacked for neither sustenance nor energy, so he could wait. Who was afraid of whom? As 10 days slipped by, those individuals seemed to have vanished without a trace, remaining utterly inactive. Were it not for Wu Miao's genuine poisoning, Henan might have doubted his own perceptions. If this continued, explanations would become increasingly difficult, and he reluctantly decided to return. Wu Miao felt inexplicably restless. "Henan, this person is hiding far too well. What does he truly intend? He seeks my life? But why does he not act?" It was likely that he lacked absolute certainty. Resorting to underhanded tactics, what skill does that demonstrate? Such methods render one perpetually on guard. So what shall we do? We wait. What other options do we have? Just as Henan entered into a trance, he received a summons from the city lord, ordering him to immediately administer alpha elements to the populace. "Well, at least I have something to do now." Wu Miao expressed her discontent. "Humph, you are truly benevolent, helping them even after the facade has been shattered. I do not do this for their sake. Continue to be stubborn." I found myself pondering. What if that sea monster comes charging forth? Surely, someone must stand in the way. Heh! Wu Miao immediately brightened, as expected of you. "Do not idolize me. I am merely a legend." Outside the mechanical repair shop, a long queue formed once more. Henan distributed alpha elements according to the official list, watching them inject and sign off in person. After a morning of this, Henan felt that this task was an utter waste of time. So he entrusted it entirely to Wu Miao and immersed himself in the laboratory instead. However, no sooner had he settled into his seat than a knock resounded at the door. Irritated, he bellowed that those wishing to inject the alpha element should queue outside. There was no back door here. Yet the knocking persisted, relentless and insistent, forcing Henan to rise and answer. To his surprise, it was Modi standing outside. He raised an eyebrow. "Miss Modi, what brings you here?" "I need your assistance," Modi replied, her expression somewhat urgent. "On what grounds do you believe I would assist you?" Henan scrutinized her with suspicion. "Aside from you, I know not whom else to seek." He leaned against the doorframe, with a nonchalant demeanor. "That hardly constitutes a reason for me to help you. I can share a secret. Pray, enlighten me. You must first assist me. Not a chance." He pointed outside with his chin. "The door is that way, please." Modi's expression was quite revealing, yet she departed nonetheless. Henan, indifferent to her motives, preferred to maintain distance from the granddaughter of old Mo. Although he had previously contemplated utilizing her, he no longer felt inclined. Even if Modi faced insurmountable troubles, it was not his burden to bear. At present, he was uncertain of his own survival, lacking the benevolence to spare for those unrelated to him. Just as he intended to close the door and resume his work, Modi suddenly returned. "Henan, if you can leave Star City, do so. Remaining will lead to your demise." Henan did not take her words to heart, thinking that wishing him dead required a certain capability. Modi did not wait for his response and hurried away again. He watched her retreating figure for a while, until she vanished from sight. Before redirecting his focus to his tasks, he was unable to ascertain the truth of Modi's words or her ultimate intentions. All he could do was strive to strengthen himself. Chapter 70. Gradual persuasion. Henan understood he was perpetually ensnared in a crisis, with unseen forces plotting against his life. To survive, he must render himself valuable, of worth to the city. The most effective means of prolonging his existence lay in making others dependent upon him. Simultaneously, he needed to amass power. Relying solely on enhancing his combat prowess was a slow and impractical route. Thus, he resolved to contract more mechanical daughters, building a formidable team that no one could rival. Previously, he had collected the cores of the 100 mechanical daughters destroyed by Professor Bai during his experiments, all of which were stored in his space. Not only these, but he also reclaimed the cores of any that perished outside the barrier and were encountered by Henan. A rough estimate placed the count at around 300. If he were to resurrect these mechanical daughters, it would surely create a sensation. Fortunately, with his space, he could nurture them within, unbeknownst to anyone. When the time is right, it shall be unleashed, a formidable trump card. With this thought in mind, Henan began to immerse himself in his work. His upgraded physique allowed him to repair 2 mechanized companions, reduced to mere cores, each day. Any more than that would lead to overwhelming fatigue. There was no urgency. There was no need to exert himself excessively. This endeavor remained a secret, even from Wu Miao. He firmly believed that those who could truly harm him were the ones closest to him. Strangers lacked the opportunity to approach, and even if they harbored ill intentions, they would resort to corrupting those around him. Although he had contracts with these mechanized companions, which should deter betrayal, who could truly predict human nature? In addition to repairing mechanized companions, Henan tirelessly extracted valuable elements from various mutated marine creatures. In his estimation, the alpha element was insufficiently potent, serving merely as a decent auxiliary. He yearned for absolute power, an invincible force that no one could overthrow. Unfortunately, he was merely a mechanical engineer, not a researcher. The absence of reference materials and theoretical foundations rendered his progress painfully slow. Fortunately, he possessed limitless kinetic energy, a resource that was exceedingly rare in this world. Whether in combat, synthesizing alpha elements, repairing mechanized companions, or even developing mounted weaponry, all endeavors relied on kinetic energy. This was his greatest advantage. The challenge lay in transforming this advantage into combat prowess, a pressing issue he needed to resolve. While Henan was engrossed in his work, all the mechanized companions and commanders in Star City completed their injections, significantly enhancing their overall combat strength. The daily Hall of Prey alone served as ample evidence of this improvement. However, the city lord approached him once more. "Henan, I require a substantial quantity of alpha elements." Henan narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Mo Lao's gaze was inscrutable, revealing no emotion. "How many do you need?" 10,000 of each gender. "Very well, but it will require time. What is the soonest you can provide?" "That depends on the supply of raw materials. I will instruct all teams to increase their hunting efforts. I too will expedite my work." Henan was certain that Mo Lao intended these alpha elements for the mechanized companions and commanders. Yet, with the entire city having been ejected, whom would they serve? It was evident that, as the lord of the city, he must have his own private army. These elements were likely destined for those lurking in the shadows. Did he conceal 10,000 mechanized companions? The configuration was uncertain, but the sheer number was formidable. Originally, Henan had taken pride in his few hundred mechanized corps. But compared to Mo Lao's power, he felt like a mere jester. This realization instilled a sense of urgency within Henan, prompting him to accelerate the pace of his repairs and prioritize the development of new elemental potions. Absolute strength could indeed triumph over numbers. As long as his side's individual combat prowess far surpassed the enemy's average, even an overwhelming force could be challenged. To swiftly acquire the desired 20,000 alpha elements, Mo Lao issued strict orders to all teams. If they failed to hunt a sufficient number of mutated marine creatures each day, they would not be allowed to return. This leaves those lower-tier mech girls in a state of discontent. It is profoundly unjust. Our combat capabilities are inherently inferior. And how can we possibly undertake the same tasks as the higher-tier mech girls? Indeed, you are being excessively oppressive, and I object to this. The staff, undeterred, retorted sharply. Is it reasonable to complain about being weak? You have received the alpha element injection just like the higher-tier mech girls. They had no retort. For the enhanced attack and defense granted by the alpha element is indeed equitable from that perspective. However, the disparity in the inherent levels and combat prowess among the mech girls remains significantly vast, creating substantial differences in the additive aspects. Therefore, transcending the constraints of level suppression seems nearly impossible at present. This is, after all, a world governed by the law of the jungle, where no sympathy is afforded to the weak. Sharing the same rations and utilizing identical resources, yet not reaping as many rewards as the higher-tier mech girls. How can this be justified? Alas, the lower-tier mech girls must exert every ounce of their strength to complete their tasks, if only to return to the bastion for a night's respite. After all, the nocturnal seas are terrifying. Even the higher-tier mech girls struggle to escape calamity. Henan is able to remain outside for 10 days or even half a month primarily due to his possession of a starship, soaring at altitudes unreachable by the mutated marine creatures. Thus, even at night, he faces no peril. In the entire Star City, there exists but this one starship, a source of envy for others. Therefore, regardless of one's social standing, survival is fraught with difficulties unique to each individual. However, there is one exception, Shenming. He has a wealthy father who is unfazed by the exorbitant single tax, using star coins to forge a leisurely lifestyle for him. Yet, this fellow remains unsatisfied. Lamenting before Henan, I envy your ability to venture out to sea. I feel like I'm growing mushrooms here. Henan rolled his eyes at him. You'd better speak louder so that those outside can hear. I am not foolish, Shenming huffed in defiance. Henan, you know many mech girls. Could you introduce me to a suitable one? That Modi is quite good. Doesn't she wish to contract with you? My father advises me to keep my distance from the Mo family. Why? I don't know. Henan shot him a disapproving glance. Is your head filled with nonsense? You seem oblivious to everything. Hey, can we speak civilly? Why resort to insults? I just wonder if you find it enjoyable to laze about, waiting for death. Don't you aspire to accomplish something monumental that would capture the world's attention? Shenming suddenly perked up. What great feat. Elaborate. Every man harbors a dream of heroism, desiring to rise above and garner adoration, and Shenming is no different. Henan looked at him seriously. Empty your head of nonsense, and then I will discuss it with you. Shenming steeled himself, his resolve hardening. Chapter 71. A web of intrigue. Shenming did not take Henan's words to heart. Without a contract partner, any ambition he had was merely a fleeting thought. Although he had received the alpha element injection, granting him the capability to hunt low-tier mutated marine creatures independently, he remained adrift in uncertainty. However, he dared not take any risks. Who could guarantee that he would only encounter low-level mutated marine creatures? What if a formidable beast appeared? Wouldn't he that spell his doom? He was acutely aware that Shenming had been overly sheltered by his family, and in times of crisis, he could not rely on him. Instead of fixating on him, it would be wiser to consider his father. Chen Xueqing, after all, was a figure of considerable strength and held a significant position in Star City. Yet, the current situation was far from optimistic. The identity of the mysterious enemy remained a complete enigma. He dared not reach out to anyone indiscriminately. Who could assure him that those he contacted were not subordinates of that very person? The only course of action left for Henan was to remain hidden and bide his time. It was puzzling how Modi managed to persuade old Imo to allow her to assist at the repair shop. This woman was undeniably peculiar, and Hinan wished to avoid any entanglement with her. Nevertheless, no matter how he tried to evade her, she appeared before him with uncanny precision. Miss Mo, I am already in a relationship. Your persistent pursuit is rather inappropriate, wouldn't you agree? Let us not inflate your own worth. You are a high-ranking mech. What reason could you possibly have to associate with a mere mechanic? We share a genuine affection. I advise you to temper your naivete. It is only because you still possess some utility that I could pique your interest. This remark left Hinan visibly displeased. If I am truly so lacking, what motive could you possibly have to draw near to me? Only by collaborating with me can you ensure your longevity. Do you think your status as the mayor's granddaughter is enough? He is merely a researcher. What grounds does he have to become mayor? I am eager to learn more. Because he has powerful connections. Oh, Hinan raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this revelation. Yet, it came at a steep price. His only son, my father, met an untimely death. Wait, let me clarify. Are you implying that the individuals behind your grandfather orchestrated your father's demise? I did not say that. Hinan's expression darkened instantly. This woman was truly unlikable. Do not be disheartened. I seek you out for mutual benefit. Collaborating with me will not disadvantage you. Whether I gain or lose interest in you is of no concern to me. I know someone intends to take your life. Are you not interested in that? You claim I am but a humble mechanic. Who would want to kill me? Do not dismiss this lightly. It is indeed true. I may not possess many virtues, but I am kind-hearted. I have consistently worked for the benefit of the mechs and commanders in Star City. What reason could they have to wish me harm? How can you be certain that it is the mechs and commanders who seek your demise? Are they not my peers? If so, it is simply jealousy. Yet, mechanics lack combat prowess. Do you believe they would resort to telepathic means to eliminate me? Seeing that Hinan continued to treat her warnings with flippancy, Modi grew exasperated. Hinan, why are you so oblivious to the gravity of the situation? How am I being ungrateful? Must I accept that someone wishes to kill me to be deemed sensible? Have you not found it peculiar that during your last sea expedition, you were besieged by mutated marine creatures? Hinan narrowed his eyes, sensing that this girl might indeed hold some truths. So, what now? Though I remain unaware of how they achieved it, those few mechanical maidens soaring nearby seem rather suspicious. Do you know where they are? I do not. Then what is there to discuss? I assumed you were informed. On what basis do you hold that belief? It is common knowledge that you often venture out for days on end. Everyone knows that one cannot linger outside the barriers at night, for survival is utterly improbable. Perhaps this exhibits your ignorance? My girlfriend is, after all, a battleship, soaring at altitudes far beyond the reach of the mutated oceanic creatures. This is no secret. There is no need for Hinan to conceal it. Modi furrowed his brow, perplexed. Did you not journey to the same location as my grandfather? You are quite amusing. As a mere mechanic, how could I possibly engage with the city lord? It appears I have overestimated you. I appreciate your sentiments. Modi stood up to leave. No longer entangled with Hinan. From Modi's words, Hinan gleaned some information. For instance, the city lord frequently ventures out and stays overnight. He does not possess a battleship, at least none that Hinan has witnessed. The mechanical maiden under his contract is a carrier, also exceptionally formidable. Even a carrier would find it less than optimistic to remain overnight in waters ravaged by mutated ocean life. So far, Hinan has yet to see a commander capable of relentless combat throughout the night. This suggests he has a safe haven, perhaps a floating city akin to Star City. But where might this location be? Hinan had previously made a conscious effort to search for other human settlements, yet his endeavors yielded no results. Based on the information at hand, it must exist. The question remains how many individuals reside there and what their combat capabilities entail. Hinan felt a twinge of frustration. If only he possessed the technology to construct a floating city, he would not be so constrained by others. Although the battleship can hover outside for extended periods, it too experiences fatigue. Despite its seemingly limitless energy, excessive consumption can lead to discomfort. Thus, he must reside within a floating city. Which is why he has refrained from approaching old Mo. A month has swiftly passed, and the 20,000 units of alpha element prepared for old Mo have been produced in full. Hinan personally drove to deliver the goods. Well done, Hinan. Old Mo remarked, a rare glimmer of approval in his eyes. The city lord is too gracious. I am merely striving to provide for my family. Indeed. You are a promising young man. Continue your efforts, and I have faith in you. Hinan inwardly scoffed, thank you, but your approval is unnecessary. Although old Mo appears stern and difficult to approach, he conducts business with integrity and has never defaulted on payments. In their recent collaborations, Henan has always settled immediately. However, a sudden realization struck him. If Star City were to cease to exist, would not the star coins in his possession become worthless? Living in this city, there are few places to spend money. The only expenses are for nutrient solutions and clothing made from beast hides. Others may require mechanical made in spare parts. But he has no such need. After several significant deals with the citizens of Star City, the amount of star coins he holds has reached astronomical figures. Rather than waiting for devaluation, it would be wiser to utilize them effectively. Henan is a person of action. Immediately posting advertisements in the affluent district and having them looped on the giant screen at Star City Square. He is offering premium prices for various mutated marine creatures and raw materials. Chapter 72. Toxic Bomb. Henan, are you out of your mind? To buy out the giant screen at Star City Square just to broadcast a procurement advertisement? You truly possess wealth. Chen Ming, a wealthy second-generation heir, felt pain for Henan's reckless spending. Brother, if I had so much money, I would spend it wisely. I simply cannot comprehend why you need so many sea monsters. Our affluent district cannot possibly consume them all. The alpha elements have been exhausted. What do you intend to do next? Conduct research. The mutated marine creatures are continually evolving. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Look at you, a mechanic, yet you are acting like a lord. If I had a good father, I would hope to be like you, living blissfully with such foolish thoughts. Can you speak properly? Your way of conversing might lead to a lack of friends, you know? I don't know. It was just Chen Ming attacking him. Nearly all the guests at the affluent district regarded him as a joke. Henan, are you burning through your wealth? Purchasing so many sea monsters will only leave you with spoiled goods. Indeed, don't bring us any tainted meat. Hey, Henan, you don't have any peculiar preferences, do you? Do you enjoy the ugly? Shut your mouth. You're the one with peculiar tastes. Your whole family has them. It was impossible to converse with these individuals, as they offered nothing but disparaging remarks. Yet, those who lingered in the affluent district all seemed to come from wealthy backgrounds. They dared not venture outside the walls for adventure and found city life monotonous, especially since there were hardly any entertainment activities available. Even finding a woman for some primitive amusement was a challenge. All they had left was idle chatter. Henan, however, had no time to indulge in their nonsense. His time was exceedingly valuable. There were numerous mechanical daughters to repair and new potions to develop to enhance combat capabilities. Even during the apocalypse, he had never exerted himself as much as he was now. After all, failing to gain university admission back then merely meant a slightly more arduous life. Today, a moment's negligence could cost one their life. He lacked a wealthy and influential father. He had to rely solely on his own efforts. Fortunately, his hard work yielded rewards, as he managed to extract a potent toxin from the mutated water mother, capable of reducing any tangible object to powder, more effective than corpse dissolution fluid. This was truly an essential remedy for obliterating evidence. With this in hand, he felt invincible. Anyone daring to confront him would simply vanish. However, this substance was exceedingly potent, and Henan had yet to find a suitable container for it. For now, he decided to store it separately within his space. If he could discover a material that would withstand its destructive nature, he could craft it into shells. One shot would annihilate a multitude. The thought of such lethality was exhilarating. He did not spend too much time searching for a container. Since the venom was extracted from the mutated water mother, he would start from there. Despite the evolution of the mutated water jellyfish, it remains a cnidarian, with an exceedingly soft epidermis that gives it an amiable appearance and a lack of aggression. Paradoxically, this benign facade allows it to launch unexpected and lethal attacks on humans. The toxins it possesses, prior to being extracted by Henan, were not as formidable. Yet they were potent enough to claim an adult's life within 3 seconds. Subsequently, it envelopes the remains of its victims with a mouth resembling that of a mushroom, slowly digesting the carcass. The toxins refined by Henan, upon human contact, would instantly reduce the individual to mere dust, an unintended consequence for the jellyfish, which yearns for flesh. Although the mutated jellyfish's epidermis is extremely soft and unsuitable for crafting shells, it exhibits excellent isolation properties, effectively encasing the toxins and preventing leakage. Thus, the shell remains intact and uncorroded. When a projectile detonates, the jellyfish's skin ruptures, releasing the toxins in a deadly spray. Armed with this secret weapon, Henan has gained a significant advantage, finding solace in the support of the entire Star City community as he embarks on hunting expeditions. It has been quite some time since he last ventured outdoors. The 20-odd mechanical girls under his command have grown restless, mingling with the wealthy elite, indulging in drinking and gambling. Henan imposes no restrictions on them, allowing for a relaxed environment as long as they remain diligent during work hours. This approach ensures his comfort and theirs. However, the presence of these mechanical girls in the affluent circles inevitably attracts the attention of several single commanders, who shower them with invitations to dinner, gifts, and various declarations of affection. Yet, to everyone's bewilderment, no matter the approach, these mechanical girls remain utterly indifferent. One commander, feeling aggrieved, confronts Lin Shuang, inquiring about what Henan could possibly provide that exceeds his own offerings. Lin Shuang, with an air of pride, lifts her chin and asserts, "You guessed correctly. What is he giving you?" "I offer double." Without hesitation, she produces a luxurious handbag from behind her, declaring, "Do you possess this? Is it merely a bag? Where did you acquire it?" "I can buy you several," he retorts, dismissively. Truly naive, this type of handbag is no longer available for sale. Only Henan possesses it. The commander is left speechless, conceding, "I may not have the bag, but I can offer you other things." "Such as?" Lin Shuang prompts. "I can invite you to dine at the Grand Fortune daily." "The Grand Fortune belongs to Henan. Do I need your invitation?" When it comes to wealth, few can rival Henan. It is indeed a matter of pride, as one or two wealthy heirs returned empty-handed. No one dared to vie for Henan's women any longer. They were simply outmatched. Aside from not being commanders, Henan had everything one could desire. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that although Henan had awakened as a mechanic, he surpassed commanders by a considerable margin. The Grand Fortune was merely a venue to pass the time, filled with daily amusements that Henan seldom concerned himself with. After successfully developing a new weapon, he amassed a substantial stockpile, over 10,000 toxin bombs. Not only could he easily annihilate half of the mutated marine life, but he could also reduce Star City to mere dust in an instant. After an extended period of busyness, Henan felt it was finally time to breathe fresh air. He prepared to lead an expedition to test the efficacy of his new weapon, only to be met with a refusal to leave the confines of the city. "Why are you preventing me from going out?" Henan pondered. "The reason for your confinement is for your own good. A colossal sea monster has emerged near the coast, and many mechanized beings have perished at its hands. As a technician, it would be unwise for you to seek your demise. Who do you look down upon?" Although Henan felt a sense of injustice, he refrained from showing off. He speculated that it was likely the island-type sea monster he had encountered before, and with the new type of ammunition, perhaps he could engage it in battle. However, fighting near the coast would expose his trump card. He decided to observe the situation for a while longer. If the city lord could not drive away the sea monster, and it posed a threat to the safety of Star City, he would take action, even at the cost of revealing his capabilities. Otherwise, he would bide his time. Just as Henan was preparing to return to the repair shop, he received a call from the city lord. Chapter 73. Encountering the island-type sea monster again. For no other reason, Alpha Elements would be adding an additional 20,000 units. Henan could no longer remain calm. How many private troops had this old man hidden? Now, even if he exhausted all his resources, he might not stand a chance against this old man. His good mood evaporated instantly. Wu Miao noticed something was amiss. "What's wrong?" "The city lord intends to add more Alpha Elements. Aren't you happy about the profit?" "Do I lack money?" To Henan, currency had become nearly as worthless as scrap paper. He yearned more for mutated marine life. He resolved that in future dealings with the city lord, he would barter instead of trading in currency. The so-called star coins were merely a means for the ruling class to amass wealth, and in this resource-scarce apocalypse, there were hardly any businesses to conduct. People's only concern was to satiate their hunger and survive. The dream of becoming wealthy had faded into mere fantasy, for it was impossible to achieve. In this dystopia, human classes were fixed. From the moment of awakening, one was locked into their social stratum. Aspiring to transcend social boundaries, there was simply no opportunity. Everyone was engaged in the same work, hunting mutated marine creatures. Those of higher rank hunted greater quantities, yielding more resources. For the lower ranks, merely managing to eat was a challenge, let alone having surplus. That was pure fantasy. Henan felt fortunate to be at the pinnacle, yet simultaneously, he felt isolated at such heights. After all, he was but one individual, and everything depended on his own efforts. There was nothing unjust about this, after all. He had no fortunate lineage. This was not something to blame on anyone else. Due to the orders Henan had placed for the city lord, the content exceeded actual needs, and even without bartering, he would still reap substantial rewards. Yet, who would complain about an abundance of resources? Moreover, he possessed a storage space where mutated marine creatures could be placed and would remain unchanged and odorless. His space was boundless, allowing him to store as many as he wished. He even contemplated collecting every type of mutated marine creature to establish a museum, which could serve to educate future generations once stability was achieved. The thought filled him with pride. However, that was a distant thought, for now. His priority was to contract more mechanized beings. Thus, he directly informed the city lord of his request to set sail. Initially, the order preventing him from leaving was given by the city lord himself. Now, he has come to protest, and old Mo is quite displeased. Henan, your safety is pivotal to the development of the entire Star City. Do not act recklessly. City lord, I possess a starship. No mutated marine creature can harm me. You worry too much. Arrogance. Those who perished first outside were precisely people like you. I am not arrogant. I possess the ability to protect myself. Do you recall the sea monster that I dispatched with a single blow? It now lies in the nearby sea. If you venture out, what is it but a death wish? I'll fly at a higher altitude. It cannot reach me. A fool who cannot be dissuaded. Go if you wish. Old Mo waved his hand, urging him to leave, feeling increasingly vexed. Henan, however, disregarded his demeanor. He was primarily eager to test whether the new type of bomb could annihilate that sea monster. After much effort searching for it previously without success, now that it had practically presented itself, how could he not ensure its demise? Henan obtained the city lord's order to exit smoothly. Just after flying less than 500 nautical miles, he discovered the traces of the sea monster. It was primarily due to its ostentatious presence. It was nearly impossible not to notice it. It lay on the surface like an island, with all surrounding marine life too terrified to approach. This creature is quite unique. Henan mused to himself, immediately instructing Wu Miao to launch a barrage of ballistic missiles. These projectiles would hardly harm the sea monster. Henan's intention was to lure it into deeper waters and quietly dispose of it. To kill such a behemoth in the shallows would bring him overnight fame, which was not his style. He preferred to lurk in the shadows and amass wealth discreetly. Even the most intelligent sea monster could not withstand provocation. After several missiles were launched, the creature began to roar at the sky, swinging its massive forelimbs in an attempt to bring the starship down. Wu Miao maintained a height just beyond its reach, yet the creature believed it could grasp it with effort. After several frantic attempts, the sea monster became utterly furious, its roars nearly shattering the eardrums of those nearby. The sea surface was churned into towering waves, and within hundreds of nautical miles, mutated marine creatures were caught in the rapidly swirling waters, crushed to pieces, the surface stained with a ghastly crimson hue, presenting an eerie spectacle. Henan continued to drop bombs while soaring toward the open sea. The machine girls, who dared not venture out, gazed at Henan with admiration. What a man! I heard he has a girlfriend. Alas, why did I not encounter him sooner? I too desire a friend like him. The machine girls indulged in their fantasies, while their commanders gritted their teeth, wishing fervently to drag Henan down and give him a thrashing. Of course, they only entertained such thoughts. After all, it was Henan who drew the sea monster away, allowing them to set sail and secure sufficient food. Thus, their feelings toward him were a mixture of love and resentment. They admired his formidable strength, capable of confronting any creature that posed a threat, yet resented him for capturing the souls of their wives, leaving them utterly captivated. Henan remained oblivious to the fact that he had nearly disrupted countless families by his mere presence. During this time, there existed contracts between commanders and machine girls, and breaching these would incur dire consequences. Otherwise, it was uncertain how many pairs would face separation. After leading the sea monster for over 5,000 nautical miles, Wu Miao finally found herself at a loss. Henan, I can't harm it at all. What should I do? Do not worry, let's move a bit further away. Despite her confusion, Wu Miao obediently flew into the distance, all the while taunting the colossal creature. She had initially believed that with the upgraded alpha element injected, she could redeem herself. However, to her dismay, despite exerting all her strength, she couldn't even break a single scale. Henan, on the other hand, remained unfazed, sipping his drink and leisurely admiring the scenery. Although the surroundings were rather unremarkable, he appeared in good spirits. After ensuring there were no signs of human activity nearby, Henan smirked, ready to witness a miraculous moment. Everyone, do not blink. What are you planning to do? Wu Miao asked, bewildered. She was not alone. All the mechanical girls shared her confusion. Are you going to perform a magic trick? Lin Shuang pouted, unable to resist voicing her curiosity. She had already tried to keep her distance from Henan. Surely, she could still make a jest? As she mentally prepared herself, she edged closer to Henan. Lin Rue subtly shook her head, thinking her sister was still holding on to hope, destined to face some trials. Nevertheless, Lin Rui had expressed her thoughts, and Lin Shuang was an adult who should be accountable for her decisions. As everyone watched him with keen interest, Henan produced a poison bomb. Watch closely. Chapter 74. A fortuitous discovery. Henan directly launched a poison bomb using Wu Miao's heavy laser turret, firing it straight into the sea monster's mouth as it roared. Initially expecting to see the creature explode into pieces, they were disappointed when a minute passed without any visible damage to its exterior. However, it could no longer produce a sound. Blood poured from its eyes, nostrils, and mouth, visibly weakening. Seeing it lose its combat capability, Henan swiftly stored it away in his space and quickly extracted the toxins within. This hide was a valuable find, impervious even to the poison bomb, suggesting it would be of exceptional quality for crafting armor. Henan was elated. Did I just defeat the sea monster with a single shot? It feels surreal. Wu Miao had lost count of how many bombs she had launched that day, yet none could breach the monster's defenses. The creature continued to bellow with its mouth wide open. It was tea for lack of bombs being thrown in, but they had proven utterly ineffective. Henan. It was that bomb, wasn't it? Lin Rui, astute as ever, quickly pinpointed the crux of the matter. Smart. Henan snapped his fingers, delighting in his buoyant mood. How was that bomb made? What made it so powerful? Lin Shuang leaned closer to Henan, her wide eyes sparkling in anticipation of his answer. Henan playfully tapped her forehead with his finger. I have a very important task for you. What task? Whatever you say, I shall accomplish it. Collect the cores of the mechanical girls. Where am I supposed to collect them? Lin Shuang's enthusiasm waned in an instant. With over 20 mechanical girls already surrounding Henan, she wondered just how many more he desired. Henan did not notice her displeasure and continued speaking. Of course, we are heading to the near sea. Most of the mecha girls prefer to fight there. By the way, you might want to follow the current. There's a chance something has been washed away. Reluctantly, Lin Shuang accepted the task and immediately piloted the starship towards the near sea. The other mecha girls also returned to their respective duties. Henan had set up a laboratory aboard the starship to alleviate the boredom while waiting. At that moment, he was pondering how to process the skin of the sea monster. Although part of its flesh had been corroded, most of it remained intact. Henan collected some samples for analysis. To his surprise, he discovered that the flesh of this sea monster was exceptionally tender and contained a vital energy that people needed. In other words, consuming the meat of this sea monster could replenish energy. If the commander took a piece each time they ventured out to sea, not only would it satisfy hunger, but it would also restore energy, thereby enhancing combat effectiveness. Henan had no intention of sharing such a valuable resource, even though a single island's worth of meat would be more than he could consume in a lifetime. However, he wasn't altruistic enough to let the whole world know that he possessed the ability to slay such a formidable sea monster and provide energy to the commander. Wouldn't he, the city lord, then expect him to venture out daily to hunt sea monsters? He had no desire to become the city lord's monster-slaying tool. That night, Henan set up a barbecue grill and treated everyone to the sea monster meat. What kind of meat is this? It smells so good. Lin Shuang, who had been soaking in seawater all day, forgot all her displeasure upon catching a whiff of the aroma. It's from that enormous sea monster. Try it and see how it tastes. Indeed, it was utterly delicious, so much so that it left them in awe. Lin Shuang, ever the glutton, couldn't stop munching. Henan was curious whether the energy from the sea monster could only benefit the commander or if it had any effect on the mecha girls. However, everyone simply exclaimed how delicious it was, providing no practical information at all. The meal left everyone thoroughly satisfied, and as they prepared for sleep, several mecha girls whispered among themselves, "If only we could have such delicious meat every day, how wonderful it would be." The voice was unmistakably Lin Shuang's. The little foodie. Compared to others who only drink nutrient solutions, our meals are already quite splendid. We shouldn't be too greedy, Lin Rui reminded her. Though she knew it was futile, Lin Shuang had a fruitful day, collecting over 200 cores. Although most were of lower grade, they proved that she had tea slacked off. Henan selected a few worthy of repair and nurtured them in his palm. Remarkably, he managed to repair 3 mecha girls in one night, largely thanks to the sea monster meat. The next morning, Henan gathered everyone and inquired, "Did you feel any changes in your bodies after eating the sea monster meat?" "I feel like I slept better. My skin seems to have improved. I want to eat more. It was so delicious." No one provided Henan with the answers he sought, indicating that the sea monster meat had no effect on them. Therefore, he assigned everyone tasks while he continued repairing the mecha girls in the laboratory. He held a deep fondness for the skin of the sea monster, yet currently lacked the necessary cutting tools. Even the sharpest knife could only leave a faint white mark upon its surface. This posed quite a predicament, after all. Possessing something exceptional that cannot be utilized in practical scenarios is tantamount to having nothing at all. During lunch, Heenan indulged in a porridge made from the sea monster's flesh, which was delightfully fragrant and appetizing. He consumed nearly an entire pot in one sitting. Soon after, he experienced a sensation of bloating, a strong desire to relieve himself overwhelming him. Had he perhaps overindulged? Heenan shook his head in resignation. Running on the treadmill for an hour before feeling somewhat at ease. One must not succumb to gluttony, even with fine delicacies. Was the sea monster meat an aphrodisiac? The mechanized maid, transformed into a mechanical entity, could no longer partake in food, relying solely on the energy supplied by her commander for sustenance. Thus, Wu Miao had not savored the taste of the sea monster meat at all. Hearing the praises sung by the other mechanized maids, she couldn't help but salivate. After consuming the delicacy twice, Heenan found himself compelled to exercise to quell the heat within, which could not be blamed on her vivid imagination. Heenan nearly stumbled, questioning the need for such lewd words. Must women always be so immodest in their speech? You clearly reacted just now, which prompted you to hit the treadmill, he thought. Am I really that affected? Heenan suddenly realized that the situation was growing increasingly convoluted and opted to refrain from further explanations, allowing her to think as she wished. After all, she was his woman. He could address it later. Wu Miao pouted, reflecting that they had not shared intimate moments in quite some time. Although they had not ventured out to sea recently, Heenan had been virtually living in the laboratory day and night. Even if she had thoughts on the matter, she hesitated to disturb his work. It seemed she would need to make up for lost time upon their return. Heenan continued his research on the sea monster in the laboratory, oblivious to the colorful fantasies swirling in Wu Miao's mind. Knowing would be futile, amidst the vast ocean. Devoid of any solid ground, who could afford to entertain such frivolous thoughts? Having tasted the sea monster meat, he could affirm its remarkable restorative properties. He then began conducting blood tests, unexpectedly extracting several translucent crystals from its blood. They were small, easily overlooked unless one examined them closely. Yet, the energy content within these crystals surpassed that of the energy storage devices he had developed. What an unexpected boon. Heenan felt an urge to laugh heartily. In total, Heenan extracted 103 crystals from the sea monster. Gazing at the nail-sized, translucent gems, he felt a strong attachment to them. However, he was also troubled, pondering how to transfer the energy into his body. Surely, he wouldn't be expected to swallow them whole. Wouldn't that be a recipe for disaster? He was startled by his own thoughts, relieved that he wasn't reckless enough to toss them directly into his mouth. This time, Heenan spent 10 days outside, collecting over 800 cores from the mechanized maids, sufficient for his endeavors for a while. Therefore, he decided to return without delay. However, upon his arrival, he received a call from the city lord, not concerning anything else but to hasten the production of alpha elements. In truth, Heenan had already developed an automatic extraction device. Yet, he dared not reveal this to anyone. What if his home were to be raided while he was at sea? After returning to assess the situation, the quantity the city lord required was already sufficient. However, he did not submit it immediately, deeming it unnecessary to ingratiate himself with the city lord. The relationship between the two was merely one of mutual exploitation, and he could not afford to be overly indulgent. Upon returning, Heenan diligently repaired the mechanical maiden at a pace of 3 per day, while simultaneously developing tools capable of slicing through the hide of sea monsters. His initial thought was of carbon allotrope, the hardest substance known to mankind. Its hardness exceeds steel by over 200 times and surpasses that of diamond by 40 times, being twice as hard as graphene. If even this material could not cut through the sea monster's hide, Heenan would truly be at a loss. Yet, the greatest challenge with carbon allotrope lay in its highly unstable structure, which posed the risk of exploding his laboratory. Thus, Heenan first crafted an electric cutting knife from graphene. Under the impetus of high voltage, the blade's trajectory was almost a mere afterimage. Only Heenan's exceptionally acute senses allowed him to perceive it clearly. It was proven that when the speed is sufficiently high and the area sufficiently small, a mere piece of paper can effortlessly slice through wooden pipes. Therefore, the sharpness of the graphene knife under high-speed operation was unimaginable. However, the experiment, which Heenan conducted with great hope, ended in failure. The sea monster's hide only bore a faint scratch, far from actual cutting. Heenan did not succumb to despair, for experimentation often involves countless failures before achieving the final success. As Edison famously stated, "I have not failed. I have merely found 10,000 ways that do not work." Through Henan's relentless perseverance, he ultimately fashioned a cutting knife, not from graphene or carbon allotrope, but from the crystal of the sea monster itself. This was entirely unexpected. While toying with the crystal, Henan accidentally dropped it onto the sea monster's hide, which resulted in a surprisingly deep cut. An epiphany struck him, and he promptly replaced the blade with the crystal. The outcome was predictable. The sea monster's hide was successfully severed. However, Henan did not rush to fashion it into armor. Instead, he opted to cut off a small piece for analysis. To his astonishment, the fundamental component of the sea monster's hide was carbon. This was not surprising, as diamond, graphene, and carbon allotrope are all composed of carbon molecules. Hence, the sea monster's hide represented a newly emergent carbon material, exhibiting hardness far surpassing that of artificially synthesized carbon allotrope, along with exceptional stability. Had this discovery occurred prior to the apocalypse, Henan would undoubtedly have been awarded a Nobel Prize. With his findings translated into various languages and published in the most prestigious journals. Alas, in this post-apocalyptic world, he could not disclose this information publicly and had to keep it hidden. This was a treasure worth any life in exchange. Henan did not possess the confidence to believe he could confront all of humanity. Nevertheless, he felt no great frustration, for he had acquired an invaluable gem, which was certainly a cause for joy. After a prolonged delay, Henan finally delivered the primary alpha elements to the city lord, receiving half in star coins and half in supplies. If Henan had demanded all supplies, he feared the city lord would suspect him of ulterior motives. Though he indeed had them, it was not yet the time to reveal them. Following this, Henan began to develop cold weapons. Logically, cold weapons seemed ineffective against mutated marine creatures. However, Henan does not intend to use it against them, but rather as a safeguard against people. To date, those who wish to kill him can be divided into two factions. One group consists of a mysterious individual, exceedingly cunning, who resorts to underhanded tactics and never confronts him directly. Ironically, despite the insidious nature of this adversary, Henan has yet to uncover their true identity. The other faction prefers a more direct approach, often sending 5 individuals at a time to confront him. Although they consistently return defeated, they resemble tenacious cockroaches, undeterred by failure. While Henan cannot ascertain any connection between these two groups for the time being, he deems it prudent to categorize them based on their differing tactics. He is unafraid of a direct confrontation, given his current prowess, as long as the opposition does not hold a significant numerical advantage. He is confident in his ability to survive. He does not dare to claim victory, but he is certain of his survival. His greatest concern lies in the possibility of an enemy lurking nearby, ready to strike when he lets his guard down. Thus, Henan must prepare a weapon for self-defense. Due to the regulations in Star City prohibiting the possession of firearms, he must resort to cold weapons. However, he has no intention of wielding a traditional tank sword for combat. Although his offensive capabilities are formidable, he finds himself at a disadvantage against mechanical adversaries. Consequently, he plans to devise a concealed weapon. After all, who cannot play the part of a cunning adversary? Yet, the primary challenge with concealed weapons lies in their substantial resource consumption. With only a little over 100 crystals at his disposal, he would be deeply pained to expend them all at once. Therefore, he must create a reusable mechanism. This led him to contemplate the legendary blood-dropping device, designed specifically for the long-range execution of foes. It is said that the blood-dropping device employs a leather pouch containing several sharp blades, activated by a mechanism, which, when the target is unsuspecting, envelopes their head, triggering the mechanism to sever it instantly. However, this contraption has only existed in folklore, and no one has ever witnessed its physical form. Nevertheless, the concept is promising, and Henan resolves to create a similar device capable of executing enemies from a distance, fulfilling its purpose while remaining recoverable. As for the act of decapitating, Henan is not particularly enthusiastic. Killing is sufficient, and what purpose does a head serve? It cannot be kicked like a ball. Ultimately, inspired by an electric cutting tool, Henan invents a contraption that can launch 100 sharp blades in a single thrust. The blades are connected to the launcher, allowing them to return immediately after the task is completed. Of course, this design limits the effective range of the electric current. However, this is not a significant issue. For targets beyond that range, he can simply resort to artillery. Why bother with knives? Resolute in his endeavor, Henan utilizes carbon nanotubes as the primary material, embedding the crystals within the blades. The launcher's initial velocity is set at 9,000 meters per second. And coupled with the sharpness of the blades, the moment the concealed weapon is deployed, the target is assuredly doomed. After an entire week of meticulous craftsmanship, Heenan finally completes his coveted concealed weapon, which he discreetly conceals within his sleeve, reminiscent of the sleeve arrows of the cold weapon era, yet with exponentially greater power. Chapter 76. A grand illusion. With the concealed weapon successfully crafted, Heenan finds himself eager to test it out, aimlessly wandering the streets. Wu Miao has followed him for an entire afternoon, yet remains oblivious to his destination. I have never seen a man so fond of shopping as you are. Is it only women who enjoy shopping? Women enjoy shopping primarily because they possess disposable income, allowing them to indulge in the pleasures of purchasing. Those without financial means are deemed homebodies. In this city, there isn't even a single decent tree. What exactly are you wandering about for? I am merely digesting my food. It's nearly time for dinner, and you haven't finished digesting your lunch yet, have you? You haven't resorted to consuming sea monster meat again, have you? Wu Miao's face flushed crimson. How about we return home? You're not lacking in female companionship, so why restrain yourself in such a manner? Heenan took a moment to comprehend her words, then erupted into laughter, unable to contain himself for quite some time. Is it truly that amusing? Wu Miao's face was so red it seemed it could bleed. She stomped her foot in frustration and ran away. Heenan's afternoon was not wasted, at the very least. It proved he was safe in Star City. The mysterious individual might have reservations or may not even be present in Star City at all. Ever since the Lord of the City requested an excess of alpha elements from him, Heenan understood that beyond Star City, there must be other cities inhabited by humans. Perhaps more than one. Once, Earth boasted 7 continents and a population of 8 billion. Although the apocalypse arrived abruptly, various signs indicated that the authorities had long been aware of the situation, merely withholding the information from the public. Thus, it was not only the Chinese government that prepared. Other nations must have survivors as well. If China could construct floating cities, it was likely that developed countries could achieve the same. Of course, island nations like Japan would be the first to face annihilation. Heenan did not jump to conclusions based on a single outing in the following days. He continued to roam, justifying it as the need to digest his food. In an era where most struggled to find sufficient sustenance, his actions were indeed loathed by many. However, most dared only to curse him in silence, none bold enough to confront him directly, for no reason other than the fact that offending a mechanic was unwise. Those who venture out to sea cannot guarantee their safe return each time. One could easily fall into the hands of others. Thus, even if there was some discontent, it was best concealed, with no one daring to express it openly. After wandering for 7 or 8 days, he encountered no danger and received numerous gifts. Many commanders shared the treasures they brought from the sea, generously offering a portion to him. Heenan accepted graciously, acknowledging that while acquiring resources was challenging for them, his refusal would only heighten their unease. After all, keeping track of favors would ensure future opportunities for reciprocity. Living in a city devoid of danger brought Heenan immense joy, allowing him to enjoy an extra bowl of rice. Naturally, his combat prowess at night grew even more formidable, regularly reducing Wu Miao to tears before releasing her. Henceforth, Wu Miao dared not mention the sea monster meat again. Although she realized her misunderstanding, Heenan's behavior undoubtedly had an impact. Yet, she refrained from speaking up, fearing repercussions. Just as things began to settle down, the Lord of the City called, requesting Heenan to visit his office. Regardless of his willingness, a summons from the Lord necessitated attendance. Heenan, I require 100,000 alpha elements and an equal quantity of aircraft. Heenan was utterly bewildered. Just how much weaponry had this old man hidden? It was becoming increasingly difficult. He estimated it would take at least a year to emerge from this predicament. You need not worry about the raw materials. Old Mo's enigmatic gaze made Heenan feel somewhat uneasy. I will do my utmost. If you can accomplish this task, I will grant you a place in Chongqing. Chongqing? Where is that? It is a city more advanced than before the apocalypse, inhabited by the elite, far beyond the common folk of Xingqing. The elite? Heenan felt a bit lost, uncertain of the criteria used to judge human hierarchy. I cannot disclose too much at this moment, but remember, it is a paradise. You will undoubtedly enjoy it. I will do my best. Although Heenan had no clear understanding of what Chongqing truly entailed, he was certain that it was home to influential and affluent individuals. Perhaps their awakening levels were significantly higher, reaching above level A. Otherwise, individuals like the Fong Tianhu brothers, who had awakened to level A, would not reside in Xingqing. Yet, one could not say for certain. It might be that Fong Tianhu lacked backing, as mere high levels were not sufficient. Of course, contemplating further was no substitute for witnessing it firsthand. What of the elite? Would they not still rely on the alpha elements and aircraft he developed? Old Mo indeed kept his word, gradually supplying enough materials for Henan's use. Naturally, the compensation was also substantial. Perhaps the rewards he offered were considerable income for Henan, but to those elites, it was merely a drop in the ocean. None of this mattered. Henan revved up his efforts, eager to ascertain the differences between himself and the elite. Surely they did not possess additional heads? To serve the city lord, Henan had to close his repair shop, as he was overwhelmed with work. However, he did not anticipate that Qin Shueqing would seek him out at this time. Henan, you have been quite busy lately. Indeed. The tasks assigned by the city lord demand my full attention. Qin Shueqing's face was ashen. What benefits has the city lord promised you? That is confidential. Henan dared not speak freely. Should he inadvertently reveal the matters concerning Shangqing? What if old Mo decided against taking him? A flicker of sharpness crossed Qin Shueqing's eyes before it vanished. Henan, you are an exceptionally rare talent. Do not stray from the path. I fail to comprehend your words, Qin. Everyone in Xingqing works for the city lord. Why is it that others can work without issue? While I am said to be straying from the path, Qin Shueqing's expression fluctuated, and finally, gritting his teeth, he said, Henan, I am looking out for your best interests. If you wish to survive, remain in Xingqing and do not venture elsewhere. Henan feigned ignorance. Where else could I go besides Xingqing? You wouldn't suggest I go to sea, would you? I am cautious. I only proceed where there is no danger. If I encounter someone formidable, I would flee at once. Qin Shueqing's gaze darkened further. I am doing this for your benefit. Whether you heed my words is up to you. Although Henan did not understand the reasons behind it, he could tell that Qin Shueqing was angry. As for the cause of his anger, Henan could not fathom. He despised engaging with those involved in politics, as they never communicated directly. No matter the issue, they spoke only half the truth, leaving the rest to speculation. How could one possibly guess? They are not parasites residing in their bellies. However, Qin Shueqing's warning resonated with Henan. Perhaps Shangqing was not as splendid as old Mo had portrayed, and dangers lurked within. Chapter 77. The sudden realization when two individuals hold differing perspectives on the same matter, it is either due to a lack of vision or divergent interests. Henan preferred to believe it was the latter. It was inevitable that friction would arise between old Mo and Qin Shueqing. Their private relationship might be even more strained. Yet, this was of no concern to him. He had never intended to involve himself in such chaotic affairs. His sole desire was to enhance his strength and fortify himself. For he believed that when one becomes sufficiently powerful, wealth, authority, and beauty would naturally gravitate towards them. If one lacks strength, they should strive for it. Lamenting one's unrecognized talent only reveals a lack of true greatness. Rather than wallowing in self-pity, it is far more prudent to engage in tangible endeavors. Henan was an exceedingly pragmatic individual. He would not take old Mo's praises of Shangqing at face value, believing it to be a paradise. Similarly, he would not shy away from visiting out of fear due to Qin Shueqing's warnings. In essence, he placed his trust solely in what he could perceive with his own eyes. Consequently, he continued to toil tirelessly to assist the city lord in producing alpha elements and flying machines. During this period, he refrained from venturing out to sea, maintaining appearances. The citizens of Xingqing were well aware that it was Henan who had diverted the sea monster, and they were filled with gratitude towards him. Those passing by his door would leave tokens of appreciation, sometimes a piece of meat, sometimes a vial of nutrients, or even clothing without patches. It was evident they offered their finest as thanks to Henan. Although Henan could not remember every individual, he was determined to give back to the city. Thus, he reopened the repair shop that had been closed. Whenever a mechanical companion was injured, he would promptly attend to the repairs, regardless of his current tasks. This garnered him even more gratitude from the residents of Xingqing. However, the business at the repair shop was adversely affected as many mechanics found themselves struggling to make ends meet. They attributed their plight to Henan and banded together to create a ruckus at his establishment. Henan, your gluttony is quite unseemly. If there is wealth to be shared, why do you indulge alone and fear not the consequences? Henan was not inclined to coddle them. I did not lure customers from your shops. They came of their own accord. If you possess the ability, persuade those waiting outside to accompany you instead. After all, I am overwhelmed with work as it is. The waiting area of the repair shop was already filled to capacity, and the street was lined with an interminable queue. Henan was but one person, without hired help, and truly overwhelmed. Yet, since everyone had arrived, he could not turn the customers away. He could only serve them one by one. Fortunately, they were willing to wait, and Henan offered them naught but a cup of clean water. In this era, having a glass of clean water was a luxury, Even purified seawater retained indelible microorganisms, leading to various health issues for those who consumed it long-term. Nonetheless, abstaining was not an option. In the pursuit of survival, they naturally overlooked these drawbacks. The group of mechanics attempting to stir up trouble also sought to persuade customers to follow them, promising discounts. However, aside from those truly in need of money, no one was willing to leave. Eventually, a keen observer noticed the clear water clutched in the customer's hands. This water was exceedingly precious. Had it not been prohibited from being taken away, they would have been loath to drink it, even though they were compelled to consume it on the spot. They sipped it delicately, savoring each drop. Look at that. Where did Henan get the water? All the mechanics' gazes converged on the small cup held by the customers, which contained but a mere mouthful for an adult. Yet, each person treasured it as though it were a diluted gem. The leader of the group, known as Zhou Ming, was a burly figure who had worked in a slaughterhouse before the apocalypse. A scar ran across his forehead, piercing through his brow bone, giving him a somewhat menacing appearance. He had often bullied others, relying on his fearsome visage. After awakening as a skilled mechanic in the post-apocalyptic world, his status had significantly elevated. Although he remained in the service industry, the mechanics he worked with relied on him for survival. And even if they found themselves at the receiving end of his inappropriate advances during repairs, most dared not speak out. This emboldened him further, leading him to make increasingly outrageous demands of the mechanics. After all, the surviving mechanics were all under commanders, bound by a shared fate, and none accepted his threats, opting instead to flock to Henan. Yet, Zhou Ming felt embarrassed to bring this matter to light, choosing instead to place the blame for their lack of business squarely on the water distributed by Henan. Henan is truly cunning, employing such tactics to win over hearts. What shall we do, leader? We cannot procure so much water. Do you think he can truly possess such a valuable commodity? It's merely a gimmick. In a few days, it will surely run out. Indeed, once that moment arrived, the customers would undoubtedly feel disillusioned and cease visiting his shop. Zhou Ming was quite pleased with this perceptive underling, patting him on the shoulder and declaring, "Let us return and wait. In a few days, the customers will come knocking at our door." Unbeknownst to Henan, this little interlude was unfolding while he tirelessly toiled away. The mechanics only ventured out to sea during the day, returning for repairs at night, causing Henan's biological clock to become utterly inverted. The most discontented of the group was Wu Miao. They had not engaged in aerobic exercise for many days, which left them feeling restless. Once Henan focused on his work, he would automatically filter out everything surrounding him. During this time, old Mo was secretly observing his behavior. After all, he intended to bring Henan to Shang City, and his loyalty needed to withstand scrutiny. If Henan were aware that old Mo was assessing others' loyalty in this manner, he would surely find it laughable. Henan harbored no loyalty to anyone. He was solely devoted to himself. This did not imply a flaw in his character. Rather, it highlighted that, thus far, he had yet to encounter anyone deserving of his unwavering allegiance. As for old Mo, they were fundamentally from different worlds, and it was inevitable that they would part ways one day. Their current collaboration merely stemmed from the mutual utility they provided each other, maintaining a facade of harmony. Henan was acutely aware that had he been an ordinary mechanic, he might have perished long ago in Qinchuan. Thus, it was his formidable prowess that preserved his life. Given the preciousness of his existence, how could he possibly relinquish it so readily to another? The alpha elements in aircraft were procured in batches by old Mo, with each delivery comprising 10,000 units. If Henan exerted his utmost effort, he could fulfill his required quota in no more than a month. However, such invaluable commodities could not be granted to him too easily, consciously delaying the process. Henan had only managed to deliver a third of the order after 3 months. Although old Mo was anxious, he recognized that this was significantly swifter than he had anticipated. Initially, he had planned to complete the configuration within a year and a half. But Henan had considerably expedited the timeline. Half a year had swiftly passed without venturing out to sea, and while Henan busied himself daily, the mechanical maidens were growing increasingly restless. They were relegated to menial tasks of serving tea and running errands at the luxurious establishment and the repair shop. Yet, how could such unskilled labor compare to the thrill of slaying sea monsters? Sister Meow Meow, do you have any idea when we can set sail? I don't know. In truth, Wu Miao was also quite vexed. She envied the mechanical maidens who had little to do, as long as they did not disturb Henan. They could comfortably lounge about. However, her responsibilities were manifold, encompassing the management of both the luxurious establishment and the repair shop, while also navigating the intricate social circles of the elite. In this world, some individuals were born into privilege, cradled by golden spoons, never troubled by the struggles of life. Yet, they too bore their own burdens. Wu Miao found it hard to empathize with their concerns, perceiving them merely as trivial complaints. Such individuals could be categorized into two types: those who paid exorbitant taxes for remaining single, living carefree lives while likening themselves to single dogs, and those bound by contracts with commanders, engaged solely in matters of romance without venturing out to hunt sea monsters, as they possessed ample star currency to delegate their tasks to others. Regardless of the type, in this era of scarce entertainment, they found little joy. They either indulged lavishly at the luxurious establishment or became lost in the excesses of bars. To maintain amicable relations with them, Wu Miao had no choice but to accompany them. Yet she did not wish to become a mere bystander. She still harbored a desire for vengeance. Sometimes, in the dead of night, she began to doubt herself, wondering if she would retain the willpower for revenge if this continued. During this period, He-Nan observed the myriad facets of existence, and suddenly clarity dawned upon him. Although old Mo was the lord of Star City, he yearned for Shang City. So why did he not go? Was it possible that he was merely a lackey in Shang City? In Chapter 78, Another World, He-Nan shared his thoughts with Wu Miao, who, having been despondent for some time, instantly perked up. If that is the case, can we eliminate him? That would depend on whether we can reach Shang City first. How long will that take? If he is true to his word, we can go once this batch is delivered. What if he is not trustworthy? Then we shall cease our cooperation, and he will find himself without any resources in the future. What if he were to exercise the Lord's authority and expel us? If he dares to take such drastic measures, I shall transform Star City into a ghost town. Wu Miao suddenly shivered. Although old Mo always appeared grim and intimidating, when He-Nan's gaze turned sinister, it eclipsed that of old Mo. Though he had never witnessed He-Nan's prowess firsthand, Wu Miao had never perceived him as benevolent. Since he could articulate such threats, he could undoubtedly execute them. The mere thought of slaughtering an entire Star City, reducing hundreds of thousands to mere corpses, was utterly chilling. Do you think old Mo is aware of your formidable nature? He must have some inkling. Otherwise, he would not treat me with such courtesy. Of course, it could also be that I am currently of value to him. As long as you remain beneficial to him, he will not harm you. He-Nan smirked darkly. His restraint did not imply my own would be the same. Wu Miao hurriedly leaned closer, tilting her face up to look at him, asking, "What plans do you have?" He-Nan gently pushed her forehead with a finger, cautioning her against prying. "Fine, if you want to share, I want to press." Wu Miao pouted playfully. Moving behind, He-Nan to massage his shoulders. He-Nan squinted in apparent delight. Old Mo's supply schedule was well known to Qin Shueching. Just as the last batch was about to be delivered, he sought an audience with He-Nan. "Does the Qin cabinet have business with me?" He-Nan inquired. "I know I cannot deter you. If you truly can venture to Shang City, could you assist me with a favor?" "If it is within my capability, certainly." "Very well. I shall visit you before your departure." He was being rather secretive, but He-Nan was indifferent. He would act if feasible and dismiss it if not, never burdening himself unnecessarily. Before long, the delivery date arrived, and after completing the handover, old Mo honored his promise. "With this token, the sentinels will grant you passage. A map is inscribed on the back." "What about my mechanical companions?" Wu Miao queried. "I only secured a single slot. You may go alone." "What nonsense is this? Am I to traverse alone on my own 2 feet? You may board my aircraft." "No room for negotiation?" Old Mo shook his head resolutely. He-Nan discerned that the old man had no authority in Shang City. Even bringing a companion was out of the question. Yet, this was advantageous. He could act without hesitation. Old Mo had arranged for them to depart in 3 days, emphasizing the importance of punctuality, for the aircraft would not wait. He-Nan felt certain he was correct in his assumptions. The old man's words, "my aircraft," were merely a fade. He had no say in the departure time, and yet spoke so brazenly. Truly shameless. However, this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. He needed to return and prepare. He would entrust the Tycoon's affairs to Chen Ming, confident in his management. The self-service equipment in the repair shop could remain, as it would benefit the citizens of Star City. Yet, his laboratory must be completely dismantled. Not a single drop of liquid could be left behind. The most pressing concern was his mechanical companions. He had painstakingly contracted them and nurtured a bond over time. To abandon them now would be a lamentable loss, one he had never contemplated. Was there not a storage space available? Since seafood can thrive in this environment, it stands to reason that the mechanized beings could as well. The ones he had previously repaired lacked their activation cores, lying dormant within this space. Now, he could attempt to awaken them. Thus, Hinan summoned the core of one mechanized girl with his thoughts. Gradually, she opened her eyes, gazing around in bewilderment. After sitting up, she called out loudly, "Is anyone there?" Naturally, no one responded, and after several attempts, she resigned herself to silence. Fearing that the mutated octopuses might harm them, Hinan placed them in a separate area, shrouded in mist, devoid of any discernible features, which rendered her confusion quite understandable. He chose not to communicate with her immediately, opting instead to observe her state of existence within this realm. The storage space experienced a cycle of day and night, and at present, it was afternoon, illuminated by bright daylight. The mechanized girl wandered aimlessly for a while, even pushing against a group of other mechanized beings lying on the ground. When they failed to respond, she gave up her efforts. She attempted to venture further, but returned almost immediately. The innate fear of the unknown gripped her. Although remaining in place offered her no sense of security, it was where she had awakened, fostering an instinctual desire to remain there. Subsequently, she sat down, curling up with her knees drawn to her chest, maintaining that posture for an extended period. Hinan found her demeanor amusing and decided it was time for him to make his entrance. This was his first experience within his own storage space. Despite his familiarity with everything inside, he still felt a sense of awe. Although the surroundings appeared barren, Hinan sensed a lingering essence of life within. Perhaps this was a parallel world, though now was not the time to dwell on such musings. "Hello, I am Hinan, a mechanic," he introduced himself. The mechanized girl's eyes sparkled with recognition. "Did you save me?" "Indeed. Where's this? Why am I here? This will be your home henceforth. But you must build your own house and manage your own chores. Can you handle that?" Despite her confusion, she nodded. "I can." Hinan then telepathically summoned the mobile housing units he had scavenged, along with furniture, pots, pans, and other necessities. Following this, he activated the other mechanized beings. With more individuals present, the fear dissipated. They were practical and industrious, assembling a row of houses and arranging the furniture before nightfall. For cooking, they would have to rely on an induction stove for the time being. Hinan had discovered solar panels, installing a row on each house to sufficiently meet their electrical needs. He also had an ample supply of food and water, but only allocated enough for one day. He had yet to determine what tasks they should undertake, as he could not allow them to live without contributing. He understood the principle of earning one's keep. It was essential that they did not benefit without effort. For today, this will suffice. Eat your meals and rest early. We shall continue building tomorrow. Understood. Perhaps due to their new surroundings or the bond of their contract, these mechanized beings exhibited remarkable obedience. Thus far, Hinan was quite pleased with them. However, he was certain that where there are people, there will be conflict, and this group would inevitably encounter its own challenges. However, it remains uncertain when the eruption will occur. He does not intend to intervene, merely awaiting the outcome. Given that life can be sustained within the storage space, it follows that the mechanical maidens outside can also be accommodated within. Nevertheless, being a remarkably democratic man, he resolved to consult with them first. In 3 days, I shall journey to Shanxing. I must return now to gather my belongings. I possess far too many. Lin Shuangfeng, in her haste, prepared to dash away. "Let me finish speaking," he urged. "Oh," Lin Shuang's cheeks flushed, and she obediently sat back down. "Mr. Mo presented me with a token." What shall we do?" Wu Miao was the first to voice her reluctance. "Hinan, do you intend to abandon us? Am I that kind of person? Without a token, we certainly cannot enter." "Will you forsake your opportunity to go to Shanxing for our sake?" "Not quite." An air of silence enveloped the group. They had grown accustomed to their lavish lifestyle alongside Hinan. Should he choose to cast them aside, even with a contract to the commander, they would not enjoy their current way of life. Observing their anxious expressions, Hinan decided to reveal the truth. "You all know I possess a storage space." "Indeed. But you wouldn't consider taking us all in, would you?" Wu Miao gasped at her own words. "Is that even possible? Will we be able to thrive inside?" "Of course. There are already individuals assisting you in constructing homes." "Constructing homes?" Lin Shuang's eyes widened. "Hinan, you cannot be deceiving us, can you? I always thought the storage space was merely a larger bag." "Ha ha ha, your imagination is rather vivid." Lin Shuang's face flushed once more as she averted her gaze. "I visited yesterday. It is indeed a place where one can live normally, not much different from the outside. Although it is quite empty, everything will depend on your own efforts. I fear not the work. Self-sufficiency leads to abundance." Hearing that they could remain by Hinan's side, Wu Miao felt reassured. A storage space is simply a storage space. Let it be his hidden treasure. Hinan grinned mischievously. Shall I take you to see it now? Although they had accepted the reality, the thought of entering still paled their faces. Chapter 79. Is this heaven? A group of individuals held hands and stood in a line. With a thought, Hinan transported them into the storage space. Inside, the mechanical maidens were fervently engaged in building houses. Wu Miao regarded Hinan curiously. So you truly do keep a hidden treasure. Hinan chuckled nonchalantly. There will be more in the future. Everyone must learn to coexist harmoniously. Wu Miao rolled her eyes inwardly. While she believed Hinan harbored no ill intentions towards these women, his secrecy suggested a lack of trust in her. Allow me to introduce everyone. This is my girlfriend, Wu Miao. She will oversee your work from now on. Sparse applause erupted from the crowd. Since meeting Hinan, not only was he handsome, but he also treated them exceptionally well, causing nearly all the mechanical maidens to be smitten. Yet, just as their hearts began to bloom, he unveiled his legitimate girlfriend, who inexplicably became their team leader. However, despite any lingering discontent, they dared not express it, for they would rely on Hinan for their livelihood in the future. As for his girlfriend, it is preferable to avoid offending her. This is the prevailing sentiment among most, yet there are always peculiar individuals in any crowd. They tend to perceive themselves as the epitome of beauty, believing that capturing a man's attention requires merely a beckoning finger. Strangely, such individuals are not rare within this group. However, Hinan harbored no such thoughts. He had already begun discussing the prospect of building a house with Wu Miao. Would you prefer to reside in a mobile cabin like them? Or shall we construct a villa? The choice is yours. Upon hearing Hinan's unwavering support, Wu Miao's earlier displeasure dissipated, and she responded with a beaming smile. I believe our time living here will be considerable, so we ought to plan for the long term. But can you actually build? I shall give it a try. If you need assistance with the construction, count on me. By fortuitous coincidence, Su Qingqing, prior to the apocalypse, was an architectural designer, which delighted Hinan immensely. After sharing his vision, he entrusted the entire project to her. Having spent ample time together, a foundation of trust had been established, and Hinan felt at ease delegating the task to her. He had previously scavenged a significant amount of high-quality building materials. He attempted to summon the necessary supplies using his thoughts, allowing Su Qingqing to oversee the arrangement. Su Qingqing requested a computer from Hinan and began drafting plans. The villa Hinan intended to build was significantly larger than their previous residence. After all, the several mechanized companions had grown accustomed to living with him, and a sudden separation would undoubtedly stir unease. Few women possess true magnanimity, and there was no need to create distance over such matters. Furthermore, once constructed, this villa might serve as their home for a lifetime. Thus, it was imperative to ensure no compromises were made. Next, they needed to address the issue of sustenance, which was equally paramount. Since they would be living here, self-sufficiency was essential. Therefore, they aimed to cultivate grains, vegetables, and fruits. Is there anyone knowledgeable in this area? This time, Hinan displayed wisdom, recognizing the immense potential of collective effort. It would yield results far more swiftly than solitary contemplation. As anticipated, someone promptly stepped forward. I grew up in the countryside, and my family has contracted a vast orchard, alongside growing our own grains and vegetables. What is your name? Hinan inquired of the unfamiliar face. I am Wang Wan. Very well, I shall allocate a plot of land for you. Select a few individuals to assist you. That sounds feasible, but do you have seeds and fertilizer? I do. Hinan was uncertain whether crops would thrive in this environment. If not, alternatives would need to be considered. The food stored in the storage space was abundant, yet there would inevitably come a day when it would be depleted. He was not one to squander resources and needed to prepare for the future. Wang Wan demonstrated commendable organizational skills, quickly gathering several mechanized companions adept in agricultural machinery to clear the land. The soil in Hinan's storage space was relatively loose, making it far easier to cultivate than the mountainous terrain she was accustomed to. She assembled 10 deep plows, and by day's end, over 10,000 acres had been tilled. Sowing, fertilizing, pest control, and harvesting were all facilitated by corresponding equipment, all operated by the mechanized companions. Although these companions possessed limited combat capabilities, they were remarkably proficient when it came to agricultural tasks. One day of plowing, followed by a day of sowing. The tasks were executed with precision and efficiency. The seeds had indeed been planted, yet the issue of irrigation remained unresolved. Hinan had previously stored a considerable amount of fresh water, originally intended to meet daily necessities. However, if this water were to be used for irrigation, it would likely fall short. How peculiar, he mused. Observing Wang Wan squatting on the ground with a soil testing device, murmuring to herself, Henan approached her. "What's the matter?" Wang Wan quickly rose, perplexed. "Strangely enough, despite our lack of watering, the soil's moisture content is already satisfactory." "Oh," she continued, "moreover, the soil is quite fertile. Our crops are sure to yield abundantly." The storage space proved remarkably beneficial. While Henan felt a surge of joy, he still needed to verify the situation. If it truly turned out that irrigation was unnecessary, his vast expanse of farmland could sustain at least 40 to 50,000 people. Thus, he would face no pressure in expanding his influence. On the third day, Henan met with old Mo as agreed, and together they boarded a warplane bound for Shanqing. However, Qin Shueqing, who had expressed intentions to seek him out, did not appear. He wondered what had transpired. Had something happened to her, or had she simply changed her mind? To his surprise, Henan encountered a familiar face on the plane, MOD. Yet, she was bound and thrown into a seat, her mouth sealed with tape, glaring at old Mo with a look of resentment. It seemed there was indeed a story between the grandfather and granddaughter, and Henan prepared himself for an intriguing spectacle. However, throughout the journey, old Mo did not spare MOD a single glance. Even as her eyes began to water from the intensity of her glare, receiving no acknowledgement whatsoever. Henan speculated that old Mo was likely leveraging his precious granddaughter for his own advancement. After all, MOD possessed a striking appearance, exuding an aloofness that appealed to certain individuals. The aircraft took the better part of the day to reach its destination. Just before disembarking, old Mo handed Henan a black eye mask. "Goodness, is this to guard against me?" Though displeased internally, Henan donned the mask. He was not surprised that MOD received the same treatment. However, when old Mo also put on a mask, it became somewhat intriguing. As the cabin door opened, someone boarded and seized Henan's arm, prompting him to rise and follow the individual outside. After disembarking from the warplane, they boarded a hover vehicle, which continued for about an hour before finally arriving at the true destination. "You will rest here. If needed, we will summon you," the attendant stated, which greatly irked Henan. Suddenly, he thought of MOD. He wondered what she would be subjected to, and decided it would be best to secure her first. Thus, with a mere thought, he initiated a binding contract. MOD's eyes widened beneath the mask, though she uttered not a word. Henan swiftly tore off her eye mask, feeling the air become significantly fresher. They found themselves in a small room, resembling a standard hotel room, furnished with 2 single beds and a bathroom. Unfortunately, the conditions were quite rudimentary, lacking even a shower, with only a thin, colorless blanket on the bed. Henan grimaced, casting a teasing glance at old Mo. "Is this what you refer to as paradise?" Chapter 80. Shanqing. Old Mo nonchalantly seated himself on the inner bed, clearly familiar with the surroundings. He then leisurely remarked, "We have yet to enter the city." Originally, Henan intended to extract some information from old Mo, but ultimately reconsidered. After all, the old fellow might not speak the truth, so it would be better to observe with his own eyes. Approaching the bedside, he disdainfully tossed the blanket onto the floor and sat down heavily on the bed, closing his eyes to rest. In reality, he was surveying the situation in the storage space. The mechanized girls were all industriously engaged, none slacking off. Henan silently commended Wu Miao. This woman possessed some talent, and with such a capable assistant, he felt considerably more at ease. The room was enveloped in silence, with no one uttering a word. It wasn't until nightfall that old Mo finally spoke. "Qin Shueqing has sought you out, hasn't he?" Indeed, there was no need for concealment in this matter. Since old Mo inquired, he must have caught wind of it, and any attempt to hide it would only arouse suspicion. "What did he want from you?" "He requested my assistance." "Assistance with what?" "He didn't specify." "Is that so?" Old Mo's voice suddenly grew somber. Henan did not lift his eyelids, indifferent to whether old Mo believed him or not. "He said he would come to see me before I left, but he never showed." A fleeting glimmer of regret flashed in old Mo's eyes, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. Henan immediately surmised that old Mo must be lamenting his premature actions. However, that was of no concern to him. Those involved in politics often had several escape routes. Qin Shueqing was unlikely to be easily subdued by this old man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to ask. It wasn't until the darkness deepened that someone finally arrived to deliver their meals. To their surprise, it was self-heating rice produced before the apocalypse, flavored with braised beef. Although it was past its expiration date, neither of them expressed any disdain, devouring it completely. Upon boarding the aircraft, they had been searched, and apart from the clothes they wore, nothing was permitted. Henan's storage space contained everything one could imagine, yet he could not retrieve any of it. Having to wait until they settled in the city, the two remained confined in the small dilapidated house for an entire week, not allowed to step outside. With meals delivered 3 times a day, each day brought a bottle of water and 3 portions of self-heating meals, with little else to sustain them. This clearly indicated that old Imo held little standing in Shang City. On the 8th day, someone finally came to escort them into the city. As usual, each was given a blindfold before boarding a hover vehicle. They twisted and turned through countless corners, and thankfully, Heenan did not suffer from motion sickness. Otherwise, it would have been quite a torment. After what felt like an eternity, they arrived at the Awakeners Guild in Shang City, where they were finally permitted to remove their blindfolds. They registered their information and processed their temporary identification cards. The individual who brought them merely dropped a phrase before turning to leave, discarding them as if they were refuse. Mo Jean, level commander. It was at this moment that Heenan learned Old Mo's full name, though it had become inconsequential. The process for obtaining a temporary identification card was exceedingly simple. After inputting their information, the processor required a test, took their photograph, and recorded their fingerprints, resulting in the issuance of a wristband. This wristband was of immense utility, not only storing personal information but also serving as a means for monetary transactions, communication, navigation, and even providing a cubic meter of personal storage. Heenan found the wristband intriguing. With some modifications, it might possess even more capabilities. Soon, it was his turn. Heenan, level mechanic. After a flurry of activity, Heenan obtained his very own wristband. Leaving the Awakeners Guild, Old Imo, with a grave expression, addressed Heenan. With this bracelet, you may remain here for 10 days. Should you fail to secure residency by then, you must depart. Heenan, somewhat bewildered, inquired, are you suggesting that I must rely on myself? I can assist you only to this extent. Old Imo replied before departing without a backward glance. Heenan felt an overwhelming urge to vent his frustration. This old man was utterly unreliable. Nevertheless, having arrived here, he resolved to make the best of it and began to explore. The expanse of Shang City was immense, so vast that even a floating vehicle could take 2 to 3 hours to traverse its entirety. The population was notably large, yet scarcely anyone strolled the streets. All appeared hurried, engrossed in their own affairs. At this moment, Heenan's primary concerns were what to eat today and where to find shelter for the night. Although no one restricted his freedom, the treatment he had received suggested that this was a city of utmost caution, perhaps with countless unseen eyes observing his every move. Until he grasped the situation more thoroughly, he intended to act with discretion, with no desire to meander aimlessly. Heenan knew he must first secure employment to address his food and lodging needs. He activated the bracelet, which provided intricate city navigation, even detailing the names of narrow alleys. The public transportation system was highly developed. However, riding it required funds he did not possess. He pondered returning to the Awakeners Guild. Excuse me, might I find work here? The receptionist was not particularly welcoming. There are no jobs available, but you may accept tasks. As a mechanic, are there any tasks I could undertake? Please scan your bracelet. Heenan obediently placed his bracelet on the scanner. Beep. Name, Heenan, level, mechanic. Time residing in Shang City, 1 hour. You just arrived in Shang City? Yes. The receptionist hesitated but eventually made a phone call. The glass was soundproof, without a microphone. Heenan could not discern the conversation's content. However, the outcome was favorable, as the receptionist handed him a black task card. Exit and turn right. Apply for a vehicle at the rental service, then report to the central mechanic factory. They will inform you of your specific duties. Scratching his head, Heenan asked, does the vehicle cost anything? The fee will be deducted from your task reward. All right, thank you. He had anticipated there would be no free lunch, and Heenan could only hope the reward from this task would suffice to cover both the transportation fee and his accommodations. Otherwise, the thought of working on an empty stomach was too daunting to contemplate. The rental service operated on a self-service basis. Heenan scanned his bracelet at a vehicle scanner, which promptly opened the door. An electronic voice announced, "Vehicle rental successful. Base fare, 100 Shang City coins. Each additional kilometer incurs a charge of 10 Shang City coins." Immediately, Heenan's bracelet emitted a red light, accompanied by another electronic voice warning. Balance is 0. The user may overdraw up to 100 Shang City coins. He set the navigation and pressed the accelerator, propelling the floating vehicle forward. Heenan could only hope the initial fare would suffice to reach his destination. Otherwise, he would have to rely on his own 2 feet to get there. Fortunately, his aspirations materialized. At checkout, he found he had not exceeded the limit. The fare was precisely 100 Shang City coins. Having accomplished nothing yet, he was already in debt. You must strive harder, Heenan admonished himself. Encouraging himself, Heenan made his way directly to the central repair facility. The factory spanned nearly half the size of Star City, and it took Heenan over 10 minutes to walk from the parking lot to the main entrance. There was no security guard, so Heenan decided to swipe his task card first. The familiar electronic voice chimed in, requesting him to scan his identity wristband. Complying, he did as instructed. And the voice echoed once more, instructing him to report to Workshop 1. The gate opened automatically, and Heenan followed the wristband's navigation to reach Workshop 1 without incident. Before entering, he had to swipe his card several times. After finally getting inside, he was at a loss as to whom to approach, timidly. He chose to wait in place. After several minutes, a figure emerged from within. Well, a person, though Heenan found it difficult to describe him. This individual resembled a robot, yet bore a human head. Are you Heenan? Heenan snapped back to reality. Yes, that's me. Follow me. How should I address you? Heenan inquired, eager to familiarize himself and foster good relations as a newcomer. Call me Captain Leong. Hello, Captain Leong. There was no further response from him, and Heenan awkwardly scratched the back of his head, silently trailing behind. He was not naturally sociable and lacked the ability to quickly bond with strangers. Captain Leong led him to a workstation, which was essentially a small room containing only a repair bench. Whatever the conveyor belt delivers, you will repair. Press the green button when you finish. If you cannot repair it, press the red button. Do you understand? Yes. Once Captain Leong concluded his instructions, he exited. The conveyor belt soon delivered a mechanical girl along with repair parts. After Leong left, Heenan quickly scanned the room and discovered there were no surveillance cameras, filling him with a sense of delight. What an excellent opportunity to seize, he thought, and without hesitation, he stowed the components away and activated his healing spell. In about 2 minutes, the mechanical girl was repaired. However, there was no need to power on the core, as it would need to be rechecked upon leaving to ensure the repair was up to standard. Just as Heenan pressed the green button, another unit was sent down the conveyor. Am I being treated like a workhorse? He had no time for such thoughts. Quickly gathering the parts and repeating the process with fluidity and efficiency, time flew by as he diligently worked, and before he knew it, the end of the workday had arrived. Heenan had managed to repair nearly 100 mechanical girls that afternoon. Of course, the extent of damage varied, but all were recognizable in form. None were reduced to a mere core. Finally, the conveyor belt ceased its operation, and Heenan stretched before stepping out of his workstation. To his surprise, Captain Leong awaited him outside. The factory manager wishes to see you. Let us go. Oh. Heenan hurriedly followed him. Captain Liang's demeanor was overly serious, and the two exchanged not a single word along the way. The factory manager, however, appeared to be amiable, with a warm smile that was comforting. You are quite the skilled mechanic, he praised. Thank you, but I haven't received my payment yet, Heenan replied courteously. Feel free to express any requests. Really? Is it that simple? Heenan was taken aback. Go ahead, what do you desire? Heenan scratched his head. Could I possibly receive my wages for today? Upon my arrival in Chongqing, I found myself without a meal for an entire day. In truth, Heenan was not starving himself. He had filled his stomach earlier while at his workstation. However, he was uncertain of the factory manager's true intentions and thus decided to test the waters with this condition. There was no need for haste. At our repair factory, we operate on a daily wage system, and soon enough, the payment would automatically be credited to his wristband. Thank you, manager. Please, let us converse, he said as the manager spoke, retrieving a box labeled premium nutritional supplement from the refrigerator and handing it to Heenan. Here, have something to tide you over. Heenan graciously accepted and took a sip. He was genuinely curious about how this premium supplement differed from the nutritional liquids of Xingqing. Indeed, the flavor was distinct, reminiscent of a comforting soda, albeit a milder version. As it warmed his stomach, a sense of comfort enveloped him. He could feel energy radiating from his core, albeit in small quantities. Yet, he surmised that long-term consumption would yield substantial benefits. Thank you, manager. I am no longer hungry. Ha ha ha. Let me ask you, do you wish to remain in Chongqing? Indeed, but having just arrived today, I am still quite lost. Heenan genuinely desired to secure residency. Yet he was not one to seek refuge with just anyone. Setting aside the manager's character, the job itself seemed arduous with long hours, likely leading to a sense of isolation over time. It appears you are a person of thought, the manager observed, scrutinizing Heenan for a considerable moment. You may return to work tomorrow, or you may choose not to. Henan's temporary identification granted him 10 days of residency, and the manager was confident this time would allow Henan to ponder deeply. Thank you, manager. I will contemplate this seriously. The manager produced a device resembling a USB drive and handed it to him. No need for formality. I appreciate talent. Take this and review it. It contains detailed information on the prominent families of Shanxing. Our repair factory is affiliated with the Wang family, one of the 10 major families. Very well. I shall examine it closely. Upon departing from the central repair factory, Henan settled into the nearest hotel. After days without a shower, he felt as though he had developed an odor of his own. To avoid raising suspicions, he purchased a change of clothes and toiletries from the convenience store downstairs, all packed into a black backpack for convenience upon checking out the next day. The hotel itself was modest, yet it boasted a shower in the bathroom. Henan took several thorough rinses until the sour scent dissipated completely. He remained uncertain how to utilize the device the manager had given him, spending a considerable amount of time before successfully connecting it to his wristband. The contents were indeed comprehensive, delineating the power dynamics of Shanxing with remarkable clarity. However, upon finishing, Henan couldn't help but chuckle. It was no wonder the manager was unconcerned about his potential departure. The entire repair industry in Shanxing was monopolized by the Wang family. As a repair technician, Henan would find it impossible to secure work outside of their domain. The city's structure was uniquely defined, with each family monopolizing a specific industry. The Wang family dominated the repair sector, the Li family controlled the nutritional liquid market, and the Sun family monopolized the hovercraft industry, and so on. Each family was dedicated, operating solely within their respective fields without transgressing into others' territories. Moreover, the government's control is exceedingly stringent. Major projects related to the nation's economy and people's livelihoods, such as public transport, communication, finance, and overseas ventures, are entirely state-owned, and no family is permitted to interfere. This city indeed possesses a certain allure. Henan stroked his chin, contemplating how to negotiate terms with the factory director. He was uncertain about the extent of the director's authority. Meeting the head of the Wang family would have been ideal. In truth, Henan had no reason for concern. That very evening, the factory director reported his achievements to the family head. The head of the Wang family expressed great interest in Henan and insisted on meeting this young man. Perhaps due to fatigue from a long day, Henan fell into a deep slumber, devoid of dreams. The following day, he was awakened by a knock at the door. Groggy, Henan opened the door to find the factory director standing outside. Henan, hurry and freshen up. Our family head wishes to see you. Henan donned the new outfit he had purchased the previous day, appearing considerably more presentable. Upon boarding the hover vehicle, the director handed him a premium nutrient solution, which Henan accepted without hesitation, consuming it directly. He had initially imagined the head of the Wang family would resemble an elderly figure like old Mo. To his surprise, the individual appeared to be just over 30. However, there was an air of aloof authority about him, bordering on excessive coldness. Are you interested in joining the Wang family? The inquiry was direct, as if each additional word were a costly endeavor. Nonetheless, Henan appreciated this forthright manner of interaction. It was straightforward, either it worked or it did not, without any unnecessary banter. What about my compensation? Henan replied with equal simplicity. Based solely on your performance yesterday, I can only offer you a position as a team leader. Cursing the malevolent capitalists inwardly, Henan maintained a faint smile. I possess far more capabilities than that. The moment to witness miracles had arrived in Chapter 82. You need not doubt the Wang family's strength, as long as you can provide me with a reason for investment. All terms are negotiable. Henan smirked slightly, confident that the family head had surely encountered the spacecraft from Star City and Alpha Elements. Did you create that? A flicker of emotion appeared in the family head's eyes. Indeed, I can produce even better. Conditions, Henan continued. I require a private laboratory and uninterrupted free time. I have several assistants. They too need residency rights. Additionally, I demand the freedom to venture overseas and long-term residency rights. As a mechanical engineer, isn't going overseas tantamount to courting death? The director's offers paled in comparison to those proposed by Henan. Of course, his primary concern was to avoid the early demise of such a rare talent. The family head squinted. Can you tell me about your assistants? Mechanical daughters. You wish to take mechanical daughters overseas. How will their power be managed? I have solutions. Leaning forward, the family head's eyes brimmed with curiosity. Do you understand the consequences of such claims? What do you mean? Aside from me, the other 9 prominent families will hunt you down. And so? The family head straightened. Merely words will not suffice. You must demonstrate genuine value. I am unaware of what materials you possess. Long Geo, take him to the storage room. He may take whatever he needs. Understood. Henan cast a glance at Long Geo and was taken aback. He was even more extravagant than Captain Liang. With half of his head composed of machinery, merely possessing materials was insufficient. I will also require a laboratory. He will ensure that everything is arranged for you. Very well. Henan had always assumed that the Wang family was affluent, but he never anticipated such immense wealth. Over half of the items in the warehouse were unfamiliar to him. It could be said that there was nothing the Wang family did not possess, only things one could not imagine. Henan suppressed the rapid beating of his heart, resisting the impulse to seize the entire contents of the warehouse. He had previously considered himself a wealthy individual, but in comparison, he felt only slightly superior to a beggar. As he strolled along the shelves, he pondered what he could create that would astonish the head of the Wang family. Ordinary modifications would certainly not suffice for others. It would merely be a matter of time before they achieved similar results. If he were to undertake this task, it must be something unique. Something that no one but Henan could produce. Yet, he could not decide at that moment. So he opted for a selection of a dozen materials with substantial energy storage capacity. This included repair materials for the mechanical daughters as well as mutated marine creatures. He believed that the Wang family must have their own research and development team, and their expertise would be considerable. Otherwise, they would not be able to satisfy the ever-evolving demands of the mechanical daughters. To stand out, he needed to innovate. Henan's residence was situated in a prime location within the Wang estate, in an independent villa. The entire first floor was dedicated to a laboratory where Long Geo had, as per Henan's request, moved all the experimental equipment on the same day, and everything was brand new. The second floor housed a gym, dining room, entertainment room, and more. The third floor contained guest rooms, while the fourth floor featured the master bedroom, living room, study, and a small open kitchen. Although humanity now entirely relied on nutritional fluids for sustenance, the memory of preparing delicious meals remained an indelible part of his heart. The master bedroom was equipped with a private elevator leading to various floors, though using the stairs was also an option. The living room's floor-to-ceiling windows opened onto a large terrace, complete with a sunroom and a private swimming pool. Henan could not help but appreciate the splendid environment. However, in comparison to the villa he was constructing in his own space, it felt somewhat diminished. He settled in comfortably and did not rush to begin working. Each day after he awoke, a housekeeper would bring him nutritional fluids and tidy up. Although the high-quality nutritional fluids tasted quite pleasant, Henan could not quite acclimate to them. He stored them away and prepared his own meals. After indulging for 3 consecutive days, he felt it was time to get to work, especially since no one from the Wang family had hurried him. Long Geo reported his status to the head of the Wang family daily. Master, do you think he is deliberately delaying? If he exceeded the temporary residency period, even with valid reasons for remaining, he would still need to pay a hefty extension fee, of which he was certainly aware. The head of the Wang family was unconcerned about waiting a few more days. In his view, if Henan was merely seeking to attract attention, he had countless ways to enlighten him on why the flowers bloomed so vividly. In truth, Henan had not been idle. He continued to repair mechanical daughters at a pace of 3 per day, while also developing several concepts, all of which he experimented within his space, though thus far, he had not achieved any significant breakthroughs. To avoid arousing suspicion, he refrained from consuming the flesh of the sea monster any further. Regrettably, he had only encountered this particular one in Star City. If there were more in Shang City, he would not hesitate to promote their use. Upon entering the laboratory, Henan did not emerge again. A small, disc-like device gradually took shape. This was a charging station, designed to replenish energy for the mechanized girls during overseas operations when their stamina waned. With this device, the mortality rate of the mechanized girls could be significantly reduced. In fact, Henan had already constructed one in his space and even tested its strength using the cultivated sea monster. Although it could already astonish the entirety of Shang City, he remained dissatisfied. If it could be improved, why settle for less? Henan emerged from the laboratory on the final day of his residency, triumphant. In his living room was a dedicated telephone line that connected directly to the Wang family patriarch. Upon hearing of his successful experiment, the patriarch postponed important meetings and rushed over to verify the results. Is this a kinetic energy charging station? The patriarch inquired incredulously, circling the small disk. But what is its source of energy? Mutated marine organisms. We can venture out to conduct a test. Is this the reason you seek permission to go to sea? Sort of. Even the patriarch needed to apply in advance for a sea expedition. Generally, no one would obstruct the request, and permission would be granted on the spot. However, this procedure was mandatory. It was the last remnant of official obstinacy. Henan followed closely behind the patriarch, accompanied by nearly 100 mechanized girls forming a guard, along with relevant experts. The spectacle resembled that of an emperor's procession. The group halted at the checkpoint and did not proceed further, truly cautious of life. Henan mused inwardly, deploying a remote device to position the small disk at the designated spot. The surface of the sea swiftly generated slight ripples. Without the test apparatus's response, it might have been mistaken for mere waves. The wave frequency of the small disk exerted a lethal allure on the mutated marine organisms. And soon, various sea monsters gathered beneath. A miracle unfolded as the nearby creatures transformed into desiccated husks within seconds, their kinetic energy entirely absorbed by the small disk. After draining over 100 mutated marine organisms, the disk's red light finally shifted to blue. The wave frequency automatically severed, and the surrounding sea monsters scattered. Henan glanced at the patriarch, suggesting they send a few mechanized girls over to test it. The patriarch nodded, and immediately 2 mechanized girls soared toward the small disk. Henan instantly recognized the flying devices they were equipped with as his own creations. Once both mechanized girls were fully charged, the small disk's light remained blue. The patriarch's eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. How many mechanized girls can one charge satisfy? Chapter 83, Revenge for Grievances. In truth, it wasn't calculated that way. When the kinetic energy reserve of the small disk fell below 50%, it would automatically absorb energy from the ocean. This means, as long as it remains operational, it can be utilized indefinitely? That is a fair interpretation. What about its defensive capabilities? Will it be vulnerable to damage? Unless humans act foolishly. Mutated marine organisms would not harm it. Henan, you are indeed formidable. Henan slightly curled the corners of his lips. This opportunity could yield substantial profits for the Wong family. Rest assured, we will honor the terms we agreed upon. I express my gratitude to the head of the Wong family. How many assistants do you have? I need to report to my superiors. What is your maximum authority? The Wong family head gazed at him incredulously. You don't happen to have a team of mechanized girls, do you? As a matter of fact, I do. The Wong family head fell silent. Henan was too powerful, making it difficult to gauge his intentions. In the midst of the Wong family's hesitation, Henan retrieved the small flying saucer. If this poses too much of a dilemma for you, I shall return to Star City. The Wong family head fixated on the small flying saucer in Henan's hand, contemplating the feasibility of resorting to violence for gain. Yet, as the leader of a prominent family, he had traversed a path paved with the sacrifices of many. He could sense that Henan's calm demeanor indicated he had some contingency plan. Eliminating Henan would be simple, but finding another lucrative opportunity like this would be arduous. You may bring a maximum of 50 individuals to Shang City, and they must contribute value to Shang City. Otherwise, even if you bring them in, they cannot remain. 50 it is. When can I return to fetch them? You should rest for now. I will notify you. Understood. Henan stepped forward, but then paused. May I inquire if Mo Jean, who accompanied me, has remained? That individual will not stay in Shang City. He is a pawn left outside by the Li family. Oh, are you familiar with him? Not particularly. Henan smirked mischievously. Do you think if I were to eliminate him, the Li family would seek vengeance? The Wong family head also smiled. I have never encountered someone as straightforward as you. People die at sea every day. Why must you vocalize it? Haha. Henan intended to bring 50 mechanized girls over, and clearly, the current villa could not accommodate them. That very day, Long Jiu assisted him in relocating to a new residence, a small villa complex capable of housing not just 50, but even 100 individuals. Moreover, entry required facial recognition. Those not residing within the compound could not gain access. Henan was exceedingly pleased with this arrangement. The following day, he received a new wristband, officially becoming a citizen of Shang City. This wristband possessed identical functions to the previous one but included connectivity to the official Shang City website, and its storage capacity expanded to 100 cubic meters. On the third day, someone specifically escorted Henan back to Star City, and this time, without a blindfold. The privileges of a formal resident are indeed remarkable. Upon returning to Star City, the first person Henan encountered was, unexpectedly, Mo Jean. Henan, why have you returned? I have some matters to attend to. So, you remained? I did not disappoint. Henan, you owe me a significant favor. Henan narrowed his eyes. With the city lord's capabilities, securing residency should not be an issue, correct? That is not for you to question. Henan pouted. What does the city lord want with me? You should be staying with the Wong family, right? All the mechanics in Shang City are centralized in the Wong family. Where else could I go? With your abilities, it is only a matter of time before you rise to prominence. You flatter me. However, when the Lee family requires your assistance, you must comply. On what grounds? Without my endorsement, you would never have the chance to enter Shanqing. My opportunity to visit the city was bartered for, and the lord of the city ought to understand that such an approach lacks honor. Do you believe I can facilitate your entry, or conversely, prevent it? You may test your fate. Imogen's eyes narrowed, radiating a perilous glimmer. If he could not be of use to me, then he was better off dead. To Imogen, eliminating a mechanic was as inconsequential as squashing an ant. Hence, he opted for intimidation before taking action. Heenan would not afford anyone the chance to take his life. The concealed weapon on his wrist was no mere ornament. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed it, striking Imogen squarely between his brows. Why you? Imogen's words trailed off as he vanished. Heenan retrieved his weapon and departed. Instead of returning to his dwelling, he sought out Chen Xueqing. Heenan? Chen Xueqing was astonished to see Heenan reappear in Star City. What brings you here? I've returned to escort someone. Escort someone? Indeed, just as you surmise. Chen Xueqing rubbed his hands and paced in circles, uncertain of what conditions would persuade Heenan to grant him a quota. Speak plainly. Your fidgeting is making me dizzy. I wish to inquire. Do you want me to take Chen Ming away? Yes, exactly. What conditions do you have? I will do my utmost. Isn't he doing well here in Star City? Life in Shanqing will not be as easy. I am aware, but remaining here is perilous. I fear I cannot protect him. Are you worried about Imogen? Chen Xueqing looked at Heenan in astonishment, bewildered by his audacity to mention the city lord by name. No need for such surprise. Imogen left without informing anyone and has yet to return. Chen Xueqing was perplexed. Just an hour ago, he had been in a meeting with Imogen. Are you suggesting he won't return? Precisely. Chen Xueqing felt a jolt within. He had underestimated Heenan, who was indeed a formidable character. Is there anything I can do for you? I will reach out if necessary. Heenan smirked slightly. You should be capable of assuming the position of city lord, correct? Do not let me down. Absolutely, I assure you. After bidding farewell to Chen Xueqing, Heenan took a detour to deal with Professor Bai. Those who lacked capability, yet reveled in drawing attention, should not exist in this world. Subsequently, Heenan arrived at the agreed location with 50 mechanized girls. Once everyone was assembled, the aircraft took off without the need to adhere to a specific time, unlike the last instance. Heenan, what is Shanqing like? Lin Shuang inquired with wide, curious eyes. You will know when you arrive. Is it larger than Star City? Indeed. Having settled scores, Heenan was in good spirits and did not mind Lin Shuang's incessant questions, responding to each one. While Heenan was accommodating, Wu Miao was less pleased. Intentionally engaging Heenan in conversation, Lin Shuang rolled her eyes and sat down beside Lin Rui. Heenan playfully pinched Wu Miao's nose. What is this? Have you developed a sense of jealousy? I have not. Heenan chuckled inwardly. Now that you've settled your vendetta, what are your future plans? I wish to have a child. With whom? Of course, with you. Oh, what does O mean? Do you agree? Heenan deliberately glanced around, wondering if now was an appropriate moment. Wu Miao was taken aback for a moment before playfully punching him, calling him a scoundrel. Chapter 84. A new identity. They arrived in Shanqing amidst laughter and merriment, finding this journey far more pleasant than the last. Not only were they unbothered, but the cabin was also stocked with fruits and snacks, a true VIP treatment. Heenan first led the female attendants to the service center to process temporary identification and obtain their wristbands. The sudden appearance of so many stunning women inevitably attracted numerous envious gazes. There were no restrictions in Shanqing preventing female attendants from transforming into mechanical forms within the city, so everyone hurried back to their accommodations. Wow, Heenan, I absolutely adore this place. They formed a queue to input their facial recognition data. Otherwise, they would be unable to return. Is it really this advanced? This is far better than Star City. The space is enormous. Oh my, look at the flowers. I can't recall the last time I saw such beauty. Wow, the decor is so luxurious, and there's even a swimming pool. In a place bustling with women. Chatter was unavoidable. Heenan, feeling a headache from the noise, decided to let Wu Miao assist them in selecting rooms while he retreated to the laboratory for some peace. Upon learning of Heenan's return, the head of the Wang family immediately called to invite him for a meal. Heenan gladly accepted and brought Wu Miao along, wary of any ulterior motives from the host. As expected, the head of the Wang family was accompanied by a female attendant who bore a striking resemblance to him. Greetings. Head Wang, this is my girlfriend, Wu Miao. Heenan promptly introduced her. Brother, he needn't be so formal. Please, have a seat. the head of the Wang family said, his demeanor much warmer than before. However, the female attendant beside him suddenly turned and left, irritated. Why did you invite me when you have a girlfriend? The head of the Wang family chuckled awkwardly. My sister is quite spoiled. Please don't take offense, brother he. It's nothing. Which woman doesn't have a little temper? Hinan replied with a smile. Indeed, brother he is quite knowledgeable in this regard, the head of the Wang family complimented. When men gather and wish to avoid serious discussions, they often resort to talking about women. It's a common occurrence. Wu Miao sat quietly to the side, seemingly detached from the conversation. You've been a tremendous help this time, brother he. The small flying saucers have become exceptionally popular and have already been included in the government procurement plan for mass production. Congratulations, Head Wang. Ha ha. This is a shared joy for both of us. It sounds as if we are about to celebrate a wedding. Ha ha ha. Brother he, you truly possess a sense of humor. The head of the Wang family, with his commanding presence, smiled without reaching his eyes. When can we commence production? The raw materials are ready. We can start tomorrow. Will you require a significant workforce? I have 50 people at my disposal. If that isn't sufficient, I can ask the head for more. Excellent. I shall send someone with the materials first thing tomorrow. Let us aim to produce 1,000 units initially. Not a problem. Apart from the small flying saucers. Brother, he must possess other valuable items, I presume? The head might consider providing some hints. What about enhancing the firepower of the female attendants? That is certainly worth exploring. I relish engaging with intelligent individuals. Brother, he is truly to my liking. Glad to hear it. The head of the Wang family produced an electronic key and handed it to Hinan, saying, this is the key to the main warehouse. Take whatever you need without needing to report it. Are you truly so trusting of me, head? Aren't you concerned I might empty your warehouse? If you were to empty the warehouse, wouldn't my family soar to great heights? Ha ha. This meal was a delightful affair, and Hinan attained what he desired, leaving him in good spirits. However, he was acutely aware that the head of the Wang family was far more formidable than Moj. Behind him lay a vast family. Even if he were to be killed, the Wang family would immediately appoint a new patriarch, leaving their foundation unshaken. The fate of his assassin would be no less than a gruesome demise. All Hinan could do was ensure his own continuous value. Despite the Wang patriarch's endearing manner of addressing him as brother he knew that should he cease to be of use, the patriarch would turn on him faster than one could flip a page. Yet, Hinan would not abandon his principles merely to appease the Wang patriarch. To him, everyone was merely a stepping stone. Whether the Wang family would soar to new heights remained uncertain, but he was determined that he would. The Wang patriarch mentioned early morning, and indeed it was just as dawn broke that the delivery trucks arrived at the main warehouse. Observing the villa shrouded in darkness, it was evident that Hinan was still asleep. The group refrained from disturbing him, parking the vehicles outside to await his arrival. Hinan awoke naturally and permitted them entry to unload the goods. Everything was organized and categorized in the storeroom. The workers were diligent, knowing that the area was predominantly for women and did not require any assistance. Although women in this era were anything but weak, Hinan drafted another list, requesting them to make another trip. The drivers readily agreed and soon returned with the items Hinan needed. Remembering something he had overlooked, he sent them out once more. The group of drivers expressed no complaints, making a total of 5 or 6 trips before completing the day's tasks. This Wang patriarch is no ordinary man. Hinan cast a glance at Wu Miao, who seemed to have gleaned some insight. To be able to command such obedient laborers surely required some skill. Hinan squinted his eyes, questioning what was so commendable about the Wang patriarch. Do you wish to curry favor with him? To cater to his preferences? How is that considered flattery? Truly, your words are lacking. Wu Miao dismissed the matter. During dinner, there were no women by his side, so he likely had no interest in beauty, at least not overtly. As for the rest, it would take time to uncover, requiring careful inquiry. You should head out today and purchase some daily necessities for your friends. All right then. Hinan transferred all the deposits given by the Wang patriarch to her, and Wu Miao left amidst the envious gazes of all the machine girls. In unfamiliar territory, without Hinan's orders, they were unable to step outside the courtyard. Yet, what woman does not love shopping? Who wouldn't envy Wu Miao, who could come and go as she pleased? Lin Rue patted Lin Shuang's shoulder, saying, stop staring. We cannot compare. What is so impressive about that? Lin Shuang dared only to mutter quietly, unwilling to provoke Hinan's ire. No sooner had Wu Miao stepped outside than she was followed by someone. She pretended not to notice and proceeded to the commercial district as per the navigation directions. She wandered from store to store, and before long, Her arms were laden with bags. It was then that she remembered her own space. Although it was only 1 cubic meter, it was better than nothing. Not long after Wu Miao departed, an unexpected visitor arrived at Henan's courtyard, speaking quite rudely. "Are you Henan? I am from the Li family, and our household primarily meets with you." Henan smirked, his gaze wickedly fixed upon him. "Have you forgotten that this is the territory of the Wang family? What? Are you so oblivious to your own surname?" "I am surnamed He." "How audacious. Has that old man Mo Jean not informed you of the rules here?" "What rules?" "Perhaps he has simply forgotten." "Henan, do not overstep your bounds. It was my Li family that brought you to Shanqing. With your kind of uselessness, the Li family could have you dead by the 3rd watch. And even the King of Hell would hesitate to keep you until the 5th. Do you think your rabid nature escapes the notice of your family's master? Are you going to leave or not?" "I shall not accompany you. If your family's master wishes to see me, he must come himself. Today, I will let you return, but should you dare to howl at my door again, I will not hesitate to strike, regardless of your master." "Henan, you possess a certain audacity, one that I would relish witnessing as you kneel before me, weeping. Even if it were upon your grave, I would not bow. Such a dream is one you are destined never to realize." Chapter 85. Intimidation. After all, this was the Wang family's domain, and the Li family dared not use force, retreating in anger instead. The events at Henan's doorstep could not escape the watchful eyes of the Wang family's master, who promptly returned to report. Watching the distant figures fade away, Henan narrowed his eyes. He knew the Wang family South master would not place his trust in him so readily. When Wu Miao returned that evening, his suspicions were confirmed. The Wang family would always keep him under surveillance. What should be done? With this approach, Haven T even dared to gather information. For the first time, Wu Miao felt uncomfortable for failing to complete her task. A change of location necessitates an improvement in your previous methods. Oh, remember, act with caution. It is preferable to forego intelligence than to err greatly. Understood. After spending an entire day, Henan successfully established an automatic production line. The small flying saucers could produce autonomously. The mech maidens, feeling rather idle, either played cards, experimented with culinary delights, or gathered to chat. In short, they engaged in various activities. Wu Miao, resting her head on the table opposite Henan, yawned in boredom, reflecting on how much more enjoyable it would be to build houses in space. Henan shot her an exasperated glance. She truly had a restless spirit, enjoying ample food and drink without the need for labor, yet still complaining. "I truly lack the potential of a sloth. This is too difficult. If you are genuinely bored, why not till the land in the courtyard and plant some vegetables?" "That is a splendid idea." Wu Miao immediately perked up and, accompanied by a dozen mech maidens, began to cultivate the land for farming. The flowers and plants in the courtyard were transplanted into the space, leaving vast tracts of land vacant. Wu Miao planted a variety of vegetables and fruits. After a day's labor, the small vegetable garden was entirely sown. However, Wu Miao expressed concern. "Do you think that if we plant them like this, they will grow?" "Of course not." "What? Are you jesting?" "You must create a protective cover for them and provide ample carbon dioxide." "How do we accomplish that?" Henan promptly handed her the transparent isolation cover he had developed. And Wu Miao, along with the others, busily assembled it with great enthusiasm. Producing carbon dioxide is not particularly difficult. There are numerous methods to achieve it. Henan employed the calcination method, subjecting limestone or dolomite to high temperatures, which resulted in the formation of carbon dioxide gas during the process. Following this, through washing with water, compression, and the removal of impurities, he succeeded in producing gaseous carbon dioxide. The crux of the matter lay in the availability of raw materials. By sheer coincidence, Henan's space was replete with limestone, and there was an abundance of dolomite as well. Within 3 days, vibrant green seedlings sprouted in Henan's garden, a sight that was particularly delightful. This news swiftly reached the head of the Wang family. Although he felt an immense surge of excitement within, he managed to maintain his composure and did not rush to Henan's yard to investigate immediately. What did it signify in the apocalypse to have access to fresh vegetables? If vegetables could be cultivated, then could grains also be grown? Humanity has an inherent preference for tangible food, while nutrient solutions may satiate hunger and ensure nutritional balance. They strip away the joy of savoring delicious meals. The distinction between humans and animals lies in the need for spiritual fulfillment. Wealthier individuals tend to place higher demands in this regard. Although Henan's vegetables had yet to mature, the head of the Wang family could already envision countless Shangqing coins beckoning to him. The head of the Li family. having waited several days without seeing anyone bring Henan to him, became exceedingly irate. "You worthless wretches, what use have I for you? You can't even handle such a trivial matter. Master, he spends all his time hidden in his courtyard like a turtle. We haven't had a chance to act. Take my name card and extend a polite invitation." I refused to believe he would dare refuse. Thus, a smiling emissary was sent in, presenting the head of the Leaf family's name card, leaving Henan with little choice but to acquiesce. In truth, he was also curious to meet the head of the Leaf family to discern his true intentions. Living life as a timid turtle was not in Henan's nature. He preferred to confront storms head-on. The head of the Leaf family had reserved a private room at Shanshan's largest hotel, Yinqing, and Henan arrived as agreed, accompanied by Wu Miao. "Mr. He, you are quite fortunate," the head of the Leaf family remarked courteously. Henan settled comfortably into his seat and replied, "If there is something to discuss, please be direct. I am uncertain how Mo Jean has communicated with you," the head of the Leaf family began. "He mentioned that I should pledge my loyalty to you." A glimmer of insight flashed in the head of the Leaf family's eyes. "So, you have come today to submit?" Interestingly, I declined his proposition. The head of the Leaf family's expression darkened instantly. "No wonder my subordinates claim you are deserving of a beating. The dogs you have raised are only good for barking. They serve no other purpose. Henan, do not assume I would hesitate to eliminate you. Killing me would leave you with nothing. Humph. I will not allow an eyesore to continue to exist. Curiously enough, I possess the unique ability to make everyone detest me. Yet they cannot bring me down. Do not think that merely having researched a small flying saucer will secure your future. I, Henan, rely on my own strength to survive. I do not need anyone's protection. You truly are arrogant. I have the capital to be so." Henan produced a device resembling a small recording pin from his space and placed it on the table. The head of the Leaf family's gaze was instantly captivated. "What is this?" Henan glanced at the bodyguard standing behind the head of the Leaf family. "May I borrow the life of that dog behind you?" "Ha. You intend to kill him? With what capability?" The laughter of the head of the Leaf family abruptly ceased, as in the blink of an eye. The bodyguard transformed into a puddle of water. Had it not been for the wet stains on the ground, he would have doubted the very existence of the bodyguard. "Killing without a trace. Ha. Brother He, what a remarkable technique. One cannot remain secretive in this world. Just look, with this slight display of skill." The esteemed head of the family has even altered his manner of address. Henan smirked subtly. "I suppose I am not to die now?" A misunderstanding. Merely a misunderstanding. Since it is a misunderstanding, let us clarify it. Indeed. The head of the Leaf family graciously poured a cup of tea for Henan. Pondering what conditions the Wang family had offered to Brother He, was the head of the Leaf family attempting to poach? Regardless of what the Wang family offers you, the Leaf family will provide double. What do you say? Brother, a strong alliance is the way to go. It appeared that the head of the Leaf family might not be capable of such a feat, do tell. The Wang family's main warehouse. The expression of the head of the Leaf family changed instantly. "That is impossible." Henan produced the key to the main warehouse, leaving the head of the Leaf family momentarily speechless. In terms of resources, we truly cannot compete with the Wang family. Their lineage stems from machinery repair. With support from the city lord, envy is of no use. Henan pushed the concealed weapon toward the head of the Leaf family. "Consider this a gift upon our meeting. We all dwell in Shanshan, and there will surely be opportunities for collaboration. Then I shall not be polite." The head of the Leaf family had been coveting it for some time. Such a covert method of assassination was undoubtedly a coveted treasure. This item can be used twice more. The head of the Leaf family should exercise caution. Although somewhat disappointed, it was undeniably a powerful tool for self-preservation. "Thank you, Brother He. Should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. I will." Chapter 86. An unpleasant banquet. Henan's visit to the head of the Leaf family was information that could not be concealed. Yet the head of the Wang family remained remarkably composed, refraining from inquiring. He was waiting for the crops in Henan's courtyard to mature, eager to sample their flavor. However, his subordinates could not contain themselves. "Head, Henan is eating from both sides. He must be severely punished. Head, we cannot allow this boy to run rampant. One day he may climb above us in the Wang family. What are you all afraid of?" The head of the Wang family's deep voice resonated throughout the meeting room, drowning out the indignant murmurs. "No profit comes without effort. Speak plainly. If you eliminate Henan, what benefits do you expect to gain?" The head of the Wang family's tone remained as calm as a still pond, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet, beads of cold sweat began to form on the brows of all present. Given their understanding of this patriarch, his calmness only indicated a deeper anger. The wrath of the head was not something they could endure. To say the least, it could cost them their lives. The head of the Wong family surveyed each face in the room, and upon seeing their silence, continued, "Henan is a person of utility to me. Gather your petty thoughts. Whoever dares to reach out will find their hands severed." Thus, the Wong family's meeting concluded on an unpleasing note. Almost everyone, save for the head of the Wong family, harbored animosity toward Henan. Not for any other reason, but because this young man was utterly oblivious to decorum. Having just arrived in Chongqing, he disregarded the dock and did not acknowledge the customary courtesies, yet he thrived as if he were a fish in water. Who could tolerate such audacity? Nevertheless, regardless of their disdain for Henan, none dared to take action against him. They are not afraid of Henan, but rather of the head of the Wong family. Naturally, Henan is oblivious to these matters, as he has been planning to set sail in recent days. Although the Wong family possesses an abundance of resources, the mechanical maidens accompanying him cannot remain idle. A place bustling with women inevitably attracts trouble. A group of idle women, left to their own devices, could very well bring the roof down. Although the head of the Wong family has granted him the freedom to sail, Henan has yet to test the extent of this privilege. He has always been a person of action, leaving only 2 mechanical maidens to tend to the household while taking the rest with him. As a skilled mechanic, he is followed by a throng of 40 to 50 mechanical maidens, a sight that is certainly eye-catching. Moreover, they are embarking on a voyage. The customs officer, mistaking his enthusiasm for folly, jestingly advised him to return to sleep, as the day was still young. Henan, serious in demeanor, produced the token bestowed upon him by the head of the Wong family. With this, can he indeed set sail? The officer was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Henan was earnest in his intentions. The officer, though sympathetic, allowed them to pass, for the token was valid, and he lacked the authority to obstruct their departure. When a colleague noticed the officer's troubled expression, he inquired, "What is with that look?" The officer lamented the fate of the young maidens, each one radiant, now at the mercy of that young man. Is he truly that formidable? 40 at a time? The officer rolled his eyes in exasperation, questioning how such a dimwit could hold this position. Does one require intelligence for our line of work? You make a valid point. But let's not digress. What about that strapping fellow? What strapping fellow? I mean, how can so many maidens accompany a mere mechanic to sea? Isn't that courting disaster? What? You say he is a mechanic? Then what purpose does he serve at sea? If you ask me, who else should I inquire? The 2 men fell into a contemplative silence, gazing out at the ocean, as if paying homage to the dozens of mechanical maidens. In truth, since the apocalypse began, death has become a daily occurrence, and they have long grown accustomed to it. However, witnessing such a large group willingly seeking their demise was a first for them. Unbeknownst to Henan, as soon as they left the customs, someone was already plotting against them. The coastal waters of Chongqing had been meticulously cleared. Within 1,000 nautical miles, the sea lay tranquil. This was due to the thousands of energy cannons aligned along the city walls, each with a range of 1,500 nautical miles. Consequently, should any mutated marine creatures appear within this perimeter, the energy cannons would activate automatically to drive them away. Furthermore, the number of mechanical maidens in Chongqing far exceeded that of Xingqing, and they ventured out daily to hunt mutated sea life. This resulted in the nearby waters being devoid of monsters. Henan was not concerned about the distance. However, as he gazed back at the serene and harmonious city, he recalled Imogen's words, "There lies paradise." Having spent some time in Chongqing, Henan felt no sense of paradise, only an overwhelming presence of people. With a multitude of individuals, thoughts and schemes abound. You never know when someone might emerge from the crowd, targeting you for reasons unknown. Henan harbors no fondness for engaging in political games. Thus, he resolves to continually strengthen himself. With sufficient power, he would not lack a voice, no matter where he finds himself. During his week-long expedition at sea, Henan reaped substantial rewards. It was not that he desired to leave sooner, but the delivery deadline for the small spacecraft had arrived, and he could not afford to breach his commitments. The customs in Chongqing are far stricter than those in Xingqing. Upon entry, the prey within the wristband space must be presented for inspection. This is primarily to prevent viral infections and to assess the capabilities of various teams. By evaluating the levels of mutated marine creatures brought back, one can ascertain the true combat strength of the opposing side. This is also one of the means employed by the authorities to maintain control, regardless of their family background. Should the city lord take a fancy to anyone, they can be reassigned under the pretense of city defense, and the heads of the families are powerless to object. It must be said that this city lord is far more formidable than Imogen. He-Nan is filled with curiosity about him and contemplates seeking an opportunity to meet. Fortune smiled upon him as he received an invitation from the city lord's residence the moment he entered. Mr. He, the city lord requests your presence. The invitation was delivered by the steward of the city lord's residence, which afforded He-Nan considerable prestige. The very same steward who facilitated his entry was also the one who had seen him off. That evening, He-Nan did not return. He had already concluded that their group would not be returning. However, today, not only did He-Nan return, but the 40-odd mechanical maidens also returned unscathed, bringing with them an astonishing bounty. The steward's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. You are still alive? How is this possible? Wu Miao shot him an exasperated glance. The steward, undeterred by the glare of the beautiful woman, approached with a grin. I was merely concerned for the safety of all you lovely ladies. Wu Miao and the mechanical maidens behind her merely snorted disdainfully, offering no acknowledgement to the steward. He-Nan did not linger to tally the spoils. He followed the steward of the city lord's residence. Items that could not be taken back could be delivered by train, albeit at a steep cost. Although He-Nan was new to this place, he was not lacking in funds. Upon arriving at the city lord's residence, He-Nan discovered that he was not the only one summoned. The heads of the 10 great families were also present. This piqued his interest. However, He-Nan was uncertain of where to sit. As a member of the Wang family, he should ideally sit with the head of the Wang family. Yet, having received a separate invitation, one would expect the steward to arrange a seat for him. Instead, the steward let him in and then departed. He-Nan stood there awkwardly, feeling out of place. Chapter 87. The overbearing city lord, the head of the Wang family, briefly froze upon seeing He-Nan's presence, only to quickly regain his imposing demeanor. He-Nan could not remain standing idly. He approached the head of the Wang family to greet him. Is today a significant day? It likely pertains to you. The head of the Wang family replied in a calm tone, devoid of any discernible emotion. He-Nan was taken aback. Pertains to me? The city lord has the authority to summon talents from various families. Perhaps he has taken a liking to you. What benefits would that entail? Seeing He-Nan's greedy expression, the head of the Wang family could not help but chuckle. The benefits would certainly include promotions and honors. He-Nan shook his head resolutely. I cannot undertake such grand endeavors. My skills are limited to tinkering with small objects. The ability to accomplish such tasks is not for you to determine. I am now effectively in your employ, and you must take responsibility for me. He had no desire to assume an official position. Entangled in endless schemes and intrigues, how utterly tedious. Wang Haizhu lightly clenched his fist and coughed discreetly. Your words are rather ambiguous. Do not misconstrue. I have a girlfriend, and my inclinations are entirely conventional. The head of the Wang family found himself at a loss for a response. Just then, the city lord arrived. Shattering the awkwardness that had enveloped the two, everyone rose to greet him, displaying their respect. The city lord appeared quite amiable, smiling as he said, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Please, take your seats. Each family head had a designated place and settled into their respective seats without contention. Only He-Nan remained standing, creating a conspicuous contrast. You must be He-Nan, the city lord remarked. Indeed, I am. Come, sit beside me. He-Nan was taken aback. Could this be an instance of flattery masquerading as praise? He glanced at the head of the Wang family, who exhibited no particular reaction, and reluctantly took a seat next to the city lord. The gazes directed at He-Nan were complex, having mingled in Shang City for so long. None had witnessed the city lord bestowing such attention upon anyone. However, as heads of households, they mostly concealed their emotions. The city lord was the first to speak, having gathered everyone to introduce a new friend. This is He-Nan, a prodigious talent not seen in a century. He-Nan was utterly bewildered, severely doubting the city lord was referring to him. I trust you are all familiar with the efficacy of aerial vehicles and alpha serums. Every family has utilized them. Recently, He-Nan has developed a small flying saucer that can be placed on the ocean's surface to recharge passing mechanized companions. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What kind of flying saucer? Can the city lord show it to us? Placed on the ocean's surface? Is that feasible? What if it is destroyed by mutated marine creatures? Is the flying saucer for sale? Can we purchase one? As the small flying saucer had yet to be delivered, only the city lord, the head of the Wang family, and the head of the Li family were privy to this information. Thus, the intense reactions were entirely understandable. The head of the Li family was among the first to learn of it because his sister is married to the city lord, currently serving as the city lord's wife. When the head of the Wong family presented the flying saucer to the city lord, she happened to be present. "Let us discuss the flying saucer in due course," the city lord said, rapping the table to restore order. "What I wish to address today is that Henan has also successfully cultivated vegetables." The room fell silent, every gaze fixated on the city lord, eagerly anticipating his next words. The city lord turned to Henan. "Please, share your thoughts on whether this project would face any challenges in terms of promotion." Henan refrained from taking advantage of the moment, stating, "My techniques for vegetable cultivation are not yet refined. I approach this endeavor with a spirit of experimentation. Moreover, I have not been home recently, so I am unaware of how they have fared." "Allow me to inform you," the city lord interjected, "your vegetables are thriving remarkably. My steward was conducting business at the Wong residence and caught sight of a lush green expanse over the courtyard wall." The city lord, with a hint of excitement, shared the details of his garden with Henan, demonstrating a deeper understanding than even the owner himself. "Ah, it's quite simple, really. All that is needed is to add a protective shield to isolate the toxic substances in the air and provide sufficient carbon dioxide for the vegetables," he remarked. While the concept appeared straightforward, the actual cultivation would likely prove to be a daunting task. For those of us unacquainted with farming, even recognizing seeds is a challenge, and acquiring the knowledge seems futile. The crux of the matter lies in where to obtain the seeds. Voices rose in a cacophony of opinions, yet none offered constructive feedback. Instead, they echoed a sense of hopelessness. At this juncture, it became imperative for the city lord to take charge of the situation. "How about this? We designate a parcel of land at the intersection of our properties and appoint Henan to oversee the project. We can discuss the distribution of the profits afterwards. What do you think? If someone is willing to assist with the planting, I have no objections. As long as we receive a share of the vegetables, I am content." Who wouldn't welcome the prospect of fresh produce without the labor of cultivation? The assembly responded enthusiastically, expressing their willingness to relinquish land. However, the patriarch of the Wong family remained silent, concealing his thoughts. The city lord turned to him. "Patriarch Wong, what is your opinion?" While everyone was preoccupied with the notion of consuming vegetables, questions regarding the construction of the protective shield, the materials required for carbon dioxide production, and the labor needed to meet the vegetable demands of all families were seemingly ignored. The city lord's expression darkened. Ideally, Henan should have consulted with Patriarch Wong first, but he was accustomed to unilateral decision-making, oblivious to any potential sabotage. After all, the Wong family were primarily mechanics, lacking combat prowess. Despite having developed several semi-robotic bodyguards in recent years, they would still pale in comparison to a fully operational combat unit. Thus, the city lord dismissed Patriarch Wong's significance. "I am confident that solutions will outnumber the difficulties." Yet, his demeanor grew increasingly grave as he assigned the entire responsibility of the project to Henan. "Let us draft a preliminary plan to ascertain what preparations are necessary. We will convene to discuss the contributions from each family." In this bewildering turn of events, Henan found himself styled as a powerless farm owner, though in reality, he was merely a tenant, uncertain if he would ever partake of the fruits of his labor. Upon exiting the city lord's residence, Henan promptly sought out Patriarch Wong. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Patriarch Wong's expression was one of distress, recognizing the limitations of his family's ability to confront the city lord's authority. Initially hopeful that Henan's arrival might present an opportunity for resistance, he soon realized that the latter was himself lacking the means to defy the city lord's directives. Frustration coursed through him, yet he felt powerless to act. "The city lord's favor is paramount. What stance can I possibly take? Do you not wish to negotiate terms with him?" Henan inquired. "Negotiation is out of the question. My family of thousands must continue to exist within the confines of Shang City. We cannot afford to offend anyone, least of all the city lord." "Is this your final position? What choice do I have? What if I were to offer a solution?" Suddenly, Patriarch Wong's eyes gleamed with intrigue. "Do elaborate." Chapter 88. Reclamation. Henan raised a finger and waved it before him. "I cannot divulge. To speak of it would render it ineffective." The head of the Wong family pursed his lips, remaining silent. He understood that there was little he could do at this moment if Henan favored him. The Wong family would secure a greater share of the benefits from this transaction. Conversely, if Henan harbored resentment towards him, the Wong family might very well find themselves excluded. Although the Wong family was one of the 10 great clans, they ranked at the very bottom, primarily due to the lack of combat prowess among their mechanics. Were it not for the necessity of repairing mechanical daughters across all families, their status would be even lower. This was precisely why he promptly surrendered the small spacecraft to the city lord, hoping that the Wong family would encounter less bullying while navigating the outside world. In truth, Henan merely sought to gauge the stance of the Wong family head, if he were to work for the city lord and felt displeased. Their future interactions with the Wong family would be reduced to mere transactions. However, should he demonstrate discretion and not restrict his own freedom while also offering support, Henan would consider repaying such goodwill. It must be said, the efficiency of various families was indeed remarkable. By the following morning, the land had been delineated. Henan approached the city lord with the budget proposal. The raw materials would be sourced from the Wong family, while the labor could be rotated among the various clans. Henan inwardly scoffed at the city lord's miserly disposition. Each family had their own maritime duties, and if personnel were diverted to agricultural tasks, it would inevitably cause delays. It seemed unlikely that anyone would be willing to send workers. In reality, the city lord was well aware that the tasks he assigned to each family were calculated to ensure they had to stretch themselves to achieve them. Pulling people away would certainly result in delays. Don't you have anyone on hand? Use them first, and we'll discuss it if more are needed. Henan had been anticipating this remark. The mechanical daughters currently at his disposal were not related to agricultural machinery, and the small plot of land in his courtyard could be easily tilled. However, should large-scale operations commence, deep tillers, seeders, transplanters, herbicides, and the like would be essential. Such specialized tasks required skilled professionals. The city lord furrowed his brow intensely. When the floating city was built, the possibility of agricultural endeavors had not been considered. And even the mechanical daughters designed for farming had been modified for combat. Can you find such individuals? I can certainly try, Henan replied, not overly committing himself. Very well, I will arrange for a fighter aircraft for you. There's no need for trouble. I can manage on my own. Henan's ownership of a starfighter was no secret. The city lord had initially entertained thoughts of claiming it for himself upon their first meeting. However, upon learning that the mechanical daughter was Henan's girlfriend, he had temporarily set aside such ambitions. That works. Be quick and return. There remained a critical issue. The seeds in his possession were running low. Could the city lord devise a solution? There should have been reserves. I will inquire about this later. Having secured the city lord's cooperation, Henan instructed the mechanical daughters at home to produce shields, with the raw materials to be delivered by the Wong family head. Relieving him of that concern, Henan then set sail with his regular combat team, rather than return to Star City to maintain appearances. He now had no need for pretense, as he could simply summon those mechanical daughters from his space. On this occasion, Henan was in no hurry to return. He could not allow the city lord to perceive that accomplishing this task was too effortless. Cultivating vegetables had previously been a notion they would not have dared to entertain. Now that Henan was on the verge of realizing this significant endeavor, what was the harm in making them wait a little longer? Meanwhile, the villa within Henan's space had been completed, a veritable embodiment of opulence. Initially, he had envisioned constructing a solitary villa, yet as the project progressed, the surrounding mobile cabins appeared increasingly reminiscent of a slum. Consequently, he summoned Su Qingqing, and after a lengthy discussion, they ultimately resolved to establish a cluster of villas. Presently, only Henan's residence was finished, while the others remained under construction. This initiative endeared him even more to the mechanical beings around him. The crops in the fields thrived abundantly. Concerned that Henan might accuse her of living off his generosity, Wang Wan rallied everyone to cultivate over 10,000 acres, all sown with rice. Henceforth, they would no longer fret over a lack of rice. Upon hearing Henan's intention to take them to Shanqing for farming, the mechanical beings felt a twinge of reluctance to depart. After some hesitation, Wang Wan finally spoke. Henan, if we leave, what will become of this land? Although it requires no fertilization, irrigation, weeding, or pest control, it still needs tending. It was then that Henan recalled they were unaware this was his storage space. However, he refrained from explaining. They would come to understand in due time. Noticing Henan's silence, Wang Wan and the others dared not inquire further, returning to their tasks. Their recent maritime venture had proven exceedingly lucrative, and fortune smiled upon Henan as he encountered the island-dwelling sea monster once more. Drawing upon his previous experience, he swiftly hurled the poison into the creature's maw and subsequently ensnared it within his space. Remarkably, the sea monster did not perish upon entering the space. Instead, it became susceptible to his mental control. Henan smacked his forehead, realizing his space could harbor living beings, making the rearing of an island sea monster quite feasible. Within the confines of his storage space, it would be a toothless tiger, incapable of stirring any waves. With this thought, Henan promptly activated his healing ability to purge the toxins from the creature's body. From now on, you shall serve as my energy reservoir. You must survive, he declared. The wild sea monster, untrained and unruly, roared at Henan, yet could do nothing against him. Henan soon discovered that the storage space had a protective mechanism for its master. No person or creature could launch an attack within it. This revelation uplifted Henan's spirits, prompting him to indulge in an extra 2 bowls of rice that evening. After a fortnight of adventures at sea, he returned to Shanqing. Still yearning for more, he first took the mechanical beings to register. This time, not only were the temporary wristbands of the previous batch replaced with permanent ones, but the newly arrived group was also granted permanent status. The city lord proved to be quite astute, further enhancing Henan's mood. The time spent away had sufficed to produce the agricultural shields, and Wu Miao led everyone in generating carbon dioxide, which was then sealed in jars for convenient use. Upon their arrival, Wang Wan and the others were promptly dispatched to the farm, where they immediately engaged in land reclamation. It must be said, Shanqing possessed vast expanses. Several prominent families easily combined to yield 50,000 acres of land. However, the soil of the floating city was far inferior to that within Henan's space. Not only was it challenging to excavate, but it was also exceedingly barren. Wang Wan frowned upon inspection, questioning whether anything could grow on such land. It can, came the reply, but high yields are unattainable. What is the point of exerting such effort? We are not. Henan shot her a cold glare, causing Wang Wan to tremble internally, realizing she had spoken too freely. Before coming here, Wu Miao had repeatedly cautioned her not to discuss matters pertaining to the space outside. How could she forget so quickly? Henan's gaze was as sharp as a knife, seemingly capable of slicing her into 1,000 pieces. Wang Wan's legs weakened, and she fell to her knees, exclaiming, I was wrong. I should not have spoken out of turn. I swear I will never do so again. Chapter 89, Value. This shall not happen again. Indeed, Henan did not concern himself with the capabilities of those around him. Even a bit of foolishness was tolerable. The crux lay in obedience and the ability to control one's words. Should one fail in these 2 regards, no matter how competent they were, he would not retain them. Wang Wan was genuinely terrified. She had always seen Henan smiling and never raising his voice, mistakenly believing he was easy to converse with. Little did she expect how fearsome he could be when he adopted a serious demeanor. In that moment, she could distinctly sense Henan's murderous intent towards her. In merely a few days, 50,000 acres of land had been cultivated, and the Lord's seeds had all arrived. The variety was quite abundant: rice, wheat, soybeans, peanuts, an array of leafy greens, as well as storable crops like sweet potatoes and potatoes. After several days of planting the seeds, the protective shields were installed, and carbon dioxide began to be supplied. However, the most critical issue of irrigation remained unresolved. The drinking water for the people of Shanqing was purified seawater. Yet such water could only quench thirst and bore no nutritional value for crops. Henan was compelled to continue his research on nutrient solutions, which also provided the leaf family with something to do. The nutrient solution suitable for human consumption could undoubtedly be adapted for crops as well. Originally, the head of the leaf family intended to leverage his position, considering he was the Lord's brother-in-law and generally commanded some respect. However, recalling the concealed weapon Henan had gifted him, he quelled that thought. After all, he would still benefit from the crops produced, and contributing some effort would not be a loss. Yet, the farmland was not as satisfactory as hoped. The crop's growth was far inferior to pre-apocalyptic times. The seedlings appeared so frail that they seemed likely to topple with a mere gust of wind. The Lord himself had visited and expressed some disappointment. Would they ultimately yield a harvest? They would grow, but high yields were not to be expected. Henan wished to convey that this was indeed an apocalyptic era. The mere fact that crops could be cultivated was a miracle in itself. What more could one ask for? The Lord understood this truth as well, acknowledging that they should do their utmost. During this period, they had been preoccupied with agricultural endeavors, and the promise made to the head of the Wang family regarding the development of new weaponry had been neglected. Now that affairs here had reached a brief pause, he could leave the maintenance to the mechanized assistants. Henan began to contemplate initiating projects. After all, this was an era of conflict. To establish oneself, one must possess greater strength. Firearms remained the standard for demonstrating power during this period, and Henan's focus would remain in this domain. As for whether the crops thrived, it was of lesser importance. If they flourished, it would be a delightful bonus. If they did not, starvation was not imminent, as there were still nutrient solutions available. Henan had a habit. Upon entering the laboratory, he would not emerge until his tasks were complete. It was not uncommon for him to remain indoors for over 10 days. However, The head of the Wang family still recalled that Henan had mentioned a means to alter the family's predicament. That fellow only spoke half the truth, leaving him in suspense for so many days without further clarification. How could he remain composed? He hastily made his way to Henan's courtyard 2 or 3 times, only to be informed by Wu Miao that Henan was in the laboratory. It was common knowledge that one must not disturb someone during their experiments. Despite his impatience, the head of the Wang family returned home. It was not until half a month later that Henan finally emerged. Upon receiving the news, the head hurried over, eager to inquire, "So how is it? Any good news?" Indeed, there was. "What is it?" Henan presented a garment to him, leaving the head of the Wang family utterly perplexed. "Have you been learning tailoring for the past half-month? Did you underestimate me?" He replied, "This garment is no ordinary piece. Try it on." The head of the Wang family held up the simply styled outfit with a disdainful expression, yet he donned it nonetheless. Suddenly, an overwhelming realization struck him. He was momentarily at a loss for words. How is this possible? With this, even an ordinary person can contend with a mechanized warrior. The Wang family will no longer be looked down upon by other clans. He first tested its offensive capabilities, which proved to be far superior to a super laser cannon. While its defensive strength was astonishing, only a few scratches remained after being struck by a particle cannon. Essentially, this garment functioned as an external exoskeleton. Yet it was far more lightweight, imposing no burden upon the wearer. It would not hinder combat due to lack of joint flexibility. Henan, you have truly aided me immensely. I express my gratitude on behalf of the Wang family. No need for thanks. I am, after all, in it for the money. Haha. You truly are a materialist. Just a minor passion of mine. Rest assured, you shall not suffer any loss. That very day, the Wang family placed an order with Henan for as many of these garments as he could produce. Besides the payment for goods, the head of the Wang family also selected numerous valuable items from the storeroom to present to Henan. He accepted them all without hesitation. It seems this place is truly your domain. Witnessing how effortlessly Henan made money, Wu Miao could not help but marvel. Wherever I am is my domain. You never miss an opportunity to praise yourself, do you? It is essential. Before the exoskeleton was put into use, Henan agreed to keep it a secret for the head of the Wang family. He did not refuse, as this invention was solely needed by the Wang family. Other clans would have no interest. If it could sustain the Wang family, Henan would reap significant rewards without needing to be overly greedy. During this time, Henan resumed consuming the flesh of sea monsters and even attempted to extract crystals from their living forms. This endeavor required several experiments before succeeding, nearly provoking the irritable sea monster. This demonstrated just how vital the crystals were to it. To Henan's further astonishment, the crystals could regenerate. As long as the sea monster was alive, it would continue to produce crystals, albeit at a very slow rate. Nevertheless, Henan was quite satisfied. He fashioned a dagger from the crystals for Wu Miao, instructing her to carry it with her at all times. While such a cold weapon may not be effective against mutated marine creatures, it was quite lethal for humans. Even against a mechanized warrior, it could sever her neck with a single strike. If one were to pierce directly at the brow, it could potentially strike at the core, resulting in a swift demise. Henan, you truly are wonderful. I deeply cherish this gift. Is it truly acceptable for a woman to revel in the art of wielding blades and firearms? What? Do you look down upon me? Not at all. Henan pulled her into his embrace. Didn't you mention wanting children? Humph. I thought you had forgotten about that. Wu Miao pouted, wearing a look of grievance. Recently, things have been quite hectic, but now, matters have settled down, allowing us to pursue our own desires. Do you prefer a boy or a girl? Wu Miao rarely exhibited such shyness. Both. Ideally, you should have several. We could form a football team. Spare me. Do you take me for a sow? The two laughed and playfully bickered as they retired for the night, evoking envy from the mechanical maidens behind them, especially Lin Shuang, who felt as if she had overturned a vat of vinegar, her heart heavy with sourness. Sister, how is it that she possesses such remarkable abilities? After all this time, Henan has yet to tire of her. That is her unique talent, consistently maintaining her own value. Lin Shuang rolled her eyes, half understanding, if I too had value, Henan would surely favor me, wouldn't he? Chapter 90. Low-profile Lin Rui was momentarily taken aback. There seemed to be some truth in that statement. Yet, what value do they hold in Henan's eyes? Slaying mutated marine creatures is something every woman beside him can accomplish. Cultivating crops must be done by those mechanical bodies designed for agricultural purposes. They have no role to play. Engaging in scientific research is equally beyond their grasp. Lin Rui pondered for a long while but could not discern what sustainable value they might possess. Lin Shuang was equally lost in thought, also failing to arrive at a conclusion. Sister, what do you think is Wu Miao's unique value? I have no idea. Lin Rui shook her head in frustration. Initially, her thoughts were simple. As long as she and her grandmother could survive, that was enough. But after her grandmother passed away, her desire shifted to merely being by Henan's side. However, human hearts are insatiable voids that can never be filled. Especially as the number of women around Henan continues to grow, her own heart becomes increasingly anxious. She is acutely aware that since contracting with Henan, she could never entertain the thought of another man. To be chosen as Henan's woman is her greatest aspiration. She does not wish to live a life of loneliness, watching Henan with other women. Yet, even now, she has yet to discover a solution to her predicament. Moreover, she knows that nearly all the mechanical maidens share her sentiments, all yearning to be Henan's woman. However, Henan seems only to see Wu Miao, permitting her alone to draw near. She has been observing Wu Miao. Among these women, she is neither the most beautiful nor the most intelligent. The only striking feature is her mechanical body, a battleship, a creation that could only exist in science fiction before the apocalypse, now materialized. If Henan's choice of Wu Miao is based on this, then she has little chance. What a nuisance. He is merely a man, and I am not particularly interested. Lin Shuang's irritable voice drew her thoughts back, and Lin Rui smiled helplessly, suggesting they sleep early as there is work to do tomorrow. Can we not have a single day of holiday? You asked. Can you go a day without food? Sister, those words cut deep. Henan is not oblivious to the sentiments of these women. He simply lacks the potential to be a playboy, despite the numerous fish in his pond. When the land failed to meet expectations, the Lord S' attention swiftly shifted away from Henan. Several prominent families were eagerly awaiting to witness Henan's embarrassment. Cultivating land, once a simple task before the apocalypse, has now become a formidable challenge. The 10 great families have collaborated for an extended period without success. What could a mere mechanic possibly achieve? Henan, however, was determined not to let his labor yield no results, though he preferred to remain low-key. The plant nutrient solution developed by the leaf family proved to be ineffective and nearly scorched the crops due to excessive phosphorus. Consequently, the Lord expressed his fury, reprimanding the head of the leaf family harshly. Yet, ultimately, the matter faded away, subdued by the whispers of those close to him. Henan would never truly allow such a vast expanse of crops to wither. Therefore, he extracted a portion of soil from his storage space and refined it. The nutrient solution produced this way not only promotes plant growth but is also free from public harm. Nonetheless, he chose to keep this development under wraps for the time being, as he had only recently arrived in Chongqing and had yet to solidify his position. If those prestigious families were resolute in their intent to undermine him, he would find it quite challenging to counteract their efforts. On one hand, he had tens of thousands of acres to manage. On the other, he needed to assist the Wang family in designing an exoskeleton. Thus, Henan had not ventured outside lately. Although neither task consumed much of his time, he felt the need to put on a show. After all, how could he evoke gratitude from the head of the Wang family otherwise? With idle time on his hands, Henan devoted his energy to developing his space. His own villa was already furnished and ready for occupancy. The other villas were still under construction, but having gained experience from the first, the subsequent projects progressed significantly faster. Su Qingxing had been overseeing this project, so Henan did not bring her to Chongqing. Additionally, the land within the space was thriving remarkably well. Wang Wan would visit each night to check on it, ready to address any issues that might arise. The crops seemed to sense her concerns, growing vigorously without requiring her intervention. If only the crops in Chongqing could flourish as beautifully. Xiao Ling, who worked alongside her daily, rolled her eyes. You're thinking too much. The air in Chongqing is toxic. If it weren't for Henan's ingenuity, we wouldn't be able to grow food at all. Indeed, Wang Wan's furrowed brow relaxed. As they need not worry about food scarcity, why fret over such matters? Seated at the edge of the field, they gazed at the endless sea of lush crops, their hearts swelling with contentment. Compared to combat-type mechanized beings, those like them, who were designed for a life of labor, were not favored in any city and could only serve as fodder for battle teams. They felt fortunate to have encountered Henan. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to machines for monster slaying, fighting daily until death. Now, they could simply cultivate the land, ensuring their fill, residing in a villa, and free from the threat of danger. At this moment, Henan reclined on the grand bed of his villa, embracing Wu Miao as they slumbered. The depths of Chongqing's waters surpassed his expectations. He needed to ensure his worth was recognized, yet refrain from excessive ostentation. although he possessed several hundred contract machine girls. This paled in comparison to the tens of thousands of armed units at the official's disposal. Thus, he could not afford to confront the authorities directly and was compelled to pursue a path of collaboration. Simultaneously, he aimed to quietly strengthen himself. For should he one day excel beyond his superior, he must possess the means for self-preservation. Consequently, he had Lin Rue prepare the meat of sea monsters into jerky, which he kept nearby as a snack. The blood of the sea monster was also fermented into wine, which he sipped daily, cautious not to indulge excessively, as its potency was overwhelming for his current physique. Wu Miao's assertions regarding certain functions might indeed hold truth. He could distinctly sense a marked improvement in his vitality of late, rendering him insatiable. Conversely, Wu Miao lamented, fearing that Henan might seek solace in the company of other machine girls should she fail to satisfy him. Fortunately, Henan exhibited commendable self-discipline in this regard, avoiding any indiscretions, though he did exert her considerably when the mood struck. The head of the Wang family did not wait for the completion of the external exoskeletons before retrieving his goods, opting to collect them in batches of 100. This strategy evaded the attention of any family. Only the city lord noticed that the Wang family members were recently clad in identical styles and colors, prompting a curious inquiry. What is this peculiar endeavor? Are you so concerned that others might not recognize your kin? He chuckled. These garments were crafted with Henan's assistance. I suspect he only produces this particular design. The current fabric shortage was an acknowledged reality, and the city lord did not pursue the matter further. The head of the Wang family breathed a sigh of relief, yet he understood that such matters could not remain concealed for long. These garments possessed defensive capabilities, providing an additional layer of protection for his family. The city lord disregarded his words, perceiving them as the concerns of a group of insecure mechanics, believing they could not stir any significant trouble. Chapter 91. Envy. After 10 consecutive days of consuming sea monster meat, Henan experienced remarkable physical transformations, reminiscent of years of rigorous training. His muscles became pronounced, his lines smooth, and his skin taut. What delighted him further was the substantial increase in his explosive power. His sprinting speed now surpassed the wind, and the force of his punch could rival that of a particle energy cannon. His abilities were gradually aligning with those of the sea monster, and fortunately, his physique had not undergone any mutations, rather appearing more handsome. Upon seeing him, the head of the Wang family was taken aback. Why do you appear so radiant of late? My girlfriend has been treating me well, Henan replied with a laugh. I seem to have an abundance of fortune. The head of the Wang family cast a glance at the bustling machine girls in the courtyard, his eyes betraying a hint of envy. Henan recognized the misunderstanding but chose not to clarify. Such matters are often beyond explanation, and attempting to do so would only complicate things further. He resolved to let him think as he wished. Have you informed the city lord about the exoskeletons? I have. Henan raised an eyebrow. What did you say? I merely mentioned that you crafted the garments and that they possess defensive capabilities. Henan chuckled heartily. You have mastered the art of wordplay. Though currently maintaining a low profile, he knew it was only a matter of time before the matter would be reported. Are you not concerned that he might retaliate against your Wang family when that time comes? It all hinges upon you. You must ensure that the Wang family remains unshakable. Alas, have you truly laid claim to me? How could that be? We are partners in this endeavor, a most delightful collaboration. May it continue to be so for a considerable time. A hint of anxiety flickered in the eyes of the Wang family head. What have you discerned? The storm clouds are gathering. Who can remain unscathed? Thus, we must band together for warmth. Have you genuinely ensnared me? Ha ha. Henan chuckled as well, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. The head of the Wang family acknowledged that their relationship was one of cooperation and nothing more. Should Henan encounter troubles, this partnership could be severed at any moment. However, the Wang family's concealment of the city lord's unilateral bolstering of their clan's power will ultimately be brought to light. When that moment arrives, the head of the Wang family may claim that Henan sought to hide his strength, thus compelling him to cooperate in the concealment. While this may not extinguish the city lord's wrath, it would certainly drag Henan into the fray. It cannot be said that this individual is cunning. Employing certain measures for the sake of profit is entirely common. Naturally, Henan would not permit himself to be idle. He boldly instructed his mechanized assistant to construct a residence adjacent to the vast expanse of land, moving there to reside. There was no need to fabricate a reason. It was simply more reassuring to oversee the cultivation personally. The head of the Wang family was undoubtedly aware of his intentions but chose not to expose him, as he still required Henan and could not afford to sever ties. Yet, As Henan's residence expanded, he relocated his laboratory there as well. Eventually, he even established a factory on the premises, producing plant nutrients, energy storage devices, aircraft, and alpha elements. His ventures were rather diverse, and typically, the city lord would not grant approval. However, the goods he possessed were beyond the capabilities of other families, and given the city's needs, the city lord could only grit his teeth and sign off on the business licenses. Thus, unbeknownst to all, Henan suddenly acquired his own domain, both legitimate and lawful. It did not belong to any family nor the official authorities. Nevertheless, including his dwelling, no walls were erected, as if Shang City were a place where no one picked up lost items. In truth, Henan found the space to be too limited and intended to enclose it once it was sufficiently expansive. Had the 10 great families been privy to his intentions, they would have surely obliterated his modest abodes. Regrettably, even if they were aware, they would not dare to take action. Henan played the game of open strategy, brazenly seizing their territory, compelling them to surrender it willingly, all while expressing gratitude. After all, they were reliant on the products he manufactured. However, not everyone chose to turn a blind eye to this matter. For instance, the head of the Sun family, a lean old man with shrewd triangular eyes, recognized Henan as a true talent. Young and accomplished, he had done much good for all since arriving in Shang City. Yet, he was not one of their own. Regardless of how you perceive this, my heart remains unsettled. In truth, those who ascend to the position of family head are astute individuals. They desire the advantages Henan offers while simultaneously wishing to thwart his growth. After all, no one wishes to contend with more rivals. Yet, Henan's momentum was so formidable that it seemed to be on an unstoppable trajectory. At this juncture, intervention has become inevitable. My lord, what is your perspective? Regardless of the opinions of others, without the lord's approval, they are powerless to act. The lord cast a cool glance at the assembly, remarking, "Isn't your avarice rather unbecoming? You have just reaped the benefits and are already plotting against him. Is this truly acceptable?" "Not plotting, merely seeking balanced development. We cannot allow Henan's family to dominate the landscape," came the retort. "Indeed, our 10 prominent families have maintained a harmonious growth, devoid of conflict. Yet, Henan's arrival has disrupted the established order. This is not in accordance with our customs, is it?" "Precisely. Henan must conform to our standards and engage solely in a single category of development." The lord narrowed his eyes, inquiring, "What do you propose he should pursue? Isn't he adept at cultivating crops? Then let him focus on agriculture. Why complicate matters?" "Yes, let him cultivate crops," they echoed. "Do your family members not require aerial vehicles or alpha elements? Those resources can be confiscated. We have no need for them. Indeed, these pertain to the collective good. Allocating them to a single family would be improper. Confiscation is the better course." "I concur with the notion of confiscation." After deliberation, the families agreed to divide Henan's enterprises among themselves. In truth, the lord was intrigued. Upon first sight of Henan, he envisioned bringing him under his wing. The man's intellect was remarkable, brimming with ideas that others lacked. Furthermore, he could actualize those fanciful concepts and integrate them into mechanized forms, transforming them into genuine combat prowess. However, the lord recognized that Henan was not easily manipulated, though he appeared amiable, always sporting a smile, after several encounters. The lord discerned that Henan never allowed himself to be at a disadvantage. Nonetheless, permitting Henan to flourish was out of the question. Everyone harbors a sense of insecurity, and the lord was no exception. Thus, he summoned Henan, intending to invite him to a banquet. Henan could hardly refuse, for he was under the lord's roof. Yet, he understood that no feast is without ulterior motives. The lord, busy as he was, would not invite him without reason. There must be an agenda at play. The few projects Henan had were likely targets for the lord's ambitions. Upon their first meeting, Henan had sensed the lord's insatiable greed, though he remained uncertain about the man's limits. Henan arrived promptly for the engagement. As the lord poured him a glass of wine, seeming to genuinely wish for a convivial meal. Naturally, Henan was not one to walk into a trap. He indulged in the feast, prioritizing his own sustenance. Only after several rounds of toasting did the lord broach the main topic. Henan. The 10 great families are an unassailable force in Shang City. Their desires compel even me, the lord, to acquiesce. Henan laughed, urging the lord to speak plainly. Chapter 92. A calculated maneuver. The lord personally poured Henan another drink, stating, "As you know, all families in Shang City pursue singular development. Thus far, you are the only one engaged in multiple projects." No, I am focused on just one project." Henan, it is apparent to all. Denying it is futile. I require no denial. My current endeavors are aimed at enhancing the collective combat capacity. Is that not a singular project? The city lord was indeed momentarily taken aback by his inquiry, but soon burst into laughter, realizing that wordplay would not resolve the issue. Henan, with keen interest, fixed his gaze upon him, inquiring about the city lord's intended course of action. The heads of the families unanimously asserted that one must not seek special treatment and should develop in alignment with the others, focusing on singular pursuits. Therefore, you must select one project from your current endeavors and abandon the rest. Very well, I shall choose farming. It is a simple task that requires little intellectual effort. The city lord was slightly taken aback, not anticipating Henan's swift agreement. Have you truly given it much thought? What is there to ponder? Even if I did not contemplate it, a choice must still be made, mustn't it? In truth, Henan's decision to pursue farming stemmed not from an understanding of the family head's intentions, but rather from the perception that this project encompassed vast tracts of land, tens of thousands of acres, all appearing quite grand. Thus, it was settled. Prepare accordingly and transfer the other projects to the authorities. No problem. A smile graced Henan's lips, but will the city lord truly acquire these projects without compensating me? Ha ha ha, what a question. I shall ensure that the patent transfer fees are remitted to you. I would not allow you to suffer a loss. No problem. Let us proceed tomorrow, as I have little preparation to undertake. In truth, Henan's prompt acquiescence was due to the fact that the projects he held were nearing completion. Almost all the mechanical daughters in Shang City had been outfitted with flying devices and had consumed alpha elements. As for the small flying saucers, he had originally intended to gift them to the authorities. Currently, the only project that had yet to yield any results, and one that was viewed with skepticism by all, was farming. This endeavor would serve as the foundation upon which he would establish himself in Shang City, allowing him to gradually expand the cultivated land and encroach upon the territories of the various families. Henan, you are commendable. Do your best. The city lord held a fondness for such a sensible young man, one who was neither pretentious nor naive, understanding what should be done and what should not, a rare quality. Thank you for your praise, city lord. As the city lord gazed at Henan, a hint of sympathy flickered in his eyes. He was well aware of the voracious families that would devour one whole without a second thought, their eyes gleaming like wolves at the sight of meat. Even if they could not attain it themselves, they would not allow others to benefit, which explained their insistence on Henan relinquishing the projects to the public and creating a ruckus. Henan was not oblivious to reality. It was precisely because he understood it so well that he made this choice. It may seem like a self-inflicted wound, yet in truth, it was a wise means of self-preservation. He lacked for nothing in terms of wealth. What he truly sought was a stable environment, one in which he and his mechanical daughters could live in peace. No longer would he venture out to sea, engage in battles, or partake in family disputes. He could simply farm, and how delightful that thought was. Once all transitions were complete, Henan's factories were vacated. He promptly commenced the cultivation of hydroponic vegetables, constructing racks and rectangular containers, utilizing purified water to grow seasonal produce. This project captured the attention of all upon its inception. Hydroponic vegetables have a short growth cycle, typically ready for harvest in about 10 days, and they sold out at the door without the need for any shouting. The heads of the prominent families, eager to partake in this bounty, were compelled to send individuals to queue at Henan's doorstep. As soon as a harvest was gathered, they would immediately purchase the entire stock. However, the quantity was insufficient to satisfy the demands of so many. Consequently, the families convened once more to discuss the matter. This time, Henan has been granted the right to attend. Since hydroponic vegetables are feasible, the planting area will be expanded. Indeed, it is essential to cultivate more varieties. The greater the diversity, the better. Henan smiled inwardly while maintaining a facade of difficulty. I understand everyone enjoys consuming vegetables, yet my workforce is insufficient. I have only 50 individuals to manage tens of thousands of acres, and the number of those who can be spared for vegetable cultivation is exceedingly limited. The fact that everyone can enjoy a meal is solely due to their tireless efforts. If manpower is lacking, we should simply increase our workforce. But how much does it cost to raise a mechanical assistant? It hardly amounts to the value of a single pound of vegetables. Bossy is certainly aware of this calculation. My esteemed family heads, I cannot compete with you. I stand alone and cannot be compared to your vast clans. This statement strikes a chord. Each family head can draw upon their kin for labor, but Henan has no such luxury. His lack of personnel is genuine. He simply has none. The city lord is also in a bind. He cannot allocate others' workers to Henan. Nor would those individuals be willing to stay behind to farm. The allure of slaying monsters is far greater. Who would prefer to toil in the fields for wages less than a pound of vegetables? This matter must be resolved by you alone. In that case, I must seek assistance externally, Henan ventured to inquire. As long as it contributes to Shang City, it should be permissible. Yes, indeed, we require individuals capable of labor. I presume you would not desire the indolent. Even landlords cannot afford to sustain idlers. Witnessing the unprecedented unity among the family heads, the city lord nodded in agreement. Henan, you must resolve the manpower issue. The hydroponic vegetable cultivation must expand, at least threefold. Very well, I shall begin my search for workers tomorrow. While negotiating with them, Henan simultaneously selected individuals from his domain. Although he currently possesses several hundred mechanical assistants, he cannot deploy them all at once. Finding individuals is not as simple as it sounds. One must gradually integrate them. He intended to acclimate everyone to the notion of him occasionally bringing new personnel to Shang City. Everyone remained entranced by the allure of hydroponic vegetables, oblivious to Henan's intent to bolster his strength. Primarily, they would not consider mechanical assistants who merely cultivated crops. Their focus lay on tangible combat prowess. Only those mechanical assistants engaged in overseas monster hunting were deemed valuable. All others were classified as worthless. However, Henan's legion, regardless of whether he nurtured 1,000 or 10,000 seemingly inept mechanical assistants, would not instill any sense of crisis among them. 4. A useless being is just that, a being without worth, and the distinction between one and many is negligible. Yet, they remain unaware that not a single weak soldier exists under Henan's command. Each mechanical assistant, when brought forth, could effortlessly triumph over them. Nevertheless, the time for revealing his strength had not yet arrived. At the break of dawn the following day, Henan set forth once again. His destination was still the distant ocean, for he had grown unsatisfied with merely hunting mutated marine creatures. He sought to capture them alive. Within his domain, a breeding facility had been established. Apart from the island-like sea monster, the octopuses he had previously raised had multiplied several times, now numbering in the tens of thousands. Additionally, he had gathered a substantial collection of other mutated marine creatures, including over 100 orcas, 300 Yangtze alligators, and an uncountable variety of fish and shrimp. Especially Water Mother, who has nurtured hundreds of thousands solely for the purpose of extracting venom. Ah, this is truly a treasure. A wicked gleam sparkled in Henan's eyes. Chapter 93. The indomitable joy during the days at sea. Everyone rested in the storage space at night. Henan did not conceal his actions. Upon witnessing him capture such a multitude of mutant marine creatures, a flicker of dread crossed Wu Miao's eyes. And she couldn't help but light a candle in her heart for the heads of the families in Shanqing. I feel that no one is your match. If we were to fight openly, your statement would hold true, Henan replied without modesty. However, a pair of fists cannot contend against 4 hands. If they unite, I would find myself quite passive. Wu Miao understood whom he referred to as they and fell into contemplation. So, you chose to relinquish such a lucrative project? The projects I let go of are those that will no longer yield profit. How is that possible? Wu Miao suddenly realized. You are exceedingly cunning. One cannot blame me. It is those individuals who are too greedy. Indeed, they will eventually come to understand what they have missed. Henan remained non-committal. He had no desire for the approval of the 10 great families, as it held no significance for him. Everything he did was aimed at ensuring his own comfort, independent of others. During this maritime venture, Henan captured 2 more island-type sea monsters and began to nurture them. They were his energy reserves, deserving of meticulous care. Furthermore, he encountered numerous previously unseen mutant marine creatures, the names of which eluded him. The evolutionary pace of these creatures was astonishing. While humanity remained ensnared in the intrigues of the floating city, Henan rubbed his temples, feeling weary. He would not share these matters with the city lord, but confided in Qin Shueqing. Are you suggesting that we have no hope of eradicating the mutant marine creatures? Qin Shueqing asked, his expression one of astonishment. Since assuming the position of city lord of Xingqing, he had tirelessly worked towards eliminating these mutant beings and rebuilding their home. He steadfastly believed that through relentless combat, there would come a day when all those monsters would be vanquished, restoring a clear sky for humanity. Henan's words shattered all of his dreams, plunging him into confusion. Perceiving his thoughts, Henan solemnly stated, I merely mean that with our current combat strength, we cannot eliminate those creatures. What more can we do to enhance our strength? The alpha elements have reached their peak. Further consumption is futile. Henan habitually curved his lips into a slight smile. I believe there are always more methods than difficulties. Qin Shueqing, now more serious, said Henan. You must have a solution, don't you? Share it. We can collaborate effectively. Yet, Henan gazed at him for a long while before speaking. I do not possess the resolve to save the world. I only focus on benefits in my endeavors. Qin Shueqing chuckled awkwardly. Henan, if you were solely concerned with profit, you wouldn't be here discussing this with me today. The more people alive, the safer I am. If all of humanity perished, how could I, alone, contend with so many mutant marine creatures? Qin Shueqing found it difficult to refute this statement. We can make a deal. You propose? I will present you with a gift, and in return, you will retrieve all the cores of the fallen mech girls for me. What gift? Henan extracted 10 small flying discs from his wristband and tossed them at Qin Shueqing's feet. These were nothing short of a complimentary power charging station. Although he had yet to witness the true purpose of these small discs, merely hearing Henan's enthusiastic description caused Qin Shueqing's eyes to sparkle with excitement. And he promptly nodded in agreement. Henan was well aware that refusal was not an option. No one could turn down such an offer. Qin Shueqing personally set sail and secured the small discs along the well-known shipping route. A new law was instituted in Star City. For every member of a battle team that ventured out, the same number must return. In the event of casualties among the mech daughters and their commanders, the core of the fallen mech daughters had to be surrendered. The announcement of this law sparked an immediate uproar. There was a vague sense among the populace that those fallen mech daughters might one day be resurrected. This sentiment was not exclusive to them. Even Qin Shueqing shared this belief. He felt that Henan would not seek these seemingly useless items without a compelling reason. Since he desired them, they must serve a purpose. However, he was acutely aware that even the closest of relationships must have boundaries. And he would never pry into matters others chose to keep silent. Since he began consuming the flesh of sea monsters on a regular basis, Henan's own strength had been quietly but steadily increasing. At present, he was capable of repairing 5 mech daughters each day. Moreover, ordinary bullets posed no threat to him. Even armor-piercing rounds only inflicted minor scratches, posing no risk to his life. Nonetheless, Henan was not content. He aspired to be a figure standing atop the world, capable of moving mountains and accomplishing the impossible. He believed the day was not far off. During this expedition to Star City, Henan not only captured a significant number of mutated marine creatures but also established a long-term cooperative relationship with Qin Shueqing. His mech daughter battalion was set to expand continuously, relying heavily on Qin Shueqing, the logistics minister. Upon returning to Shang City, Henan found himself accompanied by over 100 additional mech daughters. The personnel at the service center were overwhelmed as countless mech daughters flocked to him. Drawn by his striking appearance, when the heads of various major families expressed their discontent over Henan's sudden influx of mech daughters, Henan's own harvest bore fruit. Although the yield was less than 500 pounds per acre, the variety was impressively diverse, including rice, white flour, corn, peanuts, soybeans, and sweet potatoes. When the pristine white rice was displayed for sale at the field's edge, all heads of families turned envious, disregarding their statuses as they rushed to purchase it. There was no denying the low yield meant that grain would be scarce. Securing any was considered a windfall. Ultimately, Henan had to impose a purchasing limit. He could not allow the heads of families, now flush with wealth, to monopolize the supply. If Henan sold all the grain to a single individual, the others would undoubtedly go mad with envy. He had no intention of granting any family a monopoly over the grain market. If anyone was to dominate, it would be him. Thus, he established a limit of 100 pounds per person, unrestricted by the type of grain. Buyers could choose to take only rice or select from all varieties. Nonetheless, the limit remained. Wu Miao was in charge of weighing the grain alongside a group of mech daughters, while Henan focused solely on collecting payments. After tirelessly working for over 10 days, not a single leaf of vegetable remained. Everything had been sold out. The city lord, concerned about his reputation, refrained from personally joining the fray. He thought Henan was not so inconsiderate as to leave him with nothing. Unfortunately, he was mistaken. All agricultural produce, from harvesting to processing, is conducted on-site. As soon as the finished products emerge, throngs of people rush in, eager to seize them. It is not that Henan ever considered reserving any for someone else. Even if he did, it would be futile. Naturally, the city lord is not truly without rice, as numerous individuals within the lord's residence are keen to curry favor. Everyone clamors to assist in the purchasing frenzy. Nonetheless, the city lord feels a sense of discomfort, believing that Henan does not show him sufficient respect and feels the need to reprimand him. However, Henan is no longer the same as before. Previously, Several prominent families harbored disdain for him, wishing to see him utterly defeated and never to rise again. Yet now, one by one, they find themselves at his mercy. Despite having paid, whether for grain or hydroponic vegetables, Henan stands as the sole provider in the entire Shank City to indulge in his offerings. One must not offend him. Of course, one could choose to be obstinate and refuse to partake. Yet, the number of those who can resist the allure of delectable food is exceedingly scarce. Not a single individual in Shank City has managed to do so. Henan has resumed his farming endeavors, with heads of households voluntarily presenting him with land contracts, hoping to purchase more during the next harvest. He graciously accepts all offers, expanding his territory and feeling quite pleased. In the end, the city lord refrains from confronting Henan and even grants him a special approval for 10,000 acres to establish a hydroponic vegetable base. Without staple food, one can subsist on nutrient solutions. However, the absence of vegetables is far from pleasant, particularly during the morning rituals, which can feel akin to punishment. The sour discomfort is something only those who experience it can truly understand. In order to better serve the citizens of Shank City, Henan is compelled to seek additional hands. A shortage of labor would inevitably impact production, thereby indirectly affecting everyone's well-being. This is unacceptable. The workforce must increase. The more the merrier. Henan is forthright and directly raises the number of his mechanized assistants to 500. The total area of land he now possesses has reached 100,000 acres. While the grain yield still falls short of meeting the entire city's demand, it is sufficient to satisfy the upper echelons of society. Henan's status has diminished from a genius mechanic to that of a mere farmer. Although the wealthy consume the grains and vegetables he cultivates daily, they fail to afford him the respect he rightfully deserves. The root of this discontent lies with Li family heir, Li Chuang, who yearned to be the first to acquire hydroponic vegetables to flaunt before his peers. Unfortunately, his hover vehicle broke down en route. Although his family promptly dispatched another, by the time he arrived at Henan's farm, he found himself behind a queue of over a dozen patrons. Li Chuang felt particularly irked and went directly to confront Henan. "You are Henan, are you not? I am the young master of the Li family. I demand the first batch of vegetables today." Having been accustomed to being domineering within his family, he expected to be accorded some respect while out and about, given his status as the next head of the Li clan. Henan, reclining in a rocking chair, basking in the sun and nearly asleep, was jolted awake by the ruckus. Regardless of who it may be, those wishing to purchase vegetables must queue. With growing impatience, Henan gestured towards the lengthy line that had formed, indicating that Li Chuang should take his place. When has Li Chuang ever been treated in such a manner? He immediately became furious. "Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that?" Henan lazily lifted his eyelids and replied, "Aren't you the young master of the Li family? I just mentioned it. Knowing who I am and still daring to make me wait in line. Do you think this shabby farm can afford to disregard me?" Henan scoffed coldly. "Don't think that just because of your status, you can skip the queue. Even if your father were here, he would still have to wait in line. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to purchase any vegetables. Are you giving me face?" Li Chuang retorted angrily. "Being arrogant is of no use. You ought to hurry up and queue. Perhaps you might still manage to buy a little today." How could Li Chuang possibly comply and wait in line? Seeing that Henan was impervious to reason, he shouted, "Come on, smash the place. If I can't buy it, then no one else shall." This boy was indeed audacious, yet Henan paid him no mind and instead made a dismissive gesture. Li Chuang had initially intended to intimidate him, thinking that if Henan were sensible, he would willingly offer him some vegetables, and the matter would be settled. However, Henan not only refused to yield but also closed his eyes as if pretending to doze off, entirely dismissing Li Chuang. Caught in a bind, Li Chuang could only symbolically smash a few sections of the counter, causing the vibrant vegetables to scatter all over the ground, trampled by his subordinates. Henan waved his hand and declared the stall closed, refusing to sell any further. Wu Miao quickly gathered the remaining fresh produce into the storeroom, locking the door behind them, indeed ceasing all sales. A crowd of individuals who had queued for an extended period became incensed. "Li Chuang, what do you mean by this? If you're not buying, you shouldn't prevent others from doing so. How petty can you be? If you don't bring Bossy out to continue selling vegetables today, we won't let you off easily." Those who dared to confront him were mostly young masters from the 10 prominent families, yet most remained silent, fearing the Li family. They were not only powerful but were also allied with the city lord's family. Who would dare to offend them? While the commotion ensued, Li Chuang remained obstinate, as he perceived Henan with disdain and sought to teach him a lesson. "What? Do you wish to seek justice? You'd better consult with my fist first. Despite the heated exchanges, no one dared to act against Li Chuang due to his standing. However, at dinner time, none of the households had the most popular vegetable dish on their tables. While ordinary families could manage, the heads of noble houses wore displeased expressions. Upon inquiry, it became evident that Li Chuang was to blame for the incident. Nonetheless, it was largely dismissed, as vegetables could be regrown, and missing a meal would not lead to death. However, for the next 3 days, Henan's stall remained closed. Those waiting in line for vegetables could no longer contain their frustrations. Bossy, what is going on? Are you selling vegetables or not? I've been queuing since dawn. Right? You're not afraid that Li Chuang will come and smash your stall every day, are you? Despite the harsh words from the crowd outside, Henan remained resolute, refusing to see anyone. Finally, it was only after receiving a call from the city lord that he stepped out of his home. Henan, why are you quarreling like a child? The vegetables must still be sold. City lord, my stall was unjustly destroyed, and not only did Li Chuang offer no compensation, but he also did not even utter an apology. Are you suggesting that I should swallow my pride? The child is somewhat thoughtless. I will have him apologize to you later. That is unnecessary. The lord's expression darkened. What, do you expect everyone to beg you? I have no such intentions. Henan chose to disregard the lord's scowling face. I simply wish to avoid trouble. If you cease selling vegetables, will you still have trouble? I only tend to the cultivation. As for selling, let those who wish to handle it do so. I deliver the harvested vegetables to the lord's residents daily. How you distribute them is your concern. I only require my share. The lord pondered for a moment, finding merit in this arrangement. How shall we determine the price? A discount of 20% from the original price, with the sellers retaining a 20% profit. I assure you, I am being quite generous. The lord had considered employing someone else for the farming, but regrettably, previous attempts had proven futile. Even when following Henan's methods, they could not yield crops. Presently, everyone had grown accustomed to this arrangement, and if Henan were to abandon it, the lord would find his own position untenable, facing incessant complaints from the families involved. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Additionally, Li Chuang has damaged my counter, destroyed several vegetables, and delayed my business for several days. We must discuss compensation. The lord found himself momentarily speechless. Henan was justified in this matter. Even if the lord wished to favor Li Chuang, he had no valid grounds to do so. Initially, the lord had hoped that Henan would, out of respect for his position, allow Li Chuang to apologize, thus sweeping the issue under the rug. However, Henan was resolute. Even if he lacked awareness, he could discern the lord's displeasure. Yet, why should he endure injustice merely to appease the lord? If the lord could not advocate for fairness, it would surely dishearten those who labor selflessly on his behalf. If members of the 10 prominent families could disregard the laws of Shang City, wreaking havoc at will, what authority would the lord possess? I appreciate your consideration on my behalf. Chapter 95. A standoff. The lord verbally agreed to Henan's proposal, instructing Li Chuang to apologize and to compensate for the damaged counter and vegetables. Henan did not demand excessive reparations. He simply requested fair compensation. Upon returning, Li Chuang was met with a scathing reprimand from the head of the Li family, and his frustration lingered. Now, the lord instructed him to apologize and pay reparations. How could he possibly comply? Did he wish to lose face? He could not fathom that Henan would allow vegetables to rot instead of selling them. Yet, contrary to his beliefs, Henan truly did not mind. The vegetables he cultivated would not spoil. Stored in his space, they thrived even better than outdoors. As for lost profits, that was a non-issue. He lacked for nothing except for money. Thus, for the subsequent 3 days, Henan's door remained resolutely closed. The lord, growing restless, called to inquire, Henan, when will you deliver the vegetables? I have been waiting for young Master Li to come and apologize. You truly are at odds with him? This is a matter of principle, not mere contention. Henan, in the past, when Shang City had no vegetables, everyone still managed quite well. The lord's words were laden with veiled threats. Henan chuckled lightly, unfazed. Then perhaps we should cease vegetable cultivation altogether. It seems rather laborious. I am merely a mechanic, toiling away with my face buried in the dirt, lacking ambition. Henan's words left the city lord speechless and in frustration. He abruptly ended the call. Wu Miao, with a smile, approached, remarking on your growing audacity to challenge the city lord. It's not a challenge, it's a lesson in humility. Wu Miao gave a thumbs up, praising your prowess. This is merely the beginning. The real spectacle lies ahead. The city lord, being astute, swiftly redirected the pressure onto the Li family. Regarding the vegetable matter, do not approach me again. That young man from the Li family has thoroughly offended Henan. As the old saying goes, the one who ties the bell must untie it. Upon the city lord's pronouncement, the heads of the 9 families promptly convened at the Li residence. Li family head, this is rather ungracious of you. Just because you choose not to consume vegetables, you deprive the rest of us. It is not beneath your son to apologize to Henan. Maintaining this impasse serves no one well. Indeed, the fault lies with your son. Should he not acknowledge it? The Li family head felt overwhelmed since Li Chuang got into trouble. He had been hiding in the old matriarch's courtyard. Being the dutiful son, he could not simply barge in to demand his release. However, now he found himself under intense scrutiny from the other family heads, an unbearable predicament. Moreover, he yearned for the thrill of a swift resolution. Esteemed guests, please take your leave. I assure you I will provide an explanation. After all, as heads of families, I trust the Li family head will fulfill his promise. The family heads departed, leaving the Li family head with no choice but to face the matriarch. Mother, Li Chuang has caused a significant ruckus. All the family heads just came to confront me. The matriarch, with a stern expression, remarked, "Is it not merely farming? Can you not handle it as a family head? Mother, do not underestimate Henan. He may appear low-key, but should he wish to trouble our family, we are indeed powerless." The matriarch scoffed coldly. "And you still consider yourself a family head? You elevate others while diminishing your own authority." The Li family head, resigned, produced the concealed weapon gifted by Henan, pressing it against one of the matriarch's maidservants. In an instant, the maid transformed into a puddle. The matriarch, taken aback, could not move for a moment. "Ye mother, this item was given to me by Henan. Can he truly craft such devices?" "Yes, I believe he possesses even more formidable creations. Or perhaps these are merely acquired from others? How can we be certain he crafted them himself?" "Mother, do you not comprehend? With such powerful tools at his disposal, would he need to exert such effort to deal with Li Chuang? He is preserving our family's dignity." Though the matriarch was a woman, she had spent half her life as the head of the family. She recognized the intricacies of the situation, her earlier reluctance to believe merely a facade. After all, having her precious grandson offend such a formidable figure is undeniably perilous. Henan cannot be allowed to remain. "Mother, he is currently outside the city. We have no opportunity to act. Then we must force him to leave the city. I will arrange for this matter to be addressed." Once the discussions concluded, the Li family head lingered, and the matriarch understood he awaited her response. Having arranged for Xiao Chuang to extend an apology to Henan, Li's head of the family exhaled a sigh of relief. Although the elderly lady indulged her grandson, she always fulfilled her promises. Indeed, that very afternoon, Li Chuang arrived at Henan's residence, knocking on the door. "Henan, the young master has come to apologize. Open up." His tone, however, lacked any semblance of sincerity. Disinterested, Henan chose to ignore him. If he wished to make a racket outside, so be it. Who truly cared for his apology? After a prolonged period of knocking, with no response from within, Li Chuang's temper flared. "Someone, break down the door." The entourage accompanying him comprised the elderly lady's aides, who refrained from joining in his antics. "Young master, we are here to apologize." "An apology? Today, I shall show that bratty Nan what true power is." "Young master, we must avoid further trouble. If things escalate, even the elderly lady won't be able to protect you, and you shall face the consequences." Though Li Chuang was overbearing, it was due to his backing that he felt emboldened. He was aware that no repercussions would befall him. Today, the elderly lady had repeatedly urged him to adopt a more amiable demeanor. Should he truly demolish the door, she would undoubtedly be furious. He feared not the head of the Li family, but he could not disregard the elderly lady's words. Rubbing his fingers in his pocket to calm his temper, he resumed knocking until he was granted entry. After issuing a command, Li Chuang settled into a nearby armchair, awaiting his turn. A servant brought forth a plate of grapes, feeding them to him one by one. These grapes had been purchased from Henan's very own stock, a delicacy that Li Chuang relished. Regrettably, such fruit was not long-lasting, and only this single plate remained, as the elderly lady had generously given it to him without partaking herself. As the last grape disappeared into his mouth, Henan still showed no inclination to open the door. A flicker of malice flashed in Li Chuang's eyes. The thought of sparing Henan's life, prompted by the delicious grapes, vanished in an instant. Henan, meanwhile, was seated by the window, sipping tea. His vision keen enough to discern whether a mosquito 10 miles away had single or double eyelids. The hint of cruelty in Li Chuang's gaze was not lost on him, and he noted that Li Chuang's hand remained in his pocket, incessantly rubbing. a gesture that suggested something significant lay concealed within, perhaps a weapon capable of inflicting grave harm. In that moment, Henan recalled the concealed weapon he had gifted the head of the Li family, narrowing his eyes. Go ahead, open the door and let him in. Chapter 96. Strike first. As the door swung open, Li Chuang paused momentarily, then clenched his right hand forcefully within his pocket. He had witnessed the head of the Li family eliminate the elderly lady's maid just the day prior, hiding in the shadows and observing every detail. He knew well that both the elderly lady and the head of the Li family harbored intentions to eliminate Henan. With such formidable weaponry at hand, why deliberate? Why not simply dispose of him? Once Henan was reduced to a puddle, even if suspicions arose, they would be of no consequence. There would be no witnesses to testify. Lost in these thoughts, a smirk of satisfaction curled at the corners of Li Chuang's lips as he strode lightly into Henan's courtyard. Henan, I have come to apologize. Here is your compensation. My father has stated that although your few shelves hold little value, your reputation is worth much. Thus, the Li family offers tenfold compensation. How's that for sincerity? Li Chuang spoke of compensation, yet his tone was laden with condescension. He did not even lift his eyelids as he placed the items down, instructing, you may leave now. However, Li Chuang did not depart. Instead, he took a step forward, uncertain of the range of the concealed weapon's attack. This weapon was a one-time use, and he could not afford to squander it. He was aware that Henan had already noticed his cautious demeanor as Henan slowly rose and took 2 steps towards him, towering over him with an air of superiority. Standing at a height of 186 centimeters, Henan looked down at Li Chuang, who stood at only 175 centimeters, with a disdainful gaze that made Li Chuang exceedingly uncomfortable. Instinctively, he stepped back to create some distance, alleviating the invisible pressure somewhat. Nevertheless, the thought of his impending actions caused a smirk to emerge at the corners of his mouth. Henan, it was your own folly for stepping forward. The 10 prominent families are interconnected, and they would never permit any outsider or force to rise. You are woefully naive. If you cannot navigate the world with humility, you ought not to engage at all. Henan curled his lips into a seemingly harmless smile. Does young Master Li intend to end my life? To perish by my hand would be a stroke of fortune accumulated over several lifetimes. You must cherish it. The smile on Henan's lips grew more pronounced. Your grandmother would likely be quite heartbroken if you do not return home tonight, wouldn't she? What nonsense are you spouting? How could I not return? Because if I desire to keep you, you shall not return. Ha ha. Li Chuang erupted into laughter, as though he had heard the most ridiculous joke. Doubling over in mirth, Henan, are you a monkey sent to amuse me? Or do you wish to make me laugh myself to death so you can inherit my undergarments? Henan did not respond, merely allowing his thoughts to flow, causing the concealed weapon hidden in Li Chuang's pocket to suddenly vanish. Li Chuang found his hands empty, trembling in disbelief as he stared at Henan, momentarily at a loss for words. Henan regarded him with a shadowy gaze, laced with mockery. Li Chuang felt a chill run down his spine, his complexion draining of color, and he abandoned all pretense, turning to flee. His bewildered attendants followed in his wake. Henan personally closed the door, remarking, Look how benevolent I am, allowing you to return to see your grandmother one last time. Wu Miao leaned against the doorframe of the inner room, scrutinizing Henan with curiosity. What have you done to him? What do you think? Henan replied lightly, casting a fleeting glance her way. The two returned to the window and sat face to face, where Wu Miao dutifully poured tea for him. Are you planning to wage war against the Li family? How could that be? I am a fervent advocate for world peace. Henan took a delicate sip of the tea Wu Miao offered. Starting tomorrow, I shall deliver vegetables to the city lord's manor, 1,000 jin each day. Very well. When Li Chuang returned home, his pallor had not improved. He remained ghastly white. The head of the Li family, who had lost his concealed weapon, immediately thought of Li Chuang and hurried to the matriarch's courtyard in search of him. Upon arrival, the matriarch informed him that Li Chuang had gone to apologize to Henan. The head of the Li family felt a sudden weight in his heart and prepared to send people out to intercept him. To his surprise, Li Chuang returned, his face still ashen, yet he bore no visible injuries. You are overly anxious. Henan is merely a farmer. He would not dare confront our Li family directly. The head of the Li family remained silent, instead asking Li Chuang, what transpired during your visit to Henan? Do not omit a single detail, recount it thoroughly. Li Chuang, perceiving the gravity in the demeanor of the Li family patriarch, swallowed hard before he began to speak. What? You dare to steal my concealed weapon to eliminate Henan? I had intended for that weapon to strike unseen, to dispatch him without a trace. Even if suspicions arose regarding my involvement, there would be no evidence to implicate me. Foolishness. The matriarch, her expression stern, raised her hand, but ultimately refrained from striking Li Chuang. You have returned alive today. Consider it a stroke of luck. Grandmother, I refuse to believe that Henan has the audacity to harm me. Regardless of his courage, the enmity has been forged. You must refrain from venturing out until we have dealt with Henan. Very well. Although Li Chuang did not believe Henan posed any real threat, he acquiesced. The following morning, Henan indeed delivered fresh vegetables to the Lord's manor. Initially, one might have presumed that after so many days without sale, the greens would be wilted. Yet, the vegetables appeared as if freshly harvested, vibrant and glistening, highly appetizing. They were snatched up the moment the market opened. Had it not been for the foresight of those in attendance who reserved a few pounds, the Lord would have found himself without any today. The vegetable trade proved to be remarkably lucrative. How splendid it would be if we could cultivate our own. Isn't that an obvious statement? The Lord cast a cool glance at those nearby. This is also Henan's skill. A task seemingly straightforward is beyond the reach of others. Is there a method? In truth, envy was not confined to the Lord's household. Every patron of the market recognized the high demand for these vegetables, which had long been in short supply. While the exact profits could not be calculated, they were certainly substantial. Nearly every family had attempted clandestine cultivation, yet none had succeeded. At first, they thought that even if their produce fell short of Henan's freshness, it would still disrupt the market. However, despite their efforts, the seeds remained just seeds. Failing to sprout, Henan's audacity in openly selling vegetables stemmed from his lack of fear regarding competition. He produced his nutrient-rich plant solution using soil from a unique spatial realm, an unrivaled resource in this world, a fact that others could not even fathom. As people enjoyed the fresh produce, Henan also periodically distributed fruits, albeit in limited quantities insufficient to satisfy even 10 families. Nevertheless, they remained highly sought after. Were it not for the Lord's concern for his reputation and the fear of being accused of hoarding, he would have preferred to keep all the fruits for himself. Eschewing any sales, life returned to a semblance of tranquility, and the public gradually overlooked the grievances between Henan and the Li family, even neglecting to discuss it during casual gatherings. The Li family, on the lookout for an opportunity to strike against Henan, found their efforts thwarted, as he had not even stepped outside his courtyard during this time. The family patriarch, unlike Li Chuang, was not reckless enough to invade Henan's home for an assassination. Lacking an opportunity, he resolved to wait patiently, confident that Henan would eventually emerge. However, before the patriarch could encounter Henan, Li Chuang suddenly vanished. No one witnessed his departure. A thorough search of the Li estate yielded not a single strand of hair. Chapter 97. One crisis after another. The head of the Li family initially suspected that Henan had meddled, deliberately searching for water stains within the manor. However, there were none to be found. Moreover, Henan had been closely monitored by his men, remaining confined to his courtyard, making it impossible for him to venture into the Li residence to commit murder. The head of the Li family began to feel somewhat paranoid, perhaps overestimating Henan's significance. Thus, he promptly dispatched individuals to scour every entertainment venue in Chongqing, ultimately uncovering a lead. Last night, Li Chuang had arranged to meet several young masters from other families at the Dark Night Bar, a group that only dispersed in the early hours of the morning. Yet, the other young masters had all returned home to catch up on sleep, while he had not yet come back. It was not uncommon for Li Chuang to stay out late. He frequently spent nights away from home without issue. However, having recently crossed paths with Henan, the head of the Li family felt uneasy, prompting him to search for Li Chuang. If Henan had seized the opportunity to ambush Li Chuang before he returned home, it was certainly plausible. The head of the Li family immediately summoned those who had been monitoring Henan to inquire whether Henan had left his premises since last night. The response was negative. His brothers had been vigilant and had not observed Henan departing. The head of the Li family waved them off and proceeded to contact the heads of other families, urging them to question their sons about Li Chuang's whereabouts. The responses were remarkably uniform. Each one claimed to have consumed a significant amount of alcohol that evening and had parted ways at the Dark Night Bar. This seemed plausible enough, as these young heirs often indulged without restraint, frequently losing consciousness from excessive drinking. The head of the Li family then sent someone to inquire further at the Dark Night Bar. The waitstaff reported that Li Chuang had left at 4 o'clock in the morning, accompanied by a young woman. While no one knew her name, they were aware that her mechanical body was a bicycle. However, after Li Chuang's disappearance, the young woman too had vanished without a trace, failing to show up for work that day. Everyone urged the head of the Li family to consider that Li Chuang had likely gone off to enjoy a romantic escapade with the girl on her bicycle, advising him not to worry. While the head of the Li family hoped that this was indeed the case, his subordinates remained relentless in their search. As 10 days swiftly passed, Li Chuang had seemingly evaporated from existence, failing to reappear. The head of the Li family's eyes reddened with fury, despite lacking concrete evidence. He placed the blame for his son's disappearance squarely upon Henan. The elderly matriarch, who cherished her beloved grandson, had nearly wept herself blind in recent days. Anguished by the unknown assailant who had harmed her grandson, the head of the Li family felt a throbbing at his temples, consumed by a desire to uncover the identity of the perpetrator. When the head of the Wang family came to collect the final batch of external exoskeletons, he engaged Henan in conversation regarding the matter. Hearing of Li Chuang's disappearance, he exclaimed, "Is that so? That brings a sense of relief. Are you not afraid that the head of the Li family will seek retribution from you? Do you think he won't come looking for me if I remain silent?" He chuckled lightly. The head of the Wang family shook his head, amused. "I have heard whispers of your past conflicts with that young man." "Indeed. He sought to end my life," Henan replied. The head of the Wang family's expression grew serious. "You wouldn't be responsible for his disappearance, would you?" "How could that be? Have you not seen the throngs of people outside my courtyard? With so many eyes watching, I had no opportunity to act." "That is a valid point," the head of the Wang family conceded, though he still found the situation perplexing. Just days after Li Chuang's altercation with Henan, the young man had vanished without a trace. He could not bring himself to believe that it was entirely unrelated to Henan. However, it is indeed a fact that Henan did not have the opportunity to strike. Could it be that he has bribed someone? This notion is not only held by the head of the Wang family. The head of the Li family has already concluded that this matter is indeed the doing of Henan. Nevertheless, Henan is currently basking in his glory, and any attempt to act against him necessitates substantial evidence. Although the population of Shanqing is considerable, cash is not in circulation here. All transactions must be conducted through wristbands. As long as he has hired assassins, it should be traceable, given the stature of the head of the Li family. Probing into his privacy would hardly be a daunting task. However, once Henan's transaction records were revealed, the head of the Li family was astounded. Is this fellow akin to a mythical creature, only receiving and never spending? Indeed, Henan's accounts reflect only inflows since his arrival in Shanqing. He has not expended a single cent. It is true that since coming to Shanqing, his nutritional supplies have been provided by the Wang family. Later, as Henan began to cultivate his own grains and vegetables, he found himself in even less need of expenditure. Furthermore, he harbors no extravagant hobbies nor does he indulge in lavish outings, thus there are virtually no avenues for him to spend. Yet, his income has been remarkably impressive, especially in recent times, with the Wang family transferring substantial sums to him in succession. However, no rumors have surfaced regarding what exactly the Wang family has procured from him. This has left the head of the Li family feeling rather uneasy. He is deeply concerned about what clandestine schemes the Wang family might be orchestrating. But upon reflection, the Wang family is comprised entirely of mechanics, lacking any combat prowess, making rebellion an impossibility. The lucrative abilities of Henan have incited envy in the head of the Li family, despite the vastness of the Li family's wealth. They might not have as much liquid cash available as Henan does, stirring within him a sense of avarice, were it not for the stringent laws of Shanqing, which dictate that upon a person's death, if there are no direct heirs, the wristband balance is rendered void. He would indeed contemplate outright theft of wealth through murder. Though his son has been missing for over 10 days, the head of the Li family remains undeterred, continuously dispatching individuals in search of him. Yet, while his son remains unaccounted for, the matriarch has also vanished. The circumstances surrounding this event are exceedingly peculiar. The maidservants in the matriarch's courtyard reported that last night, prior to retiring, she expressed feelings of unease and indulged in a few drinks, after which she returned to her chamber to sleep. However, upon checking this morning, it was discovered that there was no one in her room. The bedding on the bed was still unmade, which is highly inconsistent with the matriarch's habits. She is known for her obsessive-compulsive tendencies, insisting that the bedding be meticulously arranged, with not a single wrinkle on the sheets. Such a situation has never occurred before, leaving everyone bewildered. The head of the Li family lifted the bedding for a closer inspection. The linens were dry and unblemished, and apart from a peculiar fragrance wafting from within, there was nothing else. The matriarch had been seen returning to her room, and she typically has a habit of rising in the night, with maidservants stationed outside to keep watch, none having seen her exit. The The head of the Leaf family's expression darkened. At what time did my mother rise last night? The maidservant on watch hurriedly replied. The matriarch did not rise last night. I assumed she had drunk too much and was sleeping soundly, so I did not dare to disturb her. When did you first notice the matriarch was missing? During breakfast, I went to knock on the door, but there was no response. I thought she might want to sleep a bit longer and did not dare to call again. By noon, fearing she might be hungry, I knocked again. But still no sound from within. I then took the bold step of opening the door to check, only to find that the matriarch was not in the room at all. The head of the Leaf family meticulously scrutinized the items within the house. The doors and windows were securely fastened, showing no signs of forced entry. To suggest that someone had abducted a person under the cover of night seemed implausible. If an abduction had occurred, the bedding on the bed would not have been so neatly arranged. Moreover, aside from the doors and windows, everything was locked from the inside. Unless the individual had brazenly exited through the front door, there was no possible escape route. The head of the Leaf family regarded the night watch maid with suspicion. You had better speak the truth, or else. The young maid, pale with fear, fell to her knees and pleaded, Master, every word I speak is the truth. How could I dare to harm the elderly matriarch? If I were responsible, would I still remain here? Chapter 98. The decisive moment. From afar, the head of the Leaf family found some merit in the maid's reasoning. However, the absence of the matriarch implicated them all. Since they could provide no leads, their existence seemed unnecessary. There were 12 maids in the matriarch's courtyard, one of whom had been executed by the head of the Leaf family just days prior, leaving 11. Not one was spared, each was executed on the spot. The Lee household was enveloped in a suffocating silence, not daring to utter a word. Regarding the matriarch's disappearance, the head of the Leaf family could only conduct private inquiries, fearing that any public search could provoke the kidnappers to silence the matter permanently. Furthermore, he worried that a series of misfortunes might give rival families an opportunity to exploit their vulnerability. Though the 10 prominent families shared a common lineage, they were also competitors, each hoping for the downfall of the others. The deaths of 2 significant figures in the Leaf family presented a ripe opportunity for other families to strike. 10 days passed, and the matriarch remained absent, realizing that the situation could not be concealed any longer. The head of the Leaf family had no choice but to publicly announce that the matriarch had succumbed to a sudden illness and arranged a grand funeral. Every family head attended to pay their respects, and even the city lord made an appearance, as she was his mother-in-law, and his absence would have been conspicuous. As a dutiful son, the head of the Leaf family personally placed each of the matriarch's belongings into the coffin before setting them ablaze. During the cremation, he caught a whiff of a peculiar fragrance that stirred his stomach uneasily. He attributed it to his lack of rest and dismissed it from his mind. Even in mourning, a feast was prepared. While attendees offered their condolences, they indulged in the food and drink. The head of the Leaf family felt a deep discontent. He hardly touched the food but consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, becoming intoxicated before he could even bid farewell to his guests. His attendants assisted him back to his room, tucking him in before they left, concerned that he might grow hungry during the night. They instructed the kitchen to prepare a late-night meal. However, that night, the head of the Leaf family slept deeply, and his room was utterly silent. The following day, even as the sun climbed high in the sky, he had not risen. Visitors arrived at the house, prompting the attendants to knock on the door. Yet, after a prolonged period of knocking, there was no response from within. Although the matter of the matriarch's disappearance had been kept under wraps, the members of the Leaf family were all aware of it. An unease settled within the attendants, and disregarding the potential wrath of the head of the Leaf family, one boldly pushed open the door. To their astonishment, the room was completely empty. Not willing to give up, the attendant pulled back the covers in search of any trace. Aside from a lingering unusual fragrance, there was not a single hair in sight. 5 guards had been assigned to watch over the head of the Leaf family's quarters, and none had witnessed him leaving. Yet, the absence of the man was an undeniable reality. The elderly lady is passed, the young master is gone, and now the head of the family has also departed. They find themselves at a loss as to whom to report these matters. Eventually, a few individuals convened to meet with the esteemed elder of the clan, sharing all these strange occurrences. The elder, infuriated, shattered his cup in disbelief. How could such significant events only be disclosed now? This is indeed suspicious. The family head must have prohibited any rumors from circulating. What folly! What confusion! All the respected figures of the Leaf family gathered for a meeting, preparing to elect the next family head. It was not out of callousness. Rather, such a vast family cannot remain leaderless for even a day. A new head must be chosen, yet we must also seek vengeance for the previous head. But whom shall we target for retribution? We possess no leads, not even knowledge of how they met their demise. Every incident, once it occurs, leaves traces. There is no such thing as a perfect crime. Without the family head to steer the discussions, the cacophony of voices yielded no conclusions. Ultimately, Li Jiaqing, the cousin of the late family head, ascended to the position of family head and immediately conducted a thorough search of the Li residence, leaving no nook unexamined. Though no clues were uncovered, a considerable amount of hidden wealth was discovered. The individuals were already deceased, and the only son was missing. Pursuing these matters further proved futile. Li Jiaqing decided to let it rest, allowing the situation to fade into obscurity. The sudden change in leadership within the Li family stirred considerable commotion among the other prominent families. Do you know what truly transpired within the Li household? It is likely a case of internal strife. The former head could not even protect his own mother and son, a truly tragic fate. The new family head is indeed a formidable character. We shall observe further. After all, who can ascertain one's true nature without prior acquaintance? Upon hearing this news, Hinan's lips curled into a slight smile. Wu Miao immediately noticed the change in his demeanor. What brings you joy? She inquired. Those who wish to kill me are now dead. How could I not be pleased? He replied. The Li family publicly declared their members missing. Dead, he affirmed confidently. At Hinan's resolute declaration, Wu Miao's eyes widened in surprise. You did this, she stated, phrasing it as a question yet imbued with certainty. Indeed, Hinan acknowledged openly. Wu Miao's interest was piqued instantly. How did you accomplish this? You eliminated them from the comfort of your home and even managed to dispose of 3? Poison. Hinan replied. Wu Miao stared at him in disbelief for a long moment, yet Hinan remained silent. Oh, come on. You can't leave me hanging. Please tell me. She urged playfully. The charming demeanor of a woman feigning innocence was endearing, prompting Hinan to affectionately ruffle her hair. That day, Li Chuang came seeking an apology. But his true intention was to kill me, aiming to use the concealed weapon I had gifted to the family head for his own purposes. Did he truly believe he would succeed? Is his mind filled with nonsense? What was he thinking? Thus, I confiscated the concealed weapon and, in passing, administered poison to him. Was it a slow-acting poison? Does it take several days to manifest? Not at all, Hinan teased, deliberately withholding details. Wu Miao, growing impatient, shook his arm. Come on. Spill the beans. This poison is colorless and tasteless, causing no discomfort under normal circumstances. However, upon consuming alcohol, it proves fatal instantaneously. So, Li Chuang went out to drink and ended up drinking himself to death? Precisely. But what of the body? This is the exquisite nature of my poison. Upon contact with alcohol, it ignites instantly, commencing its fiery journey from the stomach and ultimately consuming the entire body. Yet, what of the blanket? This is the second marvel. It only incinerates substances rich in fats, showing no interest in the blanket itself. Is that truly feasible? Indeed, it is remarkably so. I remain perplexed. Wu Miao's delicate face contorted in confusion, while it is understandable that you could poison Li Chuang. How did you manage it with the elder and the head of the Li family? They were a package deal. The combustion of a corpse produces a gas with a peculiar fragrance, and once inhaled, it results in poisoning. My heavens, this is too much. Wu Miao pondered for a long time, struggling to find words to articulate her thoughts. It is solely Li Chuang's fault. Had he not returned home that night, the toxic fumes would not have reached the elder. I am truly at a loss for words. The change in the head of the Li family may not necessarily be a bad thing, as long as they refrain from troubling us. It matters not who occupies the position. However, avoiding trouble is hardly feasible. Really? Can they trace it back to you? Wu Miao gasped, abruptly rising to her feet. Chapter 99, Truly Shameless. Why are you so agitated? No one can uncover the matters of the Li family. Wu Miao pouted. Am I not concerned about you? You lack trust in me. No, I am simply disordered in my concern. Wu Miao deftly redirected the conversation. What do you mean by saying they might cause trouble? We lack a background and possess such significant interests. Who wouldn't be envious? Then let us seek a protector. Who do you believe is reliable? After deep contemplation, Wu Miao concluded, relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. You are not foolish. Spending my days with someone as astute as you. How could I not grow wiser? Are you complimenting me? Naturally. Well, if you have more to say, do share. I relish it. Humph. Ever since the head of the Li family mysteriously vanished, several others from the Li household have also disappeared. However, as they were merely attendants, their absence did not attract public attention. Yet, Li Jiaqing grew apprehensive. He felt as though the Li residents harbored ill fortune, seemingly cursed. A perfectly healthy individual. Who spoke with you just yesterday vanishes inexplicably overnight. Who wouldn't he be frightened? He spent countless nights awake and promptly moved out of the Lee residence. However, as the head of a household, it is unreasonable to lack a proper abode. The former head vanished without any transition, leaving the financial discrepancies untraceable. Li Jiaqing could not even procure funds to construct a new residence. In desperation, he had no choice but to sell the Li estate and build anew. The residence had witnessed several deaths, qualifying it as a haunted house. Even after days of listing it for sale, not a single inquiry was made. Yet, Henan contemplated purchasing it. With ample funds at his disposal and no opportunity to spend them, acquiring an opulent mansion seemed a splendid choice. Thus, he reached out to Li Jiaqing. After a round of haggling, Henan ultimately acquired the estate at a price 20% below market value and moved in with his entourage the same day. The plaque on the main gate was replaced with that of the He family. Although the He residence is vast, it cannot accommodate hundreds of people. So Henan has left some individuals to continue working on the farm. This place has seen its share of death, yet you dare to reside here? Upon entering the courtyard, Wu Miao felt an eerie chill. What is there to fear? Those who have died cannot return as vengeful spirits to haunt me. Wu Miao rubbed her arms vigorously, urging him not to speak such disquieting words. Henan found little amusement in frightening this delicate woman and decided to cease his jesting. The residence had been tidily arranged, with all valuables removed, leaving only a vacant house. This posed no challenge to Henan, as his storage space was filled with an abundance of furniture, far superior to what is currently available in the market. Everything was promptly arranged, all bedding, ornaments, and kitchenware were replaced with new ones. Women revel in such activities, and Henan relished his leisure, basking alone in the sun. A group of women gathered, chirping like little birds, incessantly chattering with an endless stream of conversation. Since the establishment of the residence, when Henan ventured out, he was respectfully addressed as Master He. Although he stood alone in his family, he commanded a substantial following. It was only then that people realized Henan had more followers than any of the 10 prominent families. However, without a commander, no one regarded those mechanical maidens seriously. The prevailing belief in Shang City was that women without male guidance lacked spirit. Henan had no time to clarify that the combat capabilities of these maidens could rival 100 foes. For now, he remained at home, tending to his fields, awaiting the right moment to showcase his prowess. After acquiring the residence, Henan had effectively become the 11th family in Shang City, prompting some to feel uneasy. Lord of the city, if this continues, Henan will be on equal footing with us. The city lord shot them a glance, retorting that if they were capable, they should refrain from consuming the grains and vegetables Henan cultivated. Otherwise, they should cease their complaints. The city lord dismissed Henan as merely a mechanic, likely to be nothing more than a farmer, easily crushed like an ant in conflict. It was baffling how these family heads thought. Each was more narrow-minded than the next. Henan paid little heed to others' opinions. At least on the surface, he conducted himself as a humble landowner. He possessed wealth sufficient to last several lifetimes and was surrounded by a multitude of beautiful women, a veritable paradise that any man would desire. Even if others were envious, they were powerless to act. In current times, marriages were contractual. Betrayal would harm both parties, a situation no one would willingly pursue. Men share a common trait. The more unattainable something is, the more it occupies their thoughts. In Shang City, finding a single mechanical maiden was akin to scaling the heavens. Yet Henan had hundreds by his side, an enticing bounty that left many salivating with desire. These women, without titles or status, followed Henan like laborers, while many men pondered the notion of providing for them in their own backyards, offering them the finest of sustenance and comfort. Such thoughts were not limited to a mere few. Consequently, gifts began to arrive daily at the farm, ranging from a packet of instant noodles to a floating vehicle, an eclectic array of offerings. Yet these women do not even lift their eyelids. Henan is fully aware of this, but he has not taken it to heart. The mechanized daughters accompanying him have all experienced death at least once. He not only saved their lives but also provides them with abundant food and drink. Although they must work daily, their living conditions are excellent, the food is plentiful, and, most importantly, there is no danger. Henan is a proponent of equality and has never regarded them as lesser beings. None of the mechanized daughters are foolish. The men outside merely crave their physical forms. Each of them has a contract partner, yet still flirts around. Such men are hardly trustworthy. Moreover, they know the value of the food they cultivate themselves. Only the noble families and prominent figures have access to grains and vegetables, while the rest subsist on nutrient solutions. They have all tasted that concoction, which resembles glue, providing sustenance but lacking any flavor. Under Henan's care, they consume whatever is grown in the land. In stark contrast, anyone with a modicum of sense knows how to choose wisely. Thus, Henan has never been concerned about anyone trying to lure them away. His entire focus is on developing the storage space, where the villa complex has been fully completed and 2 harvests of crops have already been gathered. It became evident during the bountiful harvest that the yield from the crops cultivated in the storage space is not only several dozen times greater than that of the outside world, but the growth cycle is also shorter. For instance, rice and wheat can be harvested approximately every 2 months. He has already stored a mountain of rice and flour in his warehouse. It is no exaggeration to say that even the city lord might not be as wealthy as he is. This is precisely why those mechanized daughters would rather remain in a state of widowhood than leave his side. In a post-apocalyptic world, food is the true source of security, while everything else is mere illusion. However, Henan did not anticipate that, unable to undermine his position, someone would confront him directly about taking his people. The first to approach him was the head of the Sun family, who immediately requested 2 mechanized daughters from Henan. Surely, the head of the He family wouldn't be so stingy? It is better to share joy than to revel alone. I only ask for 2. Henan felt an overwhelming urge to slap him against the wall, as if he could not be removed. Yet, considering the other party's status as a family head, he had to afford him some courtesy. Indeed, these mechanized daughters were saved by me, Henan replied. However, they work for me and are not my personal property. If you fancy someone, simply approach her directly. As long as she is willing to go with you, I will not obstruct her. The head of the Sun family rolled his eyes. If he could persuade them, would he have come here? The head of the He family surely knows how to manage people. Would you impart some wisdom? How do you get those young ladies to be so compliant? To which Henan smirked mischievously, deliberately casting a glance below. I am relatively young. The head of the Sun family's face instantly turned the color of liver, signaling that this conversation was futile. Despite the head of the Sun family returning empty-handed, other family heads and managers remained undeterred, nearly trampling Henan's threshold. When the head of the Wang family arrived, Henan looked at him with mockery. You're not here to ask for women too, are you? I wouldn't dare. I have a formidable tigress at home. The head of the Wang family quickly waved his hands, fearing Henan might insist on giving him someone. Haha. Afraid of your wife. In this day and age, merely surviving is a challenge. There is no need to add clanging distractions at home. From this perspective, you are indeed a good person. What leads you to believe otherwise? I must scrutinize this closely. After some pleasantries exchanged between the two, the head of the Wang family suddenly turned serious. I have a matter of importance to discuss with you today. Go ahead. What are your plans for the future? To live. This unadorned response momentarily stunned the head of the Wang family. You are indeed quite straightforward. I am but an honest person. I pondered that you possess great talents. To confine yourself to farming seems a waste. What can I do? The city lord has seized my work, leaving me only with agriculture. Surely you do not intend to remain subservient for life? The head of the Wang family was not suggesting rebellion, was he? With just the 2 of us, we would not even be enough to withstand a single blow from our adversaries. Rebellion is not the aim. But we must seize the initiative. Elaborate. With external exoskeletons, we can secretly cultivate our own armed forces. So, you do wish to rebel? I merely seek self-preservation. The head of the Wang family gestured for him to let him finish. Your current endeavor in farming serves as an excellent cover. We can also develop other sectors, such as textiles, construction, and entertainment, industries easily fulfilled by ordinary people. Even with a large number of such individuals, it would not raise any suspicions. But sustaining people requires funds. The Wang family is willing to invest everything. Originally, Henan harbored similar thoughts and had been acting upon them. His storage space already housed thousands of individuals, none of whom were ordinary. The head of the Wang family's proposal was indeed worth exploring. If it could be done openly, why resort to secrecy? Moreover, with the head of the Wang family, this benevolent benefactor, providing financial support, such a fortunate opportunity does not come often. Thus, the next day, Henan designated a plot of land for cotton cultivation. Why the sudden interest in cotton? Wu Miao inquired with curiosity. To spin threads, weave fabrics, and make clothing. Are we not permitted to engage in other businesses? Who said I intend to sell it? With hundreds in our household, do we not need clothing? Wu Miao almost retorted. Isn't your storage space filled with such things? Why go through this trouble? However, since it was Henan's desire, she found it reasonable and refrained from further questioning, promptly taking the machine girls to work. Due to the low yield of grains and vegetables, there was a persistent shortfall. After discussion among the heads of several families, They allocated several tens of thousands of acres to Henan to increase cultivation. A low yield per acre is inconsequential as long as the base number is substantial. Consequently, Henan seized another opportunity to seek more people. This time, he returned with 500 individuals at once, along with 1,000 acres designated for cotton cultivation. After all, these individuals had come from a civilized society, and merely meeting the basic needs was insufficient. They required a complete range of necessities. Since arriving in Chongqing, the people were not entirely deprived of clothing. Yet, their garments, fashioned from the skins of sea monsters, were cumbersome, lacking breathability, and quite uncomfortable to wear. In the past, no one could cultivate cotton, and people managed to endure. But once someone donned proper clothing, could others not feel envious? Henan's cotton cultivation caused quite a stir, prompting the heads of several prominent families to spontaneously discuss who would dominate the textile industry in the future. It was evident that once cotton was available, it would undoubtedly become an immensely profitable venture, an irresistible delicacy that no one could resist. The heads of these families fiercely competed for the rights to produce and process cotton, their faces flushed with fervor. The city lord observed their greedy expressions with an impassive demeanor. Why were they quarreling over something that had yet to sprout? Henan possessed a remarkable expertise in agriculture, and since he had embarked on this cultivation, success was assured. The yield might be modest, but if successful, they could simply expand their planting area the following year. A smirk crept onto the city lord's lips as he quipped, "Are you all planning to relinquish your family businesses in favor of cotton processing?" Everyone paused in surprise. "No, my lord," one responded hastily. "We must keep pace with the times. With new industries emerging, we can broaden our business scope." The city lord's sarcasm intensified. "You initially seized Henan's other enterprises. Do you truly believe he would consent to grow cotton for you to pursue a side business?" The raucous environment suddenly fell silent. After a lengthy pause, the head of the Sun family finally grumbled. Taking his industries didn't hinder his development, did it? The city lord shot him a disdainful glance. "I advise you not to harbor any hopes regarding this matter. Either restrict his sales, allowing the cotton he cultivates for personal use only, or if you wish to wear cotton garments, leave this industry to Henan." "On what grounds?" came the retort. "Because the cotton is cultivated by him." The assembly was once again engulfed in silence. The head of the Wang family had remained quiet throughout, quietly observing the reactions of others. He had always been somewhat invisible in such meetings, unnoticed by the others. Everyone arrived with great enthusiasm, only to leave disheartened. None felt particularly good about it. Upon departing from the city lord's residence, the head of the Wang family hurried to meet Henan and recounted the meeting's details comprehensively. "You must be cautious," he warned. "What is there to be cautious about? At worst, we won't cultivate cotton, and we can all revert to primitive ways. You truly have a carefree disposition." The Wang family head replied with a chuckle. "If I were even slightly more anxious, I would have succumbed to rage long ago." "That's true," he continued. "I never expected the city lord to favor you. This first step is already half a success. The city lord is not favoring me, he is favoring profit. Indeed, regardless of our actions, he takes a cut of 20%. Logically, he should be hoping for our success. I shall not engage in this business." "What?" The Wang family head thought he had misheard. "Merely growing cotton is cumbersome enough. We would still need to manage weaving and garment production. Have you considered the numerous processes involved? Yet, if we monopolize this industry, we would have no shortage of funds. You are being overly simplistic. If the other families boycott our cotton products, what will you do?" The process of cotton cultivation from planting to harvest takes half a year. Then comes weaving and garment production, and by that time, a significant amount of time would have passed. The fervor surrounding the matter would gradually diminish while waiting for the cotton to grow. At a time when nearly everyone had forgotten about the matter, the city lord found Henan. "What do you plan to do with the cotton harvest?" he inquired. "I haven't really thought about it," Henan replied earnestly. "I'm discussing serious matters here. Please don't jest." Henan felt quite unjustly accused, as he truly had not contemplated it. Initially, he intended for the girls at home to have clothing to wear. However, considering that other families' daughters also needed garments, he decided to plan a bit more. You must understand how much profit can be made once one monopolizes this industry. Only the wealthy would want to wear such clothing. And who among those venturing out to sea would not don armor? Is that not sufficient? How much do you wish to earn? I never intended to make money from this." "Henan, why is it that no one believes you when you speak the truth?" Henan shrugged helplessly, aware that everyone knew this industry was lucrative. Thus, it was also a hot potato. Every prominent family focused on singular development, If one family gained a profitable venture, others would inevitably be envious. I do not wish to become a target. You are quite clever. I fear for my life. Then tell me, how can we handle this matter more prudently? Is it not beyond my concern? Just share your thoughts. Either everyone gets involved, with me overseeing cultivation, one family handling spinning, another weaving, another dyeing, and yet another making garments, while the remaining families manage sales. That idea is indeed feasible. However, do you not feel it is a loss? What loss is there? My efforts will yield returns. You will not take my cotton for free, will you? Ha ha, of course not. With the cotton issue resolved, Heenan felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. Upon his return, Wu Miao eagerly approached him. Tell me, how did your conversation with the city lord go? Fair distribution for all. Wu Miao's cheeks flushed. What do you mean? I mean, every family gets a share of the benefits. What were you thinking? Her face reddened further. I wasn't thinking anything. I find that hard to believe. So are we not at a loss? Everyone thinks I am at a loss, but in truth, I am not. How so? My aim is to dismantle the rules of Shang City, to break before establishing. Exactly, with everyone branching into side businesses. Who will dare to say our family has too many projects in the future? That is precisely the idea. Impressive, Heenan. How did you come up with such a notion? This is something anyone could think of. It is merely that others are more concerned with immediate profits. You are like boiling a frog in warm water, leading them unwittingly by the nose. In truth, they are aware, they are simply overconfident, believing that even if I were a monkey, I could never escape the Buddha's palm. You all possess an abundance of cunning. I shall return to work. Heenan playfully patted her backside, saying, come back early tonight. How annoying. Though they had been together for quite some time, Wu Miao still couldn't help but feel shy. Heenan relished this aspect of her personality, likening himself to a big bad wolf teasing the innocent little Red Riding Hood. The following morning, the city lord announced the distribution plan for cotton production and processing, which pleased all the heads of families. Although none could monopolize the venture, everyone would still benefit, which was quite satisfactory. The city lord is indeed wise. Indeed, I could not have thought of such a splendid solution. The city lord discreetly curled his lips, accepting their flattery. Time flew swiftly, and before long, the season for cotton harvesting arrived. Heenan dispatched 10 automated harvesters, completing the cotton collection in just one day. The bundled cotton was weighed at the field, with the Sun family responsible for spinning. The head of the Sun family personally came to observe the cotton harvest and supervise the weighing process. Initially perceived as a man who indulged in pleasures, Heenan was pleasantly surprised by his meticulousness in business. The spinning factory had been established, yet the head of the Sun family hesitated to allow capable machine workers to become textile laborers. Thus, he approached Heenan, hoping he could assist in finding some labor force. Generously, Heenan allocated 30 individuals to him and signed the labor contract in the presence of the city lord. The Li family took on the weaving task, and while the factory and equipment were easily arranged, manpower remained a challenge. Heenan, now acting as a free intermediary, sent another 30 individuals to the Li family. To his astonishment, he encountered Modi at the textile factory. She had lost considerable weight and appeared unwell, clearly having endured hardships during her time with the Li family. Heenan, have you stayed in Shang City? She asked. Isn't that obvious? Can you take me away from here? Give me a reason. I know a secret. Heenan fixed his gaze on her, enunciating deliberately. You should be aware that deceiving me will yield no favorable outcome. I am not lying. I truly know. Li Jiaqing, observing the two whispering in the corner, felt a tinge of curiosity. Do you know each other? Indeed. We are from the same hometown, Heenan readily admitted, realizing there was no need for deceit, as all records could be easily checked at the service center. Li Jiaqing smirked slyly. You've done me a great favor. How shall I repay you? If you wish to express your gratitude, simply hand her over to me. Ah, the head of the He family is indeed quite sentimental. To die under the peony, even as a ghost, is still romantic. Ha ha. Very well, take her with you. Modi was taken aback by how smoothly she could leave the Li family. Just now, you referred to him as the head of the He family. Have you established a family here? Must one have a family to be a family head? Ah. Modi appeared somewhat bewildered. Heenan led her to the study of the He residence. Now, can we speak? Modi, still recovering from her shock, questioned. Isn't this the Li residence? How do you reside here? I purchased this house. You bought it? Modi's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that not permissible? Indeed. It is more than permissible. Modi suddenly became animated. I was worried that even if I told you, you would have no means to acquire it. Acquire what? The treasure of the Li family. It is hidden within this estate. Oh? Henan's interest was piqued. Although he was unsure what treasure Modi referred to, he acknowledged that this woman had successfully ignited his curiosity. Modi guided him left and right, ultimately leading him to a rockery in the backyard. After a considerable effort, she managed to find the switch concealed among the vines. The stone wall, once overgrown, gradually shifted aside, revealing a door. However, Modi's face contorted in disappointment. Unfortunately, there is no key. The head of the Leaf family has passed away, and all his possessions have vanished with him, including the key. However, this posed no challenge for Henan, who swiftly produced the potent acid he had previously refined, corroding the lock and forcefully kicking the door open. Modi's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "Henan, you are truly impressive." Chapter 102. The Assault on Shang City, it must be said. The construction of this secret chamber was exceedingly clandestine. No wonder even Li Jiaqing had failed to locate it. Upon opening the door, a narrow staircase leading downwards was revealed, allowing passage for only one person at a time. "Are there any traps inside?" Henan inquired, pausing before entering. "I've never been inside, so I wouldn't know," came the response. "How did you come to know of this place?" "I once worked in this estate and inadvertently discovered that the head of the Li family frequented this location." "You were quite fortunate," Henan remarked. "At the time, I was terrified. Had I been discovered, my life would have been forfeit." Modi recalled that harrowing moment, still feeling a shiver of fear. "Fear not. I shall protect you from now on. You seem to be doing well. You've even secured a residence. Things will only improve from here." "Indeed, I believe in you." As they conversed, they had already walked several dozen meters, and the path ahead suddenly opened up. "My goodness, look at all these treasures." The chamber indeed contained a plethora of items, most of which were fast food nearing expiration. There were also gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, and artworks. However, in the current circumstances, these possessions held little value. It seemed the head of the Leaf family had merely collected them out of personal preference. Noticing Modi gazing longingly at the food and swallowing hard, Henan tossed her a self-heating meal. "Why do you look as if you've never eaten before?" "Indeed. Since arriving in Shang City, I haven't had a proper meal. My nutrient solution is only administered every 2 days. It's a miracle I haven't perished." "How pitiful. Don't eat that. I'll treat you to a grand feast." "Really?" Modi's eyes sparkled with hope. The size of the feast didn't matter. She just wanted to be full. During this encounter, Henan distinctly sensed a change in Modi. The pride and aloofness that once characterized her had vanished, likely dulled by the hardship she had endured. Henan kept his promise, treating her to a lavish dinner and arranging for Wu Miao to provide her with a private room, along with several sets of hoodies. Modi sincerely expressed her gratitude before retreating to her room to bathe and sleep. Had she not spent half the night weeping under the covers, Henan might have believed she had truly transformed. In truth, Modi remained the same. She had simply learned to disguise her true feelings. Since the cotton harvest concluded, Henan had naturally placed 30 mechanical daughters within each family. They were employed in factories, with each family providing for their food and shelter. On the surface, these mechanical daughters appeared to have no connection to Henan. However, unbeknownst to them, they were all his contractual subjects. A secret Henan had chosen to keep from everyone except those directly involved. In reality, these mechanical daughters were not yet capable of accomplishing much, as they were engaged in the most menial tasks and had no contact with the family as core figures. But that was of little concern to Henan. He did not intend for them to act as spies. Instead, he had embedded his influence within each family, ensuring that should hostilities arise, these individuals would become formidable allies. After arranging these matters, Henan intended to return to his space to continue his experiments, but the head of the Wang family arrived unexpectedly. "It is indeed you, brother He, who has deftly manipulated several prominent families at your fingertips. How did this come to pass? You have sinned in your people, and it amounts to a staggering 30 individuals. As business flourishes, their numbers will surely swell. These family heads, each as astute as they come, are nonetheless outmaneuvered by you. You exaggerate. Those mechanized girls are merely ones I retrieved, and our connection is not particularly intimate. In the future, whoever provides sustenance will be the one they favor. And I fear I shall soon be forgotten by these former subordinates. Is that so? I have heard tales of your nocturnal escapades with numerous partners. Your prowess in that regard is said to be unparalleled. But, alas, I lack such abilities. I am a devoted soul, loving only my girlfriend." This sentiment, the head of the Wang family surely would not believe, yet he did not expose the truth. The two then conferred on various collaborative details before his departure. "Wu Miao, with a hint of concern, approached him, asking if he truly trusted this partnership, fearing he might be betrayed. Does he dare? If he harbors such lethal intentions, he may as well act on them. I have no cause for worry. Wu Miao's heart trembled. After all, he is the head of one of the 10 great families. And if he declares death, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. However, recalling the demise of the former head of the Li family, Wu Miao felt the gravity of the situation was not so exaggerated after all. He possesses the capability, should he wish for someone's demise at the third watch. Even the King of Hell would struggle to intervene by the fifth. Presently, she dared not entertain other thoughts. Vengeance has been exacted, and she would contentedly remain by Henan's side. He has never concerned himself with others' opinions. They are inconsequential. Those who comply are treated with kindness, while those who resist receive a lesson, and if they remain obstinate, they are simply eliminated. Currently, he is not lacking in manpower. Due to recent consumption of peculiar meat, he has reached a point where he can restore a mechanized girl daily. 10 per day translates to 110 days, and 300 in a month. His battle squad's numbers swell daily, and their combat capabilities are formidable. Chen Xueqing's efficiency in handling matters is remarkably high. All cores from the mechanized girls fallen in battle in Star City have been meticulously gathered and delivered to Henan through special channels. Yet, even with such speed, Henan remains unsatisfied. He has not forgotten that the city lord wields a fighting force of several 100,000. Although such strength is likely dispersed among various families, it nonetheless indicates that each family possesses at least 10,000 mechanized girls capable of combat. Currently, Henan appears to command nearly 2,000 individuals, assigning 300 to each family, with approximately 3,000 more in reserve, summing to a mere 5,000 combatants. Should he confront that family, such numbers would be woefully inadequate. Since overwhelming them in quantity is unfeasible, he must enhance his firepower. Thus, Henan plunged once more into his laboratory, intent on developing a weapon with extensive destructive capabilities. Not only must it possess formidable firepower, but it must also be lightweight, ensuring that the mechanized girls can bear it effortlessly. Furthermore, it must allow for unrestricted use during flight. The complexity of this task has escalated significantly. Yet Henan relishes tackling these formidable challenges. Once merely a mechanic, he now finds himself fervently devoted to the pursuit of weapon development, a passion he scarcely anticipated. However, before the new weapon could be completed, a significant event unfolded in Chongqing. The mutated marine creatures formed a monstrous tide, with thousands charging towards the city walls. This was merely the aerial threat. The aquatic aberrations, with their gaping maws, were equally poised to prey upon humanity. The city lord promptly mobilized all elite forces to confront the threat outside the city. Engaging in combat within the city would lead to a victory that cost them their stronghold. As the impending battle loomed, Henan realized he had underestimated the city lord's prowess. His forces numbered not merely in the hundreds of thousands, but exceeded 1 million elite warriors, all fully equipped and advancing upon the beastly onslaught with overwhelming might. Although the mutated sea creatures had evolved the ability to fly, their endurance was lacking, securing a victory for humanity. However, as the army retreated to the city for respite, an unforeseen calamity ensued. Countless sea serpents emerged from every crevice, an uncountable mass, their slithering tongues mingling with the screams of humans. Chapter 103. The city lord's madness. Henan immediately summoned all the mechanized warriors aboard the battleship, with the Wang family patriarch and his kin seeking refuge as well. At the altitude of the battleship, no mutated marine creature could reach them. The Wang patriarch, filled with dread, expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that without Henan, his family might have faced extinction. Does your family lack armaments? The city lord had originally intended to allocate weapons to each family, but the entirety of their clan consisted of mechanics, and no commander would heed their orders. So, while others possess arms, your family does not. Indeed, the Wang patriarch's pallor indicated his shock, revealing that this was the very reason he had transformed those close to him into mechanical bodies. Now, the strength of Shang City must be revealed. For such a catastrophe should compel the city lord to unveil his true capabilities. 1 million mechanized warriors. How enviable. Envy is futile. We are merely mechanics. The Wang patriarch cast a glance at Henan, unable to continue. Realizing that Henan was not alone but accompanied by a contingent of 1 to 2,000 mechanized beings, who followed willingly without the need for contracts, impervious to any attempts to sway them. This battle was fierce, with 1 million mechanized warriors clashing against several times their number in mutated marine creatures. relying heavily on the aircraft provided by Henan. The small flying saucers played a crucial role, reducing vast numbers of mutated marine life to desiccated husks while continuously resupplying the mechanized warriors. Without these two assets, humanity would have likely faced utter defeat within 2 hours of combat. Contrary to his usual privileged demeanor, the city lord led the charge with valor. The other 9 family heads were equally resolute, engaging on the front lines. In stark contrast, the Wang family appeared cowardly, explaining why they were held in such low regard. Henan refrained from intervening, recognizing that humanity still held the upper hand and that revealing his strength was unnecessary. Nonetheless, he busied himself collecting numerous mutated marine carcasses, leaving no living specimens behind, including the cores of the mechanized warriors. The fierce conflict endured for a full month before the tide of mutated marine creatures was finally dispersed. However, Shang City has suffered extensive destruction. The sea serpents have penetrated nearly every building, leaving the entire city devoid of a single intact structure, with remnants of walls and ruins littering the landscape. The population of 1 million mechanized daughters has dwindled to merely 600,000, resulting in a staggering loss of 40%. Henan has incurred the greatest losses. All the crops that had yet to be harvested have been trampled beyond recognition. The city lord gazes somberly at the various heads of households, pondering whether, had Henan developed more formidable weaponry, fewer lives might have been lost today. Could we have safeguarded our homeland? A sense of shame envelopes the heads of households, as their fear of Henan's rapid advancement overshadowing their own had forced a mechanical genius into the role of a mere farmer. To claim they harbor no regret would be disingenuous, yet admitting their fault is out of the question, leaving them silent and motionless. After all, they had only just returned from the front lines, and the city lord refrains from overly chastising them. Everyone should return to rest. Tomorrow we will begin the search for building materials. We must reconstruct Shang City. Yes. Each head of household escorted their people back to what could no longer be called a home. Exhausted from the prolonged battles, they found any available space to rest. And soon the air resonated with the sound of loud snores. Henan also descended before the He residence, yet regrettably. His recently acquired abode had transformed into a desolate ruin. Now, he found himself bereft of even a place to sleep. Henan felt utterly helpless. Although he possessed ample building materials and a capable workforce, reconstructing the residence was not an insurmountable task. However, with the entirety of Shang City reduced to rubble and others lacking shelter, erecting a grand villa would surely invite scorn. Surprisingly, the city lord did not rest. Instead, seeking out Henan. You possess a means to empower everyone, do you not? Though posed as a question, his tone was imbued with certainty. The city lord's jest was evident, as Henan retorted, I am merely a farmer. The city lord interrupted him directly, Henan. There can be no complete egg beneath an overturned nest. You should grasp this concept. Henan concealed his previously nonchalant demeanor, resolving to lend his modest efforts as long as the city lord did not abandon him. Very well. Grant me 10 days, and I shall construct a laboratory for you. Request anything you need, and I shall strive to fulfill your desires. Agreed. The blade that does not cut one's own flesh will never teach the pain of its edge. This battle has left all of Shang City feeling profoundly wounded. While the beast tide has dispersed, none can predict when it may return. Furthermore, with family shattered and no place to rest, the lesson learned is excruciatingly painful, one that no one wishes to endure again. Thus, the city lord prioritized building a laboratory for Henan over addressing the housing crisis for everyone else. And none dared to voice objections. Perhaps, in the future, we must indeed rely on that young man, Henan. Should a beast tide of this magnitude strike again, Shang City would cease to exist. We can only hope he possesses the means to protect it. Unbeknownst to Henan, he had become a beacon of hope in the eyes of many, bearing their boundless expectations. He had already progressed halfway through his experiments when, amidst the chaos of battle, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Although he had not yet developed a weapon of mass destruction, he had successfully created a toxic gas bomb. The extraction of venom from the water mother is again employed, encapsulated within hollow shells, capable of being fired from any caliber of cannon. However, the extent of its potency remains to be tested. As soon as the sample munitions were produced, the city lord promptly arrived on site, accompanied by the mechanized girls to assess its efficacy in the open sea. After all, the coastal waters must be purified for human consumption. Thus, any usage of toxins must occur offshore. This is akin to the pre-apocalyptic disposal of nuclear waste into the ocean, which ultimately poses a threat to one's own existence. Nevertheless, failing to proceed in this manner would allow the mutated marine creatures, with their formidable reproductive capabilities, to regroup swiftly after being dispersed by the beast tide. The city of Shang could ill afford to endure another brutal war. During the initial experiment, 10 gas shells were launched. As the shells detonated, countless corpses of mutated marine life surfaced on the ocean within a 300-mile radius, each exhibiting a disturbing shade of bluish-purple, clearly succumbing to the poison. Furthermore, the toxin is persistent. Although its lethality diminishes with the passage of time and the movement of seawater, its destructive capacity remains significantly formidable. Henan, you have indeed not disappointed me, the city lord exclaimed, delivering a hearty pat on Henan's back, nearly reducing him in stature. City lord, it would be prudent not to employ these gas shells unless absolutely necessary. A miscalculation could result in our own detriment, Henan cautioned. I understand. You need only focus on production. Let us first create 100,000 shells. Henan remained silent, as the request was not one he could easily refuse. Chapter 104. A new discovery producing 100,000 gas shells is not a daunting task. The challenge lies in the potential recklessness of the city lord should he decide to deploy them indiscriminately, endangering the lives of Shang's populace. Observing Henan's stillness, the city lord added, I merely wish to be prepared. Who would wish for death at the last moment? With the statement, Henan found himself unable to express any objections. The leaders of the various factions had witnessed the power of the gas shells and felt a measure of reassurance. Regardless of the circumstances, possessing such munitions emboldened them to confront the mutated marine creatures. Concurrently, the small flying saucers were working tirelessly to produce the shells. Henan understood that the city lord intended to establish a perimeter around Shang with these weapons. Frankly, this was an admirable strategy. Not only does it provide ample energy reserves, but it also gradually diminishes the population of mutated marine life, serving as a long-term solution. Henan devised an automated production line specifically for the gas shells while simultaneously contemplating the necessity of constructing shelters that could withstand future beast tides. He was not concerned about material waste. Rather, the constant need for reconstruction seemed a burden. Thus, he considered the skin of the island-type sea monsters. After all, what need is there for villas in a post-apocalyptic world? A year would suffice. Without delay, Henan retrieved the skin of the island-type sea monster from his storage space and tasked Su Qingqing with designing a cluster of yurt-like structures at the heart of his farm. With a population of approximately 1 to 2,000, a single piece of sea monster skin would be inadequate. Therefore, he sought the city lord's permission to venture out to capture more island-type sea monsters. The city lord, now eager to assist him, not only acquiesced, but also provided him with a passage token, granting him unrestricted access to and from Shang. Such camaraderie is a testament to the city lord's benevolence. Henan silently awarded him a badge of goodness in his heart, then set off with Wu Miao. His sole objective was the island-type sea monsters. And this time he did not bring along more mechanical girls. This was primarily due to the recent beast tide, which made large-scale combat inadvisable. He was particularly reluctant to provoke the mutated marine creatures, fearing they might return with greater ferocity. Quietly capturing a few island-type sea monsters should not pose a significant issue. As those creatures had yet to evolve a higher level of intelligence, they reacted to danger purely on instinct. However, whether they would one day evolve to possess intelligence akin to humans remained uncertain. Henan shook his head, attempting to dispel such thoughts from his mind. Upon venturing out this time, he noticed a marked increase in the number of island-type sea monsters, with their habitats encroaching closer to the coast. One would expect that after the beast tide had been dispersed and the mutated marine creatures had suffered considerable losses, they would take time to recover. Yet, he observed no injured sea monsters. Perhaps the wounded had been consumed by their kin. Even with the staggering losses inflicted by humans and their own internal strife, the overall population of mutated marine creatures had not diminished. In fact, those that survived were likely stronger than their predecessors. A chilling thought crossed Henan's mind. What if the beast tide was merely a mechanism for survival of the fittest? By waging war against humanity, they could eliminate the weak from their ranks, leaving only the strongest to endure. If this were the case, the beast tide would not be a mere coincidence, but rather the result of some unseen force driving them. But what could that force be? A super sea monster? One possessing intellect on par with humans? Henan was chilled by his own conjecture. Yet, such a scenario could very well be more than just a figment of his imagination. It might indeed exist. The adversary was formidable. And if humanity did not unite against a common foe, extinction could be imminent. But how could he rally all of humanity? This was truly beyond his capabilities, after all. He was merely a mechanical engineer. During this outing, which lasted over a month, Henan successfully captured more than 100 island-type sea monsters. He also made a stop at Star City, relieved to find that the beast tide had not reached there, allowing him to finally put his mind at ease. With an ample supply of materials, the construction of the yurt progressed rapidly. He entrusted the entire endeavor to Su Qingqing while he took the recording device from this expedition to meet the city lord. Naturally, the video had been edited, with all the segments of him capturing island-type sea monsters removed. The city lord scrutinized the footage Henan presented. "What do you wish to convey with this?" he inquired. "City lord, have you noticed that after enduring a beast tide, both sides suffered heavy losses? Yet, these mutated marine creatures seem to have grown stronger. Are you suggesting that they are using humanity as a sharpening stone?" "Yes. How else can we explain their current state?" The city lord sighed deeply. "What can we do? The rate of evolution among the mutated marine creatures is far too rapid for us to keep pace. Are we merely to wait for our extinction? What solution do you propose?" Henan shrugged helplessly. "My esteemed city lord, is this not a matter for you to contemplate? Behold, humans, whether in stature or strength, are not on the same trajectory as the mutated marine creatures. Their might inspires a sense of despair. We exert every effort to awaken the mechanical bodies of women, enabling us to finally contend with these formidable beings. However, our mechanized daughters lack an evolutionary system, while these creatures continue to grow and develop. Faced with such a grim reality, what am I to do? We can only live one day at a time." Witnessing the Lord's despondency, Henan felt a pang of sympathy. "There must be a way. I refuse to believe humanity is destined for extinction. Therefore, Henan, if anyone can save humanity, it must be you." A tremor surged through Henan. He had never envisioned himself as a savior. His only aspiration was to survive. Yet, he understood that he was inexorably linked to humanity as a whole. If humanity were to perish, what significance would his solitary existence hold? Suddenly, the weight upon his shoulders felt burdensome, leaving him somewhat breathless. "Lord, allow me a moment to contemplate. Take your time, no rush. If no solution arises, we may as well embrace death together. Is that even a human sentiment?" Upon returning home, Henan plunged into his spatial laboratory, determined to swiftly discover a means for humanity's sustainable advancement. Much like the tales narrate, mastering a certain technique could lead to continuous enhancement. This way, as the mutated marine creatures evolve, humanity would also grow, preventing us from lagging behind and suffering defeat. This line of thought must hold merit. Yet the execution presents a formidable challenge. Henan focused his attention on the island-dwelling sea monsters. As he consumed their flesh, his body underwent imperceptible transformations. Both his offensive and defensive capabilities improved, particularly his mental fortitude, which enhanced at an accelerated pace. This could be inferred from the increasing number of mechanized daughters he repaired daily. However, the flesh of these sea monsters had no effect on the mechanized daughters. At the time, he believed himself to be the chosen one, favored solely by fate. Upon reflection, perhaps he had been overly self-centered. Such flesh might only benefit those endowed with mental prowess. Thus, could there exist a mutated marine creature that would enhance all of humanity? This possibility is not without merit. During this excursion, Henan observed that the orca species exhibited the fastest evolution. Not only had their appearance undergone significant changes, but their feeding habits had also transformed. A species, over millions of years, should have developed its unique lifestyle. Such sudden changes could signify either imminent extinction or an evolution into a superior form. Henan concluded that the orca's evolution was indeed beneficial. Thus, what would transpire if humanity possessed similar evolutionary genes? Chapter 105, A Worthy Demise? Henan believed this line of thinking might hold the key to altering humanity's fate. Without hesitation, he immediately set sail with Wu Miao in search of orcas. Orcas are social creatures, and the current orca population is astonishingly exaggerated, with nearly 10,000 congregating together. If they were to launch an assault, it would spell certain doom. Fortunately, they are not yet capable of flight, granting Henan a distinct advantage. Moreover, Henan possesses an infinitely vast storage space, allowing him to contain all forms of life within it. This time, he undertook a grand endeavor, capturing an entire pod of orcas numbering over 10,000. However, before he could revel in his triumph, a sudden wave of a sweet, metallic taste surged in his throat, and he lost consciousness. Although Henan can store living beings in his space, this is contingent upon their spiritual power being weaker than his or their complete lack of resistance. While the spiritual strength of the orcas is not particularly formidable, their sensitivity to danger is acute. When Henan attempted to capture them, he faced fierce opposition, nearly exhausting his spiritual energy and succumbing to unconsciousness. Wu Miao was drenched in cold sweat, frantically calling out Henan's name as she flew back. Anyone could perish, but Henan must not. Should he die, it was likely that the thousands of mech girls under her care would not survive long either. Wu Miao flew back to the city of Shang with remarkable speed, nearly igniting the air around her. Yet, Henan remained unresponsive, with no other option. She sought the lord of the city for assistance, requesting a doctor to be dispatched. However, after examination, the physician was equally perplexed. Henan bore no injuries. His breathing was normal, and yet, the cause of his unconsciousness eluded him. Wu Miao was on the brink of tears, pleading for answers. The doctor suggested seeking another opinion. But knowing that the physician sent by the city lord was undoubtedly the best in Shang, Wu Miao realized that consulting anyone else would likely be futile and could even offend the lord. Until Henan awakened, she dared not act impulsively, silently praying for his recovery. Days passed, and Wu Miao was nearly engulfed in despair when Henan finally opened his eyes. "Oh, Henan, you scared me to death," she exclaimed. "I'm not dead yet. Why are you crying so loudly?" He replied. "I was frightened," she confessed, revealing a vulnerable side she had never shown before. Henan found it surprisingly refreshing and wiped her tears away. "All right, enough of the tears. Let us get something to eat. I'm famished. I'll go right away," she responded. Before Wu Miao could rise, Lin Rui entered with a bowl of porridge. "I thought you would be hungry once you woke, so I made some porridge for you to try." "Thank you," Henan said as he propped himself up. Wu Miao quickly placed a cushion behind him for added comfort. Lin Rui's culinary skills remained impeccable. Henan polished off the bowl of porridge in mere moments. "Delicious. Is there more?" he inquired eagerly. "Indeed, I prepared a large pot." "Wait here while I fetch it," Lin Rui said, turning to leave. Wu Miao paused, realizing that this task should have been hers. But her worry for Henan had consumed her thoughts, and she hadn't considered preparing food. Though she was aware that Henan harbored no romantic feelings for Lin Rui, a pang of jealousy stirred within her. However, voicing such sentiments at that moment would only reveal her immaturity, and she swallowed her feelings in silence. Soon, Lin Rui returned with a pot of porridge and several appetizing side dishes. Henan, truly hungry, devoured 5 bowls of porridge and cleared all the side dishes before feeling satisfied. "Good heavens, your appetite has certainly grown," Wu Miao remarked. "Try going without food for 3 days," he retorted with a smirk. Henan cast a displeased glance at her, and Wu Miao immediately fell silent. After a brief respite, Henan entered the space to inspect the more than 10,000 orcas he had painstakingly brought back. To his surprise, these creatures appeared more spirited in the space than they did outside. He selected the most robust among them and brought it to the laboratory for dissection. He meticulously analyzed nearly every cell, ultimately concluding that the orca's body contained a unique enzyme capable of continuously promoting growth. This growth was distinct from the maturation of human offspring. It was an enhancement of overall capability, not merely a physical increase. He pondered whether injecting this enzyme into the human body might yield similar transformations. With this thought in mind, Henan first procured a water rat for experimentation. After the enzyme was injected into the water rat's body, it exhibited a notable increase in activity, even bordering on aggression. Subsequently, its teeth elongated at a visible rate and became sharper. The water rat's fur also underwent changes, with its skin growing more resilient and impervious to cuts. Its fur became harder than steel, transforming into an excellent defensive weapon. The experiment concluded that the unique enzyme in the orca indeed enhanced the capabilities of other organisms. However, Henan needed to ascertain whether this enzyme functioned similarly to the alpha element, which could only provide a one-time enhancement. Thus, he injected the enzyme into the water rat a second time. The water rat's body began to grow until it surpassed the size of a dog. Its front teeth could now be termed fangs, sharp and adorned with barbs. The defensive qualities of its fur were further amplified. However, the rate of enhancement was noticeably slower than during the first injection, yet it represented an upgrade based on the initial growth. At this juncture, the experiment had achieved significant success, and Henan was filled with excitement, hardly blinking as he observed the water rat, eager to discover its ultimate transformation. By the 10th injection, the water rat underwent a profound metamorphosis. It could stand upright and even articulate human speech. Although its speech was not as fluid as that of a human, its intelligence was comparable to that of a 10-year-old child. When Henan administered the 11th injection, the enzyme finally lost its efficacy. It was astonishing, A mere mutated water rat had transcended into a being possessing human-like intelligence and language. Heenan felt a surge of trepidation towards this creature he had created. If such transformations were possible with a water rat, what would happen with a tiger? Or a chimpanzee? The mere thought was overwhelming. Nonetheless, it was now evident that the enzyme within the orca could indeed facilitate the advancement of biological entities. However, the implications of applying it to humans remained uncertain. Transforming a water rat into a monster left Heenan feeling quite uneasy, and he found the prospect of conducting human trials unbearable. Thus, he presented the video of the experimental process to the city lord, stating, "This matter requires your judgment. Should the experiment continue?" The lord of the city, upon finishing the entire video, found himself in a state of profound shock. "Heenan, is this truly real? To be honest, had I not conducted the experiment myself, I would scarcely believe it. Do you think it would yield the same results when applied to a human subject? I am uncertain. Then let us test it. Test it. Who shall we use? I have numerous Deadpools at my disposal. They would willingly become test subjects." Deadpools. Heenan instinctively recoiled. "Allow me a moment to ponder. Do not hesitate. I can wait, but the mutated creatures in the ocean will not. But what if the experiment leads to fatalities? Experiments are inherently perilous. Losing a few Deadpools is far preferable to the extinction of humanity. They would have contributed to human advancement, dying for a worthy cause. Is it truly a worthy cause?" Heenan still grappled with his conscience. Chapter 106. The tremors begin yet. Heenan recognized that this experiment was imperative. If humanity could not find a solution, extinction would be inevitable. Thus, he conceived a compromise. "Let us solicit volunteers from the public. If they are willing, I shall administer the orca enzyme. Should they decline, we shall not compel them." "Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest." As long as Heenan was willing to continue the experiments, the Lord would unhesitatingly agree to use him as a test subject. Humanity had indeed reached a critical juncture, where each breakthrough represented a glimmer of hope for survival. Initially, Heenan felt a strong resistance, yet to his astonishment, the number of volunteers exceeded his wildest expectations. Nearly all the inhabitants of Shangqing flocked to the city lord's residence, forming a line stretching for dozens of kilometers. In truth, having endured the beast tide, the populace had awakened from the panic of the apocalypse. They yearned to survive and to vanquish those mutated marine creatures. Simultaneously, they were acutely aware of their own limitations, acknowledging their utter lack of combat prowess. Since Heenan possessed a solution, why not give it a try? Rather than languish in despair, it was better to fight desperately. Tears welled in Heenan's eyes as he witnessed humanity's hope for survival. Thus, he selected 1,000 test subjects, encompassing various ages, genders, and levels of awakening. Ultimately, Heenan's greatest concern was that humanity, upon injecting the orca enzyme, might develop fangs and ultimately devolve into monsters. If so, even if humanity became powerful, would they still belong to the realm of humanity? Fortunately, the experimental results were not as exaggerated. The enhancements in humans did not manifest externally like those in water rats, but were reflected in an overall improvement of internal capabilities. Data indicated a correlation. The younger the individual and the higher their level of awakening, the greater the enhancement. Moreover, this enhancement exhibited numerous commonalities, prompting Heenan to swiftly compile a comprehensive chart. When a human's vitality reached a value of 100, a significant leap in strength would occur. Ordinary individuals possess no vitality. Upon awakening, their vitality ranges from 0.1 to 0.9. After injecting the orca enzyme and employing specific breathing techniques as assistance, their vitality would steadily ascend. However, the rate of enhancement for humanity pales in comparison to that of the aquatic rodents, with each increment of 0.1 in vitality requiring arduous training, largely due to the inherent physical limitations of humans. Simultaneously, Heenan discovered that the flesh and blood of various mutated marine creatures greatly benefited human cultivation. After months of meticulous research, Heenan finally devised a methodology for human cultivation. By utilizing orca enzymes and the flesh of mutated marine organisms as catalysts, along with appropriate breathing techniques as an auxiliary, humanity could embark on an entirely different path. However, this approach bore no fruit for the mechanized beings. Their advancement could only be sought through two avenues: mechanical enhancement and the strengthening of their commanders' capabilities. This indicates that for humanity to achieve substantial progress, a synthesis of advanced martial prowess and technology is essential to conquer the mutated marine beings, reclaim lost territories, and rebuild their homeland. Regardless, this experiment has undeniably opened a door to survival for humanity. The inhabitants of Shanxing, while reconstructing their home, dedicated themselves to intense training, fostering an unprecedented atmosphere of enthusiasm. Particularly the Wang family, since acquiring orca enzymes and Professor Henan's cultivation methods, has produced several prodigious youths, much to the delight of the family patriarch, who celebrated with Henan over several bottles of fine wine. Other families, not wishing to be outdone, also strove to enhance their capabilities, for they too were awakened commanders and could not afford to be overshadowed by a family of mechanists. Concurrently, Henan was placed under stringent protection by the city lord. A mere aquatic rodent, after a brief period of catalysis, could possess human-like intelligence. Thus, Henan remained skeptical that no entity surpassing human intellect had emerged among the mutated marine species over such an extended time frame. Henan represented humanity's sole hope for survival, and it was imperative that he remain unharmed. He found this concern somewhat absurd, questioning why he was deemed so frail and incapable of self-sufficiency. Nonetheless, he appreciated the goodwill of others. During this time, he also focused on enhancing his own abilities. Based on vitality assessments and personal cultivation experiences, he delineated the stages of human cultivation into 10 tiers. A vitality value from 1 to 100 corresponds to a first-tier warrior, from 101 to 1000, a second-tier warrior, from 1001 to 5000, a third-tier warrior, from 5001 to 50000, a fourth-tier warrior, from 50001 to 500,000, a fifth-tier warrior, from 500,001 to 5000,000, a sixth-tier warrior, from 500,001 to 50,000, a seventh-tier warrior, from 50,000,001 to 500,000, an eighth-tier warrior, from 500,000,001 to 5,000,000, a ninth-tier warrior, and anything exceeding 5,000,000 qualifies as a 10th-tier warrior. As for the existence of even higher tiers, their nature remains uncertain, awaiting the cultivation of individuals who may reach such heights for reference. In addition to summarizing human capabilities, Henan also housed a plethora of mutated marine creatures within his storage space, gaining insights into their behavioral patterns and vulnerabilities through prolonged observation. Thus, it was meticulously recorded and compiled into a tome. These materials are invaluable and can serve as a legacy of knowledge. Henan had finally emerged from the laboratory, having not even taken the time to wash, when the city lord dragged him off to a meeting. "So, what discoveries have you made?" The city lord, along with several other heads of families, looked at him eagerly. Henan, exasperated, rubbed his temples and tossed a pile of documents to them. "Take your time with that. I need to freshen up and grab a bite to eat." Only then did they notice his weary expression, and one by one, they awkwardly saw him off. After indulging in a soothing bath in the pulse tub, savoring a sumptuous feast prepared by Lin Rue, and enjoying a massage service from Wu Miao, Henan finally felt rejuvenated. Yet, as soon as he opened his eyes, the city lord was waiting for him outside. "Henan, you're awake. Come quickly. We need to discuss something." "City lord, can't you manage without me for once?" Henan yawned, sluggishly finishing his meal before accompanying him. The city lord was unconcerned by his demeanor. It was only natural for someone with such capability to have a bit of an attitude. The heads of the families were equally eager, having awaited his arrival. "Head of the He family, could you enlighten us about this cultivation system? Is it accessible to all?" "In theory, anyone with at least a modicum of talent can cultivate, with the exception of the mechanized beings. I heard you provided the Wang family with a batch of exoskeletons. Will those enhance the combat abilities of the commanders?" Henan cast a peculiar glance at the head of the Wang family. "What happened to the trust we spoke of? You're throwing me under the bus?" The head of the Wang family hastily explained, "This is a misunderstanding. My family had an altercation with the Wu family. Typically, they refrain from retaliating. But with this new support, hostilities ensued." Henan smirked. "So your family actually managed to win?" Yes, indeed. The head of the Wu family came to confront us. To understand the situation, and I just mentioned it." Henan rolled his eyes. "How can you lead if you're so timid? I was under the impression you were quite the figure when we first met. It seems one cannot judge a book by its cover." Chapter 107. Steady progress. Henan did not dwell on the matter for long. Once the cultivation system became widespread, the current power dynamics would undergo a seismic shift. It would be difficult to discern who would emerge stronger. The exoskeletons were only suitable for ordinary individuals. If commanders required armor, they would be better off choosing protective gear. Armor? What kind of armor? Henan showcased the samples he had brought, and they were all astonished by his ingenuity. I initially intended to mass-produce these, but I am limited by the raw materials at hand. Raw materials are not an issue. The city lord declared with a wave of his hand, resolving the most challenging obstacle. Henan eyed him skeptically, curious about where he could conjure such an abundance of raw materials from. After all, Shangqing had become a wasteland, and the materials for rebuilding were cobbled together. The city lord chuckled awkwardly. To be candid, when we constructed Shangqing, we built an underground warehouse of equal size, stockpiling a considerable amount of materials. Naturally, this is information only known to me and the heads of the families. Ah, so I am not deemed worthy of such knowledge. The lord of the city, fearing a misunderstanding, hastily clarified that the underground vault would be entirely open to him in the future, and he could take whatever he needed. The heads of the various families nodded in agreement, with not a single dissenting voice among them. This exemplifies the advantages of possessing strength. These haughty family leaders, reliant on his resources, altered their demeanor considerably. Henan, undeterred, resolved to plunder, not merely to explore. After the meeting, he proposed the establishment of a high martial arts academy, emphasizing the importance of cultivating talent from a young age. This notion was deemed feasible, yet given the nascent stage of cultivation, it should not be limited solely to children. Adults could learn alongside them. Henan did not object. Only through collective effort and cultivation could humanity enhance its overall combat capabilities to survive in this apocalyptic era. Now was not the time to dwell on individual gains or losses. Without delay, the decisive lord of the city swiftly established the High Martial Arts Academy. Aptly named Shangqing High Martial Arts Academy, it seemed that little thought had been given to this endeavor. Families sent every child capable of self-sufficiency to the academy, which left Henan feeling somewhat overwhelmed. As the academy had just been founded, there was a complete lack of qualified instructors. Henan could not remain to teach, so he recorded theoretical lessons in video format, which would be shown to the students according to a schedule. The staff would assess the students' assignments and address their queries. Any questions they could not answer would be compiled and forwarded to Henan for a unified response. Henan also ventured into the underground vault, discovering an abundance of valuable items, nearly all high-tech products preserved from before the apocalypse. To his astonishment, the Lord had also retained a cadre of scientists. Although they had not awakened, they were treated exceptionally well. With their assistance, Henan felt considerably relieved. The Institute of Humanities was also put to use, primarily focusing on the weaponry for mechanized soldiers, city defense weaponry, and the cold weapons and armor for commanders. Henan, you have breathed new life into the city. The Lord of the city humbly replied that he too was a part of this community. Currently, we are racing against time against the mutated marine creatures. Thus, we urgently require powerful weaponry, and you might explore this avenue. The most formidable weapon is ourselves. Both the commanders and mechanized soldiers require specialized training. At present, they rely solely on instinct for combat, devoid of tactics or strategies, leading to excessive sacrifices. We should consider brigade-level operations and ideally invite a military commander from before the apocalypse to conduct military training. Indeed, that is an excellent idea, and I will contemplate it thoroughly. With the external matters finally reaching a conclusion, Henan settled down to ponder his own affairs. First and foremost, his blood vitality had reached the 4th realm, qualifying him as humanity's foremost expert. However, in the face of mutated marine creatures, he was utterly defenseless. He could not even venture out to sea without his mechanized companion. This was not the state he desired. For the first time, Henan injected himself with a dose of orca enzyme while simultaneously consuming a large cup of blood from an island-dwelling sea monster. Instantly, he felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, akin to a boiled crab, his skin turning a fiery red. Under intense pressure, Henan began to practice the breathing technique he had just formulated. It was not until he completed 3 full cycles that the internal heat within him finally began to dissipate, and his vitality significantly increased. However, for a martial artist at the 4th level to break through to the 5th level, an augmentation of 450,000 vitality points was required, an amount equivalent to 10 times his current total. Relying solely on the enhancement from whale enzymes and blood food was proving to be exceedingly slow, and impatience began to gnaw at him. Yet, the path of cultivation was one he had only just begun to explore, with no prior experience to guide him. Navigating this journey was bound to be fraught with missteps, but it was a predicament he had to accept. At the very least, He could take solace in having discovered a method of cultivation, which was far better than those still ensnared in despair. With no shortcuts available, Heenan could only calm his mind and repeatedly practice the breathing technique until he was utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the training room floor, gasping for breath. He estimated that each full cycle of breathing would increase his vitality by approximately 100 points. In this session, he completed 10 full cycles. But the increase in vitality was not 1,000, as he had hoped, but merely 800. The reason was simple. The rate of increase slowed considerably as he progressed. At this pace, achieving an increase of 800 vitality points daily would mean it would take him over 2 months to reach the 5th level. By all accounts, this rate was not particularly slow. The city lord, recognizing the urgency, promptly summoned several instructors to conduct strategic and tactical training for all active commanders and combat mechas. Heenan was also busy, replanting vast tracts of land. The mechas not involved in agriculture accompanied him to see, as he firmly believed that theory must always be validated through practice. He observed the performance of the mechas in combat, addressing any issues on-site to ensure they remained vigilant and responsive. Moreover, the mechas under his command were almost indestructible, as long as their cores remained intact. He could heal them. Each mecha was aware of this, which instilled a sense of bravery in them during battles, rendering them fearless. However, Heenan also noticed that the mutated marine creatures were advancing at an alarming rate. Currently, the mechas destroyed by these creatures could still retain their cores, but it was uncertain whether this would remain the case in the future. Therefore, he continually reminded the mechas around him to be courageous in battle, but to maintain a reverence for death, as no one could guarantee that accidents would not occur. His words were received with great seriousness by the mechas, who naturally did not dare to disregard them. Due to the extended distances he traveled each time he set out to sea, Heenan frequently encountered others of his kind. On this occasion, he unexpectedly came across a squad under siege by a pod of killer whales. They bore no insignia of Shang City, clearly hailing from an unfamiliar city to him. Intrigued, Heenan immediately rushed to their aid. Chapter 108. An unexpected friendship. Heenan was already quite experienced in dealing with killer whales, as these creatures represented valuable resources for cultivation. When encountered, he aimed to capture them alive, as the enzymes extracted from living specimens were far more potent than those derived from the dead. However, with outsiders present, he could not afford to reveal the secret of his spatial abilities and was left with no choice but to engage in the fight alongside them. Under the concentrated fire of over 2,000 mechanized maidens, even the formidable Orca squad could not withstand the onslaught, swiftly succumbing to defeat and drifting lifelessly on their backs. The captain of the opposing team, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, was invited by Heenan aboard the starship for a discussion. The bearded man, having never encountered such an impressive vessel, was eager for the experience and accepted the invitation without hesitation. Heenan courteously poured him a cup of tea and inquired about their place of residence. "We reside in Lee City, which is quite far from here. Our team took on a mission and ended up lost at sea. Thankfully, my young brother came to our rescue. Otherwise, we would have met our end here. There's no need for such formality. It was merely a coincidence. Anyone would have done the same in that situation." The corners of the bearded man's mouth twitched slightly. He had encountered many who would turn a blind eye to others in peril, and even instances of brothers turning against one another were not rare. "In any case, Hu Yong, owe you a life debt. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Heenan was not surprised to learn that other cities and survivors existed at sea. What astonished him was the palpable aura of a martial artist emanating from Hu Yong, which Heenan could not discern the depth of. This scenario could be attributed to two possibilities. Either Hu Yong's level of mastery exceeded Heenan's comprehension, or he possessed some artifact or innate talent that obscured his true cultivation. "There is no need for such courtesy, Brother Hu," Heenan replied, refilling his cup of tea before continuing. "I do have some inquiries I wish to pose. Speak freely. There is no need for formality. Are you a martial artist?" "Brother Hu?" Hu Yong's demeanor shifted noticeably. "I should not disclose this information, but since you saved my life, if it poses any difficulty, you need not share. I am merely curious. It is not a burden. A sage recently arrived in Lee City, teaching us breathing techniques and the refinement of our bodies through blood and sustenance." "A sage?" "Yes. This individual is shrouded in mystery. We simply refer to him as the sage. Could you take me to meet this sage? I can lead you there, but I cannot guarantee that he will see you." "Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Brother Hu. Not a problem." Hu Yong waved his hand casually, but winced in pain, retracting his arm due to his injuries. Hinan's eyes glimmered as he remarked, I possess some rudimentary healing skills. I could assist you with your wounds. That would trouble you, young brother. As Hu Yong prepared to roll up his sleeve, Hinan gently pressed his hand down, and a warm current flowed from his wrist throughout his arm, visibly mending the grievous wound. Brother Hu, try moving. Do you feel any discomfort? It took Hu Yong a moment to collect himself. You too are a sage? Haha, brother Hu, you jest. This is merely my awakened talent. My goodness. This is my first encounter with such incredible ability. Hinan revealed this skill to test Hu Yong's character. If he were of ill intent, Hinan would not accompany him. Young brother, your abilities are nothing short of miraculous. With you around, how many lives could be spared? Why not return to the base with me? Our commander would surely revere you. My city is quite pleasant. I have no desire to relocate. I see. That is truly unfortunate. Although Hu Yong wore a face of disappointment, he did not forget to remind Hinan, if you do not wish to remain at our base, do not reveal your abilities upon arrival. Always be cautious. Hinan felt grateful for Hu Yong's reminder, reassured that he was not a man driven by insatiable greed. The group journeyed for over 20 days before finally arriving at Li City, where Hu Yong resided. The city could easily be described as opulent, resembling a vibrant metropolis from the pre-apocalyptic era. Towering skyscrapers stood proudly, and shops lined the streets, seemingly untouched by the mutated creatures of the sea. There were no significant restrictions on entering or exiting the city. As long as one paid the entry fee, there was no need for a local identity bracelet. Hinan, accompanied by Lin Rue, smoothly entered the city after submitting a wail. Wu Miao, unable to transport the other mechanical companions, stayed behind. True to his word, Hu Yong sent his teammates for treatment and took Hinan to meet the immortal he had mentioned. They traveled in a hovering vehicle for nearly an hour before arriving at the entrance of a quaint little courtyard. Little brother, I can only accompany you this far. Regardless of whether you meet the person or not, please find me at the Malin community in the east of the city. All right, thank you, brother Hu. Once Hu Yong had departed, Hinan approached the door and knocked, expecting to encounter some difficulty in meeting the revered immortal. He was surprised when an elderly gentleman emerged from the courtyard at the mere sound of his knock. You are not from Li City, are you? The elder inquired. I have heard of the immortal's esteemed name and have come to pay my respects. Ha, what immortal? It's all just hearsay. I have merely developed breathing techniques and methods for body refinement. Oh, that cannot be credited to me. The old man hastily waved his hand. These teachings were passed down from our ancestors. The two engaged in extensive conversation, revealing that the elder's inspiration stemmed from Taoism. He regarded the Tao as the highest belief, constructing an elaborate system of classic Taoist deities and techniques. Taoism posits that the Tao can be cultivated, with the purpose of achieving immortality and the ultimate goal of harmonizing one's spirit with the Tao. This deeply resonated with Hinan, who yearned to discover if, beyond the 10th realm, one could attain such harmony. They discussed various nuances regarding the division of realms, with the elder praising Hinan's insights. I never expected such profound understanding from someone so young. You flatter me, esteemed elder, Hinan replied. Hinan chose to reside in the elder's courtyard, practicing his cultivation according to his own interpretations while discussing any perplexities with the elder. The elder admired Hinan's diligence, and Hinan respected the elder's vast knowledge, leading them to forge a profound friendship across generations. Hu Yong awaited Hinan's return, refraining from taking on any tasks during these days. Yet, Hinan remained absorbed in his studies, completely forgetting about Hu Yong. A month passed, and it was only upon successfully breaking through to the 5th realm that Hinan decided to return. The elder cheerfully saw him off, saying, That young man who brought you here has been loitering outside for quite some time. He must be waiting for you. Hinan smacked his forehead in realization. Oh dear. How could I have forgotten him? Ha. Go on, and may you meet again. Indeed, I shall make time to visit you, esteemed elder. Very well. Originally intending to return, Hinan had no choice but to take a detour to Malin community to meet Hu Yong. Chapter 109. An accidental intrusion into a secret realm upon seeing Hinan. Hu Yong enveloped him in a bear hug, nearly squeezing the breath from him, were it not for Hinan's recent advancement in cultivation. Little brother, I'm so relieved to see you safe. I was quite worried. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Hinan replied. Not at all. To receive guidance directly from an immortal is a rare blessing that one should never miss, Hu Yong remarked. Indeed, both had benefited greatly from their divine encounters. Their conversation naturally gravitated towards cultivation, during which Hinan discerned that Hu Yong's realm was likely at the mid-stage of the 5th realm. The captain of a battle team in Lee City was also at the mid-stage of the fifth realm. What about the prominent figures above? Henan, who once believed in the invincibility of humanity, suddenly felt a flush of embarrassment on his cheeks. After sharing a meal with Hu Yong, Henan promptly began his journey back, determined to relay the news to the city lord. The world once boasted a population of 8 billion. Even with the apocalypse having drastically reduced that number by 90%, there remain at least 800 million survivors. These individuals may be scattered across various maritime regions. If they could unite, perhaps humanity could indeed strike back successfully one day. Now, with a method of cultivation at their disposal, humans could continuously advance. Much like the mutated marine creatures, only through sustainable development could there be hope for survival. However, the return journey was fraught with difficulties. On the 10th day after leaving Lee City, Wu Miao's navigation system suddenly malfunctioned. Henan, I can no longer discern our direction, she announced. Henan remained calm, instructing the other mechanical companions to attempt to activate their navigation systems. Yet, all navigational devices had failed. Perhaps brother Hu lost his way here as well, one companion suggested. What shall we do now? In the vast expanse of the ocean, surrounded by perilous mutated marine creatures, the sudden loss of direction inevitably caused panic among them. Henan, however, maintained his composure. He possessed a storage space filled with an abundance of food. Even if they never returned to Shang City, it would not matter. They could reside in the storage at night and emerge during the day to hunt monsters, thus ensuring their survival. Yet, he had no intention of resorting to that unless absolutely necessary. After all, bringing companions in and out of the storage was quite taxing for him. And the mechanical companions lacked the autonomy to enter and exit, which made them feel uneasy. Henan could only rely on his memory to navigate back. Unexpectedly, the battle cruiser was suddenly caught in a whirlpool, and no matter how hard they struggled, they could not escape. Even Henan broke into a cold sweat. Time passed, and they found themselves in a place reminiscent of ancient ruins. Although only remnants of walls remained, it was evident that this had once been a grand palace. Vast beyond sight, the only signs of life surrounding the palace were the wildly growing greenery, trees large enough to be embraced by several people, vines sprawling over the palace walls, and unknown wildflowers blooming in vibrant competition. Henan experienced a peculiar sensation, as if the plants possessed consciousness. His suspicion was soon validated. As soon as the group settled, countless vines sprang forth from all directions, ensnaring them tightly and constricting further. Like the incendiary bombs, Henan's concealed weapons possessed the capability to sever vines. However, the quantity of these weapons is limited. The dense thicket of vines is not something that can be resolved by merely cutting through a few. Each of the mechanized girls has undergone transformation at Henan's hands, equipping them with armaments designed to counter any elemental assault. At his command, all the mechanized girls sprang into action, igniting a fiery inferno amidst the ruins. The air was filled with piercing cries, corroborating Henan's suspicions that they had indeed evolved a form of consciousness. The ease of their victory stemmed entirely from the numerical superiority of Henan's mechanized girls. Had they arrived with only a handful of fighters, they would likely have been utterly annihilated. Encountering such formidable foes right at the onset of their journey instilled a sense of trepidation among the group. Henan organized them into teams of 10, forming squads to conduct a comprehensive search of the palace ruins. Remarkably, they uncovered a plethora of treasures, gleaming cold weapons, buried chests brimming with gold, silver, and jewels. While these items held little practical value, Henan adhered to his principle of ensuring not to leave empty-handed and collected all of them. The 2,000-plus individuals invested an entire day to conduct a thorough exploration of the palace. Aside from the sentient plants and some trivial items, their tangible gains were negligible. Nevertheless, through close combat, the mechanized girls exhibited a marked improvement in adaptability, and their camaraderie reached new heights, yielding some degree of benefit. Just as Henan prepared to lead the group back to their sanctuary for rest, he noticed a faint blue glow emanating from a corner of the palace. Upon investigation, he discovered it to be the entrance to a secret passage. After forcefully breaching the entrance, he found no traps as anticipated. The passage was too narrow to accommodate more than one person, so he only took Wu Miao, Lin Rui, and Lin Shuang inside, leaving the others to guard outside. The passage was brief, and after traversing a dozen meters, it opened up into a spacious area, branching into numerous stone chambers. These chambers housed a vast array of treasures, gold, silver, precious gems, antique artifacts, and paintings, along with an abundance of books, cold weapons, and provisions. However, due to the passage of time, The weapons had become rusted and the food had perished. Only the books remained well preserved. Without taking the time to examine their contents, Henan collected them for later. Upon returning to the surface, the group opted not to investigate the nearby forest, wary of the potential presence of mutated plants, especially with nightfall increasing the risks. They returned to their sanctuary to dine, cleanse themselves, and recuperate. Previously, when confronting sea monsters, their engagements had been from a distance. As Henan consistently maneuvered them beyond the attack range of mutated marine creatures, resulting in one-sided victories. Today, however, marked their first close-quarters battle since the onset of the apocalypse. The mutated plants loomed perilously close, and a single misstep could lead to severe injury or even death. The primary challenge lay in their lack of close combat experience. Initially, they floundered, striking chaotically. Fortunately, Henan had ample energy reserves, had a typical commander led them. They would have exhausted their energy within mere moments, awaiting their demise. Thankfully, Henan maintained his composure, soothing them while adjusting their formations and attacking strategies. Eventually, it began to take on a semblance of form. This day was fraught with tension, leaving everyone utterly exhausted. After a hearty meal, they collapsed into deep slumber. Only Henan remained preoccupied with the items they had retrieved. That place seemed to hold its treasures for countless years, possibly even millennia. He could not believe that what they had recovered was merely worthless debris. As it turned out, the books contained profound revelations. Henan was astonished to discover a tome titled Chronicles of Cultivation. Initially, he presumed it to be a mere novel, but upon reading it, he was left astounded. It meticulously detailed the journey of humanity from awakening to the status of martial artists, along with the essential considerations for advancing through each realm. Furthermore, it contained numerous breathing techniques and martial arts training methods. Henan was bewildered. Could it be that immortal beings truly existed in this world? According to the Chronicles of Cultivation, reaching the fifth realm of vital energy allowed one to learn a martial art. Henan scoured the plethora of techniques to find one suitable for himself. Upon comprehensive analysis, it appeared that the current world relied predominantly on machine girls as the main combat force, a stark contrast to the past when all were cultivators. The combat style of the machine girls predominantly employed firearms. Thus, choosing a melee approach would be tantamount to offering oneself as a sacrifice, unless he bided his time, waiting to fully develop before engaging in battle. However, the situation with the mutated marine life was ever-changing, and he dared not take such risks. Therefore, he decisively opted for the ranged technique Rain of Arrows. This was the most fitting martial art for archers, allowing the number of arrows released to vary with one's realm. Upon reaching perfection, one could transform energy into arrows, and as long as one possessed sufficient internal energy, they could manifest arrows akin to a rainstorm directed at foes, the lethality of which was unimaginable. Henan was abundant in energy and was eager to test whether he could transform energy into arrows. Regrettably, he lacked a suitable bow. Although they had recovered a considerable number of weapons from the secret chamber, very few were truly usable. Did he need to forge a bow himself? Alas, he was not skilled in such crafts. He felt a headache coming on, but this was not an issue that could be resolved at the moment. So he set it aside for now. Next, he meticulously organized the other books. There were over 100 breathing techniques alone, and the martial arts were as numerous as the stars. While these might not be of immediate use to him, distributing them among the others would undoubtedly enhance the martial prowess of the entire Shank City. The following morning, as Henan opened his door, he found the machine girls waiting for him to have breakfast. The dining table was unusually quiet, with everyone appearing to hesitate in their speech. Henan understood their concerns. After breakfast, they would venture out to find a path. What if they could not find one? They would search until they did. Henan was not particularly adept at comforting others, but he clearly expressed what needed to be said, and then it was time to get to work. Having spent considerable time together, the machine girls understood his nature. Although they were deeply worried, no one voiced their fears. When they returned to the palace ruins, they were astonished to discover that the mutated plants they had burned the previous day had miraculously regenerated, leaving even Henan momentarily speechless. With the experience of yesterday, they navigated the underground chamber without the previous clumsiness. Strangely, everything inside appeared to have restored itself. If we were to visit this place daily, would we not amass great wealth? Henan immediately inspected the space. The items collected yesterday remained, and gathering them once more would yield duplicates of everything. This left him perplexed. The group thoroughly searched the palace ruins to ensure no valuable items were overlooked before setting off toward the forest. As expected, the forest was teeming with mutated plants and an innumerable array of mutated creatures. Nevertheless, fire was a reliable means of attack. Henan did not delve deep into the woods. Instead, he launched incendiary projectiles from the periphery, unleashing horrifying screams as the mutated animals fled in panic, while the vines of the plants writhed violently. However, the respite was short-lived as a colossal mutated elephant emerged from the depths of the thicket, dousing the flames with powerful jets of water from its trunk. Subsequently, a swarm of mutated beasts charged toward Henan and his companions. The mechanized girls reacted swiftly, soaring into the air. It must be said, the ability to fly was indeed advantageous. The giant elephant, thrashing its trunk that spanned 100 meters, could not reach them, its frustrated roars echoing through the forest. Other mutated creatures could only howl at the sky. Henan immediately commanded everyone to launch incendiary bombs. The mutated plants below ignited rapidly, spreading flames to the bodies of the mutated beasts, accompanied by a cacophony of cries and wails. Humans, do not overstep your bounds. A furious roar reverberated from deep within the forest, causing everyone to feel as if their eardrums might burst. Henan was taken aback. The invisible pressure nearly suffocated him. Even seated within the starship, the magnitude of his reaction was evidence enough that this mutated beast's power surpassed his own. We merely wish to leave this place. Clear the path, and I assure you, no harm will come to you. Ha. Leave? For millennia, no human has ever emerged alive from this place. Then I must regretfully take action. Henan was unwilling to be trapped in this cursed location for eternity. However, this encounter was evidently not as smooth as the last. Over 2,000 incendiary bombs were launched, yet instead of igniting, they were encased in ice. The entire forest was instantly blanketed in snow, causing the surrounding air temperature to plummet. Could the mutated beasts wield powers as well? Ice abilities, perhaps? Henan was taken aback. But the mutated beast had claimed this place existed a millennium ago. Could it be that the animals had begun to mutate even then? What exactly was this location? The palace suggested that humans once inhabited this land, yet now not a single soul remained, nor any remains to be found. Were the humans here annihilated by the mutated beasts? Such thoughts were chilling. Regardless, the priority was to escape. Wu Miao unleashed the full might of the 8 heavy laser turrets, while the other mechanized girls showcased their skills, indiscriminately bombarding the forest with projectiles. The thunderous echoes of artillery fire resounded as projectiles relentlessly detonated, shattering the ice covering the entire forest. Beneath this icy veneer, the grotesque remains of mutated beasts lay strewn about, the air thick with the acrid scent of blood. Such a gruesome spectacle did not soften Henan's resolve. He understood that a moment of compassion could lead to catastrophic consequences. Humanity and these monstrous creatures were natural adversaries, destined never to coexist in harmony. Roars of fury erupted from a mutated beast, which had secretly unleashed its elemental powers, sending countless ice spikes soaring skyward, piercing the bodies of numerous mechanized maidens. Henan recalled all the mechanized maidens to the battleship. No matter how formidable the ice spikes, they could not penetrate the ship's armor. It was now time to counterattack. As he tended to the wounds of the mechanized maidens, he commanded Wu Miao to activate 2 medium dual-barreled laser cannons and 52-point defense laser cannons. Instantly, the forest was engulfed in smoke and debris, severed limbs soaring into the air, only to rain down like a tempest. Many mutated beasts were obliterated before they could even utter a cry of despair. After a relentless bombardment lasting 20 minutes, silence finally enveloped the forest. Not a sound could be heard. Henan found it hard to believe that not a single mutated beast had survived in such a vast expanse of woodland. These evolved creatures, possessing cunning intelligence, were adept at hiding when faced with overwhelming odds, which was hardly surprising. Suppressing his curiosity, Henan refrained from descending to investigate and instead piloted the battleship onward, eager to discover what lay beyond the forest. However, as the battleship traversed the heart of the woodland, it was once again ensnared by a vortex. Chapter 112. The outside world is treacherous after a bout of dizziness. Henan found himself back at the palace ruins. This place felt eerie. He led his companions back into the palace ruins, and everything appeared restored to its original state. Were it not for the items they had previously collected still residing in their spatial storage, Henan might have doubted their prior visit. After a thorough search, the group returned to the edge of the forest once more. This time, Henan refrained from engaging in combat and instead cautiously ventured inward. However, as soon as his foot crossed the threshold of the forest, he heard the distant rumbling of many mutated beasts approaching rapidly. Prepare for battle. The team had developed a remarkable synergy, and at Henan's command, all the mechanized maidens soared into the sky, ascending to an altitude of 100 meters. They beheld thousands of mutated beasts rushing towards them from the depths of the forest. Hinan's heart raced. Confronting them head-on was undoubtedly unwise. Thus, he recalled the mechanized maidens back into the battleship and immediately ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters, where they hovered. Initially, Hinan had considered flying over the forest to investigate what lay beyond, but upon reaching a higher elevation, he discovered that the forest's edge was shrouded in an impenetrable mist, obscuring all visibility. He attempted to navigate into the fog, only to find himself returning to the starting point each time. It seemed that they could not escape this place relying solely on their own strength. What should they do? The string of failures began to agitate the mechanized maidens. There must be a solution. They simply had yet to conceive it. Let us deliberate together. What have we overlooked? As everyone began to wear expressions of despair and contemplation, Hinan, however, delved into his consciousness to examine the items he had collected. Each time he returned to the starting point, he gathered another piece, accumulating over a dozen now. To ensure he did not overlook any possibilities, Hinan commenced categorizing all the items, grouping each type together. Given that there were tens of thousands of categories, this endeavor consumed a considerable amount of time. It was then he discovered that not every item amounted to 10. Among them, there was a crown and a scepter, of which only a single piece existed. Hinan carefully examined these two artifacts, crafted from pure gold and adorned with exquisite gemstones. Yet, despite his scrutiny, he found nothing particularly remarkable. Why not don this crown and claim kingship here? After all, we cannot leave, suggested one. Indeed, let us restore this palace and cultivate some crops. Would that not suffice for our lives? The mechanized maidens had entirely relinquished hope of escape. Wu Miao, with a mischievous spirit, placed the crown upon Hinan's head, while the scepter rested in his hand. At that moment, an unexpected resonance occurred. The red gem at the center of the crown erupted in a brilliant beam of light, connecting with the scepter and shot skyward. This spectacle left all present in awe, and it took Hinan a moment to regain his composure. However, the beam was fleeting, soon returning to tranquility. Despite its brevity, Hinan sensed an inexhaustible power within. This crown undoubtedly harbored secrets, perhaps even the key to their escape. Yet, Hinan had yet to decipher its usage. That evening, everyone chose to spend the night amidst the ruins of the palace, eager to witness what the night might unveil. As darkness enveloped the land, the air was filled with the roars of mutated beasts, yet none ventured forth from the forest, even as Hinan set up a barbecue. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, only inciting the beast's restlessness without drawing them out. Could it be they fear the crown upon your head? Wu Miao mused. Glancing at Hinan, adorned with the crown and wielding the scepter, exuding an aura of inherent royalty that compelled one to bow in reverence. Perhaps so. Hinan, however, was untroubled by such thoughts. His mind was occupied with unraveling the mystery of the crown to lead everyone to safety. In the stillness of the night, a perfect opportunity for cultivation arose. Hinan dedicated himself to mastering the aerial techniques he had painstakingly selected. Though merely at the introductory level, he could conjure 3 arrows simultaneously. Regrettably, lacking a bow, he could not test their lethality. As he pondered this, the scepter in his hand began to transform, gradually twisting until it became a golden bow. Is this truly possible? Hinan nearly gasped in astonishment, suddenly feeling that this seemingly desolate place had indeed yielded treasure. Having never practiced archery, he was uncertain if he could draw the bow, yet he attempted to manifest 3 arrows. With a slight exertion, the golden bow stretched to its fullest extent. Setting aside his surprise, Hinan aimed at a large tree 300 meters away and released the bowstring. Ding, ding, ding. The 3 arrows flew in unison, embedding themselves into the trunk. Goodness, this thing even has auto-aiming. How extraordinary, he exclaimed. But carrying a bow every day seems a bit peculiar, doesn't it? Fortunately, I possess space. Hinan had just intended to store the golden bow in his spatial realm when a sudden flash of golden light enveloped his hand, causing the bow to vanish, leaving behind a mark of a bow and arrow on his palm. Astonishing, he marveled at the imprint, and with a mere thought, the bow reappeared, demonstrating an effortless mastery of its summoning. Having mastered the technique of flying feathers, Hinan chose to practice a corresponding natural breathing method, gradually honing his skills. This natural breathing technique proved far more efficient than his previous self-developed method, having the time required for a complete circulation of energy. Moreover, he could faintly sense certain energies in the air being absorbed by him, accelerating the enhancement of his vitality. As Hinan immersed himself in the cultivation, he remained oblivious to the crown above his head transforming into a streak of light that entered his brow. Suddenly, A series of exclamations jolted Henan from his meditative state, revealing that the original palace ruins had vanished, and they now floated upon an endless, vast sea, besieged by countless mutated marine creatures. Wu Miao, quick-witted and agile, swiftly pulled Henan into the cockpit and descended rapidly. The other mechanical maidens, after a brief moment of panic, immediately engaged in combat. Hunting the mutated sea creatures had become an instinctive response for them, triggering a reflexive offensive without the need for conscious thought. Henan, my navigation has been restored. Summon everyone back immediately. We must return. Understood. Wu Miao promptly sent out a signal to regroup, and the mechanical maidens hastened back to the starship. Henan, consumed by the urgency to return to Shang City, intended to relay his recent experiences to the city lord and the heads of various factions. The outside world harbored not only mutated marine creatures, but also myriad unpredictable dangers, necessitating thorough preparations. Henan's expedition had spanned a considerable duration, prompting the city lord to dispatch several search parties in his pursuit. Thank heavens you have returned. I gained much from this journey. The city lord's eyes gleamed with curiosity. What treasures did you acquire? Show me. His eager expression was almost comical. Chapter 113. The Secret Realm. Are you suggesting there exists a secret realm outside? It appears so. We stumbled upon it quite by accident and struggled greatly to emerge. However, we gathered numerous valuable items. Henan was forthright, presenting all the tomes related to cultivation without hesitation. As the city lord perused them, his expression shifted constantly. Are you implying that there were practitioners over 1,000 years ago? Indeed, though it remains uncertain whether anyone achieved ascension. All that remains now are crumbling walls and ruins, devoid of any clues. Is it possible that this was once a world inhabited by humans, which ultimately succumbed to extinction? Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. Henan's countenance grew grave. If we do not strive to alter our situation, we too may face annihilation. Shall we place these manuals in the Shang City High Martial Academy for communal cultivation? Do you object? That was my intention. Only through collective effort can we hope to survive. Agreed. Upon receiving the news of Henan's return, several family heads hastened to the city lord's residence, their eyes glistening with excitement at the treasure he had brought back. Without further ado, possessing a single tome of such profound knowledge could propel a family to greatness, let alone the hundreds of varieties Henan had returned with. Abandoning their dignified statuses, they eagerly knelt to select what suited their cultivation needs. Fortunately, they maintained a sense of restraint, only taking what was appropriate for their own practice, leaving the rest untouched. Once they had made their selections, the city lord spoke up, proposing that the suitable cultivators from each family be gathered for a test, wherein the breathing techniques and martial arts would be allocated according to the cultivation chronicles. The city lord's gratitude was evident. However, aside from Henan, no other martial artist in Shangcheng had achieved the fifth realm. Following the tests, only a few breathing techniques were distributed, not a single martial art was given away. Naturally, what was handed out were mere copies, while the originals were secured in the city lord's vault for eternal preservation. These treasures, having been passed down for millennia, must endure and not perish in his hands. The city lord suddenly felt the weight of his responsibilities grow heavier. As time progressed, the cultivation of the individuals showed significant advancement, with some exceptionally gifted youths reaching the third realm. Yet, the mutated marine creatures were evolving at an even faster pace, increasing their incursions upon Shangcheng. All martial artists who reached the second realm were dispatched to defend the borders. Henan, amidst his training, was tirelessly developing weaponry for the mechanized girls. However, it was impossible for humanity to innovate beyond its comprehension. Wouldn't it be splendid if a secret realm existed where one could discover tomes unlocking the potential of mechanized girls? Perhaps such a place truly exists. Since the advent of the apocalypse, I have found it hard to regard anything as extraordinary. Let us venture out tomorrow to seek it, Henan suggested. Very well. I shall heed your counsel, Wu Miao replied, her voice playfully chiding yet delightfully soothing. Henan playfully pinched her cheek and embraced her as they drifted off to sleep, their bond resembling that of an old married couple. The following morning, Henan, having just returned, prepared to set out once more. Upon hearing of his intent to seek the secret realm, the city lord hesitated to voice any objections. Do be cautious. Your life is of utmost importance. Henan had not felt such concern and kindness in a long time, stirring a flicker of warmth within him. I will be careful. This time, he did not bring a large entourage, only Wu Miao, as their objective was not one of hunt but exploration. Seeking a secret realm is no simple task. It relies solely on serendipity, an elusive pursuit that not everyone is fortunate enough to achieve. In truth, He-Nan harbored little hope. The two journeyed over the sea for more than a month, yielding no results. Nevertheless, during this time, He-Nan had diligently practiced the skyward feather technique, advancing from the novice level to mastery, capable of conjuring 6 arrows simultaneously, their piercing power sufficient to breach the defenses of a killer whale, ensuring its demise. This progress filled He-Nan with both astonishment and joy. He had never believed that cold weapons could triumph over firearms, yet reality had imparted a valuable lesson. Nothing is impossible. Regardless of the force, once it reaches its zenith, it becomes invincible. It is often said that the culmination of science leads to metaphysics. And he is beginning to believe it. Whether it is sheer luck or not remains uncertain. The starship soared over the ocean, only to suddenly breach a transparent barrier, transporting them to the ruins of a highly advanced civilization. The designation of highly advanced is warranted, for everything left behind here exudes a sense of technological sophistication. The metals are unlike any he has ever encountered, their hardness unparalleled by any substance on Earth. There are also materials reminiscent of diamonds, yet merely superficial in resemblance, possessing a density and hardness 300 times greater than that of diamonds. Should these materials be utilized to arm mechanical warriors, their combat capabilities would undoubtedly surge dramatically. He-Nan scavenged the surroundings with the fervor of invaders, collecting every visible object into his spatial storage, leaving not a trace behind. Yet, a question lingered. Why was there no one else here? This query swiftly found its answer. On the 3rd day of their venture into the secret realm, a rift in space tore open, unleashing a horde of monstrous beings. They bore large, fleshy wings that spanned over 100 meters, lacking feathers yet capable of flight. Their heads resembled those of gorillas, albeit with disproportionately large mouths equipped with 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth, capable of shredding the toughest metals. Could it be that these creatures had annihilated the human populace here? Wu Miao's voice trembled. Perhaps. He-Nan warily observed the havoc wrought by these monsters upon the ruins. They seemed to consume everything, metal, stone, leaving desolation in their wake, more ferocious than He-Nan himself. Though thoughts of escape flitted through his mind, he had yet to locate an exit from the secret realm, rendering flight impossible. The two navigated the debris, evading the creatures while searching for resources. Perhaps fortune truly favored them, for they stumbled upon an underground shelter, astonishingly well preserved. After sealing the entrance, they gradually descended. The absence of power rendered the interior pitch black, compelling He-Nan to illuminate the darkness with a high-intensity flashlight. To his astonishment, they had entered a laboratory, where a wealth of documents detailed the origins of the monsters outside. It turned out this was a city named Maidalong, its civilization thousands of years more advanced than Earth's. The populace had achieved a fully intelligent existence, with robots playing pivotal roles in daily life. However, during the experiments with advanced weaponry, a catastrophic explosion ruptured the fabric of space, resulting in a rift. A creature known as the Owl invaded this realm, possessing an insatiable appetite, capable of devouring an adult human in one sitting. These beings not only feasted on flesh but also consumed metals and stones. Even the most sophisticated weapons proved ineffective against them. Maidalong faced utter devastation, its population dwindling drastically. The last survivor was the owner of this laboratory, a scientist who, before his demise, left behind hand-drawn documents claiming they held the key to vanquishing the owls. Upon seeing those illustrations, He-Nan felt a jolt within. Was this not the very essence of mechanical warriors? Chapter 114. The Owl. He-Nan sensed he was on the brink of a revelation. Mechanical warriors could indeed stand against the owls, if only the humans here had evolved into such beings. They endeavored to transform humanity through the integration of intelligent machinery, aiming to eradicate the owls. Alas, their efforts yielded unsatisfactory results. Thus, a civilization vanished from the world. Although they did not evolve mechanical daughters, they succeeded in researching several useful materials, ideally suited for weaponry. Regardless, their expedition proved fruitful. Since the mechanical daughters could confront the owls, there was no longer a need to hide in underground shelters. He-Nan resolved to engage in battle and subsequently depart from this place. Wu Miao was equally eager to participate. The two returned to the surface, where the population of owls had surged to thousands, obscuring the sky and nearly enveloping the entire city. He-Nan promptly piloted the starfighter into the air, unleashing a barrage of firepower. One by one, the owls were shot down, yet their carcasses were swiftly consumed by their companions before they even touched the ground. These creatures displayed a complete disregard for dietary restrictions, even devouring their own kind, causing He-Nan's stomach to churn in revolt. However, Wu Miao's weaponry proved effective against the owls, alleviating Hunan's urgency. He navigated along the periphery of the flock, firing upon any solitary targets he encountered. The sheer number of owls made indiscriminate shooting unwise. Otherwise, being besieged would spell trouble. Although mutated marine creatures had also evolved some flying variants, their speed paled in comparison to that of the owls. This marked Hunan's inaugural experience in true aerial combat, and to claim he was not anxious would be a lie. Moreover, he had brought only Wu Miao with him, lacking any allies for coordinated attacks. Thus, he needed to exercise utmost caution. Even the slightest misstep could cost him his life. Fortunately, with his agile maneuvers and composed demeanor, the number of owls steadily dwindled. Hunan soon discerned that there was a limit to how many owls could enter this realm at once. Perhaps it was a matter of time or reaching a certain quantity. In any case, the spatial rift would seal after their arrival. However, the timing of the next opening remained uncertain. It likely would not be long, for given their voracious appetites, remaining here too long would certainly lead to starvation. To avoid missing the owl's departure, Hunan refrained from retreating into the space and continued to engage them in combat. Indeed, as the battle raged on, the spatial rift opened once more. All the owls seemed to receive a signal and immediately flew toward the rift. After the last owl departed, Hunan roughly calculated the time between the two openings of the spatial rift. It was a span of 10 hours. This meant they had to leave within that time frame, or face another fierce battle. 10 hours is neither long nor short. Hunan had lost the inclination to search meticulously, piloting the starfighter at low altitude. He collected anything that could be salvaged into the space. As for what it was, or its potential uses, that would have to await their return for further investigation. This place was immense, nearly surpassing the combined area of 10 cities. All signals were completely jammed here, rendering navigation useless. He had to rely on his memory to search ahead. With his habitual approach of gleaning resources, he would quickly recognize if he retraced his steps and adjust accordingly. 3 hours later, Hunan had scoured the entirety of Metro, yet still could not locate an exit. This poses quite a predicament. Must we interact with something to unlock the passage? Wu Miao would offer her own suggestions. Perhaps, if it were a tangible object, it would be manageable. However, should it be a spatial rift, that would complicate matters considerably. Since no discoveries were made aloft, Hunan reluctantly descended to a mountain range. The terrain here was vastly different from that of the city center. It was the only mountain at the city's edge. The two traversed the mountains for quite some time, discovering several caves, which surprisingly bore traces of mining activity. Could this possibly be a stone quarry? Wu Miao wondered, her curiosity piqued. If so, it was likely already exhausted. Indeed, it was a forsaken city, utterly devoid of resources. However, Hunan held a contrary view. He sensed that this secret realm harbored something extraordinary, though he had yet to uncover the answer. On the surface, this appeared to be a city thoroughly exploited, even if its inhabitants had not perished. They would eventually vanish due to resource depletion. But what lay beneath? Even the Lord of Shang City understood the necessity of constructing an underground repository for resources, surely. The denizens here were not so ignorant as to overlook this. Typically, a location chosen as an entrance to a subterranean storage would be in proximity to the seat of power or the residence of its rulers. Yet, the devastation of this city was so severe that it was impossible to ascertain the location of the central building based on its remnants. Nevertheless, from the fragments of broken walls, one could deduce where the plaza was and where the density of buildings was greatest. Generally, a political center would not be situated amidst densely populated areas but rather adjacent to the largest plaza. Following this line of reasoning, the two returned to the city center, persistently searching through the ruins. To their dismay, they found not a single underground storage facility, nor even a basement. The laboratory was the only space constructed underground in the city. Since conventional reasoning had failed to yield results, it was time for a contrarian approach. Hunan promptly led Wu Miao back to the mountain range, which bore an entirely different aesthetic from the city. Although the mountain was devoid of trees and appeared stark and barren, Hunan could faintly sense a vitality. Unlike the sterile, metal structures of the city, which exuded a chilling, lifeless ambience, perhaps there was something beneath the surface. Shall we detonate it and take a look? Very well. The battleship ascended once more. Its laser cannons aimed at the mountain's core, unleashing a barrage. A tremendous explosion resounded, and the mountain was blasted open, revealing glimmering stones within, exceptionally hard ones. Wu Miao shrieked in excitement. Hunan regretted not having brought more personnel. With only the two of them, their capacity for extraction was severely limited. Yet, having discovered it, It would not align with Yunan's principles to leave empty-handed. He instructed Wu Miao to commence work while he settled down to craft a mech. He could produce 10 mechs in a single day, yet they were constrained by a mere 6 hours. He chose 1 tunneling machine, 2 excavators, and a transport vehicle, supplemented by Wu Miao's firepower support, thus completing their basic configuration. The tunneling machine excavated the mountainside, revealing the translucent stones beneath, while the excavator followed closely behind to extract them, subsequently transporting them to Henan, who stored them in his spatial realm. The extracted translucent stones were not only incredibly hard, but also contained immeasurable energy. They could be fashioned into weapons or replenish kinetic energy, making them essential for the mechanical beings. As the 10-hour mark approached, Henan and his companions had yet to locate the exit, necessitating preparations for another confrontation with the fierce adversary. However, the anticipated battle did not unfold. The moment the spatial rift opened, Henan and his group were unexpectedly expelled from the secret realm. It appeared that this secret realm had a time limit, allowing only a 10-hour stay. Henan memorized the location, contemplating bringing more people on his next visit, as there remained a significant portion of the mountain range yet to be explored. Without further delay, Henan promptly returned. Upon arriving back in Shang City, Henan immersed himself in the laboratory, eager to develop new weaponry to enhance the strength of the mechanical beings. He first took stock of his recent haul, discovering over 100 types of metallic substances, surpassing the total previously found on Earth, including artificially synthesized materials. Additionally, there were various ores, aside from the translucent ones, but the yield was limited, with only the translucent stones being viable for further extraction. Henan decided to focus his research on renewable resources. Otherwise, the efforts invested in creating something that could not be mass-produced would be in vain. He pondered a name for the stones. Wu Miao, captivated by the translucent ore, found it difficult to part with. As no woman could resist the allure of something that sparkles. Let us call it Spirit Stone. It feels alive, she suggested. Spirit Stone? That's a fitting name. Henan replied. Noticing Henan had begun his work, Wu Miao chose not to disturb him further and went to catch up on her sleep. Fortunately, Henan possessed crystals extracted from the island sea monster, making the cutting of the spirit stones considerably easier. Upon hearing of Henan's return, the city lord promptly sought him out. Learning that Henan was in the lab, he returned there. When Henan first arrived in Shang City, he would have dropped everything and hurried to meet the city lord's summons. However, his current status had indeed changed. The city lord now sought him out at his residence, as did other heads of families, signifying the elevation of Henan's standing. Lord Wang felt fortunate that he had been amicable towards Henan from the beginning. Otherwise, with Henan's rapid ascent, those who had offended him had mysteriously vanished. He could scarcely imagine what fate awaited him had he been among them. Henan spent 7 days in the laboratory before emerging, having developed a long-range cannon powered by the spirit stones, capable of firing up to 2,000 nautical miles and wielding destructive power far superior to any existing artillery, making it perfect for city defense. On the day of the cannon's test firing, the prominent figures of Shang City gathered to witness. As Henan pressed the launch button, a beam of white light shot skyward, tracing a graceful arc before detonating amidst a pod of orcas 2,000 nautical miles away. Through the distant telescope, the sight was crystal clear. With a single cannon shot, no fewer than 4,000 or 5,000 orcas floated to the surface, belly up. How splendid! If we were to deploy such cannons around the city walls, we would have nothing to fear from the beast tide. The lord of the city excitedly raised his fist, and the heads of various families applauded fervently. Truly remarkable. You are indeed a genius, Chief He. Were you sent by heaven to save us? You are nothing short of an angel. In response to such flattery, Henan merely smiled indifferently. Having left ample spirit stones for the lord, he decided to leave the subsequent production matters behind, as he yearned for rest. Where can one find these spirit stones? Ah, I almost forgot to ask you. Henan rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of exhaustion. I have discovered a secret realm, which contains an entire vein of ore. A secret realm? Can we still enter? It should be possible, but there exists a creature known as the Shaunside, which can only be countered by the weapons of mechanical daughters. Furthermore, the realm can only be accessed for a limited time of 10 hours. Once the time is up, we will be teleported out. Henan, this information is exceedingly vital. We must study it thoroughly and ensure we are well prepared before venturing in. Once he had relayed all necessary instructions, Henan collapsed into slumber. He slept for an entire day and night, only to awaken due to hunger pangs. He felt somewhat vexed. When would he be able to fast? Eating was truly a hassle. Moreover, in Shang City, he could only partake of Lin Rue's cooking, as the culinary skills of others left much to be desired. He began to reminisce about the opulence of the Big Fortune restaurant. We should make a trip back to Star City. Is there something specific you wish to see? Wu Miao asked, intrigued by what could possibly draw his interest back to Star City. I simply wish to return and take a look, after all. I have lived there for quite some time. One inevitably develops feelings, Henan thought, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at his own cravings. Particularly since Lin Rue was rather sensitive and he feared she might overthink it. After resting for a few days with no pressing matters at hand, Henan set off for Star City. Upon seeing him, Qin Ming was at a loss for words, oscillating between laughter and tears. Henan, you ungrateful soul. You actually remembered to come back and see me? Stop acting like a scorned lover and whip up something delicious. I'm starving. Just wait a moment. It must be said, while Qin Ming may lack prowess in other areas, he was quite adept at business. The Big Fortune restaurant thrived under his management, its revenues multiplying exponentially. You've returned just in time. I need to distribute dividends to you. WeVE made quite a profit during this period. Keep the star coins for yourself. I have no use for them. Not a chance. I've converted everything into resources for you. Excellent, that's generous of you. Seeing Henan devour the food as if he had never eaten before, Qin Ming felt a pang of sympathy. Isn't Shang City supposed to be paradise? Why do you appear as if you've never been fed? The meals made in paradise are no match for what you serve here. Then why not open another Big Fortune restaurant in Shang City as a branch? Do I look like I have the time? As a mechanic, what do you occupy your days with? Saving the world as populace. Ha ha ha, Henan, it seems your talent for boasting has only improved during our time apart. Do you really think yourself a bodhisattva? Qin Ming laughed heartily, slapping the table. Believe it or not, I came here to take you away. Will you come with me? Where to? Of course, I must go. Are you not afraid that I might sell you? How much can I get for these few pounds of flesh? Just sell it, Will? Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively. Initially, Henan harbored no fondness for Qin Ming, even feeling a tinge of aversion. However, as they spent more time together, he discovered that this lad was unlike the typical wealthy offspring. He was rather naive. Moreover, he was not unintelligent. He was diligent and dependable, proving to be a commendable individual. Henan had few friends, and Qin Ming was one of them. Let us go meet your father. After satisfying his hunger, Henan wiped his mouth, realizing it was time to attend to serious matters. Ah, what do you need my father for? A great migration. What? Are you not just taking me away? Do you intend to move the entire Star City? Whether we move or not depends on your father's decision. Let us go. When Chun Xueqing next encountered Henan, he felt that the latter had undergone a significant transformation. The person remained the same, yet there was an unmistakable difference. Henan, you are quite the rare guest. How long do you plan to stay this time? I must leave soon. Let us keep it brief. I intend to take you all to Shang City. Are you willing to go? What can I do in Shang City? Qin Xueqing did not immediately agree. Staying in Star City, he was a ruler, but in Shang City, he would likely be relegated to a mere laborer. Such a stark contrast was difficult for him to accept. Henan, naturally, perceived his thoughts and casually handed him a book on breathing techniques. Once in Shang City, you can practice and become a true warrior. Qin Xueqing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A warrior? What is that? Henan unreservedly unleashed the pressure of a fifth realm warrior, causing the diamond coffee table before them to disintegrate into dust. Qin Xueqing was rendered breathless, feeling for a fleeting moment that he was as fragile as that coffee table before Henan. He realized that Henan did not even need to lift a finger. With just a breath, he could be obliterated. Could he truly possess such formidable power? Not only him, but Qin Ming was also left in a state of astonishment. So, have you made a decision? The father and son finally regained their composure, gasping for breath. I'll go too. Qin Ming, fearing he might be left behind, hurriedly chimed in. Henan knew that no one could refuse such supernatural power. No one wished to remain weak. The great migration of Star City would require time, so Henan returned to Shang City, first to inform the city lord of the matter. The city lord was certainly willing to reinforce his forces. However, other family heads harbored a sense of crisis. Henan had already attained a status unshakable by them, and now his followers vastly outnumbered theirs. They would need to tread carefully in their dealings with him henceforth. This was precisely the effect Henan desired. He would not remain subservient for long. He had bowed low for long enough. It was time for him to stand tall, compelling others to look up to him. Once the people of Star City were settled, he planned to lead them to the secret realm to mine spirit stones. During these days, whenever he had time, He conducted experiments in his spatial realm. Spirit stones not only enhanced the kinetic energy of weapons, but also served as excellent defensive materials. If the walls of Shang City were constructed entirely from spirit stones, then surely no mutated marine creature could breach them. His idea was immediately met with enthusiasm from the city lord and several other heads of families, each prepared with personnel, eagerly awaiting to embark alongside him. A week later, Chen Xueqing led all the inhabitants of Star City to Shangqing. Henan allocated a piece of land adjacent to his estate for them to cultivate. Chen Xueqing was astonished by the vast fields of crops and the lush green vegetables. "Did you grow all this?" he inquired. "Yes, work diligently, and there will be rewards for everyone." When Henan encountered Fang Ting once more, she instinctively recoiled behind Fang Tinhu upon seeing him. The once haughty young lady had finally shed her arrogance, which was rather satisfying. Initially filled with trepidation towards Henan, the revelation of his prowess as a martial artist only deepened their respect. "Let us allocate the personnel. Those unskilled in combat can remain in the city to farm, while those suited for battle will form teams to venture out to sea. In a few days, I will also be leading a group to mine spirit stones. Those interested may sign up." "Yes, I will arrange that immediately." Chen Xueqing's demeanor towards Henan had shifted significantly. He no longer dared to assume the role of a senior, but instead regarded Henan earnestly as the head of the family. Chen Ming, who had previously considered himself a close brother to Henan, suddenly found himself at a loss. He realized that while he had been aimlessly drifting through life, Henan had ascended to great heights. Even when he craned his neck, he could only perceive a distant silhouette. They were no longer of the same world, which left him feeling unexpectedly inferior. Henan had many responsibilities. Once he had given his instructions, he departed. It was not until he had distanced himself that everyone felt a semblance of relief in their breathing. The invisible pressure had truly been suffocating. Chen Xueqing, being an experienced city lord, adeptly organized the personnel, who was to build houses, who would manage the fields, and who would set sail, all meticulously arranged without a single oversight. The other heads of families looked on with envy. "Henan, where did you find such an efficient steward?" They marveled. Henan suppressed a smile. After all, he too was the head of a prominent family, not to mention the lord of Star City. Yet, such distinctions mattered little now. Arriving in Shangqing meant starting anew. A journey Henan had undertaken step by step. Soon, the individuals chosen to mine spirit stones were established, with each family dispatching 2 teams of 10. Though termed as 10, there were actually 20, each mechanical maiden accompanied by a commander. The city lord dispatched a battalion comprising 100 mechanical maidens. Leading the expedition from Star City were Chen Xueqing and Fang Tianhu, both eager to broaden their horizons, with the acquisition of resources being a secondary concern. Henan, however, brought only Wu Miao along, merely guiding the way while delegating the labor to others. Even though Henan had visited once before, locating the transparent barrier required some effort. Ultimately, the outcome was favorable, as they successfully entered Maidalong. However, the resources here were non-renewable. After Henan's previous foray, little of value remained aside from the spirit stones. Wasting no time, they headed straight for the Spirit Stone Mountains. Just as they arrived at their designated location, a rift suddenly tore through the space, and a horde of screeching owls surged forth. Although everyone had prepared in advance and watched the video brought back by Henan, they were still taken aback. The wingspan of a single owl measured over 100 meters, while humans were scarcely larger than one of its toes. Had they not been mentally prepared beforehand? It is likely that everyone would have been paralyzed with fear. Henan paid no heed to their reactions and immediately piloted the starship skyward, unleashing its full firepower to swiftly take down several owls. Once everyone regained their composure, they, like Henan, engaged in flanking maneuvers around the flock, with each squad focusing their fire on a single owl, thereby significantly enhancing their efficiency. Realizing that the situation was under control, Henan returned to the ground and dispatched a portion of the team to commence mining operations. With only 10 hours at their disposal, every moment was precious, and the team was intent on maximizing their gains. Since setting out with Henan, everyone's nerves had been taut, and they dared not relax even for an instant. As a result, Henan's orders were executed with remarkable precision, adhering strictly to his commands. Time flew by in those 10 hours, yet the harvest was substantial. Beyond the spirit stones they brought back for weapon crafting, they could construct an entire wall. It was truly remarkable. With just a few more trips, they could erect the defensive walls. The lord of the city, his cheeks flushed with excitement, spoke with a noticeably elevated tone. Everyone was aware of the location, so anyone wishing to go could do so. The collected spirit stones could be directly sold to him. This arrangement would undoubtedly boost everyone's enthusiasm. However, Hinan's focus was not on the Spirit Stone collection. He noted that his vitality increased at a notably slow pace after entering the fifth realm. This, of course, was a natural law of cultivation. The further one progressed, the more challenging the enhancements became. Nevertheless, there was some good news. Hinan had mastered the technique of feather rain, allowing him to conjure 12 arrows in a single instance. The levels of martial skills are typically categorized as entry-level, proficient, skilled, initial stage of minor perfection, mid-stage of minor perfection, late stage of minor perfection, initial stage of major perfection, mid-stage of major perfection, and major perfection. Each advancement in level enhances the power of the martial skill, and entering the stage of major perfection results in a qualitative leap. Hinan eagerly anticipated the arrival of that day. Chapter 117. Rescuing from water and fire. Encountering a bottleneck in his cultivation, Hinan resolved to visit Lee City once more to consult the elder known as the Immortal. However, upon his arrival, he found the city under siege from mutated marine creatures, with the populace gathered on the coastline, countering the assault using various martial techniques. The situation was dire, teetering on the brink of catastrophe. It was then that Hinan realized that the number of mechanized beings in the city was scant. The majority were mere martial artists. This indicated that when the apocalypse descended, the inhabitants of this city had essentially been abandoned by the authorities, making it difficult to fathom how they had survived. Feeling a surge of determination, Hinan piloted his starship directly into the fray. With the addition of the starship, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. After all, no matter how swiftly the mutated marine creatures evolved, they could not match the altitude of the starship. Hinan executed a decisive strike from a higher dimension, overwhelming the foes with his aerial advantage. Soon, the mutated marine creatures, realizing they were outmatched, scattered in retreat. Hinan encountered the Lord of Lee City for the first time, a middle-aged gentleman with a somewhat stern demeanor. "Thank you for saving Lee City," he expressed. "You are too kind," the Lord replied. "However, I can save you once, but not for a lifetime. Indeed, the pace of human cultivation is far too slow. Unable to keep pace with the evolution of mutated marine creatures. You have already done remarkably well," the Lord remarked. "Isn't it merely a struggle for survival?" He added with a sigh. "Mr. He, what brings you to Lee City?" "Oh, I have a few inquiries I wish to pose to the Immortal," Hinan responded. "Alas, you have arrived at a rather unfortunate time." "What do you mean?" "Just 2 days ago, a creature the size of an island appeared in the waters of Lee City. A mere sneeze could result in hundreds of casualties. It was only through exhausting his life as cultivation that the Immortal managed to perish alongside that beast." At this point, the Lord's voice faltered, choked with emotion. Hinan felt a tinge of disappointment at such unfortunate timing. "May I ask if there are any warriors in Lee City who have attained the 6th realm?" "No, the highest cultivation here belongs to Hu Yong, who barely stands at the mid-stage of the 5th realm." The sense of futility weighed heavily on Hinan's heart. Yet, with Lee City in such peril, it was uncertain whether he would have the opportunity to return. "Have you ever considered relocating to a safer area?" he inquired. "Alas, in this world, where can one find safety? When the apocalypse first descended, even the authorities abandoned us. Were it not for the Immortal acquiring materials for constructing a floating city from the Humanities Academy, we might have perished long ago." Hinan pondered for a moment. "If you're willing, you may accompany me to Shang City." "Really? But we have many elderly and children here. Can they all come?" "Of course. Those who cannot participate in battle can farm or work in factories." "Farm? Work? Indeed." Hinan presented a video captured by his wristband. "Goodness, your place is like paradise." During his last visit, Hinan had envied the prosperity of Lee City. Now, the roles had reversed. "If you wish to go, prepare swiftly. I cannot stay for long." "All right, I shall inform everyone immediately." The population of Lee City was not large, approximately 100,000. The people seemed accustomed to bustling about. Upon the Lord's announcement of relocation, not a soul hesitated. All returned home to gather their belongings, though the anxiety in their eyes was unmistakable. The city appeared prosperous due to the resources the Immortal had garnered from the Humanities Academy. In reality, the citizens possessed very little wealth. Before long, they had all organized and gathered at the city gate, awaiting the Lord's command. Fortunately, the starship was sufficiently spacious, otherwise these individuals would not have been able to reach Shang City. Once everyone boarded, Hinan cast one last glance at Lee City, feeling it a shame to abandon such a beautiful place. Yet, he had never attempted to transport something of such magnitude and was uncertain if he could succeed. Nevertheless, he resolved to try. With a thought, Lee City trembled visibly, as if an earthquake had struck. Cold sweat broke out on Henan's forehead. It was a bold endeavor to retrieve an entire city into his space. Ultimately, the outcome was favorable, just before losing consciousness. Henan successfully integrated Li City into his realm. Although his storage space was virtually limitless, his mental capacity was finite. Small items could be easily accommodated without significant impact. The volume of a city is immense, and the resistance encountered when collecting living beings is considerable, requiring substantial mental effort. He recalled the last time he fainted while gathering a pod of orcus. With a pale visage, Henan retreated to the cabin to rest, remaining in slumber until the arrival at Shank City. Wu Miao, consequently, had to escort the diverse group to the service center for registration and hand them over to Chen Xueqing. Faced with such a multitude of varied individuals, Chen Xueqing found himself in a quandary. With the apocalypse freshly upon them, the authorities had opted to abandon the common populace. Although most of these individuals possessed some degree of cultivation, many were ordinary people, including women and the elderly, leaving him uncertain about how to allocate them. Miss Wu, has the head of the family provided any instructions on how to accommodate them? Shin inquired. Wu Miao shook her head, unaware of Henan's intentions. Without Henan's explicit approval, Chen Xueqing hesitated to make any arrangements, fully cognizant of his ignorance regarding these individuals and their standing in Henan's regard. He could only courteously guide them to a resting area, awaiting further instructions from Henan for specific accommodations. The Lord of Li City held no objections, recognizing that they were in another's domain and had little choice. Henan slept soundly until the following evening, causing anxiety among Chen Xueqing and the entire populace of Li City, uncertain of the life that awaited them. Fortunately, Henan remembered them after dinner and made a special visit. He assigned those who had yet to awaken to agricultural tasks, while the more skilled individuals were appointed as instructors at the Shang City High Martial Arts Academy to teach cultivation to all citizens. The remaining individuals formed teams to venture out to sea. As for housing, they would have to construct their own. However, given that they had taken possession of a city, Henan felt compelled to assist, procuring building materials from his spatial inventory for their use. As they observed houses rising from the ground, the hearts of Li City's citizens found solace. Moreover, since their arrival in Shang City, they no longer had to subsist solely on seafood. Here, they had access to genuine grains and vegetables, all organic and environmentally friendly, which were delectable even without seasoning. While these individuals vigorously endeavored to rebuild their homes, the Lord's team dispatched to the secret realm continued to return with a steady supply of spiritual stones. The city walls of Shang City were finally completed, towering and majestic, providing a profound sense of security. Furthermore, every certain distance along the walls, a gathering cannon was installed, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. Yet Henan remained dissatisfied, convinced that even upon the immediate detection of mutated marine creatures, the notification process would consume time, as would the ascent of individuals to the walls to engage in combat. If only these gathering cannons could automatically identify threats and launch an attack independently. Motivated by this notion, Henan sought to bring it to fruition. Thus, after a brief appearance, he plunged back into the laboratory. Chapter 118, Another Invention Unleashed. This automatic device took Henan an entire month of research to develop, igniting excitement throughout Shang City. The head of the He family is magnificent. The head of the He family is magnificent. This scene evoked memories of ancient dramas, where emperors stood upon high platforms, receiving fervent accolades from their subjects below. However, Henan merely entertained the thought. He had no desire for the burdens of emperorship. That role appeared glamorous, adorned with golden collars, surpassing even the allure of white-collar professions. In truth, the tasks at hand are those of blue-collar labor, fraught with both mental and physical toil, leaving one restless even in slumber. Each day is spent in vigilance against various threats, as if there are always schemers plotting against one. Is this truly a life worth living? Henan longs to be a sovereign who commands respect without incurring the burdens of rulership, relishing a life of ease. Moreover, he currently lacks the bandwidth to ponder trivial matters. The rift in the space of Made-along has emerged, leading to the extinction of humanity at the hands of predators. Who can assure that such a rift will not manifest on Earth? Besides these spatial anomalies, there are also the ever-evolving mutated marine creatures, looming dangers like swords suspended above one's head, ready to descend at any moment. Presently, Henan's sole concern is to cultivate strength, to enhance his prowess to the utmost degree. It is imperative not only to elevate his own cultivation, but also to continually upgrade his mechanical companions. Steady growth and combat capability is essential. Stagnation is not an option. A moment's delay could result in being outpaced by the mutated marine life, marking a potentially fatal crisis. In addition to self-improvement, he seeks out more hidden realms, for they harbor resources beneficial for augmenting strength. Such aspirations are splendid, yet the challenge of realization is formidable. The existence of hidden realms is serendipitous, not easily sought after. Unlike game dungeons, whose general locations are marked on maps, Hinan's recent entries into hidden realms have been mere strokes of fortune. It remains uncertain how long this streak of luck will endure. Regardless, he continues to venture forth, choosing a new direction each time he departs. The downside of this approach is the unfamiliarity with the surrounding environment, making encounters with formidable mutated marine creatures more likely. However, for Hinan, this is not currently a grave concern, as the starship can ascend beyond the atmosphere, allowing for evasion of potent foes by simply gaining altitude. Furthermore, this height advantage permits him to strike from a lower dimension. Thus, the mechanical companions are eager to accompany Hinan on his maritime expeditions, serving as talismans for survival. Hinan is unaware of this ability, yet he has recently chosen to embark on outings with only Wu Miao. The two of them are more agile and efficient, conserving unnecessary time and energy. The other mechanical companions must form their own teams to venture out and combat foes. Observing the machine girls fighting without a commander, each fiercer than the last, leaves many spectators astounded. Upon their return, the machine girls drew attention. "What is going on? How can you fight on your own?" they questioned. "Indeed, without a commander, how do you manage your power?" It was rather impressive, evoking envy to the point of reddening eyes. "Our devices are all developed by the residents. If you have inquiries, direct them to him." Lin Rui deflected the questions back to Hinan, managing to lead everyone back to safety. "Sister, this cannot continue indefinitely," she expressed. "What can we do when Hinan is not home? Should we speak the truth? Would they believe us? They would likely assume we are lying." Indeed, these individuals are quite bothersome, relishing the care of their commander while envying those of them who remain unattached. People, it seems, always desire what they lack. "True," Lin Shuang remarked, throwing herself onto the bed. "Sister, I wish to fall in love." Lin Rui's eyes darkened. "You could seek a warrior. Thus, even without a contract, you could still be together. The crux of the matter is whether Hinan will consent. Perhaps, right?" Lin Rui herself is uncertain. She is oblivious to Hinan's feelings towards them, the mechanized daughters. Initially, with so few of them, Lin Rui speculated that he desired a harem. After all, what man wouldn't relish the thought of multiple wives? Yet now, with over 5,000 mechanized daughters, could he truly manage such a harem? The salient point is that aside from Wu Miao, he is not engaged with any of them. However, to assert that he harbors no intentions towards these individuals would be disingenuous, given that he has formed contracts with each one. "Sister, what are you pondering?" Lin Shuai gently shook the dazed Lin Rui, snapping her back to reality. "I was contemplating why Hinan would contract with so many mechanized daughters. How many men are devoid of carnal desires? When they see something appealing, they simply collect it. Is he merely interested in observation? Lin Shuang too was momentarily bewildered. Indeed, what is he truly thinking? "I don't know. Sister, perhaps you should seize an opportunity to inquire. I still wish to live for a couple more years. Please don't suggest anything foolish. Alas, the heart of a man is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean, especially that of a powerful man. How could one ever hope to fathom it? You have some insight." In truth, regarding this matter, Hinan had previously stated that he merely sought partners for collaboration. However, no one took this statement seriously, not even Wu Miao. He was preoccupied with numerous responsibilities and lacked the inclination to elaborate. Unbeknownst to him, his silence led to numerous misunderstandings. With 5,000 mechanized daughters, many of whom he could not even recall by name, he would struggle to distinguish if they were indeed his. Yet these concerns were not the primary conflicts at hand, in his eyes. They were trivial matters that could be subdued by force. Should these mechanized daughters rebel, he could easily employ the same tactics he used against Fong Ting. For those stubborn enough to resist, he could simply erase their consciousness or eliminate them altogether. In truth, with Wu Miao present, he had already been spared considerable trouble. Yet there would always be those adept at scheming, whom he could not deter. Just as Hinan returned from the sea, he found a woman draped in mere scraps of fabric lounging on his bed. One could not deny her appealing figure and strikingly fair skin. Had he not been fatigued, he might have been stirred to interest. Regrettably, his eyelids were currently engaged in a battle of their own, and even Wu Miao dared not disturb him. Was this woman courting disaster? Will you leave on your own, or shall I throw you out? Henan's voice was as cold as ice, causing the woman to tremble in fear. Yet she had come this far and resolved to struggle. What if Henan had some peculiar preference? Oh, but I have already contracted with you. Am I not destined to be yours eventually? Why the shame? A piercing scream shattered the air, and the commotion was unmistakable to all, especially those who had been acquainted with Henan from the beginning and understood the situation well. Alas, how many is this now? Why are there still those who remain undeterred? Henan's charm must be irresistible, for even if cast aside, they would still feel elated. Curiosity piqued. Everyone craned their necks to witness the spectacle, chattering excitedly as the drama unfolded. Yet Henan had no inclination to concern himself with such trivialities. He merely turned over and fell into a deep slumber. He is currently overwhelmed with responsibilities, divided between research and development, honing his skills, seeking hidden realms, and venturing out to slay monsters. Where would he find the energy to ponder other matters? If those mechanized maidens were to discover Henan's thoughts, they would likely weep inconsolably in the restroom. Chapter 119. The troubles of an abundance of women in the courtyard. Henan was most impatient with matters concerning these women, thus delegating their management to Wu Miao. He refrained from inquiring about their needs, tasks, or any other concerns. Consequently, Wu Miao earned the moniker of Empress. Empress. What shall I do today? Empress, you cannot monopolize his affections. His Majesty must distribute his favors evenly. Empress, you already possess the honor of being an empress. Does not His Majesty's essence deserve to be savored by us as well? Wu Miao felt overwhelmed, yet the tasks entrusted to her by Henan could not be neglected. Silence. Henan has no interest in you. Resign yourselves to that truth. Humph, as if he would only look at you. You are the most beautiful in the world. Does he truly regard you as his girlfriend? What is a girlfriend? Merely an article of clothing, easily changed. This infuriated Wu Miao. Very well. If any of you possess the capability, let Henan replace me, and I shall relish some peace. That day will come, do not rush it. Even the most delectable meat can become tiresome. You have long lost your novelty with Henan. Wu Miao truly could not manage the role of empress. Her title was but a facade, devoid of privileges. When Wu Miao returned, visibly upset, Henan was perplexed. What troubles you? Has someone dared to bully you? Isn't it obvious? It's all because of you. As Wu Miao pondered her grievances further, tears began to flow. Henan had never witnessed her in such a state, indicating her genuine distress. What is it? Speak slowly. I shall avenge you. It is those women. Wu Miao sobbed as she recounted their words. They claim I monopolize you. What of it? He is my boyfriend. I shall cling to him. Henan wiped her tears away, dismissing her distress. Is it truly worth weeping over? You are insufferable. Wu Miao retorted, her tears resuming their descent. Enough, enough. Do not cry. You are nearly flooding, though the knot in her heart had yet to dissipate. Wu Miao deliberately smeared her tears and mucus onto Henan. Is this your form of satisfaction? Humph. Henan, who was fastidious, observed that Wu Miao had finally ceased her crying and hurried off to bathe and change. After a good cry, Wu Miao felt a sense of relief and realized she had perhaps overreacted. The women were simply envious of her relationship with Henan, unable to attain the grapes they deemed sour. It was unnecessary to harbor resentment towards them. Such feelings were unworthy. Having come to this understanding, she also took a bath, donned a beautiful outfit, and applied a light touch of makeup. Due to her frequent transformations into a mechanical body, it had been quite some time since she last adorned herself. When Henan emerged, he had expected to see a tear-streaked face, but instead beheld a countenance of unparalleled beauty adorned with a gentle smile. Have you cried enough? Henan teased, his throat slightly dry. You are truly insufferable. He swiftly grasped her delicate fist, and the two, having not shared such intimacy for some time, found themselves swept away in passion. At last, Wu Miao fainted from exhaustion, marking the conclusion of the day's events. Henan, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction, took a refreshing shower before heading to the laboratory. A man, after all, requires the company of a woman. Laughter and merriment are essential to ward off solitude. Once upon a time, his most earnest desire was to have a home, to return from work and see his wife and children waiting for him, contentment enveloping him. Alas, this simple wish was irrevocably shattered by an act of betrayal, leaving Henan devoid of any desire to pursue romantic relationships again. However, after spending considerable time with Wu Miao, transitioning from mutual wariness to unwavering support, and now experiencing a sense of companionship akin to that of an old married couple, he suddenly found himself yearning for a home once more. Yet, This fleeting thought was quickly overshadowed by the pressing demands of his work with various metallic materials. He was intent on developing a lightweight yet potent weapon system. He did not discriminate based on the attributes of the machine girls. As long as the power was sufficient, they could wield it. Furthermore, he contemplated designing it to be concealed, serving as a trump card for self-preservation. After all, with an increasing number of machine girls in his vicinity, it was impractical to take them all along on every excursion. In the future, they would need to rely on their own combat abilities for the majority of their endeavors. Thus, ensuring their combat prowess remained unrivaled was vital for their survival. While he had considered armor, it proved impractical. The machine girls possessed transformative capabilities, each equipped with innate defensive attributes upon awakening. Though their strengths varied, they could not don a full suit of armor like a commander. Perhaps one day, suitable materials would be found to create shape-shifting armor, but such advancements were not feasible at present. In the absence of augmenting defense, offense was the best form of defense. Only by maintaining their fighting capabilities at an invincible level could he ensure their survival. Although it was said that even if a machine girl perished, as long as her core remained intact, she could be restored, the process required a significant expenditure of mental energy. He could scarcely afford to squander his mental fortitude, which he needed for his training. He then spent over half a month in the laboratory this time. Upon emerging, he equipped each machine girl with a cloaking photon cannon, seamlessly integrated into their wrists. To the casual observer, they appeared as simple bracelets, but upon activating the mechanism, they would instantly transform into handheld photon cannons. Do not be deceived by their diminutive size. Their power was formidable, rivaling that of laser cannons requiring launch pads. The machine girls who received these gifts were overjoyed, showering Henan with flirtatious glances. Unfortunately, despite their eager attempts, Henan did not spare them a single glance. Wu Miao leaned against Henan's shoulder, stifling laughter, brazenly laughing out loud. After all, these women had spoken such unkind words to her. They were deserving of her amusement. Finally, one machine girl could no longer contain herself. Her name was Fong Beibei, possessing a cherubic face with an endearing sweetness. Regrettably, her words tarnished her image, as she openly berated Wu Miao in Henan's presence. Witnessing her smug demeanor, one could only wonder how long her fleeting glory would last. The sarcastic tone of her voice captured Henan's attention. Whom could she be referring to? Fong Beibei felt a shiver of fear. I was just joking, she stammered. Such cowardice. Hadn't she been so sharp-tongued moments ago? Henan initially believed that Wu Miao was overreacting. What harm could arise from women chattering together? However, upon witnessing Fong Beibei's demeanor, openly bullying Wu Miao before him, he realized that if he were absent, even more hurtful words might be uttered. His woman could only be mistreated by him. When had it become the right of unrelated individuals to meddle? Seeing Henan genuinely angered, Fong Beibei struggled to suppress her resentment. Yet, she feigned a pitiful expression, saying, I was wrong. I will never speak out of turn again. Please forgive me this once. What use is it for me to forgive you? You have offended someone. You should apologize to them. Wu Miao's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never imagined that Henan would defend her and demand an apology from another woman. Fong Beibei was taken aback as well. Being asked to apologize to Wu Miao was akin to a death sentence for her. Chapter 120. The beast tide strikes again. With a cold huff, Fong Beibei turned to leave, doubting Henan would genuinely take action against her for Wu Miao's sake. Suddenly, with a clatter, all of Fong Beibei's weapons fell to the ground, and a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Contractual relationship terminated. In disbelief, she looked at Henan. What have you done to me? If you misbehave, you lose the right to remain in my squad. You are free now. Onlookers lowered their heads, deterred from harboring any further thoughts. Henan was indeed ruthless. In the current environment, a mech without a commander had no means of survival. Yet, Fong Beibei thought differently. If she was not welcome here, she would find a place where she belonged. Just wait and see. I will thrive better than all of you. Henan did not spare her another glance as he wrapped his arm around Wu Miao's waist and departed. He had become somewhat addicted to her presence over the past few days, a craving that had grown particularly strong. This was the first time Henan had openly defended her, leaving Wu Miao exceptionally delighted, even more so than usual. That evening, the two shared an enjoyable and liberating experience. Meanwhile, Fong Beibei, having left Henan, made her way to the service center. This establishment served as a public facility, allowing individuals to obtain identification documents, accept tasks, purchase daily necessities and weapons, and facilitating contracts between mechs and commanders. Fong Beibei sought to find a commander, declaring, I wish to apply for a contract. Please fill out this form. The staff sent an application form directly to her wristband, a paperless process designed to conserve energy. After completing the form and meticulously checking it for errors, she clicked Submit. We will publish your information on the platform, and suitable candidates will be notified. Thank you. A flicker of hope ignited within Fong Beibei. Are there any houses available for rent? At present, only dormitory-style accommodations are available, with a bed costing 50 Shangchen coins per day. Previously, while with Yinan, she had either stayed in a villa or a modern yurt, always enjoying a private room. The thought of moving into a dormitory was somewhat hard for her to accept. Are there no single rooms available for rent? None. With no other options, Fong Beibei reluctantly settled into the dormitory, determined to find a commander with housing. Little did she expect that the dormitory would be co-ed, with each mech accompanied by a commander, leaving her all alone. In order to safeguard their privacy, everyone has installed blackout curtains in their sleeping quarters. Fong Beibei, with empty hands and nothing to her name, found it impossible to sleep on the hardboard bed. What exacerbated her distress were the incessantly swaying curtains and the muffled sounds of moaning. On the brink of a breakdown, she vowed to find a commander's contract the very next day, resolutely refusing to remain in such a place. However, while her aspirations were grand, reality proved to be rather harsh. When Fong Beibei, sporting dark circles under her eyes, arrived at the service center to inquire about potential contracts, she discovered that a few commanders were indeed seeking contract partners. Yet, upon learning that she had just come from Hinan's residence, they turned away without a second glance. What was going on? Why did they all leave? The staff merely shook their heads at her bewildered expression. Days later, Fong Beibei could no longer afford even a spot in the communal dormitory, yet still, no commander was willing to enter into a contract with her. Initially, she had hoped to choose someone suitable, but now she was willing to settle for anyone at all, as long as they were a commander. Despite lowering her standards to the bare minimum, she still found no takers. Watching as others recoiled in fear upon hearing she had come from Hinan's estate, she felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. It was you? Fong Beibei nearly ground her teeth to dust in fury as she stormed off to confront Hinan. But could she really see Hinan whenever she pleased? In her rage, she disregarded any semblance of decorum, shouting at the entrance, "Hinan, you scoundrel! On what grounds do you prevent others from entering into a contract with me? Who do you think you are? Just a wretched, despicable fool." Suddenly, her voice, laced with venom, was cut short, and she crumbled into pieces. Her head rolled away like a ball. Bewildered, she could not comprehend how her body had shattered so suddenly. No one sympathized with Fong Beibei's plight. Her scattered remains were quickly collected and disposed of, destined to become fertilizer for the land. Those who had previously mocked Wu Miao fell silent, terrified of following in Fong Beibei's footsteps. Now, Wu Miao enjoyed a serene peace, and her arrangements proceeded with remarkable ease. Such is the nature of favoritism, it felt rather pleasant. Lin Shuang's eyes turned red with jealousy as she remarked, "Sister, why hasn't Hinan grown tired of her yet?" "How would I know?" Lin Rui sighed. "But you must understand. Hinan's protection of her signifies that her position remains unshakable. Do not be foolish and follow the crowd." "I know," Lin Shuang replied, clearly impatient. Thankfully, Lin Rui kept a close watch, or else she would have long since met her demise. Hinan, meanwhile, paid Fong Beibei no mind. The newly developed invisible photon cannon had garnered immense attention upon its debut. The city lord and several prominent families sought him out to place orders. Hinan swiftly established a munitions factory, primarily producing the latest mounted weaponry. At that moment, no one dared to claim he was overstepping by engaging in too many industries, disrupting the rules of Shang City. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Hinan had become the very embodiment of those rules. His words carried more authority than an imperial decree, and no one dared to disobey or feign compliance. Thus, he resolved a portion of the employment issues within the city. Allow those less formidable combat automata to embrace a more secure existence, free from the daily trepidation that once plagued them. An increasing number of individuals expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards him. Entrusting the remaining matters to Wu Miao, Hinan devoted himself entirely to his cultivation. He had reached the pinnacle of the fifth realm, sensing that with a little more effort, a breakthrough was imminent. Thus far, among all those he had encountered, none had attained the sixth realm. Wu Miao had thoughtfully stationed guards outside the cultivation chamber to prevent any disturbances, originally intent on seeking shortcuts. Hinan had now completely relinquished any thoughts of circumventing the arduous path, calming his mind to diligently pursue his training. In the realm of cultivation, there are no shortcuts. One must lay a solid foundation step by step to ensure smoother advancements thereafter. A fragile foundation would severely diminish one's combat prowess. During Henan's seclusion, Shang City faced a second beast tide, significantly larger in scale than the previous one, with the mutated marine creatures exhibiting greater strength. A formidable swarm of these aberrant beings descended upon the city, enveloping it entirely. Fortunately, the walls had been completed, and the energy cannons were fully operational. Drawing from past experiences, the city lord remained composed, instructing each family head to defend their respective territories, declaring that as long as any family member remained, retreat was not an option. Henan also commanded his own territory, with Chun Shueching presently in charge. Chun wore a stern expression, a flicker of fear evident in his eyes. He had never witnessed such a massive beast tide before. Chapter 121. The wedding. A flicker of doubt stirred within him. Was coming to Shang City truly the right choice? Unbeknownst to him, Star City had already succumbed, transforming into a haven for flying sea monsters. The impending battle loomed large, yet the energy cannons, capable of autonomously identifying threats, kept the mutated marine creatures at bay. 1,000 miles away, a smile finally broke upon the city lord's face. Indeed, Henan had once again saved Shang City. He pondered how Henan's mind could conceive such powerful weaponry. He was born for this apocalyptic era, thriving in an environment that allowed him to shine brightly. Several family heads gathered, exchanging words laden with praise for Henan. Humanity often exhibits such tendencies. When one is at a similar level or slightly superior, jealousy ensues. However, when one's abilities soar far beyond another's, the latter may strive to rise to their level. Yet, when one ascends to a height that invites only reverence, submission follows. Thus, the adage holds true. Strength shapes the future. Without a single casualty, the energy cannons on the walls repelled the enemy from afar. Furthermore, the recent extraction of spirit stones had yielded an ample supply, more than sufficient to meet the demands of the energy cannons. This marked the largest beast tide since the onset of the apocalypse, and remarkably, it was navigated with relative ease. After a week of relentless conflict, the beast tide finally dissipated. The city lord promptly organized additional forces to venture into the secret realms for spirit stone extraction. The populace recognized the significance of these spirit stones and diligently set forth to mine them. However, the environment within the secret realm is not immutable. The owls are evolving as well. Remarkably, none of the 5 teams that ventured in this time returned alive. Several family leaders gathered, their expressions grim. Lord of the city, what shall we do now? We can only dispatch stronger teams. Without spirit stones, the city cannot be defended. That mine will eventually be exhausted, and we must devise alternative strategies. The Lord's gaze darkened. Have there been any updates from those sent to seek the secret realm? None so far. Master Wu hesitated. It was Master He who discovered the previous secret realm. Could we not send him to try again? Master He is currently in seclusion. We have no knowledge of his cultivation level. In truth, the urgency lies not in cultivation but in the immediate need for spirit stones. Moreover, even if he lacks prowess, shall we not protect him? Who would prefer to rely on others when they can grow strong themselves? Without spirit stones, should another beast tide arise, we would surely be unable to withstand it. The Lord cast a cold glance at the chattering family heads. Who among you will summon Master He from his seclusion? Everyone instinctively recoiled. Who would undertake such a perilous task? Furthermore, Master He is known for his volatile temperament. It is said he recently dealt with a disobedient automaton by dismemberment, truly a gruesome fate. Observing their cowardice only fueled the Lord's ire. You may either summon Master He or lead a team to seek spirit stones yourselves. The choice is yours. Surely, I cannot be expected to venture out myself? Exchanging glances, each person weighed their options. If forced to choose, they would instinctively prefer Master He to go. Yet, such burdens must be borne by someone. Master Wang, you share a good rapport with Master He. Why not you? You truly overestimate me. I hold no favor in Master He's eyes. In reality, Master He maintains a distant demeanor, polite but never forging deep connections, particularly given that these individuals had once targeted him before his ascent. It is merely the limited population of Shang City that necessitates martial strength for its defense. Otherwise, they would not doubt that Master He would eliminate them all. A mere insult could result in dismemberment. The sins of these individuals could warrant 100 deaths. After much deliberation, no one dared to step forward. Reluctantly, the Lord decreed that each family must dispatch a team to the existing secret realm and additionally send a team to search for new realms. He understood the importance of not overly relying on Master He, for doing so could jeopardize his position as Lord. In truth, it was only Master He's indifference that allowed him to retain his status. Otherwise, he would have long since been ousted. Master He's recent period of seclusion yielded significant gains. He not only successfully advanced to the sixth realm, but also acquired a new martial technique, achieving perfect precision. The previous technique, a flurry of feathers, was a group attack, whereas this new skill resembles that of a sharpshooter, capable of beheading enemy generals amidst a sea of soldiers once perfected. Furthermore, there is good news. Wu Miao is with child. Although she had consistently expressed her desire to bear Master He a child, conception has become exceedingly difficult since the apocalypse, significantly contributing to the decline in population. Suddenly faced with impending fatherhood, Henan radiated a paternal glow, and his gaze softened considerably. "Let us hold a wedding," he proposed. Huh. Wu Miao was momentarily taken aback. She had never dreamed that Henan would be willing to marry her. Their relationship had initially been one of mutual benefit, including the child, which Wu Miao saw as a means of securing her future. She had never dared to imagine that Henan would wish to care for her and their child under the sanctity of marriage. Was she being foolish? It was no wonder they said that pregnancy could make one daft. She had barely begun and was already acting foolishly. Henan playfully pinched her little nose. Wu Miao's eyes suddenly glistened with tears. "Do you truly wish to marry me? With a child already on the way, do you still intend to wed someone else?" "I do not." She nestled into Henan's embrace, feeling a sense of security she had never known before. Upon emerging from seclusion, Henan's first order of business was to organize their wedding. As soon as the news spread, every family head came to offer their congratulations. Those who had ever received Henan's assistance sent gifts as well. Wu Miao was getting married, thereby ending all women's fantasies about Henan. On the day of the wedding, only Lin Rui was willing to serve as her maid of honor, while Henan's best man was Chen Ming, his sole friend of the same age. Despite the apocalypse, everything necessary was in place. A band was hired for the performance, and a floral arch adorned the square. Flowers were an absolute luxury, nearly unattainable even with wealth. Wang Wan had cultivated a vast garden of flowers in Henan's space, showcasing a dazzling array of blooms. She had tearfully contributed so many for Henan's wedding. Dressed in a bespoke wedding gown from the pre-apocalyptic era and adorned with a golden crown, Wu Miao appeared before everyone, linking arms with Henan. The machine brides and attendants were filled with envy. How fortunate it is to be Henan's woman. Why am I not so lucky? Surely, he wouldn't mind having another woman, would he? I could be that woman. Dream on. He has over 5,000 machine brides. He sleeps with one each day, and it would take him 10 years to repeat. How could you possibly be next? If you have nothing to say, then remain silent. Humph. The ensuing bickering had no bearing on the newlyweds. Henan produced a ring adorned with gemstones, but hesitated to place it on Wu Miao's finger. Instead, he bit into her fingertip, allowing a drop of her blood to fall onto the ring. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, including Wu Miao's own. My goodness. Henan certainly knows how to make a scene, drinking the bride's blood? Only Wu Miao understood that this was, in fact, a storage ring containing an astonishing 100 cubic units of space. Although it lacked the formidable capabilities of Henan's space, even being unable to store living creatures, it was still a life-saving treasure. Henan had filled it with provisions, vegetables, fruits, purified water, and a complete set of maternal and infant supplies. He not only gifted her a wedding but also secured her a stable future. Thank you, Henan, thank you, Wu Miao said, her eyes brimming with tears as she pressed her lips against his. Once again, a chorus of envious gasps erupted. This was the grandest wedding since the apocalypse, with nearly the entire city in attendance to celebrate. After the wedding, Wu Miao settled into a leisurely life of nurturing her pregnancy. Henan forbade her from stepping outside the house, fearing for the child's well-being. He even arranged for 8 mechanical maidens to attend to her every need, ensuring she did not lift a finger for any matter, entrusting even the household management to Lin Rui. Wu Miao became exceedingly clingy. Even when Henan remained in the laboratory, she stayed by his side. Henan indulged her, permitting everything as long as she did not leave the house. Everyone envied their inseparable bond and the sweet, harmonious life they shared after marriage. However, Lin Shuang grew increasingly irritable. Sister, why doesn't Henan find her bothersome? What is so special about her? Lin Rui glanced at her but remained silent. Lin Shuang leaned in, conspiratorially asking, Sister, now that she's pregnant, do you think I have a chance? Lin Rui was taken aback, urging her not to act recklessly. You are certainly not the only one harboring such thoughts. Wait until someone succeeds before you consider it. You are wise, as expected of my sister. Although Lin Shuang was infatuated, she held a profound fear of danger. A flicker of worry crossed Lin Rui's eyes. She genuinely feared that one day Lin Shuang might foolishly put her life at risk. Presently, Henan took her everywhere. Lin Rui longed for an opportunity to speak with Henan, hoping to protect Lin Shuang from potential folly. Yet, she struggled to find the right words, fearing that Henan might misinterpret her intentions and create further complications. Since Henan's marriage, Lin Rui had intentionally kept her distance. Initially, Henan did not perceive anything amiss. But as her words dwindled, especially during outings when she assumed the role of a silent observer, Henan began to feel an uncomfortable tension. It was not that Henan harbored any particular feelings toward her, but as partners, engaging in conversation seemed only natural. Henan, possessing a straightforward disposition, voiced his discomfort. Have I offended you? Why do you look so glum when you see me? Not at all. I simply don't know what to say to you. We could just chat casually. Do you truly think I wish to engage in romantic discourse? No. I never thought of that. Lin Rui hurriedly waved her hands, anxious to prevent any misunderstandings. Henan scrutinized her intently. You have something to say, don't you? This is your chance. If you don't speak now, don't expect to later. I don't know how to express it. Just be honest. It's about Lin Shuang. Lin Rui hesitated, struggling for the right phrasing. What is wrong with her? What foolishness has she done now? You know she often behaves foolishly? Henan huffed lightly, neither confirming nor denying. I fear one day she might do something reckless. If she were to offend you, could you spare her? Do you believe I am a cold-blooded killer? Not at all. I'm merely worried that Lin Shuang has long harbored feelings for you. I fear she might foolishly confess and annoy you. Henan rubbed his temples in exasperation, aware that most mechanical maidens express affection merely as a means of seeking refuge. It was evident to anyone with eyes that Henan was the ideal candidate for a lifelong commitment. Even if one were to exist merely as an unnamed and unacknowledged woman by his side, it would still be a far better existence than many others could hope for. Perhaps this is the reasoning behind Lin Shuang's situation. Henan is married now, and at least on the surface, the other mechanical women no longer have any opportunity. However, they lack a commander, and their future will depend solely on their own efforts. This indeed poses a challenge for a woman, especially in a world fraught with peril, where each venture out to sea carries the possibility of never returning. Nevertheless, while Henan can offer them a place in the battle team, he cannot grant them the liberty to pursue their own desires. Upon returning, you must inform everyone that if anyone seeks a contract partner, they should register at the service center. Of course, even if a commander is found, those who wish to remain in the battle team may do so, while others may venture out to seek their own paths. Lin Rui nodded in agreement, also aware that Henan harbors no romantic inclinations towards women other than Wu Miao. Otherwise, during Wu Miao's pregnancy, he could very well have sought a change of pace. When this news was announced, it initially incited a wave of panic, as many feared Henan intended to cast them aside. However, upon hearing Lin Rui's assurance that the commander could bring someone back, they felt a sense of relief. Many began to stir restlessly. Rather than hang their hopes solely on Henan, they pondered casting a wider net, perhaps encountering true love along the way. Lin Rui hushed the murmurs, reminding everyone that once a commander was chosen, they must return to Henan to dissolve their contracts. Those who joined the battle team early understood that without dissolving the contract, the testing device would not detect anything. But it would destroy the commander's energy source, a situation that had occurred more than once. The later recruits might not be aware of this. Yet they grasped a fundamental truth. For ordinary individuals like themselves, a contract partner is singular. One cannot contract with two individuals simultaneously. As for Henan, he is truly unique, incomparable to anyone else. Henan's insistence that they find suitable partners before returning to dissolve their contracts stems from a desire to prevent them from facing dire straits like Fong Beibei did outside. By contracting with Henan, they would have a continuous supply of energy, enabling them to embark on missions at any time. Once the contract is dissolved, their energy source would vanish, leaving them reliant on a willing commander to regain their energy supply. During the search, they would be left powerless, given Fong Beibei's precedent. Everyone was acutely aware of the stakes, and naturally, no one wished to act foolishly. However, while the others were queuing at the service center, Lin Shuang did not join them. Lin Rui hoped Lin Shuang would find a commander who would cherish and love her, and thus encouraged her. Why not give it a try? You might encounter a man who is more suited for you. Lin Shuang merely scoffed. Having seen the type of man Henan is, how could she possibly settle for those lesser suitors? But Henan does not belong to you, she retorted. Then I do not want anyone else, Lin Shuang replied, her cheeks puffed in indignation. What if one day he notices me? I am not inferior to Wu Miao. I acknowledge that her mechanical body is superior to mine, but isn't she currently pregnant? That advantage is nullified now. Heenan has already changed partners, gradually. Even the bedside companion will change. Lin Rue observed as the narrative unfolded, pondering whether this was a selection of consorts. Heenan's initiative swiftly created a sensation in Shanqing. The newly released mech girl was markedly different from the previous Fong Beibei. Those who entered into a contract with her could also join Heenan's battle team for free. It was common knowledge that Heenan's team currently offered the best conditions in all of Shanqing, providing not only rice and flour daily but also fresh vegetables and fruits. Moreover, any new equipment was first bestowed upon them. Most importantly, the mech girls around Heenan were all of the utmost caliber, even without the aforementioned benefits. Such mech girls would be fiercely sought after for contracts. To affirm his position, Heenan held a contract ceremony for these individuals, discreetly nullifying contracts with previous mech girls while ensuring that the new agreements would be 100% successful. With Heenan present, there was no cause for concern that this was merely a retaliatory act against rivals. Over the course of several days, a dozen mech girls gradually found their contract partners, and Heenan's team continued to expand. Each new commander also received a complimentary manual on breathing techniques, a shortcut to cultivation, drawing even more people in. Unfortunately, the mech girls sheltered by Heenan, while not necessarily haughty, generally looked down upon ordinary men. Thus, most commanders arrived with high hopes only to leave dejected. Chen Ming also sought to find a contract partner for himself. Previously, in Star City, his father was the Lord, and he spent his days idly without anyone daring to question him. However, here, his father was merely a laborer. If he continued to squander his days, he would soon be drowned in scorn. He, the head of the family, I too wish to contract a mech girl and embark on missions. Observing his awkward demeanor, Heenan felt uncomfortable. Look at who in the family calls me the head. We are brothers. Your tone is far too formal. I can't be of any help. I feel like a useless person. I think you should continue your ventures in the affluent circles. Meow Meow has been bored lately and is always looking for something to do. She would be perfect to assist you. Chen Ming's eyes brightened, immediately reverting to his true self. Being married changes everything, especially with Meow Meow. It's truly endearing. Heenan's expression turned awkward. Just say whether you wish to proceed. Yes, I must. Then go find your father and have him arrange for a construction team to build the house. Once it's completed, come to me for the equipment. All right. Chen Ming finally recognized his worth, nearly jumping 3 feet high. Chen Xueqing looked at his son with suspicion. Did the head of the family truly send you? Father, would I dare to wield a chicken feather as an official order? If it weren't for the head's directive, any work on the house would surely expose me. Wouldn't that be courting disaster? That's true. It's good that you have something to do. Exactly. So hurry and arrange for the workers to get started. This restaurant will undoubtedly be a roaring success once it opens. Understood. Work diligently and don't let the head down. Got it. Chen Xueqing's efficiency was notably high. Within a few days, the building for the restaurant was completed. Naturally, it was a new style yurt, primarily because of its simplicity in construction, robust defense, and unique charm. While not everyone could reside in such a dwelling, dining there would indeed be an eye-opening experience. Once the house was decorated, Heenan retrieved all the necessary equipment for the restaurant from his space. In the affluent city of Star City, the wealthy magnate has reclaimed nearly everything. Aside from his properties, the establishment opened its doors to an immediate throng of patrons. The population of Shang City exceeds that of Star City by more than tenfold, and its denizens are not particularly short of funds, possessing discerning tastes when it comes to culinary delights. Chen Ming thoughtfully arranged a selection of dishes that could replenish the guests' vitality, which proved to be immensely popular. Meanwhile, Wu Miao embarked on her role as a socialite, marketing luxury goods such as handbags, skincare products, and premium fruits. However, she refrained from participating in the restaurant's operations. The dynamics have shifted since the days when Heenan held a lower status than the Qin family. Her involvement then was collaborative. Currently, the entire Qin family is in service to Heenan, and her participation might hinder Chen Ming's autonomy, potentially straining the bond between the two brothers. Primarily, she no longer finds herself in need of money, rendering meticulous attention to every Shang City coin unnecessary. Initially, Chen Ming harbored concerns that Wu Miao's presence might necessitate her approval for all matters. However, witnessing her exclusive focus on luxury goods and her disinterest in the restaurant's affairs alleviated his worries. Heenan is acutely aware that he is not cut out for business or management roles. Hence, it is crucial to assign suitable tasks to capable individuals. He need only concentrate on his strengths and steer the overarching direction. Undoubtedly, the utmost priority remains his commitment to self-improvement and enhancing his combat prowess. As a Sixth Realm warrior, he stands as the foremost expert in Shang City. Yet, according to the Cultivation Chronicles, only a breakthrough to the Fifth Realm qualifies one as a true warrior, with the Sixth Realm merely signifying an introductory level. A genuinely formidable warrior possesses the ability to reshape the very fabric of existence. Hinan recognizes the considerable distance he must traverse, lacking a master to guide him. He relies solely on self-discovery, resulting in a rather unsatisfactory pace of progress. Nevertheless, Hinan remains undaunted. He is the chosen one, destined to turn adversity into fortune. He is confident that his luck will not falter this time. With familial matters settled and devoid of lingering worries, Hinan reassembled a royal battle team, comprising Lin Rue, with a mechanical core of level, manifesting as a supersonic stealth fighter, equipped with an array of armaments including a light plasma gun, an extensive electronic pulse cannon, and a photon cannon. Su Qingqing, with a mechanical core of level, taking the form of a military truck armed with anti-tank missiles, ballistic missiles, cannons, aircraft, and a photon cannon. Lin Shuang, with a mechanical core of level, resembling a submarine, wielding a nuclear ion energy cannon, electronic pulse torpedoes, particle anti-submarine missiles, supersonic cruise ballistic missiles, aircraft, and a photon cannon. Modi, with a mechanical core of level, embodied as a launch rocket, also equipped with a photon cannon. Notably, Modi is unique. Her mechanical form itself serves as a weapon, capable of annihilating a pod of orcas through sheer impact. Her defensive capabilities are nearly indestructible, and she functions as a super healer, automatically storing kinetic energy during combat and transferring it to teammates from a distance. She has been concealing her true capabilities, otherwise, Mr. Mo would never have been willing to part with her. This combination effectively integrates land, sea, and air, encompassing offense, defense, transportation, and logistics. Once Wu Miao gives birth and joins, it will undoubtedly form an invincible team. After finalizing the team roster, Hinan specifically summoned Lin Shuang. This girl has an unstable mindset and is prone to distractions. Crucially, Lin Shuang is the only mech girl under Hinan who can venture into the sea. Not only in this location, but throughout the entire Shang City, there exists but this one nuclear submarine, underscoring her rarity. Unless there are extraordinary circumstances, Hinan would not let her leave. However, she still needs to be reminded of certain points. Lin Shuang, I am forming a dedicated team, selecting 4 members. Do you wish to participate? Lin Shuang's eyes suddenly sparkled. I want to join. Once in the team, there would be no turning back. Nor could she contract with another commander. Think carefully before responding. Lin Shuang's eyes gleamed even brighter. Are you selecting a concubine? Hinan was momentarily speechless. Was that truly what she meant? How did this girl deduce such a notion? Lin Shuang, I must responsibly inform you that I have a wife and soon a child. I will not select a concubine, nor will I engage with any woman aside from my wife. Is that understood? The light in Lin Shuang's eyes extinguished instantly as she lowered her head to reply, understood. Then, do you wish to join the team? Yes. Hinan had anticipated that she might need time to ponder, yet she agreed so decisively, hoping it wasn't merely a spur-of-the-moment decision. With a dedicated team formed, they prepared to set sail, although Wu Miao felt somewhat uneasy. The other members were together daily, so she had little to worry about. But why was MOD also present? What was so special about this woman? Despite her discomfort, Wu Miao maintained her gentle and virtuous demeanor, ensuring she did not add to Hinan's burdens at this moment. She understood well that a woman's pregnancy often coincides with a man's infidelity, and she could not push Hinan away. Thus, she cheerfully sent them off, assuring him she would take good care of herself and the child. Hinan was aware that as long as she did not wander aimlessly, she would be safe, and there was nothing to fret over. This time at sea, Hinan chose a route he had never traversed. He held great confidence in the current team's strength, and it served as an opportunity to train everyone's response capabilities in unfamiliar environments amidst unforeseen circumstances. Without the Star Destroyer, they could not convene for a pre-battle meeting and had to adapt on the fly. To foster teamwork, Hinan did not venture too far, but instead engaged in skirmishes with lower-level mutated marine creatures in the coastal waters. Although MOD was formidable, she had no combat experience whatsoever and had never even been to sea. Facing a multitude of bizarre mutated marine creatures, her heart raced with trepidation. Furthermore, her method of attack was collision, which indeed required immense courage. Fortunately, she retained a sliver of rationality, recognizing this was her only opportunity. Since the Lee family changed its head, no one had looked after her, the little girl doing odd jobs. Even if she were to find other commander contracts, none would surpass the privilege of remaining in Henan's esteemed battle team. Thus, she must seize this opportunity to demonstrate her worth to Henan. I shall give it my all, Modi silently declared, charging forward with her eyes shut. Fortunately, before her lay a mutated sea elephant, measuring around 40 to 50 meters in length, allowing her to collide with it effortlessly, even with her eyes closed. With a thunderous crash, the massive body of the sea elephant erupted, flesh and entrails scattering like petals in the air, only to rain down upon the sea below. At that moment, Modi deftly evaded, emerging unscathed. With the success of her initial strike, her confidence swelled. Her petite form darted amidst the colossal sea elephant, claiming a life with each plunge into the ocean. Initially, Henan feared that her first venture would instill fear that would hinder her aggression. Yet he was pleasantly surprised by how quickly she adapted, nodding in satisfaction. Observing that everyone had entered a state of combat, Henan diverted his attention elsewhere. He had another purpose for this expedition, to assess his own combat prowess. With a mere thought, the golden bow appeared in his grasp, and 12 arrows gradually coalesced, as he channeled all his spiritual energy into a singular point. Whoosh! With a gentle sound of slicing air, the 12 arrows struck the foreheads of 12 sea elephants, penetrating their brains and resulting in instant demise. Henan nodded in approval. His combat strength was now on par with the mechanized beings, even surpassing some of the lower-ranked ones. Thanks to the bow's kill calibration feature, even a shot aimed skyward would find its mark if his target was a sea elephant, striking at its vital point with astonishing precision. However, such feats required ample spiritual energy. As a 6th-tier warrior, he could currently wield only 12 arrows. Any more would compromise his accuracy. After several attempts, Henan had nearly mastered the golden bow's intricacies and grasped his capabilities as a marksman. Thus, he sheathed the bow and began capturing mutated marine creatures alive. While the corpses were valuable and could provide ingredients for Chun Ming, he was not in need of them. What he sought were living specimens for research. He firmly believed that understanding oneself and the enemy was crucial for victory. To devise methods against these mutated marine beings, one must thoroughly comprehend their characteristics and evolutionary patterns. Consequently, Henan refrained from further combat, focusing intently on discovering mutated marine species yet unencountered in the area. Aside from those already identified with special uses, such as orcas, water mummies, and island-dwelling sea monsters, he gathered as many as he could. For the remaining mutated marine creatures, he typically collected one male and one female, and if he encountered any young, he took those as well. After all, much could be gleaned from observing the growth processes of a species. Due to Wu Miao's pregnancy, Henan was reluctant to leave her alone at home, so he planned to return after 3 days. However, during the journey back, they unexpectedly encountered a tsunami. Moreover, this tsunami occurred without any forewarning, as if it had erupted suddenly. The once tranquil sea surface was abruptly transformed into a towering wall of water, soaring to a height of 100 meters, rushing towards Henan and the others at an alarming speed. Fortunately, everyone remained vigilant, and at the very moment the wall of water formed, they exerted all their strength to elevate themselves just enough to narrowly evade the onslaught. Only Modi, lacking experience, was momentarily dazed, nearly engulfed by the water wall. Thankfully, her agility allowed her to dart away just in time. "Oh my goodness, that was terrifying," she exclaimed, glancing back at the monstrous wave that could have easily claimed her life, a wave that filled her with dread. Seeing that everyone was unharmed, Henan swiftly gathered them into her space. It was uncertain how long this tsunami would persist. Continuing to fly was undoubtedly unwise. It would be far better to rest in the safety of the space until it was safe to return. "Oh my heavens, where are we? It's breathtaking." This was Modi's first experience in Henan's space, and she was instantly captivated by the scenery within. A vast estate of villas surrounded by a myriad of fruit trees, some in full bloom, others laden with fruit. Not far off lay shimmering rice paddies, complemented by seasonal vegetables, herbs, and even flowers. Beside them was a fish pond, teeming with various fish and seafood, untouched by the mutations that plagued the world outside. As Modi regained her composure, Henan turned to Lin Rue and instructed, "Please arrange a room for her. Everyone should rest now." "A room? Can I really stay here? Is this true?" Modi was absolutely overjoyed. Although Shangxing had a pleasant environment, it paled in comparison to this paradise she had always dreamed of. Noticing Henan's reluctance to elaborate, Lin Rue simply said, "Come, I'll show you to your room. Chapter 125. The underwater humanity. Had it not been for Modi's startled reactions, Hinan might not have realized how much his space had transformed. Initially, it was merely a void, later cluttered with various items, resembling a large warehouse. Originally, he had intended to conceal the repaired mechanical girl within, prompting thoughts of constructing houses and cultivating land. Unexpectedly, as it developed, it began to evoke a sense of a secluded utopia. Sitting on the terrace of the villa, surrounded by fragrant blossoms, listening to soft music while sipping a glass of red wine, it truly felt like an idyllic existence. However, Hinan was not in the mood to relish it. His thoughts were consumed by concerns for Wu Miao and the child. He had intended to return early but was thwarted by the tsunami, which left him feeling somewhat vexed. Lin Rui came up to announce that dinner was ready. Shall we go eat? Yes, I'm coming. During the meal, Modi was quite animated, having just taken a stroll around and completely fallen in love with the place, exclaiming her desire to live there for a lifetime. However, Lin Xuan's attention remained fixated on the tsunami. Don't you find it strange? How did the tsunami appear so suddenly? It's as if it was deliberately trying to block our path. Hinan furrowed his brow. He too shared this unsettling feeling. Let us go out and take a look after dinner. All right. Lin Xuan felt particularly pleased that Hinan took her words seriously. They hastily finished their meal, leaving Modi to tidy up the dishes while Hinan led everyone out of the space. As soon as they emerged, they were confronted by a wall of water. Hinan was momentarily taken aback. It was decidedly unusual. The waves were in constant motion, and it was impossible for them to remain stationary. However, this wall of water, while also moving, had a remarkably limited range, as if it were ensnared by some unseen force, unable to escape. Could it be a magnetic field? He furrowed his brows, attempting to pilot the stealth fighter through the barrier. Yet, as he neared the water wall, a powerful suction threatened to drag him beneath the surface. Had he not possessed the means to evade, he would surely have met his demise in the depths. Might there be a hidden realm beneath that whirlpool? One could not deny that Lin Xuan's imagination was boundless. You still want to go down and take a look? Lin Rui shot her a disapproving glance. Lin Xuan, intimidated by Lin Rui's glare, retreated slightly, mumbling, I'm just curious. We can't remain trapped here. Hinan's brows knitted together in contemplation. Suddenly, fueled by an unexpected surge of courage, Lin Xuan declared, I'll go down and see. I'm not afraid of water. Xiao Xuan, don't be foolish. Lin Rui urgently protested. Yet, Hinan turned to Lin Xuan. I will accompany you. All right. Lin Xuan nodded vigorously, elated that this was the first time Hinan would venture out with her alone, a sweet thrill blossoming in her heart. Lin Rui opened her mouth to voice her concerns, but the words never escaped. Hinan piloted the nuclear submarine into the whirlpool, and the rapid currents induced a wave of dizziness. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the tumultuous waves around them finally receded, revealing a serene, deep blue sea. The surroundings sparkled with luminous corals and aquatic flora, imparting a sense of tranquil timelessness. Hinan dared not relax, diligently gathering the majority of the aquatic plants into his storage space, cautiously advancing. Wow, is this the underwater world? It's stunning. Lin Xuan, witnessing such exquisite corals for the first time, felt as though her eyes might burst with wonder. Hinan mused that women seemed to gravitate towards such vibrant spectacles. Thus, he excavated a pool-like hollow in his storage space, collecting coral and seawater within, envisioning the delight it would bring to Wu Miao when he took her to see it. Lin Xuan, believing Hinan was collecting the corals because she had admired them, felt an even greater sense of joy. The two explored the ocean floor for quite some time, encountering only aquatic plants and corals, devoid of any mutated sea creatures. Hinan quickly realized something was amiss. There was a distinct problem. I don't sense any danger, and besides, there are no sea monsters here. What could possibly be wrong? No sooner had Lin Xuan uttered her thoughts than the seabed trembled violently, the intensity comparable to an 8-point earthquake. We must leave this place quickly. Hinan immediately maneuvered the submarine to breach the surface, only to be struck down by a towering wave, plunging them back into the depths. We can't ascend. What do we do? Lin Xuan panicked momentarily, but then contemplated that if they were to perish, doing so in such a beautiful location was not entirely dreadful. In the face of nature, humanity's power seemed insignificant. Hinan understood that any action he took would be futile. It was wiser to observe the unfolding situation. As he shut down the submarine's engine, the tremor ceased simultaneously. Hinan cautiously surveyed his surroundings, convinced that this was no mere coincidence. Sure enough, a minute later, the water ahead began to churn violently. He sensed that a colossal creature was approaching them. Rather than fleeing in haste, he remained composed, for despite its size, the creature moved swiftly. Even at full throttle, he doubted he could outpace it, especially with the water wall obstructing their ascent. Thus, he readied the poison he had prepared earlier, intending to strike once the creature drew near. Yet, he harbored uncertainty about whether the toxin would affect Lin Shuang. Nevertheless, he reassured himself with the knowledge of his healing spells. As long as he did not succumb to the poison, they would escape this peril together. In the blink of an eye, the gigantic being was upon them, revealing itself to be a dolphin. This creature, however, was several times larger than an ordinary dolphin from the world before the apocalypse. Had it not approached gradually, Henan might have failed to recognize it. More astonishingly, a man stood atop the dolphin's back. Henan blinked in disbelief, convinced he was hallucinating, yet the figure remained. He found it perplexing how the man could breathe underwater without an oxygen mask. The man commanded the dolphin to circle their submarine curiously. "Are you human? Is this metallic creature your steed?" Henan was taken aback by the man's ability to speak. Lin Shuang, however, bristled at the insult. "You are the metallic creature. Your entire family is a collection of metal. I am a nuclear submarine. Have you ever heard of such a thing? From your ignorance, it's evident you have not." The man's brow furrowed in confusion. "Are you the one speaking?" Seeing that the man bore no malice, Henan seized the opportunity to inquire about their escape. "We seem to be lost. Do you know how to leave this place?" "Leave? Where to?" The man appeared utterly perplexed, clearly not grasping Henan's question. "We live above the surface. Do you know how to ascend? Above the surface? Isn't it filled with monsters? Aren't you afraid?" Henan pondered, bemused by the apparent lack of intelligence in this individual. Chapter 126. The Belief of the Mermaid Clan upon reflection. Henan realized that this man had likely never ventured beyond the depths of the ocean, making his ignorance of the outside world understandable. Tentatively, he asked, "Are you the only one living here?" "Of course not. My family is here too." "Family?" Henan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Are you of the Mermaid Clan? You possess quite a bit of knowledge." Yet the man seemed disinclined to elaborate further, merely approaching out of curiosity before turning to depart. Henan hurried after him. "May I visit your home?" "Absolutely not." The man's rejection was abrupt and definitive. "I can offer you something of value." "Not interested." The man's refusal was resolute. Halting abruptly as Henan revealed a red fish, an unmutated specimen from before the apocalypse. "I cannot open the hatch. I fear the water will flood in." "How can I give it to you?" "You, how many of these fish do you have?" "Not many, perhaps a few hundred." "I will trade you for some mermaid silk. Is that agreeable?" "Certainly." "I am Sumu, and you?" "Henan." Sumu fell silent, his gaze fixed on the crimson fish in Henan's hand for an extended moment before he turned and swam back the way he had come. Henan hurriedly followed suit. They weaved through the coral for quite a while, twisting and turning until they finally arrived at a settlement resembling a tribe. The surroundings were quite rudimentary, lacking the grandeur of the dragon palace from fairy tales. The merfolk resided in caves formed by coral reefs, subsisting on a diet of fish. The only thing that caught Henan's attention was the abundance of pearls adorning their caves, said to be the tears of the merfolk, worth a fortune. To facilitate communication, Henan retrieved a deep-sea diving suit from his spatial storage and donned it before emerging from the submarine, presenting himself before Su Mu's family. The Su family regarded him with suspicion, their demeanor anything but welcoming. Su Mu glanced at Henan and then at his parents before saying, "Father, mother, he has fish, hundreds of fish." Su Mu's parents remained watchful, their eyes still fixed on Henan, without uttering a word. Henan returned to the submarine, and with the cover of the cabin, he pulled out a fishing net from his spatial storage, which contained over 100 lively crimson fish. The eyes of Su Mu's parents brightened. "Young man, what do you seek?" Henan dragged the net before them. "I wish to know how to leave this place and return to the surface. If you would be willing to guide me, I shall offer this as a reward." Su Mu's father declined, stating, "We cannot leave." "Could you elaborate?" Henan inquired skeptically, but the man's expression was earnest. Had he not just descended from the surface? Henan might have believed him. "We have lived here for generations. No one has ever ventured out." But Su Mu just mentioned that there are monsters above the surface. Su Mu's father regarded Henan for a moment and said, "Follow me." Henan did not doubt that Su Mu's father would harm him. He felt confident in handling any situation. Thus, he followed without hesitation. Su Mu's father led Henan around their dwelling to a whirlpool, reminiscent of the one that had brought them down, though Henan could not ascertain if it was indeed the same. The elder glanced back at Henan, urging him to keep close. Without another word, he leaped into the whirlpool, vanishing in an instant. Henan did not hesitate and followed suit. Upon entering, Henan soon realized that this whirlpool was directed towards the surface, in stark contrast to the one that had brought him down, confirming they were not the same. As they ascended from the ocean floor, the surrounding mutated marine creatures became increasingly abundant. However, they seemed to intentionally avoid the whirlpool, refraining from attacking them. The two soon broke the surface, but a transparent barrier loomed above them, preventing any ascent. This is where we see the monsters. Sumu had not lied. Henan found it somewhat amusing. Did they truly take this so seriously? He had merely asked casually, without questioning Sumu's character. If we could just break this barrier, we could ascend. We cannot. Given Sumu's father's firm response, Henan deduced they had undoubtedly attempted this numerous times, all in vain. Nevertheless, Henan was determined to try, so he retrieved his golden bow, conjured 12 arrows, and released them. However, all arrows shattered upon impact with the barrier. Henan's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly that formidable? Thus, escape is utterly impossible. The two returned to their dwelling, only to find a group of little merfolk drooling around a fishing net. Though each was clearly tempted, none dared to move without the permission of Su's father. We cannot assist you, so take the fish back. What a straightforward individual, Henan thought, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. We cannot leave just yet. We will linger here for a few more days, so consider this our token of introduction. Without hesitation, Su's father nodded and dragged the fish away. Before long, he returned the empty net. You may visit the sea god temple. The sea god once resided here but departed and has never returned. Perhaps he ascended to the ocean's surface. The sea god temple? Let Sumu guide you there. Thank you. Sumu glanced back at his kin gathered around feasting on fish, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Yet he led Henan onward. Henan cast a glance and nearly retched. They are eating it raw. But then again, considering they cannot make fire underwater, what other option do they have? To spare Sumu any distress, Henan retrieved 2 red fish from his space and tossed them to him. Thank you for guiding me. Thank you. Sumu grinned sheepishly but did not rush to eat. Instead, he hung the 2 fish on the hooks at his waist and patted the dolphin beneath him, which surged forward with newfound speed. Henan shook his head with a smile. One must offer benefits, after all. After swimming for about 10 minutes, they spotted a coral altar in the distance. Though Henan held no particular faith, he could sense the sacred solemnity emanating from the altar. Sumu immediately leaped from the dolphin's back and performed 3 bows and 9 kowtows before the altar with utmost reverence. Then, with a beaming smile, he urged Henan. You should also pay your respects. The sea god is very powerful and can surely grant your wishes. Henan refrained from kneeling. He preferred to place his faith in himself rather than in mere superstition. Seeing his reluctance to heed advice, Sumu quietly stepped aside. Henan circled the altar a few times, and aside from the palpable spiritual energy within, he found nothing unusual. Surely, Su's father does not expect me to kneel and make wishes before the sea god. Reflecting on Sumu's earlier fervor, Henan increasingly felt his suspicions were correct. Yet, he could not believe that a few bows before this altar would grant him passage back to the ocean's surface, unless there were some hidden mechanism below. But if he were to unearth the altar to find such a mechanism, the merfolk would surely tear him apart. Chapter 127. The Song of the Merfolk. Henan suppressed the impulse to overturn the altar and continued his exploration of the surroundings, yet found nothing. If the merfolk had lived here for generations without ever leaving, it indicated that this place was enshrouded by a barrier. A way to open the barrier must be sought. If the barrier were forcibly breached, it would expose the merfolk's home to the eyes of mutated sea creatures, putting them in grave danger. Henan would never endanger the entire merfolk community for his own selfish desires. Night fell, and Sumu suggested, let us return. Since arriving at the altar, his voice had grown significantly softer. You go back. I will stay here tonight. Henan always felt that this altar was an opportunity for departure. Yet he had yet to discover the method to unravel its secrets. Sumu, filled with concern, cautioned him. Do not engage in any acts that might desecrate the sea god, lest you invoke divine retribution. Divine retribution? Yes, Sumu nodded vigorously. Their great-uncle had perished from a lightning strike for having committed such an offense against the sea god. Thank you. I will be cautious, Henan assured him, prompting Sumu to leave, glancing back several times. Lin Shuang had been silent for an extended period, her discomfort mounting. Henan, what are you planning to do? Under the cover of night, amidst chaos and treachery? Henan shot her an irritated glance. Could you refrain from your incessant chatter? The reason Henan lingered was that the altar seemed to possess an inexplicable allure for him. As night fell completely, one would expect the depths of the ocean to be engulfed in darkness. However, when Henan looked up, he was startled to see the sky illuminated with countless stars, shimmering like precious gems. This was exceedingly peculiar. How could he behold the night sky from thousands of meters beneath the sea? Could it be that he possessed night vision? Lin Shuang, can you see the stars? Where are the stars? Have you not fallen asleep and are merely dreaming? Look up. I see nothing, she replied. Is it only I who can see them? Henan pondered, stroking his chin, baffled by the phenomenon. As he gazed at the celestial brilliance, suddenly, the stars moved, cascading down like a meteor shower. Instinctively, Henan raised his hand to shield himself, yet the stars pierced through his arm and entered his body directly. He was taken aback. What on earth was happening? An illusion? It hardly seemed so. The meteor shower continued for a full 2 minutes, and Henan felt no discomfort. Instead, warmth enveloped his lower abdomen. This warmth began to flow throughout his body, albeit slowly, yet it was indeed moving, bringing a gentle heat wherever it coursed. It was likely not malevolent. Rather, it felt quite pleasant. Henan murmured to himself, closing his eyes to savor the direction of the warmth. It turned out it did not scatter aimlessly but flowed steadily along the meridians, widening the previously narrow pathway significantly. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy from the altar surged into his body unabated. Henan, not daring to be careless, immediately focused his mind and entered a state of cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, as he began his practice, the entire ocean floor trembled. Although the tremors were minor, they were sufficient to rouse the merfolk from their slumber. Concerned for Henan's safety, Su Fu brought Su Mu to check on him. The two hurried to the altar, only to find Henan seated cross-legged within the submarine, appearing as if he were in deep slumber. Su Mu cautiously tapped on the submarine's windshield, but Henan showed no sign of response. Father, do you think he is in danger? I do not know. What shall we do now? Su Fu shook his head. Let us wait here until he awakens. All right. The two offered a few respectful bows to the altar before finding a corner to sit quietly, observing Henan. Meanwhile, Henan was far from comfortable. The altar was overflowing with spiritual energy, surging into his body like an inundation of seawater. In that moment, he felt as if his body were a balloon on the verge of bursting, paralyzed with fear of movement, lest he inadvertently explode. Meanwhile, Lin Shuang had lost consciousness amidst the tumult, oblivious even to Su's father knocking on the window. The only recourse for Henan was to gradually absorb the excess spiritual energy, alleviating the pressure on his meridians. He mentally cried out, urging himself to hold on, as he dreaded the thought of rupturing a blood vessel. Fortunately, the power of the stars possessed a soothing quality, gently alleviating his pain, effectively counteracting the violent spiritual energy within the altar. Otherwise, Henan would have endured great suffering. However, the surrounding seawater roiled violently under the onslaught, causing Su's father and Su Mu, seated nearby, to sway precariously. Father, is a dragon rising from the depths? Perhaps so, Su's father replied, his expression one of bewilderment. Having lived for over half a lifetime, it was his first encounter with outsiders. Ever since Henan had arrived, he sensed that something significant was about to transpire. Whether it would be a boon or a bane was beyond his comprehension. He simply felt an overwhelming anxiety. Yet, with many children to care for, he maintained a facade of calm, even as his heart raced with trepidation. Thankfully, Henan's cultivation did not last long, as the first ray of dawn broke the horizon. He finally gained control over the surplus spiritual energy within him. Though he could not refine it immediately, at least it no longer rampaged within him. Upon opening his eyes, he found Su's father and Su Mu clutching large stones, their gazes fixed intently upon him. What are you two doing? With Henan awake, Su Mu visibly sighed in relief. Last night, when the dragon stirred, my father feared for your safety, so he brought me here to check on you. You stayed here all night? Yes, you were sleeping so soundly that no matter how we called, we couldn't rouse you. We couldn't bear to leave you alone. So we kept watch. Henan felt a warmth bloom within him. Two strangers had braved danger to come see him and had vigilantly kept watch throughout the night. It would be disingenuous to say he was not moved. Thank you both. I will bring you some fish later. No need. Su's father quickly waved his hand in refusal. Suddenly, Henan recalled the pearls in their cave. Could I trade some fish for your pearls? Su's father's eyes brightened. Are you truly willing to exchange? Of course. But what purpose do they serve? They are neither sustenance nor drink. While they may hold no value for you, I can sell them for a considerable sum outside. Oh, recognizing the pearl's potential worth to Henan and understanding that his kin indeed required fish, Su's father ceased his objections. Thus, the three returned to the residence of the merfolk, where Henan produced over 200 fish this time, including a variety of species such as tuna, yellow croaker, and octopus. The little merfolk joyfully surrounded Heenan, singing. It must be said that their voices were truly enchanting. The restlessness within him dissipated instantly upon hearing their song. He even discovered that their melodies seemed to facilitate his absorption of spiritual energy. If he were to bring a little merfolk back with him, to sing and chant daily, would his cultivation not soar? Chapter 128. The power of the stars. Heenan discreetly suppressed this wicked thought, declining the Sioux family's company, and set off alone in his submarine to explore. He yearned for an escape. Despite the pleasantness of this place, he had no desire to linger here indefinitely. Moreover, there was little to commend it aside from the amiable inhabitants. Sustenance was scarce, and drink even scarcer. If not for his spatial abilities, he would likely have perished from hunger. He longed to depart, and the sooner, the better. The realm inhabited by the merfolk was vast, encompassing more than just the Sioux clan. When Heenan completely surveyed the merfolk settlement, it confirmed his suspicions. It was indeed enveloped by a barrier, which accounted for its immunity to the assaults of mutated marine creatures. However, no one knew how to exit, nor had anyone ever ventured out. After wandering outside all day, Heenan returned to the altar as darkness fell. Gazing up at the starry sky, he felt a sense of calm, having learned from the previous night's experience. He awaited the celestial energy to merge with his being. This time, he discerned that the energy's allure caused a leakage from the altar, fortuitously allowing him to absorb it. Yet, that night, the altar's energy was noticeably diminished compared to the previous evening. Having spent an entire day in fruitless search for an exit, Heenan chose to remain by the altar to cultivate rather than squander time. As he began to absorb the altar's energy, tremors once again reverberated through the seabed, albeit at a much slower frequency than the night before. Perhaps the others felt there was no imminent danger, for neither Sioux father nor son made an appearance that evening. Heenan lingered by the altar for 7 days, fully absorbing the energy within, until there was no longer any movement. The celestial power, however, continued to flow gently into him. The merfolk, who had initially been curious about Heenan, had grown accustomed to his presence, and no one seemed to care about his daily activities anymore. Some would trade pearls or mermaid silk with him for fish, and he accepted their offerings with pleasure. On the 10th day of his stay, a crisp sound emanated from his body as he broke through to the 7th realm. This thrilled Heenan. He could now learn another martial technique, a most auspicious development. The unfortunate news was that he had still not discovered a way to leave. The following days of cultivation were exceedingly comfortable, akin to soaking in a hot spring each night, as every pore of his body relaxed. The celestial energy seemingly cleansed him entirely, even erasing scars from his childhood. The residual energy from the altar was absorbed gradually, no longer as turbulent as before. Heenan sensed a profound transformation within himself, though it did not manifest in a noticeable increase in strength. He was aware that he had changed. To avoid alerting the merfolk to any anomalies, Heenan had refrained from entering his spatial realm for several days, yearning for a bath. Thus, under the cover of night, he and Lin Shuang slipped into the space. "Goodness, I feel like I'm about to start fermenting," Lin Shuang exclaimed as she dashed straight into the bathroom. Under the nurturing influence of celestial energy, Heenan felt no discomfort, yet after more than 10 days without a bath, he could hardly accept the situation psychologically. He immersed himself in the bathtub, contemplating strategies. Remaining trapped here indefinitely was not an option. The altar appeared to be his sole hope for escape. However, the merfolk regarded the altar as more precious than life itself. If he were to take action, those individuals would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. More importantly, the destruction of the altar could potentially lead to the demise of the entire merfolk tribe, and Heenan was unwilling to commit such a heinous act. For those individuals were innocent. Heenan, with a throbbing headache, rubbed his temples, grappling with a conundrum. After his bath, he lay in bed, unable to find slumber, only to gaze upon the twinkling stars above. He blinked vigorously, confirming that the stars remained. His vision was not deceiving him. However, this was his storage space, and there was a roof overhead. How could he see them? A vision? Startled, Heenan sprang from his bed and rushed outside, tilting his head to behold the countless stars, glimmering like gems in the night sky, extraordinarily radiant. His sudden emergence from the room startled everyone. Lin Rue was the first to follow, inquiring about the commotion. "What did you see up there?" Following his lead, Lin Rue obediently looked up, but saw nothing. The others also emerged, cloaked in their garments. "What is up there?" "I see nothing." "Neither do I." "Heenan, were you dreaming?" Surrounded by a throng of concerned women, Heenan felt somewhat uneasy. "I apologize for waking you, Please return to your slumber. Are you truly all right? Lin Rui's eyes reflected profound worry. Hinan's heart fluttered, and he hastily replied, I'm fine. Go to sleep. Then you should rest early too. All right. At that moment, Hinan realized that those stars were neither in the merfolk tribe nor within the confines of his space. They existed right before him. It seemed he had glimpsed another realm, one from which he could draw energy. This revelation was utterly unfathomable. Yet, since the apocalypse, which event could be explained by humanity's established understanding? As there was no imminent danger, it could not be deemed a misfortune. Thus, he resolved to embrace it. He returned to his room, seated himself in a meditative posture, and commenced absorbing the power of the stars. This night was destined to be tumultuous. Just as he entered a state of meditation, the space around him began to shift. Initially, there was a violent tremor, prompting the mechanical maidens to rise and investigate the situation. Noting that Hinan's door was firmly shut, they refrained from intruding. Instead, they congregated in the courtyard, where their drowsiness evaporated in an instant. Goodness, what is happening? Is Hinan adjusting the spatial structure? It seems so. This is his private domain. Only he possesses the ability to alter its geography. How extraordinary. It feels as though we are in a dream. Their astonishment was not unwarranted, for the changes in the space were indeed monumental. As the tremors intensified, the ground became uneven. This was only the beginning. They witnessed a mountain quietly rising, growing ever higher, nearly piercing the clouds. Mist enveloped the mountain, and a purple aura seemed to ascend. Soon after, the mountain began to sprout a plethora of vegetation, transforming into a lush canopy, accompanied by the harmonious chorus of myriad birds. Even more astonishing, a waterfall cascaded from the summit, forming a deep pool at the base. The water gradually overflowed, creating a river that meandered through fields rich with crops. Wherever the water flowed, flowers bloomed in abundance, a sight of unparalleled beauty. Heavens! This place has truly transformed into a paradise, and I long to reside here for eternity. Modi, who has always harbored a fondness for this locale, now finds himself contemplating a lasting stay. Lin Shuang, with a slight curl of her lips, reminds him that this is Hinan's private sanctuary. His desire to remain here necessitates Hinan's consent. Modi's enthusiasm deflates instantly, and he shoots Lin Shuang an annoyed glare, acknowledging her understanding nature. Chapter 129, The Arena. I am merely offering a kind reminder, do not be ungrateful. Lin Shuang, known for her unwavering stance, does not easily let grievances slide. And Modi certainly won't let her comments go unchallenged. After all, who cannot engage in a bit of banter? Enough. Both of you should refrain from further arguments to avoid disrupting Hinan's cultivation. As the captain, Lin Rui's words carry weight, prompting the two to cease their squabble. Nevertheless, their silent contest of glares persisted for some time before they retired to their respective rooms. It was not until 3 days later that Hinan emerged from his meditative state, only to be taken aback by the scene outside. Is this truly my space? Of course, it is yours. Where else could it belong? Hinan chuckled awkwardly, his curiosity piqued to visit the waterfall. The very thought flitted through his mind, and in an instant, he found himself beneath the cascade. After a brief moment of astonishment, he crouched down to scoop a handful of water, savoring its sweetness and refreshing essence. Could this be the fabled spirit spring? He called over several mechanical maidens, inviting them to partake of the spring water. However, it was not long before a foul stench pervaded the air, as each of them was coated in a sticky, black substance. Oh heavens! I feel as though I shall perish from my own stench. I share your plight. The women shrieked and hurried back to their rooms to bathe. Meanwhile, Hinan smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, it was a spirit spring, possessing purifying properties. His immunity to the effects stemmed from the purification he had undergone through the power of the stars, rendering his body free of impurities. To his surprise, the long-absent progress bar reappeared. 1, 2, 3, 5, 0, 9, 0, 1, 0, 0. He was puzzled, having not contracted any mechanical maidens. How did this progress bar materialize? The familiar mechanical voice echoed once more. Storage space has leveled up to level 2. Reward, temporal blade. He felt his heart race with exhilaration, so the space could upgrade. The upgraded space not only allowed for storage, but also possessed offensive capabilities. How extraordinary! To test the power of the temporal blade, Hinan promptly left the space with Lin Shuang, returning to the altar's edge. He had no intention of committing an egregious offense against the sea god. So he and Lin Shuang ventured to the whirlpool that Su's father had previously guided them to, making their way to the ocean's surface. If I can break through this barrier, you shall charge out immediately. Agreed. Lin Shuang fixed her gaze intently on the barrier above as she prepared to charge. Henan silently chanted, "Temporal Blade." In an instant, a silver flash surged forth, tearing a gash in the barrier. Lin Shuang, quick to react, squeezed through the opening and leaped above the ocean's surface. Upon looking back, the newly created opening had already sealed seamlessly, leaving no trace behind. At last, we are free. Lin Shuang sighed in relief, suddenly finding the surrounding mutated marine creatures much more endearing. Henan, too, felt a sense of relief. The sensation of freedom was truly delightful. Despite the perils that lurked in the surroundings, he was unwilling to remain trapped among the mermen, merely existing. Henan, in high spirits, summoned all the mechanical maidens and promptly set sail. He had intended to return earlier, but was delayed for quite some time. Fortunately, Henan had prepared a gift, confident that Wu Miao would surely appreciate it. As he stepped through the door, Wu Miao greeted him with a radiant smile, exclaiming that he was back. Indeed, Wu Miao's belly had begun to show a slight bulge, yet she appeared not only unencumbered but had actually lost some weight. Henan furrowed his brow, questioning whether she had been eating properly. Wu Miao maintained her smile, though a hint of grievance flickered in her eyes. Her morning sickness had been rather severe. But it was nothing to worry about, as she had consulted a doctor who assured her that the child was healthy. Henan supported her as they returned inside, declaring that he had a gift for her. What is it? Wu Miao's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the first time Henan had gifted her something, excluding the wedding ring, of course. Henan led her back to their room and retrieved several bags of pearls and an array of colorful corals from his spatial storage. Wu Miao was taken aback, her mouth agape in astonishment. Do you like it? Yes, I do. Wu Miao managed a shy smile, overwhelmed by the abundance. Was it truly all for her? Of course. Who else would I give it to? Thank you, my dear husband. Wu Miao's eyes sparkled with joy as she pecked Henan on the cheek, leaving him momentarily speechless. You're pregnant. Do not tempt me. Wu Miao playfully stuck out her tongue, refraining from teasing him further. They shared a meal together, and Henan began to assist her in selecting the pearls. The natural pearls varied in size, and Wu Miao wished to categorize them for the purpose of crafting jewelry or decorative pieces to sell later. Henan patiently helped her choose, emphasizing that these were no ordinary pearls. They were the tears of mermen. Do mermen truly exist in this world? Yes, I have seen them with my own eyes. I had intended to return much sooner, but I inadvertently wandered into the territory of the mermen and was trapped there for several days. It is said that mermen are beautiful and possess enchanting voices. Is that true? As for that, Henan had not paid much attention. However, the looks of the Sioux father and son were indeed handsome, and the mermen's songs were melodious, even aiding in cultivation. He nodded affirmatively, confirming the truth. Oh. Wu Miao's voice trailed off, lifting slightly at the end. Henan chuckled, playfully tapping her nose, questioning her sudden sourness. Wu Miao huffed lightly, insisting that she was not jealous. She was solely focused on escaping that place and had hardly noticed the female merman, only encountering a father and son along with a few children. Nevertheless, those children sang beautifully. It felt as though listening to such melodies would enhance one's cultivation. Why didn't you bring a child back with you? I did consider it, but how heartbroken would the parents be to lose their child? Wu Miao's heart softened at that moment. She perceived a gentler side of Henan. Was it the impending fatherhood that had softened him? As they continued their light-hearted conversation, the city lord unexpectedly paid a visit. Family head, you have returned. Seeing the city lord's haggard expression and bloodshot eyes, Henan's brow furrowed in concern. What has happened? Just days after your departure, several martial artists have arrived in our city. Upon his arrival, he was courteous, punctually paying the entrance fee in rent, and often joining others in their ventures at sea. However, in recent days, he has suddenly taken to challenging others, proclaiming that if no one from Shang City can defeat them, they shall submit to their authority. Is this not akin to banditry? Oh, are they truly formidable? The lord of the city appeared increasingly troubled. Indeed, they were formidable, as even Hu Yong was no match for them. Henan narrowed his eyes, declaring, tomorrow, I shall confront them. The lord of the city looked conflicted, suggesting, family head, perhaps we should pool our resources to send them away. Will they accept such terms? That is yet to be discussed. Have you considered that they have already tasted success in Shang City? What will happen when they return for more resources? Shall we acquiesce each time? The lord of the city bore an expression of frustration. Is it not evident that we are outmatched? We have yet to engage. How can you presume defeat? He was genuinely curious about the source of Henan's confidence in making such statements. If so many mechanized warriors fell short, how could a mere mechanic stand a chance? Chapter 130. A battle for renown regardless, He-Nan remained the backbone of Shang City. Perhaps he possessed some novel weapon capable of vanquishing those warriors. Contemplating this, the lord of the city withheld his doubts. Very well. We shall heed the He family head's counsel and confront them tomorrow. After seeing the lord off, Wu Miao, with a hint of concern, grasped his hand. Do you truly believe you can best them? Only through combat shall we ascertain that. He-Nan tightened his grip on her hand, reassuringly stating, Fear not. I am soon to be a father. I shall not act recklessly. I hope you understand. I do not wish to become a widow. Nor do I want our child to be born fatherless. Understood. Rest well. Indeed. The following morning, the central square was thronged with spectators. Yet, though many gathered to witness, none dared to ascend the stage. The warriors upon the platform grew impatient, loudly demanding, Is there no one willing to challenge us? If not, admit your defeat. You lot are worthless. I advise you to submit the lordship to my elder brother. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. My brother has declared today the final opportunity. Should you fail to respond, we shall seize the city. Their arrogance incited ire among the onlookers, yet they felt powerless. It was not that no one was willing to challenge them. Rather, those who did would likely face dire consequences. Hu Yong, at the pinnacle of the fifth realm, had been severely injured. Would others not merely be offering their lives? I shall issue a challenge. He-Nan's voice was calm and devoid of emotion. Yet it captivated the attention of all present, both on and off the stage. The warriors squinted at him, failing to perceive his true prowess, and cautiously inquired, Are you a warrior? The onlookers below wore expressions of disbelief, with some attempting to dissuade He-Nan. He family head, you are newly returned and unaware of the situation. These individuals are not to be trifled with. As a mechanic, it would be wise to refrain from involving yourself in this. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Besides, does it truly matter who holds the title of lord to us? Indeed. There is no need to gamble with our lives. If they wish to assume the lordship, let them do so. This is a matter for the city lord to concern himself with. Why do you flaunt your capabilities? Return swiftly. Although He-Nan understood that these individuals meant well, their words struck him as rather awkward. Thank you all. I shall ascend and give it a try. If I cannot prevail, I shall retreat. He-Nan gestured respectfully, indicating for them to step aside. You stubborn child, why must you be so obstinate? They are truly determined. You must ensure your own safety. Indeed. It would be wiser not to go. Admitting defeat is not shameful. Yes, even the city lord dares not speak. Why must you? He-Nan's patience waned quickly. With a decisive leap, he vaulted over several heads and landed gracefully upon the arena. Heavens, is the head of the He family a martial artist? Can he fly? Was that over 100 meters? How did he accomplish that? They had assumed that He-Nan was merely an insignificant fighter. It turned out the fool was indeed themselves. Ignoring the astonishment of the crowd, He-Nan maintained his composure and inquired, Will you come one by one, or shall we engage together? This statement evidently incited the ire of the martial artists. Yet they were less concerned with principles of martial ethics and more focused on swiftly dispatching He-Nan to seize the title of city lord. Since you are so arrogant, we shall oblige you. Are they not being rather shameless? They intend to overwhelm him with numbers. Why bother with dignity when dealing with thieves? Do they possess any? Let us hope the head of the He family can defeat them. It would vindicate our grievances. Indeed, let us hope. He-Nan was indifferent to their tactics. He sought a swift resolution. Shall we commence? Boy, it is still not too late to concede. Do not find yourself lamenting later. As long as you kneel and bow 3 times, acknowledging me as your master, I shall spare your life today. Ha, young one, you have made a grave mistake. Unaffected by their taunts, He-Nan drew forth his golden bow, summoning 12 arrows in a mere breath. Before the martial artists could recover from their shock, they were pierced by He-Nan's arrows, sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, their fates uncertain. An immediate silence enveloped the arena. Not even the sound of breath could be heard. The city lord gazed at He-Nan in disbelief, rendered speechless. Paying no heed to the exaggerated reactions, He-Nan lightly descended from the arena and made his way home. After a considerable time, the square erupted with heavy gasps for air. The city lord promptly dispatched individuals to escort the martial artists to the hospital for urgent care, only for the doctors to find no visible injuries upon examination. City lord, they are unscathed. It appears they were merely startled. The martial artists seethed with rage. Are you being polite? Is that even human speech? Can I be frightened into unconsciousness? What is your intent? Yet, they dared not voice these thoughts aloud. Only in the recesses of their minds could they express their grievances. Others may not discern their plight, but they knew that their painstakingly honed mastery at the peak of the sixth realm was rendered futile by Hinan's solitary arrow. In that moment, they felt as if their bodies had become stagnant pools, devoid of any spiritual energy. Once emboldened by their superior strength, they had offended nearly everyone in the city. Now, stripped of their power, they could only imagine the retribution that awaited them. "We are fine. We shall take our leave." Several individuals departed from Shanxing with a sense of defeat, as if pursued by a relentless hound. The city lord observed their vanishing figures at the city gates, a cryptic smile flickering in his eyes. The city had already erupted in fervor, with discussions echoing through the streets about Hinan's remarkable victory. I witnessed the He family patriarch, a flash of gold in his hand, sending those individuals careening off the stage, rendering them unconscious. Is this the essence of celestial arts? My desire to learn is profound. I wonder if the He family patriarch takes on disciples. I initially assumed a fierce battle would ensue, perhaps lasting 300 exchanges. Yet can you believe it? Just one strike? A singular maneuver? Such an arrogant warrior fled with his tail between his legs. The He family patriarch exuded an imposing presence. Unbeknownst to Hinan, he had achieved fame through this battle. Upon his return, he resumed his conversation with Wu Miao, assisting her in selecting her favorite pearls. He then presented the lesser quality ones to the workers to craft into jewelry. This was Wu Miao's domain, and she intended to profit from the women's market. Hinan indulged her, believing that as long as she found joy and delivered a healthy child, all was well. When the city lord visited again, he stumbled upon a tender scene between the couple. The deep affection between the He family patriarch and his wife is truly enviable. Haha. Does the city lord seek my counsel? I wish to discuss the possibility of appointing you as the principal of the Shanxing High Martial Academy. I am not interested. Hinan recognized the city lord's intentions, but lacked the patience to assume a teaching role. Moreover, his own cultivation journey had been one of trial and error, offering little in terms of experience to share with others. Please do not decline so abruptly. What conditions might you propose? Chapter 131 reveals a budding genius. Such a refrain again, conditions to propose. But would that guarantee agreement? Hinan detested this roundabout manner of conversation. He had neither the patience to teach nor the aptitude to guide students effectively. The city lord's countenance grew awkward. Patriarchy, you are now the foremost expert in Shanxing. Everyone wishes to study under your tutelage. I have already provided the academy with my cultivation methods and martial skills, leaving nothing concealed. Even if I were to become principal, instruction would adhere to the cultivation chronicles. Thus, what significance would my role as principal hold? Seeing that he could not persuade him, the city lord reluctantly took his leave. Hinan accompanied him to the door. Wu Miao expressed her concerns. I fear he won't relent. It matters not. I am not one to be easily intimidated. Hinan replied with a nonchalant smile, returning to assist his wife. Wu Miao's worries remained, for after all, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. One must remain cautious. I understand. For you and our child, I shall ensure my survival. That is all I need to know. Having faced a closed door with Hinan, the other ambitious patriarchs hesitated to approach. While rejection was trivial, they feared offending Hinan and facing dire consequences. Consequently, they gathered at the city lord's residence to strategize. City lord, you must propose a course of action. A mere handful of insignificant individuals have come to Shanxing to flaunt their prowess. We must enhance our overall strength. Indeed, Hinan progresses swiftly. Surely he possesses some secret. Let us send the most promising youths from each family to study under him. It would also be a gesture of respect. Indeed, all the prominent families support him. What more could he desire? The city lord wore a grim expression throughout, as these remarks were made in his presence. The heads of several families awkwardly ceased their discourse. Pondering, are we not here to deliberate? If the city lord has any solutions, he should voice them. What solutions could I possibly offer? The city lord seethed with indignation. Having already humiliated himself to seek his favor, what more could he possibly do? Without even granting me face, any endeavor on our part would be futile. Kindly refrain from using the term endeavor. Hinan is quite indifferent regarding the matter of accepting disciples. Primarily, his current cultivation relies heavily on the power of the stars, resulting in extraordinary progress. Were he to follow the traditional path delineated in the cultivation chronicles, he would be oblivious to how long it might take to ascend to the next realm. However, the power of the stars is his closely guarded secret, and naturally, he would not disclose it. Thus, how could he instruct his disciples? While his own advancement resembles a rocket's ascent, his disciples would progress at a snail's pace. Wouldn't he others accuse him of withholding knowledge and lacking sincerity in teaching? Rather than face such scrutiny, it is preferable to avoid this issue altogether. Having made up his mind, Henan resolutely closed his doors to visitors, refusing to see anyone. The head of the Wang family made several attempts but was met with rejection, leaving him feeling quite disheartened. Initially, he believed he shared some camaraderie with Henan. Yet this incident revealed that their bond was rather superficial, merely that of temporary collaborators. Observing that the head of the Wang family could not gain entry, the others also abandoned their intentions of visiting. Although Henan did not take up a position at the High Martial Academy of Shangqing, he did not neglect the cultivation of his own influence. For this purpose, he specifically summoned Chen Xueqing to discuss strategies for enhancing combat prowess. Do you have any thoughts, head of the family? First and foremost, we must identify individuals suitable for cultivation. Talent is of utmost importance on this path, and we should select those with exceptional aptitude for specialized training. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements. Chen Xueqing has become Henan's trusted steward, managing affairs on behalf of Li City. Therefore, this selection process did not bypass them. Rather, everyone had the opportunity to participate, with merit determining who would advance. Initially, there were numerous frictions between the two groups, but under Chen Xueqing's mediation, they have seamlessly integrated, with no one mentioning their origins as residents of Xingqing or Li City. They are now all members of the He family. Though this might seem like Henan is overworking them, everyone is more than willing to comply. The talent selection process within the He family was not conducted in secrecy. Other families received news promptly. The heads of several families convened again at the city lord's residence. What is Henan's intention? He is reluctant to teach everyone cultivation, yet now he is selecting candidates for his own family. Does he wish to monopolize? How can he be so selfish? We of Shangqing are all branches of the same tree. How can one family dominate? Indeed, City Lord, you cannot remain indifferent to this matter. How can I intervene? Shall I bind him and compel him to teach you? Furthermore, what benefit would there be for him in instructing you? The heads of the families paused in astonishment, quickly grasping the implication. City Lord, you should have stated this earlier. Even a famished camel is larger than a horse, and surely we all possess some valuable assets. Precisely. Henan should be forthright about his desires instead of playing games with us. All right, you all continue your discussion. I have matters to attend to at home. Indeed. How forgetful of me. I too have pressing obligations, so I shall take my leave. It was as if a door to a new world had suddenly opened for everyone, prompting them to return home in preparation for grand gifts to honor Henan as their master. Unbeknownst to Henan, Chen Xueqing exhibited remarkable efficiency, selecting 100 exceptionally gifted youths within 3 days and presenting them to Henan. Observing their somewhat juvenile faces, a hint of concern flickered in Henan's eyes. His skepticism did not stem from a lack of faith in Chen Xueqing's discerning eye, but rather from his own doubts regarding the efficacy of cultivation. To enhance combat power in a short span, it would be more prudent to directly equip the mechanical beings with weaponry. Nonetheless, this endeavor could not be neglected. Without subsequent strength, any interruption in combat capability would be arduous to mend. Thus, these children represented humanity as future, while he himself merely safeguarded this world temporarily. Today, we shall embark on our first lesson, the natural breathing method. The essence of the natural breathing method can be simply articulated as merging oneself with nature, allowing one's body and mind to harmonize with the air, thereby absorbing the essence of the world through breath to elevate one's cultivation. Henan, drawing from the records of cultivation chronicles, subtly elucidated the intricacies of cultivation to the group. The children, endowed with intelligence and having been adequately prepared by their parents, displayed great diligence. Consequently, their learning progressed rapidly. By midday, they had grasped the fundamental concepts and precautions of the breathing technique. The afternoon was designated for practical application. No matter how proficient one became in theory, without the ability to cultivate spiritual energy, it would be futile. Chen Xueqing had previously constructed numerous training rooms specifically for teaching purposes, and they were now put to good use. Initially, Henan held modest expectations for the first day of class. However, he was taken aback by one particular child. In just half an afternoon, a dense aura of spiritual energy began to coalesce around him. Henan's eyes brightened. "What is your name?" The boy appeared somewhat shy, lowering his head and avoiding direct eye contact. "My name is Shangyu. And how old are you?" 12. Though Henan lacked experience in accepting disciples, he recognized a promising talent when he saw one. Yet, he had no recollection of this child. Failing to remember whether he had come from Star City or from Lee City, he casually inquired of Chen Xueqing, "Is he from Star City?" "No. He should be from Lee City." "Should be." Henan regarded him with suspicion, causing Chen Xueqing to feel a chill run down his spine. This child lacks any official documentation. I instinctively assumed he was from Lee City and sent him here. Well, investigate further. Understood. Chen Xueqing wiped the cold sweat from his brow. If a little spy had infiltrated, the repercussions would be significant. He did not hesitate and promptly sought out the former city lord of Lee City. The result nearly left him in shock. The child was not from Lee City either. Chen Xueqing, despite his audacity, would not dare conceal such a matter and immediately reported back to Henan. Initially, Henan merely sought to learn more about this child, for his talent was indeed remarkable. Little did they expect that this inquiry would uncover a significant issue. Chen Xueqing, with keen insight, brought Shan Yu over. When the head of the family asks you something, speak the truth, understood? Shan Yu bit his lower lip but nodded nonetheless. Henan, however, remained largely unfazed, calmly inquiring. "Pray tell, what is your name?" "Li Shangyu." The boy's voice was faint, nearly inaudible. Yet Henan caught it. "From the Li family?" "I am the illegitimate son of the former head of the Li family. After his demise, I was cast out. How did you manage to infiltrate our household?" "Your family is numerous. I thought I might blend into the crowd and try my luck. I never anticipated I would actually succeed." A chill ran through Chen Xueqing's heart, and he hastily took the blame. "This is my fault. I should have." Henan waved his hand to interrupt. "From this day forth, we shall establish detailed household records, and the access control must be re-registered. Such an incident must never occur again." "Yes, I will attend to it immediately." Chen Xueqing hurriedly gathered those who had not gone out, personally registering their information and re-entering the access control, sparing no effort. Chen Ming, concerned for his father, proactively offered assistance. Chen Xueqing repeatedly cautioned him to be meticulous, insisting that no errors could be tolerated. "Do you understand?" "I understand. Do not take this lightly. If another mistake occurs, your father's life may very well be at stake." Chen Ming instinctively wanted to say that he was friends with Henan and that he wouldn't tea, yet he swallowed his words. The Henan of now was no longer the same Henan who had once been his brotherly companion. He was now the brightest star in the sky, while Chen Ming felt like mere mud in a puddle. There was no comparison, absolutely none. Despite feeling disheartened, he diligently assisted his father. Preserving his father's life was essential for his own stable existence, a truth he always recognized. Henan scrutinized Li Shangyu for a while before dialing Li Jiaqing, instructing him to come and collect the boy. Li Jiaqing arrived promptly, adopting a notably humble demeanor. "Head of the He family, I truly had no idea this little rascal would come here. I shall certainly discipline him upon our return." Henan regarded him with a knowing glance. "This child possesses remarkable talent. I have taken a liking to him." Li Jiaqing was momentarily taken aback. Then his face broke into a broad smile. "This is indeed fortunate for him. Shangyu, come forth and bow to your master." Just as Li Shangyu intended to kneel, Henan stopped him. "I do not accept disciples lightly. If the head of the He family has conditions, I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. I have no interest in taking disciples. If he wishes to remain and cultivate, he must become a member of the He family." Li Jiaqing was once again stunned. For the head of the He family to take an interest in him was indeed a blessing. This child is without parents, lacking any presence in his own home. "If you do not mind, I can transfer guardianship to you." Henan's lips curled into a smirk, "Since I have taken a liking to him, I naturally do not mind. Let us proceed with the necessary paperwork." "Very well." Li Jiaqing had not anticipated matters would unfold so smoothly, and he felt a surge of joy within. The two escorted Li Shangyu to the service center, where they completed the household registration change. From that moment onward, Li Shangyu would drop his surname and be known simply as Shangyu. "Thank you for your kindness, head of the family." Shangyu solemnly bowed 3 times to Henan. Although Li Jiaqing made a concerted effort to restrain himself, he could not help but smile broadly. Henan cast a teasing glance at him, declaring that from this day forth, Shangyu would be a member of the He family, severing all ties with the Li family. She assured him that she would assist in alleviating the poison within him and would focus on his training, hoping that the Li family would forget his very existence. Li Jiaqing stood frozen in place, momentarily at a loss for words. He had just reveled in having driven a wedge into the He family, only to find that his pawn had now taken the surname He. To make matters worse, Henan had been fully aware of his intentions all along, watching him perform, only to see his efforts amount to naught. Li Jiaqing seethed with frustration. Yet even if he rallied the entire Li family, he knew he would not stand a chance against Henan. What could he do? Endure. Henan brought Shangyu back home, looking him in the eyes and stating emphatically, Shangyu, you have no connection to the Li family any longer. This is a fact you must remember. Here, regardless of the circumstances, betrayal is met with death. Shangyu shivered involuntarily and knelt down, pledging with his life, Master. I swear upon my head that I will never betray you. Henan reclined casually against the back of his chair, remarking, I am not one to place faith in oaths. I only regard the outcomes. Indeed, Shangyu was determined to perform admirably and remain loyal to his master. Henan slowly rose and approached Shangyu, placing a hand on his shoulder to activate a healing technique. Li Jiaqing is truly ruthless. To poison such a young child. It must have been excruciating when the poison took effect, was it not? Shangyu trembled uncontrollably. As if the echoes of past agony had flooded back, his complexion pale, yet he bit down hard on his lower lip. Moments later, Shangyu's eyes brightened. His once heavy and sluggish body suddenly felt light, as if a warm current flowed within him, a sensation of comfort previously unknown. He bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude to the master for the gift of his life, vowing unwavering loyalty. Henan waved him off, pondering whether this child, raised as a spy, would indeed be as loyal as he claimed. He merely smiled faintly. When Chen Xueqing encountered Shangyu again, he was taken aback. Unable to fathom what means the child had employed to secure his position with Henan. Yet, he refrained from indulging his curiosity by attempting to decipher Henan's thoughts. That was not his place. The news of a child from the Li family entering the He residence spread like wildfire through Shang City overnight, leaving the other family heads restless. No one believed that Henan would take in an outsider merely for the child's talent. There had to be something more at play. Chapter 133. Advancement without boundaries. The family heads gathered once more at the city lord's residence, all eyes fixated on the head of the Li family, bombarding him with inquiries. How did you manage to insert him there? They pressed. Henan actually left that child behind. How is that possible? The Li family head looked despondent. That child, Shangyu, now bears the He surname. The family heads exchanged bewildered glances. Did you merely fail to achieve your goal? Li Jiaqing's expression darkened further. Must you speak of it? No wonder I thought Henan wasn't he so foolish, knowing he was a little spy. Yet he still kept him. However, the child was, after all, of Li blood. Perhaps with a bit more effort, he could achieve something. I believe you are overthinking. Is Henan truly that easily deceived? This topic can no longer be discussed. The several masters have exhausted all their efforts yet failed to embed a single stake within Henan's estate. Li Jiaqing, however, managed to do so, only to be caught red-handed, and regrettably, he lost a child in the process. Shangyu possesses exceptional talent and is a promising candidate for cultivation. This matter is no longer a secret. Everyone feels a sense of loss for Li Jiaqing. Such an outstanding junior, nurtured to maturity, only to become someone else's. Who wouldn't feel heartache? Li Jiaqing himself feels little, as that child never truly aligned with him. Shangyu has always harbored suspicions that the demise of the previous master was linked to Li Jiaqing. Thus, Li Jiaqing resorted to poison to control him, wary of betrayal. Now that he has been sent away, it is for the best. There is no need to live in constant trepidation. After all, being of the Qian family's bloodline, it would be difficult to explain if he were to perish at Li Jiaqing's hands. Due to his background, Shangyu has been subjected to scrutiny and bullying by the Li family's direct descendants since he can remember, arriving at Henan's estate and cultivating alongside the other students. He often receives praise for his exceptional talent. For the first time in his life, he feels valued and acknowledged. Therefore, the notion of the Li family bloodline holds no significance for him. He pledges his loyalty to whoever treats him well. In truth, Li Jiaqing has pondered the words of the masters. Providing Shangyu with certain advantages and nurturing him within the He family could ensure his loyalty when the Li family requires it in the future. Yet, Li Jiaqing is acutely aware of the life Shangyu has endured within the Li household, one that is scarcely better than that of a servant. Moreover, his mother's death was orchestrated by the previous master. It is a miracle he does not harbor resentment towards the Li family. How could one expect him to serve them? At the very least, Li Jiaqing's unease regarding this person is evident. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to poison. Shaking his head, Li Jiaqing resolves to dismiss the matter, as if the child had never existed in the Li family. In recent days, Henan has also been observing Shangyu, curious about the outcome of raising a wolf cub. Indeed, he is not captivated by Shangyu's talent, but rather by the ferocity reflected in his eyes. Such a fierce gaze seems incongruous with his tender age of 12. One can only wonder how the Lee family has mistreated him to shape him thus. Nevertheless, the mere fact of being controlled by his own uncle through poison is sufficient to breed resentment. Heenan empathizes. Were he to find himself in such a predicament, he would seek to bring the entire Lee family down with him. Thus, he understands Shang Yu's temperament. Yet, Shang Yu remains oblivious to Heenan's thoughts, lost in the reverie of being a gifted youth. Wu Miao expresses concern, noting that this young man appears formidable. Do you truly intend to keep him? Indeed. His household registration has already been altered. Are you not worried he harbors ulterior motives? After all, he bears the surname Lee. If he had ulterior motives, I would not desire him at all. However, he does not carry the surname Lee. What do you mean? His mother was murdered by his father, and he has been controlled by his uncle through poison. Do you think he wishes to bear the surname Lee? How can you be so certain he would prefer the surname He? Because apart from me, no one has regarded him as a human being. Wu Miao fell silent. This reasoning may indeed inspire a sense of belonging within the young man. Heenan was not the least bit concerned. With so many individuals under his command, it was naive to expect unwavering loyalty from each one. He placed no lofty expectations on anyone. Without hope, there could be no disappointment. He merely provided suitable individuals with opportunities, leaving their choices to determine their fate. Recently, Heenan had no intention of venturing out to sea. He was focused on mentoring his juniors while refining his own abilities. However, the city lord brought troubling news. The spirit stone mine had been exhausted, and the harbingers had followed them back, now circling ominously above Shang City. The city lord was drenched in cold sweat, fearing that Shang City might swiftly meet the same fate as Might Along. Finally, the moment had arrived. Heenan sighed in resignation and decided to take a look. As he stepped outside, the once hovering harbingers dove down in droves, their sheer numbers astonishing. They descended in a dense mass, obscuring the sky and casting shadows over the land. Heenan dared not delay and immediately commanded the mechanical warriors to engage. At the same time, he readied his golden bow to confront them. Although arrows infused with spiritual energy could wound the harbingers, they struggled to deliver a fatal blow. City Lord, concentrate all mechanical warriors for battle. The City Lord did not hesitate and swiftly signaled the call to arms. Mechanical warriors from all corners of Shang City abandoned their tasks and ascended to the skies for combat. Heenan noticed that the harbingers had evolved. Not only were their fangs longer and sharper, but their bodies had also doubled in size. The mechanical warriors that once easily dispatched them now found the task arduous. Form teams and avoid isolation. Heenan's voice, though not loud, resonated with every commander present. While they were taken aback, they instinctively obeyed his orders, beginning to group into teams of 10 to tackle each harbinger collectively. This strategy quickly bore fruit, as several harbingers were swiftly brought down. The morale surged, igniting a fierce spirit among the defenders, creating an undeniable momentum in Shang City. This phenomenon was difficult to articulate, akin to a collective resolve to fight. As if every individual's determination coalesced into a tangible force, ultimately shaping the tide of battle. It instantaneously unleashed everyone's potential, significantly enhancing their overall combat strength. Heenan had recently discovered that his body could absorb this momentum. Once absorbed, it synergized with the power of the stars, coursing through his meridians and expanding them considerably. With the surge of momentum, Heenan distinctly felt himself break through to the mid-stage of the seventh realm. At that moment, he conjured arrows once more, and 12 arrows of spiritual energy detonated upon striking the harbinger, shattering its form into fragments. Success. Heenan, unable to revel in his triumph, promptly shaped new arrows, aimed, and fired again, causing yet another harbinger to explode. It did not take long for everyone to recognize Heenan's formidable prowess. Admiration mingled with a deep-seated wariness in their eyes. The Heenan of now was no longer the mechanical craftsman they could manipulate at will. He had ascended to a pinnacle of combat, where even the combined might of all the family heads could not hope to match him. Chapter 134. Friction and Truth. Heenan was not only capable of absorbing the battle momentum but could also siphon energy from the harbingers, albeit in limited amounts. Nevertheless, every little bit counted, and Heenan was determined not to squander the opportunity for enhancement. Standing at the threshold of his home, he relentlessly drew his bow and released arrows, each shot finding its mark, claiming the life of an owl with every pull. Simultaneously, Heenan felt an increasing surge of spiritual energy coursing through his body, as if every fiber of his being was clamoring to absorb more. This was far more effective than the meditative practices he had previously engaged in. Regrettably, despite their ferocity, the owls were ultimately limited in number, and the relentless assault by the people of Shang City soon resulted in significant casualties among them. The remaining owls, sensing the tide had turned, scattered in retreat. The city lord did not command a pursuit, wary of potential traps that these creatures might lay. He was cautious in his approach. "Thank you all for your hard work. We have once again defended our homeland. Victory is ours." The city lord's rallying cry resonated through the ranks, eliciting immediate responses from the gathered crowd. Henan could not help but smirk subtly. Indeed, the city lord possessed a modicum of skill. However, he did not dwell on this triumph. The enemies of humanity were no longer confined to the mutated marine creatures. A new adversary, the owls, had emerged. More savage than the mutated sea life, their path could be aptly described as one where not a blade of grass could survive. Had Henan not discovered a means to combat the owls within the secret realm, the fall of the city would have been merely a matter of time. Of course, beyond these alien threats, there were also conflicts among their own kind. The sudden appearance of several sixth-tier martial artists served as a stark reminder. Had Henan not intervened in a timely manner, Shang City would have changed hands. This indicated that, apart from their own discovery of the secrets of human cultivation, other survivors had likewise made similar revelations. Moreover, there was no guarantee that there were no more powerful beings lurking outside, heightening his sense of urgency. Henan dared not succumb to complacency. He urged his kin to double their efforts while also increasing his own training regimen. Yet, the owls, undeterred by their recent defeat, grew bolder, launching waves of attacks intermittently. Their ability to soar high and move swiftly rendered them formidable foes, unless they were concentrated in a group to be overwhelmed. They were challenging to defeat. Additionally, they exhibited cunning, striking swiftly before retreating, never lingering to engage in battle. Shang City entered a state of heightened preparedness. The number of patrols increased, and daily outings to sea were restricted in both time and personnel, fearing that should the owls attack, there would not be enough defenders at home. Despite these arrangements, the people of Shang City could only await passively, beleaguered by their efforts. Head of the He family, this cannot continue. We shall eventually be worn down, the city lord lamented, seeking counsel from Henan. In truth, Henan had not been idle during these days. He too had been devising strategies and had made progress. Their most pressing issue was their lack of speed compared to the owls, which allowed these creatures to maneuver at will. How could they enhance their speed? The commander's mobility was limited. Henan produced a palm-sized module, intending to affix it to the energy cannon, effectively doubling its offensive capability. Furthermore, by doubling the number of energy cannons stationed for defense, they could adequately contend with the attacking owls. But what of the mechanized warriors deployed outside? Though they operate in squads, facing simultaneous assaults from both owls and mutated marine creatures would surely spell disaster for them. Henan retrieved a slightly smaller module, designed to enhance the speed of the mechanized warriors. The city lord, elated, cradled the two modules as he prepared to test them. Though an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart, Henan has devised a strategy to counter the external threats, yet chooses to remain silent, waiting for others to seek his assistance. As the city lord, does he not have any pride? However, this is not the moment to sever ties. Shang still relies on Henan. The city lord can only suppress his anger through deep breaths before proceeding to test the module. Henan remains oblivious to the city lord's displeasure regarding pride. Even if he were aware, it would not weigh on his mind. His strength speaks volumes. And unless one is willing to confront him directly, others must endure. He no longer feels the need to appease anyone. Nor will he stifle himself for the sake of preserving others' dignity. Qin Shiueqing observes the city lord's expression keenly, and after some contemplation, he cautiously remarks, "The city lord seems rather displeased." Henan nonchalantly scoffs. "Did you not see how joyfully he smiled? How could he possibly be unhappy?" Qin Shiueqing deliberates further before tentatively suggesting, "After all, he is the city lord and positions himself above others. Since you have found a solution, it would have been prudent to contact him immediately rather than wait for him to come to you. This may give him the impression that you are attempting to assert dominance." Henan glances at the somewhat anxious Qin Shiueqing and responds, "Do you believe I should curry favor with him? Not necessarily to flatter him, but he is the lord of the city. We must continue to reside in Shanqing. It would be wise to leave some room for mutual respect." Henan merely chuckles softly. "You people are filled with so many convoluted thoughts. I lack the inclination to engage in such matters. If we can coexist, we shall. If not, we can part ways." Realizing he cannot sway Henan's perspective, Qin Shiueqing falls silent. Henan watches his retreating figure, his gaze growing colder. After all, Chen Shueqing is someone he brought from Xingqing, and his management skills are exceptional. Should he choose to remain loyal, Henan would ensure he is not left wanting. Yet, if he seeks a path of safety for himself, he cannot be retained. Wu Miao suddenly interjects, "Do you think he might seek refuge with the city lord?" Henan, taken aback, replies, "Who can say? He is indeed talented. But he would not wish to remain subordinate for long. His choice of partners likely depends on whose influence is more formidable. Everyone considers their future. If he feels more secure with the city lord, so be it. Why are you so concerned? If he takes everyone from Xingqing and merges with the city lord's military, it would pose difficulties for us in opposing them. That depends on how we oppose them. In mutual sparring, we may not prevail. But if it comes to a life-and-death struggle, they are doomed." Seeing Henan's confidence, Wu Miao's anxious heart is finally at ease. "As long as you are assured, I feel better. Rest easy. For the time being, no one can harm us. There is no need for worry." "Indeed, I trust you." Henan affectionately ruffles her hair. "It's getting late. You should sleep. You should also retire early. Staying up late is detrimental to your health. Inspiration strikes me at night. Do not mind me. You sleep." Wu Miao pouts, "All right then." Henan kisses her forehead and returns to the laboratory, fully aware that no matter his efforts, the city lord will never consider him an ally. They are fundamentally from different worlds, unable to stand on the same battlefield. The current collaboration is predicated upon the overwhelming crises faced by humanity, necessitating the temporary suspension of personal interests. Once the situation stabilizes, the Lord will inevitably seek to challenge him. As for Chen Shueqing, time will reveal more. In Chapter 135, A Complete Family, Chen Shueqing expressed some regret after conversing with Henan. One cannot blame him for overthinking. If he were in Henan's position, he would certainly harbor suspicions regarding Chen's loyalty. But does he truly possess such inclinations? This question momentarily stumped him. Initially, his interaction with Henan arose from the latter's act of saving Chen Ming. The ability to restore the power source was extraordinarily formidable, prompting Chen Shueqing to consider enlisting Henan for his own purposes. However, before he could act, Henan ascended to a height that Chen could only admire from afar. Consequently, his perspective shifted. He contemplated fostering a good relationship with Henan, hoping that should significant matters arise in the future, Henan might extend a helping hand. Indeed, when faced with the onslaught of beast tides in Star City, Henan led them to Shang City. Aside from losing his position as Lord, Chen's life had significantly improved. One would think he should be content, yet human nature is inherently greedy. With his basic needs met, he yearned for more, such as power. Ironically, Henan is a person who neither competes nor covets. He possesses no interest in authority. Chen Shueqing, observing this, felt a sense of urgency and attempted several indirect reminders. Yet Henan either did not comprehend or feigned ignorance, responding not once. This led Chen to doubt whether he could secure their future or if he might one day be subsumed by the 10 great families. Being proactive is an essential trait for a family head, yet he saw no such foresight in Henan, especially when several warriors sought to usurp the lordship. And everyone was at a loss. Henan stepped forward to avert disaster. Were it him, he would have seized the opportunity to ascend and claim the governance of Shang City. Yet, Henan did nothing. Such a prime opportunity squandered would likely make future ascension exceedingly difficult. Nonetheless, Chen Shueqing remained clear-headed, keenly aware of the current circumstances. If even the Lord dared not provoke Henan overly, he certainly would not. The best choice for now was to bide his time, awaiting the perfect moment to strike decisively. Until he possessed absolute certainty, he did not intend to engage in any perilous endeavors. Noticing Chen's apparent preoccupation, Chen Ming approached and inquired, "Dad, what troubles you?" Chen Shueqing smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "Well done, you've grown up, caring for your old man." Chen Ming pouted. "You always see me as a child. I'm not inferior, you know. That depends on whom you compare yourself to. Among your peers, aside from Henan, I would say you are quite exceptional. Alas, in your era, the emergence of someone like Henan, who knows whether it's a blessing or a curse for you. That depends on your perspective." "Oh, pray tell." "If you harbor jealousy towards the talented and wish for Henan's downfall, then it is undoubtedly a misfortune. For Henan will eventually settle the score with you. Conversely, if your aim is merely to lead a good life, you can regard Henan as a benchmark to surpass, which would make it a positive situation." "Ha ha ha, splendid. You possess remarkable clarity, far surpassing your father. How could I compare? I simply do not place the same weight on certain matters as you do." After a prolonged silence, Chen Shueqing finally rose to retire for the night. His son had matured, developing his own perspectives. Although Qin Shueqing did not concur with his views, it was undeniable that, at least for the present, his ideas were the safest. Henan was acutely aware that in the apocalypse, the true terror did not stem from mutated aquatic creatures or monstrous beasts, but rather from the human heart. He had no intention of testing Qin Shueqing, for he believed no one could withstand such scrutiny. The most prudent course of action at this moment was to maintain a facade of harmony. As long as the mask of civility remained intact, they could continue to collaborate amicably, despite his formidable combat prowess and the numerous allies by his side. He lacked the deep-rooted heritage that rendered him incomparable to the 10 great families. Absent the lineage of blood, those who aligned themselves with him merely regarded him as a refuge, not as a home. The sense of familial honor and the spirit of self-sacrifice for the sake of that honor were qualities they lacked and could not cultivate. This was also a driving force behind his urgent desire for children. Although raising a child required time, they would be his own flesh and blood, capable of inheriting the world he had fought to establish. Henan had never considered the possibility of having a troublesome child. Though he was uncertain about how to educate a child, he was confident that his offspring would possess a righteous worldview and strive for self-improvement. If Wu Miao were to hear his thoughts, she would likely awaken laughing in her dreams. Before long, the time for Wu Miao's delivery arrived. They had neither hired a midwife nor undergone any prenatal checkups. With Henan's healing abilities, he was certain that both mother and child would emerge safe and sound. When Wu Miao began to experience labor pains, Henan carried her into the pre-prepared delivery room, his face betraying no hint of anxiety. To distract herself, Wu Miao engaged him in conversation. You helping me deliver the baby won't leave you with psychological scars, will it? I've heard that some men can't even stand up when their wives give birth to the second child. Are you asking for a beating? Henan shot her a sidelong glance, astonished that she would dare question him. Just wait until you're well. I'll teach you a lesson. Hey, I was just joking. You're so mighty and formidable, sweeping through legions and unyielding. If you can't articulate idioms correctly, refrain from using them. Wu Miao struggled to force a smile. But the pain was overwhelming, rendering her incapable. Ultimately, she could not suppress a cry of anguish. Henan calmly held her hand, his other hand resting on her abdomen as he activated his healing technique. Instantly, Wu Miao felt a significant reduction in her pain. Ah! Having a husband who can heal is truly wonderful. Giving birth is far less troublesome than for others. Well, you only need to give a red envelope to the midwife then. Ha ha ha. Are you really that concerned about a trivial sum? My money is all for the child. It must not be squandered. Henan spoke with exaggerated seriousness, eliciting giggles from Wu Miao, and the pain in her abdomen seemed to lessen. With the assistance of his healing abilities, the child was delivered smoothly. Ah, it's a little rascal, Henan declared as he cut the umbilical cord, reporting the outcome to Wu Miao. A son is fine. He can inherit his father's legacy. I still prefer daughters. They can wear beautiful dresses and have their hair styled into little braids. How delightful. Are you wishing for a little sweetheart? It is said that a daughter is the lover of her father from a past life. Do you believe this? Even if it were true, it pertains to a bygone era, having no relevance to this life. Henan swiftly cleaned his son and wrapped him snugly in a small blanket. Suddenly, a wail erupted from Wu Miao, startling Henan. Oh, he was momentarily taken aback. Could there be another one? It was not until the other child began to cry that Henan comprehended he had been blessed with twins. Hastily, he scooped up the other child. How curious. A little sweetheart indeed. But no, this one is a daughter. Well, I suppose I have fulfilled my duty, blessed with both a son and a daughter. After Wu Miao spoke, she fell into a deep slumber. Henan gazed at her pale face, feeling a softening within him, touched by the sight. Chapter 136. Education begins with the young. Henan's fortune in acquiring a pair of dragon and phoenix twins spread swiftly. Each clan leader arrived bearing lavish gifts to extend their congratulations. The head of the He family was indeed fortunate to have both a son and a daughter at once. Since the onset of the apocalypse, it has been exceedingly difficult for women to conceive. The He family head must be favored by the heavens. Sweet words flowed freely, as if they cost nothing. Henan responded cheerfully. Who does not appreciate auspicious words? He too relished them. Everyone must come to celebrate the full moon feast. Naturally, I shall attend to share in the joyous occasion. The household has become far more lively with the addition of 2 little bundles of joy, though it is more akin to a chaotic scene. With a household full of youth, none possess the experience to care for infants. Thankfully, Henan's resources abound. Diapers and clothing are plentiful. Otherwise, the 2 children would spend their days unclothed. One moment they would soil themselves, the next they would urinate. And then there would be spitting up. It seemed as though they were intent on tormenting everyone, never allowing a moment of peace. When Chen Shueching visited to see the children, she happened upon Henan clumsily attempting to change a diaper, the little one crying as if suffering a great injustice. You should find 2 individuals experienced in childcare to assist. It appears neither of you possesses much experience. Chen Shueching's suggestion was timely, and Henan eagerly agreed. Yes. Please help me find 2. The wages are not an issue. That very afternoon, Chen Shueching brought 2 middle-aged women, around 30 years of age. They had become separated from their families during the tsunami and were taken in by the former lord of Li City. Otherwise, they might have perished from starvation or fallen prey to mutated marine creatures. They cherished their current peaceful existence, diligently toiling in the fields each day. Upon hearing that they were to help Henan with the children, the 2 women felt both joy and apprehension. After all, they seldom had the opportunity to speak with someone of such stature. To them, Henan was a figure who seemed to dwell among the clouds. They could only crawl on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Master, this is Sister Ahua, and this is Sister Wang. They have both cared for children before and possess experience. Henan visibly relaxed. Then I must trouble you. Not at all, not at all. The 2 women hurriedly waved their hands. It is our fortune to serve the Master. In Henan's heart, he believed in the equality of all individuals. Yet since the apocalypse, a natural hierarchy had emerged among humanity. People instinctively took their places within their respective tiers, refraining from overstepping their bounds. Even if Henan currently professes to regard them as family, these 2 individuals remain skeptical and simply let it be. The 2 children, once cradled by their aunts, ceased their crying, their little mouths bubbling with delight. Henan felt a twinge of annoyance, exclaiming, "You 2 ungrateful little ones. I am your biological father." Anahua, with a smile, observed the children and suggested, "Perhaps your embrace is not quite right. If they feel uncomfortable, they will cry. Is there a specific way to hold a child?" Henan, in his ignorance, inquired with a humble demeanor that left the 2 aunts momentarily taken aback. I must say, Henan is a person of remarkable talent. With just a little guidance, he swiftly mastered the technique. Watching a son and daughter bubble away in his arms, his heart melted. The act of procreation is indeed more than mere lineage. The arrival of children elevates one's happiness to unprecedented heights. Since the birth of these 2 little ones, Henan's smile has been ever present, showcasing his gleaming white teeth and sharing joy with everyone he encounters. A sight that is almost too delightful to behold. Henan, it is time to name the children, Wu Miao remarked, feeling reassured by his equal affection for both kids. Henan feigned deep contemplation before declaring, "The daughter's name shall be Tsue Hua, and the son shall be called Guden." "Oh, come on. Are you incapable of naming them properly?" Wu Miao retorted in frustration. Yet Henan erupted into laughter. "You must be teasing me. I have names in mind. My son shall be He Ziyu, and my daughter He Zihan. What do you think?" Wu Miao shot him a playful glare. "Now that is more like it." "Ah, your mother has approved. Our little treasures have names now." No one anticipated Henan would exhibit such dedication to the children. Although he had enlisted the help of 2 aunts, he personally attended to most matters. The aunts, therefore, focused on caring for Wu Miao, and after a month of convalescence, she had gained a considerable amount of weight. Goodness! How can I go out looking like this? Look at my waist. It resembles a barrel. Wu Miao gasped at her reflection, wearing a look of despair. "Who do you wish to impress?" Henan teased, to which Wu Miao quickly responded with a smile. "Who else could I be worried about but you?" Leaning closer, Henan whispered in her ear, "I prefer a bit of softness. It's comforting to hold." "Oh, please." Wu Miao's cheeks flushed crimson as she turned to look at the children. The celebration for the children's first month was grand, surpassing even their wedding banquet. Every head of household brought their children under 5, nearly suggesting a desire for matrimonial alliances. Although Henan recognized their intentions, he chose to ignore them. His children had just reached their first month. Marriage and procreation were still over 2 decades away. Who could predict what the world would look like then? What value could a childhood engagement hold? However, the heads of households clearly saw things differently, believing that any connection to the He family would yield immediate benefits. At the banquet, they exchanged toasts, reiterating every compliment they had ever known. Ultimately, it was Li Jiaqing who lost his patience and stood up first. He family head. "We wish to establish a long-lasting relationship in Shanqing. If our families unite, we can support each other and grow together. What could be better? And how do you propose to make this legal? Do you intend to step down as the family head and join the He family?" Ha ha ha. Henan feigned ignorance, eliciting hearty laughter from everyone. Li Jiaqing's expression turned awkward, yet he remained unfazed. The genes of the Li family are commendable. and our children possess remarkable talents. They are worthy of marrying into esteemed families. Let us become in-laws. For the sake of our children, we must support each other. Mustn't we? Henan, still smiling, replied that his precious child had only just turned 1 month old, and it was too early to discuss such matters. Moreover, he had not consulted with Meow Meow. The choice of marriage should ultimately rest with them. We can assist them in selecting partners, but their lives are theirs to live. Li Jiaqing, undeterred by the rejection, awkwardly chuckled and returned to his seat. Everyone discerned that a direct proposal was futile. Thus, they turned their attention to selecting children. Those with both appearance and intellect would be prioritized for special cultivation. They were resolute, with the collective strength of their clans. Surely they could nurture a romantic prodigy. Each family had harbored similar thoughts, unaware of how many romantic prodigies might emerge in Shanxing 20 years hence. Henan took this matter to heart. As soon as the banquet concluded, he hurried to speak to the children. You too must remember, avoid entanglements with unsuitable suitors. Never let yourselves become infatuated, and absolutely do not become sycophants. Do you understand? Observing Henan earnestly lecturing by the cradle, Ao laughed until her stomach hurt. Aren't you being a bit too hasty? Can they even comprehend what you're saying? Although they might not understand now, such ideas would subtly influence them, and surely, as they grew older, they would recall his words. Miao did not wish to dampen his spirits, and besides, she agreed with Henan's sentiments. Why should their cherished children be subservient to others? Her children deserved the very best. As soon as the He family's month celebration concluded, Shanxing welcomed a throng of merchants, over 100 in total. They arrived in transport aircraft, laden with goods to sell. Some even offered to deliver goods directly, which the city lord could not refuse, permitting them entry to the city for trading in the central square. They presented a substantial quantity of sea beast carcasses, forming a small mountain in the square. The crowd grew larger, inquiring, how much for the meat? I'd like to buy a few pounds. The previously amiable faces of the merchants suddenly turned stern. Only the victors are entitled to eat the meat. What does that mean? Are they seeking a fight? We will set up a ring here. If any of our brothers win, they may take a fish. And if they lose? The loser must kneel and shout 3 times, I am worthless. The surrounding crowd bristled with anger, sensing that these individuals were not here to conduct business, but rather to stir trouble. Immediately, someone rushed to inform the city lord. Upon hearing that a ring was to be set up, the city lord's expression darkened. Does Shanxing appear so easily bullied? This endless cycle of challenges seems unrelenting. Everyone wants a piece of the pie. Though he grumbled, he dared not approach the central square directly, opting instead to visit the He family. Who knows what these people are truly after? If they proved too formidable, it would be quite the embarrassment. Thus, seeking Henan's assistance seemed prudent. He family head, we must rely on your prowess. This concerns the dignity of Shanxing and cannot be taken lightly. Henan was undoubtedly aware of their intentions. Did they fear losing face while disregarding his own? While Henan did not perceive himself as one destined for defeat, he also refused to be used as a pawn. You may commence, but should you find yourselves overwhelmed, only then shall I intervene. A potential defeat would necessitate an admission of inadequacy, and who would dare step forth without certainty? In Shang City, the rules of the arena must align with our own. It was unacceptable for them to dictate terms at whim. The city lord found himself momentarily silenced, recognizing the validity in Henan's words. The psychological scars left by previous encounters with formidable warriors lingered. Upon seeing an arena set up, he instinctively perceived their prowess as intimidating. This sentiment was not unique to him. Most inhabitants of Shang City shared similar apprehensions. Yet again, an uproar loomed, and one could only hope the city lord could summon the head of the He family. Indeed, with the head of the He family present, their arrogance would not endure for long. A hushed murmur arose among the crowd as they noticed the city lord approaching alone, eliciting surprise. Where was the head of the He family? Without his presence, how could they proceed? Dread settled in. Shang City was in peril. Listening to the murmurs, the city lord felt a pang of humiliation. The adulation for Henan had reached a fervent, blind devotion, reminiscent of mindless fans of idols from a bygone era. In their eyes, Henan was akin to a deity, omnipotent. The city lord wished to avert such an outcome. If the entire city became devoted followers of Henan, what role would he, the city lord, play? Clearing his throat, he addressed the crowd. Do you seek to conduct business in Shang City, or establish an arena? The group cast disdainful glances at the city lord, coldly responding, an arena. Since you wish to set up an arena on our territory, you must adhere to our regulations. What regulations? Their expressions darkened. Suppressing his fear, the city lord continued, "If you wish to wager fish, we shall wager fish as well. Both sides shall present an equal amount. The side that ultimately catches more fish shall be deemed the victor." These individuals were not here to quarrel over mere fish. Their aim was to humiliate the locals, instilling a sense of inferiority and compelling them to relinquish their stronghold. What nonsensical rules are these? We refuse to comply. Wagering fish is unnecessary. The losing side shall kneel and proclaim, "I am worthless." Only then is it fair and just. The city lord maintained an air of calmness, though internally he was in turmoil. Fairness? Do you even have the right to demand such? Today, I shall dispatch you all with ease. No sooner had he spoken than a fist flew toward the city lord's face. He was taken aback by the sudden aggression. Although he managed to evade the blow, his escape was far from graceful. In an effort to reclaim his dignity, he bellowed, "You audacious brigands! Do you truly believe there is no one in Shang City to stand against you? If you have the courage, come forth and fight. Spare me your incessant prattle." His face flushed with rage. However, his adversaries paid him no heed, showing him no respect as the city lord. Yet, from that singular punch, he understood that should a true conflict arise, he would undoubtedly be outmatched. Consequently, he signaled to a companion, who dashed off to find Yinan. "Head of the He family, we require your assistance. Those individuals strike at the slightest provocation. Even the city lord is under attack." The messenger was a lively spirit, and given the circumstances, Yinan could no longer refuse. Though a sense of displeasure lingered in his heart, he followed the messenger to the central square. However, the sight that greeted him caused his lips to twitch uncontrollably. A large number of people lay sprawled on the ground, including the city lord. While their lives were not in danger, the embarrassment was palpable. It seemed they had come seeking trouble. Despite the irritation brewing within him, a smile remained affixed to Yinan's lips. "What's wrong with seeking trouble? If you have the ability, come and fight me. If not, then leave quickly and do not hinder my way." "Then let us fight," Yinan declared, spreading his hands to reveal a golden bow that glimmered in the light. The sight of the radiant bow left several onlookers gaping in astonishment. "If you lose, you won't even need to call yourselves useless. Just leave this bow behind." "You must first defeat me to claim that," Yinan replied, his tone calm and devoid of emotion. "Well then, let us see how long you can keep that bravado." One of the challengers retorted. No sooner had the words left his mouth than several individuals lunged at Yinan. He was momentarily taken aback, thinking, "How uncivilized. Let us do this." The opponents brandished an array of weapons and charged forward. Yinan shook his head in resignation, thinking, "You brought this upon yourselves. I cannot be blamed." With that, he conjured a dozen arrows and shot them forth with lightning speed. The assailants had no time to react before being struck by the arrows, flung away with great force. The rapidity of the arrows rendered dodging impossible, making it appear as though they had collided with an invisible barrier. "Is that all?" Yinan scoffed, stowing away his bow with a disdainful spit. "You have 5 minutes to vacate the city of Shang. If I see you again, our conversation will not be so amicable." These individuals had already swept through several cities, their arrogance evident. They had not anticipated encountering such formidable resistance. With no inclination to continue their bravado, they hastily scrambled to their feet and fled. Their bodies felt drained, their legs weak, and it took them a considerable time to reach the city gates. Chapter 138. A tree stands out in the forest. It shall be struck by the wind. The subordinates who had yet to engage in battle, witnessing their leader's retreat, were disinclined to pursue death. They scurried along the walls, tails between their legs. Yinan did not pursue them further. Glancing at the pile of fish on the square, he beckoned, "Everyone, please help yourselves." "Thank you, head of the He family. You are truly a kind-hearted person," they expressed gratefully. Yinan paid no mind to their accolades, hands clasped behind his back as he strolled home leisurely. Those who had gathered to watch the commotion each received a fish, returning home with joy to enhance their meals. The fish were substantial in size, sufficient to feed a family of 3 for an entire day. The city lord, observing how effortlessly Yinan had dealt with the troublemakers, felt a tumult of emotions. The brilliance of Yinan could not be concealed, yet he found himself incapable of ingratiating himself with him. Unbeknownst to the city lord, Yinan was wholly indifferent to his machinations. Even if he were aware, it would not occupy his thoughts. His mind was solely focused on his wife and children, with everything else relegated to the background. It was merely a month after entering the He family to cultivate that Shangyu surprised him by successfully breaking through to a new realm and becoming a true martial artist. Out of 100 children, only he had achieved this remarkable feat, standing out as a rare gem. This situation incited widespread resentment among the students, particularly when Henan singled him out with a specific text on breathing techniques for solitary practice. He also promised that upon his breakthrough to the fifth realm, he would personally assist him in selecting martial skills. While others yearned for such opportunities, he acquired them with remarkable ease. After all, they were merely children. Their envy evident upon their faces, and they openly ostracized him. It was not that they wished to engage in bullying. Rather, they felt powerless to do so. The chasm between martial artists and ordinary individuals was akin to that between heaven and earth, a divide that numbers alone could not bridge. Consequently, this group of children ceased to acknowledge Shang Yu, exchanging barbs whenever they encountered him. Shang Yu possessed a keen awareness of his status as an outsider. Having long prepared himself for rejection, his sole focus now was to strengthen himself to a point where others would dare not envy him. He regarded Henan as his benchmark, repeatedly affirming to himself during his daily training, "I aspire to become a person like the head of the He family." News of Shang Yu's breakthrough to the first realm spread like wildfire, leaving Li Jiaqing filled with regret. Had he retained Shang Yu within the Li family and nurtured his potential, he could have secured a promising future for the clan. Alas, regret is a remedy that is all too scarce in this world. Nevertheless, Li Jiaqing remained undeterred, regardless of Shang Yu's current surname. The blood of the Li family coursed through his veins, an immutable fact. Thus, seizing the opportunity while Shang Yu was out, he intercepted him. "Shang Yu, are you still comfortable residing with the He family?" Li Jiaqing wore a smile that sent shivers down Shang Yu's spine. "Does the head of the Li family seek me for something?" Shang Yu's aloofness unsettled Li Jiaqing, who struggled to suppress the urge to slap him, and continued with a feigned cordiality, "I am your uncle. Is it unacceptable for me to seek you out without cause? I am now a member of the He family, and I have no uncle by the name of Li. I implore you to maintain decorum, head of the Li family." Despite Li Jiaqing's typically placid demeanor, he could not mask his ire at being repeatedly defied by a junior. Moreover, he was not known for his patience. "Do you truly believe that Henan will cultivate you or regard you as one of his own? You bear the blood of the Li family, and as long as the Li family endures, Henan will never accord you significant trust." Shang Yu chose not to respond, asking instead, "Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave." Without waiting for Li Jiaqing's reply, he turned on his heel and departed. Li Jiaqing, infuriated, stomped his foot in frustration, muttering curses under his breath. "I should have crushed you when I had the chance." Hearing the insults from behind him, Shang Yu did not glance back, but merely offered a derisive smile. "It's never too late. Feel free to try." "Try? What nonsense." Li Jiaqing was furious, but not foolish. To act against Shang Yu now would be tantamount to slapping Henan's face. Attempting to retaliate would surely lead to his demise. However, he could still scheme covertly. He would not allow a traitor of the Li family to become Henan's right-hand man. Over the years, Shang Yu had come to understand Li Jiaqing quite well. With no desire to linger, he promptly returned to meet Henan. If there was anyone capable of safeguarding his life at this moment, it was Henan. Ever since he had been labeled a genius, he had recognized that many coveted his life. Li Jiaqing was far from the only one. Simultaneously, he had come to grasp a fundamental truth: the world is not devoid of prodigies. True skill lies in surviving until the end. A genius who fails to flourish will inevitably be washed away by the river of time, fading into obscurity. During his years living with the Li family, Shang Yu had long mastered the art of navigating advantage and avoiding harm, keenly observing the nuances of human behavior. He understood how to make choices that would lead to a more comfortable existence and how to act in ways that would preserve his life. Thus, he promptly sought out Henan, reporting Li Jiaqing's words faithfully. It was far better for him to convey these sentiments directly than for Henan to hear them from another's lips. He was acutely aware that once the seeds of doubt were sown in one's heart, it became nearly impossible to reverse their effects. Henan, naturally, recognized Shang Yu's cautious intentions, but did not express any disapproval. The ability to assess situations judiciously is, in itself, a form of skill. However, he revealed no emotion, merely responding in a calm manner that he understood. Confused, Shang Yu exited Henan's study, uncertain if his actions had indeed pleased him. Nevertheless, he could discern no trace of disdain in Henan's expression, which he hoped could be regarded as a positive sign. Anxiously, Shang Yu returned to the training room, where he now resided almost daily, sparing no moment for idleness. Henan's decision to mentor his protege privately, rather than sending suitable children to the Shangqing High Martial Academy, had drawn considerable criticism from the other family heads. Had they not initially agreed to cultivate their skills collectively? What was Henan's intention now? Did he aspire to stand alone in excellence? Surely, he possessed superior techniques hidden away for his kin, while those available at the High Martial Academy were merely subpar. Human nature is inherently self-serving. To expect him to act selflessly is naive. The city lord, too, felt discontent. Yet he had yet to conceive a flawless solution. What do you wish to express? We believe that if the He family possesses superior techniques, they ought to be shared. After all, we are in the twilight of the world. Solidarity is essential to withstand external threats and ensure survival. Do you have evidence? Is not Shangyu himself evidence enough? He was virtually unknown while with the Li family, yet transformed into a prodigious youth upon joining the He family. If there were no ulterior motives, I would not believe it even under duress. The city lord glanced at Li Jiaqing. What is your perspective? He inquired. Alas, what can I say? That child, Shangyu, is my brother's flesh and blood. I cannot fathom what enchantment he has fallen under. Abandoning his family to adopt the He surname. Is this not a betrayal of his roots? Yet, the Li family, being of little influence, dared not confront the He family, choosing instead to swallow their grievances in silence. The city lord's eyes narrowed. The depth of our culture is profound, and the interpretation of this situation is subject to perspective. Chapter 139. The challenge. Li Jiaqing's remarks swiftly circulated, sparking discussions about the means by which Henan had allegedly lured away the Li family's genius. The public scrutiny of Shangyu intensified, casting him as ungrateful and disloyal, with every unsavory epithet hurled his way. A person, no matter how gifted, will incur the wrath of the masses if their character falters. Shangyu was not oblivious to the rumors circulating outside. Henceforth, he withdrew from public life, dedicating himself relentlessly to his training. He had no alternative but to strengthen himself as swiftly as possible. Initially, it was believed that no one could challenge him any longer. Yet the winds of adversity continued to blow. The fellow disciples who practiced alongside him eventually uncovered his blemishes and collectively approached Henan. Family head. Shangyu's moral character is deficient. He is unworthy to be a member of the He family. We implore you to expel him from the clan. A person who can betray his own ancestors is incapable of loyalty. Before he inflicts irreparable damage upon the He family, we beseech you to act decisively and eliminate future troubles. The family head, this young man is a wolf in sheep's clothing. He must not be allowed to remain. They insisted. Henan cast a cold glance over their faces, tempted to inquire who among them truly possessed a tarnished character and hidden ambitions. However, as the head of the family, he could not allow himself to be manipulated by this group of youngsters. Are you instructing me on how to govern? A shiver ran through the crowd. Our unwavering loyalty to you compels us to be concerned for the future of the He family. They went on. Those who are not of our blood will inevitably harbor different intentions. Shangyu carries the blood of the Li family and can never be loyal to you, family head. Please do not be deceived by his facade. Decisive action is essential. A smirk of derision graced Henan's lips. What is your surname? Whose blood flows in your veins? Gasps echoed throughout the room as they realized they had dug a grave for themselves in their fervor. Henan's voice turned even colder. I do not desire anyone's loyalty. Whoever possesses the ability to assist me shall be granted the opportunity. I abhor moral coercion. Your allegiance to me merely serves your own interests. My decision to retain you is predicated on your utility to me. This arrangement of mutual benefit suffices. Any other thoughts should be suppressed. Your wisdom enlightens us, they conceded, retreating in dejection after being reprimanded by Henan. Yet, they did not relent. Instead, they placed all the blame squarely upon Shangyu. Henan was well aware that Shangyu was being targeted, but he had faith that this young wolf would survive amidst the pack and ultimately ascend as the Wolf King. If he could not, then so be it. He had a clear understanding that in the early stages of any power's development, ties of blood are the easiest means to foster cohesion and facilitate rapid growth. However, the grand tides of the world dictate that what is united will eventually divide, and what is divided will ultimately unite. Blood relations will ultimately yield to interests. This was why, prior to the apocalypse, those financial magnates refrained from passing down family enterprises to their offspring, opting instead to hire professional managers. Long-lasting collaborations are sustained not by blood, but by mutual benefit. Thus, he never worried about the thinness of his familial ties. As long as he could provide the best training methods and the most abundant resources, there would be those willing to serve him. As for whether they were truly family, what difference did it make? What does being a family mean? Throughout history, how many brothers have fought against each other? Rumors swirled, and everyone awaited Henan's decision to expel Shangyu from the family. However, a week passed without any action from the He residents. and Shang Yu remained the family's most celebrated prodigy. Many grew restless, and the city lord devised a plan. He proposed a competition between the younger generation of the He family and the students of the Shanqing High Martial Academy. If the descendants of the He family emerged victorious, it would serve as a testament to the effectiveness of nurturing talent within a familial unit, warranting significant promotion. Conversely, if the He family were to face defeat, it would illustrate that concentrated training is more advantageous for enhancing overall combat prowess. It is advised that all He family descendants be sent to the Shanqing High Martial Academy for their studies. Each individual harbors their own ulterior motives. He Nan's agreement to engage in combat is no exception, as he too has his own plans. A wolf that is not allowed to hunt will have its fangs dulled. The most effective means of cultivating ferocity is to let them engage in battle. The arena remains set in the central square, devoid of any stringent rules. Anyone is permitted to challenge the reigning champion. Those who lose are eliminated, while victors ascend to the champion's position, ready to face further challengers. Naturally, those of lower realms may challenge those of a higher rank, but the opposite is prohibited. Ultimately, the individual with the most victories will be declared champion. Moreover, He Nan proposed establishing a power ranking based on the outcomes of this competition. A gold list for the top 10, a silver list for the next 20, and a bronze list for 50. Following the conclusion of the contests, the results will be publicly announced in the square. This power ranking is not static. Those with lower standings can challenge those above them at any time, and a victory will result in a swap of ranks. No one wishes to remain nameless on such a list, driven by that insatiable desire for victory. However, the arena stood for 3 days without the appearance of Shang Yu. Could it be that the lad is hesitant to face battle? What a so-called genius. It seems he is merely a coward. A sycophant seeking glory is hardly a genius. He would do well to never leave the He family's doors, lest I confront him at every opportunity. This trial lasted an entire month before drawing to a close. Li Jiaqing noted Shang Yu's continued absence and questioned the He family patriarch, mentioning their agreement for all family descendants to participate in the competition. Why had Shang Yu not shown? He Nan cast a cool glance at him, implying that did he not see that the gold list is comprised entirely of He family warriors? The meaning was unmistakable. If you cannot even best the ordinary descendants of the He family, what audacity do you have to challenge our prodigious youth? Li Jiaqing's face flushed crimson, discomfort causing him to avert his gaze. The city lord intervened, acknowledging Shang Yu's talent, yet emphasizing the necessity of practical experience. Mere theoretical knowledge will not lead to great accomplishments. He Nan scoffed coldly, asserting that anyone who believes they can surpass Shang Yu is welcome to challenge the He family. Is the He patriarch truly that confident in him? I am more aware of my own prodigy's capabilities than anyone. Logically, He Nan had stated his position clearly, and anyone with sense would refrain from advancing. Yet, it seems there are many who lack such sensibility in this world. The following morning, a long queue formed outside He Nan's door, all there to challenge Shang Yu. Upon seeing the family patriarch, Shang Yu respectfully greeted He Nan, his expression betraying no emotion. Do you feel confident? I will give it my all. Shang Yu remained lucid. He did not believe that those outside were fools. However, the audacity to challenge despite knowing they could not win suggested two possibilities. Either he had been holding back during the arena matches, or he possessed some form of support. This support might very well be underhanded. In a fair fight, Shang Yu had no fear of anyone, but when it came to deceit, he was uncertain of his ability to cope. He Nan nodded, granting him permission to proceed. Chapter 140. A test of the mind. The gates of the He family swung open, revealing Shang Yu clad in a sleek black outfit. Ah, he truly dares to show himself. Rather bold indeed, murmured the crowd. Shang Yu, if you kneel and concede now, we might spare your life. Yes, just bow thrice and declare yourself a failure, and we shall let you go. Alternatively, you could crawl around in circles beneath us and bark like a dog. Ha. Shang Yu paid no heed to their taunts, his piercing gaze sweeping over the assembly. Who will come forward first? How audacious. One of them retorted. Do you not see how many of us there are? One bite from each of us, and you will be stripped of all your flesh. Indeed, no matter your prowess. Can you truly withstand us all? Better to concede swiftly. Shang Yu, we are acting in your best interest. Should a fight ensue, your death would be inconsequential. But being left half alive and then cast out by the He family would be a dreadful fate. It was evident that some were maneuvering behind the scenes, seeking to provoke Shang Yu and disrupt his mental composure, while also sowing discord between him and the He family. The manipulation was as transparent as glass. He Nan narrowed his eyes, saying nothing. This contest was not merely a test of strength, but also a trial of character. Little wolf cub, do not disappoint me. Shang Yu stepped forward. Will you fight, or will you leave? His youthful voice bore a hint of naivety, yet his presence commanded respect. Henan smirked, clearly pleased. Each day, Shang Yu faced challenges from 10 individuals, while others were relegated to the back of the line. Why should we wait? We are all here. And we shall fight today. As Henan's words echoed, dissenters emerged from the crowd. How shameless. Do you not care for the dignity of your family head? Henan's remark was heavy, yet no one dared to challenge him further. After all, it was well known that although the heads of their respective families held disdain for Henan, none possessed the courage to confront him directly. To engage in a confrontation that even the family heads would avoid was akin to courting death. I shall step forward. At last, a challenger emerged. Though he was rather rotund, weighing no less than 300 pounds, one could only wonder what manner of sustenance had nurtured such bulk. He towered over Shang Yu, and together they resembled an adult standing beside a child. Yet, Henan detected no fear in Shang Yu's eyes and nodded in approval. As the two positioned themselves on opposite ends of the arena, the hefty adversary charged at Shang Yu like a tank. His massive fists imbued with a palpable energy aimed directly at Shang Yu's face. Shang Yu merely tilted his head, effortlessly evading the potentially lethal blow. Then, with an unorthodox maneuver, he slipped behind the hefty foe and delivered a swift kick to his posterior. The challenger, propelled by his own momentum, tumbled off the platform, failing to rise for quite some time. Shang Yu, you cheated. Yes, that was an ambush. It doesn't count. We demand a rematch. The onlookers erupted in protest, clamoring for the annulment of the bout's outcome. Henan's expression darkened ominously. Silence. If you continue to prattle, you shall all be removed. The crowd fell into a hushed silence, too fearful to utter another word. Henan's expression softened slightly as he called for the next contestant. In the 10 rounds of competition, Shang Yu triumphed effortlessly, indifferent to the disdainful faces of the onlookers. Henan led Shang Yu away, and the door behind them swung shut immediately. Henan halted Shang Yu, who was about to retreat for training, and spoke. After a moment of contemplation, Shang Yu replied, My strategy must be correct, for I have emerged victorious. But if we were to continue fighting, would you still prevail? Shang Yu gazed at Henan in confusion, hesitant to speak out of turn. You are agile in movement, composed in thought, and adept at discerning the real from the false. These attributes can certainly be classified as tactical. However, they are rather superficial. Reflect on this thoroughly and return to me tomorrow. Understood. Shang Yu bowed to Henan and only proceeded to the training room once Henan had distanced himself. Initially, Henan believed that Shang Yu's experiences would sharpen his instincts. Yet, today's matches revealed otherwise. Had it not been for his innate talent and the restraint of his opponents, his victories would not have been so smooth. On the first day, all 10 competitors were defeated. This was not merely about those youths. It was a matter of pride for their respective family heads. Thus, it was clear that the competitions ahead would not be as leisurely and enjoyable. Should Shang Yu continue with his current approach, his very survival might be at stake. Shang Yu did not rush into training. He was still perplexed about what Henan truly meant. This left him feeling somewhat agitated, as he aspired to be Henan's right hand. If he could not even comprehend Henan's words, how could he assist him in the future? What did Henan mean by saying my tactics were superficial? Did I employ the wrong moves? Throughout the night, Shang Yu found no clarity, and when dawn broke, he approached Henan with a perplexed expression. I apologize, master. I am dull-witted and failed to grasp your profound intentions. Henan was unfazed. What do you intend to do today? Counter your moves as they come. Quite a bold assertion. Shang Yu, feeling somewhat guilty, lowered his gaze, hesitant to speak further. Come here. Let us exchange a few blows. Huh? While Shang Yu was momentarily taken aback, Henan's fist swiftly approached his face, forcing him to leap aside with all his might, narrowly avoiding the strike. Yet before he could regain his composure, Henan's sweeping leg attack arrived, compelling Shang Yu to roll away in a most undignified manner. Fortunately, Henan refrained from pressing the attack. Otherwise, Shang Yu would have found himself utterly defenseless. Seeing Henan cease his assault, Shang Yu quickly scrambled to his feet. I have yet to master my skills, and I request your punishment, master. Punishment is inevitable, but we shall discuss it once you return alive today. Shang Yu was momentarily stunned, lifting his head only to find Henan had already departed. His heart sank to the depths. Was someone plotting against him? Yet, they were no match for him. A storm brewed in his dark eyes, and his heartbeat quickened considerably. After a moment, clarity dawned upon him, dispelling the confusion in his gaze and replacing it with an unwavering determination. Once again, the gates of the He residence swung open. This time, there was no sight of Henan, only Shang Yu emerged. However, he seemed transformed, though precisely how remained elusive to all. Who will be the first? Shang Yu recited the same lines as the previous day, his expression mirroring that of before. I shall. A slender youth ascended, excessively thin, swaying like a mere leaf in the wind. Shang Yu's dark eyes fixated on him, not underestimating the threat he posed. He understood that today, someone intended to take his life. Perhaps it was the individual before him, or possibly all those who had arrived today. He was not yet ready to embrace death. Thus, he resolved that they should perish instead. Realizing this, Shang Yu did not wait for a response and charged forward. The slender youth, undeterred, rushed to meet him. Yet concealed within his fingers was a jet-black flying needle, glimmering with a sinister green hue, evidently laced with potent venom. Chapter 141. The Scheme. The needle, as fine as a hair, was difficult to discern even upon close inspection. The slender youth brimmed with confidence, believing that if he could just close the distance, he could eliminate Shang Yu with a single strike. Observing the slight rigidity in the youth's right hand, Shang Yu deduced that he wielded a weapon of lethal capability. As the youth's right shoulder tensed, a reflexive motion indicative of a normal person's intent to strike, Shang Yu leapt to the side and, with all his might, collided with the slender youth, sending him hurtling off the stage. Upon falling, the slender youth convulsed violently, his complexion turning a shade of blue, frothing at the mouth. And soon, he breathed his last. The crowd surged forward in a frenzy. He has been poisoned. Shang Yu, you despicable coward, resorting to such underhanded tactics. They shouted. Seize him and take him to the city lord. Shang Yu glanced towards the entrance of the He family estate, but saw no sign of Henan. It seemed he would have to rely solely on himself. With a cold scoff, he retorted, what evidence do you have that I poisoned him? If not me, then who? Did he poison himself? How do you know he wasn't simply ashamed to live among you and act fools? Shang Yu, you seek your own demise. With arms crossed, Shang Yu disdainfully surveyed the crowd. Are we still fighting? If not, I shall return to my training. You cannot simply walk away after committing murder. We must inform the city lord. Go ahead, do not waste time. I am quite busy, he replied nonchalantly. Shang Yu, you need not act so arrogant. Today, you will meet your end. As several individuals bore the slender youth's lifeless body towards the city lord's residence, Shang Yu calmly turned back to resume his practice. Yet internally, he was anything but tranquil. Once he closed the door to his training room, his tense body finally relaxed, and he collapsed onto the floor. His palms were slick with sweat, and his heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. He had taken a life. It was his first act of murder, and to claim he felt no fear would be a lie. When he had perceived the tension in the youth's right shoulder, he realized a projectile was imminent. Uncertain of the nature of the weapon, Shang Yu surmised that the youth sought his demise. Thus, the concealed weapon must be poisoned. The only means of self-preservation lay in preventing the youth's weapon from being thrown. Consequently, Shang Yu had charged towards the youth's right arm to obstruct the throw, only to find that the weapon had inflicted harm upon himself. It must be said, the slender youth was indeed unfortunate, having been struck down by his own weapon, ultimately costing him his life. After a considerable time, Shang Yu finally regained his composure. Contemplating the implications of those who were now bearing the corpse to the city lord's residence, uncertain of the unfolding events to come. What should be done if those individuals firmly assert that it was a homicide? Shang Yu felt an inexplicable sense of unease and promptly rose to seek an audience with Henan. City Lord, I have committed murder. Although Shang Yu was quite anxious, he had not yet lost his composure. He understood that only Henan could preserve his life. To secure his own safety, he needed to speak the truth. Thus, he recounted the entire incident, including his thoughts at the time, in detail. Henan lowered his gaze and scrutinized him for a moment before speaking coldly. Do you believe you were in the wrong? I am not wrong. I acted solely for self-preservation. If I did not kill him, he would have killed me instead. Then why have you come to me? I fear that the city lord may favor them and proclaim me the murderer. If that is indeed the case, what do you intend to do? Shang Yu knelt abruptly, pleading, please save me, Master He. I can save you, Henan replied. Shang Yu's face lit up with joy, and he immediately bowed to express his gratitude. But what about next time? And the time after that? Will you always wait for me to rescue you when trouble arises? Shang Yu felt somewhat bewildered. Leave and contemplate how to extricate yourself from this predicament. Understood. Shang Yu exited Henan's study, but did not venture far. Anxiety gnawed at him, and his mind was a chaotic whirlwind, rendering him incapable of coherent thought. However, those individuals had already departed for some time, and it was likely that those sent to apprehend him were en route. What, then, should he do? Before he could arrive at a conclusion, A knock resonated at the gate. He instinctively took a step back, feeling a tremor in his heart. Yet, he inhaled deeply and approached the door to open it. This was the mess he had created. He must face it himself. Even if it meant facing death today, he would accept it. Outside stood 2 guards from the city lord's mansion. Young Master Shangyu, you are implicated in a murder case. Please accompany us back to the city lord's mansion for questioning. I will not accompany you, for I am innocent. With so many witnesses present, you cannot deny it. It would be prudent to come with us to avoid physical punishment. Once one steps onto the arena, life and death are inconsequential. Do not claim I did not kill him. Even if I had, he deserved it. Do not presume that your status as a scion of the He family grants you the liberty to act recklessly. I will act as I please. What can you do to me? I am the most favored prodigy of the family head. Do you truly intend to lay a hand on me? Have you considered how you will explain this to our family head? The guard's bravado immediately diminished. Although they could dismiss Shangyu, they dared not provoke Henan. Observing their waning confidence, Shangyu exhaled silently in relief. If you wish to apprehend me, present tangible evidence. If our family head discovers that you have wrongfully accused me, I wonder if your city lord's mansion can withstand the repercussions. This display of audacity indeed subdued the 2 guards, who exchanged glances and hastily departed. Shangyu swiftly closed the gate and leaned against it, breathing heavily. Though he had appeared calm moments ago, cold sweat had soaked his back. Not bad. I did not foolishly accompany them, Shangyu thought, only to be startled by Henan's voice, prompting him to stand straight and bow. I have seen the master. Return. This matter is resolved. Yes. Shangyu treaded lightly back to the training room, gradually calming his racing heart. If the family head deemed this matter settled, then it was indeed settled. Thus, he immediately entered a state of cultivation. Henan sensed his aura gradually stabilizing and could not help but nod in approval. Indeed, he holds potential for development. The city lord's manor was quite lively at this moment, with several heads of families clamoring for the immediate execution of Shangyu. Retribution for murder and repayment for debts are the natural order of things. That little rascal, Shangyu, has finally brought about his own demise. How satisfying. City Lord, you must not show mercy. This is tantamount to severing Henan's arm. In the midst of the commotion, 2 sentinels returned empty-handed. Where is Shangyu? They were asked. He refuses to come back with us. Is it truly a matter of his willingness? He stands within the gates of the He residence, and we dare not enter and seize him. Foolish indeed. They should have lured him out first. The 2 sentinels lowered their heads in grievance. Can this really be blamed on them? A heart burdened with sorrow, yet silence prevails. Li Jiaqing's face turned ashen. City Lord, if we miss this opportunity, it may be quite challenging to eliminate Shangyu later. Then what do you propose? I can lend you the soldiers. You go and bring him back. Chapter 142. An unexpected turn. Li Jiaqing instantly fell silent. If the city lord dares not confront the He residents, how could I? Who would willingly risk their life? The city lord's expression darkened as he surveyed the room. Today, their position was utterly untenable. A simple autopsy would reveal that this matter had no connection to Shangyu. If only he could be deceived into coming forth, we could act first and report later. Even if Henan were to rage, he could do little. Yet this clever lad was not so easily duped. There was no alternative. They would have to seek another opportunity in the future. Everyone understood that the city lord's reasoning was sound. Even if it were not, they would claim it was. For fear of his retort, then what do you propose? I can lend you the soldiers. You go and bring him back. Who would dare to go? Certainly, they would not. Thus, the matter faded into obscurity, with no one daring to challenge the He residents, regardless of their willingness. The fact that Shangyu is a prodigious talent was now irrefutable. The city lord felt a sense of frustration. No ruler desires an uncontrollable subordinate. However, he found himself at a loss regarding Henan. Not only was Henan formidable in battle, but he also had thousands of mechanical assistants at his disposal. Most critically, he possessed the ability to cultivate crops and vegetables, as well as to develop new weaponry. Others might thrive by excelling in one area, but Henan seemed to master all. What could be done against him? Yet, how could one allow another to slumber peacefully while a threat loomed? Henan did not dwell on this matter. He prepared for another sea voyage. Before departing, however, he drew Shangyu into his spatial realm. Firstly, the abundant spiritual energy within would aid in his cultivation. Secondly, it was a means to avoid trouble, should those individuals eliminate Shangyu in his absence. Even if he returned seeking vengeance, there would be no one left to confront. Shangyu was immensely grateful to Henan, dedicating himself to rigorous training, aspiring to become his true right-hand man as swiftly as possible. Concurrently, Henan also took Wu Miao and the child along, for they were his most cherished individuals. Even the slightest misstep was unacceptable. As Henan departed from Shang City, others soon arrived at the He residence to test the waters. Answering the door was Chen Shueqing. "May I ask if you have business here? We have come to play with Shang Yu. Please call for him." He ventured out with the family head for training and is not at the estate. Could he be hiding? What a coward. We would never bully him. Chen Shueqing's expression darkened. "Young Master Shang Yu is not in the estate. You may leave." It is said that the servants of high-ranking families are akin to seventh-rank officials, and this group dared not offend Chen Shueqing, especially since he is the esteemed steward of Henan. Thus, they could only depart in disappointment. Henan had come out this time to investigate the peculiar occurrences surrounding the Maderlong and the mysterious creatures that had emerged. The time rift was on a timer. Once the time was up, all the creatures would return. However, why did they not return home but instead follow the miners to Shanqing? Besides those that had attacked Shanqing previously, could there be other creatures lurking? After all, these beings are exceedingly ferocious, leaving devastation in their wake. Hence, Henan could not afford to be careless. Yet, upon reaching the location of the transparent barrier, he found no entrance. He searched the surroundings meticulously but could not detect a hint of the secret realm. Could it be that the spirit stone mine had been exhausted, causing the secret realm to vanish? This question remained unanswered, and Henan had to set it aside for now. Since he had ventured out, he could not return empty-handed. He resolved to lead the Imperial combat team to hunt mutated marine creatures and gather resources. Having spent so much time at the He residence, Wu Miao was restless and insisted on participating in the battle. Henan could not dissuade her and relented. Lin Shuang, filled with jealousy, remarked, "Sister, why does Henan indulge her so? She has borne him 2 children. Does that even count as a reason? As if she alone knows how to bear children." Lin Rui, shaking her head in resignation, replied, "Xiao Shuang, try to redirect your attention. Stop fixating on them." "Do you think I want to? I can't help it," sighed Lin Rui, feeling helpless. Wu Miao would only indulge for a while. With 2 small children, they cannot be left unattended for long. After satisfying her craving for adventure, she hurried back to care for the children. Henan followed her, not wishing to let her be bored alone. "You don't have to follow me. Attend to your own matters," she said. "I came back to see the children," Henan replied. Wu Miao chuckled. "If you weren't always watching me, I might actually believe that." Henan pulled her into his arms and kissed her fiercely. "Do you believe it now?" "Yes, yes, whatever you say, I believe." She quickly surrendered, for he was a force to be reckoned with, especially when her waist still pained her. Just as they were caught up in their affections, Henan suddenly received a signal from Lin Shuang. "I'll go check it out." Noticing Henan's grim expression, Wu Miao sensed trouble but refrained from asking, saying only, "Be careful." When Henan found Lin Shuang, she had already been swallowed by a killer whale. Fortunately, the nuclear submarine material was corrosion resistant, and the whale would require considerable time to digest her. Henan did not engage the whale in combat, knowing he had little advantage in the water. With a thought, he drew the whale into his space. Once in his domain, he could easily crush and reshape it, entirely at his whim. However, this orca seems to possess some extraordinary ability, as it retained a sense of autonomy after entering the space. Henan attempted to slice open its abdomen to release Lin Shuang, but the creature resisted and sent the knife he offered flying. This was indeed quite perplexing. It was the first time Henan had experienced an attack within his own domain. Although he was unharmed, it was unsettling. Henan's voice startled Shang Yu, who quickly stood straight and saluted, acknowledging the family head. "Return. This matter is settled." "Understood." Shang Yu lightly treaded back to the training room, gradually calming his mind. The family head had declared the issue resolved, and so it was. He immediately entered a state of cultivation. Henan sensed his aura stabilizing and couldn't help but nod inwardly. Quite promising. There is potential for development. At this moment, the city lord's mansion was bustling with activity, as several family heads clamored to demand justice for Shang Yu. A life for a life. Debts must be repaid. This is only right. That little brat has finally brought about his own demise. How satisfying. City lord, you must not show mercy. This is a matter of severing Henan's arm. While the group was engaged in lively debate, 2 soldiers returned empty-handed. "Where is Shang Yu?" "He refused to come back with us." "Is it a matter of his refusal?" "He is standing inside the He residence. We dare not enter and seize him." "How foolish. They should have lured him out first." The 2 soldiers lowered their heads in dismay. Could they really be blamed for this? The little one is troubled, but he says nothing. Li Jiaqing's face was ashen. City Lord, if we miss this opportunity, it will not be easy to eliminate Shangyu. What do you propose? I can lend you the soldiers. Go bring him back. Chapter 143. Internal and external troubles. The commotion outside was considerable, and Shangyu, who had been cultivating, emerged to witness the spectacle. The mechanical maidens were exhausted, sitting on the ground to rest, while only Lin Rue persisted, determined to rescue her sister. Henan cast a glance at Shangyu, who stood at a distance. Come here and give it a try. Shangyu hurried over, saluted, and then launched an attack on the orca. He brought his fingers together, slowly channeling energy, as a sizzling sound emanated from his fingertips, which glimmered with purple electric light. Everyone watched with curiosity, eager to see what remarkable feat he would perform. Henan raised an eyebrow. This lad had some skills. Feeling Henan's gaze upon him, Shangyu's heart raced, causing his movements to falter. Henan's expression turned icy as he focused intently. Shangyu dared not lose concentration, immediately redirecting his focus to his fingertips. The purple electric light growing ever brighter until it coalesced into a sharp blade that flew toward the orca's abdomen. The orca disregarded the minuscule knife, not even attempting to evade. However, that thin, almost transparent blade pierced through the orca's defenses, driving deep into its flesh. As the orca held in agony, Lin Shuang seized the opportunity to burst forth from its stomach, neglecting to express her gratitude to Shangyu as she leaped into the deep pool beneath the waterfall. It stinks. I must wash thoroughly. Henan glanced at the still-dazed Shangyu. When did you awaken your elemental power? I don't know. It often tingled at my fingertips when I was very young. Upon breaking through the first realm, one can solidify into a singular line. I find it quite amusing. And through frequent practice, I have achieved my current state. If I am not mistaken, this is the power of the lightning element, which belongs to a category of extraordinary abilities. Shangyu stared in astonishment, his mouth agape, as if a great fortune had fallen from the heavens directly upon him. This is indeed a supernatural power. Do not neglect your training. Unforeseen rewards may arise in the future. Heeding the family head's admonition, Shangyu promptly bowed in respect. Henan did not spare him another glance and proceeded toward the villa. It was disconcerting that Shangyu could accomplish what he himself could not. Observing Henan's sour expression, Wu Miao felt a pang of guilt and hurriedly poured him a cup of tea in an attempt to placate him. That was not my intention, she clarified. Henan cast a dangerous glance in her direction. Then what do you mean? Wu Miao quickly clung to his arm in a playful manner. Oh, I was merely joking with you. Please, do not be angry. I am not angry. Wu Miao pouted, reassured by his lack of ire. Is Lin Shuang all right? She is unharmed, though the psychological impact will likely be significant. Indeed. Who wouldn't be terrified after a brush with a killer whale? Henan chose not to continue discussing Lin Shuang, his gaze darkening as he contemplated the evolution of mutated marine creatures. It is an inevitable situation. We cannot halt their evolution. What would be the method to stop their evolution? Henan mentally surveyed the mutated marine creatures housed within the space, relieved to find them unchanged since their initial capture, showing no signs of evolution. Could the space itself be inhibiting their growth? Yet, what facilitates their evolution? Henan rubbed his temples, overwhelmed by the multitude of unanswered questions. Do not fret. Solutions will present themselves in due time. Henan nodded in agreement, remaining silent as he led the group out on a hunting expedition. A sudden urge to eliminate all these monsters engulfed him. If that were to happen, would the world revert to its pre-apocalyptic state? Although he harbored doubts, eliminating even one more creature seemed a worthwhile endeavor. In truth, during each sea excursion, Henan had merely been a passive participant, never exerting himself fully. However, today he stood resolutely at the cabin door, bow drawn taut, now capable of striking true with every arrow. Each pull of the bow resulted in the demise of one or even several mutated marine creatures. Yet, the ocean was vast, and the mutated beings appeared endless. He was suddenly reminded of the owl. He wondered if it consumed these creatures. Perhaps it would. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If he could harness the owl's power to eradicate these mutated beings, it would be a commendable strategy. However, would summoning the owl to Earth result in its own mutation, rendering it ultimately uncontrollable? Henan shivered, startled by his own wild thoughts. Inviting the owl to eliminate mutated marine creatures was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. He promptly banished this nascent idea from his mind and continued the hunt for mutated marine life. Unbeknownst to him, there was another who shared his sentiments and had already taken action. The previous attack by the owl on Shang City had merely been a minor miscalculation on their part, and such incidents had not recurred since. Master, as you predicted, Henan went to Metro, but he couldn't find the entrance. Hee. Henan is just mediocre. He is merely a mechanic. How could he possess the cunning of a master like you? Humph, he only knows how to flatter. I am simply stating the truth. Keep a close watch on Henan. This time, he must not return to Shangqing. Understood. Before nightfall, Henan brought all the mechanical girls back to the space. Wu Miao, noticing his grim expression, hurriedly approached him. What happened? Someone is following me. Who is it? Are you hurt? I don't know who it is. They were just watching from a distance, and I didn't see them do anything. When you entered the space, they wouldn't have discovered it, would they? No. Henan furrowed his brow. I just can't comprehend who would do such a thing. Everyone we can reach is in Shangqing. If someone intends to harm you, it must be those family heads. Henan looked at Wu Miao. Why those family heads and not the city lord? The city lord treats you well. Every time you meet, he is courteous. Whenever the family heads trouble you, he always intervenes. Henan smirked slightly. He has left you with a good impression. Wu Miao seemed to grasp the implication, her eyes widening. Are you suspecting the city lord? Why? I am not accusing anyone. I merely believe that the only one in Shangqing with the power to confront me is him. Of course, other family heads may also be concealing their strength. What do you intend to do? When the soldiers come, we will meet them. When the water arrives, we will bury it. You say that so lightly. But facing the city lord is no trivial matter. He commands 1,000,000 mechanical girls. I know. Henan did not delve deeper into the matter. Since someone sought to confront him, let them come. He had never been afraid. Master, we lost him. You lost him at sea, where there is no cover. Yes. He disappeared in an instant. Do you think he has found his secret realm again? How does he have such good luck? He seems to stumble upon every good fortune. The brothers are still watching the spot. As soon as he emerges, we will immediately spot him. Indeed, clever in this regard. Tomorrow, send someone to check the place where he vanished. If there is truly a secret realm, he must not be allowed to monopolize it. Chapter 144. The Return of the Owl. Upon awakening, Henan realized that those who were trailing him were still stationed there, his gaze sharpening. Could it be that they had devised a means to stay at sea during the night? What could it be? Out of curiosity, Henan decided to remain indoors today to observe how those individuals spent the night on the sea. Even without venturing outside, everyone was restless. Not only did they clean the villa thoroughly, but they also prepared a grand feast. However, everyone remembered how Shang Yu had displayed a remarkable feat yesterday, rescuing Lin Shuang from the belly of a killer whale, and they crowded around him, bombarding him with questions. Shang Yu, how did you manifest that ability? Could you demonstrate it again? The way you crafted that blade by hand was simply magnificent. Please, tell us how you did it. The group bombarded Shang Yu with inquiries. Yet they failed to notice his complexion growing paler, his hands gripping his clothing tightly, and his eyes filled with confusion. Lin Shuang could not bear to witness the scene and pushed the surrounding individuals aside, exclaiming, "What are you doing? You frightened him." At this moment, everyone noticed that Shang Yu's complexion was poor. Several exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their guilt. "Shang Yu, are you socially anxious?" One inquired. "We didn't know. We apologize." Shang Yu remained silent, not departing. Lin Shuang approached him, gently taking his arm to escort him back to the training room. Unable to restrain herself, she added, "They meant no harm. Please don't hold it against them." "I don't," Shang Yu whispered. "If you ever need anything, seek me out. I will protect you. No one dares to bully you." Instinctively, Shang Yu took a step back, murmuring, "Thank you, but no need." The door to the training room closed behind him, leaving Lin Shuang in a state of confusion. Upon Lin Shuang's return, her expression was one of discontent, prompting Lin Rui to quickly grasp her arm, asking, "What happened?" "Nothing. Why do I feel like this guy is afraid of me?" Mod rolled his eyes, retorting, "He's a classic case of gynophobia." "What? Gynophobia? What sort of ailment is that?" Lin Shuang stared incredulously at Mod, her demeanor suggesting she would not relent until she received a thorough explanation. Mod shot her another exasperated glance, implying he had likely experienced something terrifying related to women. "Did you not see how pale he was when we surrounded him? His body was trembling. I heard his mother was killed by his father," Su Qingqing interjected. Lin Shuang's curiosity ignited. No wonder. Anyone who encounters such trauma would carry psychological scars. Mod chose to withdraw from the conversation, silently distancing himself. Lin Shuang tugged at Lin Rui's sleeve, gesturing towards Mod's retreating figure. "She wouldn't also have any shadows in her past, would she?" Lin Rui playfully poked her forehead, admonishing, "Do not jest about such matters. They can hurt." Time seemed to drag on without the need for hunting. Finally, as night fell, Henan immediately focused on the lurking individuals. The machine girls, previously hovering over the sea, had suddenly vanished, but Heenan knew they had not departed. Invisibility? He promptly retrieved the radar detection device, and the screen displayed an aircraft composed of light points. Is this it? Heenan scoffed and signaled for everyone to return. The battleship could breach the atmosphere, flying at altitudes beyond their detection capabilities. Without hesitation, Wu Miao launched a photon bullet, obliterating the invisible aircraft in an instant, leaving no opportunity for a distress signal. Although the intentions of these individuals remained unclear, Heenan was certain they were not there to provide him protection. It was likely not a benign situation. Resolving the matter swiftly also served as a warning to those behind the scenes. If they had the audacity to act covertly, they could not blame him for retaliating fiercely. Upon his successful return to Shang City, everything appeared unchanged. Everyone greeted him politely, making it difficult to discern who among them was plotting behind his back. However, Heenan remained unfazed, knowing there were only a few culprits. As long as he entertained the thought of retribution, he would not easily relent. This time may not have borne fruit, but he was certain there would be another opportunity. He merely had to bide his time. Wu Miao was beset with anxiety, pondering the adage that while there may be 1,000 days of thievery, there are not 1,000 days of guarding against thieves. Continuing in this manner was not a viable solution. For the moment, they could only adopt a strategy of stillness to counteract movement. Heenan's countenance was equally grim, now that he had a wife and children. He found himself burdened with concerns. If he were still a solitary wanderer, he could boldly challenge households, persisting until they were subdued. Yet now, with his family in tow, such impulsiveness was no longer an option. Wu Miao felt a pang of sorrow, lamenting that she and the children had become a burden to Heenan. Do not dwell on such thoughts. A solution will present itself, Heenan reassured her, enveloping her in his embrace while gazing at their peacefully slumbering children. His heart warmed. The day following Heenan's return, Shang City was again thrust into a fierce battle. The Harbinger re-emerged, now more than twice its original size. A dark mass blotting out the sun. Even the mutated marine creatures sank to the ocean's depths, too fearful to surface. The entire force of Shang City mobilized, with the mechanized warriors plummeting from the sky like dumplings, shattering upon impact. Heenan was tasked with defending the Western Gate, commanding nearly 5,000 or 6,000 mechanized warriors. Despite their formidable strength, even a fierce tiger could not withstand a pack of wolves. Heenan, are these monsters endless? A comrade questioned. Heenan too sensed something amiss. It appeared as though the Harbingers were deliberately attacking the Western Gate, aware of its vulnerable defenses. Though other gates were also embroiled in battle, they faced the onslaught with relative ease. Heenan piloted his starship to a higher altitude, granting him a panoramic view of Shang City. His heart sank as he realized that the majority of the Harbingers were concentrated at the Western Gate. Furthermore, whenever one was slain, others would immediately replace it, as if orchestrated by an unseen hand. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that the Harbingers lacked intelligence, suggesting that perhaps no one was directing them, but rather, a person had manipulated events to draw them toward the Western Gate. What shall we do, Heenan? This approach is unsustainable. Heenan closed his eyes, mentally cataloging his advantages. In a one-on-one confrontation, he would prevail, but alas, the Harbingers did not abide by the rules of combat, resorting instead to swarming tactics. A direct confrontation, even if victorious, would exact a heavy toll, an outcome he sought to avoid. Thus, the most effective strategy lay in uncovering what had lured the Harbingers here. The usual methods of attracting animals could be distilled into a few categories, with food being the most effective. However, the forces at the other gates far outnumbered those at the Western Gate, ruling out that possibility. Thus, only scent or sound remained. With no better options, he resolved to systematically eliminate possibilities. Heenan promptly ordered all mechanized warriors to emit mechanical noise to disrupt the Harbingers' hearing, attempting to drive them away. Yet, instead of retreating, the Harbingers became even more agitated. Heenan's lips pressed into a tight line. Clearly, sound was not the answer. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, leading to a decisive plan. Chapter 145. A muddy wall cannot be propped up. Heenan procured an entire shipping container of diesel fuel and sprayed it onto the western city wall. He then hurled incendiary devices, igniting flames that danced in the wind, causing many Harbingers to catch fire as well. In their agony, they rampaged wildly, igniting even those that had escaped the diesel's reach, creating a scene of indescribable grandeur. Heenan felt compelled to shout, "Come now, let the music play on. Let the dance continue. Create chaos, even more chaos." The air was permeated with the acrid scent of diesel, accompanied by a pervasive charred odor. intermingled with a heavy metallic tang of blood, creating an atmosphere of disquiet. A fire broke out at the west gate, capturing the attention of all. Simultaneously, it became evident that the rogues, previously congregating at the west gate, had redirected their assault towards the other gates. The spectators, who had earlier been leisurely observing the scene, were now thrown into a frenzy, struggling to respond. Calls for reinforcements echoed from the north gate. The east gate requests aid. The south gate seeks support. Distress signals were sent forth from each gate. Yet, amidst the chaos, everyone found themselves stretched thin, uncertain if they could withstand the onslaught, let alone assist others. What was this foul odor? Though the immediate crisis had been averted, Heenan remained troubled, his brow furrowed. If someone dared to plot against him once, they could certainly do so again. He wished to find a definitive solution. However, with each gate under siege by the rogues, who could he suspect? Who was audacious enough to gamble with their own homeland? The heads of the families certainly did not appear to be so foolish. After a tumultuous bout, seeing the effectiveness of the fire strategy at the west gate, others hastily followed suit, ultimately eradicating that wave of rogues. The heads of the prominent families, too preoccupied to return home for a change of attire, convened directly at the Lord's mansion. Each family suffered significant losses, particularly the Wong family, which had nearly been decimated. Remarkably, apart from a few severely injured, there were no fatalities on Heenan's side. Heenan's family seemed to possess a charmed existence, untouched by the rogues' assaults. Li Jiaqing, with his sardonic demeanor, provoked Heenan's ire, who felt an urge to deliver a few resounding slaps. However, he refrained. There were subtler ways to deliver a rebuke. He showcased the live footage captured by Wu Miao, allowing all to see the overwhelming number of rogues attacking the west gate from the onset of the battle. It was only after he proposed the fire strategy that the pressure was alleviated. Li Jiaqing felt no shame, after all. The fact that no one from Heenan's family had perished remained indisputable. What was he implying? Did he wish for casualties to validate his perspective? That was not his intention. His family guarded the west gate, facing more than half of the rogues, yet none fell. Meanwhile, the other 3 gates, staffed by all 10 families' might, supported by the Lord's million-strong army, suffered substantial losses. Shouldn't they reflect on this? Was it truly his fault? The faces of the family heads flushed crimson, while the Lord's expression darkened, resembling someone afflicted by prolonged constipation. He glared fiercely at Li Jiaqing, silently admonishing him to hold his tongue. Why provoke him unnecessarily, as it would only serve to embarrass himself? Li Jiaqing recoiled slightly, choosing silence. The Lord, however, cast a meaningful glance at Heenan, suggesting that, given Heenan's adept management, he might share his insights with the assembly. Heenan offered a faint smile, remarking that diligence can compensate for deficiencies. The Lord felt even more stifled, thinking, well said, but perhaps refrained from further commentary next time. Following this confrontation, the belief that Heenan was concealing some martial arts secrets grew stronger among the attendees. Otherwise, how could his family exhibit such prowess? Consequently, the Lord proposed that each family send their most promising juniors to Heenan's household for instruction. Heenan, wishing to avoid further contention, agreed. Each family may send 10. No more, and they would be responsible for their own accommodations. No objections arose. Thus, from the following day onward, the young scions from each family began to gather at Heenan's residence for their studies. In the early hours, one must depart and return home before dusk, bringing one's own lunch. In the blink of an eye, half a month has elapsed, and these young gentlemen have not only failed to make any progress, but have also descended into sheer indulgence. All the adolescents congregated together. And what else could one expect but unruliness? Heenan, who was never adept at managing children, had his own offspring raised in a free-range manner. He had little time to tend to others' progeny. The heads of households were displeased, asserting that Heenan must surely be providing special treatment to his own child at night. Reluctantly, Heenan agreed to allow them to stay, but insisted on a lodging fee. Since they were not financially constrained, none objected to this stipulation. Time passed, and another half-month slipped by. When the children returned home for assessment, they exhibited no advancement whatsoever. In fact, they seemed to have regressed compared to their earlier state at home. A group of disgruntled heads of households approached Heenan, demanding an explanation. Heenan, at his wit's end, suggested, "Why not move in yourselves?" The heads of households found this proposal feasible, promptly paying the lodging fee and squeezing into a tent with their children. In the initial days of their stay, the children exhibited a measure of restraint, diligently attending their morning and evening lessons. However, As the saying goes, a dog cannot change its habit of eating excrement. It was not long before their true natures resurfaced. While the children of the He family diligently trained in the practice room, the others climbed trees to catch birds. The children burned the midnight oil, while their peers gathered to play cards. Several heads of households dragged their wayward children to Henan, imploring him to exert more effort in disciplining these unruly scamps. Henan cast them a cold glance and retorted, "Am I to discipline the children of the He family? Everyone knows their potential. They are aware of their aspirations. If they are like mud, how can they be molded into something worthwhile?" This statement was rather blunt. The heads of households could not bear to hear it, but found themselves unable to counter his words, ultimately departing with their misbehaving offspring in shame. Chapter 146. Unwillingness. Henan is certainly not a person to passively await his fate. Anyone who dares to offend him must be prepared to face the consequences. Moreover, he is not a law enforcement officer. What need has he for evidence? If he harbors suspicions towards someone, he will take action against them, whether there is truth to his beliefs or not. He sees it as a means of encouragement for their improvement, does he not? Consequently, the City Lord's mansion has seen a series of mechanical maidens unilaterally severing their contracts to seek refuge with the He family. Notably, these are all of at least intermediate rank, as Henan holds little regard for those of lower standing. Although the City Lord's mansion boasts a formidable army of 1,000,000, high-ranking mechanical maidens remain a rarity, with a dozen or so having fled. The City Lord feels a sting in his heart. When questioned, their commander is unable to provide any reasonable explanation. It is as if they have suddenly lost their senses. Perturbed by this matter, the City Lord specifically seeks an audience with Henan. Recently, several mechanical maidens from my estate have made mistakes and are rumored to have taken refuge with you. Although the City Lord wears a smile, his tone betrays an accusatory intent. Is that so? Who cannot feign ignorance? Henan is particularly adept at it. Are they your contractual maidens? If so, I shall return them to you immediately. Momentarily speechless, the City Lord cannot fathom why they would unilaterally sever their contracts and insist on leaving his estate. Unilateral contract termination? Such maidens would be of no use to you if you retrieve them. Once their cores are damaged, even the most skilled mechanics cannot repair them. This revelation effectively quashes the City Lord's desire to reclaim them. Although the City Lord's mansion is affluent, it is unwilling to support those rendered useless. Let the reckless maidens go, he thinks. Yet, his frustration lingers, and he yearns to understand Henan's true intentions. He bluntly inquires, "This is what I fail to comprehend. What purpose do you have for these useless mechanical maidens? If the steward has indeed taken them in, it is likely they have been assigned to agricultural labor." "Ah, you are aware of my situation. Regardless of whether it concerns grain or vegetables, the supply consistently falls short, primarily due to a lack of manpower." The City Lord's countenance darkens. The He family already possesses the largest number of members among the prominent clans. Yet, the City Lord has assigned them the most tasks, and the maritime missions are allocated on a per capita basis. Now they are out at sea during the day and return at night to tend to the fields. Perhaps we ought to abandon farming altogether. Did we not thrive on nutrient solutions before? Why burden the populace and waste resources? It only delays our efforts against the sea monsters. The City Lord's temples throb with indignation. This is a blatant threat. Yet, he finds himself powerless. If he were to retract the farming assignment, the other prominent families would undoubtedly seek him out for retribution. Most importantly, he himself harbors no desire for nutrient solutions. The fragrant rice and fresh greens are far more appealing than consuming gelatinous fluids all day. Not only has he failed to attain justice from Henan, but he also leaves with a heart full of resentment, nearly succumbing to despair. The flight of mechanical maidens from the City Lord's mansion has caught the attention of various prominent families, leading to an array of warnings and admonitions within their ranks. In truth, they are acutely aware of their own maiden's predicament. Everyone knows that the He family not only provides better sustenance and living conditions, but also boasts the highest quality of resources. Who would not wish to cling to the He family's coattails, forsaking their current clans? The families had been avoiding meetings, but once they convened, even the previously indifferent mechanical maidens began to stir with anticipation. Consequently, many flocked to the He residence to gather intelligence, eager to learn how to dissolve their contracts and join the He family. However, the inhabitants of the He estate remained tight-lipped, responding to every inquiry with a mere 4 words, no comment. The City Lord's office intended to seize this opportunity to catch Henan off guard, but after several days of surveillance, they had nothing to show for it. Not only that, but the mechanical maidens from the City Lord's estate continued to escape intermittently. with a staggering 1 to 200 making their way to the He residence in no time. Once again, the city lord approached Henan, head of the He family. "Let us have a discussion." Henan, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, "Feel free to speak, city lord. There is no need for formality." The city lord nearly choked on his words, forcing out a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. "If I have offended you in any way, I shall offer compensation. Would that be acceptable?" Henan looked at him in bewilderment. "What brings this on, city lord?" The city lord was on the brink of grinding his teeth in frustration. "I have laid my cards on the table. What more do you want from me? Should I offer myself as your servant?" Henan hastily waved his hand, exclaiming, "That just is ill-advised. To be a city lord? How idle would I have to be to entertain such a thought?" The city lord regained his composure, stating, "I shall grant you 1/3 of the land. In the future, should any mechanical maidens escape from my estate, I implore you not to accept them. Is that agreeable?" "Deal." Henan replied without even a hint of politeness, promptly following the city lord to the service center to formalize the land transfer. With his numbers growing, he needed to allocate arable land, as the living conditions for his subordinates had become quite cramped. This arrangement was fortuitous. They could build houses at will and expand their farmland, which would undoubtedly please everyone. Upon hearing that the city lord had traded 1/3 of his land to ensure peace for Henan's estate, several family heads expressed their discontent, particularly Li Jiaqing, who found it utterly intolerable. Has the city lord lost his senses? So what if a few mechanical maidens escape? Does he truly need to exchange such a vast tract of land for it? However, Wang Jiazhu disagreed with this sentiment. "You do not comprehend. The mechanical maidens fleeing from the city lord's estate are of a superior grade. Why not let your own high-grade maidens escape and see what transpires?" Li Jiaqing shuddered at the thought. He certainly could not afford to lose his own high-grade mechanical maidens. This was the essence of the saying, one never knows the sting of a blade until it pierces their own flesh. After accepting the city lord's land, Henan found himself in deep contemplation. Had he misjudged that old fellow, or was he merely an exceptional actor? It was somewhat perplexing. After all, Henan had taken 1/3 of the city lord's land and could not afford to further entice his mechanical maidens. So he decided to set that matter aside for the time being. Chen Xueqing promptly assembled a construction team to build houses, while Wang Wan led the mechanical maidens to cultivate the barren land. The land assigned to Henan by the city lord was originally undeveloped, having lain fallow for years, incapable of yielding any value. Yet, as lush crops sprouted and buildings rose from the ground, the city lord felt a pang of envy. This Henan was exceedingly audacious. Was he not striking a blow to the city lord's pride? But what could he do? Henan simply possessed greater capabilities, enabling everyone to thrive and prosper. When he initially led the community in constructing Shang City, he had positioned himself as their savior. He firmly believes that he alone can ensure the survival of humanity and ultimately triumph over the mutated marine creatures, restoring the world to its former state, and even advancing beyond it. However, reality struck swiftly. Ever since Henan arrived in Shanqing, he has shone like the morning star. Not only has he provided the populace with familiar grains and vegetables, but he has also equipped the mechanized beings with formidable weaponry, granting them the ability to protect themselves while safeguarding the land. Countless individuals have harbored desires to extinguish that glimmer of brilliance, yet, to this day, none have succeeded. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the Lord's eyes. He was unwilling to concede. Chapter 147. Regretful encounters, however, those he dispatched returned with vague answers. The Lord's anger flared. What was the situation? Had they gathered any information? No, they hadn't. By what means had those mechanized beings severed their contracts? How had they established contact with Henan? Were there no leads whatsoever? None at all. Before they arrived at the He residence, they had never been in touch with the head of the He family. Even upon entering the He household, it was Butler Chen who managed their accommodation. According to our informants, they had yet to meet the head of the He family. How peculiar. Could it be that Henan could forge contracts with mechanized beings from afar? And could he contract with dozens at once? How could that be possible? Henan smirked. You guessed correctly, but unfortunately, I shan't divulge the answer. Until the means by which Henan wielded his influence were uncovered, the Lord dared not act rashly. The loss of dozens of mechanized beings, including 2 of higher rank, weighed heavily on his heart. He felt a profound ache, a pang in every sense. Yet, with his vulnerabilities in Henan's grasp, he was compelled to endure, since he had reaped the benefits from the Lord. Henan felt a surge of fortune in all his endeavors, walking with an air of confidence. Nevertheless, whenever he ventured out, he always brought along his wife and children. Human nature is the most vulnerable to trials. In this apocalyptic era, women find it exceedingly difficult to conceive. Yet he had been blessed with both a son and a daughter. How many envied him for this? Just as Henan believed he could enjoy a period of peace. An unexpected visitor arrived in Shanqing. The purpose of their visit was unmistakable. They sought to become neighbors and establish a floating city adjacent to Shanqing. In truth, the consolidation of humanity in close quarters would enhance their odds against the mutated marine creatures, which was a positive development. However, the Lord hesitated. He did not wish to face internal strife while external threats loomed. Where there are gatherings, there are struggles. How could he be certain these newcomers did not harbor ulterior motives toward Shanqing? To project a semblance of democracy, he convened a meeting with all the family heads. It was clear to everyone that a visitor had come to Shanqing, wishing to be neighbors. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity, as it would alleviate the burden of guarding an additional city gate. This was the immediate reaction of the assembly. All understood the significance of unity in the apocalypse. However, Li Jia instantly recognized a contradiction. If the Lord believed the situation to be as simple as it appeared, why assemble everyone in such a manner? Thus, he promptly voiced an opposing viewpoint. If they wish to be with us, they should integrate into Shanqing and be governed under a unified administration. Independent factions are bound to clash. We are all human, and such conflict would be unbecoming. His words struck directly at the Lord's thoughts, and his previously grim expression softened slightly. Observing this, the assembly realized there was nothing left to misunderstand, and they readily concurred, affirming, yes, they must be made to submit. In the city of Shang, the notion of neighbors was deemed unnecessary. Unity was paramount. Observing Henan seated quietly in a corner, sipping tea without uttering a word, the lord of the city felt his previously relaxed demeanor grow somber once more. Master He, what is your perspective? Henan lazily lifted his eyelids and replied, I am indifferent. Whatever you decide is fine with me. Additionally, could you refrain from summoning me to meetings in the future? You may deliberate and reach conclusions without my input. The Lord's expression darkened further. Was this truly how one converses? If he were not consulted, who would he turn to for redress when his home was usurped? Henan suppressed a smirk and took another sip of tea. The Lord gestured for everyone to disperse and set off alone to negotiate with the group. Henan, however, led all the members of the He family out to sea, leaving no one behind. Before the Lord had even exited the city gates, he witnessed the mechanical maidens of the He residence ascending into the sky, nearly obscuring the heavens. His heart skipped a beat. What was Henan planning? Was he departing from Shang City? He could no longer afford to delay leaving the city and hastily dispatched someone to inquire about the situation at the He estate. My lord, the He residence is deserted, and the tents have been dismantled. The vegetables in the fields have been harvested, leaving only unripe crops. All the furniture, pots, and utensils have been taken. Nothing remains. The Lord plopped down in his chair, certain that something sinister was afoot. Those individuals were not benevolent. Henan's sudden departure sent shockwaves throughout Shang City. With his absence, the land would need to be reallocated, a thought that sparked unmistakable greed in Li Jiaqing's eyes. However, Master Wang was far more cautious, questioning, how can you be certain he will not return? After a few days, the other lords echoed his sentiments, agreeing that land distribution was not an immediate concern, and they should wait a while longer. Each family plotted their own strategies, while the Lord lay awake through the night, to avoid creating enemies. He ultimately refrained from expressing intentions to assimilate the He family and consented to their construction of a floating city nearby, reaching an agreement for mutual support and non-aggression. On the day the construction commenced, Henan returned and made a point to visit Lord Chu Howren. Lord Chu, here are our homegrown grains and vegetables. Please have a taste. If they suit your palate, feel free to place an order with me. Initially, Chu Howren regarded Henan with disdain, considering him merely a machine repairman unworthy of his attention. However, upon seeing the grains and vegetables, his eyes brightened. How much do you have? I will take it all. I possess several tens of thousands of acres of fertile land. There is no need to purchase such a large quantity at once, especially regarding vegetables. Fresh produce is far superior. Several tens of thousands of acres? Will your people cultivate it themselves? Indeed, if you're interested, you are welcome to visit my estate. Very well, I shall pay a visit tomorrow. Agreed. In just a few exchanges, Henan had secured a significant client and returned home humming a cheerful tune. The items he had previously removed were now arranged just as they had been before. Before he could even settle in, the Lord came knocking at the door. Observing the He residence unchanged, the Lord's lips twitched in disbelief. He seriously questioned whether his informants had betrayed him by providing false information. Such a substantial quantity of goods could not have been moved without any commotion. and to restore everything to order would surely take time. Henan had barely entered the door when there was hardly time for rearrangement. Yet, he had fallen for such an implausible deception, unable to contain his rising anger. The Lord exchanged a few pleasantries before taking his leave. In the ensuing days, several individuals met their demise within the He residence. Yet Henan showed no inclination to investigate. He was acutely aware that this was the City Lord's way of cleansing his ranks. There was no need for him to take action. The thorns were effortlessly removed. How splendid. The following morning, Chu Haoran arrived at the He residence bright and early. Henan prepared a pot of Tiguanyin tea, its rich aroma penetrating the senses, leaving one's palate tantalized. The head of the He family possessed a profound appreciation for life. Even amidst the apocalypse, what purpose was there in not living well? Indeed, one ought to savor life. Every day should be a day of comfort. Their meeting felt long overdue. The two engaged in a spirited conversation, discussing a myriad of topics. Before Henan escorted him to the seemingly endless fields for a tour, even someone as worldly as Chu Haoran was left utterly astonished. Were it not for my recent arrival from the sea, I would scarcely believe we were living in an apocalypse. The head of the He family is truly talented. I am in awe, remarked Chu Haoran. You flatter me, City Lord. I merely specialize in my own field. I am accustomed to laborious tasks, Henan replied modestly. The head of the He family is far too humble. I shall place an order for 10,000 pounds of grain and 5,000 pounds of vegetables. You may arrange the varieties as you see fit. No problem. Delivery will be made in 3 days. Thank you. Chapter 148. Serving dishes to guests. Do you trust City Lord Chu that much? Wu Miao inquired, somewhat surprised. For she had never witnessed Henan interact so openly with anyone. It is not a matter of trust, merely a mutual exchange of needs. Seeing he had a grasp on the situation, Wu Miao felt reassured and playfully pouted. I thought you had fallen for him at first sight. Haha. Do not malign your husband. My inclinations are quite normal, Henan responded with a mischievous grin. Ha! Ah, that tickles. I was wrong. I shan't speak carelessly again, please. Wu Miao laughed to the point of tears, her cheeks flushed with a charming hue, her eyes misty, appearing exceptionally enchanting. Unable to resist, Henan leaned in for a kiss, instantly filling the room with a romantic ambience. Chu Haoran's intention to become neighbors with Shang City was indeed genuine, as he was building a new city leveraging Shang City's backbone. However, he was not without a sense of boundaries, leaving ample space between the two city gates for a buffer. Before long, the day arrived for the delivery of grains and vegetables. Chu Haoran exchanged them for the meat of sea beasts he had hunted, which Henan accepted without disdain. Their first collaboration was exceedingly pleasant. However, Henan also put forth his own request. I require orcas and water mules. You may provide me with as many as you catch. Chu Haoran was momentarily taken aback. For Henan had specified caught, not hunted. You mean you want them alive? Precisely. Live specimens hold greater value and utility. Henan possessed space, making the capture of live mutated marine creatures almost effortless. Yet, he was unaware of how Chu Haoran would manage that, though he awaited the outcome with eager anticipation. The City Lord felt a twinge of jealousy upon witnessing Henan growing so close to Chu Haoran, akin to a child in kindergarten declaring, I want to play with you, and you can't play with anyone else. Yet he had never dared to confront Henan directly. And now with Henan allied with Chu Haoran, it became increasingly difficult to contend with him, leaving him in a state of unease. Wu Miao, observing Henan personally delivering goods to Chu Haoran, couldn't he help but feel puzzled. Are you not concerned about the City Lord's suspicions? I worry more about him not overthinking it. Your heart, dear man, is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. I cannot fathom it. Henan playfully leaned in, teasingly asking, Is there anything about me you haven't seen? To which Wu Miao shyly responded, playfully hitting him with her small fist. The two became engrossed in their playful banter, unable to separate themselves. Meanwhile, the floating vehicle in Chu Haoran's vicinity remained under construction, attracting a new wave of prospective neighbors for Shangqing, led by a scruffy man named Su Ziyuan. His rugged appearance and voice, akin to a rusty gong, resonated loudly, causing ears to ring. This time, the City Lord had opted not to convene a meeting. Attendance was voluntary, as his involvement was unnecessary. Chu Haoran situated himself in the west, while Su Ziyuan chose the east, commencing work on the same day. Henan, witnessing the phenomenon of like attracting like for the first time, noted that Su Ziyuan's companions were all towering figures, with most men sporting thick beards. The machinery they operated resembled bulldozers, capable of crushing anything beneath their weight. Henan quickly lost interest after a brief glance. He preferred the delightful softness of his own wife, finding such ruggedness beyond his appreciation. Nevertheless, despite his disinterest, Heenan did not forget to promote the grains and vegetables grown on his family farm. While many things could be declined, food was not among them. Su Ziyuan promptly ordered 20,000 pounds of grain and 10,000 pounds of vegetables. Although advised that the heat would hinder preservation, he paid no heed. "I only accept live orcas and water mules," he stated firmly. Seeing Su Ziyuan's evident confusion, Heenan, with sincere intent and no hint of jest, offered to show him. Curiosity piqued, Su Ziyuan followed Heenan to the He residence, where he was met with a sight of numerous orcas swimming in the water. Shocked, he nearly reconsidered, realizing the implications of attempting to capture such creatures alive. However, he felt a sense of embarrassment at the thought of canceling his substantial order after just placing it. For several days, Su Ziyuan focused on constructing the floating city, neglecting to mention the grain order again. Yet, his chosen location was conveniently close to the He residence. As mealtime approached, the irresistible aroma of food wafted through the air, infiltrating his senses. Previously, he had subsisted on nutrient solutions and occasionally indulged in non-toxic sea beasts, finding life quite pleasant. However, without comparison, one could not feel the weight of deprivation. The He family enjoyed 3 meals a day, sometimes even a late-night snack. The delectable scents were simply inescapable. Not only were his subordinates affected, but Su Ziyuan himself found it increasingly difficult to resist. "Tomorrow, we shall go capture orcas to trade with the He family for grain," he declared. His men swallowed nervously, their apprehensions rising. "Brother Yuan, those are orcas. Killing them is one thing, but capturing them alive? Is that within our capabilities?" Su Ziyuan shot them a fierce glare, insisting, "We must succeed, or you might as well refrain from craving." Silence fell among them, yet ultimately they could not withstand the lure of the enticing cuisine and set sail together. Due to Heenan's extensive capture of orcas, their presence in nearby waters has become exceedingly rare, making it quite a challenge to locate them. Moreover, the orcas have become quite astute, often gathering in groups of hundreds or even thousands. While aerial bombardment may facilitate the retrieval of carcasses, capturing a live specimen significantly escalates the difficulty. Su Ziyuan, accompanied by over 100 men, toiled throughout the day and managed to secure a half-alive orca with great difficulty. Upon seeing the creature barely clinging to life, Heenan felt a sense of resignation, stating that he would accept this one but urged that such severely injured specimens should not be sent again, as he could not sustain them. Su Ziyuan, maintaining his head bowed, felt reluctant to take this course unless it was for the betterment of his comrades' meals. However, the meager amount of food that a single orca could provide compelled him to resort to preparing a large pot of porridge for everyone to sample. Vegetables were chopped and mixed into the porridge as well. Though he appeared rough around the edges, he genuinely cared for his subordinates, embodying the principle of sharing both fortune and adversity. Perhaps having gone too long without proper sustenance, everyone relished the meal. "Brother Yuan, this porridge is truly delightful. We should trade with the He family for more in the future." Su Ziyuan rolled his eyes in response, remarking that one must possess the skill to capture orcas first. "What about the water mutes? They're easier to catch. Those are toxic. Mere contact can be fatal." Su Ziyuan was not exaggerating. The toxicity of the mutated water mutes was several dozen times greater than that of their mutated counterparts, making the phrase "blood seals the throat" not an overstatement at all. Upon hearing Su Ziyuan's warning, the group hesitated to consume their porridge, realizing it could very well be their last meal. Chapter 149. The Ice and Snow Secret Realm. Unbeknownst to Heenan, Su Ziyuan was merely jesting. His focus remained steadfastly on his cultivation. Although the pace of advancement beyond the 7th realm was exceedingly slow, he never faltered, diligently practicing for 2 hours each day, regardless of the weather. However, persisting in this manner indefinitely was not a viable strategy, and as he pondered this dilemma, Su Ziyuan paid him another visit. "Master He, we encountered a secret realm on our way to Shangqing, but our combat capabilities are limited." Heenan was well aware of Su Ziyuan's intentions. He sought to exchange this information for provisions. Yet, he had indeed struck a chord with Heenan, who was eager to discover a new secret realm to enhance his strength. "Have you ventured inside?" "We did enter, but no one emerged alive." Su Ziyuan's face paled momentarily. "I did not intend to alarm you, Master He. If you are interested, feel free to explore. If not, then so be it." Heenan smiled faintly. "We shall depart at dawn. You will guide us." "Understood." Su Ziyuan found himself inexplicably unable to stand tall in Heenan's presence, despite being the lord of a city. The following day, Henan set out with his elite battle team. Apart from Su Ziyuan, no one knew of his whereabouts. After all, secret realms are serendipitous encounters. Even if Su Ziyuan had previously discovered one, there was no guarantee he would locate it again. Much like Medron, he could no longer find the entrance. Though he suspected foul play, it was evident that conditions within secret realms could change at any moment. After a fortnight of arduous travel, a group of individuals finally discovered the entrance to a hidden realm atop a volcanic island. Su Ziyuan, accompanied by a dozen companions, grew anxious as Henan intended to proceed without any reconnaissance. Master He, should we deliberate first? He inquired. Not necessary. Once we enter, we shall part ways, he replied. Su's countenance paled at the thought of truly separating. He had hoped to rely on Henan for support and was reluctant to venture into uncertainty alone. If that's the case, we shall retreat, he stated. Very well, Henan acquiesced, not insisting on their presence. Although these individuals demonstrated commendable combat prowess, they were merely competent, not extraordinary. Bringing them along could prove burdensome in critical moments. Should they encounter insurmountable danger, Henan could retreat with his own team into the spatial realm. But what of these others? The best course of action was indeed to part ways. The entrance to this hidden realm posed no barriers, allowing for easy access. Inside, the scenery was splendid. Verdant mountains, flowing waters, melodious birdsong, and a fragrant breeze imbued the air with sweetness. It was a veritable paradise. Lin Xuan's wide-eyed wonder revealed her fascination with the surroundings. In contrast, Henan maintained a placid demeanor. This place appeared entirely dissimilar to Su Ziyuan's description, devoid of any perceivable threat. Yet, he could not fathom Su Ziyuan fabricating such tales. His hesitance to lead the group inside indicated that his comrades had indeed not returned. Thus, it was plausible that danger had yet to manifest, or perhaps the entrance was one way, permitting entry but not exit. Henan promptly returned to test this theory, swiftly dismissing the notion as the entrance allowed for both ingress and egress. This left only one possibility. The danger had not yet arrived. Cautiously, Henan led the group deeper into the realm, meticulously observing their surroundings. The forest occasionally revealed small creatures darting about, while birds flitted chaotically among the branches. However, they found no signs of human presence, not even remnants of bones. In a realm devoid of barriers, it was implausible that no one had wandered in inadvertently, such as Su Ziyuan's comrades. Where, then, had they disappeared to? Henan did not dwell on this question and continued onward, soon arriving beneath a cascading waterfall that bore a striking resemblance to his own spatial realm. A tremor coursed through him. No wonder this place felt familiar. It bore similarities to his own space. Yet, the waterfall appeared somewhat illusory, resembling a painted backdrop. As he reached out to test its authenticity, an unexpected force seized him, pulling him into its depths. Fortunately, he had managed to gather the others into his spatial realm just before the incident. Otherwise, the women would have been terrified. Even so, everyone remained on edge. Will Henan be all right? We have no idea what lies beyond that waterfall, Wu Miao fretted, her eyes glistening with concern. Since he could bring us in, he must still be alive, Modi reassured, though his words offered little comfort. What did still alive truly signify? Was there any comparison between mere existence and thriving? Nevertheless, urgency bore no fruit. They remained oblivious to the outside circumstances. At that moment, Henan was being drawn into darkness by the mysterious force, the sensation of weightlessness causing his heart to constrict. Not only that, but he could also sense the temperature around him plummeting, his teeth chattering in response. It felt as though he were plummeting into an icy abyss. His suspicions were confirmed, and after an indeterminate passage of time, a glimmer of light finally appeared before him. Instantly, a world of ice and snow unfolded in his view. He stumbled awkwardly into the thick blanket of snow, fortunate to emerge unscathed. The weather in Shanxing was exceedingly hot, and it had been a long time since it had rained. He was merely clad in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Fortunately, he had space to spare, and he promptly retrieved a down jacket to wrap himself in, donning cotton shoes and pants, and guzzling a generous cup of hot water, which revived him somewhat. Although the chill was palpable, he remained oblivious to any danger and continued along the solitary path ahead. After navigating around several icebergs, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a village, albeit one where the houses were nearly crushed under the weight of thick ice and snow. He hurried over, only to find that it was deserted, the entire village steeped in eerie silence. As he pressed onward, he encountered an altar, astonishingly sculpted from ice. This indicated that the place had once been inhabited, though something must have occurred to cause its inhabitants to vanish. Moreover, he could distinctly sense a faint aura emanating from the altar. It reminded him of the altar belonging to the Merman clan, which bore an uncanny resemblance. The former was carved from coral, while this one was composed of ice. Regardless, as long as it proved beneficial to his cultivation, this journey would not be in vain. With each step toward the altar, the aura intensified. He then produced a thick cushion from his space and settled himself cross-legged upon it. Just as he entered a meditative state, a starry expanse appeared before him, and the power of the stars flowed into his body, nourishing his meridians. The connection between the two altars became increasingly apparent, igniting a flicker of excitement within him. However, this was not the time for elation. He gradually channeled the stellar energy within him, allowing it to intertwine with the spiritual energy from the altar. Cycling through his meridians in a grand circulation, he meditated for 3 days straight, and upon awakening, he discovered snowflakes drifting down from the sky, rendering him a veritable snowman. Assessing the changes within his body, he found his spiritual energy significantly replenished. Although he was still far from a breakthrough, the results surpassed those of his previous training outside. With a sudden flash, he returned to his space, eager to share this good news with everyone. However, perhaps due to the drastic temperature change, he collapsed as soon as he entered the space. Han. Chapter 150. The Ice Beauty. Wu Miao hurriedly embraced him, trembling with fright. Heavens, is it snowing outside? Has he frozen stiff? It was then that Wu Miao regained her senses, noticing his thick down jacket drenched in sweat. She surmised he had succumbed to heat exhaustion. Ignoring the presence of numerous women around them, she hastily stripped him of his clothing, leaving him clad only in his shorts. At that moment, she procured ice to help cool him down, and after much effort, Han finally regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself nearly naked, surrounded by a group of women, instantly mortified. Dear, couldn't you at least leave me a piece of clothing? Wu Miao's face flushed. She was simply anxious. How are you? Are you feeling unwell anywhere else? Gulyalu. Hinan's stomach growled at an opportune moment. I'm hungry. Quickly, bring me something to eat. Wu Miao's eyes widened in disbelief. Have you starved yourself into fainting? Truly remarkable. Lin Rui turned and entered the kitchen. In a short while, a steaming bowl of shredded pork noodles was prepared, adorned with a golden fried egg and garnished with vibrant green scallions and cilantro. Hinan's mouth nearly watered at the sight. He swiftly devoured the meal, feeling some relief in his stomach. Only then did he recall to explain. I arrived at a place covered in ice and snow, where there is an altar beneficial for cultivation. So, you neglected your meals while focusing solely on cultivation? Wu Miao inquired. Hinan had once meditated for several days without food or water, but had never fainted from hunger. I might not have fainted from hunger. The exact reason remains unknown. Is that place dangerous? Perhaps we should return, Wu Miao said, her face filled with concern. Just as I was about to mention this. You all can go look for a way out. I need to cultivate. All right. No one objected. They donned warm clothing and exited the space together. The snow continued to fall, showing no signs of stopping. Wow, this place is so beautiful, Lin Xuan exclaimed. Having grown up in the south and never having witnessed such a vast expanse of snow, MOD, however, appeared unfazed, walking in a particular direction. I will search over here. Had it not been for MOD's reminder, they would have attempted to build a snowman and engage in a snowball fight. Seeing Hinan seated cross-legged before the altar, they chose not to disturb her, pairing off in twos to search in different directions. Hinan once again entered a state of cultivation. Whether it was a trick of his mind, since arriving here, he found it exceedingly easy to enter a meditative state. A mere thought would plunge him into focus. The altar's energy surged into his body, intertwined with the power of the stars, significantly expanding his meridians. Yet, despite his insatiable absorption of this energy, he felt that a breakthrough was still far off. Is breaking through to the 8th realm truly this difficult? After approximately 2 hours, the group of mechanized girls reconvened at the altar, each face painted with astonishment and disbelief. How did we return here? I distinctly headed that way. Wu Miao managed to remain composed. We took different paths, yet we all ended up here. This suggests that this place is likely spherical. A sphere that can be circled in 2 hours of walking isn't that large, is it? Are we trapped on a sphere with a diameter of about 3 kilometers? No one could provide an answer. Wu Miao, unwilling to accept being confined here, suggested, let us try again. Agreed. No one wished to remain trapped. So they took a brief rest before setting off again in search of an exit. However, over 2 hours later, they found themselves gathered at the altar once more. It's over, we cannot escape. No matter which way we go, we return here. There is no exit. Lin Xuan, feeling defeated, plopped down in the snow, disregarding her appearance. Could it be that we are facing a ghost wall? Is there something unclean lurking here? As soon as MOD's words left her lips, everyone shivered. Don't frighten us. Su Qingqing shot her a disapproving glare. Modi, feeling indignant, retorted, then tell me, what is happening? Su Qingqing was momentarily at a loss for words, asserting, I don't believe in deities or spirits. I have faith in science. Does science teach that humanity can awaken or that animals can mutate? The apocalypse has arrived. And there are countless phenomena that science cannot explain. Modi, wanting to respond sharply, found that words spoken without intent can resonate with those who listen. Now that you mention it, I too perceive the possibility. Lin Rui's face paled, not from cold but from fear. Lin Shuang, though frightened herself, grasped Lin Rui's hand and said, Sister, she is merely spouting nonsense. Do not take her words to heart. Whatever comes our way, we shall confront it. If two appear, we shall tackle them as a pair. Lin Shuang waved her small fist, her earnest demeanor easing the tension among them. Yet, the underlying unease persisted, leaving them restless as they cast hopeful glances at Henan, wishing for his guidance. In that moment, Henan was wholly absorbed in harnessing the power of the stars. Oblivious to their plight, the group, feeling idle, began to build a snowman. The first, a towering figure, was fashioned by Henan, with Wu Miao nestled beside him, followed by two little ones at their feet. To avoid being a third wheel, the others positioned their snowmen at a distance. However, just as the snowmen were completed, an unexpected transformation occurred. The plump, white snowmen suddenly morphed into intricate ice sculptures, their previously coarse lines now exquisitely detailed. My goodness, that looks just like me. Indeed, the snowmen had become ice sculptures, identical to their living counterparts. Yet, the two little figures had vanished. Wu Miao was the first to notice the anomaly. Have you all realized? Only humans can manifest ice sculptures here. Right. Where have the two little ones gone? Lin Xuan exclaimed, belatedly understanding. I feel as though she is summoning me. Modi stepped forward, standing before her ice sculpture, sensing a peculiar energy emanating from it that could enhance her strength. I feel it too. Wu Miao approached her own ice sculpture. As they all recognized the peculiarity, they decided to mimic Henan and sat cross-legged. A warm current surged through their bodies, previously on the brink of freezing, slowly spreading to their limbs. The sensation was subtle and indescribable, yet immensely pleasurable. When they eventually emerged from this state, Henan was observing them. Henan, I believe I can cultivate. Wu Miao raised her hand, the tingling sensation still lingering. Eager to share it with Henan, but uncertain how to articulate it. A sharp crack drew everyone's attention. Modi's ice sculpture had suddenly shattered into fragments. She abruptly opened her eyes, a layer of frost glistening within them. Her body began to undergo a transformation. Her skin became almost translucent, and one might mistake her for a being of ice. She slowly rose, declaring, I feel as though I possess an extraordinary ability. Henan's eyes brightened momentarily. Focus your thoughts on your fingertips and then release it. Modi followed Henan's instructions, and indeed, a shard of ice, smaller than a fruit knife, coalesced at her command. Henan nodded in satisfaction. You have awakened an ice-related power. Practice diligently, and you shall grow formidable. Chapter 151. A terrifying experience. Modi was unusually excited. Her cheeks flushed with exhilaration, while Wu Miao felt an unsettling discomfort within her. Previously, her mechanical form was that of a battleship, an unparalleled one at that, granting her a sense of inherent superiority. No matter how those women frolicked before Henan, she paid them no heed, for she was acutely aware that none could rival her. However, with Modi's sudden induction into the elite battle team and her newfound ice powers, an instinctive sense of crisis began to stir within Wu Miao. She subconsciously tightened her grip on Henan's arm, who mistakenly assumed she was merely cold, oblivious to the emotional turmoil brewing within her. Lin Shuang, known for her bluntness, exclaimed, We all built snowmen, so why is it only you who has acquired ice powers? Are you the favored daughter of heaven? Modi ignored her completely, continuing to ponder how to solidify her ice blades. In truth, Henan felt a twinge of envy. One after another, they were gaining abilities, while he, the so-called chosen one, remained without. In the days that followed, Henan devoted himself to rigorous training. Meanwhile, Shangyu and Modi sat alongside him at the altar, diligently honing their skills. The others continued their quest to find an escape. Yet, no matter how far they wandered or from which direction they approached, they invariably returned to the altar. Eventually, Wu Miao decided to remain in the spatial realm to care for the child, waiting for Henan to devise a plan. Henan had not even considered the prospect of leaving. He found that training here was far more beneficial than at home. After all, it was all training. What difference did it make where he was? Unbeknownst to him, Su Ziyuan had returned and informed the city lord about his entry into the secret realm. The city lord's concealed anger was palpable. His luck was astonishing, having stumbled upon yet another secret realm. Su Ziyuan, however, was taken aback. That particular realm was exceedingly perilous. Several of his brothers had entered and had yet to return. I came to advise you to devise a means of rescue, he urged. Otherwise, the head of the He family is likely doomed. Thank you for the information, City Lord Su. I will arrange for personnel to proceed immediately, the City Lord replied, quickly donning a smile that failed to reach his eyes. Su Ziyuan, unconcerned with the nuances, felt a slight alleviation of his guilt simply by relaying the message. Technically, he bore no grudge against Henan and should not have led him into that treacherous realm, which he knew was a one-way ticket. Yet, with his brothers craving sustenance, he felt compelled to resort to such desperate measures. Time passed, and over a month had slipped by since Henan's departure without any sign of his return. The city lord mused that Su Ziyuan's words had proven prophetic. Indeed, Henan had perished in the secret realm. Nonetheless, appearances must be maintained. He had dispatched individuals to the entrance of the secret realm every few days to check for updates. Each report that Henan had not yet emerged only widened his grin, until now it seemed his smile could stretch to the back of his head. Oblivious to the fact that the city lord had already presumed him dead, Henan remained unaware that whispers of his demise had circulated among the prominent families, prompting them to convene once more at the city lord's residence. City Lord, is it true that the head of the He family will not return? They inquired. Of course not, the city lord scoffed inwardly. Did they truly believe him to be the chosen one, shielded by heaven to evade calamity? Yet, he maintained a different facade, stating, I have consistently sent individuals to search, but there has been no news. However, I firmly believe that the head of the He family, blessed by Providence, shall surely return safely. Each head of the family is astute. It is clear that they comprehend the implications of this statement. With the head of the He family away for an extended period, the household must be in utter disarray, and the city lord cannot remain indifferent to such chaos. Indeed, the He residence is vast and its affairs intricate. It cannot be left leaderless even for a day. The scheming minds at play are palpable, their ambitions laid bare. Yet, the city lord maintained an inscrutable smile, remarking that since all present have benefited from the He family's generosity, it is only right to lend a hand in this time of need. His words hinted at a strategic reserve, should Henan return alive. The affairs of the He family would not concern him. Conversely, if Henan does not return, those heads of families who have reaped benefits would surely remember his involvement. Regardless of the outcome, he remains the ultimate victor. The heads of families could only curse inwardly, labeling him a cunning old fox, shrewd as ever. Although they coveted the wealth of the He family, they were unwilling to become pawns in another's game. Life is challenging enough. None desired to court disaster unnecessarily. Henan was an enigma. What if he truly returned? Who could withstand his wrath? Without venturing too far, even the families in Shanshan would dare not engage. In silent accord, they retreated, opting to bide their time. Waiting a year or so to ascertain whether Henan would indeed not return before taking action would not be too late. After all, the He residence would remain steadfast and unyielding. Moreover, with Qin Shueqing managing affairs, their wealth would only continue to appreciate, presenting no drawbacks. Unbeknownst to Henan, plans were brewing to usurp his estate. He was wholly absorbed in his cultivation. As the spiritual energy within the altar was gradually absorbed, the surrounding temperature began to rise, melting the ice and snow until a vibrant red rock emerged. Just as the last trace of spiritual energy dissipated, the altar shattered, revealing a crystalline ice bow within. Henan surmised that this must be intended for Modi, who had awakened the ice element, and gestured for her to approach and claim it. Modi, brimming with excitement, rubbed her hands together before slowly stepping forward. Though her exterior remained composed, her heart raced fervently. However, when she reached out to touch the bow, her hand passed right through it. This was merely a phantom, yet it felt so tangible. Henan furrowed his brow and stepped closer, extending his hand to grasp the bow firmly. Modi gasped in surprise, covering her mouth in astonishment. It seemed that only he could touch it. Since it was not meant for anyone else, Henan accepted it without hesitation, and with a mere thought, the ice bow materialized in his grasp. Suddenly, his golden bow began to stir with an uncontrollable urge, gravitating towards the ice bow until the two merged into one. The ostentatious golden hue vanished, replaced by a deep azure bow, exuding an air of mystery, resembling exquisite jade. Marvelous. Henan, you must name it, Modi urged. A name? Henan pondered. Let us call it Soul's Fright. Soul's Fright? A splendid name. Modi admired the bow in Henan's hands, wishing it were her own. As Henan strung the bow and notched an arrow, the temperature plummeted several degrees. Dark clouds gathered ominously, and snowflakes began to swirl in the air. Once the ice arrow solidified, the surroundings transformed into a winter wonderland. The arrow soared through the clouds and pierced the moon, nearly tearing the heavens asunder. A fissure appeared in the space, and Henan promptly summoned Wu Miao, plunging into the crack, swiftly returning to the initial surface of the sea. Upon encountering the suddenly emerged starship, those from the city lord's mansion who had come to gather information were left dumbfounded. The head of the He family has emerged. Quickly. Report to the city lord. A fighter jet soared into the sky, rapidly heading towards Shangqing. Others approached Henan, greeting him. Head of the He family, you have returned. The city lord was worried about you and specially sent someone to escort you. Chapter 152, Is There No Solution? Henan's gaze slightly narrowed. He did not wish to trouble these minor characters. You may return. After you, head of the He family. Henan piloted the starship ahead, while the others could only follow at a distance. Shangqing was in an uproar. Wasn't it said that those who entered the secret realm could not emerge? Henan truly possessed an uncanny resilience. Could it be that he was the chosen one? At present, it was hard to say, as everyone marveled. They secretly wiped their cold sweat, relieved that they had not yet acted against the He family. Otherwise, their lives would have been in jeopardy. The city lord personally led several prominent family heads to welcome them at the city gate, to which Henan merely nodded in acknowledgement. He had no time to engage with their hypocritical facades, that time would be better spent practicing archery at home. He had only experienced the thrill of the secret realm once, where he had drawn the world of ice and snow into his domain. However, he was uncertain if such an effect could be replicated outside the secret realm. At that moment, he intended to return and test it, politely declining the invitations of the family heads and heading straight home. Upon seeing him, Qin Shueqing finally felt a weight lifted from his heart. Head, you have finally returned. What has transpired? The outside world is abuzz with rumors that those who entered the secret realm cannot come back. Has someone sought trouble? Not yet, but there are considerably more watchers outside the mansion. They have yet to ascertain whether I am truly dead, and thus dare not act rashly. Though the major families appear amicable on the surface, beneath it lies a surging tide. You must remain vigilant and avoid unnecessary risks. Indeed, Henan recognized that Qin Shueqing meant well and refrained from elaborating further. Since becoming an archer, Henan had established a shooting range within the mansion. He was eager to test his newfound thrill, with Qin Shueqing closely trailing behind, unaware of Henan's urgency to reach the range. Suddenly, Henan focused his thoughts, and a jade bow materialized in his hands. As the bowstring was drawn back, the temperature around them plummeted, causing Qin Shueqing to involuntarily shiver. Soon, snowflakes began to fall from the sky in a magnificent flurry. Releasing the bowstring, a jade arrow pierced through the target, shattering the void. After the arrow was loosed, Henan retrieved the thrill, and the world around him changed hue, instantly reverting to its original state. Head, what remarkable archery skills! Qin Shueqing had never witnessed such a miraculous technique. The mere act of drawing the bow summoned snow. This bow is called Thrill, a treasure I acquired from the secret realm. Congratulations. Head, on obtaining this precious artifact. Qin Shueqing's demeanor towards Henan had shifted from mere respect to a hint of humility. Henan cast a brief glance at him before turning to depart. It would not be long before all would regard him with such reverence. Although no one witnessed Henan shooting arrows with their own eyes, the sudden snowfall above the He residence was a sight observed by all in Shang City. What treasure has the head of the He family acquired? Such a remarkable artifact that can summon wind and snow must surely be a divine instrument. The city lord was particularly alarmed, realizing that Henan had completely slipped from his control, rendering him powerless to suppress her any longer. Meanwhile, the heads of several other prominent families were secretly plotting, eager to forge an alliance with Henan, for she was someone they could not afford to offend. Yet, they seemed to have forgotten that just a day prior, they had contemplated storming the He residence to claim everything within. Upon her first entry into the secret realm, Henan had obtained numerous weapons, which she had kept stored away until now. Pondering the enhancement of her combat prowess with these formidable weapons, she decided to select some for Shangyu and MOD as well. You too may choose whichever weapon you prefer. Henan retrieved a multitude of weapons from her spatial storage, allowing them to select freely. After much contemplation, MOD chose a pair of curved blades. The blades were as thin as wings, gleaming with a cold light, akin to her icy blade, and felt remarkably comfortable in her grasp. However, Shangyu opted for a ribbon, which elicited hearty laughter from the onlookers. Shangyu, do you aspire to be a young maiden? Are you planning to return home and tie your hair with a mere ribbon? A man ought to choose a weapon of grandeur, not a strip of cloth. Shangyu merely clutched the ribbon tightly, his head bowed in silence. Hinan discerned that this ribbon possessed unique qualities. Shangyu, please demonstrate for everyone. Yes, City Lord. After bowing respectfully, Shangyu flicked his wrist, and the ribbon, which had been wrapped around his arm, seemed to possess a will of its own, darting towards a water tank. Just as everyone anticipated that he would ensnare the tank with the ribbon and then lift it to shatter it. Flames unexpectedly erupted from the ribbon, enveloping the tank. But the spectacle did not end there. With another flick of his wrist, countless flying blades erupted from the ribbon, embedding themselves into the tank. An embarrassing display, Shangyu murmured as he retracted the ribbon and bowed again to Hinan. The tank shattered with a resounding crash, scattering shards across the floor. Hinan nodded in satisfaction. Well done, this shows creativity. Let us name your spiritual weapon. Shall we call it the Celestial Ribbon? Of course. It is your spiritual weapon. You hold the authority. Thank you, head of the He family. A rare smile graced Shangyu's face. MOD named her curved blade Snow Moon, aptly reflecting their nature. However, Hinan praised Shangyu without extending the same compliment to her, leaving MOD feeling somewhat dejected. She was startled by her own thoughts, inwardly chastising herself. MOD, have you lost your mind? When did you become so reliant on others' praise for self-esteem? Regardless, the harvest from this endeavor was indeed commendable, leaving her quite satisfied. During her absence, both Chu Haoran and Su Ziyuan had repaired their hover vehicles. Chu Haoran named his city simply Chu City, while Su Ziyuan chose the name Chizhou, the origin of which remained a mystery. Both families approached Hinan, their intentions clear, to exchange for provisions. After a prolonged period of honing their skills, Su Ziyuan's group had discovered the secrets to capturing Orcus, ensuring they would not suffer the same embarrassment as before. Chu Haoran already had his own methods, and both men successfully acquired the food and vegetables they desired. Once again, Su Ziyuan's keen sense proved invaluable as he tentatively inquired whether the He family possessed any secret recipes, curious as to why their dishes were particularly delectable. Hinan, not one to conceal the truth, revealed that it was merely seasoning from before the apocalypse and offered to let him take some home. Naturally, such generosity was met with reluctance to accept without proper compensation. Chu Haoran, being a connoisseur of fine cuisine, also took his share. Hinan, however, discovered a new avenue for profit, even though he had never truly lacked for money. His pressing desire was to swiftly advance to the eighth realm. Only through continual breakthroughs could he attain a sense of security, ensuring peace of mind for those who followed him and for his family. At that moment, within the city lord's mansion, a figure cloaked in black stood behind the lord. Are you truly going to let Hinan go? He questioned. What options do you have? If you cannot assure a lethal strike, it is better to remain silent. The cloaked figure hesitated momentarily before quietly retreating. Meanwhile, the city lord's gaze was icy with disdain. Chapter 153. Yet again, nothing accomplished though evidence remained elusive. Hinan was certain that the one who sought his demise was the city lord. The expressions of those waiting outside the secret realm had clarified everything for him. This was only natural as he grew stronger. He posed a threat to the city lord's position, inciting fear and a desire to eliminate him. Yet, the city lord was mistaken. Acting without absolute assurance of success was tantamount to courting death. Hinan began to ponder what would transpire if the city lacked a lord. There would likely be some chaos, but not to the extent of complete disorder. With this resolution, Hinan smiled to himself. The city lord was nearing his demise, and Hinan planned to present him with a gift that would be unforgettable. The He residence had been particularly bustling in recent days, with various family heads visiting in rapid succession, each bearing lavish gifts. Although Hinan regarded these offerings with disdain, he understood they represented the best these visitors could muster. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, what more could one expect? Before long, the day of the city lord's birthday banquet arrived. Hinan retrieved a short dagger from his spatial storage, its sheath intricately carved with a soaring dragon, whose eyes were adorned with 2 exquisite rubies. Setting aside the dagger's quality for a moment, the rubies alone were of considerable worth. The city lord's eyes gleamed with delight upon receiving the gift. He family head. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. I truly adore this present. Hinan had not merely chosen a trinket to placate him. This was indeed a rare and precious blade, one he had procured from the secret realm. Compared to Yinan's offering, the gifts from the other family heads seemed somewhat lacking, primarily because they had already contributed their entire fortunes to the He residence. The city lord was certainly aware of this situation. However, despite the coldness in his eyes, he maintained a smile on his face. He was a man who wore a facade of friendliness, never openly expressing discontent, preferring to employ underhanded tactics instead. While everyone was cognizant of his true nature, the current dynamics favored Hinan's strength. Who would not seek to ally with the more formidable? Hinan found little interest in the festivities of feasting and boasting, and after presenting his gift, he sought an excuse to depart. No one dared to accuse him of rudeness. Each person politely escorted him to the door. In truth, Hinan did not relish the feeling of being the center of attention. He preferred tranquility. Ever since he sensed the power of the stars, he seemed to have discovered an entirely new path for cultivation. Thus, he would never squander his time on futile socializing. He would rather devote that time to his practice. Although Hinan had departed, the ambience of the banquet remained unperturbed. Guests exchanged toasts and engaged in lively conversation, reveling in the festivities. The celebration continued until the late hours of the night, with hosts and guests alike filled with joy. However, the following day, the city lord was conspicuously absent. He was nowhere to be found, neither at the lord's residence nor in any corner of Shangqing. Along with him, the precious sword gifted by Hinan had also vanished. Initially, everyone presumed the lord had merely indulged a bit too much and was sleeping it off. Yet, as night fell, he still had not emerged from his chambers. The guard stationed outside knocked on the door, but received no response. Without the lord's command, none dared to enter his quarters. The city lord was known for his suspicious nature, likely a result of past misdeeds, making him believe that others sought to harm him. Thus, even those closest to him refrained from staying overnight. Each evening, he would ensure the doors and windows were securely locked, meticulously checking multiple times before allowing himself to sleep. After the guards had knocked for an extended period without any reply, they reported the matter to the city lord's wife. She dismissed their concerns, suggesting he might be engrossed in his cultivation, advising them not to disturb him. With her words, the guards felt reassured, dutifully maintaining their posts without further worry. However, as 3 days passed without any sign of the city lord, the lady began to feel uneasy. Has the lord still not emerged? She inquired. When informed that there had been no movement, a sense of dread washed over her, prompting her to forcefully open the door. The guards hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Do not fear. I shall take responsibility, she declared. With her authority established, the guards complied. The city lord had fortified his door against potential assassins, and it took considerable effort for the guards to pry it open. Yet, upon entering the room, they found it utterly vacant, devoid of the lord's presence. The bedclothes were disheveled, suggesting someone had recently occupied the space. A chill gripped the city lord's wife as she recalled how the previous head of the Leaf family had similarly vanished without a trace. Did none of you see the lord leave? She asked, though she already knew the answer. The door had been bolted from within when she had forced it open. The windows were securely fastened, also locked from the inside. The guards dared not enter, remaining outside in anxious anticipation. The city lord was known for his fastidiousness. He permitted no one to touch his belongings, and those tasked with cleaning and laundering were specifically designated. Even his wife refrained from casually handling his items. Though she sensed that the city lord might not return, she still retreated from the room. Repair the door, but do not disturb anything inside, she instructed. The guards complied, attending to their duties without daring to utter a word. Once back in her own chamber, she realized her back was drenched in cold sweat. If the city lord had indeed perished, what would become of her? Fortunately, her family still held considerable influence, or her anxiety would have been even more profound. After a considerable time calming her emotions, she immediately instructed the driver to take her back to the Li residence. Upon her unexpected return, Li Jiaqing was perplexed by his sister's sudden appearance and her grim countenance. What had happened? The city lord has vanished. What does vanish mean? Li Jiaqing didn't take it to heart. After all, men often go a few days without returning home, which is not unusual, no matter how wonderful one's spouse may be. After decades of companionship, it is easy to grow weary. The allure of novelty from the outside world is hard to resist. I suspect he is akin to my elder brother. The city lord's wife's words caused Li Jiaqing's heart to lurch. Are you serious? Absolutely certain. The doors and windows were locked from the inside, and he is gone. A chill crept down Li Jiaqing's spine. Sister, do you truly believe this is a curse? Or is someone behind this? I do not know. The city lord's wife had long lost her bearings, her mind a tumult of confusion. Initially, When the former head of the family had vanished unexpectedly, Li Jiaqing felt a sense of relief, for if his elder brother had remained, he would never have had a chance to rise. Yet now, with the city lord also missing, if there were indeed a puppet master behind this, how terrifying must that individual be? Is it not akin to being able to kill at will, silently, and without a trace? What do you plan to do? The sudden disappearance of the city lord is not a trivial matter. How would I know what to do? If I knew, would I have come to seek your counsel? The city lord's wife burst into tears. Crying women always resort to tears. What use are they? Then what do you propose? After a lengthy pause, Li Jiaqing finally suggested, perhaps we should inquire about Henan? Chapter 154. The city lord's wife is taken in. No. The city lord's wife exclaimed, startled as if her tail had been stepped on. What is it? Why the fuss? It's just that your brother-in-law has been contemplating killing him daily. Will he be of any assistance? Moreover, if there is indeed someone capable of killing invisibly, I believe he is the most likely candidate. Do you have any grounds for such an assertion? I lack evidence. Yet his nature is too sinister. I have a strong intuition that he is responsible. Li Jiaqing rubbed his hands and paced in circles, finally managing to spit out, if it truly is him, what do you intend to do? Avenge your brother-in-law? Avenge what? I possess neither the skill nor the capability to kill Henan. The city lord's wife felt a surge of frustration. This is not the time to discuss vengeance. We must consider who will inherit the title of city lord. Suddenly, Li Jiaqing was struck by a realization. Indeed, this is a significant matter. Everyone desires the position of city lord, and Li Jiaqing is no exception. Noticing his expression, the city lord's wife could discern his thoughts. It is not impossible for you to aspire to become the city lord. Li Jiaqing's eyes sparkled. Sister, do you have a plan? Unless Henan supports you. The Li family's strength lacks any competitive edge. Li Jiaqing's enthusiasm waned instantly. Sister, you know I have never been on good terms with Henan. Why would he assist me? Every person has their weaknesses. If you cater to his desires, you surely can succeed. While no one is yet aware, if you act discreetly, your chances will be greater. True, but what are his desires? The city lord's wife pondered. He is surrounded by many women. He must be quite the libertine. Are you suggesting I deliver women to him? What of it? One must bait the wolf with the child. Gritting his teeth and stomping his foot, Li Jiaqing declared, fine. Let us proceed with this plan. Thus, Li Jiaqing selected the 10 most exquisite machine maidens from his collection. He did not conceal his intentions. As long as you can win Henan's favor, I assure you, you shall not be treated poorly. Upon hearing they could go to the He residence, the machine maidens felt a surge of joy, though they feigned reluctance. We have all contracted with the commander. Isn't this betrayal? Will you dine luxuriously at the He residence, or remain by the side of your current commander? The choice is yours. Though I am the head of the family, I shall not compel anyone who does not understand the nature of humanity. It is inherently inclined to seek higher ground. Given the opportunity to ascend, no one wishes to linger in the mire. Thus, no persuasion was necessary. The 10 machine maidens eagerly acquiesced. Before him stood a row of stunning beauties, leaving Henan somewhat bewildered. Li family head. What is the meaning of this? Every heart yearns for beauty. I have heard that the He family head possesses a keen eye for aesthetics. So I have specially selected a few for your appraisal. Haha, appraisal? If you intend to present me with women, you need not be so courteous. I shall not refuse. Henan silently scoffed while maintaining a cordial facade. In that case, I shall not be polite. Seeing that Henan accepted without hesitation, Li Jiaqing disdainfully curled his lip. However, he did not forget the matter at hand. Earlier that day, my sister came to me, weeping, to inform me that the city lord had vanished without a trace. With the doors and windows tightly shut, how can such a strange occurrence happen? Oh, Henan observed him with keen interest, awaiting further details. You understand. Dear He family head, a country cannot endure a day without a ruler. With so many pressing issues in Shang City, the absence of a city lord is untenable. Are you interested in the position of city lord, Li family head? Not at all. The position of city lord rightfully belongs to the He family head. I have no desire for burdensome responsibilities. Since you, Li family head, are also disinterested, why not hold a vote? Li Jiaqing found himself momentarily speechless, his mind raging. I am interested, indeed very much so. The news of the city lord's sudden disappearance quickly spread throughout Shang City, prompting various family heads to visit the city lord's residence to comfort the city lord's wife, offering words of solace while subtly probing who might assume the role of the next city lord. The city lord's wife was acutely aware that without the support of the city lord, she was merely a fragile woman, and a middle-aged one at that. Her words would carry little weight. Initially, she had hoped for Li Jiaqing to ascend to the position of city lord, providing her with a pillar of support. After all, he was her own brother. However, after visiting the He residence, she realized she could not rely on him. If a public vote were to take place, Li Jiaqing would stand no chance. In a bid to secure her own survival, the city lord's wife approached Henan bearing lavish gifts. He family head. This is the city lord's military token. With this token, one can command 1,000,000 machine maidens and 500 Black Hawk guards from the city lord's residence. Henan's eyes narrowed, feeling a stirring of interest. No, an overwhelming desire. Does the city lord's wife truly place such trust in me? The city lord is no longer present, and my status as his wife is merely nominal. I am Li Fong. You may address me by my name, He family head. Li Fong lowered her stance significantly. Henan regarded her with intrigue. What are your conditions? I implore the He family head to ensure my survival. I wish to live. This is hardly a challenging task. Li Fong's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, do you agree then? By following me, your life will be mine. You can still have second thoughts. I do not regret it. Henan replied with a subtle smile, promptly entering into a contract with Li Fong. A familiar mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Contract with the level universe spaceship successful. Henan was momentarily taken aback. Had he stumbled upon a treasure? Li Fong, equally astonished, widened her eyes. You can actually contract with a mech maiden? Henan raised an eyebrow and smiled. This will remain our little secret. Yes, I promise to keep it to myself, Li Fong eagerly agreed. Though she mused that even if she disclosed it, who would believe her? A mechanic capable of contracting a mech maiden? That seemed excessively unfair. Suddenly, Li Fong sensed something amiss. If you're able to contract a mech maiden, then why? Kiki, you are not the only one, Henan replied. What? Li Fong, who prided herself on her worldly experience, struggled to maintain her composure. All right, I shall have Lin Rue arrange a place for you to stay. Go rest for now. Oh, wait, is there anything else? The Lord's Manor still possesses a wealth of resources and treasures. Will you not retrieve them? Of course. I intend to empty it. Very well. Henan casually pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to her. Please note the location. Got it. Li Fong, curious about why he did not go immediately, could not resist cautioning him. The Lord's Manor currently lacks a master. It is inevitable that someone might take advantage of this. We must act swiftly. Thank you. Henan glanced at the paper she handed him and then tossed it into the fire. Li Fong opened her mouth to speak but ultimately retreated. Henan waited until darkness enveloped the sky before he set out, accompanied by Lin Rue. They stealthily appeared at the Lord's Manor, collecting valuables without discrimination, seizing everything of worth. It had been quite some time since he had engaged in such a gratifying endeavor. Chapter 155, The Lord's Election. The Lord's Manor was far wealthier than the former Li residence. The entire underground space resembled an immense warehouse, filled with gold, silver, jewels, antiques, and jade artifacts. It also contained provisions left over from the apocalypse, albeit mostly nearing expiration. Nevertheless, Henan was unconcerned, as long as they were stored in his space. These provisions would never spoil. In addition to the underground storeroom, he thoroughly scavenged the armory and granary above ground, leaving no stone unturned. Even seizing the furniture and decor from the Lord's study, Henan returned home, having amassed a fortune, and indulged in a splendid sleep. However, the next morning, chaos erupted at the Lord's Manor. The Lord's Manor has been robbed. A notorious thief. The guards were distraught. Although the Lord was gone, they had not been idle. How could such a thief have infiltrated and absconded with so many items without a sound? Was there an insider among them? Nearly everyone shared this suspicion. Glancing at one another, each appearing guilty. With the Lord absent, there was no venue to protest their grievances. The guards had no choice but to report the incident to the steward. Previously, the steward had enjoyed a certain prestige due to the Lord's invitation. But now he found himself lacking any such dignity. Perhaps we should summon the lady to take the reins? The inhabitants of the Lord's residence naturally had no objections. However, the various heads of families were unwilling to accept the situation and gathered together to deliberate on significant matters. Henan was also invited to partake in this discussion. Amidst an exchange of pleasantries, it became subtly apparent that each individual believed themselves to be more suited for the position of Lord. Henan, with half-closed eyes, displayed little enthusiasm. It was the head of the Wang family who redirected the conversation towards him, asserting that he, indeed, was the most suitable candidate for Lord. The others rolled their eyes in response, thinking him merely a sycophant. Henan lazily lifted his eyelids and remarked that he had no interest in the position. If they could not reach a consensus, he suggested an anonymous vote, with the candidate receiving the most votes being declared the victor. This idea was met with approval, particularly from the head of the Wang family, who knew that, even if a rotation were to occur, it would not benefit him. Thus, he preferred to support Henan. Surely, there must be rules for this voting? Queried the head of the Sun family, who had been relatively quiet until now, prompting everyone's attention towards him. And then back to Henan, awaiting his announcement of the rules. Henan, unwilling to squander time on this matter, proposed that news be disseminated regarding the placement of a ballot box in the central square, starting the voting in the morning and concluding by evening, with the outcome determined by the number of valid votes. The responsibility of arranging the ballot box was naturally assigned to Chen Xueqing. Since Henan was not participating in the election, his neutrality was accepted by all. That evening, he crafted a sealed box with a narrow slit for inserting ballots, aimed at preventing any form of cheating and ensuring fairness and justice. Head, should our people participate in the voting? Chen Xueqing inquired. It matters not, Henan replied. Is there a candidate you favor for the lordship? None, came the terse response. Chen Xueqing appeared momentarily taken aback. Head, if we support a lord, it would facilitate many matters in the future. There is no necessity. Noticing Henan's indifference and dismissive demeanor, Chen Xueqing felt a pang of anxiety. However, he understood Henan's temperament. Once he made a decision, it was immutable and persuasion was futile. Thus, he chose to remain silent and quietly withdrew. At that moment, Wu Miao approached him. Do you truly not wish to become the Lord? What is the point of being the Lord? One must concern oneself with everyone's trivial troubles. Does that not seem exhausting? Henan replied. Wu Miao found herself at a loss for words, particularly struck by the sheer laziness of this man. She could hardly believe he harbored no ambition. Perhaps his aspirations were grander, too vast for a mere city. Li Fang had recently arrived at the He residence and was still acclimating to many aspects. In her efforts to foster good relations, she personally crafted outfits for Henan's two children and gifted them longevity locks. She willingly assisted with any tasks that arose, displaying no airs of a lord's wife. Henan was quite pleased with her, considering her exceptionally perceptive. Wu Miao found herself momentarily entranced by Li Fang's industrious figure, pondering whether she was akin to a spaceship, curious about its potential capabilities in battle. Perhaps the former lord maintained his position for so long precisely because of her presence. This was not an implausible notion. Observing Henan's evident appreciation for Li Fang stirred a twinge of jealousy within Wu Miao. Although Li Fang was 40, her exceptional upkeep made her appear to be in her 30s. Moreover, she had long since shed her youthful innocence, exuding a certain mature charm. Wu Miao was indifferent to the boisterous young girls, yet she was unaware of whether such a woman held any allure for Henan. Naturally, Henan had no inkling of her thoughts. Had he known, he would have vehemently protested, asserting that he had no inclination to seek out a maternal figure. In contrast to the ease of the He family, other clans were particularly busy. This one night of campaigning was their sole opportunity, and they spared no effort, awaiting the decisive showdown the following day. After a day filled with tense voting, the polls closed at 8 in the evening. In front of everyone, Chen Xueqing opened the ballot box for verification. Each ballot box had 3 inspectors, one responsible for validating the ballot's legitimacy, another for counting, and the last for announcing the results, emphasizing mutual oversight. Fortunately, Henan had the foresight to standardize the ballot specifications, allowing for direct counting with a note counting machine. Otherwise, with millions of ballots, counting them manually would have been an indefinite endeavor. Nevertheless, the entire verification process lasted over 3 hours. Ultimately, to everyone's astonishment, the victor turned out to be the seemingly inconspicuous head of the Wu family. Upon hearing this outcome, he was momentarily taken aback. Is this not a mistake? Chen Xueqing responded earnestly, stating that all votes had been meticulously checked by the staff before being counted. Congratulations were in order for the Wu family head on assuming the mayoral position. The Wu family head, feeling somewhat awkward, stood up to nod at the assembly. Although many were inwardly discontent, they had to accept the results. With grim expressions, they clasped their hands in greeting to the new mayor. The Wu family head, being rather impulsive, moved into the mayor's residence that very night, deliberately avoiding the former mayor's bedroom and study, opting instead for a dwelling with favorable feng shui. The former mayor's household became free agents, able to either continue serving in the mayor's residence or seek refuge with other families. Most chose to align with the He family, particularly the loyal subordinates of Li Fang, who naturally followed their master. However, the former residence's steward found himself in a rather awkward position. The Wu family already had a steward, leaving no role for him in the mayor's residence. Other families were even less likely to employ him as a steward. Regardless of his choice to remain or depart, he appeared to be a figure of mockery. At that moment, Henan thought of him. Chapter 156. The super nanny, the former mayor's steward, named Wang Quan, was a shrewd middle-aged man. He always wore a friendly smile when encountering others, never offending anyone. However, no one dared to disregard him. Even the family heads treated him with a measure of respect. Presently, various clans hesitated to take him in, fearing his propensity to undermine authority. When the current family head was present, it was manageable. However, once the position passed to a junior, there was no guarantee he wouldn't harbor ulterior motives. Henan held no such concerns. His strength was the reason others were willing to follow him. The ties that bound the He family were never about blood relations, but rather about mutual benefit. Wang Quan stood respectfully before Henan, inquiring, "What instructions does the He family head have for me?" Henan spoke plainly, expressing his intention to entrust the management of the million mechanized maidens to you. Wang Quan was taken aback, questioning whether the head of the He family harbored concerns about his latent ambitions. Henan narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of danger flickering within his gaze, suggesting, "You may attempt to find out." Although Henan had not taken any overt action, Wang Quan felt as though his heart was tightly grasped by an unseen hand, causing him to involuntarily shrink back and quickly kneel, pledging his unwavering loyalty to the head of the family, vowing never to betray. "I have never placed my trust in mere words, but rather in actions," he declared. "I shall serve diligently, ensuring that the head of the family remains undisappointed." Henan nonchalantly tossed the military token to him, as if it were a trifle of no significance. Wang Quan cradled the token in both hands, bowing deeply as he retreated. Henan merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before swiftly diverting his attention, no longer concerning himself with the man. However, tranquility eluded the household, as no one anticipated that the newly arrived Wang Quan would emerge as a figure of significant power-wielding control over military forces. This development sparked considerable intrigue. Speculation abounded regarding whether Chen Xueqing had offended Henan and was on the verge of being sidelined, or if Wang Quan had been a spy secretly placed by Henan within the city lord's residence, now returning in triumph and gaining favor. In any case, a multitude of conjectures circulated, yet none dared to take action, for no one understood Wang Quan's true standing in Henan's eyes. A person may be devoid of ability or even foolish, yet cannot afford to align with the wrong faction. Wang Quan had anticipated potential isolation, but was taken aback by how everyone within the He family appeared to regard him with a mix of wariness and aversion, as if he were a contagion. Nonetheless, he remained patient. Based on his experience, winning hearts was never achieved through explanations, for to most, explanations were merely veils for concealment. He preferred to allow others to witness his merits and draw near voluntarily. It was not merely the He family that shunned him. Individuals from other clans also kept their distance, as if he were a venomous creature. The prevailing belief among the majority was that Wang Quan was a spy placed by Henan beside the former city lord. Otherwise, how could one account for the hostility from all other families while only Henan had taken him in? Moreover, upon entering the He residence, he had swiftly risen to a position of authority, commanding significant military resources, which spoke volumes of Henan's trust in him. Having spent years alongside the former city lord without revealing a single flaw, he was indeed a remarkable individual. Yet, such a person posed a great danger. No one knew how many facades he possessed. Wang Quan felt truly wronged, but even with his frustration, he could not articulate his grievances, resigning himself to his plight. Fortunately, he maintained a positive outlook. Given that Henan had entrusted him with the million mechanized maidens, he resolved to fulfill his duties diligently, deeming any excessive behavior unnecessary. Henan awaited a response from the cornered Wang Quan, while the new city lord, Wu, found himself at a loss. The current city lord's residence was but an empty shell. Apart from its grand architecture, it held not a grain of rice. The original staff had sought their own fortunes, forcing him to recruit individuals from his own family. What infuriated him further was the fact that Wang Quan had taken the million mechanized maidens to align himself with Henan. Had he known that the royal authority possessed military tokens, he would have treated him kindly and would never have sent him to the He family. However, it is now too late. Although he has ascended from the head of a family to the Lord of Shanqing, there have been no significant changes apart from the increase in mundane responsibilities. His initial hopes for the Wu family to soar have not materialized. He has finally come to understand why Henan held such disdain for this position. The role of a city lord is not suited for mere mortals. It may appear akin to a white-collar job, yet the tasks are those of blue-collar labor. Those seemingly astute family heads frequently burden him with trivial matters. He cannot refuse them and must inevitably acquiesce. At times, he feels as if these individuals are intentionally orchestrating his humiliation. Henan, however, does not dwell on these trivialities and has set sail with his elite battle team, this time accompanied by Li Fong. Li Fong is an astute individual, adept at discerning the opportune moment to make the right choices. Furthermore, she possesses an exceptional ability to win hearts, quickly befriending everyone upon her arrival. Even Wu Miao, who initially harbored reservations about her, gradually developed a fondness for her. It is no surprise, given her extensive experience as the city lord's wife, that she possesses certain qualities. Henan does not hesitate to express his admiration for her. Perhaps due to her age, Li Fong subtly exudes an aura of leadership within the group. It is at this juncture that Wu Miao realizes her position is threatened, her eyes reddening with indignation. Henan gently ruffles her hair, asking, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." She replies, "How can it be nothing if you look like this? Am I a failure? How could you be? Then why is it that everyone is drawn to Li Fong? Because she is safe." "Safe? What do you mean?" Wu Miao appears bewildered. "Everyone knows I harbor no romantic intentions towards her. Just as you were willing to be with her before, she poses no threat to you." Wu Miao tilts her head, realizing that this indeed holds some truth. "Then will you like her?" "Of course not," Henan exclaims. "What are you thinking?" A laugh escapes Wu Miao, dispelling the gloom that had enveloped her. As long as Henan's heart belongs to her, no one can shake her position. Henan feels weary, pondering how complex and sensitive women's emotions can be, that they might cry over trivial matters. The purpose of this expedition is to continue the search for altars. The previous 2 altars have proven immensely beneficial to Henan. He is convinced that more altars exist, though their locations remain unknown. Simultaneously, he wishes to assess Li Fong's combat capabilities. Upon reaching the designated maritime area, Li Fong immediately shifts into her mechanical form, an invisible pressure emanating from her. Apart from Wu Miao, the other mech maidens instinctively feel the urge to submit, prostrating themselves before her. Henan squints, surprised to discover that there exists a form of bloodline suppression among mech maidens as well. Li Fong's data panel is astonishingly simplistic. Name: Li Fong Mechanical Core. Level energy required for Mechanical Core. Metaverse Mechanical Form. Spaceship, and then there was nothing more. Henan was astonished to discover that she did not possess a mounting slot, indicating a lack of offensive capability. Yet, what was the torrent of energy surging within her? With a sudden realization, Henan exclaimed, "This is a super healer." Chapter 157. The desert from which there is no escape. Although Henan harbored boundless energy, she had previously conducted tests revealing that she could only support a maximum of 10 mechanical girls in combat simultaneously. Beyond that, she would become mere a source of oxygen, unable to contribute further. However, with Li Fong's presence, this predicament would vastly improve. As a man, Henan preferred to be at the forefront of battle rather than lurking behind a throng of women. Regardless, Henan had stumbled upon a treasure once again. The group continued forward, only to encounter a bustling crowd not far ahead. While it was customary for teams to venture out in pairs, such a gathering was a rare sight. In high spirits, Henan decided to investigate the commotion. To his surprise, the crowd was engrossed in discussions about a secret realm. Truly, fortune favored the bold. Henan swiftly approached a kindly-looking uncle to glean information. Naturally, he did not forget to present the man with a pack of instant noodles as a token of goodwill. The uncle, trembling hands carefully placing the noodles into his bag, looked up to address Henan. "This secret realm opens once a month, reminiscent of pre-apocalyptic Hollywood, teeming with monsters, aliens, and mechas. It is advisable to enter as a team, with a maximum of 10 individuals per squad. Inside, one can undertake missions. Success garners rewards, while failure incurs penalties. Alternatively, one might search independently, though the risks are exceedingly high and finding valuable items is quite challenging." "Have you ventured inside before?" Henan inquired. "Indeed. I barely escaped with my life," the uncle replied, a fleeting glimmer of fear flashing in his eyes, causing Henan's heart to race. There was certainly more to this realm than met the eye. "When does the secret realm open?" "Soon, within half an hour at most." "Thank you, uncle." Henan sought out a quieter spot to gather his team. "I intend to explore inside. What about you all?" "Of course, we shall follow you," Lin Shuang eagerly responded. Although there was slight discontent among the group, no one voiced dissent, and they all nodded in agreement with Henan. Very well. Let us join the queue. Henan led the way, aligning with the lengthy line of eager adventurers. Indeed, after half an hour, the space began to warp, gradually forming an archway. The individuals ahead stepped forward cautiously, their expressions alert and their bodies tense, revealing their palpable anxiety. Henan and his companions followed the crowd into the entrance. They first arrived in a vast open area, where an enormous light screen materialized before them, displaying numerous missions. The tasks were broadly categorized into two types: treasure hunts and extermination missions, with difficulty levels rated by stars, ranging from 1 to 5. Most individuals opted for the treasure hunt category, and soon, the 1- and 2-star tasks were swiftly claimed. When it was Henan's turn, he found himself only able to select from 3-star missions or higher. Lacking knowledge about the interior, Henan chose prudently, opting for a 3-star treasure hunt mission. Following the crowd's lead, once all had made their selections, a line of text appeared on the light screen. Do you think the 1-star mission you selected is truly just a 1-star? Initially, everyone held their breath in anticipation of the task's commencement, only to be utterly disheartened by this line. What does this imply? Is a 1-star not simply a 1-star, but rather something of greater significance? Could there be hidden missions lurking beneath the surface? Goodness, if a hidden task associated with a 1-star rating turned out to be a 5-star challenge, that would spell disaster. Alas, it all hinges on fate. I long to return home. Henan, however, displayed no emotional upheaval. Regardless of the situation, one must confront it. Rather than dwell on apprehensions that have yet to materialize, it is far wiser to prepare thoroughly. Soon, the luminous screen vanished, and darkness enveloped everyone, the sensation of weightlessness eliciting gasps from many. In the blink of an eye, all were teleported to their respective mission zones. Henan found himself in a vast desert, the sun overhead seeming to harbor a vendetta against him, nearly igniting his hair. Fortunately, he had ample water and stored ice in his supplies. He distributed a bottle of mineral water to each person, along with a generous portion of ice. Ah, what bliss! To have a sip of water, especially chilled. In the desert was an indescribable delight. Our quest was to locate a copper kettle, with the task prompt containing but a single sentence, within the designated area. How utterly disheartening. In such an expansive desert, where could one possibly find a kettle? Lin Shuang wiped the moisture from her lips, unable to restrain her complaints. Henan took a few tentative steps forward, feeling as though the soles of his shoes were about to melt. Thus, he drew out his weapon and loosed an arrow into the distance. Instantly, snowflakes danced through the air, and the temperature plummeted by several degrees. The group hurried onward, ever mindful of their footing. A copper kettle must be buried within the sand. It surely wouldn't be floating in midair, right? As Lin Shuang walked, she mumbled to herself. Everyone deemed her reasoning sound, each wielding a stick to dig through the sand. Only Henan kept his gaze fixed on the horizon, unconvinced that this task would be so straightforward. If unearthing treasures were as simple as digging in the sand, it would hardly warrant a 3-star rating. As expected, beneath the surface lay unexpected dangers. Lin Shuang's stick was seized by a snake, its 2 rows of sharp teeth snapping and severing the stick into pieces before lunging toward her face. Startled, Lin Shuang reacted instinctively, swiftly regaining her composure to fire a shot at the serpent. With a resounding explosion, the creature was obliterated. That was a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Lin Rui chuckled, patting her on the back. I was merely startled. It was a reflex. Be cautious. Don't act so recklessly. I understand. Though Lin Shuang had a spirited disposition, she still heeded her sister's advice. Besides Lin Shuang, the other mechanical girls also encountered various mutated creatures, fortunately none too ferocious, all swiftly dealt with. However, as they ventured deeper, the mutated animals began to grow in size and ferocity. The mechanical girls maintained a heightened sense of alertness, refusing to let their guard down. Henan consistently led the way, periodically releasing arrows to help keep the group cool. However, despite their exhaustive search, they could not find any trace of the bronze kettle. It seemed as though time stood still in this secret realm, with the sun perpetually positioned overhead, never shifting. Upon realizing this, Henan abruptly halted. Continuing in this manner would only lead to exhaustion without any results. Wu Miao lifted her gaze to the endless desert ahead, swallowing her unfinished thought. Henan glanced at her, contemplating the possibility that they were merely treading in place. How could that be? They had been advancing all along. Lin Shuang exclaimed in disbelief, unable to accept that after such arduous effort, they had made no progress. Henan pointed to the sun above. Look, its position remains fixed. All their faces turned pale. Chapter 158. The mysterious ruins. Henan retrieved a dining table from his space, along with several comfortable chairs and an abundance of food. They gathered around, eating while brainstorming solutions. Thanks to Henan, they would not perish of thirst here. Indeed, having a spatial ability is remarkable. Yet, Henan paid no heed to their flattery. Consumed by thoughts of the connection between the bronze kettle and the desert, he mentally reviewed all his historical knowledge, recalling only the ancient kingdom of Lulan, once splendid but now vanished, renowned for its bronze artifacts. Could this kettle be linked to that enigmatic ancient realm? He was uncertain, primarily due to the scant information provided for this task. Aside from indicating that the treasure was a bronze kettle, no further clues were offered, not even its size, shape, or color. Once everyone had their fill, Henan still could not devise a solution. However, continuing onward would be futile. They could not simply remain inactive. Frustrated, Henan raised his eyes to the blazing sun and suddenly drew his bow, shooting an ice arrow that tore through the fabric of time and space. Aiming directly at the sun, everyone stared at Henan in confusion, unsure of his intentions. Was he emulating Ho's legendary archery? Did he truly believe in such myths, tales spun by the elders to lull children to sleep? As Lin Shuang chattered incessantly, the atmosphere shifted abruptly, causing everyone to shudder involuntarily. It was no longer Henan's snowy domain. The sun had vanished. A fierce wind howled, stirring up a storm of sand. They grasped each other's hands to brace against the gale. The wind was so fierce that they could barely open their eyes, yet instinctively followed Henan's command, fumbling to hold on to those beside them. With a thought, Henan transported them into his space, spitting out the sand they had inadvertently swallowed. They could not help but express their discomfort. Let us wash up first. We'll venture out once the storm subsides. Wu Miao and Henan soaked together in the hot spring. Didn't that old man mention aliens in the secret realm? Why haven't we seen any? She pondered. Perhaps the tasks differ, leading to varied experiences. I have a strange feeling about this place. It seems as though a mysterious force governs everything here. Perhaps. Henan appeared somewhat distracted, his brows tightly knitted. Wu Miao understood that he was pondering a solution to their predicament and chose not to disturb him, quietly remaining by his side. It was not until the following day that the tempest subsided, revealing towering mud towers and a seemingly endless expanse of dilapidated structures before them. Could this truly be the ancient kingdom of Lulan? Henan muttered to himself before stepping towards the ruins. The area of the ruins was vast, roughly estimated to span around 100,000 square meters. Not a single complete structure remained. Some sites had merely a foundation stone left. Searching for a copper pot in such a sprawling expanse was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Henan believed that a meticulous search would not yield the best results. Although the secret realm had been open for an entire month, he still felt that sifting through the sand inch by inch was not the right approach. Thus, he rummaged through his belongings in search of a tool and surprisingly uncovered an infrared detector. This instrument is typically employed in the search for minerals, and since the pot was made of copper, it should prove advantageous. Consequently, he sent out a signal, and they began to disperse in search of the artifact. However, as soon as they spread out, each individual was confronted by a serpent-bodied, human-faced creature. Its eyes were elongated and a sinister green, seemingly filled with venom. Its mouth revealed tusks reminiscent of a rhinoceros, while its hair appeared as serpents, each flicking their tongues menacingly. Despite its stunning figure, it was almost too grotesque to behold. Henan swiftly drew his bow and shot an arrow that struck the creature between the eyes. Yet, in the moment it collapsed, it vanished without leaving a trace, as though it had never existed. Though puzzled, Henan chose to press on after dispatching it. The infrared detector did not seem as effective as he had anticipated. After a considerable amount of time, they remained empty-handed. Instead, various monsters continued to emerge, most of which were serpentine. Could it be that the broken copper pot was not located here after all? Lin Shuang rubbed her sore waist, feeling a sense of retreat. Prolonged exposure to a single color could easily lead to fatigue, much like suffering from snow blindness after wandering in a snowy landscape for too long. At that moment, all that surrounded them was sand, a relentless sea of yellow dust obscuring any semblance of other objects. Perhaps the instruments utilized in the quest for mineral deposits are indeed intriguing. Since the vessel in question is crafted from copper, it should prove beneficial. Thus, without further ado, the group began to disperse and search. However, as they scattered, each individual was confronted by a monstrous being with the body of a serpent and the face of a human. Its eyes were elongated in a haunting green, seemingly filled with venom. Jagged tusks reminiscent of a rhinoceros protruded from its mouth, while its hair resembled a multitude of serpents, each flicking its tongue. Despite possessing an exquisite figure, the creature was utterly unsettling to behold. Hinan swiftly drew his bow and loosed an arrow, striking the beast in the forehead. Yet, in the instant it fell, the creature vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Although puzzled, Hinan chose to press onward after dispatching it. The infrared detector appeared less effective than anticipated. After considerable effort, the group found themselves still empty-handed. Instead, a plethora of monsters emerged, most of which were serpentine in nature. Could it be that the battered copper vessel was not located here? Lin Shuang rubbed her sore back, feeling a twinge of discouragement. Prolonged exposure to a singular hue can easily lead to fatigue, akin to suffering from snow blindness after traversing a snowy landscape for too long. At that moment, all eyes were filled with sand, a swirling tempest of yellow dust obscuring any other sight. Chapter 159. Again, Hinan pondered the peculiarity of his own body, which seemed to absorb all forms of energy without discrimination. Initially drawing upon spiritual energy, then the power of the stars, and now harnessing the essence of the yellow sand, he found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, all of these forces contributed to his cultivation. Just as Hinan entered a meditative state, the distant desert began to stir. As if something were about to emerge from the earth, Wu Miao transformed into a mechanical form, standing guard beside Hinan, while the other mechanical maidens immediately assumed battle readiness. True to form, within a minute, mounds began to rise from the sand, growing larger and taking on human shapes. Rushing towards them, while one might have heard of sand gathering to form towers, witnessing sand coalesce into human figures was an unprecedented sight. Wu Miao did not hesitate. All 8 heavy laser turrets activated, unleashing a barrage upon the advancing sand beings. To her astonishment, the projectiles merely dispersed the figures, who reformed and continued their relentless advance. The others employed their full arsenal, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Modi unsheathed his curved blade and leapt into action, beheading one of the sand beings. However, the creature displayed no fear, swiftly regenerating a new head. Shangyu summoned flames upon his celestial silk, encircling a sand being. Yet, rather than inflicting harm, it only served to enrage the creature, which retaliated by sending a group of them flying. The commotion roused Hinan from his meditative state. With an air of urgency, he knocked an arrow and drew his bow in one fluid motion. At the moment the bowstring was fully drawn, a tempest of yellow sand erupted, a tornado howling past, rendering the sand beings incapable of maintaining their form, scattering them across the ground. Is this the essence of yellow sand? Truly remarkable. Hinan gazed at his hands, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. In his moment of distraction, a dozen sand beings coalesced around him. With a swift gesture, he drew them into his spatial realm, then knocked an arrow and released it, unleashing another storm of yellow sand. Yet, although the power of yellow sand within him could temporarily repel these sand beings, new ones continued to emerge incessantly, offering no permanent solution. Casting a glance at the ancient city buried beneath the desert, he pondered thoughtfully. Could it be that these sand beings were tasked with guarding this place? Thus, they attacked intruders? With this thought in mind, Hinan promptly sprinted away from the city. Indeed, upon leaving the ancient city, the sand beings ceased to appear. However, without entering the city, how could he search for the copper pot? Hinan was not one to dwell on dilemmas. Since a solution eluded him for now, he decided to set it aside. This secret realm surely held more than just yellow sand. Even if he could not complete his mission, discovering a few treasures would render the journey worthwhile. He skirted around the ancient city, continuing along the city wall. It was then he realized that even without entering a cultivation state, merely by stepping on the yellow sand, a trickle of its power coursed into his body. Although the influx was minimal, the prospect of enhancing his cultivation through mere walking was delightful to anyone. His spirits lifted. He found the desert increasingly endearing. He retrieved a large, red apple from his spatial realm, munching on it as he pressed onward. However, the desert was far from hospitable. Various mutated beasts emerged along the way, and Hinan responded with utmost caution, wary of any lapse in vigilance. After vanquishing countless mutated beasts, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations, Hinan, for becoming the first warrior to advance to level 1 of the secret realm. You are awarded a fragment of the copper pot. What on earth is this? A game? A fragment? Staring at the small copper piece that had appeared in his hand, roughly the size of a fingernail, Hinan felt somewhat exasperated. How many pieces would it take to form a complete pot? Nevertheless, it was ultimately good news. He had discovered a means to acquire the copper pot, rendering his efforts not in vain. Now, Hinan became even more fervent in his hunt for mutated beasts. sparing none he encountered. Exhausted, he finally returned to his spatial haven to rest. Yinan, how are you? Are you hurt? Upon seeing Wu Miao rush towards him with reddened eyes, a pang of guilt arose within him. I'm fine. I'm sorry. I was so focused on leveling up that I forgot to check in with you. Leveling up? What do you mean? I suspect this secret realm might be akin to a game. Those who enter are referred to as warriors. And slaying mutated beasts allows one to level up and receive rewards. What? A game? How bizarre. Indeed, this world has become quite chaotic, Yinan conceded, feeling equally perplexed. Show me what reward you received. Yinan casually handed over the fragment of the copper pot. This. You toiled all day for this. Yinan's eyes flickered thoughtfully. Perhaps there are other methods. I just have yet to uncover them. What methods? I don't know. We'll explore tomorrow and see. If it's solely about hacking away, a month wouldn't yield a single copper pot. There must be an alternative. All right, then rest early. I'll accompany you tomorrow. Okay. Yinan luxuriated in a soothing bath and had a light meal before sinking into the plush embrace of his bed, succumbing to slumber. Wu Miao, recognizing his fatigue, quietly accompanied the child, refraining from disturbing his rest. The following day, after a modest breakfast, everyone reconvened in the secret realm. Given the rewards for vanquishing mutated beasts, each individual exerted themselves with renewed vigor. Yet, uncertainty lingered. Did our efforts contribute to your progress? Indeed, without even a status panel, it was impossible to ascertain how many creatures needed to be slain to attain level 2. This felt akin to an underdeveloped game. Even if it were offered for free prior to the apocalypse, I would have no desire to engage. Yinan affectionately ruffled her hair and resumed his tasks, finding her quite endearing. In the timeless expanse of the desert, Yinan could only gauge the hour through the clock within their space. Around noon, he gathered everyone to return to the space for a meal and respite. The game bore an oddity. Apart from the sporadically appearing mutated beasts, no guidance was provided, leaving players to function as mere monster-slaying machines. Wu Miao rubbed her sore arms, murmuring her grievances. Yinan, contemplative, noted the absence of a map, forcing them to chase after the mutated creatures. Alas, this truly was the most tedious game imaginable. Amidst their collective complaints, Shan Yu timidly stood up. Lord of the city, I've reached level 1 too. Oh, it seems experience points are calculated separately, Yinan mused. Ah, Shan Yu, you are incredible. I haven't leveled up yet. Lin Xuan exclaimed, her face a mask of frustration. Shan Yu simply lowered his head, remaining silent. MOD cast a glance at her, opening his mouth to speak but ultimately refrained. After all, everyone would eventually level up. There was no need for such ostentation. Following an hour's rest post-lunch, they ventured out once more to battle monsters. By day's end, every member had attained level 1. Yinan felt a twinge of discontent. His initial advantage had been swiftly equalized, and there were no signs of reaching level 2. On the second day, Yinan encountered a team of 10. Perfectly balanced with 5 men and 5 women. Their disheveled appearance resembled that of beggars. Leading them was a chubby fellow, whose reaction upon seeing them was akin to encountering a ghost. Did you not encounter the storm? How are your clothes so pristine? Are they made of dust-resistant fabric? Yinan was left speechless. Do you have any noteworthy discoveries? Killing monsters grants experience, they replied candidly, devoid of any deceit. Anything else? Nothing. We've only avoided the storm and slain monsters. We've done nothing else. Finding no further inquiries to pursue, Yinan prepared to depart. However, the group encircled him. The chubby leader grinning as he inquired, you must have food and water, right? Yes, but not much, Yinan replied, aware that their clean appearance rendered any denial implausible. Share some with us. We'll repay you once we're outside. Yinan's gaze darkened, pondering the possibility of their failure to escape. Who are you cursing? I'm merely speaking the truth. Yinan dismissed the bravado in his tone, insisting on a trade for any items they sought, or else the discussion was futile. We possess nothing of considerable value. I shall write you an IOU, and when I am out, you may collect at my residence. No further discussion. The stout boy clenched his teeth and retrieved a fragment from his pocket, akin to the one in Yinan's hand. Can I exchange this? The shard in Yinan's empty pouch trembled slightly, evidently responsive. Yet he maintained his composure and inquired, what is this? What purpose does it serve? I don't know. I unearthed it from the sand. It glimmered golden upon extraction, but now it appears thus. It seemed that not only monsters could yield treasures. Even the act of digging in the sand could uncover riches. Yinan felt a surge of joy. However, he still frowned, disdain evident on his face as he remarked, this looks utterly useless. At most, it might fetch you a bottle of water. The stout boy, initially thinking Heenan would refuse, was elated at the prospect of acquiring a bottle of water. "A bottle of water is sufficient," he exclaimed, hastily thrusting the fragment into Heenan's hand. Fearful of any change of heart, Heenan rummaged through his backpack, produced a bottle of mineral water, and promptly tossed the shard into his pocket. In that fleeting moment of collision, the two fragments swiftly fused. Heenan then set forth, striding away with purpose. He needed to find a secluded spot to examine the newly formed piece. Unbeknownst to him, the stout boy, convinced of his intentions, led his team in the opposite direction. Once assured that he was not being followed, Heenan withdrew the fragment from his pocket. Though it had been two pieces, it now appeared as a singular, flawless shard, devoid of any sign of amalgamation. Wu Miao had seen the fragments yesterday and gasped in astonishment upon seeing this transformation. Goodness, how marvelous! The fragments resonate with one another. We must continue our search. Indeed, at last, they perceived progress, and the group rekindled their vigor for the journey ahead. Ever since discovering the fragments' connection, Heenan had been particularly attentive to their reactions. This method proved effective. They unearthed 2 more pieces from the sand, obtained one from a mutated beast, and Heenan ascended to level 2, earning another shard as a reward. They had gathered 6 pieces in total, yet still lacked a base for their vessel. Where on earth could they find it? That night, as Wu Miao lay in bed, she clutched Heenan's arm and lamented, "We will surely find them all. Sleep now." Faced with such a matter requiring relentless pursuit, Heenan felt powerless. He could only chip away bit by bit, digging with each stroke. The ensuing days were spent in a relentless cycle of excavating sand and battling monsters, eventually culminating in the assembly of a vessel base, allowing Heenan to ascend to level 3. The familiar voice echoed once more, "Congratulations, warrior Heenan, you have gained the recognition of the secret realm, rewarding you with a novice gift pack and 10 free attribute points." "Ah, it's beginning to take shape," Heenan murmured. And before him appeared his attribute panel. Name: Heenan level, warrior level 3 strength, 10 agility, 10 mental power, 0 free attribute points, 10 talent, none martial skills, none prior to the apocalypse. Heenan, a man of science and technology, was also an avid gamer. While he may not have been a top-tier player, his presence could be found in many popular games. Based on his gaming experience, he knew that prioritizing strength in the early stages was the optimal choice, as strength directly represented one's lethality. However, Heenan always felt that this matter was not as straightforward as it appeared. His quest was one of treasure hunting, and thus, the demands on his mental acuity should, in theory, be greater. With this reasoning in mind, Heenan unhesitatingly allocated all 10 of his free attribute points to his mental prowess. He immediately felt a resonant hum in his head, followed by a heightened awareness, enabling him to perceive through the yellow sands with clarity, even discerning distant sights. Furthermore, he realized that even buried beneath the sands, as long as an object was imbued with the power of the yellow sands, he could sense its presence at once. Previously, their extensive travels had yielded little in terms of discoveries, but with his enhanced mental acuity, he found that he could unearth something almost with every few steps. Of course, many of the items he encountered were unfamiliar to him, their uses unknown, so he could only collect them for the time being. Perhaps these were items required for others' quests, which he might later exchange with fellow adventurers. On the 10th day of their journey into the secret realm, Heenan and his team reached level 3 and finally emerged from the desert into a village bustling with people, most of whom bore expressions of confusion. Suddenly, Heenan conjectured that this place might be akin to a novice village in a game. To validate his hypothesis, he ventured towards the nearby fence, only to be immediately confronted by a mutated beast charging at him. Indeed, his suspicion was confirmed. He did not rush into battle, but instead retreated back to the novice village. "I intend to explore the surroundings myself. Are you all going to team up to hunt monsters, or will you rest in the safe zone?" "I'll go hunt monsters," replied Shanyu, his voice barely above a whisper but resolute. Heenan recognized the ambition in his eyes and did not oppose him. "Very well, and what about the rest of you?" "We'll also hunt monsters," Wu Miao declared, unwilling to remain shielded by Heenan. An independent woman by nature, she had no desire to be a mere parasite. "All right. Please ensure your safety." "Understood." With his instructions given, Heenan swiftly exited the novice village, drawing his bow and shooting arrows as numerous mutated beasts fell beneath his feet. At that moment, he truly believed he was immersed in a game. The slain mutated beasts evaporated, rendering their bodies uncollectible. Moreover, defeating monsters yielded equipment, gold, and other rewards, perhaps due to the lower level of the mutated beasts surrounding the novice village. Heenan busied himself for a while before discovering a handful of gold coins and a pair of shoes. Upon wearing them, he found they were quite commendable, enhancing his agility by 2 points. Chapter 161. This game is peculiar, even encouraging violence. A group of individuals stood brazenly before him, and Heenan could see through their intentions at a glance. However, they seemed unfazed by being exposed, for they numbered 10, while he stood alone. In such a disparity, the common perception would favor the many over the few. Heenan was undoubtedly in a disadvantaged position. Yet, unbeknownst to them, he was far from weak. He recalled the unopened novice gift pack and silently invoked it to open. As a result, inside lay a dagger, a piece of cloth armor, and 100 gold coins. After all, it was a novice gift package, so it was to be expected that it wouldn't yield anything remarkable. Although the items were unimpressive, Heenan still fastened the dagger to his waist and donned the cloth armor. The few individuals who had witnessed Heenan's sudden cessation of hostilities, retreating to don their garments, began to suspect that this piece of clothing was indeed a treasure, and they quickly surrounded him. At the forefront stood an individual with a wild hairstyle, who spoke while habitually directing his nostrils toward Heenan. Perhaps in an attempt to deceive Heenan into relinquishing his possessions, his tone was relatively amiable. "Little brother, why not trade that garment with me? I have something to offer in exchange." "What will you offer?" Heenan feigned ignorance, his expression betraying a hint of naive foolishness. The wild-haired individual inwardly rejoiced, thinking, "This is quite the treasure. Collecting 10 pieces can summon a divine dragon." Heenan's eyes suddenly sparkled. Was this not the fragment he had been seeking? Noticing Heenan's rapt attention, the wild-haired man silently cursed him for a fool. Without waiting for Heenan's consent, he promptly thrust the fragment into his hands, swiftly seizing the garment in the process. Heenan cheerfully tucked the fragment into his pocket, and upon hearing a faint cracking sound, the fragment seamlessly fused together. "Thank you, dear brother. If you come across any more, please do return them to me." "No problem." Seeing how easily Heenan was deceived, the wild-haired man felt a twinge of guilt for having robbed him and led his team away. Once they had distanced themselves, Heenan drew his bow and prepared to shoot. "Howl!" The twin-headed tiger's anguished cries echoed across the plains as 4 arrows struck its 4 eyes. And after a brief struggle, it succumbed to its fate. As the twin-headed tiger's corpse vanished, Heenan collected 2 more fragments. Today was proving to be quite fortuitous. With renewed determination, Heenan pressed onward, dispatching any minor creatures he encountered with a single arrow, quickly slaying nearly 100. He felt that the thunderous bow was custom-designed for this game, proving exceedingly effective. It now possessed 2 critical attributes, one for ice and another for petrification. However, the attributes could not be switched at will. They activated randomly. Even so, Heenan was quite content. During his recent confrontation with the twin-headed tiger, he had triggered the petrification critical hit. After being struck in one eye, the creature began to gradually turn to stone. It had no chance to flee, as Heenan swiftly dispatched it, making the encounter no different from waiting there for his demise. After a morning of relentless battles, Heenan had gleaned some insights. Defeating minor creatures typically yielded gold coins and inconsequential items. In contrast, vanquishing larger foes, such as the twin-headed tiger, resulted in fragments and usable equipment. To gather fragments quickly, he realized he could not afford to waste time on minor creatures. Unfortunately, their occurrence was exceedingly rare and appeared in random locations, rendering any pattern elusive. How wonderful it would be to have a guide, Heenan muttered to himself as he continued his work. After all, slaying monsters was an exceedingly monotonous task, and he feared he might grow numb if it persisted. Sometimes, fate is indeed a mysterious force. Just after he eliminated a minor creature, the wild-haired individual who had previously exchanged cloth armor with him reappeared. A fleeting glance at Heenan revealed that the only valuable item he possessed were those shoes. "I will exchange 2 shards for your shoes," I declared imperiously, leaving no room for negotiation. However, Heenan did not acquiesce immediately. Instead, he retorted, "Is that all you have? Just 2 shards?" The implication was clear. The explosive-haired youth raised his brows in surprise. "Don't push your luck. 2 shards are already a considerable offering. If it weren't for my pity, I would have taken them by force. Even a clay Buddha possesses a modicum of wrath. And Heenan was far from a saint. Then why don't you just take them?" Heenan asked earnestly. "If you don't, how can I defeat you?" Although he was uncertain whether killing a player incurred penalties in this game, he had no desire to take that risk. If the explosive-haired youth made the first move, it would provide Heenan with a perfect opportunity to validate his hypothesis. Unbeknownst to him, the explosive-haired youth regarded Heenan with the incredulity reserved for a fool. I have spoiled you too much, he remarked. Henan scoffed coldly. Are you a dog, only capable of barking? Infuriated, the explosive-haired youth unleashed his fury, swinging a fist toward Henan's head and discarding the shards in his hand. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Henan swiftly stashed the shards into his space and drew his bow. He triggered a critical hit with ice attributes, and within a minute, the explosive-haired youth was transformed into an ice sculpture, caught mid-stride. Henan dispatched another arrow, shattering the ice sculpture into fragments that scattered across the ground. The onlookers, who had been merely spectating, were now left dumbfounded. Run! Someone shouted, and the remaining 9 individuals fled, their speed rivaling that of startled dogs. Henan had no time to concern himself with their escape. The voice in his mind left him bewildered. Congratulations, Henan, you have achieved your first kill. You are rewarded with 10 copper pot shards. Such a plethora of rewards for killing? This game is truly bizarre. Killing a mere creature yields only 2 shards. Yet slaying a player grants 10. This is nothing short of an encouragement to commit murder. Instinctively, Henan's weapon aimed at the fleeing individuals. If he could eliminate them all, perhaps he would complete his task. The thought startled him, prompting Henan to quickly sheath his weapon and sit cross-legged on the ground. He had never felt such impulsiveness before. In that fleeting moment, he nearly lost control. After a brief period of meditation, Henan sensed that his murderous urges had been somewhat quelled, and he hastily returned to the novice village. The dangers lurking in the wilds were too numerous and unpredictable for meditation. He was grateful that he had invested all his free attribute points into mental strength. Otherwise, he could not have managed the earlier situation. Once the floodgates of slaughter opened, he dared not contemplate the consequences. Casting aside his chaotic thoughts, Henan sought a tranquil corner to sit in silence, focusing his breath and gradually calming his mind. He refrained from returning to his space, fearing that the uncontrolled sensation would dissipate. If such an incident were to recur, he might again succumb to his baser instincts. Thus, he must rely on himself to regain his composure. Otherwise, he shuddered to think of what might transpire during the latter stages of the game. In this apocalyptic world, people have grown increasingly desensitized to the act of killing their own kind. Henan's hands were not without blood either. However, he would not permit himself to succumb to the urge to kill uncontrollably. That was his unwavering principle. In Chapter 162, you are not qualified to set conditions. Mere meditation could not suppress Henan's impulsive desire to erupt into violence. On the contrary, his resistance caused the veins in his temples to throb painfully. Henan was inherently a tenacious individual. Regardless of the situation, if he was unwilling, he would never yield. Thus, he forced himself to slow his breathing and gradually channel the stellar power within him. Deprived of the altar's enhancement, the stellar power was feeble, yet it served to purify his emotions as it coursed through his meridians. The agitation within Henan gradually diminished alongside the stellar power, ultimately fading away. Upon opening his eyes, he found Wu Miao and the others had returned, encircling him with concerned gazes. Henan, what is wrong? Wu Miao inquired anxiously, seizing his hand as he regained consciousness. Nothing, just encountered a bit of trouble, but it has been resolved. You're not injured, are you? No. After a thorough inspection confirmed that Henan was indeed unhurt, Wu Miao handed him a small pouch. What is this? Fragments of the copper kettle. Henan poured the shards into his palm, revealing 6 substantial pieces. Is there really this much? That took quite a bit of effort. How many did you manage to collect? Henan chose not to respond, instead piecing the shards back onto the copper kettle. The kettle was now mostly reconstructed. With a few more killings, it could be fully restored. He was startled by the sudden thought that flitted through his mind. It was ominously reminding him of the need to kill. What is it? Wu Miao asked, noticing his troubled expression. It's nothing. After some contemplation, Henan decided to share his experience with the group. Fearing that if they lost control after inadvertently taking a life, they might succumb to darkness. What? It can be like that? That is terrifying. Henan's gaze darkened. Thus, we must strive to keep our distance from other humans to avoid provocation and potential misdeeds. Yes, let us remain together tomorrow and not separate. Agreed. The novice village was bustling with people, so Henan did not take everyone back to the space. Instead, he lit a campfire, warming himself while roasting several sweet potatoes. These were soft, fragrant, and particularly filling, ideal for this moment. However, the enticing aroma of the sweet potatoes attracted quite a crowd. What are you roasting? It smells wonderful. It's so fragrant. Is there any left? I can trade for it. Surrounded by a throng, Henan felt distinctly uncomfortable. Wu Miao quickly ushered the crowd aside. Those wishing to trade, come over here. The group promptly followed Wu Miao, none paying heed to the sudden appearance of a bag of sweet potatoes in her possession. What do you all have? Let us see what you've got. Everyone eagerly revealed their items. However, the villagers were not affluent. Most possessed only daggers, cloth armor, straw sandals, or a few coins. In the end, Wu Miao accepted coins, offering one sweet potato for 50 coins. While not a cheap price, it was reasonable considering that defeating a small monster typically yielded only 2 or 3 coins, necessitating the defeat of several to amass 50. However, scarcity renders objects precious. In a world where food is scarce, the ability to savor fresh sweet potatoes is a luxury previously unimaginable, leaving no room for complaints about their cost. Among them, 2 individuals clutched fragments in their hands, and Wu Miao's eyes sparkled with realization. This piece could be exchanged for a sweet potato, and they could return tomorrow if they found more. What is this? I didn't even bother to pick it up. Indeed, had I known, I would have taken it back. No worries, bring it back tomorrow, and we shall have sweet potatoes to eat. Before long, the village was enveloped in the enticing aroma of sweet potatoes. When the group, accompanied by the explosive-haired individual, returned, they were tantalized by the scent. Where did this come from? One of the curly-haired individuals nudged a frail boy beside him. The boy shrank back, pointing towards Henan, from whom he had exchanged it. The expressions of the group paled instantly, and they hastily chose a spot farthest from Henan, daring not to mention sweet potatoes again. The frail boy looked at them in confusion, yet refrained from further engagement. With the explosive-haired individual deceased, his contract machine companion found herself isolated and stripped of combat capabilities. Had it not been for her teammates' protection that day, she feared she too might have perished in the wilderness. She understood that these individuals would not continue to safeguard her. A burden, she needed to find a new ally. Her gaze wandered across the village, ultimately resting on Henan. Although he had slain her commander, his striking handsomeness was enough to overshadow the grudge of her husband's death. Thus, she approached hesitantly. Hello, may I exchange for sweet potatoes? Henan recognized her immediately. She was the woman who had stood beside the explosive-haired individual, presumably his contract partner. No exchange, he replied curtly. His decision not to eliminate them did not imply a willingness to engage with them. What if I offer this in exchange? The woman's high-pitched voice grated on Henan's nerves. Just as he contemplated dismissing her, Wu Miao interjected. All right, come to me. I will exchange with you. Yet the woman remained unmoved, her hands still raised before Henan. Only then did Henan notice that she held numerous fragments of copper pots, at least 20 pieces. Nevertheless, he had no intention of entertaining her. If she wished to trade, she could seek Wu Miao. If not, she should leave. The smile on the woman's face faltered. How could you treat someone like this? Do you not understand the value of compassion? Henan cast her a disdainful glance and pulled Wu Miao closer. This is true grace. Can you compare? The woman's face flushed with embarrassment. Though she was attractive, she could not measure up to Wu Miao, who radiated an innate nobility without effort. Yet, she possessed her own stubbornness, refusing to believe that Henan would dismiss her with such an abundance of fragments in hand. Since you are so ungrateful, forget it. Consider me as never having come. The woman stood to leave, only to be called back by Wu Miao, her face revealing a hint of triumph. You no longer have a commander, do you? That means you lack combat strength? The woman glared at her resentfully. What exactly are you trying to convey? I merely offer you a gentle reminder. Everyone here is aware that we acquire such items. Unless you remain perpetually in the novice village, can you truly safeguard them? The woman's heart sank, for this was her greatest fear. I can relinquish all of this to you, but you must allow me to join. Wu Miao turned to seek Henan's opinion. Henan merely cast a cold glance at the woman and commanded, Get lost. Stumbling back a step, she exclaimed, How can this be? Do you not desire these items? Wu Miao answered on Henan's behalf, Someone will assist us in obtaining them, thus you are unqualified to negotiate. The woman fell to the ground in despair. Chapter 163. The first kill. The woman was not foolish. She understood the principle of having a precious possession could lead to peril. I will trade with you. But may I take only one sweet potato at a time? That is acceptable. The woman handed over all the fragments to Wu Miao and took a single sweet potato in return. At least in the novice village, she was safe. However, to survive, she needed to venture out and slay monsters. These sweet potatoes would not sustain her for a month. Yet, she was without a commander and could not even defeat the weakest of monsters, plunging her into despair. Of course, another option existed. She could barter her body for sustenance, enduring until the secret realm opened, and then seek a contract with someone. However, unless it became absolutely necessary, No one wished to take this path. The woman spent the entire night in troubled slumber, wrestling with her thoughts. The next morning, Heenan continued to hunt monsters, uncertain of how many levels he needed to ascend to leave the novice village. After receiving the woman's fragments yesterday, the copper pot had assembled 2/3 of itself. A welcome piece of good news. Before setting out, Wu Miao did not forget to offer the woman 2 sweet potatoes, inquiring, "We will not return until noon. Will this suffice?" "Yes, thank you." Although she appeared hesitant to speak, Heenan paid her no mind. He was not in need of additional companions. He had plenty of capable individuals by his side. If the woman were wise, she would recognize the necessity of demonstrating her worth rather than perpetually casting herself as a victim to elicit sympathy and manipulate others through moral obligation. Before departing, Heenan had communicated with everyone. Today's route was untraveled by anyone else. In this direction, apart from their small group, no one else followed. "Heenan, is there an issue here? Why is there not a single person around? It is likely that there are formidable creatures nearby. Someone must have seen them. Yet no one informed us. Then we must exercise caution." Heenan scanned the group, instructing everyone to stay close, ensuring that should danger arise, they could grasp one another. Indeed, they all understood that Heenan intended to shelter them in his space should peril arise. There was no safer haven. This knowledge brought reassurance to each individual. After trekking for over 10 minutes, astonishingly, not a single minor monster appeared. The path was eerily quiet. Heenan recalled the first encounter with an island-type monster, which had similarly been marked by silence. When powerful beasts were present, even their kind would instinctively keep their distance. As anticipated, the further they advanced, the higher the surrounding temperature rose. There was no wind, yet the air was thick with dust, diminishing visibility with each passing moment. Heenan halted, releasing an arrow straight ahead. "Remarkable. Such precision showcases your exceptional skill, Heenan. Remain vigilant." Ignoring Lin Xuan's flattery, Heenan commanded with a stern expression. Everyone immediately focused, proceeding with utmost caution. After a few steps, a fierce gust of wind stirred up a cloud of dust, prompting everyone to instinctively shut their eyes. In that fleeting moment, a fist, as large as an iron pot, swung heavily toward Heenan. Though his vision was obscured, Heenan's instinct for danger remained sharp. He drew his bow and shot. With a swift whoosh, the arrow flew forth, accompanied by a monstrous wail. Heenan quickly retrieved windproof goggles, distributing them to everyone. Once donned, they beheld the creature that assailed them. It was a grotesque amalgamation of sand, a humanoid figure formed from a mound of sand. With a head resembling that of a rhinoceros and a human-like body, it ambled upright, shedding grains of sand as it moved. Heenan's 2 arrows struck. One pierced its shoulder, the other its palm, neither targeting a vital area. Now, it charged toward Heenan and his companions, seemingly intent on crushing them. Heenan stood his ground, swiftly drawing his bow for a rapid succession of 3 shots, 2 arrows striking its eyes, and 1 piercing its throat. Initially, he believed this would fell the beast. However, it merely roared in defiance, continuing its relentless advance. The mechanical maidens were not idle, unleashing an onslaught of projectiles upon it. Yet, within a second of being struck, it reformed into its humanoid shape, proving indestructible. This approach was futile. Despite its size and apparent clumsiness, it was surprisingly swift, and hesitation would allow it to close the distance. Without an effective means of supply, being caught in close quarters would spell doom. Heenan gradually harnessed the power of the sands within him, infusing it into his arrows, and aimed once more at the creature's heart, eyes, and throat, firing consecutively. Yet, instead of succumbing, the monster's form solidified further. Alarmed, Heenan realized he was inadvertently aiding its rampage. He swiftly retracted the sand power, opting instead for the power of the stars, and unleashed another barrage. This time, he triggered an icy critical hit, transforming the creature into a statue of ice. He promptly followed up with an arrow, shattering the ice, which melted into a puddle upon impact. A voice echoed in everyone's minds. "Congratulations, warrior Heenan. On your first kill of a level 1 desert tank, you are rewarded with wind affinity." Several individuals turned to Heenan in unison. "What is this wind affinity?" Heenan shook his head in confusion. Glancing at his attribute panel, name, Heenan level 3 warrior strength, 10 agility, 15 mental power, 10 free attribute points, 5 affinity, wind level martial skills. None, only the affinity section indicated the addition of wind level, without any further explanation. Nevertheless, the increase in agility by 5 points suggested a correlation between wind affinity and speed. Additionally, he noticed the emergence of 5 free attribute points. Without hesitation, Heenan allocated them all to mental power, raising it to 15. Upon encountering the desert tank's ambush, there was no need for reckless shooting. He could accurately sense its precise location. After reviewing the rewards from the secret realm, Heenan did not forget to loot the corpse. This desert tank, after all, was a level 1 creature and surely would not drop nothing. As expected, 5 fragments appeared, along with a piece of leather armor, a pair of deer-hide boots, and a skill book. He then assembled the fragments onto the bronze pot, while he bestowed the leather armor and deer-hide boots upon Wu Miao. The skill book turned out to be perfect aim, which was particularly suitable for archers. Without hesitation, Heenan learned the skill. His attribute panel underwent another transformation. Name: Heenan level, warrior level 3 strength, 10 agility, 15 mental power, 15 free attribute points, 0 talent, wine system level martial skill. Perfect aim level despite having slain a level 1 creature. He was still unable to reach level 4, which left Heenan somewhat dispirited. He had no choice but to lead the group onward, perhaps due to their demise. Small monsters began to appear in droves around them, their sheer numbers inducing a sense of dread. Initially, Heenan would occasionally shoot an arrow, but soon he abandoned the effort altogether. This task was better suited for the mechanized companions. Their artillery was far more effective against these small foes, capable of decimating a whole group with a single shell, unlike Heenan, who could only fell one with a single arrow. Chapter 164. Provoking public fury. Not only was combating the small monsters time-consuming and laborious, but the rewards were also scant. Before long, Heenan grew impatient. Let us change direction. All right. After a concentrated barrage, Heenan quickly led the group towards a diagonal path, only to collide head-on with a rival team. They were but 6 in number, each individual's eyes bloodshot, as if they hadn't slept in a month. Upon spotting Heenan and his companions, their eyes suddenly lit up, and they rushed forward with blades drawn. Heenan narrowed his eyes. These individuals had undoubtedly tasted the rewards of hunting warriors. Though reluctant to engage in bloodshed, he would not simply stand idly by as they advanced. Halt! If you take another step forward, I shall not show mercy. Drawing his bow to its full tautness, he issued a warning. Yet, the group pressed on, seemingly oblivious to his words. With a swift release, an arrow pierced the throat of the foremost assailant. If you wish to live, then flee quickly. Otherwise, I will show no mercy. He drew his bow once more, warning them with a fierce gaze. However, the demise of their comrade merely halted their advance momentarily. They charged forward again, as if unaware of the imminent danger. Heenan was certain that these individuals had lost their senses. Reflecting on the previous day, he realized that had it not been for his formidable mental strength, he might have succumbed to a similar fate. Without time for further contemplation, he swiftly loosed several arrows, causing all to clutch their throats and collapse, convulsing before quickly succumbing to their wounds. This time, he did not receive rewards from the secret realm, yet the spoils from the looted bodies were substantial: 20 fragments, 6 short blades, 6 pieces of leather armor, 6 pairs of straw sandals, and 500 gold coins. He distributed the leather armor and straw sandals among his companions before assembling the fragments onto the bronze pot, revealing a complete bronze vessel before him. However, Heenan did not receive a notification indicating the completion of his task. What is the matter? Seeing Heenan standing in a daze, Wu Miao approached with concern. Having meticulously assembled the copper pot, yet lacking any indication of task completion, Wu Miao took the vessel and examined it closely. Could there be some inlay here? She inquired, pointing to a groove on the neck of the pot. What might be embedded here? Perhaps a gemstone? Uncertain, Heenan had not anticipated she would possess an answer. And after storing the copper pot in her space, she continued onward. With the advantage of wind-based skills, Heenan and her companions, all clad in footwear, significantly enhanced their speed, enabling them to deftly evade minor creatures while directly pursuing their targets. However, the wilderness surrounding the novice village was sparse after a day's toil. They had managed to slay merely 5 creatures, all of which were insignificant and of little value. Upon returning to the novice village that evening, they were besieged by a throng of individuals. Without that fragment, can we exchange something else? They clamored. Gold coins, Heenan replied. Having completed the copper pot and no longer requiring fragments, each piece now priced at 100 coins. What? The price has gone up? Came the laments. You are truly heartless. Do you think it is easy for us to earn gold? Heenan's expression hardened. Did we not struggle to bring the sweet potatoes here? I implore you to trade. If you do not wish to, then be gone. Immediately, one individual erupted in fury. You brat. Don't act so cocky. I'll make you pay for it tomorrow. Whatever, Heenan shot him a cold glance, unperturbed. Though discontent echoed among the crowd, they ultimately traded for the sweet potatoes. After all, gold can be regained. But without sweet potatoes, one faces starvation. Heenan could not be bothered to argue. Within her space lay hundreds of thousands of pounds of sweet potatoes. Enough to sustain these people for a month, if not a year. Yet, Heenan had no intention of doing so. He was not a savior. Nor would he engage in petty kindness that breeds resentment. He refused to cultivate a dependency among these individuals, who might come to believe that his provision of sweet potatoes was an obligation. That night, the atmosphere in the village was far from tranquil. A certain restlessness permeating the populace as if it were contagious, assimilating those in proximity. As men began to gather around a woman, initial whispers of conspiracy soon transformed into brazen declarations. "You are nothing but a useless wretch. Serve me well, and I may feed you." The woman curled into herself, shaking her head vehemently. As all were met with her rejection, a burly man lunged forward, grabbing her hair. Suddenly, his hand was sent flying away. "Warning! Warning! Attacking others in the village will incur punishment." The burly man cradled his severed hand, his cries more pitiful than a slaughtered pig. He glared furiously at the woman, threatening, "You better stay put. Otherwise, I'll make your life miserable." The woman shrank back further, terror etched in her eyes. Her gaze landed on the few men who had not sought trouble, but each of them had their own partners, leaving her in despair as she withdrew her eyes. Ignoring the commotion, Heenan sat down to meditate after finishing his meal. That evening, they dined on sweet potato porridge, enriched with ham. The aroma stirred restlessness among the diners, each longing to leap forward for a hearty bowl. However, recalling the fate of the burly man, no one dared to act impulsively. Yet, some remained discontented, approaching Heenan to inquire, "Can this porridge be exchanged? I'll offer 200 gold coins." Immediately, someone beside him echoed, "I will also contribute 200 gold coins for a bowl." Heenan did not even lift his eyelids, remaining unyielding. The two individuals swallowed hard and retreated, their eyes betraying an unmistakable malice. Wu Miao expressed some concern, suggesting, "Shall we also drink nutrient liquid tomorrow? After all, it's only for this month." "Unnecessary," Heenan replied tersely. His current state was far from ideal. Though he was not as volatile as during his first act of violence, he was still not at ease. It felt as if something within him yearned to break free, yet it lacked direction and merely thrashed about. His breathing became erratic, and he struggled to suppress the urge to explode. Wu Miao sensed his discomfort and refrained from further disturbance, choosing to remain quietly by his side. This night was destined to be tumultuous, with Heenan enduring the scrutiny of all. At dawn the next day, Heenan prepared a large pot of porridge, this time enriched with shredded meat and cilantro. The villagers were in a frenzy, fixated on Heenan, wishing they could devour him whole. Heenan remained composed, savoring his porridge without casting them a single glance. Once satiated, he departed the village, opting to explore an uncharted direction. However, the other warriors closely trailed him, their intentions evident. Heenan could have easily quickened his pace to lose them, yet he understood that one could evade the initial confrontation, but not the inevitable reckoning. Approximately 500 meters from the village, the crowd dispersed, encircling Heenan and his companions. "Hand over the food, and we might spare your lives," Heenan scoffed. "Go ahead, make your move. Don't waste any more time." "What do you mean?" One retorted. "Do you think we fear to kill you? You might dare, but slaying me will not yield you any sustenance. You won't understand until it's too late. Don't hold back, attack." Chapter 165. Entering the central city, Heenan refrained from further banter and swiftly drew his bow, bringing down several of the foremost attackers in an instant. A portion of them perished before they could even react, causing the remaining assailants to falter, and they scattered in fright. Heenan did not pursue them, but quietly collected himself, his gaze tinged with crimson. In this hidden realm, taking lives became an addictive rush, akin to a drug, igniting an exhilarating fervor in the brain. Yet, once the thrill ceased, a profound emptiness engulfed him, as if his very soul had been extracted. This was decidedly unnatural, and Heenan repeatedly reminded himself to refrain from further violence. The group pressed onward, yet their encounters yielded only meager rewards. Not just Heenan, but everyone began to sense the strangeness of their circumstances. If we continue to eliminate only these minor foes, we may never escape the novice village. Is this truly our fault? Someone queried. Perhaps he desires to incite us into mutual slaughter? Heenan's words struck a chord deep within everyone. In this apocalyptic world, each individual bore the stains of blood upon their hands, yet that did not signify a penchant for murder. What shall we do if killing is the only means to escape? Wu Miao glanced at Heenan, awaiting his decision. Hinan's eyes flickered momentarily. This is merely my conjecture. Perhaps it is not so. The group did not find solace in his words. Rather, a heightened sense of unease enveloped them. Now, even Hinan finds himself at a loss, uncertain about what actions to take. On that day, Hinan returned to the novice village early, discovering that most of the inhabitants shared his crimson gaze, a testament to the bloodshed they had witnessed. A cursory glance revealed that the number of the vanished far surpassed those who remained alive. Yet, what tomorrow might bring remained beyond his foresight. The woman approached to collect the last sweet potato, but instead of departing immediately, she knelt before Hinan. "May I implore you to end my life tomorrow?" she asked, catching him off guard with such a request. He lifted his gaze to scrutinize her. Her eyes clearly darted away. I do not wish to suffer indignity. To perish without dignity. I beg of you, please." "No," Hinan replied resolutely, unable to take another life. The woman did not press further. Retreating silently to her previous position, she consumed the sweet potato slowly, as if once it was gone, all her hopes would vanish with it. For the past 2 days, she had observed those around her, and of all the faces, only Hinan harbored no malicious intent towards her. She had initially intended to evoke pity, hoping Hinan would take her in, yet her efforts had faltered. With no food available from tomorrow onward, her survival hinged on venturing out to slay monsters and earn gold. However, without a commander, she was as defenseless as any ordinary individual, utterly incapable of confronting those minor foes. Venturing out would surely lead to her demise. Moreover, the thought of what those men might do to her outside the protective bounds of the novice village was unbearable. Rather than enduring such humiliation, she mused, it would be better to embrace death. She whispered this sentiment, yet another voice within her countered, it is better to live, even in hardship, than to die. Hinan, preoccupied with thoughts of finding a solution, could not afford to concern himself with the woman's fate. He desperately sought a means to break the impasse. If nothing could be found in the wilderness, might there be something within the village? The gold dropped by slain monsters remained a mystery, yet its existence indicated it could not be without purpose. Suddenly, Hinan sprang to his feet and commenced a meticulous search throughout the novice village. The onlookers, puzzled by his intentions, followed his movements with their gaze. The novice village was modest in size, featuring vast open spaces and a few thatched huts. Strangely, not a single person had ventured inside. Everyone opted to sleep outdoors each night, neglecting to seek out a bed. He pushed open the door of one thatched hut, and a cloud of dust descended, prompting a series of coughs. Clearly, this place had remained uninhabited for quite some time. Inside the hut, there lay only a rickety bed, devoid of bedding, merely a layer of straw. Hinan pinched his nose and inspected the area thoroughly, finding nothing of value. He examined several more huts, yet still encountered nothing worthwhile. Ultimately, only an ancient well remained. Hinan peered into the depths of the well, engulfed in darkness, devoid of water. Yet, as his hand brushed against the stone walls of the well, a voice echoed in his mind, "Toss a coin into the well for an unexpected surprise." Without hesitation, Hinan produced a gold coin and cast it into the abyss. However, the coin fell as though into an endless chasm, producing no sound for an extended time. Hinan furrowed his brow tightly, continuing to toss coins into the well, 1, 2, 3, until he had deposited all his gold coins, yet nothing transpired. A bystander could no longer bear to witness this folly. "Are you out of your mind? Those coins were earned with our lives, and you just throw them away?" The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, speculating about his mental state. Surely, no rational person would behave so recklessly. Ignoring their sardonic remarks, Hinan raised his voice. "Who else has gold coins? Hand them over." "Why should we give them to you?" Someone retorted. "What do you intend to do with them? Just toss them around for amusement?" Unperturbed by their objections, Hinan promptly summoned a orca from his spatial realm. 1 gold coin for a piece of meat. Instantly, a throng of people surged forward. It wasn't a matter of principles. Hinan's offer was simply too generous. "I have some. Give me a piece." A large hand presented 5 gold coins to Hinan. Generously, he handed over a hefty chunk of orca meat, eliciting a broad grin from the recipient as he walked away. Concerned about missing out, the others jostled forward eagerly. Hinan remained indifferent, slicing the meat for anyone who provided gold. Transaction completed, goods exchanged. In this manner, Hinan exchanged half a whale for every gold coin in the crowd's pockets. Those who received orca meat quickly kindled fires, skewering the flesh on sticks and roasting it directly over the flame. Though devoid of any seasoning, the sizzling, fatty meat was enough to satiate their appetites. Meanwhile, Those who were left empty-handed could only sniffle and swallow hard, painfully aware of the disparity. Henan, without hesitation, cast all his gold coins into the well, yet still, there was no response. Damn it, have I been deceived? Henan seethed, feeling foolish. Just as he prepared to turn away, a sudden explosion erupted from the ancient well. The crowd was startled, dropping their morsels in shock. A voice echoed in Henan's mind. Congratulations, warrior Henan. The teleportation array has been activated. You may enter the central city immediately. Finally, he could leave the novice village, yet Henan felt no joy whatsoever. As he stepped into the teleportation array, he gathered all his mechanized companions into his spatial realm. He was utterly oblivious to what awaited him in the central city. The possibility of random teleportation loomed, and the thought of becoming separated was troubling. To his astonishment, he found himself in a technologically advanced city, with skyscrapers soaring 1,000 meters into the sky, bustling streets filled with people, and a cacophony of vehicles creating a lively atmosphere. However, there was not a single human in sight, only robots. As soon as Henan regained his balance, a robot intercepted him, demanding to see identification. What identification? I don't have any, Henan replied, maintaining his composure. Yet the robot continued to repeat, please present identification. Exasperated, Henan facepalmed. After a moment's reflection, he recalled the only item he had acquired from the secret realm, a copper pot, which he then produced. The robot's dual eyes instantly emitted 2 crimson beams, scanning the copper vessel in a complete circle. Authentication successful, passage permitted. It was only then that Henan comprehended the nature of his assignment, the objective being the verification of identity. Presumably, if the copper vessel had not been assembled correctly, entry would have been impossible. Henan, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. Although he had arrived in the central city, his mission remained unfulfilled, and he remained unaware of the true nature of the objects embedded within the copper vessel. Yet, the moment Henan set foot in the central city, he sensed 2 distinctly contrasting atmospheres. He glanced around casually and discovered that the robots were of 2 types. One bore a blue triangular insignia on its forehead, resembling the one that had just verified his identity, while the other type lacked any insignia and charged at Henan the moment it spotted him, unleashing its laser gun without warning. Henan had no time to evade and was immediately transported into a different space. Wang Miao and the others, anxiously awaiting his return, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him unharmed. What is happening outside? What is the central city like? Is it fun? They bombarded him with questions. Once their inquiry subsided, Henan spoke. There are numerous robots outside, armed with laser guns. Oh, we can fight now. I like that, Lin Xuan remarked, always able to lift the heavy atmosphere. Henan shook his head in resignation. All right, let us set off. Instantly, everyone transformed into mechanical bodies, appearing on the bustling streets of the central city at Henan's mental command. The unmarked robots immediately surged forward, and without any respite, a fierce battle ensued. The destructive power of the battleship had never disappointed Henan. Familiar electronic music resonated in his mind. Congratulations, warrior Henan, for achieving the first kill of an alien, earning 1 sapphire fragment as a reward. Great, another fragment. This is never-ending, Henan muttered. Wang Miao chuckled lightly. At least you now know it's a sapphire embedded there. Well, there's no point in arguing about the rules of this realm, Henan replied, recognizing the futility of such debates. The most pressing concern was to break through and find a secure location. However, without a map or task prompts, Henan could only continue to fight relentlessly. Utilizing mechanized companions against the aliens offered a significant advantage, allowing them to suppress the enemy's firepower and diminish their numerical superiority. Yet, it seemed as though these aliens were endless. After an entire morning of combat, the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness. Growing impatient, Henan decided to retreat everyone into the space for a brief respite. After hours of battle, aside from the first kill reward of a sapphire fragment, no other rewards had been obtained. This game is frustrating. It feels like a never-ending chore without any visible gains, Lin Xuan lamented, her initial excitement having long since faded. Perhaps we are approaching this incorrectly, Henan suggested. At his words, everyone turned to look at him. Why are you all looking at me? I'm merely speculating reasonably. So what? I have no clearer idea either. Let us eat first. Lin Rui had prepared lunch and called everyone over. As Henan ate, a sudden inspiration struck him. Perhaps there were not only aliens here. If they could locate other extraterrestrial beings to achieve first kills, they might receive additional rewards. Indeed, shortly we shall cease our engagement with them and seek out new extraterrestrial beings. I feel invigorated. Let us indulge in a hearty meal. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Hinan led the group away from the realm, choosing not to engage further with the aliens. Instead, they proceeded as previously agreed, forging ahead to break free from the aliens' encirclement. It must be noted that the central city is astonishingly vast, even after 20 minutes of navigating in a starship. The boundary remained elusive. At last, having evaded the relentless pursuit of the aliens, Hinan and his companions arrived at a forest teeming with various mutated beasts, significantly more formidable than those in the novice village. Hinan swiftly drew his bow and unleashed a flurry of arrows. The familiar electronic melody resonated once more. Congratulations, Warrior Hinan, for achieving the first kill of a mutated giant ape. You were rewarded with a shard of sapphire. Could it be that different mutated beasts yield distinct rewards for their first kills? Hinan mused aloud before knocking another arrow, this time targeting a golden three-headed serpent. One arrow severed a head from the golden serpent, yet before he could release the second arrow, the head regenerated. Taken aback for a moment, Hinan quickly conjured 3 arrows and released them simultaneously. With 3 resounding thuds, all 3 heads of the serpent were dispatched. Before they could regenerate, Hinan fired another arrow, striking true at its vulnerable point. The golden three-headed serpent thrashed violently, uprooting surrounding trees, yet ultimately succumbed to its grievous wound. Regrettably, no reward was bestowed upon Hinan. With no benefit to be gained, he chose not to linger, swiftly traversing the forest towards the distance. To his astonishment, the forest opened into an expansive plaza, so vast that from ground level, its edges would remain unseen. The square was densely populated with orcs, seemingly engaged in a ritualistic ceremony. Uncertain whether these orcs could be slain, Hinan lowered his altitude, observing whether they would mount an offensive. However, the orcs remained engrossed, bowing repeatedly at the altar while murmuring incantations, the content of which was unknown to him. Upon sighting the altar, Hinan's heart raced as the power of the stars surged forth, cascading downwards. The entire plaza trembled as though an earthquake had struck. Hinan, not daring to be complacent, promptly settled into a meditative position, exerting every ounce of effort to contain the celestial energy within him. Amidst the strain, he ultimately managed to curtail the outward flow of stellar power. Not only that, but the spiritual energy from the altar began to be absorbed by his very being. He entrusted the control to Wu Miao while entering a state of cultivation, his body akin to an insatiable abyss, voraciously drawing in the altar's spiritual essence. The plaza's tremors intensified, and the orcs, finally sensing the disturbance, scattered in panic. In the blink of an eye, Hinan and his companions found themselves the sole occupants of the vast plaza. Wu Miao descended to the ground, guiding Hinan closer to the altar for easier absorption. However, this experience was markedly different from previous encounters. As Hinan absorbed the spiritual energy, the altar began to fracture, cracks proliferating and extending across the plaza's surface. As if it were on the verge of complete disintegration, Wu Miao vigilantly surveyed her surroundings, instructing everyone to heighten their defenses and to take flight immediately in case of an emergency. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed, and in an instant, the earth trembled and collapsed. Everyone recalled Wu Miao as admonition and exerted themselves to ascend, but their efforts proved futile as they were inexorably drawn into the black hole beneath the square. Chapter 167. The altar revisited at the moment danger was sensed. Hinan swiftly led everyone back to safety within their space. What on earth just happened? That terrified me. Wu Miao clutched Hinan's hand, her heart racing, while the others appeared ashen-faced. That fleeting moment had brought them perilously close to death. However, Hinan pondered a different question. Why were there so many altars? And why was it only he who could absorb the spiritual energy from them? Perhaps you were indeed the chosen one, he mused, contemplating a mysterious and powerful force that had meticulously constructed numerous altars in anticipation of his arrival, awaiting the moment he would discover and absorb their energies, leading to miraculous outcomes. Lin Shuang's imagination always ran wild, weaving tales with remarkable creativity, yet this time, Hinan found himself believing her words to some extent. His rebirth had been shrouded in mystery, and now he possessed the ability to enforce a contract with a mechanical companion, along with the gift of a storage space. As his cultivation progressed, it seemed as though an unseen power was guiding him towards an unknown destination. Yet, the ultimate purpose of the altars and his own mission remained an enigma. You stay here. I will venture outside, Wu Miao declared, seizing his arm. No, it's too dangerous out there. Hinan gently patted her hand, asserting, we cannot remain hidden here indefinitely. Then I will accompany you. No need. The moment he finished speaking, he vanished. Wu Miao, frantic and pacing, felt powerless as he nan, upon exiting the space, was immediately drawn into the abyss by a powerful force, engulfed in darkness. Yet, within him, the power of the stars surged like boiling water. He forced himself to remain calm, holding his breath and directing the stellar energy back into his meridians. This action proved effective. Soon, his breathing stabilized, and he entered a meditative state. Miraculously, a vortex formed in the depths of the abyss. Though he descended rapidly, it was a smooth descent. His body, parched for energy, eagerly absorbed the surrounding spiritual power. He sensed he was continuously descending, akin to a high-speed train, yet he never reached the bottom. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Wu Miao, within the confines of their space, cried in desperation, feeling helpless. The existence of this space reassured her that He was safe. Lin Rui's words brought her some comfort, yet 3 days without a trace of him felt unbearable. Perhaps he is experiencing some extraordinary fortune and is deep in cultivation, she conjectured accurately. Indeed, He was engaged in his training. As his eyes fluttered open, he found that the anticipated danger had not materialized. He was seated securely beneath an immense altar. The energy emanating from this altar was so overwhelming that He felt that even a month would be insufficient to absorb it. Especially considering he had already been in this secret realm for over 10 days, time was truly of the essence. However, he was not inclined to relinquish his efforts, absorbing whatever he could. Yet, he did not forget to reassure Wu Miao, urging everyone to come forth, for perhaps they might discover some fortuitous opportunity. He are you truly unscathed? She inquired, her eyes reddened, struggling to contain her tears. He tenderly ruffled her hair, responding, am I not perfectly well? It is such a relief that you are alive, she exclaimed, tears spilling forth as she finally relaxed, her emotions unraveling. He comfortingly patted her back. I must seize the time to absorb spiritual energy. The time within the secret realm is drawing to a close. Yes, please do. I shall not disturb you any longer. Wu Miao replied, wiping her face and stifling a sob. He affectionately pinched her cheek. For you and the children, I will take good care of myself. I will remember that. Wu Miao nodded emphatically. He then enveloped them within his space and opened a small window, allowing Wu Miao to see him. Once again, he settled into a meditative position, focusing intently on the altar. Spiritual energy surged into his body, enhancing his clarity of thought. He seemed to glimpse the essence of this world, as if he were touching upon the truth. However, these revelations were fleeting, quickly dissolving into nothingness. He believed that perhaps, in some unseen manner, events were meant to unfold as they were destined. With each step he took, he either ascended to new heights or plunged into the abyss. It mattered not. His primary objective was to strengthen himself. Time and cultivation always sped by, and before he knew it, over 10 days had elapsed. The secret realm was due to reopen, and those who had entered should be emerging. The task he had undertaken remained unfinished, leaving him uncertain of the repercussions he might face. At this moment, He remained in deep meditation, seemingly one with the altar. The sensation was exquisite. The assimilation process felt akin to a natural cycle, harmonious and unobstructed. He remained in this state for 3 months, awakening only when the altar dimmed. Showing no signs of advancement, he gently clenched his right hand, reveling in the sensation of having reached the 8th realm. However, a frown soon crossed his face. 3 months without a bath had left him with an odor that was almost unbearable. He swiftly entered his space, and, upon catching sight of himself in the mirror, was taken aback by his reflection. His hair now cascaded down to his waist, black as a waterfall. To his surprise, a single strand of white hair adorned his temples, giving him an air of unique character. His beard had grown into a dramatic display, cascading smoothly down to his chest. Soaking in the bathtub, he felt as though his very soul was rejuvenated, his entire being relaxed. Wu Miao hurried after him, exclaiming, if it weren't for seeing you every day, I would have been frantic with worry. He affectionately tousled her hair. It must have been arduous following me, hasn't he it? Not really, just a bit concerned, she replied. He smiled subtly and chose not to elaborate further. Their relationship had developed into one of an old married couple. This bond had been calm and steady from the onset, and He gradually adapted to the presence of another woman in his life, later joined by 2 children. Wu Miao and the children had not been part of his original plans, yet they turned out to be delightful surprises. Although the time for the secret realm to open had long passed, they remained inside, uncertain of what consequences awaited them. Wu Miao tightened her grip on his hand. We won't be trapped here, will we? I'm not sure. Let's wait and see when we get out. No rush, Eat something first and take a nap. Henan grinned mischievously, pinching her ear. I want to eat you. Wu Miao blushed deeply. Aren't you hungry? I am. Then with splashes of water. The atmosphere was enchanting. After an epic battle lasting 300 rounds, Henan fell asleep, satisfied and at ease. Yet, unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, an altar began to manifest slowly within his consciousness. Initially, it appeared as a wisp of light dust, gradually coalescing into a phantom of an altar. As time passed, the apparition grew increasingly substantial. Eventually, a complete altar emerged within his mind, brimming with formidable spiritual energy that subtly nourished Henan's body. Chapter 168. The mysterious altar. Upon awakening, Henan was startled to discover a colossal presence in his consciousness, springing up from his bed in shock. What on earth is this? How did it get into my head? I am the bridge to communicate with the divine. Really? You can talk? Do gods actually exist? Yes. Then help me contact one. I want to see what a god looks like. Not yet. Why not? I am not yet a physical entity. My power is limited and cannot accomplish that at this time. So, you must assist me in locating a spiritual vein to restore my true form. What isn't it for me? You will become a child of the divine. What the hell does that even mean? I'm not interested. Henan didn't take the altar S-word seriously. Although he was unsure how it had entered his consciousness, it seemed harmless for the moment. So he decided to leave it be. As for helping it find a spiritual vein, Henan never engaged in endeavors that offered no benefit. The altar seemed to sense his thoughts. I can provide you with a celestial level technique. What is that? The altar did not explain. Suddenly, Henan felt a tightness in his scalp as a torrent of information flooded his mind. After a considerable pause, he finally sorted through the influx. It was a method of breathing, allowing one to control the body to absorb the essence of the sun and moon to the maximum extent, and then refine it within oneself for personal use. Thank you. I will help you find the spiritual vein. Having received a benefit, he was willing to do some work. By the way, what is your name? Or shall I call you Little Altar? Little Altar, may I have a different name? Henan found no issue with the name and proceeded to eat before investigating the situation in the secret realm. He found himself in an open space, shrouded in mist, rendering the path indistinguishable. Suddenly, he remembered that he had fallen from above. How was he to ascend now? Little Altar, do you know where I am? In the pastoral field. Pastoral field? What is that? Once a sect of immortals, unfortunately, it vanished tens of thousands of years ago. Tens of thousands of years ago? Henan's heart trembled. If this place had existed for such an extensive period, who was he? How could he absorb the spiritual energy from an altar that had been here millennia ago? Yes, Henan steadied his thoughts. How can I leave this place? If you wish to leave, you can. Wish. With a thought, Henan found himself outside the secret realm. At this moment, the place was deserted. Clearly not an appropriate time to commence. The copper vessel from his previous task still lingered in his grasp, its purpose unknown. He had no desire to venture inside again. It was merely an exasperating game that held no allure for him. After a considerable time had elapsed, he resolved to return to Shang City. However, the journey back was fraught with difficulties. The mutated marine creatures had evolved once more, some even possessing formidable flying abilities. Their claws capable of penetrating the hulls of ordinary aircraft. Along the way, he witnessed countless mechanical maidens plummeting into the sea, their lives extinguished. If this continued, humanity's numbers would dwindle sharply, a dire prospect indeed. The walls of Shang City have been significantly heightened. Yet they still failed to thwart the assaults of the airborne marine entities. The city lord had arranged for the heads of various families to take turns guarding the walls, ensuring the safety of Shang City. Chu Haoran and Su Ziyuan were not idle either. During such times, unity against external threats was paramount. While Henan had been away, new neighbors had emerged, enlarging the city's territory fivefold. The original Shang City found itself encircled by other factions, resembling a celestial body surrounded by its loyal stars. Now, with the threat of mutated marine life, a fragile peace was maintained, with no one harboring ulterior motives. However, should circumstances improve, Shang City's geographical position would become precarious. One could only wonder at the current lord's reasoning. Upon returning to the He residence, Henan stirred all his neighbors. Chu Haoran and Su Ziyuan, acquaintances, came to pay their respects and to barter for some provisions. Other neighbors, having heard of Henan's agricultural prowess, sought to exchange for goods to enhance their livelihoods. Yet, Chen Shueqing consistently rebuffed them, citing the absence of the family head as a reason for his inability to make decisions. Henan was quite pleased with this approach. He could not allow these individuals to assume that exchanging food was an obligation. Upon his return, the incessant stream of visitors became quite bothersome. Fortunately, with the adept Wu Miao as the mistress of the house, she skillfully managed the guest with grace and clarity. At that moment, Henan felt fortunate, realizing that marrying her had proven invaluable. After returning home, Henan shared the celestial-level cultivation techniques he had mastered with Shang Yu and MOD, hoping they would find them beneficial. The two received them as treasures, which indeed they were. Thus far, human society had yet to uncover such high-level techniques. Henan's discovery was undoubtedly a boon from the altar. With his spirits lifted upon returning home, Henan indulged in some playful moments with the two children before reclining in a rocking chair to bask in the sunlight. You must cultivate. Idleness is not an option. The altar's voice intruded inopportunely into his mind. Henan immediately bristled. Are you here to supervise me? I merely offer a kind reminder. Your current cultivation level barely qualifies as entry level in the higher realms, and pride is unwarranted. The higher realm? What is that? It is a world one level above this one. Oh, is there an even higher realm beyond that? Certainly, if you can survive and remain strong, you might eventually reach the Tianxian universe. What is that place? You lack the qualification to know. Henan felt a surge of frustration, exasperated by the altar's condescension. Suppressing the imminent eruption of fire, Henan continued to inquire, as our world, besieged by mutated marine creatures and plunged into the apocalypse, experienced the same fate in the previous era? In the past, there existed a harmonious coexistence of myriad races, humans, spirits, demons, beasts, and fiends. Coexistence? Henan abruptly sat up. Did they not engage in conflict? 8 millennia ago, a great war among the races transpired, and it was only through the singular efforts of the Emperor of Humanity that the populace was salvaged. A covenant was forged with the various races, ensuring a peaceful existence thereafter. Is true peace attainable? Henan questioned. Even among humans, there exists constant intrigue and rivalry. How could disparate races genuinely coexist in harmony? Why was Henan so skeptical? The covenant was nearing its expiration, necessitating the emergence of a new Emperor of Humanity to rescue humankind. What of the former Emperor? Has he perished? Ascended to the celestial universe? Ah, I see. You must diligently cultivate your skills. Do not grow complacent. But why are you chattering in my little ear? Why not seek out the new emperor? Henan did not genuinely wish to shirk responsibility. Rather, he was reluctant to be constrained by others. His desire to cultivate strength stemmed from a sincere intent to avoid being bullied and to possess the capability to protect those around him, not merely to embody the model student. Chapter 169. Encountering robbers, Henan had not truly become complacent. However, accustomed to absorbing the spiritual energy from the altar. Upon returning to Shang City, he found the ambient spiritual energy nearly non-existent, making the process arduous. You must hasten to locate a spiritual vein for me. I can grant you access to a small world for cultivation. A small world? Indeed, the concentration of spiritual energy therein is 100-fold that of this place. Oh, how does one find a spiritual vein? I do not know. What should I do if I feel like hitting someone? However, Henan quickly regained his composure. Finding a spiritual vein was imperative. Even without assisting the altar, he required it for himself. Yet, based on his limited understanding of cultivation, he surmised that spiritual veins were typically located in mountainous regions. Yet, all the highest peaks had sunk beneath the sea. Where could he search for mountains? The seabed? A new thought sparked in Henan's mind. With this newfound perspective, Henan set off once more, having only just returned to Shang City. Those who had come seeking to trade food with him found themselves thwarted. What is so exceptional about Henan? He is utterly arrogant. Indeed, he dismisses us entirely. Let me catch sight of him, and I shall make him regret it. Humph, such a person simply needs a lesson. A good beating will suffice. If one thrashing is insufficient, then 2 will do, until he submits. As he listened to these individuals grumble and depart, Qin Shueqing merely shook his head and closed the door to his residence. If a beating were to occur, it was uncertain who would be left in disarray. But it certainly would not be Henan. At this moment, Henan had already descended to the seabed aboard a nuclear submarine and found himself nostalgically recalling the merfolk. He wondered how they fared in his absence. Yet, now was not the time for reminiscing. The priority lay in locating the spiritual vein. Although the submarine's illumination was quite commendable, prolonged navigation in the pitch-black depths of the sea remained uncomfortable. As Henan traversed the underwater expanse, he meticulously charted a map, primarily to ensure he did not lose his way or retrace his steps. The ocean floor was vast. It was unrealistic to expect to explore it thoroughly within a short span of time. Moreover, the precise location of the spiritual vein remains an enigma, rendering this expedition more arduous than any prior endeavor. Traversing along the ocean floor for the better part of the day felt akin to navigating a treacherous path, fraught with obstacles at every turn. The dark depths of the sea serve as a breeding ground for mutated marine creatures, most of which lay their eggs in these waters, fiercely guarded by formidable maternal beings. While marine life does possess territorial instincts, they pale in comparison to their terrestrial counterparts. After all, the ocean is fluid. Numerous species migrate in response to climatic changes, resulting in a scarcity of any one species lingering in a single locale for an extended duration. Thus, even if one has just vanquished a horde of sharks, the unknown looms ahead. Henan diligently employed his detector to search for the spiritual vein while simultaneously dispatching various creatures. The ocean depths were teeming with a diverse array of mutated marine life, many of which had never been encountered before. Some of the non-toxic specimens would undoubtedly make for exquisite delicacies, fetching a handsome price. Even the toxic varieties could serve as experimental materials, potentially yielding valuable extracts. Having spent a prolonged period away from the laboratory, Henan had conceived a novel idea during this maritime venture. Merely endowing the mechanized beings with the ability to fly was far from sufficient. They must also learn to dive. In the deep sea, mutated marine creatures have had little interaction with humans and thus lack familiarity with the mechanized beings, making them comparatively easier to confront. With this notion in mind, Henan, during his moments of respite in the spatial realm, ventured into the laboratory to select materials. Pre-apocalypse submarine technology had already reached a high level of sophistication. Now, it merely required the addition of some weaponry. A far simpler task than inventing something entirely new from scratch. Beyond the essential diving capabilities, his primary consideration was defense. After all, infiltrating the ocean depths would inevitably expose one to numerous unforeseen dangers. The transition from shallow to deep waters necessitated a comprehensive assessment of potential threats. This was not merely a mathematical quandary. All data remained uncertain, and only by maximizing values could the safety of the mechanized beings be reasonably assured. Additionally, a paramount concern loomed: the issue of long-term oxygen supply. Increasing the number of oxygen tanks within the submarine would inevitably add weight. Yet, should the weight exceed limits, agility would be significantly compromised. As the night passed, Henan contemplated every conceivable scenario, ultimately identifying solutions for only a fraction of the challenges. He was not disheartened, for experimentation often entails a 99% failure rate before achieving success. However, just as Henan immersed himself in the study of the diving apparatus, the little spirit spoke once more. Henan, you need to cultivate. Henan felt an overwhelming urge to physically confront this entity. Would you kindly be silent? I'm looking out for your well-being. The abundant spiritual energy here is ideal for cultivation. Do not squander this opportunity. And who are you to meddle in my affairs? Be quiet. Why is your temper so irritable? What have I said? The little spirit, feeling unjustly wronged, reflected for a brief moment, only to realize that it had committed no offense. Thus, it resumed its incessant chatter. There is a spiritual vein here. This time, Henan refrained from losing his temper. And where is this spiritual vein? On the mountain, behind the waterfall. Henan squinted his eyes, pondering that the mountain in this space had appeared later. Was it not merely a mountain, but rather a spiritual vein? Though the altar was loquacious, it seemed incapable of deception. Henan rose and walked towards the waterfall, acutely aware that the spiritual energy here was far denser than outside, a fact he had long since acknowledged. Yet, he had never considered the possibility of a spiritual vein. Could it be here, beneath the water's surface? He donned a diving suit and plunged into the depths. The water was profound, and it took him over 20 minutes to reach the bottom. However, apart from mud, he found no trace of a spiritual vein. Where could it be? I've reached the bottom. After a prolonged silence, the altar finally spoke. To the right. Henan swam in the indicated direction, only to be suddenly swept away by a whirlpool, hurtling forward. What on earth is happening? Don't panic, you're almost there. Easier said than done. With his body completely out of control, Henan could only follow the current while dodging sharp rocks to avoid injury. After 5 minutes, he finally came to a halt, finding himself in a cavern adorned with stalactites. He could distinctly feel the thickness of the air. The spiritual energy here was almost tangible. This is the place to cultivate. Without hesitation, Henan settled into a meditation posture. He did not forget to release Shang Yu and Modi, believing that good fortune ought to be shared among them. The three soon fell into a state of cultivation. Hinan sensed that the spiritual energy entering his meridians seemed to vanish, akin to an insatiable abyss that could never be filled. This must be the altar's doing. What is going on? What have you done to me? I have absorbed the spiritual energy you refined. How audacious. You've taken the energy I painstakingly refined for yourself? I shall compensate you. What compensation? Present it now. Chapter 169. Hurry, instantly, or I shan't practice anymore. Hinan felt no shame in his obstinacy. He had yet to discern whether the altar was friend or foe, and had no intention of working for it for free. The altar, exasperated, offered. I shall provide you with a magical artifact capable of withstanding a blow from the Emperor. Oh, you possess such an item? I've never encountered an Emperor. How can I gauge their strength? What if you deceive me? Then I shall bestow upon you an Imperial-level martial technique, a one-arrow kill. Without waiting for Hinan's consent, the altar directly infused the technique into his mind. Hinan felt a buzzing in his head as the entirety of the martial technique was inscribed in his consciousness. The so-called one-arrow kill meant that any arrow shot would surely claim a life. Naturally, this was the ideal scenario, requiring the archer to practice diligently and attain a profound understanding to achieve such mastery. With this newfound advantage, Hinan resumed his cultivation. However, the sensation of working for nothing was exceedingly displeasing. All the spiritual energy he absorbed was appropriated by the altar, leaving him with none. After 3 full days, not only had he made no progress, but he felt as though his own cultivation had significantly declined. Hey, don't be excessive. You've even absorbed my previous cultivation. I will compensate you. Nonsense compensation. I'm not interested. If you continue this way, we shall part ways. The small altar, feeling aggrieved, was on the verge of tears. It had once been accompanied by 3 masters, each of whom ultimately became an extraordinary talent. Hinan, the weakest among them, possessed the foulest temper. Yet, it was destined to recognize him, and no change could alter that. The altar lamented, "My heart is heavy, yet I remain silent." Hinan lingered at the bottom of the pond for half a month, only departing when the spiritual energy here had dwindled. At that moment, the altar within his consciousness had solidified significantly, resembling exquisite mutton fat jade, a sight to behold. Despite its enhanced appearance, Hinan's attitude towards it remained unchanged. "Now, why have you come to reside in my consciousness?" he inquired. "It was you who chose me," it retorted. "I certainly did not. You drained the spiritual energy from my body, leaving me no choice but to follow you." Hinan touched his nose in embarrassment, realizing there was indeed some truth to this. "You are not the first altar I have encountered. Why do you cling to me so shamelessly? The others you met were also me. They were merely my avatars. All right, you win. Let us seek other spiritual veins. How many must you absorb to recover? Perhaps 10 or 8 like this one. It might restore me to a semblance of fullness. Isn't that rather deceitful? When did I absorb so much of your spiritual power? I was content to remain there, receiving worship from humans, yet you drain me dry without any intention of compensation. Who is truly being shameless here?" The altar was now irate, having been bullied for too long, which was not its style. Their bickering resembled children in a kindergarten squabbling over toys, and Hinan found it utterly tiresome. He decided to leave the space and continue his search for spiritual veins at the ocean's depths. The altar had regained much of its vitality and enhanced its perception of spiritual veins. Upon reaching the seabed, it promptly indicated the direction. Forward 1,000 nautical miles. Then turn left for 500 nautical miles. There lies a small spiritual vein. Remarkable, you can discern such distances. I am indeed useful. Once I recover, I can assist you in seeking rare treasures. Very well, I shall await that. Following the altar's guidance, Hinan indeed discovered a spiritual vein. Unfortunately, it was guarded by a beast, a merman on the verge of transforming into a dragon. Hinan quickly drew his bow and aimed for a lethal shot. Whoosh! The underwater pressure and water currents hindered the arrow's speed, allowing the merman to evade it effortlessly. Hinan felt disheartened, questioning, is this truly Imperial-level martial skill? Without practice, even the finest techniques are futile. However, Hinan did not dwell on it. It's merely a merman. I need not rely solely on my sword. I have my mech. Master, I wish to give it a try, Shang Yu timidly proposed. Hinan shot him a sidelong glance and nodded. Go ahead. Yes. Shang Yu swiftly summoned the mixed sky silk, and a miraculous scene unfolded. His flames showed no fear of water, surging towards the merman's face along the silk. The merman, however, was quite slippery and deftly dodged the attack. Undeterred after a missed strike, Shang Yu continued to engage the merman in combat. After 20 minutes of intense struggle, the outcome remained uncertain. Modi, watching from the side, felt an itch to assist. Henan, let me help him. Go ahead. Assistance in labor is preferable to exerting oneself. And Henan harbored no burdensome thoughts. Instead, he reclined in his chair, hands clasped behind his head, enjoying the spectacle. Shouting contemplated speaking, but ultimately refrained. The current master was far too capricious to provoke. With Modi's involvement, the tense situation in battle finally began to shift, gradually leaning towards a decisive advantage. By the time the duo vanquished the monstrous fish, 2 hours had elapsed, during which Henan had indulged in a brief slumber. The three once more settled into a meditative posture to resume their cultivation. Henan's enthusiasm was notably lacking, for despite his utmost efforts, his spiritual energy dissipated entirely. Consumed by that cursed altar. However, he found himself unable to expel the altar. Thus he had to satiate it first to facilitate his cultivation. This sensation was akin to a profane outburst, an urge to curse vehemently. Xiao Tan, in a bid to absorb spiritual energy effectively, resolutely kept his silence. Fearing that a single utterance might prompt Henan to abandon their endeavor, the slippery creature evaded the strikes with ease, unfazed by the missed attempts. Shan Yu persisted in his struggle against the beast. After nearly 20 minutes of combat, the outcome remained uncertain. Modi, watching restlessly from the sidelines, declared, Henan, I shall assist him. Go ahead, Henan replied, unperturbed by the prospect of shared labor. He continued to lounge, hands behind his head, observing the unfolding drama. Xiao Tan again felt the urge to speak, but chose restraint, recognizing the recklessness of their current master. With Modi's participation, the previously precarious battle began to stabilize, gradually tipping in their favor. By the time the creature was defeated, 2 hours had passed, during which Henan managed another brief nap. The three resumed their positions in meditation to continue their cultivation. However, Henan's enthusiasm waned, as his efforts seemed futile with the altar siphoning away every ounce of spiritual energy. He could not rid himself of the altar, so he had to first appease it to cultivate effectively. This feeling was maddening, akin to an urge to curse. Xiao Tan, striving for successful energy absorption, kept his mouth tightly shut, genuinely fearing that any comment might lead Henan to abandon their task. Chapter 171. A lesson in brutality, is there something amiss? Henan inquired coldly. I've heard you possess the ability to cultivate crops. Let us trade. Commanded he Lauda, adopting an imperious tone devoid of any semblance of supplication. I refuse to barter. You presume too much. Do you believe I wouldn't flatten your residence in no time? You may attempt it. Henan's voice grew even colder. He harbored no desire for bloodshed. Yet some sought their own demise. Troublesome indeed. Lauda, taken aback by the audacity of the mechanic, gestured, and several mechanized assistants brandished their weapons. I offer you a chance. Kneel before me now. Before Lauda could finish his threat, a sudden ignition engulfed his head, a crimson ribbon constricting around his neck. The sensation of asphyxiation plunging him into a profound terror. Please, spare me. Alas, it was too late. His head rolled off like a ball. Immediately consumed by mutated oceanic creatures, the mechanized warriors instinctively recoiled, their eyes filled with terror. Henan was equally astonished. It was his first time witnessing Shan Yu kill, and it was executed with such precision. If you wish to live, get out of the way. Do not obstruct. Henan had succumbed to a single blow, leaving no trace of his body, and even the bravest among them dared not act recklessly. Observing that Henan had no intention of taking their lives, they immediately scattered like frightened birds. Shan Yu hastily knelt before Henan, acknowledging his mistake for acting without permission and requesting punishment from the family head. Henan regarded him with a mixture of amusement and inquiry. Why did you kill him? He insulted the family head, and I was unable to contain my anger. Shan Yu replied, Speak the truth. The small figure trembled noticeably as he stammered, I wish to please the family head, to do something for you. How insecure must this child feel? Henan shot him a cold glance. This shall not happen again. Yes, Henan was indifferent to the act of killing, regardless of the number of lives taken, so long as it was not done with malicious intent. The boy understood when to say what and what actions to take. It was a defensive mask he donned to survive. Henan neither compelled nor rejected this behavior, initially intending to continue seeking the spiritual veins. The recent events prompted Henan to return to Shang City to resolve the aftermath. One's words, spoken between the lips, do not necessarily reflect what one wishes to hear. Those who were spared, would they truly be grateful for his mercy? Perhaps not. Thanks to the overwhelming speed of the battleship, Henan returned to Shang City ahead of schedule. Upon their return, the group promptly reported Henan's death to their kin. How they conveyed the news remained unknown to Henan. In any case, it quickly circulated that Henan was a ruthless murderer, a menace that deserved to be eradicated. Hearing this, Henan merely smiled, not taking it to heart. Yet there were always those who relished standing atop moral high ground to criticize others. They were the first to approach the city lord's office, demanding severe punishment for Henan. City Lord Wu was a pragmatic man, well aware of the nature of Henan. To maintain his position, provoking Henan was the last thing he should do. He harbored no belief that the previous lord's disappearance was unrelated to Henan. However, facing public outcry, he could not remain passive. If you accuse the family head of murder, present your evidence. You cannot merely claim he is guilty. There must be witnesses, material proof, and motive. What reason would he have to kill your Henan? Witnesses were impossible. Who would dare step forward to incriminate him? A mere child at Henan's side could easily dispatch Henan with a single strike. Who would dare provoke such a figure? There was no material evidence either, for Henan's body had been devoured by mutated marine creatures, leaving no remnants behind. Yet, the lack of evidence did not hinder their efforts. The streets buzzed with gossip, and the majority insisted that it was indeed Henan who had committed the act, echoing the adage that the voice of the people is the voice of God. While such discourse could not inflict tangible harm upon Henan, it was nonetheless vexing. No matter how displeased Henan became, he could not slay every critic. Thus he endured the murmurs. If Henan had not returned, it would have been inconsequential what they said, as he would not have heard it. However, now that he has returned, the spread of rumors cannot be allowed to persist. Shang Yu, this predicament is of your own making. You must rectify it. Indeed. Shang Yu performed a respectful bow and quietly exited. Henan observed his diminutive figure, eagerly anticipating his next actions. On the first day, Shang Yu did nothing but meander through the streets. Initially, people discussed the matter behind his back, but upon noticing his indifference, they brazenly spoke of it in his presence. Shang Yu leaned in with keen interest. Were you present at the scene? Did you witness it firsthand? Of course. I personally saw Henan shoot off the head of Hilauda with a single arrow. It was a gruesome sight. Is that so? Do you dare to swear that your words are the truth? Why would I not dare? I speak nothing but the truth. If you lie, you shall die this instant. Dare you swear? Initially indifferent, the man felt a sudden chill at Shang Yu's earnest demeanor. Who is this child? Go play elsewhere. Adults are conversing. Shang Yu smirked. Lies come with consequences. No sooner had he spoken than the man's head rolled away. It took a moment for the onlookers to comprehend. Murder. Shang Yu had committed homicide in broad daylight, a grave offense in Shang City. Yet, he showed no inclination to flee, continuing his leisurely stroll through the streets. Wherever he spotted a gathering, he approached to listen to their conversations. By the end of the afternoon, he had severed 5 heads. As a result, the populace grew increasingly convinced that Henan was a merciless butcher, but despite their beliefs, no one dared to voice their thoughts. Whoever spoke would meet their demise. Shang Yu gained notoriety overnight, and whispers circulated that he was merely Henan's pet, obediently attacking whomever he was commanded to. The people no longer dared to congregate openly, fearing they might catch Shang Yu's attention. This seemingly frail boy wielded a lethal hand, effortlessly claiming lives. Though a bloodbath had erupted within the city defense corps should have intervened. However, the corps was now under He's control, concerned solely with the security of the He family. Ignoring the turmoil within the city, they worked for whoever paid them, and that was that. Although City Lord Wu had his own private soldiers, he dared not confront Henan. He chose to adopt the strategy of willful ignorance, turning a blind eye to the chaos. Yet, the other family heads could no longer remain idle. Henan's audacity was alarming. He seemed intent on monopolizing power. He could slay whomever he wished, who would safeguard their personal safety. They must demand an explanation from the city lord. Do you believe the current city lord is the same as before? Does he dare to intervene? Li Jiacheng, known for his clarity, finally spoke. Silence enveloped the assembly. Chapter 172. Is my head welded to my neck? At last, no one dared to discuss Henan openly on the streets. Shang Yu returned to report. Master, the matter has been resolved. How was it resolved? Pray, elaborate. I eliminated 5 individuals who spearheaded the dissemination of rumors. Henan exhibited no discernible emotions, his eyes devoid of any sentiment. Do you truly believe that merely because no one dares to speak, this matter will be resolved? Shang Yu clasped his hands together. The head of the Shi family instructs me. There exist countless methods to address a problem, and you have chosen intimidation. It cannot be deemed ineffective. And under the current circumstances, the results appear satisfactory. So, am I correct in my actions? What do you think? Initially, I believe my choices to be justified. Yet now I am filled with uncertainty. It matters not whether one is right or wrong, as long as the objective is achieved. However, do you comprehend the consequences of such actions without the endorsement of the He family? I would be relentlessly pursued by countless adversaries, ultimately meeting an untimely demise. Knowing that is sufficient, you may leave now. Yes. As Heenan observed Shang Yu's receding figure, his eyes narrowed slightly. This young man is quite to my taste. The heads of various families spent a restless night, ultimately unable to contain their anxiety in convening at the Lord's mansion. Lord, Heenan's actions have violated the laws of Shang City. What shall we do? They questioned. He seeks to position himself above us all, trampling upon everyone else. Lord, you must take a decisive stance. If this continues, who can truly claim to be the Lord of Shang City? Wu, the city lord, smirked slightly. What do you intend to do? Those were 5 lives, after all. Who among us is not born of a mother and father? We cannot simply let this slide. Disregarding the law is a grave offense. You must not turn a blind eye, my lord. Indeed, the citizens of the city are waiting for you to deliver justice. You are the lord of this city, the backbone of Shang City. You cannot bend. We'll listen patiently until they finish before asking again. What do you plan to do? All exchanged glances, inwardly cursing. This old fox. Why is he not understanding? The city lord scoffed. Do you think I am foolish? Who would dare provoke Heenan and place the burden upon me? Is my head merely affixed to my neck? I cannot simply remove it. However, Su Jio's targeted clientele does not include those who are aimlessly idle. Her business primarily caters to the working class and the leadership of various organizations. They lack the time to spend 2 hours merely to deliver an item, and they can afford the modest courier fee. The first to embrace this service were young men in love, open-minded and eager to adopt new trends. They began to send gifts to their beloved through this unique method, gradually evolving into meal deliveries, fruit distributions, and even delivering house keys. The demands of the populace are diverse. Tasks they prefer not to undertake themselves can be entrusted to the courier. In no time, the bright yellow uniforms became a vibrant sight on the streets of the city. Initially, Tang Xiao grumbled about earning only 2 dimes per order, pondering how long it would take to recoup the investment for establishing a relay station and purchasing a tricycle. At that time, Su Jio merely smiled without a word. After a month of rapid operation, Tang Xiao was left with only 2 words, so fragrant. Su Jio's decision to have Tang Xiao manage the courier company stemmed from the lackluster development of the security company's operations. In this era, all establishments requiring security personnel had military officials assigned to them, including the escort of cash transport vehicles and the gate security of government departments, leaving no room for outsiders to intervene. Generally, factories possess their own security departments, typically staffed by burly men who can intimidate others. However, when genuine incidents occur, their effectiveness is often questionable. Moreover, the night shifts are usually assigned to elderly gentlemen. In the event of a theft, they might only manage to call the police. If recovery is possible, that would be fortunate. Otherwise, one must simply accept their misfortune. A significant number of individuals lack a robust sense of security awareness. Since the establishment of special economic zones in the deep city, numerous foreign investors have arrived, bringing substantial cash that easily attracts the attention of criminals. Consequently, the bodyguard business has flourished. Furthermore, these foreigners value their lives highly, offering considerable remuneration. Thus, Tang Xiao's company has divided its operations into 2 sectors, arranging personal bodyguards for affluent clients and handling deliveries. His comrades rush to fulfill bodyguard assignments while also riding 3-wheeled motorcycles for deliveries, each engrossed in their bustling activities. Su Jio seems to profit in whatever endeavor he undertakes, evoking a sense of envy among others. Su Xiangdong, having faced humiliation at Su Jio's doorstep, found his face pressed against the ground. For a man who thrives on pride, such an experience is more agonizing than death itself. Nevertheless, despite Su Jio's numerous dealings, all are conducted within the bounds of legality. During this period, many enterprises fail to remit taxes punctually, often evading payment altogether. Yet, Su Jio's accounts are impeccably clear. Every penny due is accounted for. Su Xiangdong thoroughly investigated Su Jio but uncovered not a shred of evidence against him. However, his unwillingness to concede defeat lingered. Su Jio's actions had embarrassed him, and he was determined to reclaim his honor. After a relentless fortnight of toil, Su Jio finally managed to carve out a day for rest. Yet, before his head could even touch the pillow, a phone call from Wang Kai abruptly interrupted his respite. Mr. Su, there has been an incident at the construction site. What happened? Speak slowly. Someone has jumped from a building, and numerous journalists have arrived. Sujio's heart sank. Such occurrences are the bane of construction projects. If a death occurs on site, the property is forever tainted in the eyes of the public, complicating future sales. Is the person dead? They've been taken to the hospital. But it doesn't look promising. Which hospital? Hong Kong. Without hesitation, Sujio donned his clothes and sped off in his vehicle. If the injured party reached his own hospital, there might still be a glimmer of hope. If sent elsewhere, the situation could become exceedingly difficult to resolve. Upon his arrival, the individual had already been wheeled into the operating room, with Lu Yunzhou personally overseeing the rescue efforts. Everyone out, I'll handle this, Sujio commanded. A collective pause ensued. Everyone knew Sujio typically performed surgeries without assistance. Yet, with the patient's condition deteriorating rapidly, could she truly manage alone? Moreover, the hospital director was present. How could she dismiss everyone so confidently? Only Lin Rui remained silent, stepping out of the operating room without a word. Lu Yuzhou recognized that with Sujio taking charge, he need not worry further, promptly leading the others away. Sujio wasted no time pondering. He immediately transferred the patient into his specialized care. At that moment, the individual's condition was dire. Intracranial hemorrhage, fractured ribs piercing internal organs, abdominal bruising, and broken legs. It was evident that this person had been desperate to escape life. However, he cannot perish. Sujio will not permit his demise. Regardless of the reasons that led him to leap from the building, Sujio is determined to save his life and ensure that he clarifies his situation before the media. Outside the operating room, a group of female doctors encircle Lu Yunzhou, their expression somber. Director, even if Dr. Su possesses exceptional medical skills, she cannot disregard your authority. Indeed, her penchant for seeking the limelight is excessive. With a multitude of reporters awaiting an interview, should she fail to save the injured party, the repercussions would be dire. Chapter 173, The Brownstone. Naturally, no one dared to confront Henan directly, yet the widening gap in combat capability left them feeling vulnerable. Previously, everyone was aware of Henan's strength, but since all mechanized combatants were similarly equipped, even with a disparity in levels, their overall power remained comparable. However, the situation has now changed. Apart from a few families with access to specialized mechanized units, most lacked such capabilities. Consequently, the depths of the ocean would be monopolized by Henan, and anyone wishing to stake a claim would have to appease him first. This reality was difficult for several family heads to accept, primarily due to their pride. Yet, with Henan absent from home, they had no choice but to bide their time until his return. As for the steward, Qin Shueqing, he deftly maintained his boundaries, never overstepping his role. Initially, those who intended to bribe him soon abandoned their efforts after several setbacks. The indigenous people of Shanxing dared not provoke Henan, but amongst the newer neighbors, there were those emboldened enough to scheme. Some even set their sights on the mechanized units of the He family, as the majority of them were single and thus perceived as opportunities. Consequently, the entrance to the He residence was frequently adorned with gifts and flowers. Although everyone understood that once they departed from Henan, they would amount to nothing, romantic fantasies clouded their judgment, leaving them impervious to reason. One mechanized unit named Li Wen, ranked at a core level, possessed an unremarkable mechanical form, merely resembling an agricultural tractor. She typically assisted Wang Wan with fieldwork and rarely ventured out to sea. Nevertheless, Henan adhered to a principle of equality, ensuring that even the seldom used mechanized units were equipped with diving apparatuses. After developing feelings for a commander named Zhao Liwei, Li Wen became consumed with the desire to form a contract with him, envisioning a life of togetherness. Yet, she was acutely aware that contracts for those with damaged cores were fraught with peril. Brother Wei, do not rush. Once the master returns, I shall speak with him and request my release. He will surely agree, she reassured him. However, Zhao Liwei sought a different outcome, having his own contract partner in mind. His interest in Li Wen stemmed solely from her diving apparatus. This matter is not urgent. Do you believe your master will permit your departure? What if he perceives it as betrayal and seeks to harm you? Li Wen misinterpreted Zhao Liwei's concern as genuine worry for her safety, feeling deeply touched. He would never. Our master is kind. He has stated that should we find our own happiness, he would support us. That is wonderful. Zhao Liwei feigned delight while embracing her tightly. However, if you leave the He residence, will your mounted weaponry not be reclaimed? I am uncertain about that. Perhaps, before you meet with the master, you should entrust all your mounted weaponry to me. If he inquires, simply say you lost it while at sea. You are indeed remarkably astute. I shall adhere to your guidance. In truth, Individuals like Li Wen are not isolated cases, many share her sentiments. The prevailing atmosphere within the He residence is one of female dominance and male decline, with nearly all men accompanied by their own mechanized companions, leaving none unattached. This circumstance deprives these youthful mechanized beings of opportunities for courtship, prompting them to seek affection externally. Furthermore, Henan has assured that those unwilling to depart from the He residence may welcome their commanders into the fold. Thus, they believe that pursuing true love is not misguided. Unbeknownst to Henan, his recent actions have led many to cast their aspirations upon his domain. Yet, even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. Every individual possesses the right to choose their own path in life. As long as they harbor no regrets, Henan feels no sense of loss. However, his recent expedition proved to be quite arduous. Spiritual veins are not as common as cabbages, and after several fruitless days searching beneath the sea, he emerged at the location of the previous game as Secret Realm, now bustling with eager participants, signaling that today marked its opening. Recalling the arduous task of forging the copper kettle, Henan resolved to stand in line, as he had never been one to abandon his endeavors midway. Soon, the Secret Realm activated, and he was transported to the main city. Upon reviewing his attributes, he noted: Name, Henan, Level, Warrior Level 3, Strength, 10, Agility, 15, Spirit, 15, Free Attribute Points, 3, Talent, Wind Element Level, Martial Skill, Perfect Accuracy Level. His previous game data remained intact, leaving the Secret Realm felt akin to logging out. Yet he could continue upon re-entry. Henan found himself precisely at the plaza where he had previously plummeted into the black hole. However, the surroundings had transformed drastically. All structures lay in ruins, and the altar had vanished. To fulfill his quest, he knew he had to advance. Yet, before he could take a step, a horde of orcs surged toward him, their eyes ablaze with fury, rushing at him without so much as a greeting. How rude! Henan swiftly summoned Wu Miao, and the starship ascended rapidly. The orcs attempted to leap to attack, but their jumping ability proved limited, leaving them to roar in impotent rage below. Having absorbed their altar, they sought to vanquish him? What say you, little altar? There was little to discuss regarding established facts. Action was imperative. Henan drew his bow, and with a swift shot, an arrow found its mark in the forehead of an orc, causing it to collapse. Instantly, a familiar electronic sound resonated in his mind. Congratulations, Warrior Henan, for achieving the first kill of an orc. You are awarded a fragment of sapphire. A smile crept upon Henan's lips. Mission accomplished. Ignoring the incessant howling of the orcs, he piloted the starship onward. Currently, he possessed 3 sapphire fragments, uncertain of how many more were required to assemble a complete sapphire. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of anticipation regarding the reward for completing the copper kettle task. He soared over the plaza and ventured into a mountainous expanse. However, this mountain is unlike any he had encountered before. It is devoid of trees, entirely composed of brown stones. As he gazes across the landscape, there are no signs of life. He intends to fly directly to the next location, but Xiaotan suddenly exclaims with excitement, urging him to descend quickly. Is there a spiritual vein here? Although Henan poses this as a question, he lands on the mountaintop nonetheless, moving forward. Xiaotan's voice is filled with joy, and one can almost envision it dancing with glee if it had limbs. Following its guidance, Henan winds through the terrain, finally stopping in a valley surrounded by towering cliffs, where only stones remain. Where is the spiritual vein? Henan queries Xiaotan, yet it falls silent. After several attempts to elicit a response, Xiaotan seems to vanish without a trace, leaving no sound behind. Since they have arrived, it seems illogical to return empty-handed. Henan steps forward, feeling the stones beneath his feet radiate an intense heat, even through the soles of his shoes. Fortunately, it remains within tolerable limits. Henan circles the valley but finds nothing of interest. Yet, Xiaotan would not have led him here without reason. He must have overlooked something. He meticulously searches once more, but apart from the scorching stones, there is nothing else. Is this what you wanted me to see, these stones? What is so special about them? In Chapter 174, The Valley in the Secret Realm, Henan picks up a stone for closer inspection, noting only its heat with no indication of anything extraordinary. However, it is peculiar that the stones would heat up on their own. Could there be geothermal activity here? With this thought in mind, Henan retrieves several excavators from his spatial compartment and calls everyone to join him in the endeavor. Let's start digging right here. Are we treasure hunting? Lin Shuang expresses her excitement. In a way, yes. Truthfully, Henan is uncertain about what they might unearth. Nevertheless, Everyone has placed their blind trust in him throughout their journey together. Whatever he suggests, they follow without question. Despite their diligence, progress is slow. The stones are too hard to manage. After a considerable effort, they have only managed to gather the surface debris, unable to shift the larger stones. This approach is ineffective. A new strategy is required. Henan pulls apart the earth with a surge of determination, silently invoking the snow domain. Suddenly, a fierce wind rises and snow begins to fall, instantly freezing the previously heated stones. The rapid temperature shift causes the stones to become exceedingly brittle, shattering upon contact. Ah, you truly have a way, Henan. You are remarkably clever. Lin Shuang praises him effusively. Yet, Henan's attention is drawn to the debris of the stones, which, upon breaking, reveals glimmers of starlight, imbued with celestial power, merging with his being. What a remarkable find! When he first absorbed the power of the altar, he also discovered this starry energy. Thus, encountering it here does not surprise Henan. However, he cannot fathom why Xiao Ten has suddenly gone silent. If it is in conflict with the celestial power, why would it lead Henan to this place? And now, why has it ceased to communicate? Unable to comprehend. I shall set it aside for now. The pressing matter at hand is to absorb the power of the stars before it vanishes. Thus, Henan instructed everyone to continue their labor while he settled down, cross-legged, to begin his absorption. The power of the stars is remarkably enchanting. Each absorption fills Henan with an irresistible euphoria. It is akin to soaking in a hot spring or being caressed by the gentle breeze of spring, an exquisite comfort, unparalleled in its delight. In this world, no joy can rival it. Unlike the spiritual energy from the altar, which can be sensed by others, only Henan is capable of perceiving and absorbing this stellar force. Even Shangyu and MOD, who can draw upon the altar's energy, are unable to tap into the power of the stars. Thus, they found it peculiar to see Henan meditating there. The spiritual energy in this place is so sparse it is nearly negligible. What could he possibly be doing? MOD quietly inquired of Shangyu. And since both had commenced their cultivation, they frequently exchanged thoughts. Shangyu shook his head, unsure. MOD pouted, asserting that it must be related to the stone, particularly the shattered fragments. Henan began his cultivation only after the stone had been crushed, a notion that everyone present could easily deduce. However, the peculiar significance of the stone eluded them all. Shangyu took the stone fragments into his hands, rubbing them and attempting to glean something from them. Yet he found nothing. I have discovered nothing at all. MOD mirrored his actions, yet met with the same result. I feel he possesses some ability that we do not. That seemed inevitable. MOD cast a complex glance at Shangyu, pondering what experiences this young lad had encountered at such a tender age. Ever since Henan embarked on his cultivation, the hardness of the surrounding stones appeared to diminish, making excavation in this area much simpler. The group worked fervently, resting only to consume some provisions. In this valley, aside from stones, there was truly nothing else to be seen. Fortunately, Henan was aware that his cultivation time was unpredictable, thus he had adequately prepared food and water for them. Otherwise, they would have found themselves at a loss for activities. Before they knew it, 3 days had passed, and the stones they had unearthed were gradually disappearing. Wu Miao cast a worried glance at the surrounding cliffs, realizing they could not continue excavating indefinitely. Should the mountain collapse, they would be buried within. Let us ascend and excavate from the peak, though we must still transport it down, Lin Rue swiftly proposed. For the sake of safety. A bit of hardship was a necessary sacrifice. The group quickly reached a consensus. Wu Miao soared to the summit, but the excavator could not be brought up, too lofty indeed. Additionally, the stones atop were far too hard to penetrate. Reluctantly, the team resumed their operations in the valley's center, striving to keep their distance from the surrounding cliffs. Initially, they believed that Henan would not absorb much, and thus would not suffer any significant strain. However, Henan sat in meditation for an entire week without any indication of detaching from his cultivation. They had no choice but to continue digging deeper, and the entire valley had descended over 100 meters. While the others felt the mountain growing ever higher, no other discoveries were made. Meanwhile, Henan, in his state of cultivation, sensed the power of the stars becoming increasingly profound, revealing a dazzling galaxy before him, where each star shone with resplendent brilliance. The power of the stars not only nourished his meridians, but seemingly elevated his mental prowess as well. He felt as if his senses had sharpened, able to perceive even the faintest tremors of dust with remarkable clarity. This sensation, however, transcended mere visual observation, offering an even clearer awareness. After an additional 10 days, Henan finally concluded his meditation. It was not that he had fully absorbed the star power, but rather that his body had reached its limit, necessitating sustenance and hydration. He was not yet capable of fasting and still required regular meals. Nevertheless, with the enhancement of his cultivation level, his ability to store nutrients had also improved, allowing him to endure for several days after a hearty meal. He felt increasingly akin to a camel. Henan, how are you feeling? After a fortnight of labor, his companions looked grimy and disheveled, lacking access to bathing facilities. He promptly led them into his spatial realm, where they could replenish their energy and enjoy a soothing bath before resting. Indeed, they are all young ladies who value their appearance. They have never looked this unkempt. With little interest in dining, they hurried to the bathroom to wash away the grime. Henan paid them no heed, indulging in a hearty meal before sinking into the bathtub. He relished the sensations from his recent cultivation, feeling a delightful tingling on his scalp. Little Tan, are you there? Yes. The voice of Little Tan emerged, somewhat muffled, suggesting a hint of displeasure. What troubles you? Why are you silent in the valley? The star power there renders me incapable of speech. Isn't your spiritual energy supposed to coexist with the star power? Not quite. Why do I sense a hint of fear in your tone? Not just a hint. Henan chuckled, encouraging further elaboration. Yet, Little Tan fell silent once more, unresponsive to his inquiries. Such stinginess. Is this why you are upset? Little Tan remained mute, offering no reply. Henan dismissed the matter, opting to rest before returning to the valley. Upon his return, he unexpectedly collided with a stone beast, engulfed in flames, which charged at him without hesitation. Chapter 175. Journey towards the North Star. Henan swiftly drew his bow, aiming an arrow at the beast's brow. His skill with the arrow had become remarkably proficient. The beast's head exploded upon impact, yet its body continued to rush forward, its fists still imbued with formidable strength. Henan's eyes darkened. How could it still fight without a head? He swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and the beast. Drawing his bow once more, he unleashed 4 arrows, severing all 4 of the beast's limbs. Only then did the stone creature tumble, though its momentum propelled it forward for quite a distance. Henan pondered the origin of this stone beast. It is formed from the stones below, absorbing the Earth's spiritual energy. Little Tan's words sparked a realization. Are you suggesting there is Earth's spiritual energy down there? Indeed. Ah, so you can speak after all. Why the pretense of silence earlier? I simply did not wish to speak. Very well, you have triumphed. Henan chose not to squander further time in trivial banter, and instead leaped into the deep pit excavated by Wu Miao and the others, settling into a meditative posture. This location indeed boasted a more abundant concentration of spiritual energy than above, and Henan swiftly entered a state of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed, and the small altar has solidified considerably, revealing its original material to be exquisite mutton-fat jade. Constructing an altar from such opulent jade is truly a mark of unparalleled luxury. Let us depart. This place holds no further utility for you. Henan could discern from the tone of the voice that the small altar was in a remarkably good mood at that moment. My task remains unfulfilled. You seek the final shard of sapphire? Indeed, it is imperative to assemble that copper vessel, is it not? It is perilous. What? The guardian beast of the sapphire shard is exceedingly dangerous. Do you know the location of the shard? I am aware of its direction. Then let us proceed immediately. I have warned you, it is dangerous. Do you doubt my ability to confront it? Be a bit more self-assured and discard your doubts. Henan felt an urge to strike the altar. Are you suggesting that I temporarily abandon this task and return once my strength has increased? You are not obliged to undertake this mission. Yet I have accepted it, and thus I must see it through. This is a matter of completing what one has begun. Do you understand? You have already received such a splendid reward from me, that one can be forfeited. Henan suddenly grew suspicious. Why was the small altar obstructing his completion of the task? What ulterior motives lay beneath? What are you afraid of? What am I afraid of? If anyone should be fearful, it is you. The small altar remained obstinate. How many in this world can absorb your power? Henan finally posed the question that had long troubled him. Currently, only you. Why me? You were destined to be the chosen one. Chosen? Chosen for what purpose? The altar feigned ignorance once more, remaining silent despite Henan's persistent calls. Henan understood that the altar was concealing something significant from him. However, as it chose not to speak, he found himself at an impasse. At least thus far, he had not sensed any malice from the altar. Yet, the energy he had painstakingly absorbed had vanished entirely, leaving Henan somewhat disheartened. He even harbored doubts that this altar was merely a trap, designed to exploit him for its own restoration. Nonetheless, the altar had undeniably conferred benefits upon him. When weighed against each other, it resembled a mutual transaction, neither particularly fair nor unfair. Although Heenan yearned to locate the last sapphire shard, he was not one to act recklessly. Knowing the danger yet proceeding blindly would not be valor, it would be foolishness. Heenan, ever amenable, promptly exited the secret realm. Now that we are outside, might you utter a word? Is there something you require? How much spiritual energy do you still need? I cannot perpetually work for you without compensation. Continue walking toward the North Star, and you shall arrive at a place known as the Sea of Stars. What purpose lies in going there? It is a source of inexhaustible stellar energy, that which I do not require, but you may cultivate. Onward. Heenan felt invigorated, piloting the starship northward. Initially, he felt little discomfort, dispatching the mutated marine creatures with ease. However, as he ventured further north, the temperature plummeted, causing even the speed of the starship to diminish. The mutated marine beasts encountered grew increasingly colossal, resembling monstrous island-like creatures in abundance. At first, he could eliminate them single-handedly, and later, he was quite confident in one-on-one confrontations. Now, to vanquish a single creature, concentrated firepower was imperative. Little Tan, how far do we have left? Very far. You're not trying to deceive me, are you? If we go any further, I fear I won't be able to keep up with them. These sea monsters possess the power of the stars. Are you implying that I can consume their flesh? Astute observation. Despite the compliment, Heenan did not feel particularly elated. Along the journey, he observed numerous floating cities. Some more formidable than Shang City, while others were exceedingly weak and perilously close to collapse. The number of human survivors exceeded common knowledge. However, the problem lay in the fact that they did not live in unity, let alone share a common adversary. If this continued, one day, they would be overwhelmed and ultimately extinguished by the mutated marine creatures. What would you do if you were the last human on Earth? Little Tan's words snapped Heenan back from his drifting thoughts. I wouldn't be the only one. I have a wife, children, and my own battle team. I mean, if. There is no if. Heenan shuddered to imagine awakening each day surrounded by monsters, the sole human left to navigate survival. Even if he were powerful, he would likely succumb to despair. He shook his head, too preoccupied to dwell on such chaotic thoughts as another wave of mutated marine creatures approached. Prepare for battle. Yes. In recent days, everyone had been on edge, wary of even the slightest misstep. This was primarily due to the ferocity of the surrounding mutated marine life. They had to exert themselves entirely just to barely overcome the adversaries. The previous scenario of total domination had not recurred. This particular creature resembled a sea lion, but was larger than an aircraft carrier, making it impossible to discern its weaknesses. To ensure safety, Heenan commanded a flanking maneuver for a full-on assault. Boom. A barrage of artillery rained down upon the sea lion, smoke billowing and flames soaring. Roar. The sea lion let out a chilling roar, leaping from the water and charging directly at the mech squad. Ascend. At Heenan's command, everyone swiftly elevated their altitude. Fortunately, they reacted quickly. Otherwise, not only would they risk collision with the giant, but even a mere brush could result in catastrophic losses. The vast array of bombs dropped only sent up towering splashes of water, failing to inflict any damage on the sea lion. Damn, its hide is so thick. How do we strike it? It seems conventional weapons are ineffective. Heenan frowned. Modi, it's your turn. Understood. Modi immediately transformed back into human form, forming a blade of ice in his palm, which he then hurled at the sea lion. Thud. The ice blade pierced through the creature's skin, embedding itself within its body. Wow, Modi, you're incredible. Cheers erupted among the group. Chapter 176. The Great Battle with the Sea Lion 1-1. Why? Heenan gazed in disbelief at the woman he had loved for 8 years, who had just awakened and thrust a sharp blade through his abdomen. I'm sorry, Heenan. As she uttered her apology, there was no trace of guilt on Su Wen's face. I have good news. I have awakened to core level. I am now a supercar unlike anything you have ever seen in your life. Heenan pressed his hand firmly against his wound, struggling to remain upright. He needed to know the answer. Why? A flicker of disdain flashed in Su Wen's eyes. Heenan, I must thank you for selling your house and spending all your savings on the awakening potion that allowed me to be worthy of Chen Ming. However, with your presence, he will never contract with me. In this apocalyptic world, a man like you, who possesses nothing and is utterly useless, cannot survive for long. Why not do me one last favor? You love me so dearly, surely you would be willing to fulfill my wish, would you not? Inwardly cursing Su Wen, Heenan thought, you wretched woman, If I survive this, I will ensure your suffering is beyond imagination. He collapsed weakly, unwilling to accept that after 8 years of devoted loyalty, he had only garnered the affections of a thankless wretch. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and suddenly, a progress bar appeared before his eyes. 1, 2, 3, 50, 90, 100. A mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Contract for the level supercar successful. The pain in Heenan's abdomen vanished instantaneously, and his grievous wound healed at a visible pace, his previously depleted vitality restored. Heenan, what have you done to me? I refuse to contract with you, you worthless fool. After being forcefully contracted, Suwon received the notification as well and dashed toward Heenan in a frenzy. I will kill you, you scoundrel. Heenan regarded her coldly but replied in the gentlest tone, take another step, and I will detonate your core. Suwon's furious advance halted abruptly, leaving her to glare at him in bitter resentment. If looks could kill, he would already be riddled with wounds. Heenan rose, brushed off the dust from his clothing, and commanded in a chilling voice, kneel and call me master. Typically, the relationship between the commander and the mech girl is one of mutual cooperation. The commander provides energy, while the mech is responsible for offensive maneuvers and safeguarding the commander's safety. Simultaneously, the commander must also undertake the assembly, maintenance, and upkeep of the mech. However, both the commander and the mech are categorized by levels, ranging from low to high according to their inherent talents. Most individuals awaken at levels 1 or 2, while those above level 3 are exceedingly rare globally. Thus, Suwon's awakening of a level 3 core signifies an exceptional achievement. Nonetheless, the combat prowess of a mech is critically dependent not only on its innate talent, but also on the level of the commander. Contracting a high-level commander is akin to grasping a robust and lengthy leg to lean on. Even the lowest-level mech, when piloted by a high-level commander, can exhibit extraordinary combat capabilities. Thus, it is understandable that Suwon wishes to distance herself from Heenan in pursuit of Chunming. In addition to his remarkable talent, Chunming is the only son of the mayor of Sichuan City, handsome, affluent, and radiating a charisma that blinds all other men. A man of Heenan's caliber pales in comparison to him. Suwon had long admired Chunming, yet previously, she had not even qualified to approach him within 10 steps. But now, things were different. With her awakening of a level 3 core, and Chunming being a level 3 commander, they finally stood on equal ground. Suwon silently vowed, Heenan, I will surely kill you and seek out Chunming. On the surface, she knelt down with a sense of grievance, master. It was not that Suwon did not wish to resist. Every situation has its duality. Since the commander could assemble mechanized beings, it also implied the possibility of dismantling them. Suwon was unwilling to become a mere collection of parts and could only temporarily endure this humiliation. Heenan did not overlook the resentment flickering in her eyes. Yet he remained indifferent. Transform, let us proceed. However, he thought to himself that driving a supercar at this moment would attract too much attention. If only he could transform into a van instead. The instant she received the command, Suwon's form immediately began to dissipate, accompanied by a series of mechanical braking sounds. Before Heenan's eyes, a dilapidated van truly materialized. Oh, it really works. Heenan could not conceal his satisfaction. Yet, despair welled up within Suwon. Ah, Heenan, what have you done to me? Why have you turned me into something so hideous? This is an insult. I am a supercar. I refuse to be a shabby van. Change me back at once. Heenan paid no heed to her furious outburst and directly entered the driver's seat, pressing the accelerator as they headed toward the airport. The vehicles heading in that direction were particularly numerous, and Heenan found himself ensnared in a slow crawl, caught between advancing and retreating. Along the route, a massive screen continuously broadcasted urgent official announcements. Red alert. Due to global climate anomalies, the melting of polar ice caps has caused seawater to inundate, and to date, 21 island nations have been completely submerged. Our coastal cities have not escaped this fate. Citizens are urged to promptly relocate to higher ground to preserve the flame of humanity. Emergency notification. A tsunami is approaching Sichuan City, currently 300 kilometers away. Citizens must evacuate immediately. The Light of Salvation project has been initiated. Mutated marine organisms pose a severe threat to human survival. To ensure the continued existence of more individuals, the Humanities Academy has successfully developed an awakening agent. For just 500,000, you have the opportunity to transform into a fighter jet or a supercar. Men will have the chance to pilot fighter jets and supercars. Don't miss this opportunity. For 500,000, you can't lose or be deceived. Ugh. I just bought a deception. Heenan spat in frustration, gazing at the lengthy queue of vehicles ahead. The tsunami was imminent, along with those terrifying mutated marine creatures. Should he encounter them, his flesh and blood would offer no means of resistance, and he would undoubtedly perish. He needed to acquire a plane ticket swiftly and leave Sichuan. After much difficulty, he arrived at the airport entrance, only to be halted by armed officers demanding identification and a vehicle inspection. Heenan presented his ID and approached the testing device, placing his right hand upon it. Name: Heenan. Test result: not awakened. He was taken aback. How had he forged a contract with Suwon without being awakened? Sir, I apologize, but this airport is temporarily closed to ordinary citizens. Please exit through the left passage. How dare you look down upon me? What's wrong with being an ordinary person? Do ordinary people deserve to die? Heenan shouted, disregarding the contract matters in his outrage. However, his fury did not sway the officers. Moreover, upon hearing the commotion, 5 or 6 individuals armed with submachine guns quickly surrounded him. Sir, please leave at once. With courteous words on his lips, the cold, dark muzzle of a gun pointed menacingly at him. Chapter 177. The Sea of Stars. Noticing Heenan's continued silence, Xiao Tan sighed softly. For he had already conveyed all that needed to be said. The decision of whether to proceed rested solely with him. Heenan was indeed inclined to go. But not at this moment. He must first acquire the ability for self-preservation, for only by living could he harbor hope. If he were to perish, even the eye of God would be of no comfort, nor would the presence of immortals bring him any fortune. Throughout his life, the calmness of a science student had proven immensely beneficial, often pulling him back from the brink during tumultuous times. However, at present, the path to enhancing his own strength was fraught with difficulty. No matter how diligently he trained, he felt no increase in power. All his spiritual energy was consumed in sustaining Xiao Tan. It was not that he was unwilling to invest, for although Xiao Tan had not been entirely forthright, he firmly believed that the crucial information conveyed was indeed truthful. Should he discover deceit, their collaboration would end, leaving Xiao Tan with nothing to gain. As long as it possessed sense, it would not utter such easily unraveled lies. Given his limited circumstances, the only option was to expand his team. Upon returning to Shang City, Heenan immediately gathered all the warriors of the He family. While each was earnest in their training, the number of those awakening extraordinary abilities was disappointingly few. Even among those with elemental powers, their lethality fell woefully short. He was resolute in his intention to journey to the Sea of Stars, and he aimed to do so in the shortest possible time. Thus, he posted a team recruitment announcement at the service center, Secret Realm mission, seeking warriors with elemental abilities, level 6 and above. Rewards from the Secret Realm belonged to the individual. As soon as the announcement was made, it sent ripples throughout Shang City. Firstly, secret realms were elusive and rare, and anyone able to issue such a task surely possessed extraordinary fortune. Moreover, throughout history, every secret realm harbored boundless possibilities, while simultaneously foreshadowing immense risks. The duality of risk and opportunity was synonymous with secret realms. What made this mission particularly enticing was the final statement. Rewards belonged solely to the individual. Without hesitation, if one could retrieve even a single spiritual artifact, the venture would yield great profits. Should one stumble upon ancient legacies, it would provide tales to boast about for a lifetime. With prospects of far greater rewards looming, people tended to overlook the inherent dangers. Each individual believed themselves to be the chosen one, confident that participation would lead to overflowing riches, much like how no woman perceives herself as unattractive. A long queue promptly formed before the He family residence. Caution was advised, for the true nature of the secret realm remained shrouded in mystery. Entering could very well lead to a perilous fate. Everyone was urged to ponder carefully before signing up. After stating this, Heenan revealed the testing method. It was quite simple. 2 arenas were set up at the entrance of the He residence, with Shangyu on one side and MOD on the other. There was no need to defeat them. Merely achieving a draw would suffice for qualification into the team. The head of the He family, being so formidable, required assistance. Thus, the secret realm must undoubtedly be fraught with danger. One might wonder if they were merely intended as cannon fodder. That perception is yours to hold. Fortune often favors the bold. I have no desire to be a mere garment for others. How presumptuous, thinking oneself indispensable. The head of the He family certainly would not craft a wedding gown on their own, would they? The whispers below were incessant, each voice echoing a myriad of opinions. Heenan paid little heed. This was a grand opportunity, potentially a singular chance for these individuals to alter their fates. Whether they could seize it depended solely on their own capabilities and choices. The heads of various families congregated at the He residence, all keenly observing this selection process. The secret realm was a coveted prize, and none wished to miss out on a piece of the fortune. Yet, they hesitated to send their finest to face peril, resulting in a lackluster display of combat prowess among the candidates. After witnessing numerous matches, Henan could no longer endure the spectacle. I have stated it clearly. Those lacking elemental abilities and below the 6th tier should refrain from wasting time here. Should you possess the capacity for challenging beyond your level, you are welcome, but those who merely fill the ranks deserve their fate. A tremor ran through the crowd. They had come under the head's directive to gauge the true strength of the He family. Yet, it was merely a test. Who would risk their lives for such a result? The ranks dwindled significantly, leaving the faces of the family heads grim. This selection had devolved into a farce, with no worthy contender emerging. Ultimately, it was Li Fong who selected 10 individuals from the Black Hawk Guard to accompany Henan on the journey, armed with past experience. Henan opted for caution this time. Upon reaching the territory of the sea lions, he ascended directly, traversing the atmosphere to arrive safely at the Star Sea, leveraging an overwhelming altitude advantage. However, before even descending, Henan sensed a palpable threat. Any of the mutated marine creatures below surpassed the sea lions in strength and possessed the ability to soar to altitudes of 10,000 meters. Their beaks and claws were exceptionally sharp, inflicting damage even on Wu Miao's starship. Beyond their offensive capabilities, their defenses were formidable when struck by laser cannons. They merely emitted wisps of smoke. Furthermore, Henan discovered a terrifying reality. The kinetic energy released by thermal weaponry served as the prime sustenance for these mutated marine creatures. Rather than succumbing to the barrage, they visibly evolved at an alarming rate amidst the concentrated fire. Henan was compelled to repurpose the mechanized assistant solely for transport, allowing only the warriors to engage using their elemental abilities. His arrows became the pivotal element for victory, often piercing through enemy defenses and providing other warriors with openings to strike. Only through concentrated fire could they bring down a single foe. The battle was intensely fierce, primarily due to the overwhelming numbers of the mutated marine creatures. While the warriors' spiritual energy was limited, once depleted, they faced dire peril. Consequently, Henan had no choice but to periodically withdraw his team into a safe space for rest. Although the Black Hawk Guard remained loyal to the former city lord, they now operated under the He family's command, recognizing only the military insignia, not the individuals. Henan harbored no concerns about betrayal, should any treachery arise. He would not hesitate to eliminate the traitors. These individuals had been trained from a young age to meet the standards of elite guardians, demonstrating exceptional obedience. With their thoughts solely focused on combat, Henan felt a sense of satisfaction. Acquiring such capable subordinates with minimal effort would bring joy to anyone. After 3 days of intense battle, Henan and his team finally breached a gap, truly entering the Sea of Stars. Inside, it was neither an ocean nor land, but rather reminiscent of the vast night sky. Dazzling stars hung around, seemingly within reach, yet when one extended a hand, they discovered the stars were far away. Shouten did not deceive. The power of the stars here was so dense, it almost solidified. However, despite the myriad of stars, the illumination was far from adequate. In fact, there was no true path to traverse. Any direction could be taken, yet the destination remained unknown. Strangely, the mutated marine creatures could not penetrate this realm. Henan casually chose a spot to sit, postponing his search for the Eye of God. The others were free to roam, indulging in their whims. Chapter 178. Is there a distinction between good and evil among gods? The greatest challenge of the Sea of Stars was the inability to discern direction. Although the starlight shone brightly, it felt more like an abyss. Nevertheless, since they had arrived, it was inconceivable to abandon exploration due to potential dangers. Wu Miao stayed by Henan's side to provide protection, while the other mechanized beings ventured deeper. They were unperturbed by the prospect of getting lost, for they were bound by a contract with Henan. No matter where they roamed, they could always return to his side. In unfamiliar and unknown territories, fear was a natural response. Most opted to form teams for companionship, though a few, headstrong, chose to explore independently, relying purely on luck. Henan paid little heed to the others. His purpose was solely to absorb the power of the stars, seizing the moment. As for the Eye of God, that was a desire of Xiao Tan. Noticing its silence, Henan surmised it was confident no one else would discover it. Thus, he settled into a state of cultivation. Absorbing the power of the stars was distinct from drawing in spiritual energy. Spiritual energy, being an external force, inevitably caused some disruption upon entering the body. In contrast, the power of the stars felt as though it was an intrinsic part of Heenan's being, flowing through him like blood, bestowing him with boundless vitality. The richness of the star power enveloped him, reminiscent of the womb's warm amniotic fluid nurturing him, allowing him to grow stronger. Previously, Heenan's maximum meditation duration was 10 days, after which his body would signal an alarm, forcibly awakening him to replenish sustenance. However, this time, he sat for half a month without any signs of awakening. Were it not for his steady breathing, Wu Miao would have feared something was amiss. Those who ventured out began returning, each bearing their own treasures. This truly was a land of fortune. Look, I found a short blade. A Black Hawk guard drew a short sword from a weathered sheath, causing everyone to squint. The blade was clearly extraordinary, glinting with a cold light, remarkably sharp. I've discovered a sword manual. This is a cauldron for alchemy. Being of one family, no one concealed their findings, instead showcasing their acquisitions to elicit admiration and satisfy their vanity. Lin Rue discovered a bracelet made of stones in various hues, which felt cool against her skin, invigorating her mind. Unsure if it could be considered a treasure, she decided to wear it simply because she liked it. Lin Shuang, with her keen eyes, immediately spotted it. Sister, where did you find that bracelet? It's truly beautiful. Her words drew the attention of everyone present. Women have little resistance to such dazzling objects, and they gathered around, filled with envy. Sister, I want one too. Take me to that place to see if there are more. All right, we shall go shortly. I want to go too. Me as well. The allure of the bracelet captivated all the mechanical girls, leaving Wu Miao sitting alone, feeling somewhat despondent. She hadn't ventured anywhere these past few days, having chosen to stay by Yunan's side. While others found numerous treasures, her heart ached with longing. Yet, in comparison to exploration, Heenan was of greater importance to her. A full month later, dawn broke. The original night sky had vanished, and the twinkling stars were gone, replaced by a vast cavern. Heenan emerged from his meditative state, and as he opened his eyes, a brilliance shone forth, as if a myriad of starry rivers flowed within them. At last, you are awake. Do you feel unwell? I'm fine. Heenan's lips curved slightly. Not only was he unscathed, but he felt better than ever. He had absorbed all the cosmic energy into his being, finally breaking through the long-elusive eighth realm. Wu Miao offered him a bowl of porridge. You should eat. It's been ages since you last had a meal. Heenan accepted it and took small bites. In truth, he did not feel hungry. He felt remarkably comfortable from head to toe. As he ate, Wu Miao sat beside him, chattily recounting everyone's recent findings, her disappointment evident in her eyes. Heenan affectionately ruffled her hair. I will take you to find treasures soon. I promise you shall have more than anyone else. Good. Wu Miao nodded with delight. True to his word, guided by the small altar, wherever Heenan ventured, treasures were sure to follow. Spiritual artifacts, manuals, elixirs, armor, and more, all were in abundance. Wu Miao stuffed them into her spatial ring, her eyes squinting with joy. However, the Eye of God remained elusive. Small altar. Are you certain the Eye of God is here? It is indeed here, but its aura is exceedingly faint. I cannot sense it. What shall we do? We can only search slowly. All right. The cavern was immense, and Heenan led everyone for 3 days and nights without seeing an end. It was riddled with countless paths, branching out in all directions, their destinations unknown. To thoroughly explore the entire cavern, one could only guess how long it would take. Fortunately, Heenan had ample provisions in his space. Otherwise, they would surely starve in this desolate place. It was unclear what this place had been before. Yet so many items had fallen here. Wu Miao held Heenan's hand, walking alongside him. This place resembles an ancient battlefield. After all these days, the most we have encountered are weapons. Why are there no bones in this ancient battlefield? Do the weapons fight amongst themselves? Heenan recalled the legendary battle of gods and demons that Xiaotan had mentioned. Could it be that this was the very battlefield? Indeed. This place was one of the arenas of that celestial conflict. Originally, the weapons here would have retained the lingering aura of the divine and demonic beings. Yet after the descent of the celestial powers, all traces were eradicated. Xiaotan, seemingly aware of his thoughts, provided a direct answer. The celestial force indeed possessed purifying properties. However, Heenan had not anticipated that it could also cleanse the essence of the divine and demonic. The purification of demonic energy was understandable. But why should the essence of the celestial beings also require such cleansing? By conventional reasoning, both gods and demons were the results of human cultivation. Throughout their lives, humans strive for enlightenment, ultimately achieving ascension to become celestial beings, and with further cultivation, could attain godhood. Yet, should malevolent thoughts arise, one could easily descend into the path of demons. In this contrast, gods were undoubtedly seen as virtuous and benevolent, while demons were perceived as evil, rejected by the masses. But were all gods truly benevolent? Hinan found himself momentarily stunned by this thought. Why did he entertain such notions? Was it merely because the celestial force had purified the divine essence? Perhaps, regardless of being a god or a demon, both could embody good and evil. Hinan did not delve deeper into this matter. After all, the realm of gods and demons felt exceedingly distant to him. Had it not been for Xiao Tan's mention, he would scarcely have believed such a world existed. On the 7th day after Hinan's awakening, they finally arrived at an open expanse resembling a plaza. It was evident that this was a site for rituals. However, the place where the altar was supposed to stand was entirely empty. Chapter 179, The Sacrifice. Before Hinan could thoroughly examine his surroundings, a sudden sharp pain pierced his head, and his consciousness surged like a tempest, as if something was being violently torn away, nearly eliciting a cry of anguish. As his vision cleared, a jade-white altar suddenly materialized in the vast plaza. Hinan was taken aback. This was unmistakably the altar from his consciousness. At that moment, all attention was drawn to the altar's sudden appearance. Instantly, it felt as though boundless spiritual energy surged into the area, prompting everyone to exhale in delight. Hinan squinted, sensing something amiss. Xiao Tan, what are you doing? Yet, the altar, now removed from his consciousness, could no longer communicate with him. With such a rich influx of spiritual energy, no one wished to miss this extraordinary opportunity for enhancement. They all sat cross-legged and began their cultivation. Shangyu and Mod noticed that Hinan remained still, and thus, they too did not move. It was ingrained in their bones to follow orders, an instinct not easily swayed by anyone's actions. Hinan could not ascertain whether the situation was favorable or detrimental, so he refrained from intervening. However, after a brief period, those who had entered a state of cultivation began to contort their faces, appearing to suffer greatly. Simultaneously, a voice resonated within each person's mind. You are the devotees of the gods. To sacrifice your cultivation in flesh is your supreme glory. The voice lingered like an enchanting melody, refusing to fade away. The wills of all weakened, ultimately surrendering their resistance. Though Hinan could not hear the ominous voice, he sensed that something was amiss. With a thought, he transported everyone into a safe space. Those who had just been besieged by the sinister sound suddenly regained their awareness. As if washed clean, their clothes drenched in cold sweat. What just happened? Hinan's voice stirred their memories. I heard a voice. So did I. It demanded a sacrifice. Yes, a sacrifice of our cultivation and flesh. My heavens, was I nearly dead? All faces turned pale, their voices trembling. They had come to realize how perilous the situation was. They had been on the brink of offering themselves as sacrifices. Gratitude to the head of the CF family for your life-saving grace. 10 members of the Black Hawk Guard knelt before Hinan, bowing deeply, feeling shame for their impulsive actions. You are my charges. I will do my utmost to preserve your lives, but you must heed my commands. Indeed, we will follow the head's lead. Hinan never took such grandiose declarations seriously. He only trusted in actions. However, now was not the time for such considerations. It was evident that the altar was treacherous. It had not only drained him of considerable spiritual power, but also sought to deceive everyone into making sacrifices. Such treachery was utterly despicable. Though Hinan had gained much in the Sea of Stars, he disliked being toyed with by a mere altar. Stay here and rest. I will investigate outside. Wu Miao grasped his arm. Hinan gently patted her hand, reassuring her, it's fine. It cannot harm me. Be careful. Wu Miao, still uneasy, mustered great resolve before releasing her grip. Upon returning to the square, the once white jade altar had transformed into a deep crimson, the blood-like hue seeming to pulse as if ready to erupt. Without hesitation, Hinan unleashed a piercing arrow, a decisive strike. Boom! The altar shattered instantly, fragments flying with such speed that there was no time to evade. Hinan concentrated and swiftly retreated into the safe space. While others encountered formidable foes, he had merely faced a deceiver. Why was the disparity between them so vast? Grumbling aside, Hinan took a moment to rest before returning to the square. At that moment, the altar had vanished, revealing the night sky once more, with countless stars shimmering brightly. Previously, when the stars had abruptly disappeared, Hinan thought he had drained the celestial energy. He had not anticipated that it was the altar's doing. Although he had yet to fully comprehend the nature of the altar, he had nonetheless benefited from the experience. At the very least, he had arrived in the Sea of Stars, where boundless celestial energy truly existed. He also realized that his ability to absorb the Altar's power without succumbing to the sinister sound was due to the purifying nature of the celestial energy. Heaven had favored him, at least in moments of peril. It had endowed him with the ability to protect himself, leaving little room for complaint. After swiftly scanning the square and confirming there was no danger, He-Nan released everyone. Once again, the stars adorned the sky, leaving everyone bewildered. Why has it darkened again? Indeed, the day passed without much activity. He-Nan did not offer any explanations, allowing them to engage in their own pursuits while he continued to absorb the power of the stars. Wu Miao remained vigilant, safeguarding He-Nan, while Shang Yu followed Modi as a matter of habit. Lin Rui and Lin Shuang formed a team, and the Black Hawk Guards had learned to be astute, closely tailing the mechanical beings of the He residents. Even if they encountered treasures, they accepted that the others would take precedence. After all, nothing is more precious than life itself. Though they had been trained as death's servants since childhood, that was before the apocalypse, a time when peace reigned, and moments of true peril were scarce. Once the apocalypse descended, their high training costs led the former city lord to refrain from sending them into danger. They had primarily served as personal bodyguards, encountering little risk. Recently, they had narrowly escaped a sacrificial fate, bringing them closer to death than ever before. An experience that would forever haunt their memories. No one is unafraid of death, especially those who have danced with it. Thus, their current objective was simply to survive. Wu Miao observed their transformation with concern, casting a worried glance at the meditating He-Nan. Cultivating a group of loyal individuals is an arduous task. Although the residence is populous, each harbors their own intentions. When the time for struggle arrives, she could not predict their actions. Contemplating this, she resolved to speak with He-Nan about it once he concluded his meditation. In truth, He-Nan did not place much value on loyalty. After all, one does not owe allegiance to those who have not nurtured them. Their association was merely a collaboration, a mutual exchange of needs. He had considered the possibility of betrayal. Should such individuals arise, he would deal with them accordingly, without excessive concern. As it stood, no one in Shang City dared to play tricks against him, primarily because they knew they could not compete. This notion had become deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people of Shang City. Anyone could be provoked, but not He-Nan. Offending others might lead to death, but crossing He-Nan would surely lead to demise. Furthermore, once in his grasp, one might believe that death would be the only relief. Gradually, everyone began to uncover spiritual artifacts, each person experiencing success. He-Nan's cultivation progressed smoothly, leading him to feel a profound enhancement of both spirit and flesh. For the first time, he sensed himself genuinely growing stronger. Chapter 180. Exiting the retreat, the Star Sea proved exceedingly beneficial for He-Nan's cultivation, prompting him to decide to remain for a while longer. Will you return to Shang City, or will you stay with us? Of course, we will stay with you, Lin Shuang replied without hesitation. In truth, apart from Modi, the mechanical warriors could not cultivate. Their location mattered little. However, Shang Yu and the Black Hawk Guards were different. Their presence here would be a waste of time. If He-Nan were to linger for a year or more, they would be unable to cultivate, and upon returning to Shang City, their previous advantages would vanish. A single misstep leads to a cascade of missteps. This principle was evident. Shang Yu felt torn, as did the Black Hawk Guards. Their uncertainty stemmed from not knowing whether He-Nan genuinely wished for them to return or was merely testing their loyalty. Noticing their conflicted expressions, Wu Miao interjected. I will escort them back and then return to join you. If you choose to go back, then do not come here. It is too perilous. Indeed, Wu Miao understood that their arrival at the Sea of Stars was a perilous journey, achieved only through the concerted efforts of all. If the Black Eagle Guards were to be sent back, she would be unable to approach this maritime expanse on her own. Bowing her head in silence, she was reluctant to part ways with He-Nan. Since the arrival of their 2 children, the family of 4 had never been separated. I could send them back, she contemplated. Although Lin Rui's stealth aircraft lacked the defensive capabilities of a starship and did not soar to great heights, its advantage in invisibility was undeniable, making her the most suitable candidate after Wu Miao. Wait, what will I do if you leave, sister? Lin Shuang grasped her arm tightly, her eyes filled with reluctance. In truth, she hoped Wu Miao would return, for that would grant her the opportunity to draw closer to He-Nan. Aware that He-Nan could never harbor feelings for her, she found solace in the thought that it mattered little. She would not pursue other men and needed to devise a plan. You all must return. Remaining here holds no meaning for you, Wu Miao urged, tears welling in her eyes. He-Nan, softening, Henan insisted. Listen, you all will go to Shanqing and protect our home. My seclusion will last at least a year and a half, possibly 3 to 5 years. Your presence here would be futile and would hinder my cultivation. Ultimately, Wu Miao departed, glancing back with lingering reluctance, leaving Henan alone in the sea of stars. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Even the sound of his own breathing became strikingly clear. Absorbing the power of the stars felt vastly different from drawing in spiritual energy. As the celestial force entered his body, it enveloped him in a profound comfort, almost intoxicating. However, he sensed no immediate enhancement in his cultivation, only feeling the effects upon reaching a critical point. Such uncertainty could easily lead one to feel blind to their progress, questioning whether their daily exertions bore any fruit. Fortunately, Henan had tasted the sweetness of success before. Otherwise, his resolve would have been put to the test. Since the apocalypse began, he had been surrounded by a flurry of activity, and this marked his first true solitude. He felt an extraordinary tranquility envelop him. In the days that followed, he remained in a state of ethereal awareness, neither striving for anything nor attempting to achieve, merely communicating with the power of the stars through his body and consciousness. This sensation was enchanting, reminiscent of bedtime stories his mother told him as a child, akin to the reverberation of sacred sounds that elevated his soul. Unbeknownst to him, Henan lay in a star-shaped posture, suspended in the night sky, with each star casting a thread toward him, establishing intricate connections. It was through one slender filament that the power of the stars flowed into him, nurturing his very essence. This was the first time Henan felt the presence of his soul, distinct from his corporeal form. He was himself yet felt as though he was more. As time elapsed and the influx of celestial energy increased, Henan began to perceive his soul as his true self. He could distinctly feel his metamorphosis, gradually transforming from a mass of decay into a pure spiritual entity. This transformation was slow and protracted, yet Henan felt no urgency. He had never experienced such peace. Devoid of anxiety or irritation, having cast aside all negative emotions, not only is his physical form transcending, but also his thoughts and soul are ascending. Outside, the seasons change with the passage of time, yet within the celestial sea, tranquility reigns supreme. Here, time appears to stand still. Everything flows like a gentle stream, boundless and eternal. Henan has broken through the 9th realm and ascended to the 10th. At this moment, he feels immensely powerful, capable of reducing everything before him to ashes with the mere snap of his fingers. His sea of consciousness has turned pitch black, rendering it impossible to see even one's own hand. Gazing into his own sea of consciousness feels akin to staring into an abyss, evoking an indescribable sense of dread. Although he is now a 10th realm warrior, he still senses his own insignificance. He feels engulfed in chaos, disoriented and devoid of time, floating aimlessly. Forcing himself to retreat from this meditative state, he opens his eyes to find the starry river unchanged before him. Yet, Henan knows that everything has transformed, including himself. Firstly, his vision has sharpened, allowing him to perceive distant realms beyond the starry river. Without the assistance of the small altar, he can still sense the treasures concealed beneath the celestial sea. He takes a cautious step forward and, astonishingly, advances several dozen nautical miles. This velocity astonishes even him. Moreover, his spatial power appears to have enhanced. Anything he can sense, even if not within his line of sight, can also be collected. This unexpected boon prompts Henan to scour the celestial sea, leaving no treasure behind. While others might be fortunate to acquire 1 or 2 items in a secret realm, he is here to procure goods. Weapons, armor, elixirs, and manuals all must be taken. He spends 10 days gathering treasures until he departs the celestial sea, thoroughly satisfied. Upon reaching the ocean's surface, he suddenly encounters a massive sea lion that roars and lunges at him. With a mere thought, his spirit spear materializes in his hand, and his archery has reached a level of unparalleled mastery. The sea lion, struck before it could even struggle, bursts into a cloud of crimson mist. Henan gazes in astonishment at his own hands, marveling at his newfound prowess. Without Lin Shuang by his side, he feels a significant absence of camaraderie and joy. Nevertheless, he does not linger in self-congratulation. Having expended such effort and time, progress is only natural. In addition to perfecting his deadly shot, he has acquired a new skill, which he tentatively names teleportation. After several attempts, he discovers that his maximum teleportation distance is 100 nautical miles. Furthermore, he can combine teleportation with his spatial abilities, allowing him to teleport to a location and immediately enter another dimension, enabling a second teleportation. Thus, He can avoid the embarrassment of falling into the sea while simultaneously bewildering his foes, achieving the true essence of striking from a distance. Chapter 181. The abundance of clever minds. He-Nan silently reappears at the He Manor, unbeknownst to anyone of his return. Wu Miao, startled by the sound of running water from the bathroom, exclaims, He-Nan, is that you? Yes, it's me. Upon hearing He-Nan's voice, Wu Miao rushed in without a second thought, plunging directly into He-Nan's damp embrace. You actually returned? Do you have any idea how worried I've been about you? With the soft fragrance enveloping him, He-Nan found himself momentarily distracted. From the bathroom to the bedroom and back again, the two finally lay entwined on the grand bed. He-Nan, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? I am perfectly fine, unharmed, He-Nan replied, playfully twirling a strand of her hair around his fingers. Do you truly believe your husband to be so fragile? I know you are formidable, yet I cannot help but worry. Because I care for you, do you understand? Wu Miao rarely spoke so earnestly in his presence, which caused He-Nan to pause in surprise. Oh, who was it that once said our relationship was merely transactional? That neither should take it seriously? Wu Miao faltered momentarily before weakly admitting, I concede, I've lost. I've fallen for you. What now? Will you despise me? He-Nan kissed her forehead gently. Sleep now. MHM. Wu Miao curled up like a kitten, her eyes closed, yet her heart remained restless. Initially, she had approached He-Nan with intentions. She desired his protection, his assistance in revenge, and to have a child by her side. Now, she had all that she wished for, yet she found herself increasingly greedy, longing for He-Nan's love as well. He-Nan, however, was not troubled by such thoughts. Their relationship had flourished harmoniously thus far, and he would continue to treat her well, even if one day they reached an impasse. He-Nan would ensure a secure future for the woman who bore his child. He-Nan had returned for several days, and soon everyone discovered it, arriving one after another with gifts. In truth, He-Nan detested such social obligations and left it all to Chen Xueqing. He had effectively become He-Nan's spokesperson. Any matter he remained silent on would not be broached, even if it reached He-Nan directly. People gradually realized that he was merely He-Nan's echo. The words that came from his mouth conveyed He-Nan's sentiments. As Chen Xueqing's status ascended, Chen Ming also thrived. His grand restaurant not only opened branches but also ventured into franchising. The current area of Shanxing had expanded tenfold, and traveling from the city center to the outskirts required half a day's journey, even by hover car. In such a vast city with a high population density, merely a couple of restaurants could hardly satisfy the demand. However, with the increase in establishments, management issues inevitably arose. After all, there were no economic laws in place. As long as one did not commit murder or arson in the city, they were deemed good citizens. Thus, he contemplated franchising. By paying a certain fee, anyone could open a restaurant, adhering to the main store's design and ingredient supply standards. Moreover, it was undeniably a seller's market. Any new business would flourish. Consequently, Chen Ming not only retained his loyal customers but also earned more than before. The grand restaurant was a venture he shared with He-Nan, with an agreed-upon 50-50 profit split. Yet, since its inception, they had never divided the earnings. With He-Nan's return, Chen Ming intended to reconcile the accounts and collect his share. Upon seeing the large boxes of ledgers he brought, He-Nan felt overwhelmed. Do not show me this, rather. Share your intentions. This establishment has consistently been profitable, and you hold a 50% stake yet have never received any dividends. Now that the scale has expanded, I wish to settle past accounts and provide you with your share. Very well, proceed with your calculations and inform me once completed. Are you not concerned about the possibility of my embezzlement? Even if I were to indulge in such behavior, how much could I possibly take? Furthermore, I do not perceive you as that kind of individual. I appreciate your trust, my boss. Chen Ming had not seen He-Nan for quite some time. Even during their frequent encounters in the past, it had been ages since they could sit together and share lighthearted banter. He had once believed their friendship had long since faded, leaving only a mere exchange of interests. However, He-Nan's demeanor today brought him great joy, for it revealed that He-Nan still unconditionally trusted him, a bond that only brothers could share. He-Nan, on the other hand, did not dwell on such matters. He was not accustomed to defining those around him with terms like friends. He simply believed in conversing more with those he got along with and keeping his distance from those he did not, dealing with adversaries swiftly and decisively. That evening, He-Nan invited Chen Ming to dine together, and they indulged in considerable amounts of drink. The following morning, Lord Wu came to pay a visit. He, family head, I have come to discuss the matter of grain cultivation with you. Is there an issue? Henan had not concerned himself with such affairs for a long time, leaving them to Qinshu etching. The population in Shanxing had surged, and the grain yield was already insufficient to meet the demand. Is there a way to resolve this? To resolve it, we need to expand the arable land. I have no other solutions. I have conferred with the other family heads, and they are willing to allocate a portion of their land for cultivation. Well, that sounds promising, Henan replied. However, they wish to be involved as well. Lord Wu glanced at Henan with a hint of trepidation and continued, though the He family has a considerable number of people, after expanding the farmland, manpower will undoubtedly be in short supply. Therefore, they propose that each family send some individuals to assist, and each family will compensate its own workers, ensuring that the He family does not suffer any losses. A slight smirk appeared on Henan's face, though the smile did not reach his eyes. This was not a significant matter, he thought. Let them come as they please. Very well, I shall return and inform them. Lord Wu departed with a cheerful demeanor, while Henan's expression suddenly turned cold. The calculations are now laid bare before me. I shall show them who the true fool is. Wu Miao expressed concern. Are you truly planning to teach them how to farm? Why not? I intend to teach them thoroughly. Wu Miao looked at him incredulously, somewhat speechless. At that moment, Henan struck her as a petulant child. Lord Wu was remarkably efficient. 3 days later, not only was the farmland issue resolved, but the laborers had also arrived. Henan dispatched Wang Wan to oversee the work. Wang Wan was an exceedingly meticulous individual, ensuring that every step of the tilling process was executed precisely, sparing no detail. After all, the family head had stated that these individuals would serve as free labor, and one should never squander such an opportunity. 3 days passed, and the land was fully turned over, ready for sowing. The mechanical entities, the seeders, became busy with their tasks, while the others merely observed. Next comes the irrigation and fertilization, each step performed openly before all, without the slightest attempt at concealment. In the evening, all the families convene a meeting. Those dispatched to cultivate the land report their meticulously recorded steps, and the heads of each family commence their clandestine experiments at home. Chapter 182. The issue of feng shui. However, by the time the crops in Henan's fields have sprouted, there is not a hint of reaction from the lands of the other families. The seeds, upon excavation, are found entirely rotten. A few family heads gather, their frustration palpable. Henan must have had ulterior motives. The methods he provided us are all erroneous. What use is your anger? We are pilfering his techniques. Even if we know he is deceiving us, can we confront him directly? What shall we do now? Are we to suffer this silent grievance? Alternatively, we could allocate another plot of land. When he cultivates it, we can observe him personally. Agreed, let it be so. Some eagerly offered land, which Henan, of course, did not refuse, instructing them to coordinate directly with Wang Wan. This time, from the day of land clearing, the heads of several families stood vigil at the field. Observing the deep plowing machine repeatedly turning the soil, they discerned no difference from their own methods. The steps were identical. Once the soil was turned, sowing commenced, followed by irrigation and fertilization, awaiting the sprouts. They had contemplated the possibility of a single servant's betrayal, perhaps 2 or 3, yet to suggest that every family's envoy had betrayed them was beyond their belief. Now, after a thorough observation of the process, they found no discrepancies in the methods reported by the servants. I sense the issue lies with the fertilizer. Indeed, we lack the fertilizer formula from the He family. If we approach Henan to purchase it, he will surely refuse. What shall we do then? Shall we steal some to analyze? This is straightforward. The fertilizer is stored in the warehouse. We can easily concoct an excuse to enter. While taking too much would be challenging, obtaining a sample should pose no problem. As the heads of families plotted how to pilfer the fertilizer, the land that had been cultivated first was due for fertilization. Naturally, the heads seized this splendid opportunity, each taking a handful from the fertilizer sacks. The Li family specializes in producing nutrient solutions, which is somewhat related. Initially, they had participated in research on agricultural fertilizers, but after failing, they had ceased such endeavors. Now, resuming was simpler for them than for the others. In the end, after a thorough analysis of the fertilizer's components, nothing particularly stood out. Li Jiaqing triumphantly presented the fertilizer formula, exclaiming how simple it was. The ingredients were commonplace and easily obtainable. Lord Wu examined it closely, pondering. Is this ratio reliable? Rest assured, this is the result of repeated testing by my experimental team. It is undoubtedly correct. Then let us return and test it. The heads of the families joyfully returned home to cultivate their lands, having never before felt such a fervent appreciation for labor. Yet, As the fields tended by Henan flourished in vibrant green, the private plots of each family remained desolate. Not only had the seeds failed to sprout, but they had entirely rotted away. If it was not the fertilizer, could it be the water? They are also engaged in seawater purification, utilizing the same water source as we do, which should not be problematic. So what do you propose is the issue? The heads of the families exchanged glances. None could discern the root of the problem. Lord Wu suddenly spoke. Could it be that Wang Wan? Does she possess some extraordinary ability to enhance plant growth? The family heads looked at one another. Lord Wu's words had opened the door to a new realm of possibilities. If the issue indeed lies with that woman, it would pose a significant challenge, as we cannot undermine her position. Why not? A man must marry and a woman must wed, if she finds herself infatuated. Who can stand in her way? Ha ha ha, it seems Masterly has a clear understanding. Meanwhile, Wang Wan, busy in the fields, remained unaware that her springtime was approaching. Days later, an array of uncontracted commanders began to gather around Wang Wan. Some were handsome and charming, others simple and sincere, and still others witty and humorous, nearly encompassing every type of man. Even if Wang Wan were somewhat oblivious, she could perceive that this unusual attention was not without ulterior motives. Yet, after pondering for an entire day, she could not comprehend what made her worthy of such fervent interest. At a loss, she sought counsel from Henan. Upon hearing the tale, Henan burst into laughter, calling the group a bunch of fools. Wang Wan, bewildered by his amusement, inquired, "Master, what should I do?" "Do as you wish. If among those men there is one you fancy, bring him back, and I shall assist you in forming a contract. If not, simply refuse them and send them away. There is no need to spare anyone's feelings." With Henan's words, Wang Wan felt a newfound confidence. "I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, Master." Wang Wan was not foolish. She recognized that without Henan, she would have perished long ago. As a machine girl devoid of combat prowess, surviving in this desolate world was already a stroke of luck, and she dared not aspire for more. Those men clearly sought something from her, and she was acutely aware of her own limitations. Even if she held some value, it was one granted by Henan. Without the He family, she would possess nothing. How could a powerless being, stripped of all, hope to survive? Through the sweet nothings of men? That was nothing short of a dream. With a clear mind, Wang Wan resolutely rejected all suitors. Her words were straightforward. "I can do nothing but farm. If I return with you, I would merely become a burden. Can you support me indefinitely? You could marry me and continue farming. As long as you can produce grain, you will be a respected individual, not a burden. I can only grow crops while remaining at the He estate. If I were to go to your home, nothing would flourish." Why is that?" "It may be a matter of feng shui," Wang Wan replied mysteriously. "If you doubt me, I shall return with you now, and we can cultivate a piece of land at your home to test it out." Though most had begun to believe Wang Wan's words, there were still those who were unconvinced, insisting on dragging her back to cultivate a plot of land. To rid herself of this trouble, Wang Wan resolved to dissuade them. The outcome was predictable. Even the land personally tended by Wang Wan could not yield any crops. This outcome has extinguished the enthusiasm for farming among all the heads of families. Could it truly be a matter of feng shui? It seems implausible, as that plot of land was initially chosen at random by us. Is there a possibility that we inadvertently relinquished the most auspicious land? Upon hearing Wang Wan's report, Henan laughed even louder. Wang Wan was also curious as to why only the He residents could yield crops. Changing the location seemed futile. However, she refrained from asking, understanding the decorum that dictated certain questions remained unposed. Wu Miao, on the other hand, was intrigued, wondering how this feat was accomplished. Was it genuinely a feng shui issue? Amused, Henan playfully pinched her nose, clarifying that it was not a matter of feng shui. The truth was that the external lands simply could not produce grain, and their own was no exception. Chapter 183. I am leaving. Are you happy? Wu Miao's innocent demeanor made Henan want to laugh. The reason our land can cultivate grain is that I incorporated some soil from my space, and the primary materials for the fertilizer are also the water and soil from that realm. Oh, that explains why you are untroubled by theft. It cannot be taken. This is a blessing bestowed upon us by the heavens, and we must cherish it. Indeed, you are right. After a series of tumultuous events, everyone reluctantly accepted the reality that not everyone could cultivate grain. It was prudent to seek out Henan for purchases. Henan, preoccupied with more pressing matters, found himself once again at a bottleneck in his cultivation. According to the records in the Cultivation Chronicles, the 10th realm is the highest attainable level for humanity, where one can endure tribulations and ascend to immortality. Yet, it was evident that not only was there no tribulation, but ascension remained a fanciful notion. Moreover, Henan sensed that the stellar energy within him continued to accumulate, suggesting potential for further enhancement. However, this remained merely conjecture without any substantiation. To cultivate in such darkness was indeed arduous. One could not discern the path ahead, or if there was a path at all. To validate his hypothesis, Henan returned and dedicated himself to daily practice without faltering. After a fortnight, he finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. The abyss of his consciousness was illuminated at last. However, the myriad stars had turned gray, save for one shining brightly in the corner. Although the stars themselves were gray, a delicate thread connected them, forming the pattern of the Big Dipper. Henan had a premonition that if he could illuminate all 7 stars, it might yield unexpected rewards. Nevertheless, remaining in Shang City offered him no assistance in his cultivation, prompting thoughts of relocating to the Sea of Stars. However, with nearly 300,000 residents in the He household, not every individual would necessarily share his aspirations. Thus, Henan resolved to convene a democratic meeting, summoning everyone, including the million-strong mechanical legion left by the former city lord and the 500 Black Hawk guards. Today, I have called you all together to discuss a matter. The head of the family has something to convey, someone remarked. Chun Xueqing felt a vague unease, sensing that something was amiss. Yet, after much reflection, he could not discern where he had gone wrong. Henan, eager to refine his skills, sought to avoid any time wastage. Thus, I spoke up directly. I am unable to cultivate while remaining in Shangqing, so I have found a place conducive to my training and plan to settle there. What about the householder? What shall we do? Indeed, the householder wouldn't abandon us, would he? The householder is pursuing immortality. Surely, our presence would be a burden. The crowd below was in disarray, voicing various opinions. Chun Xueqing, fulfilling his duty as steward, raised his voice, urging silence. Everyone, quiet down and allow the householder to finish speaking. All eyes turned expectantly toward Henan, eager to discern how he would manage the situation. Those willing to accompany me, please return to gather your belongings. For those who choose to remain, it is of no concern. I bequeath the He residence to you, along with the fields outside, allowing you to continue living in comfort. Is that true? Will you really leave all this to us? A wave of joy surged through some, feeling as if they had finally risen from the depths of servitude. Yet, a faction of rational individuals remained skeptical. If the householder departs, can we truly safeguard the He residence? Indeed, the 10 great families are not to be trifled with. Without the householder's backing, the He residence could be breached in an instant. We should follow the householder, others concurred. With him around, we shall not go hungry. The majority resolved to migrate with Henan, while a minority lingered in uncertainty. Among them was Chun Xueqing, a former city lord, proud and unwilling to remain subordinate. He believed that, leveraging the strength of Star City, maintaining equilibrium against the 10 families, although challenging, was still within reach. However, Chun Ming held a differing perspective. Father, I truly believe we ought to follow Henan. Chun Xueqing shot him an exasperated glare. Do you intend to serve him as a subordinate for the rest of your life? Father, I understand your reluctance, but what good does that do? We are outsiders. Once Henan leaves, the resentment directed at him will shift onto us. Moreover, those crops only He residents can cultivate will become a liability. Chun Xueqing remained unconvinced. As long as everyone desires sustenance, they will not dare to harm us. But, Father, have you considered that after Henan departs, will that land still yield crops? Chun Xueqing's heart sank. He was well aware of the turmoil among the families in recent times, though he did not grasp the underlying cause. Anyone with sense could surmise that it was undoubtedly linked to Henan. If he were to leave, they would no longer be able to cultivate food. Consequently, the advantage of remaining in Shangqing would dissipate. Moreover, Chen Ming was right. They would inherit the animosity. Facing the 10 great families and their neighbors, his confidence swiftly evaporated. Then let us gather our things and depart. Chen Ming glanced at his father's slightly stooped figure and sighed softly, choosing not to speak further. He understood his father's sentiments. When he first met Henan, he was merely an obscure mechanic. At that time, even Chen Ming considered taking him under his wing to serve the Chen family. However, Henan's growth was astonishing, reaching heights beyond their grasp in just a few years. Chen Ming felt both helpless and comforted. At least Henan was willing to protect them, which was their greatest fortune. The entire He residence was bustling with activity, and such a significant commotion outside could not possibly go unnoticed. Lord Wu arrived with several heads of families to pay a visit. Master He, what is happening? I I was just about to tidy up and bid farewell to the city lord, replied the He family head. Farewell? Are you planning to move? Where to? The expression on Master Wu's face changed dramatically. The other family heads also wore complex expressions. He-Nan was finally departing, effectively removing the looming threat over them, which was undoubtedly good news. However, they simultaneously felt the unease of losing the protection of a formidable ally. I have discovered a place suitable for cultivation. Hence my intention to settle there. Cultivation? No one wishes to miss the chance to become a martial artist, but it is all contingent on fate. Most martial artists in Shang City, though capable of cultivating, possess mediocre talent, making their progress painfully slow. The original inhabitants of Shang City, like Lord Wu, have merely awakened to the commander level, rendering them distant from true cultivation. The notion of leaving with He-Nan was swiftly extinguished. Will the He family head return? It is unlikely. Even Li Jiaqing, who had often spoken ill of He-Nan, felt a tinge of sadness at this moment. He both resented and relied on He-Nan's protection. Now, with neither left, he suddenly felt a profound sense of loss. Master He, is there anything we can assist you with? No, He-Nan decisively declined. With their departure imminent, there was no need for further entanglements. Their relationships had never been particularly warm. Why feign reluctance at the end? It took a full week for the He residents to be entirely prepared. He-Nan stored all the tents in his space, along with the mature grains and vegetables. As for the freshly planted ones, he decided to give them to those with fate, performing a good deed in the process. Just before their departure, Chu Haoran approached He-Nan. Master He, may we accompany you in your migration? He-Nan looked at him in surprise. You wish to follow me? What prompts this? I believe that once you, the stabilizing force, depart, Shang City may descend into chaos. Even following me does not guarantee peace. The journey is fraught with peril, and it remains uncertain whether we will reach our destination alive. You underestimate yourself, Master He. The fact that you can relocate your entire household implies you possess ample assurance. He-Nan smiled gently. Suit yourself. If you wish to accompany us, then do so. Excellent. Seeing that He-Nan did not refuse Chu Haoran, Su Ziyuan hurriedly chimed in. Master He, allow us to join as well. Then keep close. Thank you, Master He. Whether it was one person or a group, He-Nan was indifferent to the number of companions. As preparations for departure were underway, Li Jiaqing suddenly approached Li Fang. Sister, are you leaving too? Shang City is your home. I can only survive by following He-Nan. Just wait and see. Once he is gone, Shang City will surely descend into chaos. You're being overly dramatic. Li Jiaqing's facial muscles twitched. He did not doubt Li Fang's words, but felt too proud to plead with He-Nan. Whether I am being dramatic or not, you will see. Sister, since you are leaving, shall I bring the Li family along with you? That's a decision you must discuss with He-Nan. I cannot decide that. Li Jiaqing wore an expression of constipation. Sister, why don't you just stop? If you want to follow, hurry up and find He-Nan. We are departing today. Aware that further delays were unacceptable, Li Jiaqing stomped his foot and steeled himself to seek out He-Nan. Master He, from this day forth, the Li family shall be your kin. Please take us along. In truth, He-Nan had little regard for Li Jiaqing's obsequious demeanor. After all, he was the head of a clan, and such lack of backbone was truly disheartening. Nonetheless, venturing into a new territory necessitated starting anew, and the more hands available for labor, the better. You can accompany us, but you must adhere to my commands. Should any disturbances arise along the way, I will not hesitate to act. Yes, rest assured, we will be obedient and certainly not cause you any trouble. Not only Li Jiaqing, but also Master Wang and Master Sun set forth on the journey together, as millions of mechanized daughters took to the skies simultaneously. The surrounding mutated marine creatures became agitated, instantly forming a tide of beasts rushing towards humanity. He-Nan merely waved his hand, and the approaching mutated marine life was reduced to dust. Not only did the creatures retreat in terror, but the onlookers were left in stunned silence, gasping in disbelief. Good heavens, what level of cultivation does Master He possess? He is truly formidable. With such a powerhouse among us, what do we have to fear from the mutated marine creatures? Oh, how I wish to be as powerful as he. Time to wash up and sleep. Dreams hold infinite possibilities. Throughout the journey, He-Nan refrained from further displays of strength. Demonstrating his prowess was sufficient. He was not there to serve as a bodyguard. To survive the journey to the Starry Sea, one must fight valiantly. He would accept no useless members in his ranks. Li Fang, having served as the mayor's wife for many years, possessed an extraordinary ability to read people's hearts. Just as He-Nan departed, chaos ensued in Shanqing. This turmoil arose not for any other reason than the precious arable land. Although the mature crops had been taken by Henan, what about those that were still unripe? At that moment, the indigenous populace remained united, with the remaining 7 prominent families banding together against the outsiders. The newcomers were not foolish either. Upon realizing their weakened position, they began to forge alliances with neighboring forces to counter the indigenous people. Thus began a protracted war, with skirmishes erupting at dawn and nocturnal ambushes robbing them of any peaceful respite. At this juncture, the one filled with regret was Mayor Wu, who had once had the opportunity to leave with Henan. However, he was reluctant to relinquish his position and, in a moment of impulsiveness, chose to stay. Now, with Henan's deterrent absent, the true nature of these individuals was laid bare. They were no longer human, they were beasts, regardless of whether they were indigenous or outsiders. The latter exhibited no moral compass, daring to commit any atrocity. Alas, the world offers no remedy for regret. All he could do now was stabilize the indigenous people and expel the outsiders. He lamented his earlier decision to allow these individuals to remain in Chongqing. Had he refused initially, he would not be under such immense pressure now. The previous tranquility of Chongqing had given him a false sense of security, leading him to believe he was an adept manager. Little did he know that the facade of peace had been upheld solely by the fear instilled by Henan. As Henan departed, a myriad of strange entities emerged, much to his unawareness. Even if he had known of the bustling activity in Chongqing, it would have elicited merely a faint smile from him. What concern was it of his? Due to the sheer size of their group, they had taken an entire month to reach the Starry Sea. However, upon arrival, they were all rendered speechless. Was this place perpetually shrouded in darkness? Had they mistakenly ventured into hell? Was this not what they referred to as the polar night? He had heard tales of it before. Could one truly survive without the sun? Perhaps cultivating their abilities would suffice. Henan paid little heed to the murmurs of the crowd. He had not compelled anyone to join him. They had come of their own volition, and if they found it unsuitable, they were free to return. Despite the grumbling and complaints, they began to seek places to settle down. Henan chose a spacious area in the plaza for his residence, primarily for its ample space and central location. Following the traditional layout of the He residence in Chongqing, they set up tents and began to organize their belongings. The kitchen commenced preparations for a celebratory feast, marking their new beginnings. Unlike the jubilant atmosphere of slaughtering pigs and sheep at the He residence, the others wore expressions of worry and dismay. They were uncertain of what the future held and whether they could survive in such an environment. Yet, at the very least, they were now living on solid ground. Although the floating city was not without its merits, it lacked the tangible sense of stability that solid ground provided. Henan chose to ignore the concerns of the others and sought a secluded spot to commence his cultivation, aiming to illuminate all the stars and observe the eventual outcome. Moreover, he discovered that lighting a star in his consciousness would correspondingly illuminate a star in the Starry Sea. Thus, he began to anticipate whether the entire area would glow once all stars in his consciousness were lit. Chapter 185. Idle Thoughts Despite Their Trepidation. Everyone chose to settle down, for even if they wished to return, it was no longer an option. Henan had entered seclusion, and the perils of the return journey were beyond their capacity to manage. Though the sun was absent, Wang Wan led the group in agricultural endeavors. Miraculously, crops began to sprout. Witnessing the lush greenery, their anxious hearts found solace. The Starry Sea had once served as a site for celestial offerings. And although the altar had been dismantled by Henan, the spiritual energy had diffused into the atmosphere. Strangely, this energy not only persisted but grew increasingly potent. All the martial artists, like Henan, opted for seclusion, harboring gratitude for his guidance to such a splendid locale, although they had lost their accustomed sense of time. With darkness enveloping their every moment, human adaptability proved formidable, and within days, they accepted their new reality. However, the pursuit of treasures proved futile, as Henan had thoroughly scoured the area, collecting all valuable items into his spatial realm. Once settled, each household began to cultivate the land, striving for self-sufficiency. When the desire for meat arose, they ventured into the sea to hunt mutated marine creatures. By remaining hidden within the Starry Sea, they ensured that the mutated beings could not intrude, and they could find no place safer than this. Henan awakened after 7 days of cultivation, opening his eyes to a kaleidoscope of dwellings before him. There were tents belonging to the He family, stone houses, a few wooden cabins, shelters made of animal hides, and quaint little homes crafted from coral reefs. Although the scene appeared chaotic, it exuded a distinct sense of liveliness. Each household possessed a substantial plot of land dedicated to growing grains and vegetables, creating a certain distance between neighboring residences. Yet, the lands were contiguous, facilitating the use of large farming machinery. Lacking the clamor of urban life in the towering edifices of concrete and steel, this place offered an unparalleled sense of tranquility. During his non-cultivation hours, Henan would take his 2 children to the fields to catch loaches, occasionally encountering crayfish. The children, having learned to run, were far from sedentary. Unable to remain still for even a minute, a mere outing would return them covered in mud. Henan refrained from scolding them, embracing a philosophy of wild and unrestrained growth and child-rearing. Wu Miao, however, could not help but voice her grievances, exclaiming how they seemed intent on exhausting her with an endless pile of laundry. Unfazed, the children would cling to her legs, playfully smearing mud on her clothes, each party tolerating the other's messiness. In those moments, Henan would sit nearby, reveling in the spectacle and laughing along until Wu Miao chased him into the cultivation room. Months later, a star within Henan's sea of consciousness ignited once more, mirroring the illumination of a star above. He was uncertain of the underlying principle, yet he understood that he had formed a bond with the sea of stars. And to restore light to this world, he must persist in his efforts. The community was abuzz with excitement upon witnessing the emergence of a new star in the sky. Although they were unaware of the connection to Henan, their joy was uncontainable. The addition of a star signified a glimmer of hope, leading everyone to silently yearn for the day when all stars would shine brightly. Determined not to disappoint, Henan threw himself into rigorous training, often spending months in the cultivation room without the slightest hint of complacency. Since arriving in the sea of stars, Wu Miao had discovered a profound sense of belonging, instinctively believing that her future would unfold here. Consequently, she ceased to ponder financial endeavors or how to maintain relationships with those around her, devoting her entire energy to Henan and the children. Her initially modest culinary skills underwent significant improvement. She began crafting clothing for the family of 4, ensuring comfort and style, while also managing the children's daily needs with unwavering dedication. Wu Miao wholly embraced her role as a homemaker, finding joy in her new life. With her newfound focus on the family's sustenance and well-being, Lin Rue, the previous resident chef, found herself out of work. Initially, she would bring prepared meals to Henan, but each time she encountered a table brimming with his favorite dishes. After several attempts, she chose to withdraw from the scene, finding solace in the companionship of her sister. Lin Shuang, no longer required to venture out to sea daily. They found themselves with ample free time. Thus, they too began to learn the arts of sewing clothes and shoes, as well as cultivating grains and vegetables, embracing a simple pastoral lifestyle. Lin Shuang's grievances deepened. "Sister, when do you think Henan will notice me? I advise you to stop thinking about it. He has no interest," Wu Miao replied. Lin Shuang, unconvinced, retorted, "Everyone eventually ages, including you." Suddenly, Lin Shuang sat up, realizing, right, I must take advantage of my youth to be with Henan. Lin Rue, at a loss for words, remarked, "You've truly led a charmed life, forgetting who Henan really is. Henan is undoubtedly a wonderful person, handsome, gentle, considerate, and exceptionally patient. That is true for others, but not for you." Lin Shuang rolled her eyes. "Sister, you really lack excitement." With that, she flopped back onto the bed, covering her head with the blanket. Now, every day, Henan was consumed by his training, leaving her no opportunity to approach him, which was quite frustrating. Humans are peculiar beings. Once life's routine stabilizes, they begin to entertain unwarranted thoughts. The starry sea could shield against mutated marine creatures, and the looming threat finally dissipated. Everyone felt relieved, joyful, and content. However, such emotions are ephemeral. Mundane concerns about daily life inevitably arise. Often, arguments would spark over whose vegetables grew taller, whose child was smarter, or who caught the bigger fish. The root of these disputes lies in the inherent disparities among individuals from the moment they are born. Whether in terms of capability or intellect, they are not on the same starting line. Yet, they live remarkably similar lives, which breeds discontent in some hearts, leading them to feel that their efforts are disproportionate to their rewards. When everyone first moved in, they were willing to overlook grievances and assist one another. However, over time, those who were prone to keeping score began to emerge. One day, Henan took a break from training, bringing 2 little ones to catch butterflies in the fields. They stumbled upon a scene unfolding before them. Just because the Leaf family's rice was an inch taller than the Tian family's, the 2 families erupted into a quarrel. What began as a minor dispute gradually escalated into physical confrontation. The defeated party sought allies, returning to fight again. You can rally support, so can I. Thus, a simple disagreement between two families transformed into a conflict between two clans, even involving mechanized warriors, with a great battle looming on the horizon. Chapter 186. The unwelcome position of City Lord Henan stood nearby, observing without any intention to intervene. Wu Miao rushed out upon hearing the commotion. Are you not going to intervene? It's about to turn violent. Let them fight. They are not my children. Wu Miao was taken aback by his nonchalant tone. They are under your guidance. You must take responsibility for them. Why should I? Am I their father? Wu Miao was at a loss for words. Chen Xueqing stepped forward, stating, Head of the family, we need to establish some rules. If this chaos continues, it will lead to trouble. Then set the rules. You handle it, and don't bother me. Understood. With Henan's words, Chen Xueqing went to separate the two families and convened a meeting of the family representatives. Upon seeing Chen Xueqing seated in the main position, discontent spread among the attendees. Where's the head of the He family? Why is he not here? Such a significant matter surely warrants a response from him, does it not? If this becomes a precedent, wouldn't the Starry Sea descend into chaos? How can a mere steward represent us? This is a blatant disregard for our concerns. Listening to these discussions, Chen Xueqing remained unfazed. Once the chatter subsided, he spoke up, stating that the head of the family had decided to retire, showing no interest in affairs of state. What? The head of the He family is retiring? What shall we do? Indeed, with so many of us cohabiting, how can we function without a leader? The head cannot retire. He must not abandon us. Please be silent and allow me to finish, Chen Xueqing proclaimed, clearing his throat, and the crowd reluctantly quieted. What do you expect to hear from him? Without the head's leadership, who can maintain order? After a lengthy pause, he continued, we can elect a person of esteemed virtue to assume the role of City Lord, who possesses the esteemed virtue of the head of the He family. Exactly. If a selection must be made, I would choose the head of the He family. Whether sincere or insincere, these individuals were certainly adept at flattery. At that moment, Chen Xueqing contemplated retirement himself, perhaps returning home to cultivate a few acres of land. Free from the strife of intrigue, would be quite agreeable. I have conveyed the head's message. You may proceed as you wish, he declared before departing, leaving a group of people exchanging glances. After a prolonged commotion, it was Li Jiaqing who stood forth, stating, a nation cannot be without a ruler for even a day. A family cannot be without a master for even a moment. Let us first select a city lord. But who shall we choose? This posed a dilemma. If Henan were to become the city lord, none would dare to oppose him. Yet, should another be chosen, dissent would inevitably arise. Li Jiaqing suggested. Let each family nominate a candidate, and we shall vote anonymously. The one with the most votes shall become the city lord. What do you think? This appeared to be the most equitable approach, and no one opposed it. Before long, several candidates were established. Li Jiaqing, the head of the Wang family, Zhu Haoran, Su Ziyuan, and Chen Xueqing. Although Chen Xueqing was not present, the assembly still afforded him an opportunity. This was also the scheme of certain individuals, should he be elected. It would be akin to Henan's election. In the event of a significant matter arising, Henan would be compelled to step forward, allowing them to continue relying on his influence. If he were not elected, they would not offend him, and future encounters could still be amicable. The voting commenced swiftly, and, as anticipated, the individual with the most votes was Chen Xueqing. When the news was relayed to him, he was left utterly bewildered. I did not participate in the election. Dear City Lord Chen, there is no need for modesty. You are the people's choice and undoubtedly deserving. Chen Xueqing was no naive youth swayed by flattering words. He had previously held the title of City Lord. He understood the machinations at play among these individuals. Your votes are futile. The head will no longer concern himself with such trivial matters. With my capabilities, I cannot adequately govern the Starry Sea. It would be better to seek someone more capable. The group of heads returned, disheartened. Yet, Chen Ming, perplexed, inquired, Father, have you not always aspired to hold a position of authority? Why would you decline the opportunity? What do you understand? The lord of the city is indeed a hot potato, a task that no one desires to undertake. Why should I step forward? Haven't they all been vying for it? It's quite apparent, isn't it? After everyone had expressed their thoughts, he finally spoke up, stating that the head of the family had decided to withdraw from public life, showing no interest in governance. What? The head of the He family is stepping back? What are we to do? Indeed, with so many people living together, how can we function without a leader? The head of the He family cannot retreat. He must not abandon us. Please be quiet and let me finish speaking. Chen Xueqing cleared his throat and spoke loudly. And only then did the crowd manage to quiet down. What can you possibly say? How does the head of the He family feel about this? Without his leadership, who can maintain order? After a long pause, Chen Xueqing finally had the opportunity to speak. We could nominate someone of high virtue and reputation to assume the role of city lord. Who possesses the virtue and reputation of the head of the He family? Indeed, if we must choose, I would select the head of the He family. Regardless of whether they speak sincerely or insincerely, these individuals have certainly expressed their flattering sentiments. At that moment, Chen Xueqing also began to contemplate his own withdrawal. Perhaps returning home to cultivate a few acres of modest land, living without worry for sustenance, would be quite satisfactory. There is truly no need to engage in heartless rivalry with these people. I have conveyed the words of the head of the family. You may proceed as you wish. After stating this, Chen Xueqing departed, leaving a group of individuals staring at one another in confusion. After much commotion, it was Li Jiaqing who stepped forward, urging silence. A nation cannot be without a ruler for a day, nor can a household be without a leader. We should first select a city lord. Who shall we choose? This posed a dilemma. If Henan were to become the city lord, no one would dare to oppose him. However, should we choose another, dissent is inevitable. Li Jiaqing suggested that each family nominate a candidate, and ultimately, we shall conduct an anonymous vote. The one with the most votes would become the city lord. How does this sound? It appears to be the most equitable method thus far, and no one voiced opposition. Before long, several candidates were determined. Li Jiaqing, the head of the Wang family, Chu Haoran, Su Ziyuan, and Chen Xueqing. Although Chen Xueqing was absent, they still afforded him an opportunity. This was also a subtle strategy by some. Should he be elected, it would be tantamount to Henan being selected. In the event of a significant crisis, Henan would still have to step forward. They could continue to rely on him. If he were not elected, there would be no offense taken, and they could remain friends in the future. The voting commenced swiftly, and unsurprisingly, the one who garnered the most votes was Chen Xueqing. When the news reached him, Chen Xueqing was utterly bewildered. I did not participate in the election. Chen, the city lord, there is no need for modesty. You are the people's choice. Truly deserving of the honor. Chen Xueqing was not so easily swayed by a few flattering words. He had once held the position of city lord himself. He was well aware of the ulterior motives at play among these individuals. Your choice of me is futile. The head of the family will no longer concern himself with such trivial matters. With my capabilities, I would also struggle to manage the Starry Sea. It would be best to seek someone more capable. A group of family heads returned in disappointment. Yet Chen Ming was somewhat puzzled. Father, haven't you always wished to hold an official position? Why not seize the opportunity now? What do you understand? The city lord is indeed a hot potato. A task that no one desires to undertake. Why should I step forward? Did they not all scramble for it? How could no one wish to take on such a role? It is quite evident, is it not? Chapter 187. Primitive Life. The mayoral election concluded with much fanfare, and Chu Haoran found himself bewilderedly assuming the position of mayor. On his first day in office, he took a stroll through the fields with his associates. He pondered, what significance does it hold for me to be mayor? The mayor possesses the authority to declare that all land belongs to the state, stipulating that any cultivation must be accompanied by rent and taxes. A commendable notion, indeed. Naturally, I am quite astute. You truly are a clever one. His subordinate, keenly perceptive, recognized that Chu Haoran's remarks were not meant as flattery. Observing the silence from his subordinate, Chu Haoran continued, why should I reclaim the land that everyone has toiled to cultivate? Should I do so, I would instantly become a target of resentment. If we do not reclaim the land, we lack leverage over them. Does that not render our mayor powerless? If it were truly a lucrative position, would it have fallen to me? His subordinate hesitated to respond to this statement. Chu Haoran's ultimate role as mayor was akin to that of a neighborhood committee member. Any disputes between residents, complaints about damaged seedlings, or grievances regarding unruly children would find their way to him. If he ever displayed even a hint of impatience, he would be met with public outcry. You are the mayor. If you do not advocate for the common people, what purpose do you serve? In your position, you must govern justly. You owe it to the common folk to deliver fairness. Mayor, you cannot abuse your power. You must govern diligently and care for the people to be a good leader. Chu Haoran longed to shout, whoever wishes to be mayor may do so. I shall not partake. Alas, it was futile. No one heeded his pleas. Ultimately, he sought out Henan. Master He, I truly cannot fulfill this role of mayor. Could you speak to everyone about seeking someone more capable? Henan stifled a laugh. You were elected by popular vote, a choice of the people. If you cannot manage, then surely others would fare even worse. I seriously suspect these individuals harbor a grudge against me. They wish to roast me over a fire. Ah, do not dwell on the negative. If you change your perspective, you may discover a different view. Realizing Henan would not assist him, Chu Haoran left in a dejected state. Henan understood the frustration of his friend, but fate had favored him, and the people had chosen him. Sacrificing one for the happiness of millions, the math seemed reasonable. However, Henan nonetheless spread the word about Chu Haoran's desire to resign. In this place devoid of conflicting interests, the people had become rather straightforward. Upon hearing such news, some began to reflect. Why has the mayor grown indifferent? Have we spoken too harshly, bruising his pride? Surely not. He is the mayor, and a wise leader should be broad-minded, not petty. How would you feel if someone spoke harshly to you? Indeed, the mayor also faces challenges. He does not collect land rents or taxes. When have you encountered such a benevolent official? True enough, our mayor is rather kind. Thus, the attitude of the townsfolk towards Chu Haoran underwent a remarkable transformation. That very evening, many individuals brought over their homemade dishes, and those skilled in brewing even presented him with jars of fine wine. Chu Haoran was taken aback. His once desolate heart was suddenly filled with warmth. These people were indeed quite kind. Following the easing of tensions, it seemed that the number of disputes in the area diminished significantly, even when someone failed to restrain their temper. A gentle word from a neighbor would suffice to resolve the matter. With a newfound tranquility, Chu Haoran led the community in paving roads, repairing water channels, and mining actions that benefited everyone, earning the support of the populace. He finally discovered his own value, and, amidst the citizens' praise, felt a sense of accomplishment. Realizing that the role of a city lord was rather appealing after all, Wu Miao never hesitated to express her admiration for Henan. Once individuals are assured of their basic needs, food and warmth, they often find it easier to empathize with one another, leading to a more harmonious coexistence. Do you intend to have everyone continue living in such a primitive manner? What is wrong with that? Look at how content they are. They believe that living this way is the pinnacle of existence, convincing themselves to be satisfied with the status quo. If you were to tell them that they could enjoy convenient transportation and reside in high-rise buildings, would they still feel the same? Henan pulled Wu Miao onto his lap, questioning, "Do you wish to drive a car and live in a villa? If it were possible, of course. However, I am quite content with my current life." After pondering for a while, Henan concluded, "You are absolutely right. If we could live in a more advanced civilization, why must we revert to primitiveness?" Wu Miao suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. "I merely suggested it. It wasn't a necessity." Henan released her and stepped outside, where he saw Chu Haoran leading the efforts to repair the roads. The mechanized units of the organic laborers did not exhibit the burdensome labor of shoulder-to-shoulder work. So, what is currently lacking? Henan fell into deep contemplation. After a while, he grasped that what was missing were factories. The advent of the apocalypse had utterly obliterated industrialization. Back in Shang City, there had still been some factories catering to daily needs, but here, everything had reverted to agriculture. Presently, the Xingqian Sea was comprised solely of two professions, farmers and fishermen, one tilling the land, the other venturing into the sea. The social structure was excessively simplistic, making development unfeasible. At this juncture, everyone was merely focused on satisfying their hunger. Aside from Henan's family, the clothing worn by others was fashioned from the skins of mutated marine creatures. This had become the norm, and should an outsider arrive, the overwhelming stench could easily drive them away. Moreover, the Xingqian Sea was perpetually shrouded in darkness, fostering a proliferation of bacteria that led to widespread skin ailments among the populace. These pressing issues demanded urgent resolution. Having come to this realization, Henan sought out Chu Haoran. "What is it that you require of me, head of the He family?" Chu Haoran inquired, astonished. "I wish to pose a question to you." "Ask away. What vision do you have for the development of the Xingqian Sea?" "Huh." Chu Haoran was taken aback. Could he admit that he had never contemplated this? After all, the initial goal of surviving in this new place had taken precedence. As for development, he had only considered repairing the roads to facilitate travel and the transportation of food. Furthermore, the construction of irrigation canals is essential for cultivating the land and increasing food production, ensuring that the populace does not face hunger and can sustain themselves. Have you ever envisioned transforming the Starry Sea into a grand metropolis reminiscent of the world before the apocalypse? Henan's question left Chu Haoran utterly speechless. Suddenly engulfed in a wave of self-reproach, he realized he had been a most inadequate city lord, never contemplating how to improve the lives of his people. He, the head of the He family, if you have any thoughts, please do not hesitate to command. I shall comply without fail. Chapter 188. Towards civilization, I merely believe that your perspective should be broadened. Do not confine yourself to trivial matters. Instead, look toward the long term. Chuharan's lips trembled as he pondered. Can we truly restore this place to its former glory? That depends on you as the city lord, came the reply. Me? Absolutely. Tears of excitement welled in Chuharan's eyes. He once was a passionate youth, brimming with dreams. When had he begun to drift along, living each day in despair? The memory eluded him. Yet, this was not the time for such reflections. Henan's words ignited his fervor, compelling him to return and devise a plan to reconstruct the Starry Sea into a thriving metropolis akin to that of the pre-apocalyptic era. Of course, this endeavor could not be achieved by mere impulse. He rallied the heads of various families, elucidating his vision in detail. No one yearns for a life devoid of splendor. No one wishes to exist like a rat, perpetually shrouded in darkness. Although some of his ideas may have seemed impractical, they garnered unanimous support. To foster industrial growth, the extraction of various mineral resources, particularly oil, became indispensable. Exploration was not overly challenging, as mechanized beings could adeptly manage the task. The subsequent phase involved mining, a process that relied heavily on these mechanized entities. As various metals were unearthed, a sense of hope began to flourish among the people. Soon, factories began to rise from the ground, smelting plants, chemical factories, power stations, cotton mills, and more. The darkness of the Starry Sea did not hinder humanity's progression toward higher civilization. When the lights flickered to life, an overwhelming wave of emotion swept over the crowd, many weeping openly. With electricity restored, the community regained access to running water and established a local network. Apart from the absence of a sun in the sky, life had essentially returned to its pre-apocalyptic state. However, as industrialization progressed, disparities among people became more pronounced. Some individuals ascended to the status of factory owners, while the majority became laborers. The differences in individual awakenings manifested distinctly in their mechanical forms, with the divide between the privileged and the underprivileged starkly evident, one group soaring high, the other remaining grounded. Even those of lower ranks among the mechanized beings and commanders still resided at the societal bottom, yet their quality of life had improved several notches since their arrival at the Starry Sea, leaving them content. Naturally, some were dissatisfied with their circumstances. Nevertheless, opportunities abounded. As long as one seized them and worked diligently, the possibility of rising above was attainable. Many grassroots individuals, through extraordinary effort, advanced their living standards. However, one undeniable factor loomed over all: the level of one's awakening. This was an insurmountable chasm, regardless of how hard one strived. At this moment, an exceptional case emerged: the warriors, who strengthened themselves by absorbing spiritual energy. Despite their initially low levels upon awakening as commanders, they could transcend their ranks through diligent cultivation. Gradually, many mechanized beings began to cultivate as well. The previous grievances against the heavens for their perceived unfairness seemed to dissipate, as new hope blossomed among the people. Yet, regardless of the path chosen, it necessitated relentless effort to truly rise above others. Those unwilling to endure hardship and preferring to remain passive should refrain from competing with others and find solace in their complacency. After all, starvation was no longer a concern. Even without exerting themselves, survival was assured. The Starry Sea was in a constant state of transformation, with towering skyscrapers, overpasses, residential districts, and vacation resorts all under construction. Henan did not partake in the urban development. Instead, he devoted his time to seclusion and cultivation. He aspired for the Starry Sea to witness the true brilliance of Guanming. Through his unwavering efforts, 4 of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper had already been illuminated, gleaming like diamonds in the night sky, radiating a captivating brilliance. However, this was not the time for such reflections. Inspired by Henan's fervent words, he immediately returned to strategize. Aiming to reconstruct the Starry Sea into a metropolis reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic era. Naturally, such an endeavor could not be accomplished through mere whimsy. He rallied the heads of various families, meticulously articulating and breaking down his vision for them. No one yearns for a life of drudgery, and no one desires to live perpetually in the shadows like a rat. Although his ideas may have seemed somewhat impractical, they garnered unanimous support. To foster industrial growth, resources such as various minerals and oil were indispensable. Exploration was not particularly challenging, as mechanized beings with the requisite capabilities could undertake the task. The subsequent phase involved extraction, which relied heavily on these mechanized entities. As various metals were mined, a sense of optimism began to permeate daily life. Factories began to spring up. From smelting plants to chemical factories, power stations, and cotton mills, among others. The darkness of the starry sea did not hinder humanity's march toward a higher civilization. When the lights illuminated for the first time, tears flowed freely from everyone, a raw expression of joy. With electricity restored, the community regained access to running water and established a local network. Aside from the absence of sunlight, life had returned to its pre-apocalyptic semblance. However, with the advancement of industry, the gap between individuals widened. Some became factory owners, while the majority remained workers. The disparities in individual circumstances were starkly reflected in their awakened mechanical forms. The differences in status were glaringly apparent, akin to the heavens and the earth. Even those mechanized beings and commanders of lower ranks still lived at the societal bottom, yet their quality of life had markedly improved since their arrival in the starry sea, leaving them content. Of course, some were dissatisfied with their current circumstances. Nevertheless, opportunities were abundant. Those willing to seize them and put forth effort had the chance to rise above. Many grassroots individuals advanced their living standards through extraordinary diligence. However, one matter loomed large, demanding the attention of all. Your awakening level is an insurmountable chasm, no matter how hard you strive. At this juncture, exceptions began to emerge. These are the warriors who, by absorbing spiritual energy, enhance their own strength. Despite their low rank when awakening as commanders, they can transcend their tiers through diligent cultivation. Gradually, many mechanical girls also began to cultivate. The previous complaints of the populace regarding the unfairness of fate seemed to dissipate, as a newfound hope glimmered before their eyes. However, regardless of the path one chooses, immense effort is required to truly rise above others. Those unwilling to endure hardship and who prefer a life of ease should refrain from competing with others and find solace in their own comfort. After all, one cannot starve in these times. Even without relentless striving, survival is assured. The star sea transforms almost daily. It is not merely the skyscrapers that rise, but also overpasses, villa districts, and resort lodges that are under construction. Henan did not partake in the urban development, as he had been in seclusion, diligently practicing. He yearned for the star sea to soon witness the true brilliance of Guanming. Through his relentless efforts, 4 of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper had already been illuminated, glimmering like diamonds in the night sky, casting a dazzling light. Chapter 189. I can't believe this. You wretched woman. If I survive, I will make your life unbearable. Henan silently cursed Su-Won as he softly collapsed. He felt unwilling. 8 years. 8 years of being a devoted admirer had led to nothing but betrayal. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and suddenly a progress bar appeared before his eyes. 1, 2, 3, 50, 90, 100. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Contract for the supercar successfully established. The pain in Henan's abdomen vanished instantaneously, and the penetrating wound healed at a visible pace, his previously exhausted vitality restored. Henan, what have you done to me? You useless fool. I refuse to be bound by you. After being forcibly contracted, Su-Won immediately received the notification and, in a fit of rage, charged at Henan, exclaiming, I will kill you, you scoundrel. Henan looked at her coldly but spoke in the gentlest tone. Take one more step forward, and I shall destroy your core. Su-Won's furious advance halted abruptly, leaving her to glare at Henan in resentment. Henan rose, dusting himself off, and coldly commanded, Kneel and call me master. Ideally, the relationship between a commander and a mechanical girl should be one of mutual cooperation. The commander provides energy, while the mechanical girl takes charge of offense and ensures the commander's safety during battle. Simultaneously, the commander must also undertake the assembly, maintenance, and care of the mechanical girl. However, both commanders and mechanical girls are classified into different ranks. Based on their talents, they are categorized into several tiers, from low to high. For a mechanical girl, contracting with a high-ranking commander is akin to clinging to a sturdy and substantial leg. Even the lowest-ranked mechanical girl, when piloted by a high-ranking commander, can unleash extraordinary combat prowess. Thus, it is understandable that Su-Won sought to detach from Henan in favor of Chen-Ming. Besides his exceptional talent, Chen-Ming is the only son of the mayor of Qingchuan City. Handsome and wealthy, the halo surrounding him dazzles to the point where all men are left blinded. Henan, a man of little worth, is not even comparable to a single strand of her hair. Su-Won has harbored feelings for Chen-Ming for quite some time. However, in the past, she lacked even the qualification to approach him within 10 paces. Yet, the circumstances have changed. She has awakened to her core abilities, and Qinming, too, stands as a commander of equal stature. At last, they are on equal footing. Suwen silently vows to herself, Henan, I shall ensure your demise, to pursue Qinming. Yet, outwardly, she kneels submissively, addressing him as master. It is not that Suwen wishes to resist. Every situation possesses dual aspects. Since the commander has the capacity to assemble machine maidens, it inevitably implies the possibility of dismantling them as well. Suwen is unwilling to be reduced to mere components, and thus chooses to endure for the time being. Henan does not overlook the resentment simmering in her gaze. Yet he remains indifferent. Transform, let us proceed, he commands, contemplating that driving a supercar at this moment would be overly conspicuous. How he wishes for a humble van instead. In an instant upon receiving his command, Suwen's form begins to dissipate, accompanied by the sounds of mechanical brakes. Before Henan, a dilapidated van truly materializes. Oh, it actually works, he muses, satisfaction evident in his eyes. Meanwhile, Suwen is filled with despair, exclaiming, Henan, what have you done to me? How could you render me so unattractive? This is an affront. I am meant to be a supercar, not a wretched van. Transform me back, please. Unfazed by her futile rage, Henan simply enters the driver's seat and accelerates towards the airport. The road is congested with vehicles heading in the same direction, leaving him feeling trapped in a slow crawl. Along the route, large screens are continuously broadcasting urgent official announcements. Red alert, due to abnormal global climate conditions. The icebergs at the poles are melting, leading to severe flooding. To date, 21 island nations have been completely submerged, and our coastal cities are not exempt. Citizens are urged to evacuate to higher ground promptly, preserving the flame of humanity for future generations. Emergency notification, a tsunami is approaching Qingchuan City, currently 300 kilometers away. Residents must evacuate immediately. The plan for the Light of Salvation has been initiated. Mutated marine life poses a significant threat to human existence. To ensure the survival of more individuals, the Humanities Academy has successfully developed an awakening serum. For the price of 500,000, you, as a beautiful individual, have the opportunity to transform into a fighter jet or a supercar. Gentlemen will also have the chance to command these vehicles. Do not miss this opportunity, 500,000. You cannot lose, you cannot be deceived. Alas, I have merely been tricked, Henan mutters, feeling irritated as he gazes at the lengthy queue ahead. With the tsunami looming and the terrifying mutated marine creatures threatening, he is acutely aware that, with his frail human form, he stands no chance of survival. It is imperative that he secures a plane ticket and departs Qingchuan swiftly. After a painstaking journey to the airport entrance, he is halted by armed officers who request identification and a vehicle inspection. He hands over his identification and approaches the testing device. Placing his right hand upon it, name, Henan. Test result, not awakened. He is taken aback, questioning how he could have formed a contract with Suwen without awakening his abilities. I apologize, sir, but this airport is currently not open to the general public. Please exit through the corridor on your left. How dare you look down on anyone? What is wrong with ordinary people? Do they deserve to perish? Without further contemplation on the matter of the contract, Henan loudly questioned. However, his indignation did not sway the officer's resolve. Moreover, upon hearing the commotion, a group of 5 or 6 individuals armed with submachine guns swiftly approached. Sir, please leave promptly. Though their words were courteous, the cold, dark barrels of their weapons were menacingly directed at him. Henan forcefully slammed the door of the dilapidated van and accelerated towards the left corridor. Along the way, he encountered many others like him, abandoned by the authorities, their faces ashen and filled with despair. Henan had no time for self-pity. He quickly drove towards the high-speed rail station. If he couldn't board a plane, surely the high-speed train would allow him passage? The traffic was unbearable. It took him over 2 hours to reach the station. The entrance was heavily guarded. Individuals wishing to enter had to present their identification and undergo testing, while ordinary people would be forcibly removed. Henan struck the steering wheel in frustration. This was truly unbearable. Henan, if you cannot escape, do not drag me down with you. Let us swiftly dissolve the contract. Considering our years together, I might show some mercy and take you along. Henan scoffed coldly. Suwen, do you think I would still trust you? Henan, now, aside from trusting me, do you have any other options? At least if I undergo testing, I can purchase a ticket and later plead for them to sell me another, allowing us to leave together. Undeniably, Suwen made a compelling argument. Without hesitation, Henan produced all the money he had and handed it to her to buy the ticket, thinking that if she attempted any tricks, she would meet her demise. A chill ran through Su-Wen. She had never seen He-Nan's gaze so sinister. Immediately, she resumed her human form and queued to buy the ticket. He-Nan was not concerned about her escaping. If worst came to worst, he would simply detonate the core. While Su-Wen was in line, He-Nan found a corner to stand in, contemplating what had transpired within him. Not only had he returned from the dead, but he had also forcibly contracted Su-Wen, two events that, if revealed, would be utterly unbelievable. Had he been reborn? Or perhaps bound to a system? Yet aside from the progress bar, he had received no other notifications. If it were a system, it was exceedingly discreet, unable to uncover the reasons behind his condition. He-Nan began to examine Su-Wen's data. Name: Su-Wen Mechanical Core. Level energy required for Mechanical Core. All types mechanical form. Supercar Core Objective: eliminate 10,000 humans. Warning: Core Objective will activate in 3 days. With a deadline of 3 months, failure to accomplish the task will trigger the self-destruct mechanism. What on earth is the Core Objective? This Humanities Institute is problematic. Are they planning to exterminate all ordinary people? A chill coursed through He-Nan's heart. He meticulously recalled the entire process of Su-Wen's awakening, purchasing the awakening agent and completing the process directly in the hall. Everyone underwent this step without issue. As Su-Wen's core level was tested and found to be of a high caliber, an elderly professor with graying hair emerged, offering to equip her with a weapon. Free of charge. Such an unexpected boon was not something Su-Wen could refuse. However, He-Nan distinctly recalled a woman who had previously awakened to a similar core level but did not receive such generous treatment. At that moment, He-Nan had silently berated the professor, suspecting him of harboring ulterior motives towards Su-Wen. Upon reflection, it seemed unlikely. They were likely selecting individuals for a specific purpose, implanting core objectives within them, and Su-Wen happened to be among the chosen few. Thus far, He-Nan could not ascertain whether this action was sanctioned by the authorities or merely a manifestation of the professor's personal ambitions. Nevertheless, he would never allow Su-Wen to resort to violence. It was not out of an excess of kindness. 3 months was ample time for him to arrange his affairs. Su-Wen, a woman driven by revenge against a wealthy and handsome man who had wronged her, could proceed to her own destruction. At last, it was Su-Wen's turn. The testing device emitted a synthesized voice. Name: Su-Wen, core level high. The officer's eyes brightened instantly. Miss Su, please come this way. We have arranged a green channel for you. Su-Wen glanced back at He-Nan, longing to follow the officers without hesitation, yet fear held her back. Excuse me, sir. May I purchase another ticket? I'm sorry, Miss Su. Ticket sales are strictly by real name registration, and you must be present for the test. Proxy purchases are not permitted. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at the officer, pleading, Please, you must help me. My boyfriend has not awakened. We have been in love for 8 years. You cannot bear to see us torn apart, can you? The officer appeared conflicted. Miss Su, it's not that I do not want to help, but there are regulations in place. With a heart-wrenching sob, she lamented, If he cannot leave, I will be forced to wait here and perish alongside him. Her tears flowed uncontrollably. She was genuinely distressed. She had yet to marry Chen Ming, and she had no desire to meet her end. The officer, overwhelmed by her emotional turmoil, finally said, Wait a moment, let me call my superior. Thank you, kind sir, she replied, still sniffling, her thoughts filled with frustration. He-Nan, you useless fool. If you had an ounce of manliness, would I be reduced to begging like this? I must end you swiftly. I have had enough. Regrettably, the officer's call resulted only in a scolding. Miss Su, I'm truly sorry, but I cannot assist you. Panic enveloped Su-Wen as she grasped the officer's arm. Is there truly no way? A flicker of internal conflict crossed the officer's eyes. It was time for decisions to be made. What value does love hold if one's life is at stake? Su-Wen was acutely aware that what the officer suggested was her best option. Yet she could not bring herself to accept it. In a storm of resentment, she returned to He-Nan's side, feeling despondent. What now? We cannot obtain 2 tickets. We will find our own way. Are you mad? We do not even know the location of the base. Where do we go? He-Nan had no time to explain. Transform, and let us leave this place. Su-Wen morphed once more into the dilapidated old van, but she could not suppress her defiance, shouting, He-Nan, if you are to perish, do not drag me down with you. Please, I beg you, let me go. In my next life, I promise to live well with you. Your thoughts are quite fanciful. Return my 500,000. Su-Wen fell silent. She had no such sum. If she did, she wouldn't exert such effort to keep this insignificant man around. He-Nan was quite agitated at this moment. All his money had been spent on awakening potions for Su-Wen, leaving him unable to stockpile supplies. The food and water he had on hand would barely last him and Sue in 3 days, and he needed to ration them. What to do next left him utterly perplexed. Meow meow. Your grandmother is old and cannot be a burden to you. You should leave quickly if you wait any longer. You won't be able to buy a ticket. Grandma, please don't say that. How could I possibly leave you behind? Am I still human if I do? Henan was drawn into the conversation between the grandmother and granddaughter, realizing that true affection still existed in this world. Eh? A level core? It's even a rank higher than Sue Wen's. How splendid it would be if I could form a contract. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a progress bar appeared before him. 1, 2, 3, 50, 90, 100. A mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Level invisible fighter jet binding successful. Reward, 100 cubic meters of storage space. The storage space will expand continuously based on the number of contracted mech daughters. Henan was taken aback. Was this truly meant for someone like me? He quickly examined the woman's information. Name, Lin Rue Mechanical Core. Level energy required by Mechanical Core. All types mechanical form. Supersonic invisible fighter jet mechanical armament. Photon plasma gun. Encompassing electronic pulse cannon, transverse light energy cannon. Goodness, each of these weapons was a formidable instrument of destruction. Henan's grin widened. He had hit the jackpot. He could forcibly contract multiple mech daughters. Even a level commander couldn't achieve such a feat if he could assemble a team of mech daughters through this means. What fear would he have of the apocalypse? He could soar in no time. Meanwhile, Lin Rue turned in astonishment, locking eyes with Henan. What have you done to me? Chapter 191. Sacrifice. Chu Haoran understood well that the success of the Xingqian Sea legislation relied entirely on Henan's imposing presence. Henan was his pillar of support, and he had to cling tightly to him. However, Henan was not easily appeased. It seemed he lacked for nothing. Offering resources? In the entire Xingqian Sea, who possessed more resources than him? Offering beautiful women? He was already surrounded by thousands, each possessing their unique charm. As for fame and power, he held them in disdain. Not even the city lord could offer him a position worthy of his regard. Chu Haoran felt a wave of frustration. Ultimately resigning to the situation, Henan was indifferent to his attempts at flattery and did not crave anyone's approval. His sole focus was on helping the two little ones cultivate. He was astonished to discover that when the three meditated together, they could form a swirling vortex of stellar energy around them. Simultaneously, the stellar energy absorbed was richer and purer, with the speed of absorption increased several-fold. Had he not worried that the young ones were too small and might not withstand prolonged cultivation, he would have gladly secluded himself for an entire year. As their father, he could not bear to be so heartless. Reluctantly, he could only allocate a fixed 2 hours each day for their cultivation. At other times, he could only cultivate alone. Although he had merely 2 hours each day, the benefits he reaped surpassed those of Henan, who labored alone for an entire day. This filled him with immense satisfaction. When the constellation of Cassiopeia in his sea of consciousness was fully illuminated, the night over the northern expanse of the star sea dissipated, revealing the harmonious cycle of day and night. Though the reasons for this phenomenon remained unknown, joy bubbled within everyone. They lit bonfires, sang, danced, and celebrated with exuberance. Each individual harbored a subtle hope that this world might return to normalcy. Though the arrival of that day remained uncertain, the anticipation lent flavor to their days. In the midst of his cultivation, Henan still ventured out to cleanse the seas of the mutated marine creatures. His intention was not to feast upon their flesh, but to prevent these creatures from disrupting the lives of others. Perhaps it was due to his recent spate of killings that he had incited the wrath of the Sea King, as an unprecedented tide of beasts suddenly surged forth. The mutated marine creatures blotted out the sky, their numbers obscured from view. They surrounded the star sea, attacking any human in sight. Once everyone took refuge within the star sea, the creatures relentlessly crashed against the cliffs, attempting to breach their sanctuary. Though Henan's arrows wielded considerable power, each shot took down a handful of mutated marine creatures, yet he was ultimately overpowered by sheer numbers. The fallen creatures were swiftly consumed by their companions, and their ranks were quickly replenished. Outside the star sea, the siege remained impenetrable. This situation was untenable. Even Henan was uncertain whether the star sea could withstand such a colossal wave of beasts. After enduring days of battle, the numbers of the tide not only failed to diminish but continued to swell. Many were on the brink of despair. We should never have come here. Staying in Shang City would have been far better. It's all Henan's fault for painting this place as a paradise. Look at this wretched locale. Not only do we see no daylight, but now we face sea monsters. This is the end for us. We must have angered the sea god. It is only through the sacrifice of young boys and girls that we can appease him, and the tide will surely recede. Yes, sacrifice. A group of enraged individuals surrounded He's residence, compelling Henan to offer his children as a tribute to the sea god. Henan, far from angered, laughed instead. Who dares to covet my children? You are the ones who have angered the sea god. Only by sacrificing your own children can you hope to evade his wrath and ensure everyone has safety. Indeed. You must offer your child as a sacrifice to secure the peace of all. Henan, you cannot be so selfish, risking everyone's lives for your own. Henan coldly regarded the crowd before him, enunciating each word with precision. Those with sense should leave immediately. I can pretend this day never occurred. Should you continue your foolishness, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Henan, do you truly believe you can kill us all? I dare you. We are all destined for death. Come now, act if you dare. I respect you as a man. Suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air, exploding amidst the throng, showering blood and flesh all around. Scalding blood splattered onto the faces of those nearby, and severed limbs fell upon them. The world fell silent, as if the previous uproar and conflict had never transpired. The moment of shock was fleeting. Everyone fled as if propelled by fiery wheels, terrified that they might be the next to be blasted away. Henan's anger had not subsided. He summoned Chuharan. Compile a list of those who besieged my residence today, he commanded. Head of the He family, the law does not punish the crowd. Chuharan hesitated. No. Henan resolutely rejected the notion. They attempted to harm my child. I cannot let them go unpunished. It's not that they lack capability. But if my strength were inferior to theirs, what would unfold today? Would they show mercy to my child? Within half a day, the list was in Henan's hands. He refrained from taking matters into his own hands directly, instead excluding the Black Hawk Guard and banishing those individuals from the Starry Sea. The beast tide had not yet dissipated. For these people, leaving meant certain death. Those with resolve revolted, but their resistance was futile. Barely enough to inconvenience the Black Hawk Guard. Most pleaded for mercy, their foreheads bruised from bowing in supplication. Yet Henan showed no leniency, commanding the Black Hawk Guard to expel them. The air was soon filled with their anguished cries and the chilling crunch of mutated marine creatures feasting. Those uninvolved in the turmoil felt a sense of relief, grateful not to have acted impulsively. Henan was more ruthless than the mutated marine life outside. Anyone who provoked him faced certain demise. Following this incident, Henan paid little heed to the external beast tide. Should they breach the Starry Sea, he would retreat with his family into the spatial realm. He was assured of his survival. As for others, they could fend for themselves. Chuharan had no choice but to lead all the mechanized warriors and fighters into battle. To fight meant risking lives. To refrain from fighting could lead to everyone's demise. At this juncture, they had no option but to fight with determination. Embracing a mindset of fighting for survival, they surprisingly achieved commendable results. Although the mutated marine creatures remained densely populated, each individual steadily increased their daily kill count, from 3 on the first day to 5 on the second. Each night after the ceasefire, Chuharan would gather everyone to tally their daily harvest. Each person felt a sense of pride in having slain one more sea monster than the day before. Moreover, since the onset of the beast tide, they had never lacked for meat. Particularly at night, the aroma of roasted meat wafted across the Starry Sea as they feasted and drank heartily, savoring each bite. For none knew if they would have such a meal again the following day. Wu Miao expressed her concern. Are you truly going to ignore it? Henan smiled faintly. Do you think Chuharan serves anyone else? Chapter 192. Educating the young Wu Miao's eyes brightened suddenly. Henan, your scheming is rather profound, isn't it? I merely wish for them not to become overly reliant on me. That's true. A kindness can breed resentment. As long as you understand, Henan said, ruffling her hair. Thus, do not overthink it. Your task is to care for our children. Wu Miao nodded earnestly. I will. After months of effort, the beast tide finally receded, and cheers erupted across the Starry Sea, followed by muffled sobs, which ultimately culminated in wails of joy. It has been arduous. I am still alive. How wonderful. We have succeeded. Chuharan discreetly wiped the corners of his reddened eyes and hurried off to meet Henan. The head of the He family orchestrated plans with remarkable foresight, achieving victories from afar. Enough with the flattery. I am simply overwhelmed with joy. Fortunately, the mutated marine creatures did not invade the Starry Sea. Otherwise, the subsequent construction would have been quite a burden. The Starry Sea proves to be truly wondrous, utterly impregnable. This is a sentiment best kept between us. Do not broadcast it. Indeed, if those outside were to learn of its impenetrability, their zeal for battle would surely wane. As long as you understand the situation, that suffices. With Chu Howard dispatched, the Starry Sea welcomed a period of tranquility, having survived a great battle. The populace cherished their lives even more, and even those who thrived on mischief began to settle down. Henan's cultivation continued to progress. And although the two young ones practiced only 2 hours a day, they had already attained mastery at the fifth realm, a revelation that would undoubtedly astonish many. This remarkable advancement was primarily due to the influence of the starry power vortex, which rendered cultivation exceptionally efficient. Watching the children grow day by day, each endowed with extraordinary talent, filled Henan's paternal heart with immense pride. However, as they grew, it became increasingly difficult to keep them contained. They often dashed off in search of other playmates. The children of the Starry Sea were already few in number, and when they gathered, the adults tended to overlook their antics, knowing they would not stray far. Yet since the onset of the apocalypse, children had become a rare treasure, cherished like precious gems. This indulgence had inevitably fostered a few mischievous youngsters. Observing He Ziyu and He Zihan, both impeccably dressed and perpetually with pockets full of snacks, it was inevitable they would attract attention. Though still young, they understood the vulnerability of girls, often targeting He Zihan. At this moment, He Ziyu, the older brother, displayed his prowess, sending an assailant flying with a swift slap. He Zihan, with a lollipop in her mouth, clapped with delight, exclaiming, "Brother is amazing. Brother is the best." Despite Henan's repeated admonitions to keep their abilities concealed, children rarely heed such warnings when emotions run high. That slap left the other child bloodied. This incident stirred trouble, as the child's parents came wailing for Wu Miao to seek justice. "Look at what your child has done to my son. He can barely breathe. You must compensate for his injuries." Wu Miao shielded the two children behind her, at a loss for words. The strike had indeed been heavy. The child appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Henan emerged from the house, exuding calmness. "Your son will not perish." The woman, though somewhat intimidated by Henan, could not ignore her own child's plight. While roughhousing amongst children is commonplace, it should not escalate to such brutality. Henan paid her no mind, instead removing the black wristband from He Ziyu's wrist and tapping it several times. A virtual screen materialized above the wristband, replaying the entire sequence of events. Henan regarded her coldly. "You see? This incident is not my son's fault." The woman struggled to articulate a response, finally managing to say, "While my son was wrong to steal their snacks, he should not have been met with such violence. I have already stated, he will not perish. However, I shall heal him. You must ensure he apologizes to my two children and guarantees that he will no longer bully others." Upon hearing that her son could be saved, the woman eagerly nodded in agreement, promising to discipline him and prevent further mischief. Henan placed his hand on the child's abdomen, and before long, the child's internal injuries were healed, and he appeared revitalized. "Now, apologize," he commanded. The woman nudged her son, quickly, "Apologize to them." "No, I refuse to apologize. I want to beat them. All their snacks will then belong to me." The woman, startled, swiftly covered her son's mouth. "Master, he is just a child and does not understand. Please do not hold it against him. I can overlook it this time. But if he is bullied again, I shall not intervene to save him. You had better pray he remains well-behaved, or he might not live to see another day." The woman felt a shiver run down her spine as she picked up her son and hurried back. She knew that her child was spoiled, and an apology was out of the question. Moreover, staying any longer might provoke the child to utter something truly outrageous. This incident swiftly spread throughout the Starry Sea. Henan did not attempt to suppress the rumors. Instead, he disseminated the information that the siblings, He Ziyu and her brother, were formidable warriors of the fifth realm. The two young ones, oblivious, asked, "Father, didn't you say we should keep our identities as martial artists a secret? That was to prevent you from drawing the attention of those with ill intentions and facing harm. But now, I desire to avoid daily visits from parents seeking redress. I do not wish to clean up your mess." The children, Wu Miao giggling behind her hand, were relieved. "All right, go wash your hands. It's time for dinner." Since arriving at the Starry Sea, Wu Miao had taken to cooking, transforming into a remarkably capable and devoted wife and mother. The two children exchanged a glance at Henan, and upon seeing his approval, they dashed away with newfound freedom. At the dining table, the two children remained anxious, occasionally glancing at Henan. Their apprehensions were evident on their faces, prompting Henan to reassure them. "Your father did not scold you because you did nothing wrong. While striking others is inappropriate, as an elder brother, it is your duty to protect your sister when she is bullied. However, you must learn to control your strength. Delivering a fatal blow with a single slap is unacceptable. He truly provoked Hinan's ire, and it seems he may not survive even this day. This incident swiftly spread throughout the Star Sea, and rather than suppressing the dissemination of information, Hinan chose to reveal that the He siblings were formidable warriors of the fifth realm. The two little ones, perplexed, inquired, "Father, did you not instruct us to conceal our identities as martial artists? That was to prevent you from attracting the attention of ill-intentioned individuals, which could lead to harm. But now, is that no longer a concern? At present, I simply wish to avoid having parents knocking on our door daily, as I do not desire to clean up after you." The two little ones, Wu Miao stifling a giggle, were then told, "All right, go wash your hands. Dinner is ready." Since their arrival in the Star Sea, Wu Miao had taken to cooking and had evidently become a remarkably capable and nurturing figure. The siblings cast a glance at Hinan, and seeing no objection, they dashed away with a sense of relief. At the dining table, the two little ones remained uneasy, occasionally stealing glances at Hinan. Their anxious thoughts were clearly etched on their faces, prompting Hinan to assuage their worries. "Father did not scold you because you did nothing wrong. Although striking others is not appropriate as an elder brother, it is your duty to protect your sister when she is bullied. However, you must learn to moderate your strength. Slapping someone to the point of death is simply unacceptable." Chapter 93. Borrowing a little tadpole recently, Hinan's cultivation has progressed smoothly, illuminating a vast portion of the starry sky. The Star Sea has begun to exhibit normal natural phenomena, such as sunrises and sunsets, rain, snow, and thunderstorms, even without illicitly smuggling soil from other realms. Crops have begun to flourish in the fields. This discovery is nothing short of astonishing, while others may not grasp its significance. Hinan understands that this may very well be humanity's hope, beginning with the Star Sea. Thus, he redoubles his efforts in cultivation, striving to restore the Star Sea to its full vitality, allowing humanity to thrive beneath a blue sky in a peaceful and normal world. As the two little ones continue to enhance their cultivation, their bodies have also been remarkably refined. They are now capable of practicing for hours on end. Nevertheless, Hinan has not confined them to relentless training. Childhood is a precious phase that children deserve. They need not shoulder the burdens of humanity's survival, but rather, they should enjoy a joyous upbringing. He is more than willing to bear these responsibilities alone. However, the two little ones are exceptionally perceptive. They realize the importance of cultivation and that rapid progress will delight their father. Moreover, they have keenly observed that as their own cultivation levels rise, the duration of daylight in the Star Sea increases, alleviating the perpetual darkness. While the starry sky is beautiful, the absence of sunlight brings them unhappiness. Recognizing their capacity to contribute to such a vital cause, the two little ones have become even more diligent. Wu Miao expressed her concerns. "Hinan, they are still so young. Will prolonged training be detrimental to their health? Cultivation will only render them stronger. It will not harm their bodies." Oh. Although reassured by this positive response, Wu Miao remained dissatisfied. Previously, Hinan had devoted himself tirelessly to cultivation, and she had at least had the company of two children. Now, with the children also engaged in training, she found herself endlessly occupied with household chores, preparing meals for the trio, merely to pass the time. In such moments, she felt an unsettling lack of security, her heart subtly burdened with worry. "What are you daydreaming about?" Hinan's voice pulled her drifting thoughts back, her gaze flitting about in a state of mild panic. "No, it's nothing." Hinan smiled softly, leaning closer to her ear. "Would you like to have another child?" Wu Miao's eyes widened in astonishment. They had not used any contraception, yet her belly remained still. She had long since abandoned any hopes. "You have a way?" "I'm not certain if it will work, but we can certainly give it a try." Wu Miao nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with joy. Hinan lifted her in a princess carry, and together they made their way to the bathroom. Wu Miao's face had already flushed to her ears. Even after years of being together, her heart raced uncontrollably. Hinan tenderly helped her out of her clothes and into the warm bath. He then placed a large hand on her abdomen, and Wu Miao trembled uncontrollably, her mind exploding with a myriad of sensations, making coherent thought impossible. Yet, Hinan remained composed, channeling the power of the stars gently into her belly. Wu Miao could distinctly feel a warm flow spreading throughout her limbs, a sensation so pleasurable that she nearly moaned aloud. Then, the two of them were engulfed in a passionate embrace. Wu Miao felt as though she were floating in the clouds, never having experienced anything so exquisite. Days passed, and under the efforts of the trio, The starry sea drew ever closer to the light. Moreover, since overcoming the beast tide, the mutated marine life nearby had significantly diminished. The stench of decay that once permeated the air gradually faded with the sea breeze. A month later, Wu Miao confirmed her pregnancy. Overwhelmed with a mix of shock and joy. Henan, we really, truly have another child. Are you so happy? Of course. Aren't you? Yes. Initially, Henan had merely wished to explore his hypothesis, never anticipating success. Realizing the potential of his abilities, he promptly shared the news with Chu Haoran. Head of the He family, is this true? Chu Haoran's greatest desire was to have a child of his own, yet despite his efforts, his wife's belly had remained unresponsive. He understood that this was a consequence of the apocalypse. The air was polluted, food was unhealthy, and although the water had been purified, it still contained numerous harmful substances. Now, his long-held wish was finally within reach, leaving him utterly elated. I will bring my wife over right away. There's no rush. Henan stopped Chu Haoran, who was already on his way out. I am currently researching a machine that can store the power of the stars. Mothers wishing to conceive can use the machine to purify their bodies. Wouldn't that be more convenient? I cannot single-handedly satisfy everyone's needs. Yes, I was just too excited. You should start preparing a nursery center, making the rooms cozy and varied in style for parents to choose from. Chu Haoran's eyes sparkled brighter than carbon alloy. Why didn't I think of that? This could be a gold mine. Henan smiled softly. Go ahead. The construction of the nursery center proceeded remarkably smoothly. As the desire for progeny is a deeply ingrained conviction in everyone. Although the days are gradually improving, a sense of unease lingers in everyone's hearts. For all are acutely aware that, despite the longevity bestowed upon warriors, immortality remains an unattainable dream. Without descendants, the twilight of their lives promises to be a desolate affair. Devoid of care in sickness and bereft of meaning in the fruits of their hard-won endeavors. Hence, upon hearing the news that everyone would soon have the ability to bear children, the populace eagerly volunteered for overtime, forsaking their wages to expedite the process. Henan's experiments progressed smoothly, culminating in the successful trial of a machine capable of harnessing the power of the stars, which was subsequently installed in every room of the infant care center. The first phase of the center consists of merely 100 rooms, limiting its capacity. However, each room is only available for a mere 2 hours. Thus, even with a queue, the wait would not be excessive. Moreover, the second phase is currently under construction. Upon Wu Miao's subsequent pregnancy, the mechanical attendants around Henan became increasingly restless. Unexpectedly, it was Lin Rui who first approached him. Henan, may I ask you for a favor? She said, her head lowered, unable to meet his gaze. I wish to have a child. Excuse me? Henan furrowed his brow, perplexed by Lin Rui's intentions. Sensing his misunderstanding, she hastily clarified, I do not wish to engage in relations with you. I merely seek to borrow a little sperm. Henan's frown deepened. Was this something one could casually lend? Would it even be returned? Why choose me? Rest assured, I will raise the child myself and will never disclose our connection. I will keep this matter a secret from everyone. Lin Rui did not directly answer Henan's queries. Her sole desire was for his child. If she could not obtain it, she would rather forego the idea entirely, yet such sentiments were difficult for her to articulate. Chapter 194. Some rejoice, others worry. Allow me to ponder this, Henan replied, neither accepting nor outright refusing. He deemed it necessary to consult Wu Miao on the matter. Lin Rui departed in distress, regretting her impulsiveness and fearing that Henan would think less of her. Henan candidly relayed the situation to Wu Miao. What are your thoughts? Wu Miao remained silent for a prolonged moment before regaining her composure. I am currently pregnant, if you feel the need. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Henan sighed. What are you saying? We must confront reality. They have stood by me through thick and thin. I must provide them with support. I cannot be that person, and given the severe gender imbalance in the Star Sea, it is impractical for them to seek others. Thus, having a child may indeed be the optimal solution. After a lengthy silence, Wu Miao finally responded, Since you have made your decision, so be it. Henan sensed her emotional turmoil and smiled slightly. Very well, tomorrow you will accompany me to the infant care center. Me? What purpose do I serve? To assist. Of course. Wu Miao nodded faintly, troubled and unable to sleep well that night. Her dreams were filled with visions of Henan compelling her to watch a live broadcast. Waking with icy hands and feet. At dawn the following day, Henan took Wu Miao to the infant care center. It was not until they entered the sperm collection room that Wu Miao comprehended Henan's insistence on her presence, her face flushing crimson with embarrassment. Henan lounged on the sofa, awaiting her service, while Wu Miao rubbed her hands vigorously, yet her emotions remained unsettled. After finally completing her tasks, she felt more exhausted than after a grueling battle with Henan. Following Lin Rui's visit to Henan, he pondered the matter carefully and immediately instructed Chu Haoran to arrange the establishment of a sperm donation clinic. Thus, even without the commander's mechanical daughters, one could still aspire to have children. The entire Star Sea erupted in excitement, with the mechanical daughters shedding their shyness and eagerly queuing at the clinic. Lin Rui, for days, felt a knot of anxiety, uncertain of Henan's true stance. It was not until she received a notification from the maternity center, inviting her to undergo in vitro fertilization, that she realized Henan had consented. She relayed this news to Lin Shuang, conveniently omitting the part where Lin Shuang would have sought out Henan herself, merely stating that Henan had donated sperm at the center and inquiring whether she wished to have a child. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Shuang agreed and promptly urged her to join the queue. However, upon arrival, doubt crept in. "Sister, can you guarantee that the sperm we receive is from Henan? I do not wish to bear another's child." Lin Rui, still grappling with her own embarrassment over the situation, whispered, "Let's ask the doctor in a moment." "Yes. We must clarify. I cannot bear an unknown child," Lin Shuang replied, glancing at her sister with concern. "Even if you ascertain it is Henan's, you cannot approach him." Lin Rui reflected. Lin Shuang laughed. "Sister, I am not foolish." Lin Rui squeezed her hand, falling silent. They waited until everyone else had departed before entering, primarily to converse privately with the doctor. "Doctor, can you assure us that the sperm provided is from Henan?" The doctor regarded them cautiously. "And you are?" "I am Lin Shuang, and this is my sister, Lin Rui." "Oh, you are both close to the head of the He family, correct?" "Yes," they nodded in unison. "Then there is no issue. The head of the He family has specified that his sperm is solely for the mechanical daughters of the He household and is not to be distributed carelessly." Both women exhaled in relief. Though the procedure for in vitro fertilization was somewhat arduous, their dreams of children eclipsed all fears. Henan placed great importance on human propagation, and all the mechanical daughters basked in joy. However, a grave issue arose. The majority of the mechanical daughters in the Star Sea were now pregnant, significantly impairing their overall combat capability. If a beast tide were to occur in the near future, it would spell danger. Henan summoned Chu Haoran, stating, "The Star Sea is sealed, and with the mechanical daughters collectively pregnant, we have lost a considerable amount of combat strength. We are in a precarious situation." Chu Haoran, overwhelmed by the prospect of impending fatherhood, was jolted into alarm by Henan's words. "Yes, I will arrange it immediately." Henan rubbed his temples, realizing he had acted hastily. Wu Miao pressed her lips together, stifling laughter. "Feel free to laugh." Henan shot her a glare, exasperated. "All the members of the elite combat team are pregnant. You truly are blessed with children. Why do I feel you are reveling in this?" "Not at all, absolutely not. In the future, Ziyu and Zihan will have countless siblings. When trouble arises, they can simply call out, and a host will appear behind them." "How impressive." Henan vigorously rubbed her head, suggesting she should relish the moment, for when their son marries in the future, she must keep a watchful eye. "Oh, how did I not think of that?" Wu Miao exclaimed, her face paling. "Marriages between close relatives can lead to complications, especially since this involves a genuine half-blood relation. Yes, we must be vigilant." The two waited until everyone had left before entering, primarily to engage in a private discussion with the doctor. "Doctor, can you ensure that the sperm you provide is indeed from Henan?" The doctor regarded them cautiously. "And you are?" "I am Lin Shuang. And this is my sister Lin Rui." "Ah, you are both associated with the He family, correct?" Indeed, Lin Rui and Lin Shuang nodded in unison. "Then there is no issue. The He family head has specified that his sperm is only to be used by the machine maidens of the He household, and no unauthorized distribution is permitted." Both women exhaled in relief. The procedure for in vitro fertilization was indeed quite challenging. Yet their dreams of having a child overcame all fears. Henan placed great importance on human reproduction, and all the machine maidens were enveloped in joy. However, a grave situation arose. The majority of machine maidens in the Starry Sea were now pregnant, severely impacting their overall combat effectiveness. Should a beast tide occur soon, it would pose a significant threat. Henan summoned Chu Haoran, seal off the Starry Sea. With the machine maidens collectively expecting, "We have lost a substantial portion of our combat strength, and we are in a precarious position." Chu Haoran, overwhelmed with excitement at his impending fatherhood, was startled into a chill by Henan's words. "Yes, I will arrange it immediately." Henan rubbed his temples, realizing he had acted hastily. Wu Miao pursed her lips, stifling laughter. Go ahead and laugh. Hinan shot her an annoyed glance. The entire royal battle team is pregnant. Truly, you are blessed with many children. Why do I feel that you are reveling in this misfortune? Not at all, absolutely not. In the future, Ziyu and Zihan will have countless siblings. When faced with challenges, they can simply call out, and a whole crowd will stand behind them. How impressive. Hinan rubbed her head again. Enjoy the moment while you can. Just remember to keep a close watch when your son is set to marry. Oh, how did I overlook that? Wu Miao gasped, her complexion drained. Marriages between close relatives can lead to dire consequences, especially given this is a legitimate half-sibling relationship. Yes, we must remain vigilant. Chapter 196. The body emptied. Hinan single-handedly repelled the beast tide, returning drenched in blood, while everyone prostrated before him in reverence. As the despairing starry sea regained its vitality, the pregnant machine maidens were devoid of combat capability, had it not been for Hinan's selfless defense. All present would have perished. Once again, Hinan had saved their lives. His formidable strength instilled in everyone a sense of submission, eradicating any thoughts of rebellion. They simply wished to obey and follow him. Hinan said nothing as he quietly returned to his residence, immersing himself in a bathtub, eyes closed. In that moment when he shot the Sea King with an arrow, his body underwent a transformation. He felt as though his physical form had ceased to exist. Yet he could manipulate it with his mind, unable to touch or even sense its presence. This change instilled a sense of panic within him. Wu Miao assumed he was simply fatigued, gently washing his hair and softly massaging his temples. Hinan rose from the bathtub and proceeded directly to the training room. However, he could no longer feel the celestial power entering his body, nor could he sense the flow of spiritual energy within his meridians. In an attempt to check for a heartbeat, his hand passed through his body. A wave of panic surged through Hinan, leaving him utterly helpless, unable to cultivate. He spent a moment in a daze within the training room before stepping out, where two small figures rushed to embrace his legs, their innocent voices chiming. Daddy. They all say you are a great hero. They say Daddy is a god from the heavens, here to save the world. Hinan's heart quivered, sensing something amiss in their words, yet he swiftly dismissed the fleeting feeling and instinctively lifted both children, one in each arm. Strangely, although he could not touch himself, he was able to hold the children, leaving him momentarily astonished. Noticing Hinan's unusual demeanor, Wu Miao quickly pried the children away. Daddy is tired. You two go play by yourselves. Despite their yearning for cuddles and being lifted high, the children understood that their father, having just vanquished numerous sea monsters, must be exhausted. Understanding, Ziyu took her sister's hand and dashed outside to find other children to play with. Wu Miao wrapped her arms around Hinan's, softly inquiring, Would you like to rest for a while? All right, Hinan replied, feeling not an ounce of fatigue, as his body currently possessed no sensation at all. Nevertheless, he lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. Wu Miao waited until his breathing steadied before quietly exiting. Yet, Hinan opened his eyes, fixating on the ceiling. Lost in thought. The celestial sea had recently experienced a surge in births, with nearly every family welcoming new life. Everyone was immersed in their joy, oblivious to Hinan's predicament. Even Wu Miao believed his excessive silence stemmed from the exhaustion of battling mutated marine creatures. As she observed others cradling plump, cooing infants, she too longed to soon bring her own baby into the world. Although Hinan could no longer cultivate, he frequently sequestered himself in the training room, for it was the only place where he could find solitude. Days slipped by, and people marveled as the sea gradually receded, revealing vast stretches of silvery sand along the celestial sea. The water, once murky and foul since the advent of the apocalypse, transformed into a brilliant azure, as if it had been washed anew. The mutated marine creatures that Hinan had eradicated had not been seen for quite some time. People wept openly, some even diving joyfully into the water for a refreshing bath. The horrific apocalypse had finally passed. At long last, they had emerged into the light. Our good days have finally arrived. The celestial sea erupted in a night of revelry, with people shouting and celebrating as if reborn. Hinan observed this scene with a cold gaze, yet an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Even he could not discern what was amiss in the current circumstances. The head of the He family was remarkably composed. While everyone else was lost in euphoria, he remained unfazed. Chu Haoran had consumed enough to be half-drunk, and when sober, he would not dare speak so freely with Hinan. Hinan paid it no mind. The apocalypse had been oppressive, leaving many with psychological scars. It is indeed a pleasant thing that everyone can open their hearts and genuinely express joy. However, he's zero, with the demeanor of a little adult. took his sister's hand and approached Henan, saying, "Father, you haven't practiced with us in a long time." Henan felt a tremor in his heart, but maintained a composed facade, gently ruffling the hair of the two little ones. "You have both become formidable practitioners. From now on, you must rely on your own cultivation and not always depend on your father." Being children, they couldn't help but smile at the praise, with Ziru affirming, "Yes, I will become as powerful as father." Yet, Zihan was not swayed by such reassurances. With tears welling in her eyes, she leaped into his embrace, exclaiming, "Daddy, hug me." Henan had no choice but to gather her into his arms, affectionately pinching her little cheeks. "What is wrong, Zihan? Why are you crying? Who has bullied our little darling? They all say that when mommy has a baby, daddy and mommy will no longer want us and our brother." Zira hung his head, his lips pressed tightly together, saying nothing at all. "Do not listen to the nonsense of others. Your father and mother will always love you and will never abandon you." Henan pulled his son close as well, anger simmering in his eyes. He had never cared about what others said or how they perceived him. However, the two children were still so young. They should not have to endure such baseless harm. In response to this matter, Henan immediately summoned Chu Haoran, his expression grave. "I do not wish to hear such discussions again, neither privately nor publicly. If I hear them, I will not hesitate to silence them permanently. Yes, I will take care of it immediately." Henan had not appeared in public for a long time, leading many to forget that he was capable of repelling the beast tide single-handedly. Chu Haoran understood well how much Henan cherished these two children, who he adored as precious gems. He hurried out to quell the rumors, to comfort the little ones. Henan spent the next few days by their side, accompanying them in reading, dining, and practicing. Although Henan could not cultivate himself, he remained in the training room with them. However, he soon discovered that the two children were unable to absorb the star power any longer, their cultivation stagnating at the fifth realm without any advancement. This deeply troubled Henan. He could not help but question the nature of the star power. It was during his absorption of the spiritual energy from the altar that he had first sensed the star power. Later, he realized that the altar was not a benevolent entity. Its sole purpose was to fatten him like a pig for sacrifice. The star power possessed a notable purifying ability, capable of cleansing not only the bodies of warriors, but also the surrounding environment. Otherwise, the star sea would not have transformed into its current state. Logically, it should have been beneficial. Yet, why had it suddenly vanished? Had it truly been exhausted? Henan had not forgotten that it was the altar that had brought him to this place. Could there be a conspiracy at play? The more Henan pondered, the more alarmed he became, breaking into a cold sweat. Chapter 197. Do not touch my wife. Although Henan was reluctant to confront it, the inevitable had arrived. The Sea King, whom Henan had slain with an arrow, had surprisingly resurrected and reappeared in the Star Sea. Chu Haoran rallied forces to resist, suffering heavy casualties, and was compelled to seek Henan's assistance. As Henan arrived at the shoreline, the Sea King ceased its assault. "Henan, you have finally arrived." Henan smirked. "You really are fortunate, but this ends today." Haha. The Sea King seemed to have heard the most amusing joke in the world, laughing uproariously. However, its laughter was so penetrating that many people's eardrums began to bleed. Henan immediately drew his bow, taking aim and releasing an arrow, swiftly opening the snowy domain. Although the Sea King moved with great speed, it narrowly evaded a fatal blow. "You have no sense of martial ethics. How can you strike when we are merely conversing?" "Humph." Henan scoffed. "I have nothing more to say to you. Prepare to meet your end." Subsequently, arrows rained down upon the Sea King, turning it into a veritable sieve. Yet, the Sea King continued to laugh. "Ha ha, futile. You cannot kill me." Henan disregarded its taunts and continued to shoot, until the Sea King's body could no longer withstand the onslaught and exploded into fragments. The Sea King was dead, and everyone erupted in cheers. But upon seeing Henan's furrowed brow, all voices caught in their throats, unable to utter a single word. The last time, the Sea King had also exploded into pieces. Yet, it had returned, and its power was evidently much stronger than before. "Ha ha, futile. You cannot kill me," echoed the Sea King's voice in Henan's ears, heavying his heart. What manner of creature is this? It can be obliterated, yet still resurrect. Unbeknownst to others, Chu Haoran had witnessed Henan slay the Sea King once before. Now, standing behind Henan, his face was ashen, trembling incessantly. "Master he, what shall we do?" Henan's expression was grim. "If it comes once, we shall strike it down once more." In truth, he had no other option but to see who could endure until the end. The news of the Sea King's ability to resurrect spread throughout the entire Starry Sea, and everyone quickly sobered from their joy of newfound life. That Sea King must have some demands. Perhaps we should negotiate with it to discern its desires. Such words were spoken lightly. Before you could utter a sound, it would devour you. If Master he can communicate. Then we might consult with the City Lord and have Master he represent us in the negotiations. Having already slain it twice. Would the Sea King not demand exorbitant terms if Master he approached it for talks? After much deliberation, they were unable to reach a consensus and could only seek out Chuhauren. Chuhauren had yet to recover his color. And when he heard their suggestion of having Henan negotiate with the Sea King, cold sweat broke out across his brow. You all need to calm down. For now, Master he still protects us. If you offend him, you won't even need the Sea King to destroy you. At this, everyone felt a chill. Henan was capable of slaying the Sea King, making him far more formidable. With this understanding, they all instinctively shrank back. Henan was also aware that the Sea King must have ulterior motives, yet what it sought remained unclear to him. Previously, when empowered by the force of the stars, the starry sea was impervious. Now, it was merely a relatively large island, unable to withstand the onslaught of beasts. In truth, he would have approached the Sea King for negotiations regardless of the other's input. However, before any discussions could commence, he needed to subdue the Sea King. Otherwise, he would be left with no choice but to passively accept the terms imposed by the opponent. Half a month later, Poseidon re-emerged, this time resurrecting in less than half the time of his previous return. Henan uttered not a word, drawing his bow and releasing a flurry of arrows. Henan, let us converse, Poseidon shouted after being struck by several arrows. Henan, still gripped by trepidation, maintained his aim and coldly replied, speak quickly. We shall both suffer in a futile battle. It would be far more prudent to collaborate. I could kill you, Henan declared resolutely, enunciating each word with conviction. You cannot slay me, Poseidon retorted, a flicker of empathy glimmering in his eyes. Henan, your body grows increasingly frail, does it not? Henan's heart trembled at the remark, though he betrayed no outward sign. One more word, and I shall end you, he threatened. All right, I shall speak, Poseidon said, casually sitting upon a large stone, appearing utterly unguarded. You were once a deity destined to save humanity, yet you linger here, attracting creatures like me who are drawn to your essence. Henan regarded him coldly. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend. To be blunt, your divine bones are an unparalleled treasure. Consuming them would grant 1 millennia of cultivation. Thus, it is not solely I who seek you. Many more beings from other realms will come after you. More beings? What do you mean? The demon race, the beast race, and others. None can resist the allure of divine bones. They are not as merciful as I, and they do not spare the innocent. Henan grasped Poseidon's words. All dangers stemmed from his presence. If he were to depart, everyone would be safe. But where could he go? Why should I trust you? What is destined to occur will inevitably happen. I believe you sense this yourself. And why, then, are you divulging this to me? I desire a drop of your heart's blood. Yet, I do not ask for it without recompense. I can protect these people for 3,000 years. Henan's eyes narrowed slowly. Once again, why should I trust you? We can forge a pact. Should I break my word, I shall face eternal damnation. In truth, Henan found merit in Poseidon's words. He had felt countless presences closing in on him in recent days, and his own body was increasingly deteriorating, at times. He could scarcely lift a pen. Perhaps tomorrow, or the day after, he would vanish entirely from this world. What would become of his wife and children? Let us form a pact then. Upon hearing Henan's consent, Poseidon sprang to his feet and appeared before him in an instant. Excellent, quickly, let us forge the contract. Henan momentarily hesitated, but his thoughts aligned with his intent, and a familiar electronic voice echoed in his mind. Poseidon contract successful. Duration, 3,000 years. The voice elaborated that he could implant an obsession in the contracted party, which they would unconditionally fulfill until the contract's conclusion. Henan immediately instilled in Poseidon the notion of protecting humanity, then forced forth a drop of his heart's blood. Poseidon eagerly consumed it, his entire form soon radiating a fiery crimson, akin to boiling magma. His roar reverberated across the island, causing the waves to crash and roar in tumult. Thankfully, this tumultuous display lasted but a brief 2 minutes before subsiding. Poseidon transformed into a young man bearing a striking resemblance to Henan. Henan frowned discontentedly. Why do you appear in this guise? The proud Aquaman tilted his chin defiantly, declaring that he would take your place and continue living here. Henan's pupils widened in shock. You shall not lay a finger on my wife. Unfortunately, the latter part of his statement remained unspoken. As his body vanished into thin air,